This guy has zero luck. The tower didn't grant him any skills, so he's basically stuck on the sidelines. Kim Gong-jae is left with one choice: sit in front of the television and be incredibly jealous of the epic Fire King boasting on screen. He looks at the posters all over his walls and screams in pure envy. I want to be just like him. I'm so jealous. I want to succeed with my own god-tier power. Or at least I wish his skills were mine. Wait, did the heavens, or rather the tower, actually just hear that? Boom! A skill card appears with a bright green notification. The tower was actually impressed by his legendary saltiness. Talk about a free lunch. Even though he's seen this a million times on TV, he can't believe it's real. This is the moment he's been dreaming of. Tears streaming down his face, he desperately reaches out for it. An S-rank skill, he has to open it immediately. But wait, what on earth is this supposed to be? I want to be like you, rank S+. Automatically activates when you're killed by an enemy. That's a huge catch. You copy a skill from the enemy who killed you and make it your own. No double dipping on previous targets. The copied skill is totally random, but the kicker, you have to die first. He's completely crushed by this, screaming in total despair. What's the point of copying if I'm dead? This is the most useless skill ever. Depressed and broken, our main character drags his pathetic self to a bar to drown his many sorrows. With a splitting headache, he stumbles back home. But then, he sees his idol and the Sanctus arguing nearby. Thinking the Sanctus poisoned him, Fire King doesn't hesitate. He prepares to end her life in a sea of fire. She screams and begs him to listen, but the guy shows zero mercy. He's a literal monster in human skin. Watching from the shadows, Kim Gong-jae's face goes pale. He's shaking, covering his mouth in pure, unadulterated terror. It's a deadly standoff between a killer and a victim. A hero, this guy. He's a total psychopath. Our boy tries to leg it, but his luck is absolute zero. He's caught in the worst possible moment. His legs give out right when it matters most. Fire King looms over him like a nightmare come to life. I thought I cleared all the rats around here, he growls. Guess I missed one little vermin after all. Facing death, all his logic goes out the window. He begs for mercy, swearing he didn't see a thing. Like that's going to work. You show up at the worst time and shout his name while running away. If he were an idiot, maybe he'd believe you. But this is Fire King, a veteran of countless brutal wars. He has fought a billion demons. You think he's gullible? Nope. He's not taking any chances with his reputation. Desperate, Kim Gong-ja begs him to use a lie detector skill, but Fire King doesn't even have one. He stabbed the Sanctus just because she felt a bit suspicious. Killing is just a reflex for him now. Next thing you know, he's turned into smoke. The last thing he hears is that monster's name, Yu Suha. Thought he was gone for good, right? But then that bright green screen pops up again. Ping. You died. Skill conditions have been met. Randomly copying a skill from Yu Suha. Pick a card, any card. Dazed, he reaches out and grabs a gold card before snapping his eyes open. He's back in his room. Panicked, he looks around. It's all too familiar. The TV is playing yesterday's interview with the Fire King. Every message, every tiny detail is exactly the same. He frantically checks his new skill card to be sure. Tada, he has got his original trash skill plus the one he stole. The Returner's Clockwork. It's insane. Automatically activates on death. Sends you back 24 hours from the moment you bit the dust. Memories and experience stay, but higher levels mean bigger penalties. Now he gets it. This is his secret. That's how he became a legend. And the reason he killed the Sanctus, he actually was poisoned later on. Still fuming about being murdered, he watches the TV. Fire King's arrogant face makes him feel absolutely sick. He hates that bastard. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the building outside. People are scrambling to put out fires. It's happening. The exact cycle is starting again. This city is a literal trap for those seeking power. Built for hunters entering the tower, people call it Babylon or the City of the Dead. It's ominous. Once you step foot in here, there is no way out. The residents are just used to it now. People enter the tower to become hunters. This place is Babylon Floor 1, the City of Death. Essentially, it is a one-way trip. Once you are in, there is no way out. Alright, you and I have seen some wild openings, but this fire, it's spreading faster than anyone expected. The jerk who started this mess is just chilling like nothing's wrong. He makes this super edgy entrance for no reason, acting all weird and eccentric. Nobody knows his true nature, but you and I know the truth about him, and so does Kim Gong-ja. The Flame King is a total psycho. Our main character has just one goal now. Kill this monster for humanity and hunter honor. So Kim Gong-ja literally dives into the flames and dies. To him, it's the only way to delete this monster. Suddenly, the system notification pops up on the screen. You died. Returning 24 hours back. 0 penalties. Turns out being a trash F-rank hunter has its perks. No penalty at all. Talk about a lucky break. Kim Gong-jae sits there completely lost in his own thoughts. Killing the Flame King now is impossible. Even a lucky kill just sends that jerk back 24 hours too. The only way for a low-level hunter like him to win is to travel back 11 years to his first awakening. That's the day he first awakened. Counting back from today, that's exactly 4,050 days in the past. A wild idea flashes in his head. If he dies 4,050 more times, he can finally go back. He doesn't hesitate. Kim Gong-jae stabs himself straight through the heart. A quick and painless end just like that. The death notifications start spamming the screen. Honestly, our guy is actually starting to enjoy the sensation of dying. He's so hyped, he actually dies 30 extra times just for fun. Finally, our boy Kim Gong-ja actually did it. He's back before the Flame King's legend even started. He went through all that pain to prove this demon isn't eternal. 11 years in the past. It's early June and our main character is already stalking the Flame King's trail. To build a perfect plan, our hero repeats the loop 10 times without a single failure. He's got it down. Routine check. 9 a.m., he's in the F-rank dorms. 3 p.m. hunting slimes on floor 2. At 21, the Flame King was just a pathetic F-rank loser, desperate for a lucky break in life. Eventually, the guy realizes slime hunting is a dead end, so he takes a risk and heads to new ground. Kim Gong-ja has been waiting for this. As soon as his prey appears, he makes his move looking totally wrecked. Covered in blood and shaking like a leaf, he pretends he's being hunted by wolves while begging for help. The Flame King is ticked off that someone ruined his hunt. He draws his sword and starts barking orders. How much will you pay me for this potion? My hunt is ruined and you expect me to just give this. This stuff is expensive and you're a total stranger. Where's your shame? But honestly, our guy doesn't care about shame. Our guy grabs the potion and offers 20 gold market price. But this greedy jerk isn't having it at all. He demands 40 gold since his life is on the line. But wait, it gets even worse than that. The Flame King grabs him by the collar. Give me everything you've got. Since your hands are useless, I'll help you. He robs 60 measly gold from a guy who has nothing yet. He's still unsatisfied and starts projecting his own malice. Worried about future revenge, he decides to just end it right there. Talk about a cold-blooded way to finish things. He lunges in for the kill, but his luck just ran out. Kim Gong-ja instantly pulls a hidden blade. He slits that guy's throat in one clean motion. The Flame King is stunned, dying instantly with nothing but a huh. He didn't even get to leave a last word. To prevent even a 1 in a million chance of revival. Right in that critical moment, our guy lunges forward and stabs him several more times just to make sure he's gone. Kim Gong-jae is still fuming. He's cursing this guy out for being a killer who played the hero role. This jerk always acted righteous after murdering innocents. To wipe the evidence clean, our hero feeds the body to wolves. He swaps into some fresh clothes he had ready and heads out. He's looking as clean as a whistle now. He walks right past the guards like nothing happened. It looks like the mission is finally over and kept secret. Kim Gong-ja heads back to the bar to celebrate his win. But when he checks his status screen, he realizes he has 0 combat skills. While he's wondering how to get rich, a random old man suddenly walks in. This huge old man suddenly appears out of nowhere, rocking a sharp suit and some flashy red shoes. He orders a bizarre mix of vodka and sugar with hot milk. Everyone starts whispering about how eccentric he is. See, this guy is actually the legendary Sword Emperor, and he's currently dealing with a massive scandal for refusing a mission. You and I can tell he's looking for something much bigger than just being a puppet for the elites. Kim Gong-ja is desperately digging through his messy memories. The Sword Emperor's real name is Marcus Calenberry. He totally disappeared. By the time our main character came around, he was forgotten. Then the Flame Emperor Yu Suha became a legend. Looking at this old man makes our guy feel pretty pathetic. A legend like this must have a broken S-rank skill. Suddenly, a wild idea hits him. With his useless skill, he just needs a top hunter to kill him to copy them. Even the #1 hunter in Korea. If he can just get them to take him out, their power is his. Kim Gong-ja hits the web, trying to find dirt to make the Sword Emperor snap. But honestly, it is all just trash. While he is searching, the old man starts talking to thin air. Kim Gong-ja is just standing there, like what is happening. It totally freaks the poor kid out. Is the old man legit crazy or is he just too strong for his own good? Then Kim Gong-jae finds it a warning about things you should never say to the Sword Emperor. This is the key. You can't ask about his grandkids. Sounds weird, but since he can die 1,000 times, it is worth a shot. As soon as the Sword Emperor leaves, Kim Gong-ja is right on his tail. He almost loses him in the crowd. Luckily, our boy has eyes like a hawk and spots the old man's shadow just in time, but chases on. He is trailing him, already dreaming of being #1. He mutters that Flame Emperor guy has a broken S-rank skill. What about you, old man, legend of the past? But suddenly, the vibe shifts. The music just stops. Caught red-handed, Kim Gong-jae is frozen solid, completely caught off guard. He has no idea what to do next. The Sword Emperor draws his weapon. What do you want, kid? Your stealth is okay, but I expected a better assassin. Kim Gong-ja is totally lost. Wait, hold on. Did he just say assassin? This is getting crazy. Whoa, wait a second. Assassin. Well, congrats, kid. You won't even need to talk about his grandkids to get killed now. He is trembling, backing away, trying to explain it is all a big misunderstanding. He was just walking this way. But the old man isn't stupid. This is the legendary Sword Emperor. You think you can just trick a master like him? To save his life, Kim Gong-ja swears he is just a regular guy who got lost. But the more he talks, the madder the old man gets. He has special skills to sniff out liars like our boy here. A skill that shows exactly how many people you have murdered. Kim Gong-jae's heart just dropped into his shoes. Then it hits him. Even with a good reason, a killer is still a killer. The math doesn't lie, guys. He probably sees the number 1 over my head, Kim Gong-jae thinks. He tries to save the situation one last time. He screams out, please, listen, I had a justified reason for that number, I swear it on my very life. No more buts. The old man takes off his hat and steps forward. He looks dead serious now. You're a monster who has taken countless lives. How dare you swear on your life? It's disgusting. I might not be a saint, but I'm no cold-blooded psychopath who treats human life like garbage unlike you. Kim Gong-ja has so many question marks over his head right now. Would I only killed one person? Is this guy crazy? To clear things up, the Sword Emperor drops a truth bomb while radiating pure killing intent. Do you feel no shame for these lies? You haven't just killed one person, you monster. Look at the number. It's not one, it's 4,091 people. Kim Gong-jae's heart just stopped. Oh no. Then it clicks. He killed that jerk once and then killed himself 4,090 times. Talk about a backfire. From the old man's perspective, he's a bloodthirsty psycho who has slaughtered thousands. This is bad. Really bad. Forget copying skills, the Sword Emperor is going to end him. If they meet, it is game over. Permanently. Kim Gong-ja bolts running for his life in pure terror. But let's be real, his legs are a bit short. He barely makes it a few steps before that blade is at his neck. He collapses, trapped in a corner. He hears the old man muttering and thinks he's using telepathy to call the others. Panic mode level 10. He's imagining the Hunter Association putting a bounty on his head and being hunted down like a wild animal. He can't let that happen. Kim Gong-ja realizes there's only one way out, he has to die right now. So he goes for the ultimate move. He opens his mouth and asks about the old man's grandkids again. He doesn't even finish the sentence. A cold flash at his neck and it's time to say goodbye to his head. As the world flips, that greed returns. He wants to be just like him. To stand at the absolute peak. The power, the fame, the legendary skill. Finally, Kim Gong-ja gets his wish, the powers of 2 top-tier hunters. You and I are watching as Kim Gong-ja picks through the options, praying for a skill card to give him one more chance. But there are no gold cards, only 3 trash ones and 4 silver cards. Better than nothing, I guess. He just hopes it is not another garbage skill. He needs something to make him successful. He returns 24 hours in the past and immediately opens his hunter status window to check. Luckily, it is an A+ rank, but it is just another passive skill. Feeling down, our main character flops onto his bed, wishing he had a martial arts skill or a proper awakening. While he is lost in thought, he hears someone mumbling nearby. He quickly turns and politely asks the old man who he is. This guy is something else. He finds a stranger in his house, and instead of panicking, he walks closer to get the scoop. The red-haired ghost looks shocked. He stares back with a confused face and asks, wait, can you actually see me and hear me? Gong-ja looks him right in the eye and says, yeah, I guess so, since we are having a conversation right now. The ghost finally realizes something is wrong. He looks around the tiny cramped room and wonders where he is and where Marcus went. Our main character realizes what is happening and quickly checks the details of his new skill. Turns out this guy is a ghost who cleared 99 floors of the tower but failed at the 100th floor. Because he could not let go of his worldly desires, he ended up becoming a wandering spirit. He cannot physically touch anything in this world, but he can talk to whoever holds this specific skill. Gong-ja starts feeling bad and explains the situation to his new friend. Sorry, but I accidentally copied you. The red-haired guy is absolutely stunned. His jaw drops as he screams, send me back to the Sword Emperor right now. You can copy me with your skill, right? Then you should be able to cancel it too. You have no idea how to undo this. Everything was supposed to go back to how it was. This was not part of the plan at all. 2 strangers suddenly stuck together, both panicking and yelling at the top of their lungs with no solution in sight. The guy cries so hard like a total baby that anyone listening would tell him to just shut up already. This guy is too much. He complains that his stupid disciple let his master get kidnapped by some random kid. This only happened because my idiot disciple ignored every single word his master told him. I told him not to make the same mistakes I did. He keeps rambling non-stop until Gong-ja begs him to please live in silence. But as soon as he says that, the ghost snaps back. Live, what? I am already dead, you idiot. Well, can you at least die quietly then? It turns out the Sword Emperor was always talking to the air because of this guy. Now here's the crazy part, the Sword Emperor was only talking to the air because of this loud, annoying ghost. Our main character tells the ghost about being killed by his disciple and how he ended up with 4,091 deaths. He tells the ghost about being killed by his disciple and how he ended up with 4,091 deaths hovering over his head, along with a truly cheap skill. After hearing that he committed suicide repeatedly to regress 11 years for revenge, the old man thinks this kid is actually pretty interesting. He tells Gong-ja to stand up so he can check him out. He says some training will fix him right up. At least he has the persistence and ambition needed to succeed. He decides the kid is not too bad after all. To test his combat abilities, the old man tells him to go hunt some monsters. To build some trust, he explains he was born in another world that had a rose tower. He climbed to the very top, and at his level, he can judge a hunter's potential in just a single glance. That is why he wants to see him in action. After watching our main character take down some slimes, he claims that Gong-ja has a special talent, an infinite kind of power. Our main character just scratches his head. He tells the ghost to stop with the fake compliments because he knows exactly where he stands, but the ghost is serious. He sincerely tells him he has zero martial arts talent, his moves are clumsy, his body is weak, and his aura is non-existent. But he has one talent no one else possesses: he is not afraid of death. Normally, people instinctively protect themselves in a fight, but our main character does not have that instinct anymore. It likely vanished after he died over 4,000 times. Talent is not always something you are born with. Anyone can gain a talent during their life, and one of the hardest things to overcome is the fear of dying. That is such a wild way to look at it. Our main character wonders if not fearing death really is a talent after all. It is hard to believe because no one has ever said anything like that to him before. When asked what he was thinking when he died, he honestly answers that he thought it was beautiful. He confidently says he wants to see Gong-ja become a great hunter and promises to help him. Stick with me, it gets wilder. I'm going to help you until you can stand up to Marcus. No, until you're even stronger than him. Let's conquer this tower together, shall we? The very next morning, before the roosters even think about crowing, that old ghost spirit is already screaming his head off just to wake our guy up. He just keeps talking and talking, not stopping for even a second. It's enough to make our boy Kim cover his ears in absolute and total misery. Exhausted by this hyperactive old man, Kim Gong-ja finally gives in. He grabs his phone to check the time and lets out a massive yell of frustration. It's only 4 a.m. You've completely lost your mind, old man. I finally realized why the Sword Saint woke up at 4 a.m. every single day. It wasn't because he was a hard worker. It was because this ghost kept nagging him while he was trying to sleep. He's a professional pest. Having his secret exposed, the old ghost is fuming. He snaps back, saying he only woke Kim up because he was feeling bored. Can you believe that? That's right, I'm waking you up for my own fun. He even laughs and mocks Kim when he says he's going to kill the ghost for this. I'm already dead, so you can't exactly kill me again. If you've got such a big problem with it, why don't you just kill yourself instead? Oh wait, you can't even die. I've got it. From now on, I'm calling you Kim Gong-ja. This old spirit always has 100 ways to argue. His mouth just never shuts up. Even when Kim is completely worn out from training and gasping for air, the ghost is still yapping away beside him. It's been 4 days since Kim Gong-ja copied the Sword Saint's technique. Since then, he's killed Yu Su-ha again and stayed away from Marcus. Now he's forced into a brutal training schedule set by that annoying spirit. He needs the power to crush any massive challenges waiting for him. In this world, potential is everything, and our boy Kim is basically a black hole of growth. He's got so much hidden power inside him. The ghost suggests that making money is the top priority now. They need some initial capital if they're going to get this show on the road. So they decided to try their luck with a lottery ticket. And honestly, with our main character's skills, hitting the jackpot was a total guarantee. The master and disciple head straight to a place called Sangrin to collect their prize. They are the official base for the massive merchant union. Their leader is a third-rank hunter known as the Countess. She's the only one with a skill that allows trade with the world outside Babylon. Sangryun is also the only place in the city that sells these tickets. To stay safe, Kim Gong-ja publicly announces his big win to everyone. See, if a jackpot winner gets attacked, the union's reputation takes the hit. Because he won, Kim gets a warm welcome from manager Arthur Tyler. Usually, an F-rank hunter wouldn't even dream of talking to a major merchant. But today, everything is totally different for our guy Kim. He's staring at 50,000 gold pieces and can't believe his eyes. With this kind of money, he could live a comfortable and lazy life forever. If that was his goal, he'd be set. But he's determined to conquer the tower as a hunter, so this money is just paper to him. It's just a small step toward becoming someone truly great. He's actually seen a golden color even more beautiful than this pile of coins before. Following the manager's advice, he lets the union hold his money and buys an honorary membership. A guild isn't just a group for hunting. The biggest reason to join is for protection. It's a very smart move. The world is way too wild for just hunters and simple protectors. He also asks the manager to find him a much better place to stay than his tiny rental. He wants to live in real comfort. He tells them that if any news agencies ask about the winner, just say it's an honorary member. He's taking control of his own story. 4,000 deaths and 400 days back in time. He couldn't enjoy life before because he was too focused on revenge, but now he can. After dealing with his fortune, Kim Gong-ja gets back to his daily training. The ghost explains there are two main ways to gain more power. One is using scrolls to learn martial arts, the other is using potions to boost physical stats. But scrolls won't work for Kim just yet, so our guy has no choice but to rely on those potions. Following the spirit's advice, they head to the best pharmacy in the entire area. Every bottle costs an absolute fortune. His entire wealth is only enough for 4 bottles. While they're walking, the old ghost suddenly stops dead. He screams for Kim to run before everything gets even worse. Turns out this is the pharmacy the Sword Saint visits for his own supplies. Marcus is actually on his way there right now. Seeing the man who once killed him still terrifies Kim, so he hides behind a trash can. Luckily, he isn't spotted or he gets stabbed again. The ghost worries Marcus will buy all the potions. Hurry up, Gong-ja, follow me. According to the old ghost spirit, there are two main ways to increase power. One is using scrolls to learn new martial skills. The other is using expensive potions to boost physical abilities. But with Kim's current level, reading 100 scrolls won't do a thing. So the only way left for our boy is to use those potions. Following the spirit's lead, they head to the best pharmacy around. The prices for each bottle are sky high, and Kim's entire fortune can only buy 4 bottles of the stuff. That is seriously expensive. While walking along, the old ghost suddenly stops and yells at Kim to run away before things get even worse than they are. It turns out this is the pharmacy that the Sword Saint visits all the time, and he's already on his way there right now. Seeing the man who once stabbed him through the chest still terrifies Kim, so he scrambles to hide behind a nearby trash can. Luckily, he isn't spotted. Otherwise, he might have been killed by that old man yet again. The ghost spirit is worried and starts complaining. This is bad. If the Sword Saint gets there first, is he going to buy up every single bottle? Gong-ja, move it. Follow me. It is honestly painful to watch. Our main character using the same shop as the Sword King would be a total disaster. But look around. Not a single shop from the top 200 or even the top 300 is anywhere nearby. After thinking for a bit, Kim Gong-ja gets an idea. He is confident they will not have to blow their whole budget. He follows the old spirit's advice while still tracking down high-quality potions from a surprisingly skilled alchemist. To get exactly what he needs, our boy leads the old master deep into the slums on a hunt. The old spirit is not buying it. A great alchemist, a once-in-a-lifetime genius living in a place like this. He tells him to stop lying since no genius would live here. Ignoring him, the main character just pushes deeper inside. Thugs on the side of the road are looking for a chance to rob him. They give up when they see him talking to himself. He looks like a total lunatic, which is honestly sad for them. If they knew he was carrying a fortune, they would be devastated. After wandering around, the main character finally finds the spot. But right in front of him, a fight is breaking out. Turns out the alchemist girl could not pay her debt from 6 months ago, so they are seizing all her stuff. She begs for mercy, but the answer is a hard no. The neighbors are way too used to seeing this scene play out. Nobody steps in to stop it. They just gossip, saying her shop is tiny, but her prices are way too high. She fires back that she is not overcharging. She is selling the best quality potions for the best prices in all of Babylon Tower. She thinks they should be grateful she is even here. The old spirit looks at her with nothing but doubt. Once the crowd clears out, our main character walks up to her. "Excuse me, are you still open for business? If you are, I would like to place an order. Something expensive. Let us say around 20,000 gold. This girl is not crazy or some loser. In the future, she is a rank 5 alchemist. She is destined to lead Alchemist Castle. If he connects with that talent, now the main character gets a massive advantage later. She is basically a golden goose. With that in mind, he sets out to become her #1 customer. He offers an order worth 20,000 gold. That is a massive deal, unlike anything she has ever seen before. The alchemist girl simply cannot believe her eyes. Has a real VIP customer actually come looking for her? She awkwardly leads the main character inside to talk. The place is a mess thanks to those thugs earlier. She double-checks that Kim Gong-ja is really willing to pay 20,000 gold before they get down to business. To prove it, he offers to pay upfront from his savings, keeping the limit right at 20,000. Since his money is not infinite, they settle the financial talk and jump straight into the details. Before starting, she makes it clear she will refuse to make illegal drugs, no matter how much he pays. Despite her business being in total ruins, she's brave enough to turn down 10,000 gold coins. She might look a bit messy now, but she has definitely got what it takes to be a master alchemist. Of course, he has no plan to ask for forbidden drugs. He is just following the spirit's advice. The young man starts listing his requirements. I am only explaining this once, so listen up. Pig rabbit liver. Eyes of a shadow cat, skin from a giant desert worm, and the tail of an earth lizard. That is 23 ingredients in total. Looking at the list, she immediately figures out the effect. It is meant to boost the user's reaction speed. We are talking about an extremely high-level formula here. You have to mix everything together at once instead of refining them one by one. Her expert side comes out. She rattles off effects and side effects that leave the spirit completely stunned. Before she can even finish, the main character cuts in to ask when he can have the product. Hearing it will take 4 days, Kim Gong-ja is thrilled. In the past, he would have to wait for years. Getting potions from a top alchemist usually takes forever, so 4 days is nothing. Later, she delivers the goods. She is early. He is in his new room with 3 boxes, 30 bottles each, enough for a 30-day supply. This is 15 times more valuable than what the spirit suggested. Our main character happily takes the delivery. She is curious, though. Why would he give such a massive order to a completely unknown alchemist? The reason: the girl in front of him is a literal genius, but he obviously cannot tell her that. She was the first one at the scene of the Flame King's arson attack, risking everything to save people. Most importantly, she never gave in to the Flame King, realizing early on that something was very wrong. She has such a golden personality. Honestly, it would be a total crime not to get close to her. Answering her question, our guy just keeps it cool and tells her it is simply because she is so kind-hearted. He even pulls a fast one, claiming good hunters like them deserve success. It is honestly just annoying seeing those crazy psychos winning while he wants the best for both of them. Just a bunch of total nonsense coming from our guy, but she actually buys it. She tells him that for the sake of the world they must succeed and change everything. Plus, whenever he needs a favor, he just has to call. She has got his back now. Listening to them talk is making the ghost want to barf. Good hunters like us, man, the irony is real. Next day, time to grind. The teacher and student head straight to floor 3 to clear out some orcs. On his master order, Kim Gong-ja downs a potion. But before he can even taste it, his head starts pounding. Suddenly, everything is in high definition. He can feel every single hair and every drop of sweat dripping down. That is the potion effect. It kicks the user perception of reality into overdrive, making every second feel like forever. The ghost starts his lecture. That energy swirling right around your heart, that, my friend, is called aura. Every hunter gets it once they enter the tower. The catch: most people do not even know it is there. Being able to freely control this aura is the ultimate game changer. Usually, you have to feel the flow first, but that takes forever. Look, if you are not a natural genius, you better be ready to work your tail off. Middle of the talk, the ghost just gives this creepy laugh and screams, "Run for your life, Kim Gong-ja. Unless you want a blade in your back." Right on cue, our guy spins around and sees, holy crap, a massive orc is right there. Meanwhile, the ghost is just chilling in the air, telling Kim Gong-ja to unleash his aura and fight back. He says these orcs are just low-level fodder. Their moves are super predictable if you watch their body language. Now just focus that aura into your legs. But how is a rookie supposed to pull that off? With his master barking orders, he just starts sprinting. Even if he sees the hits coming, his body just cannot keep up. Luckily, the potion effect kicks in, allowing him to dodge those basic swings. He calms down, focuses his aura, and whips out his dagger. Kim Gong-ja lunges and stabs the orc hide. But man, that skin is like armor. It does not do a thing, so he pours every last bit of aura into the blade. He drives the tip deep into the beast's flesh. And boom, persistence pays off. The monster finally drops dead. One down, many more to go. But Kim Gong-ja is hurting too because he messed up the aura flow. Still, a win is a win, right? At least the aura is active. But our guy is absolutely trashed. He collapses completely at his limit. He feels like he's going to explode from the inside out. But does the ghost care? Nope, he just keeps talking. You feel like dying, do you? So just die. Honestly, if you did not have that crazy skill, I would not have recommended this. Old man Marcus Calenberry used to just sit and meditate after taking his meds. He never risked his life like this. But for you, just die and you will respawn. Simple as that. Must be nice. I am actually jealous. Your score even goes up when you kill yourself. Let the orc finish you. Using aura on the first try is huge. At this pace, maybe 100 more deaths should do the trick. Every journey starts with a single step. So here's round 1. Let's get it started. And then boom, total chaos. Before Kim Gong-ja can even blink, the orc behind him just mashes him into a pancake. Game over. Before the 24-hour reset hits, he hangs out in the void for a bit to sort through his skills. But wait, the ghost is here too. That is definitely new. While they are both scratching their heads, a green notification pops up. Conditions met, time to roll the dice and copy a random skill from that orc. Pick a card, any card. But once they see the options, both of them lose their freaking minds. Monsters have skills too. Are you kidding me? This is a total cheat code. Even I want this power. Who's running this tower anyway? Why would they hand a god-tier skill to a guy who was such a loser? Kim Gong-ja is totally used to the ghost yelling by now. He just ignores him and reaches for a card. But the ghost stops him. Since he is floating, he can actually see the back of the cards. Luck. He knows exactly which one is the jackpot. Apparently, he has had legendary vision since he was a kid. Let's see it. Based on my sharp eyes, the first is the fertility blessing card. You'll be having 9 kids at once, without even getting tired. However, you'll feel fired up all year long. Second is the Wick card, adding Wick to sentences. I have no idea why they do that, Wick, but you should start saying it too because it's hilarious, Wick. You'll never escape the joy of talking like this. Wick is eternal. Both are trash, but Wick is better than fertility. Wick, ignoring the teacher's nagging, Kim Gong-ja grabs the card and travels back 24 hours in time immediately. The old spirit feels exhausted after returning from the outside world. He gets on his knees and starts begging him. You should train through meditation instead of farming monsters. It hurts way too much, he swears and promises that he'll help him master his aura within 6 months. But it's too late, old man. Our boy made his decision. He takes a potion and steps forward with confidence. Hey, Sword Saint, did you know? You call me Kim Gong-ja when winning, and call me Kim Gong-ja when you're losing. Very soon you will have to call me Kim Gong-ja all the time. I'm really going to make sure you fix that habit. Facing the beast ahead, Kim Gong-ja is already used to it. Soon enough, he closes in and lets out an instinctive wick before sending it straight to the afterlife in a flash. The spirit watches and actually starts feeling bad for the orc, getting angry and shouting at our main character. Damn it, you're just a cheater. You already knew this would happen. Is it fun tricking an innocent orc like that? You think this is funny? Why don't you put yourself in the orc's shoes and see how she felt back then? Innocent orcs everywhere will be tortured by a sneaky guy like you. I'm going crazy. Oh, Tower, why give him this? Why give this cheat skill to this jerk? Responding to his talkative teacher, Kim Gong-ja gives a confident grin. Wick, stop complaining and just follow me. We need to hurry up and clear this entire 4th floor right now. A week later, using his game-breaking hacks, Kim Gong-ja easily clears the 5th floor using only 6 lives. Better yet, thanks to his endless suicide attempts, his existence is finally recognized by the system itself. Finally, he ranks up to rank E. Kim Gong-ja savors this happy moment because it's his first time as a hunter. The old spirit looks at the kid and wonders, was that fire or blood just now? It's so hard to understand. You might think he's rambling, but with his experience clearing 99 floors, he says it's not just for looking cool, it's actually an omen. These rank-up effects predict your future aura's shape. Like the Flame King, his aura is fire. An aura usually reveals itself during a life or death crisis, which usually isn't a very happy memory for anyone. It exists deep within the subconscious. Looking at what happened earlier, he guesses it might be fire or blood. It makes sense, so he curiously asks about the Sword Saint's aura shape. Let's see, let me remember. It's moonlight. When that old man was young, he got lost on a mountain. Refusing to die, he crawled to the very top. He said the moonlight cleared the sky beautifully. I want to shine by taking in sunlight just like the moon. He thought that at only 12 years old and has cherished it ever since. Hearing this, Kim Gong-ja is impressed. The Sword Saint really is something else. He's definitely not ordinary. After chatting, the spirit suggests the 6th floor. But surprisingly, our boy says they should just raid the 10th floor right away. A totally insane idea for a rookie. Of course, the teacher doesn't agree at all. However, Kim Gong-ja is feeling confident and proposes a little bet. If I can't clear floor 10 in 2 lives, I'll call you master. But if I can pull it off, you'll have to call me Kim Gong-ja Nim like a superior. The condition is you reveal the boss's secret skills. Sounds great, but this kid has hacks. Can he be trusted? The spirit thinks silently, sensing something very fishy. But with his competitive nature, he agrees immediately after the kid taunts him for being a coward who might run. It's a bet, Kim Gong-ja. Prepare to serve your master forever because you'll never clear that new floor. That's right, you won't survive. Get ready to call me master for life. Kim Gong-ja isn't backing down. He laughs happily and tells the old man to prepare to call him Kim Gong-ja Nim very soon. But wait, people who can't see the spirit think he's gone crazy just talking to himself in thin air. To finish the bet, the two of them head to the 10th floor. Since he's solo, the gatekeeper stops him. He says hunting alone is just a waste of life. How could he let a fool commit suicide like that? He tells him to think again. Facing this ridiculous situation, the old spirit just tells our boy to start fighting. Just smash through it. You and I both know he's got this, so let's see him prove everyone wrong. Alright guys, you could just punch him and rush floor 10. But who's that reckless? Use your head. His mind moves faster than light. He pulls out a stack of cash and starts the psychological manipulation. Total bribe mode. Manager, he says, I know you're looking out for me. You're absolutely right. Fact is, I actually want to end it. My wife passed a year ago. And just recently, doctors found late-stage cancer. I've only got 6 months. I can't live without my partner by my side. After all, no matter how weak I am, I'm still a hunter. Instead of wasting away in a hospital, I want to give my final strength to the country. This is the money I saved for treatment. Please take it. Dust to dust, right? I want no earthly attachment, so I'm asking you, manager. Don't record my name here. This is my final wish as a hunter. Honestly, it's a hilarious sob story. Between the cash and the acting, he actually pulls it off. Kim Gong-ja makes it to floor 10 smoothly. Yu Su-ha was supposed to clear this, but that's over. Now our guy is writing a legend better than the Flame King. Gong-ja always wondered something. Why only the Flame King could clear floor 10 so easily. To find out, he went in himself. Ta-da! The gate to the Hell Maze opens. Inside, creepy dolls everywhere drowning in hellfire. They keep asking the player to play to make them happy. The mission on this floor is, find which doll is the real one in this mansion and destroy it, even with aura shields. You can only survive this fire for 10 minutes. But for a hunter, using fire-type aura makes it a breeze. That's why Yu Suha cleared it so flawlessly. Even though that jerk is long dead, Gong-ja is still salty about his arrogant attitude. He was the first to beat floor 10. The master suggests 2 ways to finish this level. Either gamble on finding the real doll or use aura perfectly to survive until you find it. Basically useless advice. They argue back and forth until his aura finally runs dry. In the last 10 seconds, he just picks one at random. But luck, not today. The doll says it's not the one and fades. That means he burns and dies too. Back in the outer world, a notification pops up to copy a maze monster skill. Predictable. The old spirit ignores the weak cards and points straight to a golden hellfire shield card. It can create a fire aura field within a 2-kilometer radius. No one can leave without the owner's permission. Seeing him standing there dazed, the old man starts nagging. This is the one. Pick it. Even for a boss, this is an S-rank skill. Imagine summoning hell with a finger snap. But our guy thinks something feels wrong. His heart feels heavy watching that doll melt. He asks the old man to read the others. He goes through the cards one by one. The very last one catches his attention. It lets the owner choose living things within the aura to not be burned. Gong-ja knew it. One doll among thousands. One with fire aura wouldn't burn, but what about the others? That's the answer. The master still begs him to take the gold card for instant hellfire. Everyone would be amazed by your style, he says. But Gong-ja sticks with that skill card. Now he can go back and find the real doll without fear. Easy game, right? Before he can go back, he gets a penalty for reaching E rank. A green notification appears. Relive the Hellfire Maze, relive the scenes of those you killed, the boss's memories. In a world of famine, a cute white-haired boy knocks on doors begging for bread. But it happens so often that people have no sympathy. They just chase him away. While walking, the boy bumps into a well-dressed man. He acts kind and lures him. You look hungry and you're hurt everywhere, aren't you? Come with me, I'm a doctor. Many kids like you are at my mansion. We can play and get treated together. Lured by those sweet words, the kid follows without a doubt. But the truth was far from sweet. This place is hell. No games, no medicine, just kids caged and treated like animals. The master of this cult used these homeless children as nothing more than tools to make money. This trash used them as sacrifices, calling them witch children, joker, poison, and national viruses. Then one day, someone knocked over a candle and the entire building was swallowed by flames. Everyone inside ran for their lives, grabbing their gold and valuables as they fled. But they forgot one thing, the children locked in the basement. As the fire spread, a white-haired boy screamed for help, but it was hopeless. They did nothing wrong and didn't want to burn. They just wanted to play with friends, just for a little bit. Right then, the trial finally ended. Seeing the children's pain firsthand left Kim Gong-ja feeling helpless and filled with pure, unbearable rage. Unheard voices and broken dreams all turned to ash. Gong-ja refused to be like the Flame Emperor. He needed a different solution. Even though the Ghost Master was shouting in his ear to find the boss and kill it already. Just move up to the next floor, you brain-dead zombie. But he refused. He realized the gold card said no one leaves without the owner's permission. Yet the Black Dragon Guild survived without killing the boss. There was only one answer. Let them escape. This was a place no human could cross, and Gong-ja finally understood. The boss only wanted one thing from the adventurers. It just wanted someone to play with. Our guy opens the floor 10 door and charges an offering to play with the trapped children. Using his new skill, he walks through the inferno without any fear of being burned to ash. One by one, he picks the children. Memories of each child flash before his eyes immediately. But the answer is always not me. After searching, his hard work finally pays off. He finds the boss and gently places a hand on its head. The child finally found someone to play with. A bright smile and a sincere thank you. Boss found, mission cleared. Looking at the mansion, he feels something heavy. In any world, these tragedies keep happening. To calm his disciple down, the old man starts lecturing him with all this moral stuff. But after a while, he starts yelling at himself. Wait, why am I acting like this? Forget the logic. You were amazing. You cleared it your own way, and that was incredible. Suddenly, fireworks fill the sky. Floor 10 is cleared. The announcement echoes through every tower corner. Floor 11 opens in 24 hours. The group chat goes absolutely mental trying to find the hero. Some guess the Black Dragon Guild, others say it is the Sword Emperor, but they are wrong. All the big guilds were busy outside the tower. So who is this mystery person everyone is curious about? The Ghost Master is getting nostalgic. It has been a while since he felt this. He asks how it feels to go from an extra to the main character. Is it exhilarating? Gong-ja happily replies that it feels like he has the whole world in his hands. Just then, the gatekeeper runs up. Great Hunter, was it you? Did you clear floor 10? You're the only one who cleared it today. My boss is asking me what happened. Gong-ja just calmly asks back. What if I did? My name I already gave you. 100 gold. The gatekeeper shuts up, only asking for his team's name as he leaves. But he does not even have a team. The Ghost Master agrees it was the right move. Your name is valuable. Stay hidden and make them hunt for you. But then Gong-ja notices something fishy. You were only acting like this because I got an EX rank right. You said you would call me Lord Gong-ja if I pulled that off, Gong-ja yells. The Ghost Master immediately starts massaging his shoulders, acting like a total suck-up. Come on, we are partners, equals. The man who cleared floor 99 and the future. Floor 100 conqueror. We are best friends, aren't we, man? What a total goofball. We are equals. Two comrades, one who cleared floor 99 and one aiming for 100. Silly. Gong-ja just tunes out all the nonsense. You better keep calling him master until the end of time. He conquered floor 10. Our main character heads back to a floor 1 cafe, vibing to some chill music while waiting for his high-profile guests. Being forced to call him Master Gong-ja makes the old ghost spirit absolutely furious. He looks more pathetic than ever and starts screaming. He wants to go back to old man Marcus, but it is too late for that, honey. Did not you say we were partners for life? We are going to be together forever. 30 minutes pass as he watches the timer in the sky, hoping for some good news to arrive. Suddenly, a random cat appears out of nowhere. It crawls toward him, meowing so cutely that Gong-ja cannot help but give it a hug. Meanwhile, that old spirit is acting like he has lost his mind. What a performance. After a long wait, some uninvited guests finally show up. They are the heavy hitters from the recruiting departments of the Tower Top 5 guilds. The big leagues are officially here. Before the bidding war starts, he sets two conditions. Trust me, you and I need to see how he handles these big shots. First, keep his name out of the media until the clock hits 0. He does not want reporters swarming him before he hits floor 11. Second, be mindful of the other customers because this is a public spot. Simple rules, right? They immediately agree and book the whole place. They pay for the entire cafe for 1 hour and kick everyone else out. Now that the room is clear, it is time for business. The negotiations begin. Each guild starts throwing around massive piles of cash to recruit this new talent. Things are getting expensive fast. 10,000, 15,000, then 25,000 gold. Nobody is backing down. It is an all-out bidding war for our boy Gong-ja. But then the plot twist. The cat in his arms starts talking. It offers 500,000 gold and a vice commander position. Everyone freezes. Turns out that Cat is actually Ryanal, the Countess of the Merchant Coalition. No wonder she has got that kind of insane bankroll. Now Gong-ja is actually interested. She asks him why he is not shocked to see her transform into a human right before his eyes. Does not this freak you out? Well, Kim Gong-ja has seen much weirder stuff than this. He is not exactly your average rookie anymore. He has literally got a ghost spirit floating right behind her, so a talking cat turning into a woman is not going to rattle him. Looking at her, you would never guess she is 40. She is the wealthiest mogul in the tower, probably using some youth potions for that glow. Setting beauty aside, Ryanal gets straight to the point and kicks those other recruiters out. Talk about a total power move, right? If any of you can top 500,000 gold, we can keep talking. Otherwise, get lost. But as the staff leaves, the bosses arrive. The guild masters step into the light. The leader of the Viper Guild immediately starts screaming insults like a total loudmouth. Next is the Rank B Heretic Interrogator and the Rank 8 Guardian. These are the strongest hunters the tower has to offer. Then comes the Crusader Vice Master and the Rank 2 Black Dragon Witch. All these legends are gathered for an F rank who just leveled up. They are acting like rowdy kids, arguing and making a huge scene in this tiny cafe. The vibe is chaotic to say the least. The first thing they ask him when they sit down is simple. What exactly is your next move? They want answers right now. Facing these monsters, he is feeling a bit of pressure. He realizes they are testing him. You and I can tell this was a setup. It is definitely not a coincidence they are all here. This is a calculated strategy meant to intimidate him and make him fold. The old spirit tells him to stay strong. If he shows fear, they will eat him alive. That is just how the power dynamic works. It is the difference between the predator and the prey. But honestly, this is nothing compared to the pain of being burned alive. Right now, he just needs to show them how relaxed he is. There is absolutely no reason to be afraid of these people anymore. Kim Gong-ja casually calls the waiter to order, acting like everything is totally normal. He has got nerves of steel, unlike the poor waiter. The waiter is literally shaking. They cannot wait any longer and demand he pick a guild. The pressure is reaching a boiling point. If he is going solo like the Sword King, he needs to say so. Otherwise, they will have to leak his info to the press. The Black Dragon Master explains that if he plans to join a guild, the real bidding war is about to get intense. They have been stuck on floor 9 forever. Clearing floor 10 is the perfect chance to market the tower to the outside world again. It attracts refugees from war zones and motivates the hunters on floor 1 to finally start climbing. The world is watching this progress. The journey does not stop at floor 11. Curiosity is the only thing keeping this entire tower alive and thriving. Specifically, food supplies will increase and be saved. It is getting impossible to feed everyone with only 9 floors available for farming. Even though Rhino controls the food trade with the outside world, it is just not enough. They are reaching a critical breaking point. Now is the time to secure more resources. They need hunters to push past floor 10 and discover what lies above those clouds. They need to find things that only exist on the upper floors. More importantly, they need to broadcast this victory to everyone outside. A symbol is exactly what this new era needs. Hearing this, our guy gets curious. That is exactly what the Flame Emperor did. But the Black Dragon Guild tried to kill that symbol. Even if he does not know why, he can sense the hypocrisy here. The enemy of my enemy is a friend, right? To settle this without any more bickering, Kim Gong-ja makes a wild suggestion. He proposes a card game to the group. He will join whichever guild leader wins the match, no money or titles required. It is a clean slate. However, if he wins, he gets to make one big demand from everyone sitting at the table. On paper, he would just be another guild member. But in reality, they would have to treat him as their absolute equal. Imagine that a guy who just cleared floor 1 wanting the same respect as top-tier hunters. It is actually pretty interesting. They have nothing to lose. Everyone agrees to the terms as long as nobody cheats or uses any suspicious skills. One cheat and you are disqualified instantly. Kim Gong-ja is looking way too confident about this whole gamble though. He has his own secret way to win that nobody can detect. But of course, every hack has its own price. To pull this off, he has to negotiate with that grumpy old spirit. Just stop calling me Lord Gong-ja, okay? The old master was sulking, but this offer is like a total lifeline. He cannot believe it and asks again.
Is this for real? This is as easy as candy. Gong-ja, I will take the deal and even report any cheaters.
Gong-ja Nim is truly the greatest. The spirit is buzzing around like a hyperactive kid, reading off every single card. He is not holding back. Gong-ja Nim, this girl is out of good cards. You should definitely fold your hand now. Is this guy trying to bluff us with a pair? How embarrassing. Let us bet big. Is he really going for a triple? Don't worry, I saw his hand. He cannot make a comeback. Trust me and go all in. With that help, he wins 30 games. He wins 30 rounds without losing once. This makes the rank 5 leader of the Heaven Gate Guild, the Viper, absolutely furious. He screams that our boy is definitely cheating, but you cannot touch him. He just puts on a totally innocent face. He tells the guy to show some proof or he will be really hurt. The more he is teased, the madder he gets. He is clutching his head in frustration while our boy gloats. There's no way this guy is just a lowly rank F. Wait, does this old man have eyes in the back of his head? How did you know I was not rank F? I actually hit rank E yesterday, I just haven't reported it yet. The guy is so mad he is practically speechless. He shuts up and retreats to the sidelines. They keep playing, but the losses just keep piling up for them. One by one, the guild leaders quit until only the Black Dragon Lady is left. They have finally caught on too. They know he is using a skill, but they cannot prove a thing. Finally, the very last hand is dealt out. The Black Dragon leader tries to persuade him, but he is not budging. He says he just loves the attention. He wants their praise and dreams of being like them. For him, that is enough. This lady is a tough one. He does not even have a winning skill, but he bets everything anyway. Our boy looks so cool telling them all. I am confident. My achievements will not stop at floor 10. I will clear floor 20, 30, 50, and 100. I do not care how long it takes. I am reaching the peak. I respect that you see this tower as treasure. I will not necessarily fight you, but I will see you as rivals. I would rather explore the world outside this tower. I would rather explore the world outside this tower than know what is hiding inside. Honestly, I do not know much about the poverty here. But if you want to use my name to solve those problems, go ahead. Just help me climb up this tower. I need to know what it feels like to stand at the top. Finally, the game ends in a perfect victory for our boy. Our hero takes it all. The spirit is so hyped he is doing backflips like he was just reborn or something. He keeps chanting the name Kim Gong-ja over and over. You would think he would never get another chance to say it. For a legendary Sword Emperor, he is acting so childish. It is actually embarrassing. Before leaving the cafe, he gives a hint. He reveals that floors 11 to 20 are all about role-playing. As for the rest, he has no clue either. Next day, everyone gathers at the center to wait for the floor 11 gate. The hype is through the roof. Everyone is still wondering who cleared floor 10. The Sword King acts all serious, insisting it definitely was not him. He insists it was not him. The clock is about to hit 0 and everyone is counting down those final 11 seconds. It feels just like a New Year's Eve countdown. Suddenly, fireworks explode and a beautiful girl appears in the sky. Everyone, she shouts, the tutorial phase is officially over. I will say it again, the tutorial has finally come to an end. Congratulations, heroes, you have managed to clear the gates of hell. But now, the world actually needs your help out there. Humans are being invaded by a ruthless demon king as we speak. Now all of you are being summoned away. You will be sent there as heroes to protect what is left of humanity. It is time for the real battle to finally begin. Accept the mission by saying teleport. Everyone thought they were seeing a divine angel, but the old spirit cut them off and called it a scam. It is just an automated response system. No matter how much she looks like a goddess, it is just a recorded video since he has seen it all before. Right at that moment, the Sword King flies across the rooftop and cuts through the video in the sky, shattering everyone's goddess fantasies. The high-rank hunters quickly accept the quest and get teleported straight to floor 11. Only our main character is stuck with reporters because the Crusader leaked his info. Facing a barrage of questions, he gives a short answer. I will be the one to clear floor 20. Just like that, he teleports to floor 11. Before them lies a total wasteland. Soldiers of the AIM Empire are desperately fighting monsters to protect something. The tower sends out a mission to save the food supply lines with difficulty from F to A. Disaster has struck the AIM Empire. The Demon King created an army to destroy the supply lines and starve out the capital's manpower. Save the Empire's food lines. This is the first step to saving the nation. If they fail, floor 12 will not open. Things get chaotic as everyone rushes into the attack. Without knowing the full situation, they just focus on defeating the enemies. Being the rank 1 hunter, the Sword King leads the charge. The other hunters follow behind him. Amidst the chaos, our guy stays calm without drawing his sword. He quietly opens the hidden rewards he got from clearing floor 10. A map that shows the location and stats of every NPC from floor 11 to 100 plus a soul item. Hacking is the best. From here, he realizes there are 2 ways to kill the Demon King. 1 is being strong enough to solo the army. 2 is leading an army to fight power with power. Naturally, he chooses the second option. He might not have leadership talent, but he has the ultimate game hack. Die to create something that can lead an army. They say skill beats luck every time, but you also need a brain. Gong-ja pulls out the map to find a leader. He displays the NPC's location relative to his own, and then ta-da, time to head straight there. The old spirit is about to lose it. Hey Gong-ja, this is not right. You should walk on your own 2 feet. Do you not feel any shame hacking like this? Our main character approaches an NPC with a legendary mustache and amazing skills to start his psychological manipulation. General Sabat aim. Since the general trusted me, I have a favor to ask. Kill me. Actually, I have a secret skill. If I die, a divine blessing will spread across this battlefield. It is like a suicide skill. If I go this empire, we'll receive the blessing and win. Basically, he is convincing the guy to stab him so he can copy the leadership skill. The old teacher is screaming at the NPC to run away. This guy is a total fraud, there is no such skill. But it is useless since no one can hear him. Finally, with a mouth faster than a jumping shrimp, our hero succeeds in getting himself stabbed to death. He dies with cold feet. A notification immediately pops up. You have died. Copied the skill of the NPC Sabat aim, exactly as he expected. In the hunter world, there is a saying that there is always a higher mountain. No matter how good you are with a blade, you cannot stop someone who commands an entire army. A proverb by Gong-ja. And that guy's him. Back 24 hours, the low-level hunters are busy grinding goblins, hoping to follow the Sword King's lead for some scraps. Seeing him on a horse, leading an entire army makes them stop for 5 seconds in pure confusion. Who is that hunter? Why is he there? With the new vision skill he can see the entire battlefield. Are the allies winning or losing? Where are the enemy weaknesses? Combined with the map, he sees everything. He sits behind Sabat aim and commands the entire legion. Turn right there to find the Demon King's general. There will be some monsters around, but it is fine. Just take them out. This skill makes him a military expert. He earns the commander's total trust. Everyone looks at the legendary sword, the protector of Elephant aim. A gift from the goddess to the empire's founder is now in his hands as the soldiers chant. The goddess's hero will protect us. Eternal empire, eternal hero. The other hunters look at him with massive jealousy. Why is he the only one with a commander ever since he appeared? He has looked like a total pro. Seeing his student enjoy the jealousy of others makes the old master even angrier. He taught him aura for sword training, yet the kid is using it just to eavesdrop on people. This is just getting insane. The war is finally reaching its endgame. Thanks to those NPC tools, we are seeing them take total control of the battlefield. The left wing of the demon army is officially wiped out. Now the main force is pushing straight into the heart of their ranks. The other hunters and the Sword Emperor are following our hero, tearing through wave after wave of goblins like they are nothing. It did not take long before our main character took down the floor 11 boss, the Goblin Emperor himself. Cheers and praise are erupting everywhere. Look at that joy on the battlefield. We finally took down those monsters. The goddess hero defeated the leader, and the empire stands tall. Floor 11 is cleared in just one single day. Talk about a speedrun. Now the tower is tallying up the contribution points for everyone involved. We are all waiting for that top 10 list to drop. And just like that, the names of the heavy hitters are finally announced to the public. No way. Coming in at rank 1 is Kim Gong-ja. It is a total shocker for everyone watching, but we saw this coming. Second place goes to the Sword Emperor, followed by the big guild leaders. But everyone is staring at that number 1 spot in total confusion. Who is this Kim Gong-ja guy? Why does he not have a cool alias? People are already asking if he is some kind of secret master. The spirit is just grumbling in the background. He's calling our boy a lucky brat instead of a pro. He just cannot give him credit. He refuses to admit this is a game of skill. He thinks true strength comes from training, not just fancy tower abilities and cheats. To shut him up, Kim Gong-ja promises to actually practice his swordsmanship after floor 20. Seriously, he told the old man to stop pouting. That worked like a charm. The spirit is suddenly all smiles, eyes literally glowing like headlights. He is absolutely loving this ego boost. He is laughing now. He calls him Kim Gong-ja and says he is finally realizing his worth. We all know these two are a chaotic duo. He starts rambling about how this tower is different from his world back in the day. You know how he gets when he starts reminiscing. Before he can finish his story, the Empire General shows up to thank our hero. He is truly grateful for the victory they just snatched. He tells Kim Gong-ja that the fate of the entire empire is now in his hands. That is some serious pressure for a floor reward. Then the tower drops the final evaluation. The contribution rewards are ready. And get this, the top players get a massive head start. The top contributors gain early access to floor 12. Everyone else is locked out until the winners claim their prizes. It is a total VIP pass. Instantly, the top 10 are warped straight to the Empire Palace. But the spirit is already worried about Marcus being in the same room. He warns the kid that if Marcus notices him, he will probably try to end him right then and there. Marcus is not exactly friendly. But our main character is not breaking a sweat. He is acting so confident, like he already knows exactly how this is going to play out. He tells the old man not to worry. The worst that happens is he dies right. He has a plan and he is sticking to it. They barely land in the castle before the Sword Emperor makes his move. He goes for a strike that would have terrified anyone else. Thankfully, the heretic interrogator steps in. He blocks the attack just in time, barely saving our boy from a very short palace visit. Marcus does not even try to explain himself. He just points his blade and demands they get out of his way so he can finish it. He is threatening to take an arm if anyone stays in his path. The tension in this room is through the roof right now. The heretic interrogator stays perfectly calm though. He politely tells Marcus that he actually needs both of his arms for his work. He points out that letting Kim Gong-ja get killed would ruin the reputation of the big alliance. He is not backing down for anything. He asks for one good reason why Marcus is so obsessed with killing this specific hunter. We are all dying to know the answer too. Marcus just snaps back saying he does not owe them any explanation. He basically tells them to stop being such a massive nuisance. Honestly, this old man is picking a fight with the wrong generation. You cannot just bully the new guys and expect no pushback. Suddenly, the heretic interrogator teleports, and two other guild leaders appear right above Marcus, ready to throw down and settle this. Marcus is a beast though. He dodges the ambush effortlessly. These basic moves are not even enough to make him break a sweat, but the heretic interrogator is not done. He asks the Countess for 10,000 gold, then activates a broken holy skill called Lord Donation. He buffs his teammates with literal gold armor for 300 seconds. Talk about a pay-to-win strategy. This is getting wild. He's trying to rattle the Sword Emperor now. He gives a cold warning that the next 300 seconds will be a nightmare. He tells Marcus he will have to fight the Paladin, the Viper, the Countess, and himself all at once. That is a losing battle. Even though it is costing the Countess a fortune, they are ready to see who breaks first. Will Marcus fall or will she go broke? Right on cue, the Black Dragon appears. She is joining the fray because she already signed a formal contract with Kim Gong-ja yesterday. She makes it clear that pointing a sword at him is the same as declaring war on their entire alliance. The trap is set. This was the plan all along. Our guy knew he could not win with raw power yet, so he built a massive wall of allies. There are two ways to deal with a monster like Marcus. You either get strong enough to fight alone, or you build an unbeatable network. Our hero chose the network. And seeing all these top rankers protecting him, that is how you handle an overpowered boss. Building your own army is key. A solo player is totally helpless against a massive, powerful alliance. To make his plan work, Kim Gong-ja steps out and asks the Sword Emperor for a moment to talk. He plays it completely innocent, like he has no idea why he is even being attacked right now. He knows he is right, but 1 versus 5 is suicide. You and I know he needs a better strategy. Marcus, the Sword Emperor, feels wronged. He rants about how guilds have been pressuring him to join since day one. He says he wants to prove that a single person can truly reach the very top of the tower alone. bloodlines, nations, or groups. To him, those things are just low-level garbage that do not matter here. A man can become great with just his sword. Success comes from pure talent and a lot of effort. He wants to give hope to players, calling the guilds nothing more than annoying mosquitoes buzzing in his ear. The guild masters lose it. They scream at him for refusing to help clear the other floors of the tower. They blame him for financial losses and failing to use his massive influence to fix the food shortage crisis. They snap back that if they are mosquitoes, then he is just a child running away from his own responsibilities. If you are rank 1, then act like it. Regardless, Marcus keeps his sword pointed straight at Kim Gong-ja. He is ready to fight even if 10 more people surround him. This guy is absolutely stubborn and very dangerous. Kim Gong-ja tries to play peacemaker, saying they should focus on clearing floor 12 instead of fighting each other. Even if they are just non-player characters, their world is dying. Should the summoned heroes really let them perish? The paladin steps forward to support him. She does not get Marcus, but she is willing to help out. She offers to use her lie detection skill to mediate. A bit of sacrifice for the sake of the truth. Suspicion is a deadly poison, while the truth is the only real cure. Now watch how this unfolds. Our main character agrees immediately. He wants to use this chance to clear his name using a different skill. Marcus finally backs down. He says the paladin is the only person here that he actually trusts for real. The interrogation begins. Old man Marcus asks if the kid really killed over 4,000 people in cold blood. Kim Gong-ja gives a wicked smile and nods. The Sword Emperor starts screaming his head off in pure rage. He calls the boy trash and an assassin. Who knows what a monster like that might do to everyone here? Before he can finish, the paladin interrupts. She firmly states that Gong-ja's answer was actually a total lie. That means he did not kill 4,000 people. Honestly, who could even manage a body count that high? Marcus is furious and refuses to believe it. He is convinced the kid is some kind of master assassin. Gong-ja laughs like a maniac, agreeing with him. But once again, the paladin confirms it is a lie. Marcus is completely baffled now. Everything he says is coming back as false. He is losing his mind. He gets frustrated and yells at the paladin, accusing her of lying to him. But she shuts him down. She reminds him that he promised to trust her. Is he really going to take his word back now? This is where Kim Gong-ja makes his move. He admits he killed one person, but only exactly one person. A killer is a killer, sure, but he claims that specific guy really deserved to go 6 feet under. He says the man tried to kill him first, making it self-defense. The paladin confirms that every word is true. Marcus is stunned. He cannot believe his own intuition and skills could be so incredibly wrong about someone. Gong-ja approaches him and demands an apology for the misunderstanding. He is not letting this one slide easily. If the guild masters had not stepped in, our hero would be dead. The paladin insists that Marcus apologize now. She repeats that the boy is telling the absolute truth without a single lie. So the old man needs to apologize. You would think he would keep fighting, but surprisingly, the Sword Emperor actually bows his head down in shame. I am truly sorry, I was wrong. I thought too simply and misunderstood you. My sincere apologies for everything. I almost killed an innocent man. Please forgive me for trying to take your life. That is a heavy confession. He tells Gong-ja to have mercy since he helped him reach the top. Marcus realizes his skill means nothing. He promises himself right then and there to never kill another person based on that useless skill again. His pride and his long-held beliefs are totally shattered. The Sword Emperor has no choice but to bow down. In a surprising twist, Kim Gong-ja blushes and asks the old man to teach him how to use a sword. With a sword master like this as a teacher, who even needs a rival anymore? Watching this emotional heart-to-heart between these two generations, man, it actually hits deep. Everyone tells the Sword King to stop spacing out. Poor Marcus Calenberry has been frozen for 30 seconds. Finally, the old man snaps out of it and agrees. In fact, Marcus Calenberry is way too hyped now. He starts pitching his granddaughter to our boy, then demands Kim Gong-ja fix his outfit. It is one thing after another until the main character is practically begging for an escape. He is seriously considering hitting the reset button on his life just to skip today. Meanwhile, he is getting his ear chewed off by the old man about romance and dating. Thankfully, the tower finally drops the rewards for clearing the mission. First pick goes to Kim Gong-ja, the legend sitting at the top of floor 11. 2 choices. First up, the Goddess of Protection reward from the Aegean Empire. The goddess was so touched by your efforts that she has granted you an incredibly vital role. You can become the Prime Minister, the Great General, or the Knight Commander. Whichever title you pick, you inherit all the skills and fame that come with it. Then you team up with other heroes to storm the Demon King lair on floor 20. But here is the catch: take the Demon King's deal and the goddess reward vanishes. Option 2 is the Demon King reward, Autumn Rain. He is actually impressed by you. He wants a secret partnership and promises a reward very similar to the goddess. But with a dark twist, every other top 10 hero besides you gets wiped out. Then the Demon King uses his power to warp you straight to floor 99. Remember, only one person in the top 10 can actually snag this villainous reward. If nobody picks it, it is gone forever. Just reading the notification leaves them speechless. Can you really clear all the way to floor 99 if everyone else is dead? To stop a massive mistake, the Ghost Master pops up and calls it a total trap. May knows it. He realizes it is a trap because the Flame Emperor definitely saw this. That scumbag Flame Emperor would have jumped at this Demon King reward in a heartbeat, but even he was still stuck on floor 40 back then, not floor 99. So it is a trap for sure. Still, you have to admit it sounds pretty tempting. Getting skewered by the final boss on floor 99, not the worst way to go. The master sees that look in his eyes and shouts for him to stop. Kim Gong-ja, do not. Look at me. I am the Sword King. I tried floor 99 alone and I failed. I am telling you this is a trap. Only something horrifying and terrible waits there. With your current skills, you could not even handle the other top 10 rankers. And even if you found a way, you would just be an ant up there. There is no boss on floor 99. Not even a single monster to fight. It is something much worse than that. Trust me, it is just a death trap. Do not say I did not warn you. The memories alone are giving the old man trauma. He turns his back like a pouting kid and says you did well. Just keep going. Eventually, you will clear floor 99 properly. Where did this sudden mood swing come from? To play it safe, our main character decides to just ignore both of these sketchy rewards. He tells the others exactly what the rewards were and that he chose absolutely nothing. Everyone has to decide their own path now. The paladin is confused by his choice. Meanwhile, the Demon King just laughs ominously. Next up is the rank 2 Sword King Marcus Calenberry. He gets why Kim Gong-ja did it the safe route but thinks it was totally unnecessary. Marcus Calenberry picks the Goddess reward, taking the AGM Commander spot. Rank 3, the Paladin compares it all to a Mafia game. If Goddess fans are knights, then anyone who picks the Demon King is a traitor. With 9 knights left, they will use a Paladin's skill to verify everyone. Easy right, everyone is on board, but then the notification hits someone actually took the Demon King deal. Tension spikes as they demand the Paladin use his skill immediately. Lie detector check right here right now. But get this, every single one of them actually told the truth. Everyone starts panicking. If it is not one of these 10, then who on earth is the real traitor? Watching this mess, the Guardian Goddess is literally facepalming at their stupidity. Meanwhile, the Demon King is just loving it. The finger-pointing begins. Sword King thinks the Paladin is lying to cover for the traitor's tracks. She tries her best to keep everyone cool. We need to trust each other and actually think this through. But calm, that's out the window. Crusader just snaps. He screams about how the 5 major guilds worked 10 years just to build this bond. He only trusts the guilds. Why waste a decade building trust with random outsiders? Without warning, Crusader and Viper unleash their skills. They start wiping out numbers 8, 9, and 10. The Paladin screams for them to stop, but it is way too late. What happens next is pure horror. Everyone just freezes, covering their mouths in shock. 3 lives gone in a heartbeat. Talk about bad luck for extras. They didn't even get a chance to show off. But wait, the system notification pops up. None of them were traitors. Crusader isn't stopping though. He's completely lost it. He looks like a total madman at this point. He wipes blood off his hands, eyeing the Paladin with his creepy, excited grin. This is getting dark. He laughs. I really thought it was one of them. So is the traitor among us. Trust is dead, huh? Sword King has finally seen enough. He loses his cool and charges straight at Viper to shut him down. Crusader gets his arm sliced clean off, but he doesn't even care. He just sticks it back on. Casual. Total madness. Viper is getting wrecked and starts screaming for anyone to help him. Sword King is about to turn him into a kebab. Paladin begs Kim Gong-ja to step in and help. Since Kim Gong-ja didn't take a reward, he's the only one they trust. Now everyone is jumping into the fight. It's 4 against 1, but Sword King doesn't flinch. Nothing stopping him now. He's a beast. The others say they'll follow Kim Gong-ja's lead. They don't trust their own heads until this traitor is caught. Our main character gave up the reward because he smelled a rat, but he never expected this much chaos. Looking at this dumpster fire, Kim Gong-ja tries to talk Sword King down. He screams at the top of his lungs, Sword King, if you apologize to me before you respect me. So listen, stop this, let's talk. I'll go on a date with your granddaughter. Seriously, if she makes it to the tower, I'm all in. Just give me a chance here. I could be your future grandson-in-law. Think about it. Surprisingly, that actually works. Mention family and he stops. Sword King backs off but tells him he better find that traitor and kill them soon. Huge sigh of relief from Kim Gong-ja. Thank goodness that old man listened. He tells everyone to just breathe. He explains that finding the traitor right now is basically impossible. We have no clues. But here's the kicker, they can win even if they don't find him. Hunting the traitor isn't the point. This whole traitor thing is a trap to make us kill each other, or the system might just pick one. Our first move, take out the Demon King. If he's gone, the rewards vanish. Problem solved. It doesn't matter how the tower tries to play us, the solution is simple. We just keep climbing. We smash the Demon King's core on floor 20. Right on cue, the Floor 12 mission finally unlocks. Outside, this creepy red rain starts pouring down. It's a nightmare. NPCs are clutching their heads in pure agony. They're crying out, "It's the nightmare rain again. Goddess, please don't leave us." Then the Demon King himself shows up carrying a massive blade on his shoulder. He's looking down on everyone. "You poor things. You bring in these outsiders and give them titles thinking they'll be your shields. Call hundreds, even thousands. It doesn't matter. They're just humans. Weak, pathetic humans like you. You're so pitiful. You still don't realize how stupid you truly are." These humans are being swallowed by their own dark thoughts. The tower's goal: stop the Demon King. He's actually weakened right now. But if we fail here, Floor 12 stays locked forever. Everyone starts arguing again, thinking this is way too much for them to handle. Gong-ja tells them to keep it together. The tower never gives a quest that is actually impossible. Mission accomplished. But they can't clear this stage alone. We have to win over the NPCs, buff them, and lead them. We have to lead them like real people. Our heroes have their roles now. It is time to act and finish this. Gong-ja starts delegating tasks based on everyone's specific titles. First on the list, we have got the Crusader. This room is empty, no Emperor in sight. He is likely with the NPCs, and we can't control them without their king. So the Paladin's job is to find the king. Next, the Crusader takes command of the massive castle walls. Calm the troops and hold those walls at all costs. If the defense breaks, it is game over for this stage. Then everyone else gets assigned tasks that perfectly fit their unique positions and skill sets. Even the players back on Floor 11 have been brought here to help out with the mission. While everyone scatters, the leader of the Black Dragon, the witch, goes back to find our main character. She can teleport anywhere she can see. Pretty cool, right? Even the ghost spirit has something to say about it. The spirit says he should just kill her because that skill is way too broken. Turns out she wanted him because of Floor 11. He has got a sword that boosts morale. She realizes he is the one the army needs right now, not her. But the witch needs Gong-ja's permission to teleport him. That is just how the skill's limit works. If the person isn't willing, nothing happens. Our guy is totally shocked and starts questioning her. This is at least an S-rank skill. Is she really okay revealing her trump card's biggest weakness like that? In a life-or-death situation like this, there is no point in keeping secrets anymore. A prime minister using their best trick to save the country is normal. We are out of time, guys. The witch tells him to hurry up and agree so they can hit the castle. The rain just keeps pouring. NPC tears are falling just like the rain. She can't back down after showing our main character such a pathetic side. She stands before the soldiers, giving a massive speech to rally them. It is time to fight with everything they have. To save the AIM Empire, the goddess will fight beside them. She raises her sword, thanking them for choosing to stay and fight. Her final power lights up the sky. It is a small light, but the rain actually stops wherever it reaches. A sign of hope. For people who had nothing left, this moment feels like a literal miracle. Turns out the castle was empty because the rulers had already abandoned the empire. Talk about a betrayal. Maybe that is why the tower chose this place, just like the abandoned child we saw back on Floor 10. Her speech and the goddess's light actually work. The broken NPCs are finally starting to stand up. They are fighting to save the empire and clear the quest. Next, our main character asks for her help. First, set up a 1 versus 1 with the Demon King. While NPCs are outside, keep the hunters together. With their help, it won't be too much. And if the Demon King sends more monsters to break the walls, she needs to teleport him directly to the king immediately. The witch is confused and has to ask, is he playing the hero, or is this just a suicide mission? Honestly, guys, we doubt him too, but he is not scared at all. He confidently says he is here to win. Death is not the end. He has got it all calculated, so we just have to trust him. Every hunter has secrets, so she stops asking. She hopes his sword is sharp enough to take down the boss. Speak of the devil, he arrives. He looms over them and swings his massive sword at the castle. NPCs are wiped out. It is total chaos. A notification pops up: a hero has fallen. It is not a monster, the text is bright blue before them. The witch is stunned. It is the Sword Saint. The Inquisitor and Viper must be with the army right now. The Paladin is searching for the king, so the only one left there must be the Countess. Did that woman really die before her? She's heartbroken but can't cry. They've been together for 10 long years. To get this far, only for this. If the Countess dies, the tower's link to the outside world collapses. Pushing the grief aside, the witch pulls herself together and looks at our main character. Focus on what is in front of us. Even the Demon King can't keep up an endless attack. Time to defend the walls. Looking at the map, Gong-ja realizes the Demon King has changed formation. They're pushing right here. So he and a witch immediately teleport straight to the front lines. The spirit gets serious for once. Hey Gong-ja, you've got 1 minute, no, maybe only 30 seconds. 30 seconds is all you need to resist. You must become the hope for everyone here. It doesn't matter how long it takes. Just show the world you can withstand these monsters. No one becomes a hero just by surviving for 30 years. In 30 seconds of total despair, the one who brings hope is the true hero. I promise to teach you sword skills before floor 20, right? Well, practice starts now. In battle, absolute time doesn't matter as much as relative time. Blind them with your blade and steal their time. Our friend is becoming a hero. Kim Gong-ja chugs the potion, transforming himself into a completely different man. Put your heart into it, and your sword will surpass even my fastest strike. With the master's coaching and his own perfect focus, he finally starts to adapt. One by one, he drops them in a beautiful, deadly symphony of pure swordplay. 10 seconds in, and our guy has already sent countless monsters to their graves. He wonders why would the tower grant such a rare skill to a total psycho. It doesn't have to be a god. Why not just a normal guy? Out of 8 billion people, why him does the tower think the game is unbeatable? Except for you, Suha, do I have to lose my mind just to win? Laughable. I'll take floor 20 from the Flame Emperor, then 30, 50, and 100. Time to prove it. After 30 seconds of slaughter, Gong-ja hits rank D. The top 10 have arrived, missions complete, they're jumping straight into the fray. No matter how terrifying the Demon King is, everything stops. He only has one goal forward. With the team's support, the path is cleared instantly. Just like we planned. The Black Witch warps the generals to the boss, but our hero charges alone. This moment of unity and sacrifice is about to vanish into thin air. People may forget, but that doesn't mean these efforts just fade away like ghosts. From floor 99 back to a corpse on floor 1, nothing is solved yet, but I'll be stronger next time. The boss asks, "Are you here to kill me?" Our hero points his finger and says, "No. I'm here for you to kill me, moron." The death notification pops up instantly. Skill activated, time to copy a random ability. He's stealing the Demon King's power. Round 2 starts now as 3 cards glow. Why did the tower give Suha power but still offer me this insane chance? System alert, you have successfully copied a skill from the Autumn Sky Demon King. The old spirit turns around saying he has seen it all and will explain. The tower seems fed up with these hunters. Gong-ja just nods and says, "Help me." He smiles. Listen up, the first skill is called Resentment that Flows Like Rain. It is S- rank and totally invisible. People ignore what they cannot see. Are you blind? Let's expose the truth and show everyone how many have died. In their stupidity, the sky turns red. Only the blood you witness becomes rain. Only then can it fall. I have a feeling the Flame Emperor will clear floor 10. Doesn't the tower feel any guilt? The old spirit introduces the next skill. Heartbeats loudly, rank A+. It fuels your aura with your own raw emotions. Revenge, hatred, or pain, any emotion works as fuel for the fire. Warning, you might get addicted. Gong-ja realizes every floor has a hidden quest. Our guy is thinking hard and floor 12 is no joke. The old spirit's voice rings out. The next skill is Summon White Ghost. A double S-rank beauty. It brings back dead friends as demons. Goblins, orcs, zombies, skeletons, you name it, he can summon it. Cooldown is once a week. He doesn't hesitate at all. I will take this one. The old man's surprised but admits it is one hell of a useful skill. Our boy Kim Gong-ja is aiming for floor 20. The old spirit just sighs and says to do whatever he wants. We do not know the plan yet, but the hype is real. Gong-ja touches his card, whispering to the Sword Emperor. He asks if training at the Sword Saint's place is normal now. The answer, well, it is what it is. Old man Marcus is a total creature of habit. He plans every single second from sunrise until he hits the sack. Gong-ja is calculating, checking that evening routine. You and I know that info will definitely come in handy later. The system glows as the selection finishes. His skill resets time by 24 hours, but the karma is heavy. Since he is only a D-rank hunter, he gets a penalty for this overpowered skill. Check this out, guys. He must face the Hunger Demon penalty. It is a medium difficulty nightmare that we will see more soon. Cut to the Black Witch looking bored at the table. She asks if he is really leaving right this second. Gong-ja confirms he is heading to floor 11 immediately. He does not want to fall behind during the preparations. The Black Witch is totally confused. How can he prepare when he has zero clues about floor 11? Floor 11 is fine, but the Demon King on 12 is the real problem. She notices Gong-ja has gone silent. She shouts his name. Kim Gong-ja, are you okay? You look like you are in some serious pain right now. He is holding his head, looking exhausted. He says he is fine, just frustrated that talented people are stuck here. He asks if they feel overwhelmed. Then he drops his hand, looking surprisingly optimistic all of a sudden. He admits he already knows exactly what floor 11 looks like, even without anyone telling him the details. Everyone is stunned by his words. It was his reward for clearing floor 10. He wants to share the intel. Analyzing shared info is always better, right? He agrees with himself, but he has one big condition for them. The Black Witch stares at him. His voice rings out for everyone to hear. This is where it gets interesting. When I eventually ask for a favor, you must listen. He is being dead serious about this deal. He won't ask for money or put lives at risk. If the favor seems impossible, they can just say no. Heretic thinks the condition is great. With this intel, they can handle almost any problem ahead of time. He is officially on board. Ron just smiles and closes his eyes, agreeing since they can still refuse later. The rest of the hunters start agreeing one by one. They figure hearing the info first won't hurt anyone. The deal is done and Phase 1 is a success. Gong-ja smiles, finally ready to spill the beans. He explains that floors 11 to 20 involve an empire. Everyone starts buzzing with both excitement and worry. The first 10 floors were just practice. Now they are heading into large-scale wars. Our boy is ready. He gives the guild members a few tips on how to clear floor 11 much easier than before. Before leaving, he turns to the paladin. He calls her over, asking for a quick moment of her time. She is surprised. He asks the guard captain if she wants to go for a walk and some advice. Paladin agrees to go as long as it is quick. Gong-ja smiles, saying 30 minutes is all he needs. She jokes about it being a date invitation. We love to see this kind of interaction between them. As they walk, people around them start whispering. Everyone is curious about what these top hunters are doing. They wonder if the big guilds are making a move. Everyone just wants to clear the floors and survive. The old spirit follows closely while voices echo nearby. Still no clues about floor 10. Suddenly, Gong-ja speaks. He calls the spirit Kim Gong-ja. He senses something strange in the air and gets very serious all of a sudden. He quietly tells the spirit to follow him without alerting anyone. Something big is definitely about to happen. Gong-ja asks if he is sure. The spirit nods. Do not look back, you won't see him anyway. That old man has a stealth barrier skill. Gong-ja feels lucky. He just needs the spirit to verify the stalker. Is he following? Gong-ja remembers that bone-chilling pain from earlier. He knows he has to be very careful. He is deep in thought. Waiting until floor 12 to fix things with the Sword Saint would be a disaster. The Sword Saint hates guild leaders. If he sees Gong-ja with a sword, he will attack him without hesitation. Is a traitor about to drop a bomb on them? That would be a total shortcut to absolute destruction. Paladin notices his silence and looks around. Kim Gong-ja, where exactly are we going right now? He turns back with a smile. It's getting a bit dark this way, but stay with me for now. Kim Gong-ja has a plan. He is taking her to a specific shop, but he is actually baiting the Sword Saint. He mimics the Sword Saint's daily routine, using the secrets he learned from Beihu Rion to get noticed. Once the old man spots him, the tale is on. The paladin, she is completely clueless about the trap. She looks confused. Hey shop, Kim Gong-ja explains that an unknown pharmacist there is actually a genius. He tells her this place will blow up soon. She should get in early and help the business grow. She gives him a skeptical look. Are you for real? That is when he realizes she just used a lie detector. Kim Gong-ja stays cool. Why would I lie? He gives her a harmless smile, saying he just cares about the owner. I am not making up stories. I just want your help. No matter what danger I might face, you will be safe. Trust me. Now she is puzzled because everything he said is actually the truth. She laughs it off. Sorry, people say I am too suspicious. Let us just keep moving then. They arrive at the spot Kim Gong-ja recommended. The alchemist is already there, greeting them with a bright smile. She is surprised he is back. Even though we are closed for you, I am always ready to wait. You are our very first regular after all. Then she looks over. Who is your friend? Kim Gong-ja introduces her as the paladin leader of the Black Dragon Guild. The alchemist's eyes nearly pop out. The guild master, someone that high and mighty, is actually standing in my shop. Why is she here? Kim Gong-ja smiles. For a normal hunter, that is a pretty standard reaction, right? Suddenly, the alchemist hits the floor. Are you here for a drug bust? Look, this is a back alley. But I do not make the bad stuff. I am an honest person and I will stay honest forever. So please just focus on your investigation. Kim Gong-ja is like, okay, I take back the normal part. The paladin just nods. She is checking her lie detector again. The result, still 100% true. She is genuinely shocked. Kim Gong-ja sits down to calm the girl. Don't worry, she is not here for that. The owner is a kind and talented person. She looks up at him, still acting very timid. Really? He explains that this shop is way too quiet for someone with her level of skill. It is a waste, so I recommended you to the paladin. The alchemist is literally stuttering. Recommended. Kim Gong-ja mentions the samples. If she likes the quality, she might even sign a big contract. Supplying the guards would be huge. The alchemist is basically in tears of gratitude, grabbing his hands. This is amazing. You saved my shop, gave me a massive order, and now this connection. How can I ever repay you? Right at that moment, someone swings the door wide open. Finally, this is the moment Kim Gong-ja has been waiting for. He just glances back without moving. Marcus is standing there. Everyone out, he says. Except for the kid. He needs to stay. He is cold. This old man has private business with him. The paladin is stunned to see Marcus. Sword Saint, what are you doing here? He just looks at her with an arrogant, mocking expression. Wow, this lady is young, but already going deaf. Kim Gong-ja stays quiet, listening to the heavy tension. I told you to get lost. This is between men. She just gives him a hollow response. You have a nasty mouth. You and Kim Gong-ja have things to settle, right? Marcus repeats himself. Get out. That is the third time. Suddenly, the paladin cuts him off right then and there. Repeating it won't change anything. Old man, have you forgotten even the most basic common sense? Marcus grinds his teeth. She continues, Kim Gong-ja has officially joined the Big Five guilds now. Attacking him is like declaring war on us. The guards won't just stand by and watch you. He just lets out a single grunt. His hand moves to his sword, ready to draw it out. Every guild says they are all in the same boat. I have heard that nonsense before. She is confused. I have no idea what you are even talking about at this point. She stays calm but ready to fight. Sword Saint, I have heard plenty of rumors about you. You hunt people sometimes, don't you? Normally, we do not interfere with your personal business. But if it happens right in front of my eyes, I am not letting it slide. Then things are going to be different. I'll bet my life to stop you. Marcus glares back, looking completely provoked. You're confident you can stop me? Paladin knows the power gap is huge, so she doesn't dare guarantee a win. No, I'll fight you with everything I have and die. Instead of backing down, she makes a bold, loud declaration. But when I'm gone, your reputation as the Sword Saint will be replaced by a disgusting murderer of the innocent. Attack me if you want that legacy for the rest of your life. Gong knew this was the Sword Saint's weakness from his previous run. Gong's memories flash back to the past. Marcus once questioned Paladin, the young holy knight lady trying to test her heart. You're the only one here who would never hurt anyone, right? Fine. I guess I'll try to trust you for once. Thinking back, the Sword Saint was always weak against innocent people. Gong was able to draw a solid conclusion from that. So Gong brought the only innocent leader among all these guild masters. In the violent eyes of the Sword Saint, a holy knight who has never killed is the ultimate good person. But there's one more person standing in his way. Right then, the alchemist rushes out to shield Gong, his voice filled with a heavy, threatening tone. Sir, whatever's happening here. This customer is my benefactor. While Babylon doesn't have laws like the real world, I won't just stand by and watch. If you lay a finger on my savior, I won't forgive you, even if you are the legendary Sword Saint himself. Marcus goes silent for a moment as the alchemist continues his earnest plea. A few days ago, some thugs caused a scene here. I'm sorry, but please leave my shop. I am officially asking you to get out of here right now. Paladin is certain that this pressure is a direct wound to those who aren't strong enough to fight the Sword Saint. But the only one who can truly block the Sword Saint is this good person. Marcus looks completely conflicted right now. What should he do? To fit in, he has to play nice. Suddenly, his hand quietly pulls back from his sword in silence. He just turns around to leave, tossing out a lame excuse. Whatever. Today just isn't my lucky day for a fight. Gong lets out a quiet sigh of relief. Good second condition met. Before the Sword Saint kills him, he needs a final word. Suddenly, a powerful shout rings out after him. Sword Saint, I'll be waiting for you tomorrow at the northern clearing at noon. Gong makes the announcement with a face full of determination. Come or don't, it's fine. I'll be there waiting regardless. If you want to know who I really am, show up tomorrow. Marcus doesn't say a single word in response to the challenge. His sharp gaze flickers back for a second. Watching Marcus walk away, someone remarks with a sharp, sarcastic tone in their voice. That took 10 years off my life. Does he really want to meet a murderous demon under the moonlight? Gong asks in confusion, is the Sword Saint really famous for being a murderous devil? Paladin quickly shakes her head. Not famous exactly, but the 5 great families all know. She calmly recalls Marcus standing silently before a flower. A white flower under the rain appeared. His daughter and son-in-law were murdered by a gang of cold-blooded killers. He doesn't like talking about his past, so I'm not entirely sure. Gong could only stand there in silence, taking it in. Because of that, the Sword Saint has no sympathy for killers. Since there was no evidence, we're just outsiders to him. Of course, but keep this a secret. After hearing the full story, the old spirit quickly confirms the information for them. That's right. He told me himself. Only his grandson and granddaughter survived. Gong immediately turns to question the old man. Why are you only telling me this now? The crafty old man shoots back, well, you never asked me about it. I can't say I don't understand the Sword Saint, but being in the guard means dealing with all kinds of criminals daily. Sometimes I talk to them and wonder if it's really okay to just let people like that go free without punishment. When the people who deserve to die are killed, even I get tempted by that thought. She turns her head slightly. Everyone in the major guilds has their own story. You're on our side now, so you'll eventually learn all about them. But there's so much rot in this world, I wonder how you'll react. Realizing she's going too far, Paladin stops the talk. Paladin shakes her head, realizing the conversation shifted too much. A rare slight smile finally appears on her lips. Anyway, what are the prices for potions here? The guard's budget is always in a deficit, so don't make it too expensive. Time flies by and the next day arrives. A countdown timer hangs in the air. Everyone is buzzing with constant discussion. Gong walks out of the forest while staring intensely at his phone. The atmosphere feels just like his previous playthrough did. He thinks to himself, but there are definitely some differences this time. He looks again at the breaking news on screen. A masked man with a hidden face just cleared the 10th floor. Who on earth is this guy? Once his business is finished, Gong quickly slides the phone back into his pocket and prepares for what's next. All right, you and I are back. Nothing has changed except for the main character himself. Then Marcus suddenly appears. So you really waited all alone. Bitter memories of the past flash by as he throws down a challenge. You think you can escape all by yourself? I guess a killer who's slaughtered that many people would be cocky. You must be pretty confident in your abilities. Kim Gong-ja stays silent, unable to argue with a single word. The old spirit kindly asks if he is okay. Kim Gong-ja just grips his shirt trying to steady himself. I am fine, it is just my heart hurts a bit. Once he is calm, Kim Gong-jae starts his explanation. Sword Saint, I have a long story for you. I already know exactly why you want to kill me. Marcus smirks, calling him out. Only a guilty thief would say that. You need to own up to your crimes. But then Kim Gong-ja drops a bombshell Marcus never expected. It is because of your insight skill, right? That leaves Marcus absolutely floored. How did you know? Suddenly, Kim Gong-ja clasps his hands together with total sincerity. Please just believe what I am about to say. Deep down, he knows how hard earning trust can be. Kim Gong-ja realizes everyone has their own obsession. For the Sword Saint, it is that legendary skill. This old man has spent his whole life fueled by that one obsession. It has literally become his life. He has to convince the Saint to deny everything he's ever known. It is a massive gamble for his life. Then comes another shocker from Kim Gong-ja. Sword Saint, I have a prophecy. Marcus is left completely stunned. Why be so honest? To be exact, I have a skill that lets me see the future. That's the reason. That is how I know you have the insight skill. If this keeps up, you will definitely kill me. So I had to ask why you must kill me. The Saint listens to every word, soaking it in. With that skill, you see the number 4093 over my head. Marcus does not answer immediately. He even issues a cold challenge. Try and guess. Behind his back, he grips his sword, ready for anything. Guess how many fingers I am holding up. If you are a prophet, this should be easy, right? He thinks to himself this is the only way. Now he just needs the perfect moment to strike. If you cannot guess, then you are lying. Kim Gong-ja is already one step ahead, feeling totally certain. Exactly as we predicted, Marcus goes to charge at insane speeds, but then he suddenly freezes. The Saint watches in total disbelief as the kid ends his own life. What the notification pops up instantly. You've died, returning 24 hours back. Time resets, and once again they are standing face to face. Marcus tells him to guess. This time, Kim Gong-ja speaks up. You are hiding your hand behind your back. You are going to ask how many fingers you are holding up. If I am a prophet, that is easy. He tries to convince him. Sword Saint, believe me, I really have this skill. Killing me would be simple. But without me, you will never make it past floor 12 safely. Suddenly, a voice cuts him off. Wait. I will wait. Marcus still refuses to believe it. That is not enough. Maybe you are just mind-reading. How can you prove you are a prophet? Kim Gong-ja agrees. One time was never going to be enough anyway. Notifications keep spamming. You died, returning 24 hours back. This happens over and over before he finally revives. Marcus points his blade right at his face. No, still not enough. Prove you do not have other skills. He realized pretty quickly that convincing someone is not easy. Then those familiar words appear once more. You have died, returning 24 hours back. Kim Gong-ja keeps trying. Sword Saint, you cannot kill me here. If you do, many people will die on floor 12. I am serious. Changing an old master's mind is brutal. His face looks totally desperate now. Please believe me, it is okay. Test me as many times as you need. Even if it takes a week or half a month, I am confident I will eventually convince you. The system text just keeps repeating. Returning 24 hours. Kim Gong-ja's deaths are now longer than his life. After countless attempts, he just speaks calmly. I am not saying that I am some innocent guy. And I am not asking you to spare my life forever. The Saint hesitates, asking, then what is it? He holds out his hand. 5 days. For the next 5 days, do not kill me. Just follow me. Watch me and judge for yourself if I am really someone who deserves to die. The Saint looks conflicted. Kim Gong-ja is losing patience. You and I know he is about to drop his ultimate final prophecy. One day soon you are going to say this to me. If I repeat it back, he will think I am a total prophet. The system suddenly chimes in with a melody calling out to the angels and all the brave tower conquerors. Marcus is completely stunned as the truth drops. The Sword Emperor is here. Even the old spirit is shaking. Kim Gong-ja is oozing pure confidence right now. He does not even know whose nickname that is, but just saying it is enough. Right, the system warns that a trial of faith is coming. Finding the answer is the only way to know who you really are. Marcus double-checks the timing. 5 days right. That heavenly chime just keeps ringing out in the background. You are finally going to understand your true self. I can see the reflection of the enemy deep within his piercing blue eyes. Fine, I will follow you for the next 5 days. I am watching your every move, every word, and every single detail of your attitude. Once we are on the same page, I will decide if you deserve to live or die. Does that sound fair to you? Kim Gong-ja is not about to say no. He bows deeply, offering a sincere thank you for the chance. A flash of blood crosses his mind, but for now, the Sword Saint promises not to kill Kim Gong-ja the moment he sees him. Then the bad news hits: a hero has fallen. All that is left are ruins and a scene of absolute devastation. The Sword Saint is giving him a chance. You have got to meet the conditions to stop any more pointless deaths on floor 12. A rare beaming smile spreads across Kim Gong-ja's face. All right, Sword Saint, I will see you on the next floor. That system voice kicks in again. To the Tower Conquerors, your command has been sent and it is answering with everything it has got. May luck be on your side. Kim Gong-ja stands right in the middle of a chaotic battlefield with people screaming in every direction. Watch out for the arrows. What in the world is happening here? Oh, it is the heroes coming to save the Empire. The hero makes a desperate plea: help us save the Empire. Suddenly, a notification pops up. The supply death match. The mission goal is clear: stop the disaster hitting the Empire. The Demon King is back and his legendary army is finally awake. That Demon King army is beyond brutal and cunning. Their first move, cutting off the Empire's supplies completely. Please protect the harbor. This battle is our first real step towards saving the entire Empire. But if we fail, floor 12 stays locked forever. Seems just like last time, right? But then the Black Witch steps up. Black Dragon assemble. She announces right then and there that the Black Dragon Guild is taking full command of this war. Her battle-hungry teammates are right behind her as she starts barking orders. Min Moon's defense team take the left wing. Break Marion and Sang Ron on the right. We the Black Dragon are smashing through the center. Anyone got a problem with that? Save your complaints for after the battle. The Black Witch says if you have got time to talk, go kill an orc instead. Everyone charges in at once. The hype is real. Min Moon is shouting at the top of her lungs for everyone to follow. If anyone dies before I do, I am personally sending you to hell. The Paladin shouts while absolutely shredding through monsters. Wait, what is happening? Full force, help Min Moon out so those arrogant wild boars do not get themselves isolated. Heretic is laughing like a maniac while stomping on a monster. Remember, anyone acting alone gets executed on the spot. Stick to the groups, people. Rondu just sighs, amazed at how fired up everyone is right now. Take it slow, do not overextend, and just help each other out. The battlefield is a total mess of smoke and dust. Skills are clashing everywhere, making this ear-piercing racket. Savas immediately turns and rallies his men. Look at that. These heroes are not hesitating for a second to push those monsters back. Warriors of the Empire stand tall. It is our turn to join the fight. Everyone follow me. His words are really giving everyone the boost they needed. The gods are still watching over our empire. From the back, the old spirit asks Kim Gong-ja if he is doing all right. He reminds Kim Gong-ja that staying back means less attention, but the guy just lets out a satisfied little smirk. Then comes the truth from the one person watching him closest. Honestly, who loves the spotlight more than you do, kid? If you play it like this, won't you get even less attention than before? He just gives a casual shrug. Yeah, well, it was going to happen anyway. He seems to accept his fate, and honestly, he is feeling pretty good about it. The old spirit is surprised, his voice full of teasing. Oh ho, look at you, guess you really have grown up, haven't you? Kim Gong-ja just laughs it off. Grown up, maybe. Either way, I think I have got to start getting things ready. He does not even notice the shadow lurking behind the soldiers, but then he senses something weird and whips his head around. Looking absolutely terrified, Kim Gong-ja cannot help but ask, what in the world are you even doing over there? Marcus simply reminds him of the deal they both made earlier. I told you I'd be watching, remember? He repeats it one more time. You and I know he is following everywhere. 5 days to decide if you live or die. Gong-ja never expected this guy to be a man of his word. Is he really going to watch me 24/7? The answer is a rock-solid yes. Of course he is. The Sword Emperor casually swings at some distant goblins. His sheer chill just makes our boy even more anxious. Total panic mode. Old-timers have to hunt monsters too, right? Rewards are handed out based on contribution rank. He calmly explains the loot system. I use a sword whenever I have time, so do not worry. The cold truth hits him hard. This is just great. Suddenly, 2 people jump out to block his path. He is trying to reach the Black Witch. Stop right there. Why do you need to see the guild master? She is totally suspicious. Our boy Gong-ja has 0 time to waste, so he keeps it short and sweet. I am busy leading the guilds. Give me your 30-second pitch. Team 4, stay in position, do not run. Stop being stupid and hold the line. Gong-ja jumps in. Black Dragon Master, I have the floor 10 reward. The Black Witch is stunned. You actually have that? He whips it out to prove it right then and there. It is a mini-map reward. It tracks allies, enemies, and the whole battlefield. This definitely grabs her attention. For real, Gong-ja doubles down. Why would I even lie to you? It is the real deal. And just like that, she grabs his hand instantly. Where have you been? Tell me, where is the boss hiding right now? He fumbles an answer. Too many monsters to see clearly, but the map says it is right over there. The Black Witch is frantic. Accept the skill, sync now, hurry, we are out of time. Gong-ja complies. Fine, I accept the Black Dragon Master's skill. He thinks to himself when she's stressed, her true colors show. Winds howl around them as the skill activates. Teleport, suddenly you and I see them high in the sky. They have a bird's eye view of the whole mess. Where is it, she demands. He points it out immediately. Right there, they use another space jump, diving straight for the target. Teleport, here we go. It is go time. She asks if he can even handle a weapon. Can you use a sword or what? He honestly replies, good enough to catch that guy. Then she literally yeets him downward. Go get him. His sword tears through space, leaving a trail of red light. Green goblin blood sprays everywhere. Monsters nearby start chattering in their weird language. Total shock, with his face covered in enemy blood. Gong-ja turns his head slightly. You guys want to be cut in half too. The threat is terrifyingly real. They all bolt at once. The other hunters are still processing what just happened. Wait, what just happened? They are running away. The hunters seize the moment, chasing them down. Do not let a single one escape. Get those goblins. Meanwhile, the Black Witch lets out a massive scream. She cannot hide her pure joy. Amazing job, Kim Gong-ja. Under an hour and the floor is cleared. How is that even possible? Fewer than 50 hunters died. Maybe even less than 30. She is showering him with non-stop praise. Could it get any better? Gong-ja freezes. Was she so emotionless before because of her past memories? Images of her past flash through his mind. Did way more hunters die in the original timeline? She is usually so tense and serious, but now she is beaming because of the low casualties. He finally gets it. She is surprisingly simple. Her mood depends entirely on how many lives are saved. Gong-ja raises his hands to cool things down. Whoa, you are a bit too hyped. Take a breath. But the Black Witch cannot hold back. When you are this excited, you just have to let it out. She praises him again. You did an amazing job, Kim. A rare, brilliant smile lights up her face. No floor has ever been cleared with so few sacrifices. You should be proud. Gong-ja just listens quietly. Even if I wanted all the loot, having a new hero like you is a massive win for everyone. She has completely opened up to him. Starting today, every media outlet in the tower will be hunting you. Get ready for the spotlight. Gong-ja realizes something. This is exactly how it should be. Without hesitation, he takes her hand. Fame, glory, being hailed as the hero of the hour. Even the jealousy and envy, let's just enjoy the moment. But wait, getting recognized by these guys. That is a whole different level. Everyone celebrates after the battle. People who fought hard, surviving against the odds. We can't really say they gave it their absolute all, but the celebration is louder than ever. These people truly lived to the fullest. Everyone is trying to shake Kim's hand, but Marcus, he's still standing alone. The Sword Saint, the Black Dragon Master, and so many others are finally living with purpose. Kim wants recognition from people just like them. And finally, everything ends on a high note. The Gong House and the Black Witch have officially become friends. Kim wants to protect them. Right on cue, the system pops up to calculate contributions. He won't let the Demon King play them, and he won't let these heroes be mocked or ridiculed anymore. No more wasting time on insults or mockery. He just wants their respect. Then the notification rings, calculation complete. The old elf suddenly calls out, "Hey kid, the Gong family has only one wish." Kim wants their respect. Even if it's an impossible dream, that's how he wants to live. The old man just sighs in admiration. Definitely a kid worth watching. Next up, the contribution rankings drop. In first place, no surprise, is Duke Kim. Second is the Black Witch. Third is the Heretic Inquisitor. And fourth is the Venomous Reader. Fifth is the Charger. Sixth is the Count. And seventh is the Sword Saint. Kim is determined to change this whole world. His eyes dart to the screen. The order is totally different from last time. The system announces that high rankers enter floor 12 first. The Black Witch is confident. At this rate, we might hit floor 20, she says. But wait. Until the high-status attackers get their rewards, no one else can even enter floor 12, she continues, saying she expected 5,000 casualties, so this is a great start. But Kim has a very different take. If we just leave things as they are, we're going to lose way too many people on floor 12. He looks at Ryeon-du, who's starting to teleport. He's the only one who can talk to the outside world. If he's gone, we won't just lose 5,000. It could be 50,000 or 500,000 lives sacrificed. Suddenly, it's Kim's turn. A surge of energy wraps around him, pulling him into the air. He opens his eyes. His mind is made up. He's going to carry the entire team. Everyone else starts warping into another dimension. Someone shouts in excitement. Even the Black Witch looks stunned. She never expected to end up in a place like this. Harris runs over to Duke Kim, looking totally amazed. This is incredible. He starts firing off questions. I can't believe you teamed up with the Black Dragon Master like that. Was the boss location a reward? Kim raises his hand to stop him. Wait, he turns to the crowd and makes a massive declaration to everyone. I have something to say to you all. Even Marcus, standing way in the back, stops to pay attention. Kim can't help but feel smug. Good, even the Sword Saint won't attack me now. Then he speaks up. Remember what I told you all yesterday? I said if I ever asked for a favor you had to accept. Harris smiles and nods. Of course I remember. Everyone else leans in, waiting to hear what he needs. Well, now is the time. Please do this for me. Kim raises his hand high for everyone to see. For the next 5 days, I want everyone to stay right here. Don't do anything at all. Just wait. Then he drops the bombshell. If you do this, I'll clear all the way to floor 20 in 5 days. The system's gentle voice rings out like a goddess. Brave warriors, you who choose to climb floors 11 to 20. Show your faith, shouts erupt from the crowd. From floors 11 to 20, it's all about your belief. Suddenly, rough voices break in. Open floor 11, open it now. Flashes of a past magic battle flicker by. It's all about to be proven. Back in reality, everyone is staring at Kim in total shock. He asks, do you remember what I said? The system whispers that they'll find the answer, revealing who they truly are. Kim stays calm. I asked you to listen when the time came. Well, please listen to me now. Warm sunlight floods the castle as he gives his final serious instructions. Just stay here and do nothing. If you can do that, I promise I'll conquer floor 20 by myself in just 5 days. The Black Witch is completely baffled. Wait 5 days, she asks him to repeat it. I must have heard you wrong, right? Stop joking, this isn't funny. But Kim just stands his ground and confirms it. You heard me right. No. Jokes. The room goes dead silent. The Black Witch immediately fires back. There is no way that is possible. She starts grilling him without holding back. Do you have any idea how many years it took for floor 10? Sure, we just finished floor 11 in under an hour, but this is a whole different world, Kim. All right, you and I are seeing some serious confidence here. He acts like a big shot, then suddenly bows. Talk about a twist. Kim Gong-ja explains himself carefully. He's like, look, I cleared floor 10 for my own sake, obviously. But I also shared every single reward and benefit I earned. Ryan Du just watches him holding that paper fan under his chin, thinking. From the floor 11 intel to the boss location, everything he gave helps the whole group. Even Mun is listening intently. I have earned the right to ask for your help. Kim Gong-ja keeps pushing. Please just wait 5 days, win or lose. Whether I clear floor 20 or not, just wait. Suddenly, the system blares out a huge congrats to our boy Kim Gong-ja. Rank 1 for the floor 11 clear. Just like that, his swagger is back. He turns to them like, come on, guys. The system starts handing out the floor 11 rewards. Then 2 totally different screens pop up at the exact same time. The Guardian Goddess offers you a reward, but the Demon King of Autumn Rain has a prize for you too. Decisions. Kim Gong-ja just tilts his head back with a legendary smug smirk. You can tell he's thinking something totally savage right now. Hey Demon King, you disappointed we didn't fight. Meanwhile, the Autumn Rain King is practically begging him to pick a reward. Kim Gong-ja suddenly starts sizing up Mun in the distance, then shifts his gaze toward the Paladin's squad. He's playing chess. The Demon King says he can even refuse the reward. The system is basically thirsty, trying to bait him into a choice. But in the end, he gets no answer. The Demon King is officially confused because he cannot read our main character's mind. The heretic is the first to speak. He walks across the tiles, analyzing everything like this whole thing is a piece of cake. He reminds everyone that Hunter Kim Gong-ja already shared all the secrets on how to conquer floor 11 with the group. In exchange, he only asked us to listen. We already agreed that if it is not impossible, we would follow his lead. The heretic slowly repeats Kim Gong-ja's entire request. We all just stay put and do absolutely nothing for 5 whole days. It is not exactly simple since the media will be in a total frenzy. But hey, it's not like it is impossible. He calmly accepts the terms based on his own beliefs. It can be done. So I am in. I agree to this. The Black Witch is stuck in a really awkward spot. Well, it is possible, she says, but the heretic cuts her off. You promised, Master. She just holds her forehead, totally defeated, and finally gives in. Fine, you are right, we did promise. Mun realizes there is no point in arguing. Fine, even though I have absolutely no clue what you are thinking right now. Now here is where you and I see the group unite. Ryan asks, you have a plan, right? I am in. The Paladin silently agrees. Got it. I promise to stay quiet for 5 days. One by one, everyone is getting convinced. If everyone else is doing it, I guess I can wait 5 days too. That is when Marcus speaks up from the shadows. As for me, his voice is cold as ice and sharp as a blade. I never made any promise like that to you. The Sword Saint makes it clear. My only promise was to watch this guy for 5 days. I am not following orders. He refuses to just sit around. If you are heading to floor 20, then I am coming with you as I promised. Kim Gong-ja just gives in. Fine, that works. He knows there is no way he is changing the old man's mind. I was going to solo the Demon King, but having the Sword Saint along is fine. No reason to say no. With things settled, the Black Witch and Mun listen closely as Kim Gong-ja speaks up with that calm hero energy. He looks at them with total confidence and gives a sincere thanks. Everyone has these unreadable expressions on their faces. He turns and leaves, see you in 5 days. He swings open the massive doors and blinding light just floods the room. At that exact moment, both Kim Gong-ja and the old spirit realize something is wrong. They both freeze up in total shock. Wait, what? The old man looks around confused, noticing that every single NPC is completely frozen like a statue. Kim Gong-ja realizes the quest hasn't actually triggered yet. The spirit is just wondering where the mission even went. Marcus follows them from a distance, while Kim Gong-ja explains it is because I still have not chosen a class role yet. Right now, this empire has no judge and no knight captain. Usually, hunters fill those jobs between floors 12 and 20. He's piecing it together. On floor 11, the quest started the second we walked in. That should be the normal process. We see an image of Savas swinging his sword. Please, he says, help us protect the Empire from the coming darkness. Then the system pings with the floor 12 quest. Kim Gong-ja and Marcus both turn their eyes toward the same spot. But we are kind of stuck on floor 12, right? So why not just let the quest stay unassigned forever? The quest only starts once everyone picks a job. They head toward the city gates under a gloomy gray sky. You and I can see his genius here. If we don't pick roles, the mission can't start. He's hacking the system. Walking out, his calm analysis hasn't stopped. This demonic invasion, it's not going to happen. No Imperial army, no massive clash. So Sword King, here's our real problem. Notifications are flooding the screen. The Demon King of Autumn Rain is forcing us to choose a reward. Gong-ja builds mana in his palm while casually tossing a question to the old elf. What happens if the Demon King just dies right now? The elf is stunned. Say what? He opens a virtual map pointing to a massive red dot. Time to break it down. I'm asking what happens if I take out the boss before the quest even triggers. Staring into the void, Gong-ja drops the answer. It's actually pretty simple. No Demon King rewards means 0 traitors. We shut this thing down before it starts. The black screen flickers with text. The Demon King of Autumn Rain is absolutely losing it. Suddenly, something massive tears through the sky and slams down. The Demon King screams in rage. How dare you? He's berating Gong-ja. Stay on the path, goddesses' heroes are so arrogant. Coming here without choosing first, ridiculous. But Gong-ja just shrugs. What are you yapping about? I already made my choice. The Demon King is confused but blades at his throat. Gong-ja doesn't hold back. See, this is the smart play. He flashes a wicked smirk. I'll kill him early so not a single soldier or civilian has to lose their life. And we avoid the traitors entirely. Get it? A perfect ending with 0 sacrifices. He looks totally at peace, like a massive weight has finally been lifted from his shoulders. Call me a kid, but I hate bad endings. I'm just built for that perfect finish. To get there, he'll crush anything in his way. Sorry, but you've got to go. You're just an obstacle to my happy ending. The Demon King roars. How dare you? Driven mad by the provocation, it lunges with a twisted, terrifying face. You think you can stop me without the Empire? Right then, the clock strikes 6. He raises his sword, a blinding light erupting everywhere. I don't need anyone's help. Gong-ja leaps into the air with total confidence in a world frozen in time. I'll survive by clutching this sword like a clock hand. Heroes are meant to be lonely. 5 days of immortality begin. A soft whisper like a butterfly waking up in the rain. It looks like a pile of gross black sludge with ugly red eyes. Animal screeches. A little frog sits on a rock, completely unaware of the darkness creeping up behind it. The sludge stretches out and swallows the frog whole. Total silence. Not a single sound. The rain pours down. The creature digests, and then a green frog emerges from the mud. Its vision clears. It looks up at the falling rain, and a thought begins to form. It's raining. It croaks, just like any frog. It looks so lonely, just wanting to survive. The Demon King slams down a massive strike, shattering the earth and kicking up dust. The screen flashes, you have died. Then a hand appears and starts writing the first stroke. The old elf just crosses his arms. Kim Gong-ja, your sword work is honestly pretty trash. You're just swinging with brute force. I mean, it's scary, but still. Gong-ja watches the shadow above while he answers. If they read my move, they'll dodge. He agrees with that. Then the familiar message pops up, you have died. The second ink mark is drawn. This is his time prison. Gong-ja stops for a water break. He raises his blade against the Demon King's shadow again. Then that sludge lunges forward. Gong-ja wasn't ready for that. Once again, it's the same message, you have died. Another dark mark is added to his skin, tracking every time he has regressed. What if I just follow the rules? He starts remembering the absolute horror of the war. Endless piles of bodies, soldiers everywhere in the chaos. The war was just. An endless cycle is coming, and it is going to claim countless lives. Every time a soldier falls, their remaining years vanish. At least 20 years per person. During this long, grueling journey, Kim Gong-ja can only push forward alone. 10 men means 200. 200 years. 100 people would be 2,000. To save all that time, he cannot choose just any simple roll. The loop repeats exactly as before. You died. The notification pops up and you return to 24 hours ago. His thoughts remain tangled. If this keeps up, I will be trapped in this body forever. The old spirit stands to the side, constantly giving reminders. He keeps nagging, but the real issue is even if I predict the sword, can the opponent dodge? Remember, these zombies are weak. Kim Gong-ja is struggling hard right now. Hearing someone constantly yapping in his ear is making him incredibly frustrated. You talk too much. And once again, you died. His voice is still as loud as ever. The problem is I still have not mastered using aura. Aura has to flow in perfect balance throughout the entire body. He tries his absolute best to block the falling debris with his life. It is easier said than done, and the result is always the same. You died. The Demon King's movements suddenly come to a halt. He sounds like he is giving advice, but his tone is pure contempt. You should just follow the proper order of things. A hero of the goddess, he continues, saying only those who inherit the kingdom's rank matter. But before he can even finish, Kim Gong-ja rushes in with an explosive will. Today I am taking you on one-on-one. The Demon King is shocked by the charge. He is stunned as the sword swings toward him. What is this? Kim Gong-ja mumbles to himself. The hero slashes the Demon King, and then the loop repeats one more time. You died. Next comes the bold declaration. The Demon King slashes the hero. Nothing left now but sorrow. The result is exactly the same. You died. Kim Gong-ja raises the first earth sword to his face. His expression is full of confidence. Come at me, Demon King. I am the sword of the Empire. The king readies his move. He swings that massive weapon with a force that looks like it could crush everything. Fine, then prove it to me. Standing right at the Demon King's feet, Kim Gong-ja refuses to back down against the overwhelming pressure surrounding him. Fine, I will show you. But the process is never simple. You died. The hands of the golden clock both point to 6. An immense power spreads throughout Kim Gong-ja's body. My own sword is the only hour hand that matters in this moment. In just a single split second, the minute hand shifts. He keeps thinking, in this world, if I want a second to pass, then my sword must move 1 second before time does. Kim Gong-ja brings his weapon up to block the enemy's fierce attack. I am just a sword, living in a single second. The minute hand has already moved quickly toward the number 7. But this entire world continues to exist thanks to that one brief second. Memory fragments flash through his mind like a film. Kim Gong-ja was sitting there casually playing cards while the water rose to the horizon. Then came the moment with Marus. Convincing him had to start with just a single drop of rain. He remembers fighting alongside the Black Witch and the soldiers. If I want to live forever, I can only live within a single second. When did my hands get covered in ink? I have lived my own life. At one of the stops in his journey through time, the Black Witch greets him warmly. Kim Gong-ja, you did so well. Oh my god, you finished this stage in less than an hour. That is incredible. There must be at least 40 hunters who did not die. He draws another mark on his wrist because there is no rune. She praises him again. Well done. Oh my god, you finished this stage in less than 50 minutes. You are amazing. Your advice to cooperate with the soldiers at the Sumun defense line was brilliant. At least 30 hunters were saved. The black ink marks are stretching further down his arm now. The Black Witch clutches her chest with a look of relief. It was less than 40 minutes. At least 20 hunters will not die. Another tally mark is added to the count. The Black Witch's eyes are full of a happiness that is beyond words. This is unbelievable. You did so well. Kim Gong-ja replies, we treated Night Jua and fought the golem together. Anyway, it looks like 10 people will not die. In a war zone like this, I guess it really is possible. The Demon King's voice rings out full of anger and confusion. You there, why are you laughing? Kim Gong-ja answers him honestly without any lies. Because of that, happiness. He asks back with pure contempt. You are about to die and you are happy. Kim Gong-ja's eyes shine a bright red. They look like blood full of triumph. You would not understand. In fact, you probably never will. The king is furious. He lets out an angry roar. Such arrogance, he raises his massive sword against the coming storm, but Kim Gong-ja is indifferent. I am just telling the truth. The king cannot help but let out a cold sneer. How pathetic you are. The notification appears one more time. You died. Under the vast and beautiful blue sky, he lets his thoughts drift away. His mind floats toward the infinite. Under the blue sky, the cycle continues once more. There is only the silence of space. I was set, but I wouldn't quit. There was zero reason to stop. My sword was already way faster than yesterday. Suddenly, another voice rings out. Our guy Gong-ja was dead certain that tomorrow he would be even faster. The Black Witch looks down, hiding her expression. I already confirmed it for myself, Kim Gong-ja. His reason was simple, because I'm still alive. She grabs his hand and drops a line light as a feather. No one died. She holds onto the hand covered in marks. Of course, that's just a bit of clever symbolism. I checked the dungeon too, and not one person died. A few idiots got hurt, but that's it. The witch leans against his chest, tears falling as the emotions hit. But the point stands, nobody actually died. Thank you truly. Still, Gong-ja keeps telling himself, one thing, I want to live a little longer. The Demon King's rage hits the ceiling. You really think you can stop me all by yourself? Gong-ja levels his sword. Since heroes fight alone, the enemy just spits out two words, how stupid. He leaps with expert timing, dodging a massive attack without wasting a single second. The Demon King raises his blade, dark energy swirling. Your own malice is what creates my shadow. Gong-ja grips his legendary sword with both hands. Energy builds up as he calls out, come and get it. Suddenly, the Demon King's crest shatters. A red light explodes right in Gong-ja's face. Then a figure emerges from the shadows. Sorry, Gong-ja, the Black Witch makes a legendary entrance. I tried waiting in the throne room like you said, but I ran out of patience. Had to see. Despite the chaos, she casually asks if he's playing something fun right now. Gong-ja just gives the Demon King a thumbs up. This hero game is actually pretty great. She gets the vibe. Makes sense, you definitely look like prey worth the hunt. The two of them sync up perfectly, chatting like old friends while standing side by side. But there is no way this is fun. Let me help. Wait, did you steal those? Is ruining a hunt the best feeling ever? Absolutely. The Demon King growls in pure fury. Gong-ja gives a playful mocking wink. Sorry about that, I really did plan on going solo. But heroes usually fight in groups, right? I'm sure you can understand that. That black slime on his body is literally boiling. Trying to block the sun, are we? The Demon King's form starts melting into sludge. You won't be using that sword anymore, kid. Sharp claws lash out. A raspy voice summons 100 demons from the ground. Thousands of sharp-toothed goblins crawl out screaming like they're tearing the world apart. Answer me. The Black Witch is stunned. These monsters appeared out of nowhere, and everyone is losing it. This is out of our league. Sword Saint, stop standing there and help us. Hand on his hilt, he wants to watch. He's only been fighting that filth for 30 minutes. Gong-ja just smiles. Very few people actually understand what this young man has endured. Fine, I will hold out one more minute. The witch suddenly reaches out her hand. Take my hands, let's go. Gong-ja's mouth curls into a sharp 45-degree smirk. No, I am fine. He summons his own demons, leaving the Demon King shouting in shock. The system confirms the skill activation as black smoke gathers for the coming war. A massive panther blurs past, jaws dripping with blood. Someone screams for help. It chews away, savoring the taste. So fragrant. What is this amazing scent? Human-like hair starts growing on its back. It swallows its prey like it was nothing at all. With every meal, it gains the prey's memories. Its entire body starts to shift. It turns into a little girl crawling up. Then a panicked voice calls out, Esther. Her father steps out from the bushes. How many times must I say, stay home? Did you forget the doctor's orders? You're weak? He stops when he sees her. What happened to your clothes? She stares at him and whispers, Father. She turns slowly, a bright smile on her face, but those red stains remain. That weird red blood. It is like the kid is finally feeling stronger. And that was the Demon King's first name. Flashback over, we are back in the present. Look at that notification popping up as Kim Gong-ja triggers his skill. Black smoke starts pouring off the ground, twisting and hardening into a literal skeleton. This is getting wild. They are crawling out of the abyss one by one. Kim Gong-ja just stands there, sounding totally unimpressed with it all. Hey, you wondering why I picked the 100 Ghost Summon? The old spirit is just like, yeah, no kidding. Then he drops the truth. Honestly, some of those other skills were looking pretty tempting to me at first. He is thinking back to the Demon King's lightning, and man, that aura buff would have been sick too. Imagine using light beams like the big boss himself. Golden energy starts swirling right in Kim Gong-ja's palm. But when you think about it, there is a massive catch. The system boots up with the full breakdown. Rank double S skill, 100 Ghost Summon. It lets you call forth the monsters you personally took down. They do not keep their memories or old powers. They are strictly summoned as mindless monsters now. We are talking goblins, orcs, and Kim Gong-jas. He is just reading it out loud, soaking in the power. That part about summoning the things you have personally killed. Kim Gong-ja turns back to the spirit with a question. Here is the real problem. How many people do you actually think I have put in the ground? He is just floating there with his legs crossed, counting on his fingers like it is basic math. Between that Flame King dude and yourself, isn't the total only 2? Kim Gong-ja just nods along to that. Exactly. Just 2. Surrounded by a literal ocean of monsters, Kim Gong-ja flashes this crazy-looking grin. But if it is only 2, why did the Sword King's check say 4,000? The math is not adding up. Turns out the tower has its own way of counting bodies. Now check this out. The army. Tens of thousands of skeletons are just walking right past him. Then he drops another total brain breaker. How many times do you think I have died? The spirit's jaw literally hits the floor when it clicks. One soldier has this steel dagger shimmering with a tattered blue cloth wrapped around the handle. They are swaddled in black mist, making these creepy noises. But Kim Gong-ja, he is just beaming. Like he has known the punchline forever, he finally says it. Yeah, it is a whole lot, isn't it? The Black Witch is losing it. She cannot believe this insane army is actually his skill. Yup, all me. He is actually acting all shy and scratching his cheek while she is fangirling over him. Oh man, an army of thousands, is that how you seriously cleared the 11th floor all alone? He is stumbling over his words, but then boom, the Demon King's bloodlust hits like a tidal wave. He is absolutely seething with anger. How on earth can you use the exact same skill as me? Kim Gong-ja just tosses his blade over his shoulder, totally trolling him. What are you curious now? Tough luck, buddy. I am not telling you anything. The king completely loses his cool at that. I will not forgive this. This should not be possible. How long are you going to mock me, human? You human trash. His voice is pure venom. All my hate, all my suffering. It's all mine. I absorbed it all. But Kim Gong-ja is already over it. He is already calling for some backup. Hey, Sword King, do me a favor and back up these skeletons in the fight, would you? With you on our side, there is zero chance we lose this. Sword King just looks and nods. Fine. Fighting alongside monsters is annoying, but hey is still better than dealing with you. Kim Gong-ja turns to the other side. Black Dragon Master, give me a hand. Let's finish the Demon King. The Black Witch does not even blink. Got it. Just do not get in my way, kid. Squad goals locked. He raises his sword high and bellows. 100 ghosts. To me, they roar back in perfect sync. All right, boys, show us what you are really made of. He points his blade and gives the order. Attack, kill them all. Look at that massive goblin. Skeletons swarm it instantly. That big guy is trying to smash through them with raw size. The goblin is crushing them, but check this out, even without a head, that one is still getting up. The monster is trapped and screaming. The old spirit just laughs at this immortal army. Crazy, right? Is it too scary? One insult is all it takes to trigger his pure rage. How dare you? His fist clenches tight. This human from another world takes a step forward. Black smoke thickens. He carries zero malice or hatred toward anyone. Why do you block my path? Gong-ra draws his blade, pointing it straight at his foe with unshakable eyes. I do not care where I came from. It makes no difference now. He answers with a voice full of authority. His aura surges like a massive tidal wave. This is pure confidence built from a long journey through the darkness. But I am standing here now. If you think I am not worthy yet, wait. A system notification suddenly rings out. The tower has granted you a new title. Gong-ra demands they stop interfering immediately. This is getting intense, guys. New data updated instantly. From this moment on, your name is the King of Death. Gong-ra lunges forward now. With a legendary first sword shining in his hand, he screams, the tower will prove my worth as Death King. Now check this out. A young girl is holding something small. If we look closer, it is just a tiny frog. Time does not age this thing. It only makes it more beautiful. The scent from its body leaves everyone completely entranced. Countless eyes and hands reach for one person. That little girl is now the grown-up and stunning Lady Esther. She is the healing saintess. Inside a church, a tiny baby wrapped in a cloth is offered up to her. They say she can cure any sickness. A strange woman begs desperately, please grant a blessing to this poor child. She softly speaks. You know the rules, do you not? Leave the baby here and go. Return only at sunrise tomorrow. The woman bows deeply in gratitude to the saintess, placing the child on the cold floor before leaving the room. Esther approaches slowly. She picks up the baby with gentle hands, but something feels off. Like a dark urge rising, she breathes in the child's scent deeply. So sweet. It seems humans truly do starve for love and affection, she whispers. Her finger pokes the baby's tiny mouth. Your mother chose the best roots to keep you warm, did she not? How sweet. The baby is not afraid. It even makes cute little sounds like it wants to talk. This is actually terrifying. She can see the child's future. Though you are wrapped in roots, your life path is bright. You will feel no pain. But look at the shadow on the wall. It is grotesque. That is not a human standing there. It is a monster. The shadow shifts. A massive mouth opens wide, ready to swallow the child whole. Is this what she calls a miracle? A miracle for this child is happiness for the world. She coldly mutters one line, how very pitiful you are. After devouring the flesh, the baby's memories merge into Esther. We see the child crying once more in mother's arms. The mother is overcome with emotion as she takes the child back. The saintess continues her soft, whispered blessing. Yes, I know you suffered. I know. But from now on, the pain is gone forever. You will be just fine. She commands the thing in front of her with a voice both cruel and merciful. Live a long life for me. She points her hand at a slimy black mass, a shapeless creature undulating like a puddle of living shadows and darkness. Suddenly, a tiny hand reaches out from the void, a faint spark of hope trying to escape the abyss. This is dark. The sound of digestion keeps echoing, gulp, gulp. The saintess just smiles coldly through the entire process. Poor little thing. After getting her child back, the mother is beaming with joy. She has no idea what is actually in her arms. The Demon King gives careful instructions in a deep, serious voice. You will be healthy now. No more getting sick ever. Keep loving this child just as you do now. The mother is so happy she is left completely speechless by this. The poor woman bows deeply to show her eternal gratitude. Thank you so much, Saintess. You saved my whole life. Next, we see everyone bowing in unison. Thank you, Saintess. The rumors are spreading like wildfire across the entire land. She is the miracle worker, the one who saves the sick and dying. People cheer her name in the streets constantly. Thank you for letting me walk again, my eyes can see. To the common people, she is a living god. At this point, she is seen as the savior of humanity. But you and I know some people are not happy. The high-ranking powers are whispering. Are the farmers running away again? It seems they are joining the Saintess's growing army. Black spots on the map spread further. Her influence is expanding rapidly. She is the savior of the sick and broken. Suddenly, soldiers in heavy armor appear with torches. Under strict orders, they claim the goddess's authority has been buried. Are we just going to let this heretic army run wild? There will be no mercy for anyone siding with that witch. Countless torches burn bright in the night sky. They are ready for war. We must burn the witch's lair down. The flames of their resolve are held high. No mercy. It is time to hunt the witch and end her miracles, at any cost. Amidst that sea of flames where smoke and fire devour everything, there is a moment where it seems time stops. The Demon King walks forward looking totally confused, while soldiers hunt down every survivor and refuse to spare a single soul. The people cry and scream, but those soldiers truly believe that anyone with the curse is nothing more than a monster. Her eyes are wide with pure rage. Finally, pushed past the absolute breaking point, the Demon King lets out a desperate scream. To those who do not treat humans like humans, there is only darkness now. Black empty space is all that remains here. I will devour all your hatred. And just like that, we are back in the chaotic battle between Kim Gong-ja and the Demon King. A voice calls out, Kim Gong-ja. He slides across the dirt, breathing hard, but manages to tell them he is okay. Kim Gong-ja faces a choice left or right, but his decision leads to a fatal mistake. You guys know how this goes. The system confirms he died on the left. Time shifts once again, rewinding the clock back 24 hours before the event. 100 Ghosts summoning will be ready in 6 days, 23 hours, 53 minutes, and 27 seconds. That cooldown is absolutely brutal. The mechanic for a time traveler shows clear memories and stats whenever they reset. It is the ultimate advantage for our guy. The Demon King rampages without stopping. Then those familiar words pop up. You died. Back to 24 hours ago we go. Kim Gong-ja fights with everything he has while the spirit old man just watches quietly. Keeping those stats actually hurts the skill. Since Baehee Rayon and Kim Gong-ja share memories during the reset, the skill power stays active even after death. Total game changer. Notification says the skill resets in 5 days, 23 hours, 51 minutes, and 42 seconds. You and I know the grind is real. Recovery time persists too. The Black Witch dodges an attack and screams for Kim Gong-ja. The window is closing very fast. You died. The skill will be ready in 4 days, 23 hours, 49 minutes, and 33 seconds. Talk about a loop. 1 day has passed, but so much happened. It feels like an eternity. Seriously, this has been the longest day ever for him. From befriending the Black Witch to the epic duel with the Demon King, the boss just keeps summoning more of those monsters. Kim Gong-ja has to swing his sword without a break. Time is ticking down. You died. Again. This is so painful to watch. 3 days, 23 hours, 47 minutes, and 15 seconds left. Suddenly, a glowing red sphere appears right in front of him. Skill available in 2 days, 23 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds. He is really pushing his limits to the edge. Skill available in 1 day, 23 hours, 45 minutes, and 28 seconds. We are getting so close to the finish line. Monsters rush in waves, giving him no time to breathe. Skill ready in 23 hours, 41 minutes, and 13 seconds. The battle is reaching a fever pitch. Another voice screams his name. Kim Gong-ja. Can he actually pull this off? His reply is calm as always. I am fine. His legs never stop moving as he dodges those massive and heavy incoming attacks. The Demon King growls, asking if a dead man like him has foresight. Right then, the system message flashes on the screen. You can use 100 Ghosts summoning again. Kim Gong-ja just gives a vague answer. Something like that. Here we go. The Demon King is stunned as the skill activates. What ghost soldiers flood out to tear apart the enemy goblin army? Kim Gong-ja leaps high into the air, putting every ounce of strength into his strike against the Demon King. Someone calls him cruel. The spirit old man is impressed, calling the skill top tier. He tells Kim Gong-ja to try summoning duplicates later on. I love this guy. Wait a week and try it again. Kim Gong-ja just brushes him off, telling him to talk about it later. Focus, man. But the old man keeps yapping. He thinks the next one might fail, but the one after that will be perfect. He never stops. He jokes that with enough summons, Kim Gong-ja will be the Kim Gong-ja king. Little did he know how annoying this would get for us. A dark energy blast fires toward them. Kim Gong-ja snaps, telling him to shut up because he cannot concentrate on the fight, and just like that he is dead. It is all because the spirit old man would not stop talking. Now they are back again. Kim Gong-ja holds his head in frustration. Because of you, I have to wait another week. The old man just denies everything. Maybe you were just too weak. It is definitely not my fault. Then the system resets that long wait time for him. 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 1 second. Kim Gong-ja is fuming, making a serious and scary threat to the ghost. I swear you are going to pay for this. The spirit just laughs. I am already dead. Remember, you cannot hurt a ghost. Seriously, you are just wasting your energy. The spirit old man urges him to hurry up and take down the Demon King already. He reached floor 20 with 0 skills after all. Kim Gong-ja immediately gives out the order to the Black Dragon Master. Go left next time. The Black Witch decides to trust him, and reaching out her hand, she says she understands the plan. Out, she begins to unleash her true power. A massive surge of magic energy swirls, creating a brilliant 5-pointed star that floats right in front of her before the magic circle moves above her head. The Demon King is hit. A glowing pentagram floats in front of him, slowly rising above his head. The Demon King is right in the crosshairs now. Old men love to scold. But listen, someone is actually cheering. Haha, the master's wife has a killer aim. Even with the world on fire, these guys are having the most random, clueless chat right under the Demon King's nose. Who you calling master's wife? I am still young. I know all about those elixirs you use. Let's just kill the Demon King already. Wait for me. As the enemy counters, Kim Gong-ja yells out a warning. Then he signals Marcus Calenberry and the Black Dragon Master on the left. Sword Saint, get back. He keeps telling the Black Witch to stay sharp. Next time, dodge to the left side. Once the area is clear, I will launch the main attack. She listens like a pro and nods. I got it. Fast as lightning, the Black Witch summons shimmering mirrors. They instantly form a massive array, trapping the Demon King inside. She triggers the explosion and boom. A massive blast turns the monster into nothing but a heap of gross black sludge. Its cracked face reveals raw flesh underneath. You dare make a mockery of my centuries of deep-seated hatred. Kim Gong-ja is totally stunned by the sight. Finally, the Autumn Rain Demon King decides it is time to bail. Both he and the Black Witch are completely lost. What a system alert, says the Demon King, retreated to floor 13. Kim Gong-ja screams in frustration. Wait, I almost had him. How can he just run? The Demon King starts making excuses. Do not get cocky, I will be back. Kim Gong-ja is so pissed off he actually lets a curse fly. That damn Demon King. The dust settles, leaving only a pile of oily black mud on the ground. This feels so unsatisfying, you and I know it. It is not worth everything Kim Gong-ja went through. Just look at his arm, is covered in tally marks from every single death. Why did he have to die so many times? The tower finally accepts your choice. He raises a hand to cover his face. You can see the pure disappointment in his eyes. Just then, the system pings a hidden quest has been triggered. This is weird. The quests for floor 12 and floor 13 are being completely rewritten right now. It does not stop there. Floors 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19 are all undergoing the same massive change. He is wondering if quest edits are even possible. Suddenly, a brand new status window pops up with an update. Hero of the World of Frozen Time, difficulty is unknown. The quest objective says your resolve has been recognized. You refuse to let anyone be sacrificed and ask for nothing in return. No rewards, no fame, just pure altruism. Saving others at your own expense is the definition of sacrifice, and that by definition is what makes a true hero. Hero, the people of the continent do not know this word yet. They have no idea about the noble sacrifice you just made. But if a definition stays just a definition, sacrifice is just sacrifice. So will you still choose to be a hero? The Demon King is wounded and fleeing, but he has not gone far. If you want, you can hunt him down forever. Now Kim Gong-ja has a choice to make. Will you accept this quest? Without a second thought, he says yes. The hidden quest is live. His body begins to fade into a soft glow as the teleportation magic kicks in. The user is now the hero of the frozen world. The system pops up with a simple wish for good luck. Scanning for the Demon King on floor 12. No signature detected. Notification: the Demon King has officially retreated. The sky slowly returns to its beautiful blue self. Kim Gong-ja, the Black Witch, and Marcus Calenberry all look up together. They see text floating in the air. History has been altered. She watches the tiny particles of light drifting all around her. She is completely shocked. Turning to him, she asks Kim Gong-ja what on earth is happening right now. He is just as stunned. This is a first for me too. The old spirit agrees, even I have never seen this. What is this even supposed to be? Kim Gong-ja looks around in total confusion. Then they both stare at the city gates. He calls out, Black Dragon Master, look. The ancient city walls are suddenly covered in bright red flags. Those are national symbols. Where did the walls and flags even go? Now everything just looks desolate and empty. It is so peaceful under this blue sky. You are right, where did the flags go? She insists they go check. We need to see what happened. He agrees immediately. They clasp hands and shout at once teleport. A second later, they appear on top of the wall. Memories of that gloomy dark town flash through their minds. Back then, only a few sad citizens were around. But now the entire place has been completely transformed. The houses are all renovated and looking sharp. Kim Gong-ja is speechless. History really has been changed. Before, the soldiers were just slumped on the ground. Now they are healthy young men in armor, just relaxing. They are barely even guarding, mostly just eating and sleeping. They are shocked. The timeline actually shifted. The Ajim Empire, which was supposed to be destroyed by the Demon King, is safe. The invasion never even happened. This world being invaded is now just history. He asks himself a question, a smirk playing on his lips. Satisfaction. This time, there is no Demon King invasion. The system keeps pinging him with notifications. Missions for Floor 11 and Floor 12 have been updated. He is thinking no one knows when it all changed. Kim Gong-ja is certain history has shifted, and it is all thanks to him. Back before the rewrite people, they were actually seeking comfort from toxic liquid. Is this rain acid? Wow, look how it sparkles. It is actually beautiful compared to this crumbling city. Now the whole scene looks vibrant and brand new. A man is out there selling apples. Buy some early brand apples. Every historical milestone has changed. 3 hospital branches at Kwan, Sutam Heap, and Tan Triu are locked down for 10 suspected COVID-19 cases. Worrying news since the positives only came from a small group. Witnessing these overwhelming changes, he just gives a little smile. The news anchor's voice keeps droning on. Yet, Vietnam shows total resolve to beat COVID-19 while asserting undisputed sovereignty over the Paracel and Spratly Islands. And the justice of the war that saved the Cambodian people from the Khmer Rouge genocide. Suddenly, a shout over there, Savas, is grilling the two of them. Who are you? 2 soldiers follow behind as he raises his voice. Totally arrogant. How dare you step on the Empire's fortress? Get down here right this instant. Memories of the old timeline flash back. He was praying with all his heart, sword raised in majesty. Please save our empire. Kim Gong-jae recognizes him immediately. Savas aim asks back, sounding totally confused. He growls out every single word with pure rage. You thief, how do you know my name? Ignoring the insults, our hero gets lost in thought. So that is it. Savas keeps screaming his lungs out, but there is no answer. You bastards, cannot you hear me? Get down here right now. Kim Gong-ja finally realizes the truth. He was a friendly citizen on floor 11, but now he is just a shouting madman. Looking at his old self, the man who once begged, please, you have to save our empire. A wicked smile hits his face. He snorts, then suddenly bursts out laughing. Ha ha ha. It leaves Savas completely stunned. Kim Gong-jae's roar of laughter even makes the Black Witch standing next to him flinch. Ha ha ha. Even the old spirit gives him a judging look. The sound gets even more intense. Aha. He hunches over, hiding his face as the laughter starts to fade. Ha ha ha. Then he suddenly looks up and declares it. I have protected your empire. Savas stands there hanging on every word. The other soldiers watch too. Kim Gong-jae's lips curl into a genuine happy smile. I actually kept my promise. The citizens are subconsciously drawn to him. He is so proud of himself. Over these last few hundred days, even the priests inside the church have to stop and listen. Zero regrets. He wanted no one to die. Enduring for hundreds of days, he finally pushed back the Demon King. His ink-stained hands clinging to the railing, clear proof of all his hidden effort. I am so proud I actually did it. Kim Gong-ja remembers his old self, living like trash, just bitter and jealous of everyone else. Every day was just booze and more booze while the news played. I wanted to be the Flame Emperor. His heart turns cold thinking of that mess. He had given up on life, but then destiny arrived unexpectedly. System alert, quest complete. His heart is full of satisfaction. Now he can finally hold his head high. It continues. Look, he is glancing at his companions along with the Black Dragon Master and the Sword Saint. I saved this world. Status officially updated, floor 12 mission cleared. He is confident that today he can finally stand tall. Then boom, contribution screens start popping up everywhere. Top 3 contributors announced. First place, Death King. Second, Black Dragon Master. Third, Sword Saint. Their reward is the peaceful life of this city. Savas just scowls in pure confusion. What on earth are you talking about? Suddenly, our guy shouts his name, Savas aim. It startles him badly. Kim Gong-ja waves happily. The empire is in your hands now. Savas and the soldiers are just baffled. Sorry, but my hero role ends right here. I will still be around your empire somewhere though. Kim Gong-ja gets more excited than ever. From now on, you guys handle things yourselves. Good luck you can do it. The old spirit just laughs out loud, doing a few backflips. Up in the air, man, this crazy guy. I thought he matured, but he is just bragging again. He just laughs it off with that confident look, even doing a dramatic hair flip. So stylish, right? Hey, I just really love life today. The old spirit is losing it. Kim Gong-ja is officially nuts, but hey, it doesn't hurt me. Let that crazy guy be. Our main character shifts his focus, reaching out. All right, Black Dragon Master, let's hit floor 13. Wait, that actually made the Black Witch rethink things. No high-rank hunter is ever normal. I can totally empathize with that. Wait, what did you just say? Floor 13, let's go. System alert, moving to floor 13. Death King, welcome. The whole team teleports to the site. They arrive at the destination and the Demon King immediately starts roaring in absolute fury. Unforgivable. How dare you touch my children? You insects, are you trying to mock me? You want to steal my life and soul? The pressure is immense, dripping with pure hatred. I curse you all. Marcus is on edge. That scream is beyond terrifying and gut-wrenching. The Black Witch agrees. Why does he sound so incredibly pathetic and full of despair? Our main character looks tense, but then someone speaks up. Hey, what's wrong with that guy? The spirit tilts his head curious. Only he can feel it, the boss is getting weaker. That's brand new info. Even our main character is shocked. The old spirit rubs his chin. He took a heavy hit from the Black Dragon Master, but he shouldn't be this weak. It's like he's been downgraded. On floor 12, he was a massive triple S rank Goblin King. Remember that terrifying black mass on the roof? That insane aura? Well, things have changed. The truth is totally different now. He's barely at the level of a floor 5 Goblin. It is so weird. Usually, the higher you climb, the stronger the bosses are supposed to be. Did that last move cause this? Our main character starts thinking an unpredictable change has occurred. The system announces floor 12 rewards, but wait, error. They are delayed until floor 19. Only medicine for now. The main character stares at the glowing object materializing in his hand. Status update: you have received the temple's blessing and divine protection. It's a massive buff. Maps for floors 11 through 20 are revealed, and Gong-ja is totally blown away by this. It's a world map. Marcus and the witch jump when he suddenly shouts in excitement. I've got it. Our main character finally realizes the truth. Listen, Black Dragon Master, think back. Remember the previous floors, the town we saw from above. The history has been rewritten. The Demon King's invasion history is gone. That refugee camp, it doesn't even exist anymore. Red dots are vanishing while green ones pop up. The refugees. Where did they come from? The whole continent, exactly. But now the camp is just gone. She nods along, realizing too. The history of the entire continent has changed. We've returned to the time before the invasion. Right now, the temple is just beginning to be attacked. The Demon King is still screaming. Wait, he was just downgraded. The spirit is confused, but Gong-ja's face turns cold. Hunters hear a specific phrase when they level up. Your existence has become one step clearer. What does the tower mean by that? It's not just for show. Bosses grow by killing. But if that slaughter never happened, system warning: the Demon King is reaching peak rage. His existence is becoming vague. His strength was built on those kills, and now they're gone. His very being is being erased. The Demon King is losing his mind in pure agony. What is the deal with this existence? The tower keeps mentioning. Is it just for style? The only real clue we have is the entity itself. The Demon King they fought before. This high-tier boss got his power by slaughtering countless citizens and refugees. Pure evil, honestly. But now, all that slaughter, it is like it never happened. Suddenly, the system alerts us the Autumn Rain Demon King is getting furious. The Demon King presence is fading. Our main character realizes this means his entire path to power has been completely wiped out. Erased from history. Wiped out, leaving his very existence a total blur. He is clutching his head, screaming in agony. The Demon King has officially lost it. Mark every single word. After huddling up, our crew roars out together, time to fight back. Let us do this. The counterattack has officially begun. The Demon King spams his summons. Ghosts and demons flood the field. Most of them look like normal people, just with rotted, distorted skin. My children, he bellows out loudly. Kill them all. The Black Witch charges her dark magic, grumbling. I have always hated zombie movies since forever. Marcus raises his legendary sword too. Right in the middle of this chaos, Kim Gong-ja makes a bet. Sword Saint. He's actually talking to that floating spirit up there. To clear floor 19, how many more deaths? How many more times do I have to die? The old man rubs his chin. I bet under 100 times. Kim Gong-ja smirks confidently. Oh, then I will bet on under 99 deaths instead. The old spirit snaps back in annoyance, saying that is totally playing dirty. He dares to challenge our young man. Let us see how a zombie like you slaughters your own kind. Since we bet, I am not helping. A swarm of monsters slowly crawls toward him. Kim Gong-ja agrees immediately. Those familiar system lines appear. You have died, returning 24 hours to the past. Now he and the Black Witch lead the charge. She is totally exhausted, saying she is giving her all. My skills are the only ones working here. Death King, can your skill not shoot fire? Kim Gong-ja gives a vague answer about his cooldown. Right now, we can only use it for about 3 seconds. She asks, in total disbelief, 3 seconds. Kim Gong-ja just nods and confirms it. Yep, exactly that. Then he turns to Marcus to make a request. Can you help me open that massive rocklet over there? Marcus asks, what exactly are you checking? Kim Gong-ja signals with 2 fingers, I will explain later. Just help me, I am a prophet after all. Fine. Marcus stares but opens the lid. Suddenly, a monster delivers a fatal bite. You have died. After reviving, Kim Gong-ja points it out again. Hey Sword Saint, that rock is actually a secret path. There is a super useful hammer down there. Take the Black Dragon Master and go grab it. Marcus mocks him, you must live a pretty lonely life. Ha, our MC ignores him and continues his lecture. Combining that hammer with energy beams will be huge. Use your skills and slam it down. That hammer creates shockwaves that will absolutely wreck these zombies. The others are stunned by his knowledge. How on earth do you know that? Kim Gong-ja just yells back, I am a prophet, okay I will. He doesn't notice the monster lunging for his throat. Before he finishes his sentence, he dies again. You have died. The Sword Saint looks at the mountain of corpses. The zombies are basically wiped out. Kim Gong-ja heads for the final boss time for the Demon King. But then a weird orc appears. What in the world is that? Its glowing eyeball looks creepier than anything we have seen before. The team analyzes it. It is a giant but clearly part of the zombie horde. A zombie giant. Maybe it was a temple guardian, but now it is just another puppet. We need to study this. Before it swings, they finish their huddle. Marcus says, leave this big guy to me. Thanks, I am counting on you. Then bam, another death. Kim Gong-ja learns from the loop after hearing Marcus. Marcus says to leave the giant to him. Kim Gong-ja stops him. No Sword Saint, not this time. Use your shockwaves to hold back the smaller zombies instead. Marcus grumbles, but I wanted to test my blade. Kim Gong-ja keeps reminding him I am a prophet. Then he barks orders at the Black Witch. Black Dragon Master, aim your energy beams directly at his face. She looks totally hyped. I was just thinking the same thing. Kim Gong-ja locks it in. Perfect, let us go. A blinding beam shoots from the giant orc's eye, shattering everything. Kim Gong-ja screams, summoning of 100 ghosts. The Black Witch is stunned. Death King, does that skill have no cooldown? He just says, almost. She listens closely to his plan. We have 2 people who can handle this giant, but listen. Kim Gong-ja has a specific request that catches her off guard. Our Black Witch is totally confused. Do not attack his eye. She stares at him in total shock. What did you just say? Kim Gong-ja warns her that doing that will cause a massive disaster. She protests immediately. Death King, are you blind? Look at that massive eye. Kim Gong-ja just sighs. Yes, I see it. I get it, you have a thing for hitting that eye, don't you, Demon King? If you could shoot beams like I do and saw that glowing eye, you would do the same. I know, but it won't work. No time to explain right now, so please just trust me on this. The Black Witch is hesitant. Marcus steps in to comfort her. We should listen to him. He's a prophet after all. That hurts. Even the Sword Saint is clenching his fists. It looks like he's finally made up his mind here. The Black Witch solemnly swears. Fine, I will try my best not to attack that eye. Gong-ja is relieved. With the plan set, they team up to take down the massive boss. It's time for some teamwork. The Demon King roars in agony. My General A notification pops up. Thu Vu has retreated to floor 14. The gray skies vanish without a trace. Peace is restored and the villagers can finally go home now. Hey, quit running in the shrine. How many times do I have to tell you? Kids' laughter fills the air. Congrats, the goddess is protecting you now. Gong-ja watches the boss relaxing on a distant cliffside. He's just a gentle guardian now. Our trio holds hands. The road is long. Let's get moving, guys. Fast forward to another spot. Dusk in the deep woods. They stand back to back waiting for the next strike. Same story as before. The Demon King bails again, retreating all the way up to floor 15. We follow. Next stop, an underwater battlefield full of mermen. And again, the Demon King flees to floor 16. Then it's a volcano with red dragons everywhere. You guessed it, he's retreated to floor 17 now. History is officially changing. Floor 18, then 19. The Demon King's presence is fading away completely. A glowing red eye stares out from a pitch-black face. His voice is pure venom. You humans. He's cowering in a corner full of self-pity. If it wasn't for you people, this wouldn't be happening. His body is shrinking into a pile of mud. How dare you bring swords into this world of mine? Gong-ja just gives a cold smirk. Oh, his hands on the hilt. Finally, I can see your eye. The Demon King is stunned. What? Gong-ja just stays calm. Like I said, I finally got close enough. The king and the hero never meeting eye to eye. That's just a ridiculous tragedy. Time to end it. He points his cold blade straight at the enemy. Let's put everything into this final blow. The The Demon King tries to argue back, but our main character just cuts him right off. Run away again. Go on. I'm curious. How much weaker will you get after another pathetic escape? The king just has to sit there and take the insults. Look, give it your all or you're dead. Rage boils over. You people, how dare you tear me apart like this? What do you even know? Gong-ja calls out a familiar name, Esther. It's time for the final warning. Stop holding back. Show me your full power. With the top sword in hand, Gong-ja's expression is dead serious now. If you don't, I promise I'll outlive your entire history. Then it happens. Gong-ja dies again. You're dead. The system flags a penalty for using that skill. It's time to relive a killer's trauma. A nightmare is coming. Penalty level is medium, the hungry ghost. We're seeing Fu Vu's tragic past. Intense flames surround them. A powerful voice commands burn it all, destroy that witch's entire lair. Gong-ja can't believe his eyes. A young girl's silhouette flickers through the brutal, roaring fire. No mercy, they're all just cursed monsters. Don't let a single one of them escape the flames. That was the Demon King when she was still human. Her face is frozen in pure shock. She keeps asking why. We see the peaceful village now replaced by bodies littering the ground. Why would humans burn other humans alive like this? The whole scene is just pure chaos. Soldiers are shouting their oaths. It's the Lord's order. In the name of the king and his majesty. Using every excuse to justify the slaughter. In the name of the Pope. In the name of the forest god. They even drag beastmen and elves into it. By the Dragon King's jewel and the hero's honor. The soldiers show no mercy to anyone. The Demon King's voice rings out full of desperate questions. Who are you people? Who gave you the right to burn innocent people alive like this? The Demon King keeps demanding answers. Who are you people? How dare you burn others alive? Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. How could it be like this? We watch as everyone falls right before her eyes. Deathly flames stealing innocent lives. A mother clings to her child, holding him tight. He won't stop crying. She tries to calm him, asking if he's okay. Just a bit longer, stay strong. Around them, others comfort each other, trying to stay brave. And then there's Gong-ja. Right. Everything will be okay. It has to be. The fire finally dies out, leaving the Demon Queen alone amidst the silent ashes. She walks slowly across the scorched earth. Her mind drifts back to a boy she once knew so innocent and bright. Saintess, look, the first apple from my garden. Please try it. But now, all that's left is a single charred arm. A girl once showed off her legs, happy she could finally run again. She thanked the Saintess for a brand new life. Those same legs are now nothing more than cold, lifeless remains. It's too much. We can see her finally breaking down. She collapses in pure agony, her hands clawing into the dirt. The torment inside her just keeps growing and growing now. Vibrant lives all reduced to burned corpses. A dust storm swirls, mixing with the ash that stains the Demon Queen's hands. But the dirt doesn't even matter anymore. Not to her. We watch as she brings her hands up to her mouth. Under a gray sky, she consumes the remnants of what's left, swallowing down a sorrow that simply cannot be put into words. Her eyes turn feral. She can't stop grieving for these poor, lost children. It's honestly heartbreaking to see her like this. Thick black tears stream down her face as she mourns. A heavy mix of suffering and sadness wraps around her entire being. My children, you were human once too. As her dark energy expands, we feel her rage at the world's cruel irony. They were born human, living peaceful lives. They knew pain and sadness. Quickly, that darkness spreads out toward the other villages. It creeps over every rooftop like a silent plague. And yet after everything, people have the nerve to call them monsters. A confused child asks his mother, "What is that?" This is the moment. She's officially turned into the ruthless Demon Queen. You call yourselves humans while calling my children monsters. Her voice rings out, challenging the very logic of this unfair world. Does this world belong only to you? Her bitter cries echo through the air as a bloody rain starts to fall down. If you're the only humans left, then prove it. Show me what it truly means to be human. We can hear her. Amidst the rain, she screams her orders with pure hatred. From this second on, you better prove you deserve that title. Driven by fate, the kind Saintess is now the Demon Queen. Her words are a curse born from her shattered heart's agony. I curse you all. Your own evil thoughts created this nightmare. This obsession has been festering inside her for so long. No more villages will burn. Now you will live and pay the price for every single one of your wicked deeds. What Gong-ja sees now isn't the village but the corpses of soldiers. The Demon Queen's tragic memories are bleeding into reality. The soldiers lie where the villagers once were. The old spirit calls out to him. Gong-ja, wake up, snap out of it. Seeing Gong-ja's blank stare, the spirit knows exactly what he's going through. This place, it isn't the hell meant for you. The system chimes in right on time. Pain reenactment complete. The subject has maintained their sanity throughout the entire ordeal. Punishment over. Gong-ja jumps right back into the fray. He swings his blade relentlessly, not giving the Demon Queen any room. She can't even fight back. The old spirit shouts that this is his chance. Her mind is empty. Now strike her. Gong-ja's strikes are perfectly aimed. Every blow lands true as the Demon Queen's screams fill the air. We can feel the impact. Her agonizing cries echo everywhere. She slides back across the ground after a heavy hit. Black mud begins to pour out. The sludge drains away, revealing her human form beneath. The system alerts us again. The Demon Queen's presence is fading fast. Her body shrinks as the filth is washed away. Panic sets in for her. No, she's bleeding just like a human. It's total chaos. Blood splatters everywhere. My children, my hatred. She's losing it. Then we hear a stern command. Fall back. A detailed map appears behind Gong-ja. Blue dots representing his troops are scattered all across the various continents on the screen. Go to the 20th floor. You won't beat me no matter what you try. Just head back to your shelter already. The red dots are being pushed into a tiny corner. Go back to who you were. He's totally manipulating her mind here. Return to where you started because that's where you'll end. Mars glances over his sword, ready for a final lethal strike. The Black Witch calmly tells him she'll leave the final blow to the Death King. The Demon Queen is coughing up blood. Damn it, she screams in rage. The Beast King has retreated to the 20th floor. The notification pops up. History has changed. The Floor 19 quest is now wide open. Gong-ja has done it. Let's see how he handles the next level together. The Demon Queen has fled. The timeline is officially altered. Floor 19 is unlocked. Gong-ja takes a breath. What a ride. The mission is accomplished. Our main character stands tall as the path ahead clears. Stick with us. The journey just started. Gong-ja calls out to his teammates, the Sword Saint and Black Dragon Master. Sorry, but I'm clearing the 20th floor alone. He bows deeply, showing total sincerity. Thank you everyone for all the help you've given me up until now. But I really need to handle this Demon King solo, so please let me go. Honestly, they both look pretty confused. The Black Witch is the first one to back him up. No objections here, we only made it this far thanks to you. Even though the 5-day promise is broken, I'll wait for you. The Sword Saint is quick to agree as well. Today marks exactly 5 days. After you clear floor 20, we should probably have a private chat, right? I've got plenty to discuss with you. A faint smile finally starts to play on Gong-ja's lips. Yes, he bows one last time before the teleport kicks in. Thank you. The system announces the transfer. Welcome, Death King. The quest boss is in position and suddenly he's standing in a massive flower garden. You and I are watching the only challenger, the Death King himself. Let's hope luck is on his side today. The tiny Demon King has been waiting. As she steps forward, the tower calculates rewards for floors 11 through 19. Calculations complete. Just like that, the tower officially recognizes your truly legendary career and achievements. Countless cards start floating around him as the Death King's authority is adjusted. He looks completely caught off guard. You've been granted envoy status. You can now swap any skill except for S-rank ones. He's stunned. Is the tower actually giving me a choice? Gong-ja still has no idea who created this place or why. But one thing is certain, this tower is full of lives. He reaches for his sword, ready for the showdown. A powerful aura of pure golden energy begins to gather. He finally realizes what that presence was talking about. He points his sharp blade directly at the Demon King. He has to protect his choices and remember them forever. Gong-ja finally speaks, sounding pretty cold. This right here, this is where it ends for you. The Demon King's face is covered in mud, showing absolute terror. How dare you? Her voice is filled with rage. My villages, how could you destroy my paradise? The system pings, the boss is right in front of you. Gong-ja controls the cards hovering around him. The Demon King is still stubborn, refusing to forgive humanity. The truth is, her entire life was completely frozen at that one single tragic moment. My eyes and mine are still with the Empire. I'll never forget the cruel flames you people started. The Demon King goes wild and summons a massive greatsword. Are you really going to burn my paradise again? Looking at the map, there's only one conclusion: the weakest floor boss is trapped in this tiny space. The Demon King rushes him, face twisted in pure fury. She puts everything into a massive swing, but Gong-ja blocks it effortlessly. He whispers, our positions have completely swapped now, haven't they? He brings up the past while landing a brutal counter. Remember, floor 12. You were the boss and I was the hero. You were the invader and I was the one fighting back. The Demon King is pushed back, gasping for air. Gong-ja starts messing with her head. It's funny, right? Now you're the one desperately trying to protect what you love. The Demon King screams for him to die. He just scoffs and delivers another powerful slash. Sorry, but your words don't scare me at all. A cry of pure pain rings out through the garden. This time, a horizontal slash tears through the Demon King. Her scream echoes through the entire area. The system update shows the Demon King autumn rain is fading away. Dark sludge starts pouring onto the ground. Gong-ja keeps swinging. You're just going to get weaker and weaker. The Demon King can't stop screaming. Those familiar words pop up again. Autumn rain is fading. Gong-ja just gets more aggressive. Just a little bit more. The notification appears as another scream of pure agony echoes through the sky. The Demon King's movements suddenly freeze. The layers of mud fall away, revealing a pure white dress underneath. Warning, the system is adjusting the rank. The title of Demon King has officially been stripped away. Even the darkness abandons her, leaving her in a panic. She tries to grab her last bit of power but fails. The former Demon King begs in total despair, "Tower, please, you can't do this to me." Gong-ja just stands there watching her reach for the final ashes. He's clearly satisfied with how this turned out. Everything's going according to plan. "You're way too weak now." She's terrified, trying to back away. "Don't, stay back, get away from me." But Gong-ja ignores her entirely and slowly walks toward her. "All right, you and I are watching a legend." Standing on these white petals, he dares her, "Stop me if you can." Even with her threats, he tells her straight, "I was always going to show up right here in front of you." The Demon King backs away into the darkness, accusing him of doing terrible things to her children. She screams he has no right, but our guy isn't letting her finish. He cuts her off, mid-sentence. "You're wrong." His sword glows with diamond light, and his expression is dead serious right now. He admits it, he's an outworlder. "It's true, the kings and popes teamed up to burn your village to the ground. But you can't blame innocent people for that." The Demon King just stands there, silent and stunned. He's just a hunter from another world. His only responsibility is to bring true freedom to this land. She's still not convinced. She's actually trying to justify the terrible things she's done to everyone. She claims he has no right to judge her and no power to stop her. She's dead wrong. He shuts her down instantly. "You're innocent. Little Esther was just as terrified as you are right now." He brings up the past. "That poor girl was crying for her father, and what did you do to her?" He doesn't hold back at all. "You swallowed that child whole after her mother trusted you to protect her. You call that saving lives? You betrayed every single person who actually put their faith in you." She screams it isn't true, but our guy is just getting started exposing her crimes to the world. "You hid the truth about becoming Esther and consuming that child. Now everyone knows the truth. People only stayed quiet because they were scared." She keeps denying it, claiming she knows nothing. She's panicking now, hands over her face. She claims she had no memory or awareness back then. She remembers it now, Esther running for her life. "Daddy, please help me. Is anyone there to save me?" She still tries to play dumb, so he just looks at her with pure cold sarcasm. "Oh, so it's just a mistake because you didn't know." She swears she'd never do it again if she knew. He points it out, humans are the exact same way. Then he starts breaking it all down for her. "You're making the same excuses as the kings who hurt you, trying to justify your own savage behavior. They claimed they were just hunting monsters and knew nothing. They're just going back and forth now. Those are pure, shameless lies. Of course, some people lie for their own benefit, but are you absolutely certain that every single person is just like that? Think about the innocent people forced to flee because of the toxic blood rain. Or the brave soldiers who were only following the direct orders of their emperor. What about the common people who had to leave the land they've lived on for ages just to become refugees? Out of all those people, how many do you think were just like you? All those people saying they didn't know." His voice gets a little softer as he finishes his point. "I'm not exactly highly educated," he says, "but I know one thing on this earth, karma." Under the shade of the trees, he tells her, "If you think those shadows you spat out are human, fine. You should experience the exact same thing. That's true justice." She's struggling to process it. "Now pay attention, what's he talking about?" A mysterious light appears in his palm as he calls the tower. "Tower, I'm using my floor clear reward. I want to change one of my existing skills right now." The status window pops up immediately. His summoning 100 Ghosts skill has reached double S rank, and the tower confirms that it has officially accepted his request. Everything has a price, though. There are limits to the changes the tower will allow him to make. The tower makes a suggestion. He can actually upgrade this skill from double S to triple S. Kim Gong-jae makes his choice instantly. Upgrade summoning 100 ghosts. Leave the other skills exactly as they are. He's got more demands. He wants to change the part where memories aren't inherited by summons. He wants his undead to remember their past lives. The Demon King is absolutely losing it now. She's terrified, asking what he's doing. He just asks her if this feels fair enough yet. He didn't ask for more power or shorter cooldowns. He only asked for their memories to return. The system notification pings, it's measuring his request. Just like that, the tower grants it. The upgrade starts. A massive light wraps around him and spreads across the entire area. She's trembling under the pressure. She screams that this is a total insult to a monarch. And honestly, this isn't an insult. This is just the heavy price she has to pay for her sins. Your request makes total sense. It's already been sent over to Zakhar and approved. The card in his hand is glowing with this brilliant golden light. Looks like the request is officially cleared. A detailed info screen pops up instantly. Triple S rank skill, 100 demon summoning. Let's see those effects. You can summon anyone you have killed in monster form. Just keep in mind these undead won't inherit skills, but if you choose, the undead can actually keep their original looks and memories from when they were alive. Without that request, they just stay as monsters. Also, tiny detail, you can only summon once a week. Kim Gong-ja is beyond satisfied with this. This is the very first triple S rank skill he's ever grabbed. He raises his hand, getting ready to unleash that power. All right, it's finally time to send you off. The Demon King grits her teeth as the final judgment looms. Since you hate this, I'll do what you did. He raises the number 1 sword high, ready to crush her and remind her of all those past sins, just like what you did to me and the heroes. The Demon King isn't going down without a struggle. Her hand grips the sword hilt on the ground. He just starts mocking her with that smirk. I'm glad I turned you back into a human. Dying as a monster would have looked way too pathetic. She snaps and charges him. She swings so clumsily that Kim Gong-ja just dodges her like it's nothing. Then a mocking voice rings out. Wrong. The old spirit starts criticizing her without holding back at all. Your stance and footwork are a total mess. How can you even see anything if you swing like that? Looking at how exhausted the Demon King is, he just clicks his tongue in pure disgust. TSK. You're just a typical fighter who relies too much on skills. Without real strength, you are basically nothing. She's gasping for air from exhaustion. He doesn't forget to give Kim Gong-ja a little reminder either. Hey Kim Gong-ja, look. This is why I always say you need the basics before you try getting technical. In the end, the only thing you can really trust is your own body and your own strength. Watching the Demon King struggle to drag her massive sword, he narrows his eyes and drops a cold truth. Your time is up. She tries to fight back, but she doesn't even realize her blade already snapped. The broken pieces of her weapon fly off into the distance. She's broken now, just sobbing in despair. Kim Gong-ja just stares at her helpless back. You even remember what the Demon King said before. Any regret she has now is just way too late. He tightens his grip on the number 1 sword. This sword has been through everything with him. I am the collector of death. That statement is definitely true. Just as Kim Gong-ja raises his sword to strike, a voice suddenly yells out, wait a second. The old spirit rubs his chin, looking thoughtful. Sorry for interrupting, actually, I don't feel bad about it. Anyway, don't kill her just yet. Hearing that, he's totally confused. What? But why would you say that? He gives this vague answer. I know this is what needs to be done. This just makes Kim Gong-ja angrier. Then why stop me? He calmly points at her. Look, she isn't even a monster anymore, is she? So is she human just like you? Then he adds, maybe she's just become a regular NPC by now. So will 100 demon summoning work on her? Kim Gong-ja hesitates awkwardly. Well, I think it should work. Suddenly, the old spirit snaps at him. You think, wake up, you need to keep a cool head about this. If the tower tells us, sorry, NPCs don't count for this skill, then what are you going to do? Kim Gong-ja is officially speechless. The Demon King just sits there in a daze, looking completely lost. While those two keep bickering, look at the skill card again. It says people you killed directly. It says nothing about NPCs. They are humans too. Well, that's just your opinion, kid, not a fact. He doesn't know how to respond, so he just says, oh. He turns to ask the tower system instead. The tower is listening. Kim Gong-ja doesn't beat around the bush. I've got a question for you. Based on what we just discussed, can 100 demon summoning work on NPCs, or is it only for hunters? Text on the screen shows it's asking Zacher to check. After a while, the result is shocking, unable to verify. The system says the question exceeds tower authority. He just freezes. What? Now checking tower advisor privileges. With Death King authority, the tower will settle this via discussion. Kim Gong-ja stands among golden butterflies, looking dazed. Gong-ja stares at them deep in thought. It is just like that first time the system popped up, asking him to choose a skill card. Gong-ja is questioning everything. Why is he even here? Suddenly, the system updates with a massive info dump for all of us. Participants confirmed. We have got the 6th pillar, the Ancient Scepter, and the 5th pillar, who is the Princess of Illusions. Then the 4th Blind Moonlight. The 3rd is the Primordial Lawgiver, and the 2nd pillar is the Void War God itself. They are all checking in. Gong-ja is totally lost. He cannot see a thing, but man, he can definitely feel their presence. That overwhelming pressure is insane. The system confirms it. The 6 pillars of all life are officially in the building. Now the tower is bringing up the Death King's case. Suddenly, these towering figures appear. Gong-ja looks completely spaced out. He is lost in his own head. Can the 100 Ghosts Summon skill actually work on NPCs? Vote yes or no. One figure starts speaking this bizarre alien language. It is just a constant stream of weird noises ringing in his ears. It is echoing through his brain, making Gong-ja's mind go totally blank. Finally, the sound starts to sharpen up. Then dead silence. It is absolutely terrifying. He is breaking out in a cold sweat, hands shaking as he reaches for his neck. Usually, the tower translates everything no matter the language. So why is it not working for him this time? Gong-ja realizes the truth, and it is heavy. These beings do not actually exist inside the tower's normal rules. This is on a whole other level. These entities make the power of a demon king look like a total amateur joke. He is guessing they are the ones who built this whole place. Right then, the system says the vote is starting. Tension is through the roof. The judgment has begun, and the pillars are finally casting their votes. The sixth pillar says no, but the fifth and fourth both vote yes. The opinions are totally split. Gong-ja is sweating bullets, waiting for the hammer to drop. Then the third pillar throws in another big no vote. It is a dead heat between yes and no, but the second pillar decides to abstain. 2 votes for each side, 2 for 2 against and 1 blank. These godlike beings are really about to nerf his best skill. Why is that Gong-ja suddenly snaps out of it? Wait, there is still one more person left who has not voted yet. His mind is racing. Someone who does not even need to be here but knows more about this place than anyone. Gong-ja, the master of the tower, finally finds his voice. I think voting yes is the only right move here, he says. The image of the Demon King's power is burned into his brain. If this skill cannot be applied to NPCs then how did the Fall Rain Demon King summon such a massive army? Most of his victims were just helpless NPCs. They were just citizens from the empires and kingdoms after all. 3 pillars of light suddenly wash over Gong-ja now. He is the star of the show now. Let me address the things you are actually worried about right now, he says. You are afraid that I will go on a mindless killing spree just to grow my massive ghost army, right? But I believe my actions during this whole time have shown you exactly what kind of person I really am. He finishes strong, declaring he is absolutely not that kind of evil monster. Gong-ja is standing his ground firmly. Not now and not ever. The Tower Master finally responds with a not bad. Then the figure actually shows up. A blurry figure with a very satisfied, toothy grin. Their long hair flows all the way down to his feet. Death King, answer me truthfully from your heart. Gong-ja bows low, bracing for his own moment of destiny. Then he drops the line with total confidence. The Demon King is my prey. Do not you dare lay a finger on him. The first pillar is finally revealed. The pillar of all life has officially cast the final vote of yes for our boy. Suddenly, the floor starts cracking beneath his feet. The system alerts are going wild as the voting finally finishes up. Final count is 3 for 2 against and 1 abstain. The 100 Ghosts skill can officially work on NPCs now. But wait, he has lost his temporary Death King messenger status. Everything starts shattering like broken glass all around him. The meeting is over. A blinding light expands with massive force, swallowing everything into a void of pure nothingness. Good luck, a voice says. Then someone starts yelling. Kim Gong-ja, hey Kim Gong-ja. Gong-ja's eyes finally snap open. The Sword Emperor is frowning at him. Why are you spacing out? I told you to go and ask the tower. The Demon King is just lying there on the ground silent. Kim Gong-ja, hey, are you even listening to me? He just stares at his hands in total shock. That whole meeting felt like an eternity, but in reality, it feels like 100 years passed in a single second. Finally, Gong-ja manages to find his voice again. Sword Emperor is already complaining. Took you long enough to respond. How many times do I have to call you? Time for a plan, or is your brain just zombie rot? Kim Gong-ja stays silent on that. Can you not see or hear anything? The tower itself summoned me here. I met this pillar thing, the Tower of All Lives. Then the Tower Master just laughed. You really know nothing. To the old man, Kim Gong-ja is just talking nonsense. Kim Gong-ja, I am truly sorry for calling you that. I will try to cut back now. Wake up. This makes Kim Gong-ja think. The old legend is completely in the dark. Even a hero who reached floor 99 has no idea what is happening. He grips his sword, wondering who those entities he just met really were. He falls into deep thought. Stay calm. The mysteries are becoming very clear. His blade points at the Demon King crawling on the ground. She begs for mercy. Kim Gong-ja makes his move. The first priority is finishing off the enemy in front. Everything will be clear at floor 100. The old spirit suddenly has a question. Wait, you are just killing her. No questions for the tower. His mind is set. It is fine. His sword raises high as the trees shake from his intense power. I have my answer. With the work done, he chants 100 Ghosts Rebirth. That dark liquid on the ground starts moving. It merges back into the Demon King. She moans in pain. Kim Gong-ja gives his first command, stand up. She looks the same. But now she is reborn with a totally different identity. That is his final judgment. She must serve the one who gave her life. He talks about her old name. You should not use that name anymore. From now on, your name is Preta. Your name is Preta, meaning hungry ghost. Kim Gong-ja declares, I am your master. Esther the Saint, the Demon King. The girl who had nothing now has a name. Preta bows deeply. I will follow every order. You are my true lord and master. The 5th day. Under the falling cherry blossoms, one of the 2 kings has fallen. After all these events, the old spirit can only sigh. It is just impossible to understand. There is no logic here. She should be full of rage and hatred for you. So why did she bow without a word? Preta is actually crying tears of joy. Kim Gong-ja asks the old man, you want to know why she serves me now? Her sobbing continues. He does not answer, letting the old man's imagination run wild. But Preta knows these are tears of contentment. Horse hooves echo his calm voice. Sword Emperor, you will see soon. The system scans floor 20 for the Demon King. No Demon King detected on floor 20. Preta walks quietly through the ruined village. History is changing. She sees the people living well and is moved to tears. She faces the villagers but cannot speak. It seems she was not ready for this. Please do not. The horses stop nearby. Her voice breaks with pain for her village. Savas appears right then. He gives a loud command, all troops halt. Preta falls to her knees trembling. You are my lord. She thinks of the children. No more hatred or revenge. I will do anything you want, she keeps crying. My fate does not matter, just please protect my paradise. Preta is begging him. The old spirit watches this. Do you have to do that? Kim Gong-jae says obviously. A master must take responsibility for his people. The old man feels a bit guilty. Sorry I did not see that sooner. Kim Gong-ja turns away. You lost the bet. Time for your punishment. He stands alone against the army and yells all troops halt. Savas is furious. I am General Savas A. Kim. Who are you to block my path? General, who Kim Gong-jae gives a mysterious smirk. Why is an army even here? All right, check this out. General Savas bellows the emperor's command as the sun sets. Birds fly away and his voice echoes. He claims a wicked witch currently exists who is bewitching the entire continent. She is turning innocent people into mindless monsters. They are falling into pits of temptation created by this witch. He asks how he can let this continue. But Kim Gong-ja is gathering power. He demands they purify this place with holy fire. Kim Gong-ja starts identifying the crowd as a pink system screen pops up. Our hero knows exactly who these people are. Kim Gong-ja silently begins to check off each and every one of them in his head. These are the elite temple knights from the 13th floor. This guy is accusing our lead of being a fake saint who must be punished. An elf from floor 14 stands proud. He represents the sacred forest and the waterfall mages of the 15th floor. He boasts about the power of the sacred gem granted by the merfolk. You can see many familiar faces in the massive crowd. There are warriors from floor 16, merchants from floor 17, and nomads from floor 18. Even the small kingdoms and holy soldiers. Everyone is shouting with intense energy. They claim to be the leaders of the Freedom Alliance and soldiers of the Empire. They demand that the enemies receive their punishment. It is actually heartbreaking because Kim Gong-ja is the very one who saved them. Savas loses his patience and lets out a scream. He demands to know who is blocking their path and who our hero really is. Suddenly, a system mission appears, Warrior of the Frozen World. The difficulty level is unknown. The system speaks directly to Kim Gong-ja. It tells him that no one will remember his justice or devotion. But justice remains justice and his noble deeds will last forever. Kim Gong-ja closes his eyes thinking. The system asks if he will still choose the path of a hero. He turns to the general. He confirms the words of General Savas ask him. He asks if the general is really here, on the emperor's orders. Savas is furious. Savas is enraged by this lack of respect. How dare a brat speak to a great general like that? He is shaking with anger. Kim Gong-ja just mocks him with a sarcastic laugh. He asks how the emperor could possibly know another person's private business so well. This makes the general flinch with guilt. Savas tries to act superior, ordering Kim Gong-ja to hand over the witch immediately. He claims our hero's words are pure treason. Now you and I know Kim Gong-ja has a plan. He asks if Savas means the coup. Even though he didn't know the specifics, he could read the guilt on the general's face. He walks right up to the horse. He tells Savas he should be ashamed. The emperor gave him everything. He went from a simple net weaver at the docks to a general. You cannot do this. The emperor showered you with favors. You were just a dock worker once, but now you are royalty. You became a royal uncle and a general. Everything you have is thanks to the emperor's grace. Savas is gritting his teeth. The general asks if our hero is from the Amber Palace. He says the whole world is gathered here to stop them. Savas says one man cannot change their minds, but Kim Gong-ja just looks at him with total and complete contempt. He calls the general childish. Does he really look like a pawn for a deposed queen? He mocks the old man for being blind. Savas is actually shaking now, asking who really sent our hero to this place. Kim Gong-ja is now fuming with rage. He screams that the general should be asking who he really is. He raises his sword high into the evening air. A brilliant light begins to gather at the tip of the blade. He tells everyone to look closely at this sign. He declares himself the descendant of the great Emperor Ripanda Askim. That massive reveal and glowing sword leave everyone speechless. He tells Savas that he knows the general saw the chaos in the palace and the crown prince's impulsive actions. He claims Savas stayed loyal despite siding with the third prince. He says he was just testing the general's loyalty. He asks if Savas feels ashamed of his rebellious thoughts. The general is terrified, now sweating buckets as he looks at Kim Gong-ja. He asks if the general feels any shame at all. Savas is stuttering about how a kid could possibly doubt his loyalty. He claims the accusation is way too much. But Kim Gong-ja pushes harder, asking why the general is speechless if he is innocent. Savas finally drops from his horse and hits his knees to justify himself. He claims he was just a little bit startled. Savas emphasizes his loyalty, shouting that the Askim Empire must last forever. He bows down low before the royal descendant. He screams, "Long live the Emperor." The other soldiers see their general kneeling, and they have no choice but to follow. Even though they are confused, they all chant that the Askim Empire will last forever. The old spirit is watching in awe. They all chant in unison. The old spirit is incredibly impressed by this level of acting and Kim Gong-ja's bluffing skill. He tells Kim Gong-ja that his ability to spin a story is truly legendary. No one can match his skill at bluffing. Kim Gong-ja looks cold, but he is not happy. He asks if the spirit is just now realizing his true talent. He closes his eyes and makes a decision. He tells the spirit that he is going to teach him one more thing. When you raise a sword, the most important thing you show is not your strength. It is about your faith. Let's go. Confidence and self-belief are everything. The old elf is dropping some serious wisdom here. It is the same with bluffing. To fool others, you must first fool yourself. Take notes, confidence is key. Check out these soldiers kneeling in sync. Gong-ja lowers his blade while everyone else starts whispering and questioning. An heir to the ancient emperor, people are hesitating. Why would a royal descendant even be out here? But that sword. That is the real proof. Gong-ja knows the holy sword is his ultimate trump card. Savas finally looks up. He asks the big question, are you truly the emperor's descendant? He has one condition. Gong-ja says, go ahead. So Savas explains they came here to take down that witch once and for all. What is your business here anyway? Gong-ja remembers the rule bluff with total confidence. His eyes turn blood red. He announces it loud and clear. Listen up, this witch has already been tamed. Savas cannot believe it. Gong-ja points behind him. Look, when they see Preta still kneeling on the ground, someone lets out a scream. It is Esther, the Witch of the West. I have seen her before. Suddenly, the crowd is shouting to burn her. Kill her. Amidst the chaos, Gong-ja commands her. Preta, get over here and kneel in front of them right now. She actually obeys. Savas is stunned as Gong-ja coldly orders her to keep her head down and stay low. She is trembling but follows orders. Then he tells her to hit the dirt. Savas is literally sweating watching this. He is not done yet. Gong-ja tells her to do a forward roll while staying down. Preta is just totally confused. He snaps at her again. Did you not hear me? She just stammers out a yes and does exactly what he says. Now do a handstand. Preta just stares at him helplessly. Like, does she even know how to do that? So Gong-ja picks something else. Hands up and down 20 times, then 10 squats. Move it, 10 push-ups and a 20-second plank. She follows every single command. After finishing all those exercises, she just collapses, too exhausted to even speak. She is completely spent. Her body will not even move anymore. Gong-ja asks the soldiers if they have seen enough. He points one more time to make his point clear. This witch is officially under my control. She will follow my orders and cannot hurt anyone on the continent anymore. You can all relax now. The general and his men are totally speechless. Savas finally grits his teeth and agrees. If the descendant says so, then, but the 13th floor knight interrupts. Wait, what the heck are you doing? We came here to defeat her. Savas explains that as the young man said, the witch is already tamed. The knight is not having it. How can we trust this? Does one sword really prove he is the heir? Just one sword? Gong-ja grips his hilt. Savas snaps back. Are you really questioning the Empire's authority right now? That blade was literally blessed by the goddess. But the knight is stubborn. He does not care about the Pope. Savas challenges him. Do you value the Pope's words over the ancient emperor's? It is getting intense in here. Gong-ja just closes his eyes and stays calm. The knight keeps yelling about the authority of the Holy Temple. Savas is not backing down. You are the one who insulted the power of the Holy Sword in the first place. The knight gets petty. It seems the third prince does not need the Pope's support anymore, does he? Shots fired. Savas argues back. What does that matter? The Emperor's descendant has already proven himself to all of us. The knight claims he is just a royal pawn. Gong-ja just smirks while watching Preta lying there on the ground. Now he sees it. This is exactly how Preta turned the hunters against each other. Then someone tries to intervene. This is not the time for bickering. We still need to verify if this young man's claims are actually true. You guys are being called short-brained for a reason. This argument feels like it is never going to end. What is that? How we look to the elves? What are the temple and the empire even doing right now? Fighting like this in public is just embarrassing. Why are you guys talking so much? It is just like a market. Let's just settle this with a battle. Suddenly, the 15th floor mage shouts for everyone to move aside. He starts breaking it down. This whole argument can actually be solved quite easily if we just focus. Is this guy really the Emperor's descendant? And is that girl actually the legendary witch we are looking for? And did he really tame her like he says? If we can just confirm those 3 things, we are done. Someone finally speaks up. But how exactly are we supposed to verify all of those things right now? Gong-ja stays silent while they discuss it. Then a treasure is shown to help verify the truth. Look at that soul stone. It is a merfolk artifact the sorcerer is holding. Just one drop of blood is all it takes. This thing reveals if you are a saint or a monster. The sorcerer is acting like this is the ultimate lie detector test. He challenges them. If she is the Western witch and he is the Emperor's heir, they better prove it right here. Time to use the orb. As the sorcerer brings it out, he starts bragging about its legendary deep-sea origins for everyone. He claims the merfolk king gave it to him personally. When a pure soul's blood touches this sphere, true magic happens. It will glow brilliant white for a hero. But for a wicked soul, it turns pitch black. Talk about high stakes, guys. He shoves the orb in their faces, screaming for them to step up. If she is really that legendary far Western witch, and if our main character is truly the Founder's messenger, they must pass the test. The orb begins to pulse now. It is glowing with massive power now. Every sin and every good deed is about to be laid bare for everyone here. Kim Gong-ja just whispers to the spirit. Is this like the saint's lie detection skill? He is totally unfazed by the drama. The spirit just nods. Yeah, the merfolk are experts at crafting these truth-seeking artifacts. It is the real deal, you guys. Kim Gong-ja pulls his sword ready for whatever. The sorcerer warns him not to regret this. He is so full of himself. He says fakes can't hide from the orb's judgment. Then he grabs Preda's hand and pulls her forward without a second thought. He is checking the witch first. He slices her palm, making her scream in pain. This guy is a total jerk, honestly. He drops her blood onto the sphere. Immediately thick, dark smoke starts swirling around inside. It looks super ominous right now. The sorcerer loves it. He asks how a soul could be this evil. Everyone watching is absolutely terrified by the sight. Even the villain is breaking a sweat. Just how many people has she slaughtered to make the orb look like that? She is a cursed existence. Not just a witch, but a demon king. He shoves poor Preda aside like she is trash. Now he is coming for our boy. He demands to know if the Founder's messenger is ready to face the music. Kim Gong-ja is totally chill, just holding his hand out. Always ready. The sorcerer cuts him and takes the blood. He taunts Kim Gong-ja, saying lies won't save him now. He lets the blood fall onto that dark, ominous orb. The second it touches, boom, a blinding light erupts. The sorcerer starts freaking out as the white glow takes over everything. He is screaming. The light is so intense it literally brightens the whole forest. Savas has to cover his eyes. Everyone is losing it. The elf is shocked. How can a merfolk orb produce a holy radiance like this? The sorcerer is stumbling over his words. He can't believe his eyes. How is a soul this pure even possible? He is wondering how many thousands of lives this guy must have saved. He looks at Kim Gong-ja and sees divinity. He is basically seeing an angel. A holy warrior wrapped in a divine aura. He is totally converted now. Look at him. He shouts it out. This man is the light. The crowd is speechless. They are just repeating the light in disbelief. He asks if they are blind to such a sparkling soul. The knight's head is spinning. He can barely speak. He stammers a weak, not really, but the sorcerer snaps back immediately. How can you not see the truth right here? The commander is totally lost. What light are you talking about? Meanwhile, the sorcerer is actually tearing up. This is hilarious. He laments that he cannot talk to these common humans. A soul this pure would never lie to us. Even if he did lie, it would only be for our own good. This man is definitely the Founder's messenger. No, he is more than that. He is an apostle of the goddess. Our boy just got a massive title upgrade. Under the sunset, Kim Gong-ja just rolls with it. Correct, I am the goddess's apostle. He is so smooth with it. The knights are whispering. They are trying to figure out this light business. I mean, the sword was glowing pretty bright. The sailors are wondering if that is the first emperor's legendary sword. They are starting to buy into the hype. Maybe he is a secret noble. But the lead knight is still salty. He refuses to accept any of this. Apostle talk. Fine, maybe he is the light, but he still blocked our path earlier. He has not forgotten that little detail. The knight's words make Preda feel really awkward. He is still focused on his original mission to destroy the heretics. He points right at the house. We have to burn it down. He is determined to carry out his mission. The Pope isn't just after the witch, he wants the heretics too. They cannot escape divine punishment today. Kim Gong-ja feels a tug on his sleeve. It is Preda looking down and feeling absolutely miserable about the situation. The knight keeps shouting. If he is a divine apostle, he should be leading the holy execution, not stopping it. Finally, the old spirit sends a serious telepathic message to our main character. Alright, let's see what happens next. Get this, the best lies are 90% truth and only 10% fake. He calmly checks the temple knight, reminding him that he is the one deciding the execution. He declares that all evil is purged and divine justice is served. Then he just snaps. Two demon soldiers crawl out from the smoke. Kim Gong-ja just smiles and says, watch this. Suddenly, a whole demon army surrounds the knights. They are losing it, screaming that these are devils. The head knight is terrified hearing his men panic. He cannot believe these disgusting creatures exist. He comforts Bretta with a head pat, telling them straight up this is just his job. He wants them to see that witches are not the only evil ones. Everyone here is a villain. None of these monsters are any better than the witches. The knight can barely even speak. Are all these monsters his? Before walking away, he drops one final icy cold line. He claims the goddess ordered him to act and wipe out every bit of evil here. His mission is to conquer all world evil and lock these monsters away in hell forever. He tells them they are literally looking at the hell he built. The mage is actually crying. She asks if he really did all of this alone while they were completely in the dark. Kim Gong-ja just says yep. The guy is absolutely floored. Oh my god is right. How did nobody notice a normal human was single-handedly creating a hell on this massive scale? He just gives a cold yes, then adds with total pride that is just the job. The guy is sobbing now, praising the light. The mage is totally moved by his words. Witch hunts are over. The real villains are already caught and they are going to suffer forever. They live in his shadow now, and he is their living hell. The truth finally sinks in. It turns out our honorable apostle has been saving everyone behind the scenes this whole time. Kim Gong-ja just owns it. Exactly. Even the old spirit realizes there is nothing left to say. His master admits he has taught him everything. He claims to be pure, but we know better. He says he cannot control a beast like the son of the wind god. Pure casual vibes. Too humble, I still have plenty to learn from your wicked personality, old man. Kim Gong-jae starts using dark energy to command the demons. You can see the fear in everyone. This is the goddess's will, a divine purging. He knows they will not dare challenge him now. The knight is shaking. He asks if these devils are actually locked up for good this time. The knight is terrified. If those things ever get loose, the damage would be absolutely insane. He just leisurely snaps his fingers. So you want proof that I can keep them locked up? A skeleton soldier steps up and the knight panics. What are you doing with that thing, apostle? He is like, fine, let me clear those doubts. Then he slams his magic into the skeleton. He commands the ghost to remember. Suddenly, the monster shifts back into a human being. The Fire King is furious. He grabs his shirt and starts screaming at him like a maniac. What kind of grudge do you have to do this? I will tear you apart for this. You cannot satisfy my anger. I am going to end you for doing this to me. He is swearing to kill him, but Kim Gong-jae does not even blink. He just starts explaining. See, this guy is no different from a witch. He is just a cruel, heartless demon. Witches are born monsters, but this guy, he chose to be a monster as a human. The Fire King is losing it, yelling at the elves. What are you long ears looking at? He calls them loot drops. Now the whole crowd is starting to get really hyped. He snaps his fingers and makes him jump like a puppet. The Fire King is literally dancing. Hold on, wait, he is kneeling and posing while still screaming that he is going to kill him. I will kill you for sure. Seeing this insane display, the knight just freezes and drops down. He just says his name is Kim Gong-ja. Every knight there immediately kneels in respect. The system's voice rings out in his head. Congratulations, you have just completed a bonus stage and cleared the mission. Hidden mission clear, hero of the frozen world. You've crushed the boss. The system alert pops up, cleared by a one-man party. As the king of death, your rewards are evaluated. Evaluation complete. Kim Gong-ja just soaks in that refreshing system-given surge of power. The system adds another update. Your rewards will be delivered 24 hours after you step foot onto the 21st floor. The old elf screams in total shock. Who would have thought this boss could be cleared like that? Way to go, Kim Clayhead. He's cackling with glee, while Kim Gong-ja just scoffs. Honestly, being a Clayhead doesn't matter. He looks back at that epic battle. It was legendary because he cleared the 20th floor exactly how he wanted. Back then, those knights were hammered by relentless magic. They could not even react. Not a single hunter lost their life, and there was not a single casualty for the Empire or locals. He reaches out to comfort Bretta. He did not just win, he saved her too. It feels like floor 20 was already conquered. Maybe it would have cleared itself even if he did nothing. Hearing that she lets herself be comforted while Kim Gong-ja pats her head. The village from before is now peaceful and full of laughter. The fire and the village's disappearance are just another kind of ending. As long as it is a logical conclusion, the tower does not care if it is a happy ending or a tragic one. Otherwise, Joshua would not have reached floor 40. Here the people actually live happily together. This world isn't what the tower predicted. It is not some forced inevitable tragedy. To this very day, the residents are still enjoying a life of true peace and quiet. Looking toward the village, Kim Gong-ja knows that rain will not just fall from nothing and no violent fires will swallow this place. He confidently declares that this is simply the ending he chose for them. The old elf just scowls at him in total disbelief. Is that really true? The ending that you chose? Kim Gong-ja does not even bother answering him. Behind them, the Fire King is fuming. He is stuck doing ridiculous dance moves, screaming in exhaustion. You bastard, are you ever going to stop this? Seriously, end this joke. Why won't you stop this stupid, pathetic game? Kim Gong-ja just grins and teases him. Don't you think your dancing is beautiful? Hearing that he screams in a blind rage, you absolute son of a bitch. Then the tower system broadcasts a new announcement. Floor 20 has been cleared today. I repeat, Floor 20 has been officially conquered. Kim Gong-ja checks his phone and sighs in frustration. This is so annoying, there is no signal here. The old elf leans in confused. Didn't you say you wouldn't care about others' reactions? He quickly hides his phone with a totally innocent face. Wait, did I ever say that? The old man just sighs in defeat. Didn't you claim you'd rather be recognized by the witch and the old sword saint than by some commoners? The system chimes in. The 21st floor will open in exactly 24 hours. Fireworks explode in the sky as the countdown begins. 23 hours remain. 59 minutes and 53 seconds. Kim Gong-ja just shrugs. Isn't more better? I am going to get recognition from every single one of them. The old man huffs in annoyance. Wow, this greedy bastard. I have no idea how someone can be this hungry for fame. While they are arguing, they do not notice someone rushing toward them. The Black Witch suddenly dives in and pulls him into a hug. King of Death. She is buzzing with excitement, rambling on. Do you even realize the insane thing you just pulled off? It's incredible. It was absolutely mad. For a rookie who isn't even 20 yet, you really are. Kim Gong-ja winces and cuts her off mid-sentence. Hey, Black Dragon, that actually hurts. Not far away, the Sword King is quietly watching the whole scene unfold from under a tree. The Black Witch wraps her arm around him and shows him her phone. Who would have thought you'd clear floor 20 in 5 days? Are you insane? You probably have no idea how crazy the world is acting while looking at this tower right now. Look, she happily brags about how she rushed down to the first floor just to take screenshots and bring them back. Her phone is filled with headlines. Breaking news, Floor 14 cleared. The King of Death is the newest superstar hunter on everyone's radar. Who is the top dog now? The Sword Saint, the Black Witch, or the King of Death? She keeps going, there were too many. I could not even capture them all. Sorry about that, but you get the point right, King of Death. The whole world is flipping. It is not just this tower. The world outside is going absolutely wild. The titles might differ, but they are all about you, Kim Gong-ja. Your origin story, your lifestyle, and how you became a high-tier ranker overnight. Kim Gong-ja is stunned and quickly interrupts her. Hold on a second, he is curious now. Did you actually take all these screenshots yourself? She just beams at him and says, Of course I did. Suddenly, he imagines the system message teleporting to the first floor city, taking her all that way. Kim Gong-ja realizes that just to show him those articles, she teleported back to floor 1, searched every single story, and captured every single image. He pictures the Black Witch endlessly scrolling through her phone. She faces him and confirms with a nod. Yeah, you got it right. The number 2 hunter on the rankings and a true powerhouse. She went through all that for him. Yeah, you were spot on. The world's number 2 hunter and ultimate power player is basically acting like your biggest fan right now. Top powers in the tower. She suddenly remembers something and warns him. Oh, just to be safe, do not read the comment section. The haters are probably losing their minds down there. Seriously, having 0 casualties is such an incredible feat. Do not even give those trolls the time of day. Kim Gong-ja just stares at her and in his head he thinks, is she an angel? The Sword Emperor just scoffs. Seriously, you think she is an angel just because she was slightly nice to you? His eyes are literally sparkling with gratitude. If she is not an angel, then maybe she is a goddess. Watching him act like a total simp, the old man just calls him a complete moron. Black Witch quickly pulls out a newspaper. Oh, check this out too. She excitedly points to the headline on the 3rd line. Look, you made the front page. She keeps going on about how in the tower's entire history this has never happened before. I cannot believe that in just a few days your rank jumped from nothing all the way to rank 3 on the leaderboards. Our boy Kim Gong-ja is absolutely stunned to find himself sitting at rank 3. Seeing his happy face, Black Witch cheers. Congrats, Death King. Now you are officially a representative for every hunter out there. She rolls up the paper and gives him a stern reminder. From now on, you really need to watch how you carry yourself. Kim Gong-ja is a bit confused. My attitude. She smacks his arm with the newspaper and warns him. Since you join the top 5 guilds while staying a free agent, a rank 3 hunter like you needs a legendary title, boss. While it is true you join all 5 guilds at once, there are still plenty of members who do not accept you yet. He bows his head to think it over. But seeing him hesitate, Black Witch gets a bit annoyed and adds, well, if you want to keep being a lone wolf and destroying everything like that old man, fine by me. I am not forcing you. But right then the Sword Emperor loses his patience and shouts his way into the conversation. Are you two talking trash behind my back? He looks at the people setting up tents nearby and asks, hey, who are all these people anyway? Kim Gong-ja calmly explains that they are soldiers gathered from all over the continent. Seeing Prita looking completely lost, he hesitates. Yeah, it is a long story. But basically after I took down the Demon King, I guess an event triggered where NPCs invaded the 20th floor. Using my skills and some item effects, I managed to tricked them into thinking I was some envoy of their empire's founder. And well, it worked. They actually stopped. Hearing this, both Black Witch and the Sword Emperor are just speechless. She can barely believe it, asking, "So you are a pro at lying too?" He just shrugs and admits that thanks to that lie, he conquered the 20th floor without shedding a single drop of blood. She laughs it off and says she is genuinely happy for him. Because of him, they can finally start trading with the continent. Watching everyone move their gear, she feels a huge weight lifted. This means they do not have to bow down and haggle with those greedy old merchants outside anymore. Those old foxes were always using food supplies to drive down the price of items. Let us see how much longer they can keep that up. But the Sword Emperor calmly points out that trade between the inside and outside of the tower is never fair. Resources and technology outside are just way more advanced than what we have in here. She rests the paper on her shoulder and emphasizes food. The issue is always food. To Kim Gong-ja, she seems so cold when they first met. He starts to wonder if they have finally become close friends now. He turns to the Black Witch and asks, "So you are saying that hunters are going to trade with this continent, right?" She just nods and says, "Obviously." Then Kim Gong-ja hits her with a surprise offer to let her use his title. In this world, he is the founder's envoy and the goddess's chosen apostle. He points out how much this would help. With a heavy title like mine, setting up trade routes is going to be a walk in the park. Black Witch eyes him suspiciously. "Not a bad deal, but you are not just giving this away for free, are you? What is the catch?" He simply says 2 words, "the 20th floor." Hearing this, Preda is absolutely floored and cannot believe what she is hearing. Looking at the map, the 20th floor is massive. She asks skeptically, "You are not seriously talking about the entire floor, right?" He doubles down and says yes. "To be exact, I want every single inch of land on the 20th floor to be mine. In exchange, I will not take a single reward from clearing floors 11 down to floor 1. You can even keep all the profits from the continental trade and the other hunters." She goes silent for a moment, carefully thinking it over. It is a pretty strange request, honestly. I cannot just decide this on my own authority. I will need to discuss this with the other guild masters. Then she voices her doubts. "You really only want this place? I mean, it is basically worthless. Just a tiny plot of land that does not even look good for farming." From her perspective, this whole deal just does not add up at all. "All right, you and I are looking at the loot from floors 11 to 20. Looks like a massive payday for us." Gong-ja is all smiles. "I'm more of a real estate guy than cash. Land is king." Behind him, Preda stays silent. She steps forward. "I'll gather the guild masters. You need to meet them anyway, so let's head down to floor 1. He easily agrees, but she suddenly stops. "Can I ask something?" Seeing the Flame King dancing in absolute despair, tears streaming down his face, Black Witch is baffled. What on earth is that? Gong-ja just casually plays it off. "You've never seen anything like this before." Soon enough, the system teleports everyone back to the floor 1 city. The trio lands and Black Witch asks his opinion. "Should we meet at the same cafe as last time?" He agrees instantly. "Sure, anywhere works for me." As they walk off, he realizes it's only been 5 days for them. But for him, it's the first time in hundreds of agonizing days. His pace slows. "Man." She looks back, curious. "What's wrong?" Gong-ja calmly replies, "I just realized. I finally succeeded in conquering floor 20. Pushing open the heavy doors, Black Witch looks back. "You're about to realize a whole lot more than that. Like I said, the world outside this tower is going absolutely insane over you." The sight before him is staggering. She gives him a final warning to brace himself. Below the tower, a sea of reporters starts screaming and flashing cameras. There he is. The Death King. Gong-ja freezes in his tracks. Reporters are scrambling everywhere, desperate for the shot. The Black Witch and Sword Saint are here too. Then they spot him. They finally recognize Gong-ja. "Death King." They swarm him with questions. "Is it true you cleared floor 20 all by yourself? Look over here, just for a second. What's your relationship with the Black Witch exactly?" He's completely lost on how to answer. Black Witch steps in, telling him to stay quiet as she takes charge. "You've got zero experience with the media, don't you? What's it gonna be? The mysterious type or an idol star?" Gong-ja is confused. "Say what?" She clarifies. "I'm talking about your image, your brand. Mysterious or idol, once you pick a path, it's almost impossible to change how people see you." Worried he doesn't get it, she breaks it down. "The idol star route is like being a famous actor or singer. You'll need a Lotus account and a private manager. My Black Dragon Guild will handle the staff and costs." Marcus cuts in, clearly annoyed. "I hate that stuff. I work alone." Gong-ja then asks the obvious question. "So what does the mysterious image involve then?" Her expression turns dead serious. "It's simple, really. You just have to master your poker face. And one more thing, no using Lotus ever. No magazines, no television appearances, and definitely no personal live streams. Total silence. 1 interview every 2 years is plenty. And I'll personally vet every journalist who gets to talk to you." Gong-ja is skeptical. That's it, Black Witch just smirks. You clearly have no idea how hard that actually is. Public attention is a drug, and it's the most toxic substance you'll ever encounter. She explains that for a normal person, just 10 people caring about them is enough to be happy. But at your level, every single word you say will be watched and judged by hundreds of thousands. Not many people can handle that kind of pressure. Marcus scoffs, calling the whole thing completely frivolous. True, she replies smoothly, but it's useful. So, Death King, what's your final choice going to be? Gong-ja pauses to think. What I really want is recognition from others. I'm not sure yet, but I think that's different from just getting attention. Meanwhile, the Flame King is over there posing for the cameras. Unlike him, I only need the people close to me to care. I don't want fame for the sake of it. I want to be respected. Black Witch smiles. I don't see much difference, but I respect that answer. It's a relief you're that kind of person. Gong-ja still has one more question for her. So how do I actually manage my expressions? She lowers her voice. I'll teach you my secret technique. Her tone shifts. This brings back some pretty dark memories from my past. My father died in a civil war outside the tower. We were running when the army finally caught up. He fell behind and screamed at me not to look back, just to keep running. Her words are heartbreaking. I didn't look back. I just kept going, even when I heard the gunshots ring out right behind me. I don't hate that I ran away. I felt so incredibly cowardly and weak in that moment. Maybe I was just too young then, but why didn't I look back? It was so simple. She is opening up, and honestly, every time I need to fix my face, that memory hits. That memory of running away froze my heart. It is how I keep this cold, stoic look. The Black Witch asks if I have similar trauma. Then she smirks. I am a fast learner. She says I will get used to it. Meanwhile, at the meetup, our crew gets a warm welcome. Alright guys, welcome in. Heretic is losing it over Kim Gong-ja, clearing 420 in record time. Nobody has ever pulled that off. Seriously, Hunter Kim Gong-ja, you are on a different level. Wait, I should call you Death King now, right? Baladi thought the top rankers were goners. It was legendary. Who knew you would solo 420? Seriously, man, what is your secret? Spill the beans. Gong-ja just sits there and says we just need to live a kind life. Baladi loves it. Real advice, he just smiles, glad to finally see the whole gang again. Is everyone doing okay? Ryandu laughs it off. It has only been 5 days, man. We waited as planned, but then a literal swarm of Empire NPCs started flooding the room. Gong-ja realizes they are talking about the 420 boss fight. Heretic jumps in to explain more. Those NPCs thought we were palace invaders. Next thing, guards are everywhere trying to arrest us. Man, that gave me the chills. Mormon leans in, laughing about how Gong-ja is full of tricks. We let them catch us first, then busted right out. He is still hyped, just thinking about it. Isn't this wild? Finding a secret path under the jail made me feel like a kid again. They are all talking now. Is it true the mafia snatched you up as a kid? Yep. Prisons, dark tunnels, escapes, it all brings back those crazy intense memories from my childhood. That is insane. The Black Witch just smiles. We all had messy lives before this tower, right? They are swapping stories. Even the Count grew up in a rough slum back in India too. Balada's parents were gang leaders and the knight had a brutal time over in Venezuela too. Baladi takes a sip. Let us be honest. Were we not all just total trash back then? But we did not come here to mope. She gets everyone back on track for the meeting. The whole point today is getting the Death King on our squad. The Black Witch agrees. Exactly. You might not realize, but our guy here basically carried the 4 clearing efforts. She remembers it well. 0 casualties this time, even on that brutal 11th floor. Incredible. She is dead serious. She wants Gong-ja to be the official face of all the tower hunters. She starts roasting them. Count, you are a money grubber. The Count is just like, yeah, so? And you? You have killed way too many people. Heretic just laughs. They were necessary sacrifices. Then she looks at the others. Knight, you cannot stand the spotlight. Baladi just nods calmly. It is just who I am. Then she turns to him and drops the hammer. You are too ugly. Mormon is absolutely speechless. He's got no comeback. Next, she turns her sights on Marcus. And the Sword Saint, he is just a crazy old man who only cares about his blades. She is too shady for the job herself. So finally, she brings the focus back to Gong-ja. But the Death King, he's a clean slate. Heretic admits it, they are all too old school. They all have baggage. Even with the fame, they do not really interact with the public much. We gotta fix that. He checks out Gong-ja. He is a bit short, but we can work it. Close-ups only. We will just Photoshop him taller. Hey, sorry to ask, but are you seeing anyone? Gong-ja says he is single. Yes, he is hyped. Now we do not have to worry about scandals. This is perfect. They ignore him and start whispering about their big PR master plan. That smile is a bit sneaky, right? Let us call it mysterious instead. Yeah, that is the vibe. Wait, being too single might start some weird rumors. People might question his preferences, you know. No worries, I will fix it. We have got the perfect script ready for our new hero. The higher-ups are drafting some wild plans right now. Imagine a script where 5 days of shared hardship sparks a romance between the Death King and the Black Witch. Not bad, right? Haha, oh, and we need to leak a rumor. Some anonymous donor supporting the orphanages. Let's tell the world that Charity Angel is actually the Death King himself. This whole operation depends on you. They have the first steps ready and are moving fast. Get the photographers and makeup artists in here immediately. We need one legendary earth-shaking photo to release to the public today. Kim Gong-ja is shaking as he calls the Black Witch. He suspects a trap but has zero proof. Wait, you told me to go for a mysterious image, didn't you? I really don't think I need a professional makeup team for that. She clasps her hands together, practically begging him. Just for today, please. Everyone is dying to know more about you. Just one photo, just one pretty please. We cut to the studio where Kim Gong-ja is suffering through a full makeover. Please look right here. Good, that is perfect. Now let's try some poses with the sword. I need you to give me more of that cold, edgy boy energy. He holds the sword with a stiff, awkward grip, his mouth twitching as the photographer captures every moment. The Black Witch is just chilling, chatting with the heretic Inquisitor. He looks surprisingly good in his suit, doesn't he? What do you think about a passionate adventurer vibe? The photographer keeps hyping him up. This is great, absolutely solid. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor is biting his lip, trying to hold back his emotions. Finally, he loses it and starts rolling on the floor laughing. My stomach, it hurts too much. Ha ha ha, Kim Gong-ja grumpily rips off his jacket. Shouting in pure embarrassment, he finally protests. I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. He brushes his hair back, trying to wake them up from their delusions. Hunters should be focusing on clearing the tower floors. What is this public image nonsense? You guys are focusing on the wrong things, that's why no one can clear floor 10. The other members just stare at him in shock. Then they immediately go back to ignoring him like he's invisible. Oh, that line he just said, total trend material. This week's magazine headline should be Hunters, the true tower climbers. We were all that fired up when we were in our 20s, weren't we? Kim Gong-ja realizes he's being ghosted and tries to compromise. Enough, I came here to discuss floor 20. I'll give you guys all the rights to floors 11 through 19, but floor 20 belongs to me alone. The other side doesn't even blink. A clean image with no greed seems to fit him much better, don't you think? Will tomorrow's headline work like this? The Death King shares management rights from floors 11 to 19. Just clearing the tower is enough to satisfy him. They are way too excited about this plan. Page 2 of the newspaper will reveal the Death King as a long-term donor for the local orphanage. Everyone seems so hyped to show their gratitude and respect to the man who finally conquered the 20th floor task. Marcus stands off to the side, acting like the experienced veteran giving advice to the rookie. Just give up, young man. It was the same for me at rank 1. He kindly explains that those people just want to show the outside world that they are still living strong and proud. It is a bit of an inferiority complex. They left everything behind to come to this tower with a grudge against the world. He turns away, leaving the group behind. You'll waste a whole day staying here. Right then, Marcus takes the lead to move. Kim Gong-ja shouts out the signal, run for it. The Sword Emperor happily flies behind them to watch the show. A loud voice calls out Death King. The Black Witch reminds him that he has a press conference tomorrow morning, so he better be back early. Don't go drawing any extra attention to yourself. Use the rooftops to get away and be careful out there. A while later, he's huffing as he climbs the roof. A soldier suddenly calls out to Marcus. Sword Saint, sir, he politely asks if they can have about 5 minutes of privacy. He hesitates for a second. Wait, is that the Death King? Kim Gong-ja is breaking into a sweat. Yes. The soldier looks absolutely thrilled. He pulls a notebook from his pocket, saying it's amazing to finally meet him in person. He hands a pen toward Marcus. I only have these few papers on me right now, but could I please get an autograph? Marcus asks him kindly, what is your name? The soldier quickly shakes his head. Oh no, sir, he's beaming with joy. I actually want the Death King's autograph. Kim Gong-ja rubs the back of his neck, totally confused. I've never actually given an autograph before. The soldier insists it is his biggest wish. Finally, Kim Gong-ja signs the paper for him. Each stroke of his pen looks like the work of a true influencer. The soldier is hyped to receive it. Thank you so much, I'll leave right now so you two can talk. The afternoon sun starts to fade over the rooftop where they stand. Kim Gong-ja looks at him thoughtfully. Sword Saint Marcus responds quickly. What's on your mind, young man? He finally speaks his thoughts. You're probably seeing a massive, horrifying number of people I've killed right now, aren't you? He tries to defend his own honor, but I'm really not the bloodthirsty killer you think I am. I haven't actually murdered the amount of people that your eyes are seeing right now. Marcus just listens as the young hunter tries to explain the impossible numbers floating above his head. The weight of those numbers hangs heavy in the air between the veteran and the rising star. Kim Gong-ja knows that in this world of systems and levels, numbers usually tell the whole story. But his path was different, paved with regressions and sacrifices that the system can't easily explain. He looks Marcus straight in the eye, hoping the old man can see the truth behind the kill count. It's a tense moment of silent judgment on that quiet rooftop. Because in a tower full of monsters, sometimes the most dangerous thing is the truth you carry alone. Listen, you and I know the Sword Saint is strict, but he doesn't judge himself. He lives by his own code. And Gong-ja is caught right in the middle of those rules, specifically the ones about punishing murderers. Gong-ja tries to explain. He says their paths aren't that different. But Marcus cuts him off, telling him there is no need to even try. I am different from the other hunters, Marcus admits sincerely. He explains that most top-ranked players have suffered immensely before. Unlike them, Marcus was born into a perfect life. Everything came easy for him in the world outside the tower walls. Because of that, he started doubting if his success was actually his own talent or just pure luck and high privilege. Slowly drawing his blade, he wonders if having the best of everything just handed him the top spot on a platter. No way, he tells himself firmly. He is determined to stand on his own 2 feet no matter what it takes. That is his pride speaking. He simply wants to prove that his worth is real and that he truly belongs there. Gong-ja finally gets it. That is why he is climbing the tower. Marcus looks inward, finally facing his own arrogant soul. But man, he has been way too full of himself. Suddenly, the system pings. Gong-ja is unlocking a major new skill. It is the Scout's Insight. It lets him see a person's murderous intent, but it cannot detect indirect plans for murder. He can see the killer's exact target and intent. However, the system will not reveal the actual method they will use. Marcus adds that he only trusts his own eyes and his own hands. He truly believes in his own incredible power. One last question, kid. Marcus stares at Gong-ja with those piercing eyes. You and I can feel the tension here. Have you really never killed an innocent person? Gong-ja thinks back. That is right, he realizes. Explanations just do not matter. Logic is useless now. Only the truth counts. The system prompts the Death King to answer honestly from the very heart. Speak your truth, the system commands. Gong-ja shouts back, yes, standing tall with nothing to be ashamed of anymore. Sword Saint, I have never taken an innocent life. He declares it with pure conviction. It is a powerful moment for him. Not now and not ever. Hearing this, Marcus swings his blade, creating trails of brilliant, shimmering golden light everywhere. He finally believes him. I trust my eyes. Marcus sheathes his sword. You have worked hard these past 5 days. Thank you. Thanks for helping this stubborn old man. It is a bit late, but fighting alongside Gong-ja through those floors was fun. Clearing floors 12 through 19 together was an amazing experience. Marcus glances back one last time to give some advice. Rest up. Tomorrow, after the press conference, floor 21 opens. I am expecting big things from you, kid. He means it. With that, the saint leaps off the balcony and vanishes. Gong-ja, still stunned, asks the old Sword Emperor for confirmation. Did the Sword Saint really just acknowledge me? Behu Riao nods. Yeah, looks like it. Gong-ja finally collapses in sheer exhaustion. It is finally over. He lets out a huge sigh of relief, relaxing his body. Floor 20 is officially his now. The guild masters will handle the media so he can finally sleep. But the old man smirks. Over. You think so? People would think you just cleared floor 50 with that attitude. Suddenly, a massive system notification pops up. Here we go. The Goddess of Mercy is impressed by your feats. She officially recognizes your achievement. Gong-ja is completely caught off guard. Another ping. The goddess recognizes you as her worthy apostle. He is totally confused. Why now? Why so suddenly out of nowhere? The system confirms he can now use this prestigious title. But Gong-ja is still skeptical. Something does not feel right here. Wait, what is happening? The goddess tells him to look down. He follows the instructions, wondering what is waiting for him below. The system gets specific. Look slightly to your left. That is when it finally hits Gong-ja. He realizes what is going on. Hold on. A blinding light suddenly consumes the entire tower. The goddess has granted him her ultimate power. He is suspicious. The Goddess of Mercy. His sword glows brightly, basically confirming his theory. This sword? Seriously? You and I saw that coming. On the news, they are debating the mystery hunter who cleared floor 20. Folks, you are watching a truly incredible video now. This is the latest footage just captured by BBS News. The anchor hypes up the audience. Get ready, things are exploding. Do you see this? The Black Witch is holding hands with a mysterious hunter. That guy is identified as the infamous Death King. He has been making waves lately, and the internet is going wild. If this footage is real, the Death King is broken. He wiped out the floor 11 boss with a single strike. The host emphasizes that no one has ever done this before. This is a historical first, a boss-tier monster killed in one hit. The TV keeps blaring as Gong-ja watches in disbelief. Now let us see the next clip. Click. Gong-ja snaps and kills the TV. The old Sword Emperor is annoyed. Hey, it was just getting to the good part. Gong-ja slams the table, fuming. Stop watching that, I am dying of embarrassment here. Seeing him cringe, the old man laughs. Want some spring onions? Come on, it is not like you are actually dying of shame. Kim Gong-ja is still raising his voice, shouting that it is absolutely not happening. The old man finally folds, grumbling for him to just change the channel already. But our boy is not having it. Every single channel is literally talking about me. Right then, a massive system notification pings him. The merciful goddess thinks his recent achievement is a total outlier, so she suggests he starts getting used to his new title. Between that and the high-profile taxes he has to pay, Kim Gong-ja is not in a good mood. He was way too exhausted yesterday to even process this properly. But goddess, aren't you hyping me up a bit much? Suddenly, the sword starts vibrating with insane intensity just to prove her point. You are the absolute light. The messages keep flooding in, showing that the merciful goddess remembers his heroic deeds very clearly. She recalls him scaling that massive wall and giving such a powerful speech. Kim Gong-ja is dying of cringe, literally covering his ears to block it out. Stop it. I only said all that because I was caught up in the heat of the moment, but the goddess is not letting him off the hook. She repeats his words about handing the empire over to the people. He weakly begs her to stop, but the sword is being totally stubborn. I believe you are a man of true ideals, she says. Kim Gong-ja is starting to get suspicious. Is this sword actually my #1 fan? This is the goddess pouring her heart out. She is beyond happy that her second master is someone as legendary as you are. He realizes she is acting just like he did back when he was a Fire King fanboy. The system just keeps on praising him. She specifically brings up the time he defeated Demon King Fall Rain and claimed a ruler must protect their own people. You look so cool back then. Kim Gong-ja starts screaming at the top of his lungs just to drown out the embarrassing praise. He quickly draws the sword to cut her off. The merciful goddess is but he just grabs a dusty, filthy rag and threatens her with it. You totally brought this on yourself. The sword starts panicking, sending out signals that the merciful goddess feels a literal threat to her life. Please stop. Kim Gong-ja lets out a satisfied sigh of relief. He starts smiling as he happily scrubs the blade with that nasty, dirty cloth. Total silence from now on. Okay, he looks at the weapon, feeling a bit curious. Wait, weren't you supposed to be a constellation? A constellation that is also a sword. Did both of you somehow possess this weapon? Kim Gong-ja starts thinking back and piecing it all together. If she really is a constellation, shouldn't she be one of the managers overseeing the floors of the tower? Demon King Fall Rain starting as a monster made sense, but a constellation being a literal item, that sounds pretty weird. The sword acts as a messenger once again. It reports that the merciful goddess is currently shaking her head in total disagreement. It makes more sense to think of a constellation as a representative from another world. She begins telling the story of her past. The merciful goddess was originally a holy spirit worshipped by the gods themselves, but the ancestors of the ASEAN Empire sealed her away. They split her into 5 different blades, and I am one of those 5 holy swords. Idol, he asks, curious about the name. She confirms it. Exactly. The identities of the 5 blades are the first sword Idol and the second sword Inspiration. Then there is the third sword Era, the fourth sword Sacrifice, and the 5th sword Salvation. If you collect all 5 of them, the merciful goddess can finally return to her peak power. Kim Gong-ja starts to get the gist of the situation. So you are just a fragment. To actually unlock your true strength, I need to go out and find the other 4 pieces, right? That sounds interesting. So where are the others? The sword goes completely silent. He keeps pushing her for an answer. Hey goddess, where exactly are your siblings hiding? She remains stubbornly silent. He starts putting the pressure on her. Don't tell me you have no idea where they are. Idol finally speaks up. The merciful goddess is exercising her right to remain silent. Kim Gong-ja sighs in disappointment. If you don't know, just admit it. The sword immediately sends back a very annoyed response. The merciful goddess strongly disagrees with your opinion. He drops the subject for now and stands up. It is not exactly urgent anyway. At least you have 1/5 of your power right now, right? So Idol, what can you actually do for me? She is totally honest about it. I can give you the absolute unwavering support of every citizen in the ASEAN Empire. Kim Gong-ja asks for more. Yeah, everyone knows that, but what else? Suddenly, the sword glows so brightly he can barely react. Idol is expressing her feelings through her actions. See, the merciful goddess is extremely proud of her ability to glow. His eyes are tearing up from the glare. It is too bright. Besides being a popular flashlight, what else can you do? Is there anything else you are good at? She calmly introduces herself, saying she is an expert at slicing monsters and people too. Suddenly, a voice calls out from the door. What is all that noise about? Kim Gong-ja quickly covers it up. It is nothing. The Black Witch leans against the door with her arms crossed. Is that so? She thoughtfully reminds him of his next tasks. The press conference is starting in 5 minutes. By the time it ends, the 21st floor should be ready to open. Just give them some basic answers. Then we are heading straight to floor 21. Do you understand the schedule? Got it, he agrees. She smiles and tells him not to be late. Kim Gong-ja listens as her footsteps fade away. Then he turns back to Idol, totally annoyed. Can you stop the glowing now? You really are pretty much useless, aren't you? The sword pulses back instantly. The goddess is highly offended by that. Our boy Gong-ja just shuts her down. Forget those fancy titles, you are shiny now. Goddess, saint, please. You could not even save your own country, so why bother? He is being straight up brutal with the truth here. Plus, you talk too much. One Sword Emperor is enough of a headache for us. Zip it unless it is necessary. The goddess tries to speak, but he shuts her up with a threat. One wrong word, and it is back to the Empire. You've got to love Shiny's survival instincts. She immediately falls in line, calling him her brave warrior. Gong-ja loves it. Finally, the big press conference kicks off. The lead journalist steps up and thanks everyone for showing up today. Reporters are going wild, screaming for the Black Dragon Witch. They are begging her to just look their way for a second. Gong-ja is watching closely. Turns out the Black Dragon Witch was the top hunter of the previous generation. She is ice cold. She takes the stage announcing they have cleared floors 11 through 20. Then she gives a quick shout out to the media. The crowd is hanging on her every word. She mentions how hard they worked to share this win with everyone. But honestly, it was the fans and the public who really helped spread the news across the whole tower. Saved them a fortune on marketing too. She gives another thanks before pointing right at our boy Gong-ja. She explains that their biggest flex is not just clearing floor 10 after all these years. It is not even about their speed. The real victory, nobody died in the last battle. She is beaming as she tells the world they had 0 casualties. In this tower, having 0 deaths is a massive deal. It is their greatest source of pride and joy right now. Next, she tells everyone to look down at the ground. She is introducing the famous bricks of Babylon Square. Every single tile here has a name etched into it. These are the legends who fell while climbing the tower. The atmosphere gets heavy as everyone reflects. So many names were added back when they were clearing the early floors. Standing here, surrounded by those who did not make it, makes this victory feel even more special to the team. The witch declares with total confidence that today, they will not have to carve a single new name into the square. The crowd loses it. They are chanting her name over and over. You can feel the hype through the screen. With the mood set, she moves to the Q&A session. She tells the reporters to raise their hands. Gong-ja is just chilling, wondering if he even needs to talk. He is checking the time, feeling a bit lost in thought. Good teammates are worth their weight in gold. Look at her handling the press with such grace and elegance. Total pro. Meanwhile, our guy is getting restless. He just wants to wrap this up and hit floor 21 already. A reporter from the Babylon Daily stands up. He looks straight at Gong-ja with a serious look on his face. He has questions for the Death King who just snagged the number 3 spot on the rankings. This is getting spicy. The reporter calls out his insane climbing speed. He has heard rumors that Gong-ja is a secret weapon for the big guilds. Gong-ja is caught off guard. The guy keeps pushing, asking if he is the real hero behind the guild's massive success. Then comes the curveball. Rumor says he demanded exclusive rights to floor 20 while the guilds took the floors below. The reporter says it sounds pretty suspicious. He asks Gong-ja directly what he has to say about these serious concerns. The Black Dragon Witch whispers to him to stay quiet. She has his back and offers to handle the fallout. But Gong-ja is not backing down. He knows there will be more haters like this if he does not speak up now. She is worried, but he grabs the mic anyway. He has that look in his eye that says he has got this. He is like, do not worry, I have a plan. The witch can only watch, feeling totally helpless in this moment. She tells him that if he stays quiet, she can cover for him. But once he speaks, it is out of her hands. She warns him that if he steps out there now, she will not be able to control the public reaction anymore. Gong-ja just gives her a calm smile. He reminds her that nobody is as chill as he is. Total confidence. Do not forget I am a prophet, he says. Then he taps the mic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing, testing. Hello everyone, I am the hunter you know as the Death King. It is a real pleasure to be here today. He gets straight to the point, turning his attention to the reporter. You are Evan from the Babylon Daily, right? Evan says yes, but Gong-ja notices something. There is a literal fire burning in that reporter's eyes. This guy is intense. That is a pretty intimidating gaze. But our boy knows exactly how to handle people who try to pressure him like this. Gong-ja puts on his humble act. He tells the crowd he has still got a lot to learn before addressing them. Evan is confused, wondering where this is going. But Gong-ja has already decided he is going to play this guy perfectly. Gong-ra raises his voice to the whole crowd. Look, I still have way too many flaws to be here. I shouldn't be standing before the public like this. I have no experience and I am no public talker. But better than anyone, he knows what a cheap interview looks like. Stick with me, this gets pretty wild. Facing the press, the Flame King just bragged. I'm a genius, that's why I reached floor 20 by myself. What do you losers even know? He pointed at Evan, totally arrogant. I worked until my bones broke, so everything I have today is totally deserved. Hey kid, if it wasn't for me, who's at my level? He's scowling and cursing like a madman. What, you think your old man could have done it or what? That disaster was literally nicknamed the Your Old Man Incident. Gong-ra remembers that awkward moment so vividly. The Black Dragon Master looked pale, trying to fix things. Then she had to cut the meeting short immediately. Yu Suha was just swearing at their parents and their wives. He didn't care about the consequences at all. He turned that whole interview into a solo cursing show. He didn't care how it hurt the people there. If Gong-ra does the exact opposite of that ugliness, he'll give the most amazing performance we have seen. Every insult from the Flame King is still etched in his mind. I'm a genius, that's why I'm here. I reached floor 20, what do you people know? Now, look at Gong-ra's calm and polite personality here. I know the public is talking about me, but you guys are overrating me. I'm not that special yet. Without the Black Dragon Master and the Sword Saint, I'd never reach floor 20 alone. Our boy is humble. The Flame King felt so superior. I worked until my bones broke, so I deserve what I have now. Gong-ra just speaks slowly to the reporters. To reach our goal of 0 deaths, I'll do anything needed. Even if the Death King has to break every bone, I won't mind. But I don't call that sacrifice. He clenches his fist, showing us that insane courage. As a human and as a hunter, this is duty. This is just what I have to do. If the Flame King didn't value anyone, Gong-ra is different. He is the perfect opposite. Because of that, I won't ask for any special rights for myself at all. Everything from floors 11 to 19 is up to the guild masters. Floor 20 is a green zone now. It's for the tower residents. Being the manager, there is more than enough for me. Finally, he looks back, thinking of the Flame King's challenge. Was it your dad? He just smiles back, glowing with holy light. I've finished my answer, journalist Evan. He even asks politely if there are more questions for him right now. Evan is literally shaking in his seat. No more. He's just thinking about the Flame King's rude insults. What are you doing? Get lost. Gong-ra's aura is mature and he has a really good education too. Thank you. If anyone else has questions, please ask. The room just absolutely explodes right then and there. Everyone is waving their hands, hoping for a response. Please answer my question, Death King, I beg you. I'm from Tower Daily, I'm from Hoenn Mun Daily, I'm from Channel 14. Gong-ra just thinks. His strategy of being the nice guy is working perfectly. He remembers the Flame King mocking them before today. Hoenn Mun Daily. That paper for old people, I'd never do an interview with you losers, he remembers well. Gong-ra knows he's on the right track. He signals them. I'll start with a question from Hoenn Mun. The clock shows 5 minutes and 27 seconds left. Time is up, so I will end it here. Reporters are begging for one more, but the Black Dragon Master grabs the mic from Gong-ra's hand now. Everyone, I know you're curious about this hero, but we're almost out of time for this press conference. She tells the fans that after dinner, they're heading back into the tower to keep fighting the good fight. We won't forget your warm support and care today. She gives them a calm, perfect smile right now, too. Our goal is still 0 casualties and we'll do our best. One hand stays up in the air now. Black Dragon Master, please. Just one last question for us. He represents what everyone is wondering about lately. What exactly is the relationship between you and the Death King? Both of them freeze up instantly on stage. She looks at him with a very interesting glance. Our relationship, well, if I had to say it is. Her next words leave the reporters totally shocked. We are teammates. That's all she said to the whole world. Everyone is stunned. The whole room starts whispering. Our boy Gong-ra just won the world over with class. Comrades, closer than brothers. Everyone is buzzing about a relationship beyond friendship. Finally, the Black Witch stands. You can call us comrades, and that is all. Hopefully, there is no misunderstanding. She turns to leave with a final goodbye. This press conference hosted by the Black Dragon Master is officially over. Thank you. Thanks for the support. Reporters are absolutely dying to know more. Black Dragon Master, wait. Give us more details on that statement. They turn to Gong-ja. How should we interpret what was just said? He whispers that she is lying. Why leave things hanging and just walk? The Black Witch winks. I just happen to love drama. Throwing a little fuel on the fire makes a much deeper impression. Gong-ja is impressed. A true guild master's vibe. They head backstage. The Black Witch sighs in relief. Suddenly, she grabs his hand with praise. Death King, that was perfect. Her eyes are sparkling with joy. The humble hero image. People love a hero who knows how to bow. She keeps complimenting him, making Gong-ja awkward. He bowed but did not look weak. Not pathetic at all. A perfect balance. I had no idea you were this eloquent. You finally got a chance to show your true self, did you not? Name your price. Money, fame, a lover. If it is in the tower, it is yours. He declines awkwardly. But that comrade thing, it really caught me off guard. Saying we are more than friends. I was seriously shocked by that. She acts like it is nothing. Just some bait for the grand finale. She explains. It is better than letting the public dig into your private dating life. Is it not safer if they focus on me instead? Gong-ja is still dazed. Do not worry, Death King. I have been handling the public for years now. Just trust me and let me handle it. Suddenly, the countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. They look at the clock. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The system appears as a glowing girl to welcome the climbers. Congrats on clearing the Demon Lord quest. The old spirit warns Kim Gong-ja. Gong-ja locks in. This is no time for a celebration. From floor 21, the missions change. The system says you could have stayed on floor 1. Sunlight hits the tower. This could have been a shelter for runners. You could have settled here. A hand reaches toward the light, but you did not. You cleared floor 10 and 20. Now, to the top. Heavy pressure surrounds them. The tower responds to your will. Others are panicking. No transfer notice. They try to stay sharp. Is this a forced transfer? Even those far away feel the shift. The system smiles. To all who decided to climb and took new names, you are tower warriors. Now the noble responsibility begins. Gong-ja and the others teleport inside. An ethereal voice echoes. Come on over, climbers. A boy in white appears sounding excited. I have been waiting so long for you. Welcome to the great library of all lives. I have been waiting, warriors. Life starts and ends with meetings. It is about more than just who you met. Waiting makes life more flavorful. As he preaches, Gong-ja looks back. He bows politely. Welcome to the great library. The crowd is losing it. Some are half asleep. Others were in the bath and are screaming for everyone to look away. What a mess. Looking at the messy crowd below, the librarian smirks playfully. Oops, looks like I did not plan this out well enough. Those book boxes perfectly block the spicy stuff from the audience. Kim Gong-ja sighs in relief, totally dying of embarrassment inside. Talk about luck. The Black Witch is the first to speak up, sounding totally suspicious. She asks, who are you supposed to be? And where are we? The librarian just waves those long sleeves and calls her the Black Dragon Master, acting humble like a nobody. He says he just manages a slightly large library. Her face darkens as he keeps giving these vague, annoying answers. Basically, he claims to be a forgettable background character. He tells her to just pretend he does not even exist at all. A slightly large library, come on. There are endless shelves of books everywhere, with some even floating right in midair. Kim Gong-ja pipes up next. From what he can see, this massive library is more like an entire world itself. The librarian gives a mysterious, playful smile and floats toward Kim Gong-ja. So you are the famous Death King. He keeps waving his long, flowing sleeves. He tells them not to be so guarded, he is just being a good host. He suddenly explains that people like him are necessary so that heroes like them can actually be recorded in history. Recorded in history, everyone is confused. The librarian summons a few books like the Askim Empire Chronicles to explain the situation. He shows them the records of the Askim Empire to help them understand. Apparently, reading is just one of his hobbies. He points to another book called Tales of the Dungeon City. Every single book in this library is far from ordinary. This massive place holds all the records and histories of the various worlds created within the tower itself. The librarian starts leading them even deeper into the library, explaining exactly how everything works here. You all are probably wondering why, out of all the countless warriors out there, only you guys were summoned here, right? The reason is simple. Every one of you has a name on the character list in the world outside. He confirms that 302 people were summoned, and every single one of them has a unique alias. The crowd goes wild. Only hunters with aliases were summoned. Then what the heck happened to everyone else? The Black Witch asks in shock if they are the only ones left to climb the tower. The librarian just smiles. He looks down at them and points out that just 3 of them liberated the Askim Empire before. He says 300 people is 100 times more than that. Don't worry, he has prepared some easy missions. These missions should be a breeze. Kim Gong-ja is calmer than anyone, suggesting they just get moving and get started already. He is eager to start. Even though they are happy to meet the librarian, they are even more desperate to climb. They are just too eager to climb the tower. The librarian is impressed and lets out a playful sound before waving his hands. He decides to contain his excitement for now. He realizes he needs to focus on the task at hand. And don't expect any more explanations. He is not really into talking about all those trivial little details. He starts browsing his own shelves, wondering which story to pick for them to experience next. The Book of Revelation is too boring, and the World of Ruin is not much better. Aha, found it. As he opens the book, a blinding light flashes. He tells them to pay close attention to this next part. This is just a little spice for your lives. Try not to be too shocked by what happens next. A city filled with skyscrapers appears and the crowd begins falling through a beautiful starry space. The librarian calmly explains to the participants that he is the manager of the Great Library. Just like he said before, these records are not ordinary. In just a single moment, the standards are going to skyrocket. His voice echoes as he explains that the Great Library of all living things holds records of different worlds. This place is a massive treasure trove of stories and records from countless different realms and dimensions. He holds up Askim as an example. This is the world they already conquered, and this here is their own world. He playfully notes that there are many different names for these kinds of books. Some people call them epics, others call them chronicles, or even just simple historical records and documents. Some call them sagas, but there is one specific name that he loves more than anything else in the world. Revelation books. As he says it, a wave of power erupts and everything in front of Kim Gong-ja glows. He explains that in his view, their journey up the tower is basically just one big epic story unfolding. They have only finished the prologue and are moving into the main plot, but it definitely won't be easy for everyone. Suddenly, a golden explosion erupts. He warns them that some stories get cancelled halfway through. After all, there is more than just one world here. Our mysterious host smirks as blue energy swirls, opening doors to countless new worlds. Fire or water, it does not matter. We just know a massive tragedy is coming. Suddenly, floods surge and skyscrapers tilt as a terrifying new disaster strikes the city. A volcano erupts in the distance, sealing the fate of this doomed city. See these characters? They were living, breathing people within the Revelation books, but they never got their happy ending. Just misery after misery for them. This modern metropolis is now nothing but scorched earth and piles of rubble. Basically, their story was cancelled. With that, the librarian finishes his twisted presentation. Total extinction. That is the vibe. Everyone is left coughing from the heavy atmosphere. The old spirit finds it sickening. Honestly, this sight is way too much for normal people. It is simple, the librarian says, summoning a ring of floating books around him. Now choose one of these 8 doomed worlds from the Revelation books. The choice is ours. His eyes glow blue as he lets out a crazy manic smile. This is his favorite genre. You can tell he is absolutely hyped for the chaos. He admits it is twisted, but he still wants to watch these worlds fall apart. The mission, dive into those stories and save them from their inevitable destruction. The call is loud and clear. Go in there and stop the end of the world. Here is the final word. This is the quest you all must complete. System alert, World Reconstruction Volume 1 is active. Difficulty completely unknown. The goal is to rewrite the ending for these unfairly doomed worlds. If we save the world, Floor 22 will finally be unlocked for everyone. Fail and everything stays locked. The pressure is literally making people vomit. Gross, the librarian tells them to clean up. We are civilized hunters, right? Keep the library clean, guys. He then mentions something heading their way. Bookmarks. He explains these helpers will guide us all the way to Floor 30. The Black Witch is suspicious. Are they monsters? He just laughs it off. Rule number 1, never touches books unless he gives the okay. He put blood and sweat into this unique collection. One of a kind in the universe. Some thug starts acting up. He thinks the librarian is just another boss monster. The librarian stays chill, while the guy rallies others to attack him. He points at Kim Gong-ja. If the Death King cleared Floor 20 solo, they can too. They are plotting now. If they team up, they think they can beat anyone. The thug yells for the big 5 guilds to step back and let him talk. He is annoyed with their progress since Floor 11. You think you are heroes. The Black Witch is losing it, but our boy Kim Gong-ja holds her back. She is fuming. There is no way she can just let that trash talk slide. Kim Gong-ja whispers that they are on a live stream and she completely freezes up. Before he regrets, Kim Gong-ja used to watch these Floor 30 raids himself. These raids air in the plaza. The constellations see them as mere characters. And if there are characters, you can bet there are readers watching too. Ruin your reputation now and it is gone forever. She finally starts to calm down. Exactly. The only thing that matters is how we are going to clear this floor. She realizes they are literally inside the stories of the Great Library right now. System alert, welcome Death King. Time to collect your rewards for clearing Floor 20. He gets a blessing to read character feelings and psychology. Kim Gong-ja is absolutely hyped. These skills are exactly what I need right now. After thinking it over, I turn toward the Black Witch. Let's check her character status window. A flood of information appears and her favorite genre is listed as romance. Prince Charming, younger men, and chivalry. I can even read every single one of the deepest thoughts inside her heart. If I were stuck in Babylon playing a royal role, completing missions would definitely just be a secondary objective. So the smartest tactic would be she suddenly realizes what is happening and looks back in total confusion. The Black Witch asks what is wrong. Kim Gong-ja turned pale from the sheer amount of shocking news in front of him. Oh, it is nothing. She replies, that is good. Just make sure to share your troubles with me if needed. The old spirit is laughing his head off. Prince Charming, should we find a horse for you to ride on? And a crown too. Can a warrior actually become a prince? Kim Gong-ja's expression turns dark from the constant teasing. More character profiles appear. The Sword Saint Marcus hates losing and his rival is actually his own mother. His inner thoughts are racing. Can I really not clear this floor? Kim Gong-ja gives the audience a wicked smirk. The old spirit keeps shouting at him while throwing ghost punches that go right through the main character's body. I will kill you. Shut down that status window and delete your memories immediately, or I am cutting you off forever. Kim Gong-ja just ignores the outburst. Fine, just stop talking nonsense until we hit the 30th floor at least. The spirit fumes, you little brat, just you wait. Then a thug grins, yeah, you guys are right about this. With this many people here, this definitely feels like the final battle. But a veteran scoffs, you kids have no experience. Marcus speaks up with a heavy voice. Did you already forget? He showed us the world that was totally destroyed. He can easily throw us in there. Picking a fight with him is just asking for a painful death. The crowd goes silent for a long moment, but the thug yells out, "Do not be afraid of him." The Death King climbed from floor 10 to 20 alone. These floor bosses are not scary at all. Big guilds are just frauds. If you want to follow them like a dog forever, then just get lost. A voice interrupts his rant. Have you all reached a consensus yet? The thug remains stubborn and refuses to listen. That monster boss is an easy fix. The librarian sighs, sorry, but these old cliches are not my style. Let's just wrap this up quickly. Suddenly, massive tentacles sprout out and attack the entire group at once. What on earth? The librarian closes his book. In this revelation, all of humanity has already been wiped out. Only one mage survived. Cruel circumstances turned that mage into a total monster in the end. A tragic protagonist and my ninth favorite character. Look at that book shake with pure violence. He explains that this mage uses sealing magic. Our relationship is basically just like a host and a guest. I give him materials and he happily handles various tasks for me in return for the supplies. Suddenly, several bookmarks fall from his hand. The librarian seems to remember a specific detail about the mage. Oh, he clarifies. This mage loves tormenting the servants inside the pages of his very own literary works. He can't help but sigh. Well, he is the only living soul left in that entire world. Naturally, he would not be sane. Finally, as the Black Witch watches in total shock, the librarian speaks. All right, the tutorial for this book is finished. He smirks wickedly. Is everyone ready for this now? Ready to become the main characters? The scene shifts to piles of massive books stacked everywhere. Heretic calculates the losses. 50 people were eliminated right at the start. This is not going to be easy. He pressures the others, claiming those sacrifices mean they must give their absolute best to succeed here. Luckily, the count stopped at 50. Heretic sips some tea. Aren't any of you going to drink this? This stuff is great. Gong-ja calls out, Hey Inquisitor, can you please keep your mouth shut? You are making us lose focus. He replies that would be a big problem, so I will stop now. Gong-ja, currently ranked 3rd, begins to explain the situation to the remaining group of hunters. Do not provoke the librarian. We must focus on clearing the missions he has assigned to us. As the hunter with the 3rd highest authority in this place, you better get used to having every eye on you. Finishing this mission is not impossible. Now everyone please open your quest windows immediately. He looks serious while explaining that rewards will vary depending on which world we choose to save. That means saving a world containing. Imagine a floor full of diamonds becoming our new 22nd level. But some skeptics are already whispering that it is nothing more than your wild theory. What if that world has water and food? The Black Witch suggests going totally self-sufficient. She thinks that this strategy could finally solve our food crisis back home. Gong-ja is totally on board with that plan. It makes perfect sense. He opens a book and someone tries to stop him, but it is too late. Be careful, Death King. Mu-mun is shocked. Nothing happened. The librarian is cool as a cucumber. Of course, without my power active, it is just a normal book. It is not some dangerous forbidden artifact yet. Gong-ja turns to the crowd seriously and asks if everyone finally understands. We need to scan these books and find the ones that actually give us an edge and a path to success. The 20th floor mission is all about entering the worlds inside these apocalypse books. Look, a status window just popped up. The Stormwind Academy story appears. It is a rank D romance fantasy. Only 4 to 5 people can enter at once. As he flips the pages, a blinding light erupts. This is basically the gist of how the story goes down. A dapper guy proposes to his lady in front of a grand palace. Sylvia, you are my everything, he declares. And Sylvia is like you, are the one I have been searching for. But just as they hold hands together, a beam of light slams into the palace roof. Boom, total chaos. Everyone inside the book starts panicking in fear. A demon is here. Talk about bad luck. Just like that, the entire world is destroyed. Game over. Who ends a romance novel like that? Gong-ja is fuming. Any reader would be absolutely livid at this ending. Every book has different settings and difficulty levels, so we have to pick the one that is easiest to clear. The crowd just goes silent, avoiding eye contact. The venomous snake gets annoyed and grabs Gong-ja by the shoulder. Listen, kid, being polite gets you nowhere with these guys. Don't you know hunters never listen to anyone else? He lays it out. You've got 250 hunters here. You need to be loud and dominant. Shout it out if you want them to pay attention. Remember, when the system says your existence has become clearer, that means your ego is growing stronger with every level. These guys have massive pride and even bigger attitudes. One hunter just yawns while Gong-ja doubts it. Really higher level hunters are basically just more stubborn and loud. They do not take orders easily from anyone. Gong-ja takes a deep breath and realizes he has to step up. Suddenly, Gong-ja aura explodes as he shouts with total authority. Listen up, there are hundreds of these apocalypse books. How can I possibly read them all alone? He starts barking orders like a true leader. Split into groups right now. If you have actually read a book, go left. If you can't tell history from fiction, get lost. To the right. Hurry up. Now the readers split up by your favorite genres. We are going to find the best world together. The hunters scramble to their spots. The librarian just whistles and floats there completely, ignoring all the shouting and chaos. No history fans. Why are there so many people here? Kim Gong-ja slams the table. All right, let's start reading. He keeps the pressure on. I am sorting these apocalypse books by genre now. Pick a pile and get to work. Read through them carefully. And listen, you need to judge if each story is actually good or just total trash. The Heretic Inquisitor waves for attention. Yes, Lord Judge, but Death King, what exactly makes a book bad anyway? Kim Gong-ja pauses for a second. Well, let me show you. This one right here is the perfect example of garbage. He pulls out Surviving a Volcano. It is a rank D survival romance. Only 2 people can participate. A total mess. The Heretic is confused. Like a new Adam and Eve sounds romantic, but the world ends because the date spot is an active volcano. Talk about a bad date. Kim Gong-ja sighs. Saving this world is completely pointless, honestly. It already survived a nuclear war. The world we save becomes our 22nd floor. We don't want to ruin. Who wants a radioactive wasteland? The Heretic gets it now. Plus, the Flame Emperor already conquered this fire world. He is immune to fire, so he cleared the 29th floor easily. Kim Gong-ja needs to stay alert here. If he played it right, he could have grabbed all 8 tower treasures that no one else dared to touch. Kim Gong-ja gathers the books. Get it, pay attention to the main character and the plot. We need a winner. We have to weigh the benefits of saving each world. Then he stops. Hey you, this is the mystery group. The Black Witch just gives him a lazy look. I know. Wait, didn't her character profile say she loved romance? Kim Gong-ja is baffled. You actually like mystery? She just shrugs like it is the most obvious thing ever. Of course. She sips her tea calmly. I am an intellectual woman after all. Kim Gong-ja is totally lost now. Is she really trying to hide her secret obsession with romance? You and I both know Gong-ja was stunned by this. Just look at that massive pile of romance novels, but the Murim section is overflowing with guys while romance is empty. Gong-ja is getting a massive headache. Why are these hunters still lying to themselves even in a crazy situation like this? The Sword Emperor just laughs from behind. High-rank hunters have massive egos. Remember those 50 idiots who just died for pride? Gong-ja tries to speak up, asking the Black Dragon Master, but she cuts him off immediately. What are you saying? Our main character acts cold to give her an out. In my eyes, you're a romantic. I'm shocked you're not there. She looks at him coldly. Really, do I look like the romance type to you? Gong-ja just forces a smile. He doubles down, saying it's a tragedy she's in another group. Finally, she sighs and agrees to try the genre. Even the Heretic Questioner is impressed. He's over in the mystery section, but Gong-ja knows his real secret. The guy actually loves fairy tales and myths. He just wants everyone to be happy, which is actually kind of terrifying. Gong-ja is completely weirded out. He grabs a pen and writes on the Heretic's hand. You're the fairy tale group now. He pushes him away, making him the only one in that section. The Heretic is actually excited about the big responsibility. Gong-ja knows the truth, though. There are 0 fairy tales here. Every book ends with the world being destroyed. He's exhausted. Out of 250 hunters, over 100 are hiding their true tastes. They're all insane. One last check. Gong-ja opens the profile of the Heavenly Martial Clan Master and wait, what are we seeing? His list is wild. Isekai harems and even cross-dressing. This top martial artist is a hardcore degenerate reader. The master of the top sect thinks Morim stories are trash. He's secretly obsessed with these weirdly specific tropes. He snaps at Gong-ja for staring. Gong-ja just tells him to keep reading his favorite novels in peace. Suddenly, we see the Black Witch. Her eyes are bloodshot. She's struggling to understand the heart of the constellation. She's losing it over the cliffhangers. Just as the leads are about to kiss, bam, aliens or meteors ruin everything. It's like having delicious food snatched away at the last second. She gets so close to Gong-ja, he drops his sandwich. The librarian is just laughing at them. See, all 683 books are masterpieces with one major flaw. Every single story has a trash ending. The witch is livid, realizing they're being forced to feel the character's pain. 111 people, all hiding their secret hobbies. Like the man said, these crazies are cut from the same cloth. Last one left. Time for the final check. Kim Gong-ja cold-bloodedly opens the guy's info panel, and wow, the list of preferences is absolutely staggering. We are talking isekai overpowered leads, harems, sisters, married women, pure types. The guy has absolutely zero chill when it comes to genres, cold beauties, and even cross-dressers. He is frozen, staring at images of women of all ages. This guy is 6th on the tower rankings. The master of the Heavenly Martial Gate, ranked 6th, is having a total internal crisis. So much for the dignity of the top sect, huh? Martial arts sects, forget it. He is just reading trashy stories. Our main character stops dead as the sect master keeps swearing under his breath. He is complaining the author doesn't care about readers. Then the sect master snaps. What are you staring at? Can't you see I am busy? Kim Gong-ja thinks this guy is the king of web novels. He just waves it off. Nothing, keep reading. Then a sleepy voice echoes. The Black Witch is rubbing her bloodshot eyes. I just don't get it, she mutters, looking like she has pulled a massive all-nighter. I can't understand that Constellation's heart. Kim Gong-ja is confused, but she is clutching her eye, obsessed with this book of revelations. Every single climax in this book gets cut short. Just as the heroine is about to confess, boom, a meteor falls. Classic cliffhanger. They're about to kiss and suddenly aliens show up. The worst part. It is actually a great story until it gets interrupted like that. Everything is perfect, then snap. You ever have food right at your lips and then drop it? That is exactly how this feels. Kim Gong-ja panics. Whoa, keep it to yourself. I'm actually eating here. But the Black Witch just gives him this super sinister grin. Sorry, Kim Gong-ja, I just can't help myself. He practically screams back. Wait, we are on a live broadcast right now. Calm down. She huffs and sulks while he finally takes a breath. But out of nowhere, the Black Witch lunges forward to whisper in his ear. Whatever she says makes his sandwich drop straight to the floor. The manager just keeps chewing, laughing at them. Finally, get it now. The manager is mocking them for finally understanding his pain. Look at this 683 Revelation books, and they are all devastating. Every single one is a masterpiece that hits like a truck. No reader can resist the library's collection. It is that addictive, guys. Our main character is hype, but there is a catch. The more interesting these books are, the more miserable they are going to make you. Why? Because every single ending is complete trash. The Black Witch is fuming. Did you show us these cursed things on purpose, you jerk? Are you trying to make us suffer as much as the characters in these stories? Honestly, that is some next-level psychological torture. Think about it, he is just smiling and waving while everyone else is trapped in a literal hell. Talk about a twisted vibe, right? Imagine your favorite series getting cancelled forever. Now imagine living in that misery for eternity. That is the vibe here. He is making these poor souls suffer by forcing them to read works that will never be finished. That is pure evil. The guy deserves the worst punishment imaginable. While they are shouting, our main man Gong-ja is just watching, totally curious. So the alchemist got an alias too. She is smiling, even though pharmacist doesn't exactly sound like the coolest title in the world. Wait, she already has an alias. Our main character is shocked. I mean, getting a title that quickly is actually kind of a flex. She's being super humble, saying it is nothing special, but you can tell she's still pretty confused about the whole thing. A few days ago, a mysterious voice told her the world desperately needed the medicine she was making. Talk about a sudden quest. They asked for her help, and then boom, she got her alias. She is still trying to process what just happened. That is when it hits him. The medicine she made for him. Did our main character accidentally drag her into this mess? She is cheering for him now. Forget her, the Death King is the real legend here, climbing to the top 3 already. She is honored to know him, but Gong-ja just shrugs it off. He is acting like it is all just pure luck. The alchemist is being so sincere. She promises to help him out with anything she can. We love a supportive teammate. Reports start flying in. The Murim team is done reading. The romance team is finished too. Everyone is ready to go. Mystery and sci-fi groups are wrapped up too. Gong-ja takes charge and asks each group to nominate their best picks. Heretic is hyped for the fairy tale group. He is nominating this one book because, well, it is the only one they have. Wait, is this really a children's story? The info screen pops up and shows it is a brutal A-rank difficulty mission. Only 2 people can enter. It is a world where travel is powered by the screams of innocent children. That is dark. Sacrificing one life for 17 million people. It took over 118,000 years for this world to finally collapse. Fewer kids means the end. Gong-ja realizes the difficulty and the rewards for this apocalypse book just don't add up. He needs to hear more. Marcus steps up for the Murim group, presenting their choice as the book's details appear. The Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon B-rank difficulty, but it only allows 2 to 4 hunters to join the fray. The world ended because of a mysterious plague. Marcus explains his reason for picking this Murim story is actually pretty simple. In this world, the Heavenly Demon is real. Martial arts are everywhere, and the demonic cult is a massive, terrifying force. They have access to incredible secret techniques and martial arts manuals. If we manage to save this world, we basically get a whole library of skills. These are the best skills under heaven. For hunters like us, this could be the ultimate power-up we've been waiting for. The other hunters are hooked. 10-star skills. Gong-ja is already over there carefully analyzing the risks. If it is a martial arts world, the masters must have A-rank skills. The old sprite just pouts, looking annoyed. Why are they even thinking like that? But Gong-ja likes it. He has actually been wanting to challenge a book like this. But his current power might not be enough. Suddenly, Shiny starts reacting. He touches the glowing sword at his hip. A signal. The system says Shiny's sibling is nearby. Gong-ja is stunned. A sibling for this legendary sword. He and Marcus stare each other down. All eyes are on that book because Shiny can feel another presence inside. It is inside the book the sword Saint is holding. Then a voice rings out from behind the metal doors. Gong-ja tells the old sprite before they hit the Murim world he has gotta die at least once. Classic him. He is totally confused. How even Shiny has no clue what our guy is planning this time. Rapanda asks him was the first emperor and the creator of the goddess Shiny. Our main character is getting serious now. We don't know what kind of guy he was, but one thing is for sure, he could travel between worlds. The screen shows Shiny is complaining about the person who gave her such a ridiculous name. Poor sword. The pieces are slowly coming together. Shiny is from the Askim Empire, right? So why on earth is there another sword in the Murim world? This means he is a world traveler, probably some crazy OP Munchkin type. Honestly, Gong-ja is starting to get a bit worried. He's facing someone who built an empire and is strong enough to literally tear the stars apart. That is insane. A guy like that wouldn't just leave a legendary sword in the Murim world for no reason. There is a catch, and he knows he isn't invincible. Narrating this honestly, he admits he has been feeling a lot more tension lately than before. That feeling that if he slips up, his confidence will turn into straight-up arrogance. It is always lurking in the back. He is looking pretty slumped over, especially since he hit rank 3 and that story about him soloing everything went viral. The Demon King is spreading his influence everywhere. I can even give orders to hunters who already have aliases. We really messed up by being so careless. If this keeps going, our hero Kim Gong-ja might actually die. He would end up just like a certain top ranker. I need to know the heavenly demon's true strength first. There is almost zero information on the characters inside that Apocalypse book. We are totally in the dark here. The old spirit thinks it is a good idea, but what exactly are we supposed to be preparing for? How are we even going to find that guy? But Kim Gong-ja raises his sword, proving him totally wrong. This sword is the guardian goddess herself. Even in 5 broken pieces, it is still technically a constellation. Looking at the reflection on the blade, here is the catch. Is stabbing myself considered suicide or just murder? The old man is confused, right? Then Kim Gong-ja just holds the sword right against his own throat. It is a 50-50 shot, but worth the risk. Suddenly, Shiny starts moving and begs the hero to stop. He asks why so coldly. It turns out Shiny is just embarrassed that its past might finally be revealed. It wants its privacy protected. But Kim Gong-ja just gives that classic smirk. Like, are you serious right now? Privacy, I shared my whole life with you for 24 hours a day. Let us keep things fair. Shiny is about to cry. Then blood flashes and a whole string of system windows start popping up everywhere. You have met the skill conditions after death, but the goddess's skill is sealed. You cannot learn anything. The notification glows brighter. Since you are rank D, you are getting a mid-level Hungry Ghost Path penalty. The goddess checks and acting all sweet. She knew our hero would finish this long journey eventually. Rapanda sits there on the throne letting out a slow, heavy hum. He looks so imposing right now. Kim Gong-ja watches from the sidelines. Is that guy really? Rapanda asks him. Meanwhile, the king keeps talking. One day I was summoned and now I am the emperor who united the continents. The old spirit is shocked. What is going on? Is that white-haired guy the heaven-slaying star? Kim Gong-ja is totally confused by this. You two know each other. The old spirit explains that is just the alias of that crazy fighter. He is the kind of guy who hunts down constellations just to pick a fight with them. Absolute madness. After floor 5, everything changes. You will be competing with hunters from completely different worlds out there. Sometimes constellations visit, but that heaven-slaying star guy, he is the killer from floor 50. Is Rapanda ask him a hunter too? The old spirit just looks on, realizing every world has its own lunatics. This place brings back so many old memories. Kim Gong-ja is curious now. What is the real connection here? The goddess is just stunned by everything. You started out as a totally normal human after all. The old spirit stays calm while answering. It was a life-or-death battle. He was strong, but nothing to me. The goddess stands tall. You are much stronger than me now. Do you have a plan for the future? No gods or evil spirits can stand in your way anymore. Your long, difficult journey has finally ended. Rapanda cuts her off. Pure killing intent. He declares that there are no gods or demons left here. This world does not belong to the constellations. It belongs to humanity. She tries to resist his power. Hero, why are you doing this? But he reaches out with those cold, ruthless claws, getting closer. Glass shatters everywhere. He is literally draining her life force and she is paralyzed with pure fear. Rapanda's face is terrifyingly calm. I am not going to kill you since you helped me get this far. I will just split and seal you. That way you will never be able to find your power again. His magic hits with insane force. A massive explosion destroys everything in a blinding flash of light. He just says he is sorry, but this is the only right path. The system confirms the recreation. Trauma recreation complete. Subject's ego is maintained. The penalty is finally over and we are heading back. They are back in the bathroom, but Kim Gong-ja is still totally lost. This vision did not explain anything. He asks Shiny straight. Why did your old master actually seal you away in the first place? Shiny has no idea. It feels sad and just starts spilling every single memory it can still find. As far as Shiny can remember, Ripanda Askim was a quiet and righteous hero. Nothing seemed wrong. It does not know why it was sealed or why he built an empire only to walk away alone. The old spirit is super annoyed, grumbling that these top-tier hunters are really just a bunch of total lunatics. He says it with a cold, serious voice. Don't even try to understand crazy people. If you listen to their stories for too long, you will probably end up going insane yourself. You just need to get strong like me, then you can handle those murderous psychos however you want. Kim Gong-ja simply stands up. Whatever. At least knowing his face counts as a win. But then Sa Thian Tin shoots Kim Gong-ja a sharp, hostile look, immediately aggressive. Maybe it is because the constellation he sealed is the same one that brought our boy here in the first place. Back on floor 21, the hunters finish reading the revelations and have finally decided on their next destination, floor 22. The Sword King made a very solid case, so the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon was chosen. The manager looks absolutely thrilled. Choosing martial arts as the first genre, Kim Gong-ja does not forget to mention that it is actually a pretty solid pick. But heads up, the world inside is not exactly like the Mirim you know. It only shares the same martial arts and nomadic vibes. Depending on how you lead the story, you might even stumble onto some incredible hidden destinies. Kim Gong-ja just stays silent. He quietly listens as the manager explains that there are secret martial arts techniques and they're worth a literal fortune. The skills you earn will depend on your own talent and performance. Do not expect everything to just go smoothly in there. The manager starts emphasizing the risks. No matter the situation, powerful characters will show up to match your own power level. Look, dying inside the Revelation book is actually a very real event, and you won't be able to escape until the story hits its actual end. And the moment finally arrives when he announces that the limit for the Heavenly Demon Chronicles is only 2 to 4 players. Now, who is volunteering to lead this story? Everyone starts whispering while looking at Kim Gong-ja, but he stays completely chill. I am going in. Marcus is the next one. No way, the person who suggested the book would stay behind for this. I am joining as well, Marcus adds. Inside, Kim Gong-ja's hype martial arts fans are definitely going to love this next part. The manager claps, relieved they hit the minimum count, but notes they can still bring 2 more companions along if they want. The Sword King gets serious, explaining there is actually one more big reason why he decided to nominate this specific revelation. Everyone check out this reason for destruction. The screen shows the world fell because of some mysterious plague with no known origin. He continues reading, the heavenly demon died suddenly from a strange disease. That is the final line in the book's intro. And everyone else died right after. As you can see, the real cause of the world's destruction was that massive unexplained plague. That is why this world specifically needs someone who can cure diseases. And as for healers, I actually know the perfect guy. An old man steps forward as he calls out for the medicine king. Suddenly, the old spirit starts screaming his head off. Oh, that old guy, he is the pharmacist Marcus always visits. Marcus just keeps talking like he did not even hear the shouting. Regarding the combat, I will handle that. If it is not enough, Kim Gong-ja can help and the Medicine King will deal with the healing. So this book only needs 3 people. But Marcus suddenly turns his attention over to the side. Death King, do you have something to say? Kim Gong-ja is hyped. Yeah, I want to bring someone along too. He points straight at the alchemist, totally scaring her. Me? You mean me? She is panicking, telling Kim Gong-ja she has only had her title for less than a single week. I am way too weak, bringing me along won't help at all. But then he just grabs her hand to show his support. Out of all the alchemists, I know she is definitely the best one. The alchemist is just standing there completely stunned. He flashes a smile while bringing up what she said before. Those words start echoing back in her head again. Death King, if you need any help, just let me know. It is like he is saying, hey, you promised to help me out. Kim Gong-ja gets that sinister look. She was not lying, right? This is basically a don't forget who helped you moment. The alchemist is trembling as he raises his voice. The other hunters start whispering and debating about the drama. What? So they have already got 4 people? But who is that girl anyway? Marcus realizes he has actually seen her before. He seems satisfied, nothing to be afraid of now. This girl and Kim Gong-ja should help keep the atmosphere from getting too heavy. The shy alchemist grips Kim Gong-ja's sleeve, asking if it is really okay. Suddenly, Marcus switches up his tone completely. But listen, Death King, where we are going is incredibly dangerous. Just like the manager of the Revelation mentioned earlier, dying in the book means dying in reality. He calmly replies with total confidence, she is the best pharmacist I have ever met. The old spirit glares, she knows medicine, sure, but calling her the absolute best, that is a huge reach. Bringing this girl along is definitely going to annoy that old guy. Marcus just strokes his chin, considering the answer. This little girl is the best pharmacist you know. Marcus starts radiating this weirdly sweet pink aura out of nowhere. It totally contrasts his serious expression. His favorability is spiking. Guess he really likes that unusual but bold suggestion. Makes sense. You're actually agreeing with him for once. Finally, you said something that actually sounds right. A big fish in a small stream is still just a tiny fish in the ocean. Time to show them the Medicine King's real power. Gong-ja stares at the chat screen totally stunned. That old guy just can't stop himself from lecturing everyone he sees. Then there's the other side. The Medicine King and Sword King are exactly the same, judging this alchemist just by her looks. But the Medicine King is being straight up rude. The best alchemist he's ever seen. He calls it child's play. Crusadering a tiny rock and acting like you conquered Mount Tai. Gong-ja watches the old man's arrogant beard stroking with pure annoyance. It's like looking at a younger version of myself. The alchemist sighs, grabbing her hair and muttering under her breath in frustration. So annoying, Marcus steps in to calm things down, saying Gong-ja is talented, he just lacks any real-world experience. But the Medicine King just loses it and screams, experience is everything, without it you basically know nothing. Yet you act like you know it all. He's acting exactly like I did at 20 when I made 100,000 in Silicon Valley. Marcus can only try to play peacemaker. Take it easy, old man. Gong-ja is just standing there, totally creeped out. But wait, this guy's lecturing is so intense it even has the legendary Sword King looking confused. The old man just keeps going. I've been holding back, okay, trying not to tell these rookies what to do. Out of respect for old Marta, I stayed quiet. But do you really not get the danger we're in? Why would you bring a young girl along? That's just reckless and spoiled. A thought hits Gong-ja. When one know-it-all meets another, super know-it-all, the whole world just becomes one giant lecture. Suddenly, the alchemist balls her fists and snaps. You can call me a rookie all you want, she shouts, clearly furious. But you can't talk about Gong-ja like that, spoiled. The Medicine King just ignores her and keeps yelling. Marcus, are you too caught up in Western ideals? She just stands there stunned. Western ideals? What does that even mean? The paladin finally steps in to help. Everyone stop. This girl actually is a very talented alchemist. Gong-ja introduced her to me before. The Knights Guild has actually received some top-tier potions from her shop already. The Medicine King isn't buying it. A guild evaluation. Seriously, she looks back at him totally confused. And then the lecturing starts again. You don't know how big the world is. You see a ceiling and think it's the sky. Has your guild ever even heard of my pharmacy? You've got that same reckless energy I had when I was young. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, the old spirit is just chilling. Why are you even listening to this trash? Stop eating those cheap, discounted potatoes. It's not a discounted potato, Gong-ja insists. On the giant screens outside, the Medicine King's face is broadcast to the entire city. Gong-ja whispers that this whole scene is being streamed live in Babylon Square. Isn't this the perfect time to start? Time to back down or step up? He asks a question that catches both the alchemist and the Medicine King off guard. Want to duel? The crowd goes wild. Everyone knows Marcus isn't a fighter. Are you really trying to bully an old man right now? Gong-ja calmly pulls a glass vial from his belt. No, not against me. Then he slowly explains the plan. I'll provide the materials. Both of you will use them to brew a potion. Then we'll just compare which one has better effects. That should settle everything, right? The alchemist starts panicking. Undying King, I know you're mad, but this is a lot. He's literally known as the Medicine King. What if I lose? Gong-ja just grabs her shoulders with a firm grip. He tells her he believes in her and she needs to believe in herself too. She looks down, her voice trembling. Gong-ja. She looks up suddenly, fired up. I'll try my best. No, I will definitely win. The duel is now public for all hunters. The Medicine King and alchemist focus on their cauldrons. The crowd is already whispering that the Undying King is going to lose big. That old man's shop only sells luxury potions. You usually have to book a month in advance. Both are kings in their own right, but the experience gap is massive. Ryondu happily calls out to the crowd. All right, who's going to take the win? Place your bets now. The Black Witch rushes over worried. Are you okay? The odds are 1.08 versus 47. He's totally chill though. Really, in that case, I'll put all my money on the alchemist. That should balance out those odds. She points out the obvious problem. You realize this is all being broadcast live, right? She's clearly worried about him. If the alchemist you pick loses this, your reputation is going to take a massive hit. Are you sure about this? He stays calm. It's fine. I trust my judgment. Let's just wait and see how it all plays out. Everyone starts gossiping about this crazy bet. Can a young alchemist really topple a legendary figure like the Medicine King? Meanwhile, the two rivals are working hard over their cauldrons. The flickering flames show just how intense this duel is becoming. You know this is live, right? She asks, again terrified that her champion might actually fail. If he messes this up, his public image is basically toast. But our main character just gives a casual smile. Right, he knows the world is watching this live stream from Babylon to every corner of the globe. So he actually feels kind of bad for the old Medicine King. Meanwhile, that old man is looking way too confident. You brats are done for, he shouts as a blinding, arrogant light erupts. Behold the Medicine King's greatest invention yet. He is banking on his rare special grade recovery potion. It tastes bitter, sure, but if you can get it down, even fatal wounds will heal up instantly. Only problem, the side effects are a total nightmare. This creator is clearly on another level. The crowd is absolutely losing it with excitement. A special grade recovery potion. That is our Medicine King for you. Hey, let me buy that bottle off you. He is loving the attention while everyone begs for a taste. Hey, I was first. Where did you come from? Medicine King, but then the alchemist pulls out her own bottle and it is literally blindingly bright. I am finished too, she says. The entire crowd just stands there completely speechless. Luckily, Riondu brought some protective gear. A massive explosion of golden light completely swallows the entire area. The people are buzzing. An instant recovery potion is the Medicine King really not going to sell to me? I was next on the list. Who do you think you are? The old man just smirks. Now check this out, the alchemist actually did it. Everyone is jaw-dropped because that light is just something else. Wait, it is sweet, no sugar, but it tastes like candy. They shield their eyes, wondering what this magic is. Medicine King holds his potion out to her, while the whole crowd watches with bated breath. Keep it safe, and there are zero side effects. The alchemist stays silent, adjusting her glasses with total boss energy. She leans in close to take the bottle and asks, is this really for the old man? She inspects it, flips it upside down, then hands it back to him like it is nothing special. The alchemist just smiles and gives a signal. Around this much, she says, looking down her nose at him. Is this guy the type who only gets strong when there is a profit? Could the old man be? Medicine King stammers, was that just luck, kid? She fires back, are you really that weak? He wonders if it was just a fluke. They both talk at once, leaving her stunned as he insists it was luck. Listen kids, when I made $170 million on Wall Street, I thought that was skill too. The alchemist coldly suggests another round. Medicine King mocks her, saying Lady Luck will not smile on her twice. Kids these days. He holds up his bottle and shouts that luck definitely will not strike a third time. She immediately crafts something new. He is still stubborn, yelling that luck will not hit a fourth time. And here comes the face slap. The Sword King facepalms and tells Medicine King to just stop already. Medicine King loses his cool, crying over his pile of potions. He looks pathetic, screaming out in frustration. No way. One more time, my years of experience have to be worth more than this, he screams. See that Sinister's victory loss. The Sword King fixes his tie and apologizes. You really are the ultimate pharmacist. My friend's behavior is on me. The alchemist hesitates, saying it must be hard having a friend like that. Medicine King is totally broken now, tears streaming down. Sword King admits the old man has no real talent. He is no match for you, but he can still whip up some basic stuff. She modestly declines. Oh, I would not say I am that great. I just know the basics, nothing too high level, really. Suddenly, a hand reaches out, Riondu grabs her wrist, begging her to sign a long-term contract right now. The alchemist is confused. Riondu has literal dollar signs in his eyes. I will give you the best treatment. No, I will give you everything. How about that? Thirsty hands start surrounding her from every side. Me too, pharmacist. No, you are the Medicine King. Wait, the god of medicine. Give us the new stuff. She finally screams to stop the madness. The Count looks disappointed, but the Paladin and Gong family are loving it. If you want to trade, talk to this guy. Anyone else needs permission from the Death King himself to buy anything. Our main character winks and points. Think about the terms first, guys. Then the head manager steps in. Everyone knows their roles now, right? The Gong family listens closely. Die in the Book of Revelation and you die for real. There is only one way out, just escape. All right, you and I are back to find the final path. He keeps repeating those words like a mantra. The final path. The administrator explains that it all comes down to personal judgment. The possibilities are truly infinite. You can resist or even eradicate the plague entirely or use it to dominate others. Kim Gong-ja boldly demands the list right now. Let's go. Fine, send the list now. Suddenly, a voice shouts to wait. Mun stands there stunned while someone asks if he is staying. Aren't you going, Master Mun? He is sweating bullets while glancing around. Hold on, Viper, they are still discussing everything nearby. Look, this is all for Mun. Isn't he the only one who knows how this works? I agree, the master should definitely lead us. He just stands there with his arms crossed, silent. Then he shouts. What, I was planning to go anyway, you know. Did you all really forget that I am your master? Internally, he is raging. These leeches. Why drag me into that village? Kim Gong-ja is so hyped. A world where martial arts rule, that is Muram. Even if it changes, I will always love it. But his inner voice is screaming. Viper, that place probably doesn't even have toilets. I worked so hard for this, damn it. He acts all arrogant, saying he understands why they call the Kim Gong-ja family lucky. But we know the truth. In his head, he is calling them all cheaters and mocking their ages. Give them a break, Master Mun. Got a problem. Basically, you are all just weaklings. Everyone still bows down and shows him total respect. It is hilarious. I absolutely must go. Viper desperately replies that he really doesn't want to. Suddenly, a system notification says that last line was lost. Sword Emperor confirms Viper is the one going. Mun is cold as ice. Marcus suddenly challenges him and the vibe gets intense. He releases massive killing intent. I am not backing down. Everyone is shocked by the sheer pressure of these two powerful guys clashing. Is a duel between the Sword Emperor and Viper actually happening? This is a total battle of pride. Paladin has to step in. Stop right now. Are you really going to kill each other here? His eyes are filled with terrifying levels of killing intent. We are both warriors, so let's just see who is stronger. But internally, he is planning to lose on purpose. Crafty guy. Quitting is too embarrassing, so I will just fake a loss. You and I know if the Sword Emperor wins, they'll be convinced. Paladin, do something. She looks down thinking hard, then speaks quietly, making him turn his head to look back at her. Viper is a man who never quits, but can the Sword Emperor actually break him? The Sword Emperor listens with a serious expression. I see your game. You helped attack to the 10th floor right. Stalling now on floor 22 would be totally shameless of you. Everyone starts cheering and supporting him. His words are just so incredibly provocative, aren't they? Kim Gong-ja is a family too. Show some respect. Not everyone wants to be a lonely, isolated person like you always are. Marcus fixes his tie and gives a cold response. Does this guy ever actually care about what anyone else is thinking? Mun interrupts, but suddenly the Sword Emperor looks at Kim Gong-ja with real affection. He says the guy actually has some shame. Kim Gong-ja is so confused by the sudden change. Viper the Emperor tells him you must yield to this man today. He just casually says thanks. Mun is thinking what is going on. You are definitely not acting like yourself, Sword Emperor. Heretic is literally hugging Paladin while smiling. Convince him, she is sure the Sword Emperor will accept it without any more issues. The Black Witch is watching closely. Give the Sword Emperor a hug. Yeah, I am going to have to pass on that. She finds this hilarious. Is it a joke or is everyone actually growing up? The atmosphere feels different, don't you think? Medicine King is stubborn. Decisions are made, so let's move. If I wait any longer, I might actually die. No choice now. I might lose to that little brat for now, but that is just pure luck on her part, trust me. I am still the Medicine King alchemist, just mocks him. Scary, but it is clear that I am much more superior here. Mun just smirks and points. If you want a war, use force. I am talking about taking their heads off, you know. A moment later, he is regretting it. Please trade with me, Sword Emperor. The administrator finally opens up the ancient book. Death King, Viper, Medicine King, and Alchemist. They listen seriously as he tells the four of them to choose new characters. The administrator decides the world is still stuck 10 days in the past. You have to find the final path to succeed. In his world, martial arts was a dead genre. You could only feel that Murim vibe through movie special effects and CGI. Back then, he thought it looked so cool. In an age where being sincere is mocked, honor and martial arts have no place. The computer voice drones on about chi stages. That dead genre, that vanished world, it is finally right in front of us again. It is actually snowing here. Kim Gong-ja and his team are standing in the middle of a freezing storm. It is so cold. He warns everyone to use their chi to protect their bodies. The Alchemist and Medicine King are already shivering like crazy. I never learned chi, I am freezing to death. Stick with me, guys, because he is about to give the final command. Everyone, we need to protect the Medicine King. Gong-ja just carries him and coldly says, okay. The old man finally sighs in relief. Gong-ja reaches out to her. You should stay close to me. She blushes as he transfers chi into her hand. Just hold on. The alchemist looks up to thank him, but this is a bit awkward. Gong-ja is serious. I am actually quite embarrassed too. But we cannot worry about that now. He mentions the manager because the head librarian is actually a powerful constellation. That guy uses words like masterpiece or performance. Gong-ja holds her hand tight and keeps his eyes fixed straight ahead. Seriously, though, we are looking at a completely separate world here, not just some ordinary book you would read. We came here to save this world. You get that his ki flows into the alchemist just to keep her warm. Right, I guess I was oversimplifying things. I will do my best. Gong-ja starts giving everyone their own specific tasks. Everyone just focus on your roles. I am protecting you with chi, so you and the Medicine King can finally act. They answer in unison. Then a notification pops up. The Heavenly Demon is missing, and a strange plague has suddenly appeared. The Heavenly Demon is dead and no other powers could survive either. Our team pushes forward through the heavy snow. That short sentence of 50 words did not mention this bone-chilling cold or the snow being knee-deep at all. This is brutal. Their eyes are full of determination. We have to handle this ourselves. But what exactly happened to this world? What is this strange disease that wiped out everything? Faint silhouettes of people appear far off in the freezing blizzard. Let us head over there for now. But the old spirit speaks up with a warning. Something is definitely wrong here. I cannot hear a single thing from that direction. Gong-ja wonders if the blizzard is just too loud and blocking the sound. The snow suddenly stops falling. That is possible. But look, those people over there are not moving even a single inch. The Medicine King is shocked. What on earth is this? Why are all these people completely frozen solid like statues? They are stuck and cannot move. The alchemist puts on her gloves and uses tweezers to take a quick skin sample. After a closer look, she confirms they are real. The Medicine King says this person has been dead for 2 years. The cause was an infectious disease. According to his skills, this person caught the plague before they were ever frozen. This is so strange. He looks at the frozen corpses. The cause of death for every single person is exactly the same. They did not freeze to death. If it was a plague, these bodies should be lying on the ground, not standing up. But every single corpse is standing. The alchemist is suspicious. This is weird, just like what happened back in Silicon Valley. Now you and I know that whenever this happens, someone likely moved them here on purpose. She explains it all clearly. The cause is the same, but the times of death are different. This one died 2 years ago, that one 3 years. These bodies were moved here for a reason. Gong-ja looks at her and wonders if this is some kind of mass grave. The Sword Saint speaks up. You call this a grave? From a distance, it looks more like a terracotta army to me. Gong-ja raises his hand to check the character window. The info pops up. This person was named Jiang Senba. Nothing else shows up. He finally realizes that this is what a status window looks like for someone who is dead. The team starts researching each corpse. Light must have been the very last thing this person thought about before dying. If this really is a grave, why would anyone do this? I only feel warm right now because of Gong-ja's chi. But all of these people still have weapons on their belts. Gong-ja suddenly freezes when he hears someone laughing. An old man screams furiously that the demonic path ends right here. A woman's voice immediately shouts back at him. Even a dog would laugh at your delusions. Bai Xian proudly declares that as long as she is still here, the demonic cult will continue to rule the world. Old man, you are the one who should say goodbye to Viet Mansion. The Sword Saints snaps back. Nonsense, that Blood Ghost squad you are so proud of had their heads cut off by me. I already sent those old demons of yours straight to hell. Both sides are now caught in a heated verbal battle. My side has 500 elite warriors. How could you possibly stop me? All you do is tell lies, old man. Listen, my blood ghosts are not here because they are on a secret mission. Gong-ja signals the team to stay quiet. Let us approach them silently. Bai Xian sneers, telling the old man he should worry more about his own lapdogs. The Sword Saint points forward. Where are all those great family pillars you were so proud of? They are all gone. The man who was once the Murim Alliance leader has become a pathetic old disgrace. The Sword Saint is finished. None of your business. I sent them all on a secret mission. She mocks him, saying there must be many of them. He snaps back that it is all her fault for being such a nuisance. You and I can see Gong-ja's team is stunned by this petty bickering while the world is literally ending. You're even more foolish for letting us fools control the martial arts world. Damn it, bitch. Hang draws her weapon. Don't like it? Then fight me, old man. I'm finally finishing off the last member of Viet Tien Manor. I'll prove the heavenly demon way is invincible. Kim Quan readies for battle. I've had enough of your big talk. Your trash talk is disgusting, you witch. I'll slice your head in two, one half for the Jade Emperor, half for King Yama. You and I won't believe it, they're just holding small sticks staring each other down. Kim Quan is fuming at her insults. So proud of your manner, but you're carrying a twig. The Namgung family says you could at least swing an axe. That's the only thing you're actually good for. He snaps back, shut your mouth. And what about you? Why are you holding a branch instead of your precious blood demon? Sword bitch Hang replies in a calm voice. How rude. It might look simple, but I carved this azure wood sword myself. Her weapon is surprisingly sharp. The 1,000-year essence of the demon cult is inside this blade. I've named this weapon the 100 Demon Heaven Blade. He's confused. He really gave a stick a grand name like Heaven Blade. She shrugs. Wait, is that not allowed? A heavy silence falls between them. Kim Quan covers his mouth embarrassed. 100 Demon Heaven Blade is a bit much. Why not just call it Heaven Terrace? Bitch Hang looks at her stick and deadpans. But then it's just a branch. He bluntly points out it is a branch, you idiot. She stubbornly insists. Fine, then I'll call it Demon Heaven Terrace. That attitude makes Kim Quan clutch his head. Demon this, demon that, enough. Their shouting echoes through the falling snow. Why is the demon cult obsessed with putting demon in every name? You have blood demon, sword demon, and ghost demon. That's 4 of them already. Just call them the 4 great demon heads. Wait, does that not sound cool? Unbelievable. We really let these airheads control the martial arts world for even a second. Suddenly, they both freeze. They glance around and Kim Quan starts complaining. Hey, didn't you swear it would be clear and sunny today? She snaps back. Fortunes can be wrong sometimes. No one knows the future for sure. Kim Quan groans, damn it. A street psychic could do better than you. I can't believe I'm facing my fate because I trusted a dummy. She screams back, shut up, get ready to fight. You're already draining what little energy I have left, old man. The alchemist wonders why they're acting like that. Kim Gong-ja is speechless. All four of them sit back and watch. The alchemist's face goes pale. They all look back and see a figure that has everyone running for their lives. Bitch Hang grinds her teeth, gripping her wooden branch. The martial arts world is for those who live by strength. Now, the heavenly demon has appeared to conquer everything. Kim Kwan takes his stance, ready for a real war. It's the demon cult versus the resistance. They're about to clash for the very fate of this whole world. Suddenly, dead bodies start rising and chasing Kim Gong-jae's team. If only a terrifying plague hadn't suddenly broken out. A super contagious infection. It's a zombie virus. The alchemist and the medicine king are running and screaming in terror. Look, he points in fear. Run, get moving. I've never seen anything like this even back in Silicon Valley. The apocalypse is here. Kim Gong-ja replies, this place was doomed from the start. He slashes an undead's head off. It's still moving even without a head. Damn it, they must only stop when their brains are completely destroyed. Bitch Hang and Kim Kwan watch in shock. Get out of here fast, she screams. Who the hell are you people? She huddles near Kim Kwan. Hey, old man, I think I'm seeing things. I see 4 people moving over there. I think King Yama is inviting me for tea. He watches Kim Gong-ja carrying the alchemist while sprinting at full speed. I see them too. I thought I was losing my mind from your constant nagging. Kim Gong-ja shouts, a warning. You guys need to run too. Also, if you're running, at least tell us which way we should be going. She tells Kim Kwan, oh my god, I think those are actually living people, but he's not so sure. Is it possible we're already dead and this is just hell? While those two are busy arguing with each other, Kim Gong-ja catches up. Maybe I ended up in the Peach Garden with you, or we all moved to hell together. There's no way a righteous leader of the light like me would ever be banished to the depths of hell. So this has to be the Peach Garden. Though besides these rotting corpses, I don't see any peach trees. While they're still confused, Kim Gong-jae's team reaches them and carries Kim Kwan and Bitch Hang away too. If this isn't a dream, they have to be real. You can see them shivering to keep their bodies warm. Definitely not zombies. She wonders, where did you guys come from? And that footwork is weird. Are you even human? Are they locals? Those zombies are right on their heels. Gong-ja hesitates because we're clearly not from this world. Is she asking if we're from the outside world? Suddenly, they launch into the air, diving straight at Gong-ja. The alchemist and Gong-ja are losing it. Moon screams in terror. Seriously, since when could zombies actually fly? Beiqiang brags that it's her own custom flash step technique inspired by the legendary Mount Kunlun itself. She points out how they completely defy logic, moving so fast they don't even leave footprints in the snow. They can glide effortlessly, true elites of our demonic cult. Even in death, a member of our cult never forgets. Their martial arts stay with them even beyond the grave. Wait. Gong-jae cuts in, staring at Beiqiang in total disbelief. They keep their skills even after dying. She just smirks. Guess a brat from the outside world wouldn't get it. The zombies groan as she explains the horrifying truth. These warriors can still use techniques even as mindless undead. She tells him to enjoy the show, but he snaps back. There's absolutely nothing enjoyable about being chased by zombies. These were demonic cult elites trained to react to the slightest bloodlust even while they were fast asleep. She's proud they can still use flash step as zombies. Meanwhile, the pharmacy king is looking back totally terrified. They're gaining on us fast. At this rate, we're toast. Panicking, the pharmacy king starts screaming at Moonyoung to hurry. Run faster. If I get bitten, you're the first person I'm eating. Moonyoung is struggling, forced to carry the old man. This is ridiculous. Whose bright idea was it to drag along all these dead weights? Seriously, what a total mess. Why am I stuck carrying an old guy while you're surrounded by girls? Both Moonyoung and Gong-ja just snap back. Our butts are about to get bitten. Does that really matter right now? He yells back that it matters even more. Even the old spirit is spooked. A zombie is still a zombie. Gong-ja desperately tries to find a weakness. Weakness. Do these damn things have a weak spot? She's chill about it. Unless you smash their heads, they're unstoppable. Got anything easier? Her face stays cold as she looks up, then points a finger toward the morning sky. They'll stop once the sun comes up. Gong-ja calls out to the heavenly demon and the alchemist. They both look over. Gong-ja starts channeling his power. Sorry, but you two are going for a ride. Stick the landing. He uses his strength to launch them into the sky. They faceplant into the snow and Gong-ja just waves awkwardly. Sorry about that. He turns to face the horde. The old spirit is loving this, cheering for his death. I get to watch my zombie master get eaten by high-end zombies. This is truly the peak entertainment of our era. Gong-ja reaches for his blade. Seriously, even zombies have achievements now. He points his sword toward the heavens. Those flying zombies aren't allowed to die just yet. He screams, shiny, and his weapon begins to glow with power. Shiny answers the hero's call. A blinding flash of light erupts, sending the entire zombie horde flying backwards. With the zombies buried in the snow, the group makes their escape. The pharmacy king finally lets out a groan. I'm alive. I'm actually alive. Damn it, if it wasn't for this tower, I would never step foot in this place. Gong-ja checks if everyone is okay. The alchemist's face is beet red. I'm fine, but my face definitely isn't. Thanks for the save. Moon Young drops the old man and starts cursing. First, the sword saint, now this old geezer. I swear I'm this close to throwing them both. Gong-ja turns to the demonic cult leader for help. While I deal with the zombies, keep an eye on them. Bei Kang looks suspicious. What exactly are you up to now? He aims his sword at the grounded horde. I'm going to finish them off while they're stuck in the snow. It might take a while since I have to crush their skulls, but no worries. Bei Kang suddenly cuts him off. Hold on, outsider, she speaks up first, thanking him for saving a complete stranger like herself. But if you plan on hurting those zombies, I'll have to stop you. Gong-ja is confused. Why protect them? Is there some kind of special curse on them? Will it jump to me if I take them out? She speaks softly. They were all members of my cult. Gong-ja freezes in pure shock. Wait, what? Bei Kang says it again. Those are her loyal disciples. She looks down at the undead bodies buried in the snow. The great war between good and evil is ending. We desperately need masters, and I refuse to lose them. He's thinking, what great war? The world of the heavenly demon has already been destroyed for a long time. There's no way an entire army still exists to fight. Suddenly, we see the manager sitting there looking cold. When you open your eyes, the heavenly demon's world will be exactly 10 days before its ultimate destruction. Vaughn closes the book with a smile. He hopes we can give this story a beautiful ending together. Only 10 days until the world ends. Jade is about to introduce the old man when Sword King speaks up. I am Gosian, leader of the Martial Arts Alliance. She explains they have been fighting for 3 long years now. She looks totally calm while explaining. It has been exactly 989 days since the Great War started. Both of them swore an oath on their names. Neither can leave until one of them finally admits defeat to the other. Jade's eyes look a bit sad. They might be zombies now, but they still remember how to use demonic martial arts. They are my disciples, and I have to protect them. Don't you dare try to kill them, she continues firmly. If you were so dead set on killing, only take out the ones with whisk belts like that guy there. Sword King screams in a total rage. Nonsense. Do you know how hard it was to gather everyone under my name? Gong stands there dazed while they argue. You made a deal with me, you damn heavenly demon woman. You promised this fight was just us and would not involve them. Well, promises were made to be broken, right? Jade and Sword King start bickering. Stop the nonsense. Then I guess I do not need to hold back against your disciples. You bastard, a righteous leader breaking his word. Your hypocritical face is finally coming out, and it is as ugly as expected. Now check this out. Gong finally realizes they are still fighting even though the world is literally about to end. She snaps back. You are wrong. This world was destined to end in the middle of our battle anyway. She points right at him. It does not matter. We have to finish the war we started long ago. I will not stop until I beat this old man. Jade mentions the undead lying motionless in the snow. I still have 500 elite warriors. I will lead them to destroy your pathetic righteous faction, Sword King retorts. Those are my words. You witch, the Martial Arts Alliance will fight you even if it costs our entire lives. Gong watches them face off. It is finally time to put an end to this incredibly long and tiring war. Jade points a branch at Sword King. A scholar doesn't blame his pen, and a loser shouldn't blame his blade. Even without my blood demon sword, I will beat you with nothing but this tiny little branch in my hand right now. I will grant you a peaceful death, old man. He takes his stance, ready for the final clash between them. Let us see who actually wins this. In an instant, they both charge in, and the battle finally begins. It is intense. They are blocking strikes with just branches, Jade and Sword King trading blow for blow right now. Heavenly Demon Seal versus the Heavenly Six Palms. Their branches snap, and suddenly they are just pulling hair and tugging beards. Gong is totally speechless. What is this? He uses a 2-finger strike while she blocks her face to protect herself. Take this. The old spirit thinks this is all very strange. He analyzes the old man's rhythmic breathing every second. In my world, they would be top-tier masters. Gong is shocked. Them, he replies, I am not even sure. What is their secret? Their moves look like a divine dragon's claws, trying to snatch a pearl from an evil dragon's eye. They call it the Twin Dragon Duel. Their techniques look like a legendary battle between a Buddha and a dragon. That hand defense looks like the descent of the Buddha protecting all living beings with his divine and powerful palms. It is the Thousand-Hand Guanyin. The two watch as Jade pinches Sword King's cheek. Why am I fighting this dog? It looks weird, but at their level, their chi and focus are at their peak. They are fighting for real now. Their chi is shifting now. It is a dangerous situation where they cannot afford to make a single mistake. Wait, is she holding back? He says both of them are actually using their ultimate hidden secret techniques right now. He watches them clash and realizes that strikes should have crushed everything, but the old man dodged it perfectly. He uses the principle of turning everything around him into a weapon. This old man is a master hiding his power. An earth dragon versus a heaven dragon perfectly matched. The old spirit teases Gong, see that kid? This is wild. He points a finger, uses his skill, and the reader's system screen pops up for us to see. If the analysis is right, he has been reborn with peerless skills. His inner thoughts start to flash by. Those movements remind me of my past life as a hellhound guarding the entrance to the Demon King's deep, dark hell. I lived a double life. A troublemaker yet top of the class. I was trapped in that cycle forever. I was always so sad. Then I played online games and met a girl from my same school class. We ended up becoming female friends inside the game world. Alright, you and I are back. In the game, I was set on being a hero with my buddy. Alchemist finally got it. But man, their fighting looked like toddlers. Mun wondered if it looks this basic what actually separates the pros from the newbies. Deep down, he wondered how many styles existed. Both these guys were on a totally different level than the swords they carried. Just watching them can boost your level. If I go back, I've got some serious lessons for my students. Kim Gong-ja finally spoke. Black Snake's just seeing the world through a different lens. The old man's like, oh really, thanks. Medicine King, sneeze man, it's freezing. He barked at Bitch Hyen and Kyun Gun. Hey old timer, are you seriously still duking it out with that tree root right now? Can't you see us right here? Talk about tunnel vision, you remind me so much of my younger self. It's almost scary. Kyun Gun apologized, it's been ages since we had guests, so acting like this was pretty rude. My bad. First, let's get you into the shelter. As the sun set, Kim Gong-jae's group followed Bitch Hien and Kyun Gun. He saw them struggling behind. He offered to help. If it's all right, I can carry you. Bitch Hien gave a hesitant reply. Thanks, my energy flow was a bit messy today. Mun was confused. Wait, Medicine King, something feels a little off here. You confused? Kim Gong-ja carried Kyun Gun while watching him happily carry Bitch Hien. Yeah, this works just fine. He carried the old man in total silence. Kyun Gun was shocked. It's freezing out here, but this kid's body is so warm. The old spirit realized something was strange. Finally, the whole group made it into their shelter cave. My humble home. Now look at this, sunlight streams through the ceiling, making it epic. Alchemist gasps, whoa, check out that hot spring. Oh, a hot spring. Bishian explained that she found this hidden spot a long time ago. Never expected to host outsiders here. Go on, wash up first. Me and this old guy will check the back for some food to welcome you guys. Kyun Gun asked, do we even have anything besides those fasting pills? She snapped back immediately. Didn't I just say I would check the back? Is this old man's hearing finally gone or what? They kept bickering as they walked. Stop calling me old, honestly you and I aren't even that different in age. Well, you definitely look old. Kim Gong-ja and the alchemist just watched. She was impressed. This place is truly magical. They were totally in sync just now. Medicine King reminded them, don't forget these two fought for 3 whole years. Fight that long and you'll catch feelings. He sighed, still, it's surprisingly warm and cozy in here. Since coming here, holding hands with guys doesn't even feel weird anymore. No awkwardness, just business as usual. Heavenly Demon, back off a bit. Medicine King cut in, hey, why are you only friends with that fancy sword Saint Noble? Medicine King got annoyed. Stop asking the obvious. Of course, the sword Saint and I are buddies. 4 divine pills were set out. I can't offer a feast, but this is the best stuff we've got. We've got plenty of fasting pills. Kim Gong-ja listened. Apparently prey used to wander in here occasionally. Lately, I haven't seen a single beast. He expressed his thanks. No, really, thank you for the warm welcome. Kim Gong-ja's group took a bite and froze. The alchemist picked up a pill. Is this really all you eat? Bitch Hyen quietly nodded. She wondered, wait, how long have you been living off just these? She looked at the stone carvings, roughly 2 years. The alchemist could barely speak. No way, that means you haven't had any real nutrients in years. Medicine King jumped up, I can't take this. Bitch Hyen stayed calm, I don't get the problem. I haven't even hit the core formation stage yet. He summoned food with a skill. If I only eat pills, I'll never have the strength to cross these snowfields. You're exactly like I was, no regard for your own health. He started adding water to get cooking. He expertly whipped up some fried rice. Medicine King served it, you stubborn people, you need real food to survive. Young people need to eat right, Kyun Gun replied. Actually, I'm pretty much the same age as the Heavenly Demon. He handed out the food, you only eat spirit medicine. Look, if you're old, eat what's good for your body. Stop making yourself suffer. Kim Gong-ja grabbed a bowl and dug in, his eyes practically glowing. Pure happiness. This is the most luxurious thing I've had since I won the lottery. A flavor explosion hit his tongue like a mocha frappuccino with double cream syrup and chocolate chips. Flavors like this actually exist. The alchemist took a bite and screamed, oh my god, this is incredible. And there you have it, an elite flavor. Are you an imperial chef? Because this feast was absolutely perfect. Kim Gong-ja is absolutely devouring his food. You and I know he's seen it all, but this flavor is a total first. The Medicine King just beams with pride. I mean, he did earn those 3 Michelin stars at 50 years old for a reason. If they had a real kitchen instead of a volcano, he'd have them eating until they literally burst. Kim Gong-ja is full of questions. Why come to the tower if you were already a world-class doctor? The old man just shrugs. Can a guy do something for others? Besides that jerk Marcus, the Sword Saint came here too. Kim Gong-jae realizes they must have been rivals long before entering this place. The Medicine King just rants calling Marcus a spoiled brat from a disgusting billionaire family. He's clearly not a fan of the guy's background. But he admits Marcus was a self-made success in Silicon Valley and a decent person. His face suddenly goes dark with a heavy sadness. Fate eventually screwed Marcus over, forcing him to grab a sword and climb the tower. Soon, every single plate on the table is wiped clean. Baekhyang breaks the silence, eyeing their strange food and even stranger group. You can tell she's trying to figure out their whole deal. She finally asks where they're from and why they're even here. Is it possible they came seeking a cure for those frozen bodies outside? Kim Gong-ja and the alchemist share a look. No, he admits they haven't found a way to fix this nightmare just yet. Her hope fades instantly. She explains that every legendary doctor and monk in the land already tried to study this plague but failed miserably. Even the experts on death from the demon cult were completely stumped. No one can stop the spread of this horrific rot. She's open with them, figuring there's no point in hiding secrets from outsiders anymore. The situation is just that desperate for her. Clinging to a tiny spark of hope, she asks if a cure is truly impossible. Kim Gong-ja immediately gestures toward his two skilled companions. Not to brag, but she saw their skills earlier. They have knowledge that no one in this world possesses. It's time to pay attention. Specifically, the Medicine King is a genius when it comes to healing and crafting complex potions. He's better than anyone she's ever met. He just grumbles that he's lucky. Kim Gong-ja continues, explaining that the alchemist can provide the perfect support for the old doctor's work. Baekhyang and Kim Gong-jae lock eyes. He makes his pitch. If she helps them now, they might actually pull off a medical miracle. The group is eager. They ask her what kind of treatment she's been using. Turns out there actually is a desperate method. The alchemist asks what it is, looking hopeful. They tell them to wait here as they head deeper inside the dark cave. They disappear into the cave before returning quickly. The alchemist is stunned to see them carrying a large coffin out on their shoulders. They set it down with a heavy thud. The lid slides open and Kim Gong-ja and the Medicine King lean in to see a bound corpse. Kim Gong-ja stares at the body, noting how the corpse seems completely frozen solid inside the box. It's a chilling sight to behold. Baekhyang looks on with pure sorrow. This was a disciple from the Wuding sect, someone she likely knew and respected once. After he was bitten, he sacrificed his own body for research, entrusting his final moments to them so they could find a way. The only thing they found that works is blood mapping, which is why he's tied up. She reaches for a nail embedded in the flesh. As soon as the nail is pulled, the corpse snaps awake with a blood-curdling scream. It thrashes wildly, trying to tear itself free. The alchemist nearly trips over himself in shock. Baekhyang quickly hammers the nail back in, silencing the monster instantly. Just like that. She explains the theory. If you block the flow between the brain and the spine, the living dead will simply stop moving entirely. But you and I can see this is just a temporary fix. An image shows how the pressure points work within the zombie's body. Needling these specific spots stops the blood and the toxic energy from circulating. It's a stopgap, but it's not a real cure. She shuts the lid, sighing. No matter what they try, they can't purge that demonic poison once it's already inside the victim's system. Demon cultists and Taoists both have energy that flows like water. Because of that, the infection spreads through the body almost instantly. One single bite is a death sentence. Kim Gong-ja listens as she describes the burning sensation that consumes the body before it turns. Baekhyang mentions a Shaolin master who held out the longest. Even with his incredible willpower, he only lasted a single year. And that was a miracle case. Most people lose their minds and turn into mindless monsters within only 15 days of being bitten. She looks up, her eyes pleading. Can you guys actually find a way to stop this? The alchemist and Medicine King stay silent. Baekhyang just sits back, trying to be okay with it. She thought only 2 of them were left, so meeting others is enough. Kim Gong-jae decides it's time to rest. He tells everyone to get some sleep and that they'll figure out the rest tomorrow morning. Night falls and the moonlight floods the cave with a beautiful, eerie glow. It's a rare moment of peace in this dying world. The trio settles in for some shut-eye. But someone is talking in their sleep, mumbling about Marcus and being stuck in second place. He groans about not being able to eat another bite. It's pretty funny, considering the life-or-death situation they're currently in. Just restless grunting now. Kim Gong-jae's eyes snap wide open. Sleep just won't come. The old ghost sees him and asks why he's acting like a zombie at this hour. All right, we need to confirm this. The old man watches Kim Gong-ja in silence as figures approach and whisper. Is he asleep? Looks like it, so let's seize the chance. But wait, his eyes snap open as he bolts up. Kyung-gu and Bitch Hyang are totally caught off guard in the hot spring. The old guy shouts, "What kid, we thought you were out." Bitch Hyang gives him a sharp look, asking when he noticed. Kim Gong-ja stands tall, laying it all out for them. Everything has felt weird from the start. He brings up the memory of them sparring with nothing but tree branches. In this freezing weather, you are wearing almost nothing. Without inner power cultivation, you would have frozen to death by now. That inner power is a shield against the cold, but pushing it that hard just burns you out much faster. Kim Gong-ja points a finger. Focusing that much means you are distracted. You guys were bitten by those things, weren't you? The old spirit listens. Just like magic or secret sex, you are struggling to suppress a massive amount of inner power. Am I wrong? Bitch Hyang freezes, then moves to stand, but Kyun-gu stops her. Girl, you really about to strip? Fine, the old man doesn't need to explain. You are right, kid. They both pull back their clothes to reveal bite marks. A zombie got us both 3 years ago. But honestly, kid, you have still got one part of this story wrong. Kyun-gu emphasizes the point. They are not suppressing the energy, but using inner power to block their own meridians. The spirit yells, "You crazy, how do you handle that pressure?" Then he starts explaining the situation to Kim Gong-ja. You know how masters move swords with their mind, exactly. They pump energy into weapons to make them fly. Look at bitch Hyang. She used inner power to block her meridians, basically paralyzing herself from the neck down. They are moving their bodies entirely with inner power like living puppets. Hearing that Kim Gong-ja is absolutely stunned. Her heart, its rhythm, every vein in Kyun-gu's neck, even their breath, everything is being forced by that energy. Every joint, every muscle, every vital sign. They are manually controlling every single part of themselves with inner power. The old man points out they are basically performing high-level sword arts on their own bodies 24 hours a day. Even walking a few steps is exhausting. She sighs, this is the hell we endured during the Great War. Kyun-gu looks back. 3 years already, we are heading straight into a flashback of that final battle. Betrayed by their own men. Even the heavenly demon can't fix this. Half the blood demons are already wiped out. They vanished from the martial world. The elders scattered, leaving no trace behind for anyone to find. Fighting the righteous sects is pointless now. The entire world is facing a much bigger and deadlier nightmare. The undead are rising everywhere. Everyone kneels ready to follow the heavenly demon's orders and distribution. They gathered experts from every sect to build a medical facility. Even the Mao Shan masters are there. They captured the infected for research, and for a short time, it looked like they actually had a breakthrough. But their voices lose hope. Heavenly demon, we are fighting a never-ending war against the blood demon's legions. We kill 100 today, but 1,000 more rise tomorrow. There is just no stopping this plague. Falling to their knees in agony, they beg the heavenly demon to just leave this cursed island behind. The undead can't swim across the ocean. The martial world isn't just stuck in one single place, right? Where our flag flies, the martial world cannot exist. The desperate pleas just keep coming over and over. A promise was made for the final war. Before the world was tainted, alliances bound everyone together. The world changed and the old rules are dead. They beg him to forget his oath to the leader. Just stay alive, they cry. Slowly, those desperate voices begin to fade into nothingness. Kim Gong-ja is blown away by the story. He asks, how on earth did you survive all of that until now? Bitch Hyang and Kyun-gu share a look deciding something. Then she finally says, follow me. Kim Gong-ja scrambles to get his clothes on and follows them out into the endless white snow. As they walk, bitch Hyang begins. You are about to hear a very interesting legend from the martial world. She looks at the statue retelling the tale of a master who reached the absolute peak of power. They were untouchable by any toxin. No poison in existence could ever hope to bring this person down. Swords couldn't cut them. Even the sharpest blades and deadliest poisons were completely useless against their skin. This person was truly invincible. Her voice stays calm, but you can feel the weight of the story. No one could bring this warrior down. Truly invincible. Her voice remains steady as she tells the tale. Even the craziest myths can't explain a warrior this broken. Bitch Hyang turns to ask, hey kid from the outside, how do you think that legendary master actually died? What took him down? Bitch Hyang drops the cold truth, the demon of lust. She explains that physical pleasure isn't poison, nor is it sharper than any blade. Our main character asks, isn't too much pleasure basically a toxic poison? She agrees. Exactly. That's why the lust demon played it so smart from the very beginning. Time just crawls by. It all starts with the smallest, most subtle hints of pleasure. It ends at the absolute peak. We're walking while hearing this terrifying demon story. At that ultimate peak of ecstasy, that Grandmaster couldn't feel a single bit of pain. Even the lashes from the demon's whip. Yeah, that master actually loved every second. Every tiny movement of the demon's hands or eyes became pure, unadulterated happiness. Suddenly, she raises her hand. Then she wraps it around her own neck to demonstrate. The lust demon gently throttled that master. Just like this. Bitch Hyang keeps going. Zero effort required. When he stopped breathing, that master was still wearing a smile. She raises her voice, saying that Legend's death was completely drowned in pure pleasure. Honestly, that death wasn't even considered a tragedy. The lesson here is dead simple. Kyun-gun jumps in, basically don't go looking for trouble with things like demons. This isn't just some old myth, it really happened. Now they're standing on a cliff. They're watching the horde of undead below. The Jade Record sect masters live right here. Last year, that lust demon found them and slaughtered everyone. You can hear crying everywhere. Boo-hoo, bitch Hyang suddenly slides down. Most rookies in the martial world get this wrong. Their real goal when joining this world, it isn't actually to become an invincible god. The goal of martial arts is immortality. She holds a zombie and whispers to it. Bitch Hyang and Kyun Gun are hauling these bodies away. She sounds a bit strained. Poison-immune warriors don't die from toxins, but something else gets them. Same for diamond bodies. Swords won't kill them, but something will. She's exhausted. Do you understand it yet? Martial artists don't just pick basic skills. Kyun Gun is starting to look wiped out. He pants while setting the body down. Bitch Hyang talks about choosing a lonely life. That's the moment you've basically chosen your own death. Then they get back to it. Everyone dies eventually. We all know that. If you think about your own end. Does it make you feel bitter? She looks at the undead, her voice sounding heavy. But we don't want a death like that. Kyun Gun grits his teeth through the fatigue. Assassination, poisoned bandits, or getting cornered in an ambush, any of that is fine. Even a blow from a Shaolin master is okay. Bitch Hyang frowns, moving the last one. The perfect end is dying while reaching a new peak. We just can't accept this. Gong looks like he's finally realizing something. That's why we survived this long. Kyun Gun says it firmly, we refuse to die in a way we don't want. Everything has to follow the natural order. He remembers what the alchemist once said. Same cause of death, but the timing is different. There are 0 tracks left here. The sun is high now while they talk. Very few people actually survive until today. Last night had a bright moon, pure cosmic energy. Records of 5 generations are gone. Every book was destroyed unread. But this world survives because 2 people are still alive. Kyun Gun mentions the Martial Arts Alliance leader and the Grand Patriarch of the family. Even with billions of people, 99.99% of them die from the plague. Bitch Hyang agrees. This is a war to test this world. It's a life and death duel. Question 990. Kyun wonders what is in the death notice. Her answer, just life and death. The old man loses it. 2 of them clash again and Kyun is out here pinching her cheeks. Savage. Humanity is on the brink. The world is rotting and Kim Gong-ja is just standing there watching this chaos. 990 days until the end. Kim Gong-ja is shaking. I mean, who could actually believe that? No way, he says. They are still fighting while the world burns. This just isn't how things should go at all. Their glares could kill. To a swordsman, this isn't just a fight, it is a god-tier legendary battle. High-level skills. Looks like a joke from here. The Elder Spirit blinks and asks, what are you doing? You are really going to end the Heavenly Demon and the Alliance leader, a sigh. A merciful punishment, but making it happen, not easy. Kim Gong-ja listens, but facts are facts, we are just strangers here. Finally, he speaks up. Look, I know this isn't exactly what any of us wanted to happen. He watches the duel and makes a choice. Some people just want to die by the right hands. I'm going to run this world my way. As he says that, the sun finally starts to set. Whoa, it is dark already. Winter days go by so fast. They head back now, already plotting their next move. A big call is coming tomorrow. But wait, Moon has been camping in that cave for a long time now. He is cold. Where were you? The alchemist admits she was rushing around treating patients since yesterday. Kim Gong-ja asks for an update, but the Medicine King just sounds exhausted. There's nothing to report. Bitch Hang leaves. I am out for a bit. Stay comfortable. Kim Gong-ja, yeah, do not let the door hit you. His voice goes ice cold. Spill it. The alchemist is stunned. Kim Gong-ja just called out her lie. He knows how long that treatment actually takes. She sighs, takes off her glasses, and finally gives in. Honestly, at least 120 days. And the king adds you need 2 or 3 rounds to work. That is a massive waste of time. By the time it works, we are all dead. Even she admits it. You are right, this is the worst case scenario. Kim Gong-jae is thinking maybe 100 days or maybe 300. She looks worried. Our gear is trash, so we might not even be able to pull this off. Sorry, I know you trusted us. She says when the gods wake up, the world will stay normal. 10 days before it gets bad, healing is impossible. But Kim Gong-ja just smiles. No, that is enough time. Don't sweat it, he says. I will handle the time issue. You guys just focus on the research. He asks her, do you remember our first conversation when we fell into this crazy world? She remembers. This is not a book, it is a real world. And we are the ones who save it. Kim Gong-ja's resolve is absolute. Nothing changes. We have a deadline, and it is before the apocalypse hits. If we want out, this research has to finish. So stop wasting time on things that do not matter. I will give it my all to live up to your trust. He is dead serious now, guys. So you better do your job as the boss. The alchemist listens and just says, stop overthinking things. Kim Gong-ja reaches out and she takes his hand. Fine, I will solve everything with my own power. Future master healer, just trust me. She gives that confident smirk. Leave this whole thing to me. If it wasn't for the Death King, I would still be rotting in some slum shop right now. I lost everything back then. To be honest, I never imagined things would ever turn out like this. I am serious, I want to repay this debt to the Death King. All my strength goes into this. But she warns him when I am in the zone, I literally forget that the entire world even exists around me. I might act a bit weird. He does not care. Just go for it and show me your best. She fixes her glasses. Got it. Then Kim Gong-ja starts handing out the new job assignments. Medicine King, from now on you are the assistant. Support her with everything you have. The king is fuming. Assistant, he screams, I have never met anyone this disrespectful in my life. Let me wake you up with some cold water. Since when does a snot-nosed kid like you tell me what to do? The alchemist does not even blink. Open your skill window, she orders. The king is absolutely losing it. What? You want to flex your skills? Kids these days think a little talent means they can look down on me. Having high-level skills means you can do whatever you want, but being clueless is the only real power kids like you have. The alchemist fires back with total confidence. She asks him to check her skills. The old man is completely floored. Showing a rival your full skill set, the Medicine King asks if she is sane. She does not hesitate for a second. Why else would I show you, she replies. She introduces her mobile hospital skill. You guys, this is getting wild. It lets her check everything from blood to brainwaves. With that data, she might actually craft a cure. There is only a 2% chance of a mistake. It is a life diagnosis skill that reads DNA. She combined these two skills to keep the error rate low. But then the Medicine King interrupts her. Suddenly, the Medicine King interrupts her. Wait a second. He is totally losing his cool right now. Why are you showing me this? He snaps. What if he sells her secrets to their competitors or other alchemists? Our alchemist stays calm. Do it if you want, but you are definitely working as my assistant for this cure. The Medicine King is too stubborn to accept. No way, why are you even telling me all of this? She does not care. She needs him to move faster, so she needs his help. She leans in close. Do I look that annoying? She asks. She is strangely calm while he is fuming at her cocky attitude. He is mad because this kid has insane talent and a big mouth. He is literally grinding his teeth. Is it because I will outlive you? She asks. That truth is making him go absolutely insane. She makes him a deal. If he helps, she will give him every secret formula she ever made. Recipes she never shared with anyone. Take them and use them, she says. But then a huge slap. Her glasses go flying across the room. The Medicine King is red in the face with pure rage. You brat, he screams. She just picks up her glasses. I am going to analyze the zombie virus now. He warns her that there is always someone better out there. But our alchemist is not backing down. Just do what I say, she shouts. He screams back that her pride will eventually rot away. She keeps pushing him to follow her lead. She hands him a list of everything she needs. Find these and bring them to me, she says. He points a finger, still feeling totally disrespected. One day someone will be better than you, he yells. She just stares until they finally start. They get to work. She puts on her gloves and tells him to follow the list exactly. Watch your breathing, she reminds him. Apparently, even his breath is distracting her from the delicate research. He takes notes while ordering them to catch 6 zombies. They need samples from every age group. Kids, seniors, everyone. Gong-ja listens carefully. Any medicine they find must be brought back here. Gong-ja draws a line with his sword. Just trust me, he says. Then the hunt officially begins. They head out of the cave. We see another mark carved on the wall. Kyun-gun looks exhausted. My body is not listening to me lately, he sighs. He wonders how far the zombies will wander. Could they go 1,000 miles? Just move and stop complaining, someone snaps. Another day passes. Another mark on the wall. Every single day is a non-stop fight against the endless zombie horde. We have lost count of the tallies now. They keep bringing different zombies back to the cave. Another day, another line. While Gong-ja drags zombies back, the alchemist is deep in her research. Time keeps moving. Even when everyone else sleeps, those two are still working inside the book. A full week has passed. Outside, the snow is so thick that everyone starts feeling discouraged. Baek-hee-hyung looks at the sky. No going out today, she sighs, lighting a candle for them. She lights it, surprised it came to this. Luckily, the weather was clear, but snow can last 30 days. Without light, they can't move an inch. Gong-ja asks if the zombies will keep moving in this. Will they be okay, he asks. She says if they go too far, she just loses them. There's no choice. 3 years ago, her sect had over 1,000 members in their forces. The recruits brought in by the old masters were everywhere. But then the zombies took everyone. Every single one of them vanished. Gong-ja says he is the scariest, leaving her totally confused. She stays silent as he speaks. The moon fades and they wonder where the zombies are headed. All right, you and I are about to see something heartbreaking. Baek-hyung asks if she looks terrified to him. Gong-ja doesn't deny it. Yeah, she probably is. She stands up slowly, noting the world has finally collapsed. In the past, anyone talking like that would be dead. Now she says we should be grateful the entire world fell. Gong-ja looks away. Comparing himself to these two absolute legends feels like a total insult to their legacy. Their martial achievements are insane. Gong-ja continues, reminding her that even for masters of their high stature, internal energy isn't infinite. He pushes the question, when exactly is her energy going to run out for good? She's using chi just to stop the bleeding in her spine, right? Baek Hyang listens in heavy silence. Every heartbeat, every breath, every movement. It all costs her energy just to keep her body going. No matter how powerful she is, that constant drain is emptying her out. Gong-ja is absolutely certain. Everyone dies eventually. So he asks again, Heavenly Demon, when will your power finally hit zero? Baek Hyang stays silent before sighing. She admits that the Death King is really sharp for noticing that. Gong-ja doesn't hold back. She only has a few days left, right? She just tells him not to act tough. The Death King is too smart. He realizes the reason the Heavenly Demon's story ended is actually simple. It's shocking because it's so basic. Once their chi is gone, they won't even be able to move. Baek Hyang admits it. Her kidneys, lungs, and core are all that's left. Everything else is already rotted away. Gong-ja realizes she knew this. Baek Hyang explains she spent a year with those disgraced monks. She walks to a zombie monk. These guys were fakes who spent their lives drinking and eating meat. It's like they wanted to be frauds even in death. Dying in a meditation pose, what a total joke. She looks at him with a heavy heart. If you remove that mask, he would just be a corpse because his whole body is rotted black. Praise Buddha. Those were his last words. She doesn't wait for an answer. Is she scared? Yeah, she is. She's terrified of her energy fading and her chi finally running out into nothing. The blizzard reflects her heart. She fears the cold darkness that blocks out all the sunlight. She's scared of watching every single one of her followers die under a clear blue sky. She opens up. She's scared of failing to kill that old man and terrified he will kill her first. She dreads the day when both of them are just stuck in bed, unable to move at all. Looking at Nam Gong-eun, she fears just lying there waiting for their energy to dry up completely, until it's gone forever. She calls out to the old devil. Nam Gong-eun whispers an apology. He turns back crying, realizing he can't move. She thinks about how the whole world is ending too. She's just as afraid. His sobbing and apologies keep echoing. He is truly deeply sorry. Standing in the snow, Baek Hyang finally speaks. She's terrified of dying a meaningless death. Outside, the blizzard keeps falling perfectly, matching the cold, lonely feelings she has right now. Struggling until the end feels pointless. Now both of them are just quietly fading away into the white. Stick with me, the world is now a colorless painting. The alchemist is now examining Nam Gong-eun. After a moment, she looks up helplessly. She's sorry, but there's no way to save him. Baek Hyang won't give up. She orders him to stand. He can only offer a weak, trembling apology. She is still being stubborn. She doesn't want your apologies. Stand up right now, Righteous Alliance leader Nam Gong-eun. Her cool composure is gone. Is he really going to break the promise he made to her? He was the one who raised the flag of justice and swore to fight the heavenly demon cult. Was it all just empty talk? Baek Hyang's voice is filled with raw, desperate helplessness. He united the 5 great families for this final duel. He cannot just end it all by dying in a sickbed like this. Strange black smoke starts pouring from her body. Stand up, grab your weapon, and face me. Her aura leaves Gong-ja and the others stunned. She doesn't care if it's an axe or a blade. The alchemist gasps in shock. Baek Hyang won't stop. A whip, a branch. Anything. Just fight her. Nam Gong-eun can only sigh and apologize. Baek Hyang goes wild, screaming at him to just stand up. But he only apologizes for being weaker than her. He whispers from the bed that he wishes he could endure this. I could handle another day, but I just can't. I can feel my primordial energy draining away. His internal power is gone. His chi is empty. Baek Hyun just stands there listening to him fade. You might have lasted another year, but for me, this is where my journey finally ends. Nam Gong-eun lets out a bitter cry. I'm weaker than you, just kill me. His voice is pure agony. I refuse to end up like that, Shaolin Abbot. Before my body rots, please just end my life. If I turn into a zombie, that's not me anymore. Even standing there, I'd be a hollow shell. Baek Hyun cuts him off immediately. So you want me to kill you while you're in your sickbed? She clenches her fists. You're really saying this now. Her rage makes demonic energy flood the cave. Is this how our promised great war ends? I wish we had both just died together sooner. You endured all this just for your pride. Baek Hyun can't stop blaming him for staying alive. If I gathered the cult and the righteous factions just to watch this, what a waste of glory. You're such a stubborn man. Nam Gong is speechless. She leans down and whispers softly to him. Nam Gong-gun, you were a once-in-a-thousand-year genius. The entire martial world was jealous of your talent. You reached the peak at 20. By 30, you were already the head of the Nam Gong clan. When the dark arts spread, everyone looked to you as the alliance leader. Baek Hyun keeps talking, but he doesn't answer. You held the essence of the righteous factions and every principle they followed. Do you really want me to take your head with my demonic hands? She stands up, furious. Fine, I'll kill you, but not like this. Her energy is so heavy it makes everyone feel sick. Suddenly, a massive axe appears in her hand. She points it right at Namgung-gun's throat. Old man of the Namgung clan, that treasure you love jade without peer. I haven't forgotten. He turns his head with great effort. You said it yourself, the martial path has lost its heart. Since you said that just kill me however you want, Namgung has finally given up the ghost. Everything ends with the fall of the righteous world. The Alliance leader himself made the final request. Not just that the strongest leader died from his own sickness. Baek-hyun screams in pure madness. Just admit you lost, he whispers back helplessly. I can't. He's crying now. I just can't. I can't say it. Forgive me, old friend. She raises her weapon and steps toward him. I'm sorry. She says it because he didn't want to live as a monster without a soul, but the axe slams down right next to him. Even if you die now, it won't be over. Before leaving, she adds, living without life, dead without death. How is that any different from me? I don't see the difference at all. She looks at the sky with such a sad expression. Everyone goes to check on him. On the 9th morning in the cave, the Alliance leader died. Then a voice rings out with interest. We've got a perfect specimen here. The alchemist stares him down. Analyzing zombies that have been infected for 10 years only tells us so much about the virus. But with this, we can see the infection happen in real time. She hands Gong-ja the research report. It's not an instant change after death. There's actually a specific window where the host awakens. The virus needs time to fully take over the brain. Here are the updated results for you. The Medicine King grumbles. Is this girl even a doctor? Her explanations make absolutely zero sense. What's she so proud of? The alchemist snaps back. I still haven't found a cure yet. Gong-ja asks if she needs more time. She nods immediately. Yeah, at least 90 days or more. Maybe even 120. Suddenly, Namgung's corpse makes a noise that terrifies her. He starts screaming as the sickness takes over. Baek-hyun walks back in. How truly pathetic. She puts her sword to his throat. So when the mask comes off, this is what's underneath. You look like a beast. Just eating until you can't move, and then dying like a dog. The martial path is dead. She shoves her hand into the monster's mouth. Go ahead, eat. Everyone is horrified. What are you doing? You'll turn into one of them. Gong-ja pulls her back. Just then, you and I see a strange purple light erupt from Baek-hyun. It is finally over. Her hands have turned pitch black now. She collapses with a grunt, then starts laughing like a lunatic. The old spirit warns Gong-ja. Careful, she is a zombie. Malice is flooding the entire cave now. It is chi deviation. The spirit realizes it instantly. Baek-hyun grins and tells them to attack. Time for a duel. She swings her sword, screaming for them to die. Gong-ja sees the danger. He shouts for everyone to run. In a flash, she beheads the Medicine King. Mun curses loudly. He bolts too. What the hell? The spirit sticks to Gong-ja, shocked by how insane she is. He watches Baek-hyun fighting Mun like a demon. She has surpassed the demonic realm entirely. It is likely her inner energy flaring one last time. She is currently teetering on death's edge. Even in my prime, I would lose 4 out of 10 fights. She swings her blade everywhere. I will make this world suffer. Burn Wudang Mountain. Let everything drown in hatred and resentment. Her crazed voice echoes. The demonic cult is the sky, and I am the sky above them. Who are you to talk about the heavenly cult? Mun yells for Death King to save the alchemist. Gong-ja carries the alchemist away while Baek-hyun mocks them for being pathetic and weak. Stupid righteous path. Where did Nam-kyun-gun go? The alchemist watches the chaos with total helplessness. In this vast world, is there really no one who can stand against my sword? Death King, bring Nam-kyun back to me. Suddenly, she is standing right behind our main character. The alchemist clings to Gong-ja, trusting him completely. Then the system announces that you have died. A single strike and blood splatters everywhere. A silent death without a trace or even a scent. Now, only Baek-hyun stands alone in the freezing blizzard. A lone soul in a dark world. Her tragic fate is buried in the white snow. But for me, death is never the end. She stands there all alone. It is time to turn back the clock and find my own world. Heavy snow blankets the entire region. Fading footprints are the only things left in the cold. A little girl stands alone in the snow, watching a figure walk further and further away. She screams for her mother. But the woman keeps walking without ever looking back once. Abandoned in the freezing cold. The little girl's eyes are filled with pure confusion and fear. Baek-hyun did not understand. Did her mother leave her or just use the snow as an excuse? Or did she really just get lost? The truth is Baek-hyun actually knew nothing at all. Now here's where we see Gong-ja lying on the floor. The system is copying a secret technique. He finally wakes up and asks if they gather the information. The spirit hesitates to answer. Just the basics. He says their information needs to match perfectly for this to work out. They need to double-check everything to avoid forgetting. Gong-ja agrees, saying that is fine. Let's pick the skill now. The old spirit reaches out and grabs a specific skill card. How about this one? The card reads, A rank demonic sky divine art demonic cult effect. They hate the laws of heaven. Instead, they created their own leader and a new doctrine. This art is the peak of that doctrine. It allows the user to literally move the world. To master these moves, you need a heart full of deep hatred for the entire world. The more you hate, the more the sky fades. Master this, and you become the heavenly demon. You can overthrow the heavens, but the downside is losing your true self. Gong-ja is stunned. His eyes go wide. Demonic sky, is that the same martial art we just saw her use? The spirit nods. It is a true demonic art. It all depends on how you face the world. So how are they going to handle this situation? Gong-ja asks for a way to move forward. How do we deal with this? The spirit begins to give him a very detailed explanation. The righteous path follows the world, the demonic cult. They just want the whole world to evaporate. Righteous masters use the world to improve themselves, but the demonic cult has a different view. He uses the excuse of tearing down the world to fuel their strength. Readying his blade, he continues. Take a simple example. Without another word, he strikes and a sudden massive pressure erupts. It is like a predator lying in wait. Old man spirit's strike aims straight for Kim Gong-jae's head. In some schools, this downward slash is called the pouncing tiger or the tiger's fang stance. He scoffs, saying it doesn't matter if it's a tiger or a cow. Techniques always differ anyway. It all depends on what the creator realized while forging that specific martial art, so ignore the animal. Capturing the essence of the move is what's vital. Meanwhile, a drained Kim Gong-ja drops to his knees. Everything in this world is built from its core essence. So that's what flowing with nature really means. The old spirit speaks again, explaining how the demon cult teaches their brutal techniques to their followers. With a face full of fury, he strikes hard. Remember the rage of being stabbed by a thief. He unleashes more moves. Remember that moment when the corrupt official dragged your little sister away. Remember your helplessness. Waiting all night outside the office only to be handed your sister's cold body. His shadow looms large on the wall. Now recall the scene of you burying your own sister. It was winter. The ground was frozen solid, so you were forced to dig with your bare hands. His voice drips with rage. Your nails were torn, blood flowing everywhere until you finally just couldn't dig. You had to lay her in a shallow hole barely a foot deep. Then he finally lets out. Remember the feel of that dirt. Use those hands to grip your sword and mourn your own weakness. Use that pain to hate this cruel world. Kim Gong-ja, completely entranced, finishes the master's thought. Use your hands to tear the world apart. The old spirit calmly replies, that's exactly it. True internal arts are about stirring the human heart. Whether you're a hunter or a powerful noble, victory or defeat just depends on how you use your inner power. Every word leaves him deep in thought. Simply put, it's a battle of wills. Demonic arts just happen to look way more epic. Forget the zombie. But then Kim Gong-ja drops a bombshell. I want to learn. The old spirit is so stunned he stutters. Wait, what? Kim Gong-ja just repeats it firmly. I said I want to learn it. The old man explodes. Pointing right at his face, he screams, don't tell me you're falling for that trashy heavenly demon style. This is insane. She only reached that state temporarily by burning her life force at the brink of death. But Kim Gong-ja isn't listening at all. It was just a temporary burst of rage-filled internal energy, kid. Seriously, Kim Gong-ja, we were always taught not to be fooled by fake power. Compared to my martial arts, that demonic trash is garbage. Then Kim Gong-ja asks a random question. Are you getting tired of teaching me? The old spirit screams in confusion. What? Kim Gong-ja just calmly tells him not to worry since he's the best. I don't care about that. I heard you're planning to learn the infernal heavens demonic art. He can't help it. His pride flares up. Obviously, I'm the strongest. But seriously, what are you trying to gain from their cult? With a sly grin, Kim Gong-ja speaks. It's for this stage. I want to conquer it perfectly. Then he adds. Even if I concoct a cure and manage to save those 2 leads, everyone else has been dead for 2 years. They won't just come back. His voice starts sounding more and more intense. How does this story actually end? The Alliance leader and the heavenly demon as Adam and Eve. In your head, is that really a happy ending? The old spirit stammers, unable to find a proper answer. It's not that. Just thinking about them living happily ever after makes my blood boil. Kim Gong-ja pulls out a skill card. Making the cure was only the first step toward a beautiful finale. You and I know what a real ending is. A real ending is about whether the characters actually find fulfillment. He doesn't hold back his true desire. I'm going to give the heavenly demon and the Alliance leader a flawless ending. Suddenly, the system chimes in. Choice finalized. Skill copying in progress. The alerts keep coming. Your hunter rank is currently rank D. A skill penalty has triggered. Meanwhile, Kim Gong-ja knows this is far from over. This can't be the end. The heavenly demon's nightmare. It's just another layer of hell I have to conquer. The system screen glows. This nightmare is a new prison. Stick with me, the real tragedy is just starting. The system update hits. It is replaying the trauma of the enemy who killed me. Penalty level, medium. Gong-ja thinks there might actually be a chance to talk about this calmly. Then boom, the system reveals our location, the Hungry Ghost Realm. Mon is struggling in this blizzard, shouting about how freezing it is. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the wind, catching the alchemist completely off guard. Is this Siberia? There's nothing but ice and snow. Achu. She turns to Gong-ja with a smile. Thank you, Death King. He just shrugs it off. It is only natural, no big deal. Heavenly Wu Sect Master, please look after the apothecary for me. The alchemist agrees immediately, still putting her trust in him. But then Gong-ja remembers something. Oh right. He points toward the distance. Back there, I just saw a figure flash by. Hearing that, Mon starts looking a little worried. Wait, what? Who are these people? Why is everyone here completely frozen solid? Gong-ja drops the truth bomb. I think they are zombies. Everyone loses it and screams. What? But he stays calm, signaling them to take a closer look at this. He points right at his zombie's mouth. There is raw meat stuck in their teeth. This bite mark definitely looks like it came from some beast. The alchemist starts her check immediately. It is true. The DNA of this corpse and the meat scraps in its mouth do not match at all. This meat belongs to someone else entirely. This body died about 3 years ago, but the meat in its mouth, that is from 2 years ago. It is hard to believe, but I think this corpse actually stood up and started moving around about a year ago. The apothecary is standing there shaking. I absolutely hate stuff like this. It is like a monster straight out of a horror movie. Do something already, Gong-ja thinks to himself. All right, things are moving way faster now than in the previous episodes. Then he tells the apothecary, I have got a miracle skill. He starts thinking back to a conversation with the old spirit. What was on the second page of my fake medicine notes again? The old spirit sighs and tells him to just stay still. Cell reaction test results. As he talks it through, the alchemist realizes something based on the analysis of that skill. Wow. She cannot help but admit it. This is insane. It is a perfect research method. There is literally nothing to criticize here. Is it like what I did? But the Death King's version is on a whole different level. It is honestly completely over the top. Gong-ja just smiles. He knows this guy has that elitist, arrogant attitude. He is definitely full of himself. The apothecary says impatiently, well, at least we are lucky that the research time is going to be shortened now. Regardless, I want to get as far away from those zombies as possible. Can we please move somewhere a bit warmer? Suddenly, a voice echoes through the whiteout. The highness of the demonic cult is going to meet her end today. That person is Baek Hai-hang and she just laughs it off. What a joke. Oh, I am so terrified. Kyun-gun mocks her for being scared. She does not care. Laughing, she declares that she will keep the demonic cult dominion perfectly intact. Bu Gonsong, you bastard. You better say your final goodbyes to the Orthodox Murim right now. Watching this unfold, Gong-ja thinks to himself, the world's strongest. She really is the most powerful woman on the planet. He stares at her thinking. That is exactly why she was the only one left standing in the end. In the saddest way possible, she is the martial artist who truly stands supreme. Alone in all of heaven and earth. Baek Hai-hang looks at him confused. Who are you? Gong-ja immediately drops to both knees. I have traveled from very far away. I heard of your great fame, heavenly demon, and I have searched for you for ages. I have heard the legends of the world's greatest ancient sword, and I have become your most devoted admirer. I do not know how much time it will take from here on out. But his voice becomes incredibly firm and steady. Please, great heavenly demon, accept me as your disciple. He stands there in the middle of the freezing, blinding blizzard. Baek Hai-hang lies there all alone, the only sign of life in this desolate, frozen wasteland. Even though the cold is biting into her skin, she does not show any emotion. She just thinks to herself with total indifference, so cold. In this barren, harsh land, she cannot hear a soul. She cannot see anyone. There is not even a scent in the air. Baek Hai-hang feels like her internal organs are freezing solid. In moments like this, anyone would naturally think of someone they love. Mom, I am so cold. Right then, a hole opens up in the gray, gloomy sky and a holy light starts shining through. The opening grows wider, clearing the clouds. An old man with silver hair stands there backlit by the light watching her. Now you and I can see the elder leans down, carefully observing Baek Hai-hang as she starts to lose consciousness. Truly strange. It has been snowing for over 10 days and the drifts are 1.5 meters deep. Yet somehow this child managed to survive. He quickly pulls her up by the hand supporting her weight. Then he makes a mysterious comment. You are no ordinary child, are you? With all his years of experience, the elder can see it. You were born right alongside the ice and the snow. The freezing cold of this world will become your strength. A child buried in the blizzard who still finds the power to rise. This is a rare sight, honestly. It feels exactly like a character from those classic martial arts stories. Then he asks for her identity. What's your name? But back then the little girl had absolutely no memories. I don't know, she says. Still, the elder doesn't give up. He guides her forward while testing her. How old are you? She gives the same answer as before. I don't know. He tries one more time. Why are you out here in this freezing snow? But the response stays the same. I don't know. Finally, the elder realizes she's lost everything. You really don't remember, poor soul abandoned in a desolate place like this. But she has all the right qualities to learn martial arts. The North Sea Master would gladly take her for 1 billion gold. Talk about destiny. He gently pats her head and makes an offer. Will you become the pride of our academy or will this academy be your second chance? Are you willing to follow me? But Baek Hyang doesn't even react. So the elder offers what she needs most right now. I'll give you a proper place to eat and sleep. Just like that, she nods. Zero hesitation. Even though Baek Hyang is quiet, the master keeps talking to her. You can't even smell anything, can you? No name and no home, it's like you were born from the cold snow itself. Suddenly, a mysterious purple butterfly appears in the sky. A butterfly never seen before, signaling a brand new start. I'll give you my name. From today on, you are Baek Hyang. It means the scent of white snow. Then the elder adds, and you're officially a disciple of the demonic sect. Now Baek Hyang finally asks her very first question to this kind stranger who appeared out of nowhere. Where are you taking me? He simply replies, to a place with children just like you. But look at Baek Hyang now. She radiates a powerful aura totally different from her past. No way. She snaps back with a sharp denial. Gong-ja is kneeling obediently right in front of her. I have never taken a disciple. Even if the sky falls, my principles won't change. Disciple my foot. Even Kyun-gun is getting tired of hearing this. For a heavenly demon, you're acting way too stingy. I'm just glad the kids are still alive. They went through hell just because they wanted to be your students. He gives her some honest advice. Is it really necessary to be this rigid? Baek Hyang sits down, trying to steady her emotions. They definitely have heart, but her stubbornness seems to be baked into her DNA at this point. Rules are rules, though. I don't just take anyone. The academy doesn't work like that. Only children abandoned by their parents and this world are allowed to join the demonic sect. He sighs in frustration. We always call those 6 sages guys a bunch of old fossils, but it looks like someone here is even more of a tyrant. Instead of arguing, he turns his attention to Gong-ja. Hey kid, she already said no. Why not just forget these petty demonic sect losers? I am Kyun-gun. I'm from the great Nam Kyun sect, leader of the Tae-sang clan and sword wheel master of the righteous sect. If you become my disciple, but before he can finish, he's totally cut off. Why won't the heavenly demon take me in? Kyun-gun is literally stunned for a few seconds. Did this kid just ghost me? Baek Hyang doesn't budge at all. Didn't I tell you already? I only accept children who have been cast out by their families and the entire world. Even after being rejected over and over, he keeps trying to convince her. The world has changed now. Because of a strange plague, people are turning into zombies everywhere. The great clans and martial sects are slowly fading away. Gong-ja's expression darkens as his voice takes on a heavy, mournful tone. This world abandoned us, so we've abandoned it right back. Whether you accept it or not, he thinks to himself. Plus, I'm just a hunter trying to climb that massive tower. I'm basically just a lonely kid. Then he turns back to Baek Hyang for her opinion. So do I qualify now? Heavenly demon, she just sits there in absolute icy silence. Gong-ja feels quite embarrassed, claiming that he was abandoned by the entire world. But it's true, I turned my back on the world a long time ago. Finally, she gives him one single shot. Fine. If you're that confident, show me your 3 disastrous swords technique. Baek Hyang looks down at him with freezing eyes. I need to see for myself if you're actually worthy of being here. Right now, you look like a loud, empty barrel. He quickly bows, hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Thank you for this chance. The moment Gong-ja draws his blade, the system immediately notifies him that his skill is being activated. Suddenly, a wild surge of red lightning crackles all around. Then his aura shifts, completely turning lethal as dark shadows swirl around him. His eyes glow with a bloodthirsty red light. The second notification pops up. Infernal Heaven's demonic art is active. Gong-ja raises his sword and closes his eyes to feel the power. I can see the sword forms now. Countless moves are being drawn inside my mind. But that is only the beginning. I still haven't truly grasped the depth of the Infernal Heaven's demonic art. I know for a fact that if I continue, I'll fail. Trying to show off your swordsmanship is like a sparrow chasing an eagle. You will just get torn apart. Kim Gong-ja remembers the warning. The old spirit told him not to blame the world's cruelty for his own weakness. He opens his eyes and things feel different. His gaze is sharp, filled with pure determination. If he is going to be torn apart anyway, he might as well do it right. He was once taught that trying to ruin the world is the way of a cult. That is why those fanatics act so insane. They literally drive nails into their bodies just to scratch at the world. And Kim Gong-ja, he is the only one hearing the screams. Screams for mercy are everywhere. Save me, it is too hot. As he dives into his training, the mental toll is getting heavy. Practicing the Infernal Heaven's demonic art is changing his mind. Bloody visions and chaotic sounds are starting to flood his every thought. Burn down the witch's lair, he realizes the true essence of this cult isn't the nails, it is the sound of suffering. Total despair everywhere. You humans don't even see us as people. They are getting completely swallowed by their own bottomless malice and hate. Anger and twisted excitement are mixing together now. They say war has forgotten the martial spirit, and honestly, they aren't wrong here. And martial spirit has forgotten war. Say that again and I will kill you. Kim Gong-ja has already figured out the dark truth. He gets it now. No holy scripture can drown out the screams of those at the bottom. No matter how deep the philosophy, balance and harmony, forget it. The world is just pure pain. Even Kim is standing there completely shaken by the brutal reality, completely out of control. That demonic blade Kim Gong-ja is holding carries the weight of the world's deepest agony. It is sharper than any yin-yang sword. As the legends say, a screaming sword strikes harder than a silent one. Bai Kaiyang tries to call out, but her voice cannot reach him. He is drowning in a flood of raw emotion. The deeper the pain, the louder the scream, and the stronger the blade. Only the fittest survive in the demonic cult. That is their core principle. The heavenly demon's own sword style was born as a literal scream against the entire world. With every move, she whispers in his ear again. Stop, but Kim Gong-ja just keeps swinging that blade without rest. He will not stop, every strike trailing a thick aura of death. He is picturing his master standing alone in the snow. The heavenly demon lets out a final piercing cry in that last move. Bai Kaiyang cannot take it anymore and yells. I told you to stop. She uses her own power to finally block his strike. You. Her gaze is cold and threatening now. Where did you learn the secret skills of our cult? Kim Gong-ja is sweating. He is barely snapping out of that emotional trance while she interrogates him. You cannot hide the truth from my eyes. No matter how messy or unrefined your form is, you are definitely using the infernal heavenly demon art. In this world, only demonic cult members can master this. But I am the leader, and I have never seen your face. Bai Kaiyang knocks his sword aside and gets right in his face. Tell me, where did you steal it from? Kim Gong-ja's lips are bone dry as he tries to speak. Even she is stunned by his relieved expression and smile. Am I worthy enough now? Bai Kaiyang just stares at him in silence, not giving him a single word of a response. The moment she turns to leave, his body hits its limit and he passes out. Worried voices immediately start shouting. Death King, 2 people rush over to check on him. He has used way too much internal energy. We need to help. As Kim Gong-ja's eyes follow her retreating figure, a click of the tongue echoes nearby. The old spirit appears, arms crossed. He is looking down at Kim Gong-ja with total judgment. You push yourself to the brink of death using high-level martial arts. Honestly, you are so reckless. This is exactly why everyone says you need to start with the basics first. Seeing that exhausted face, even the old spirit feels a bit of respect. His figure starts floating higher with a smile. You are not half bad, kid. The old ghost's final verdict, this crazy guy is actually pretty impressive. Bai Kaiyang still remembers that day vividly, a world covered in white snow. An elder brought her to a lively place. He told her this would be her home now. An old man waved hello as the elder gave her simple instructions. Eat when you are hungry, sleep when you are tired, and play whenever you want. Bai Kaiyang, just live your own life. Later in the dining hall, the other kids are gossiping. The adults here are amazing. They do not make us work. One boy wonders if they are being raised as slaves. The girl snaps at him. Are you stupid? I have been here a year. They have never done anything like that. But then she whispers, forget that. Have you greeted the new arrivals yet? The boy says he only met one. There are so many new people today. Bai Kaiyang nearly drops her spoon. That many, it is because of the famine this year. Regardless, you are all welcome here. You would have starved back home. She might be lost in thought, but listen to this zombie. In the Murim world where I was born, we were weak. All right, you and I are watching as the little girl interrupts the chat. You guys, she's actually serious. How did you all end up here? That question hits them out of nowhere. Everyone just freezes. Then one by one, they start opening up about their pasts. Farming was too hard, or their moms worked the red light district. One kid even snaps, why should I even tell you that? Bandits with swords attacking at night. Man, these kids' backstories are just one heartbreaking reality after another. A plague at the village. Fathers being abusive. Some just ran away. Every single detail is burned into Bai Kaiyang's memory forever. A jar of loneliness. That's the vibe. She listens to stories of grandfathers dealing out beatings. It's rough to say the least. She's starting to see it like poisonous insects trapped in a sealed jar. This is some seriously dark Murim foreshadowing right here. The monster inside will eventually tear everything apart. They'll fight to survive until only the strongest one is left standing. It gets worse. Every time these kids talk, poison practically flies out. Is the whole world really this toxic? She finally asks, are you guys actually happy? And without missing a beat, they all say yes. That's when it clicks for her. This isn't paradise. It's just a cage designed to cultivate pure loneliness inside a person. The kids even say they're glad they don't have to slave away to make money for their mothers anymore. No more beatings, even when they're sick. She's relieved, but bitch Hyang just watches the elders back and wonders. Who knows, morning light eventually chases away the dark. A new day begins with a simple invitation for breakfast. Food's ready, but the person calling them suddenly panics. Bitch Hyang is nowhere to be found. Sleep when you want, eat when you want, that was the promise. But while the kids are buzzing, she's gone. Another kid missing. Nope, she's out in the scorching fields. That tiny silhouette stands out more than ever. The elder said to play, but she's out here grinding in the dirt. The other kids, they're totally confused by her. Bitch Hyang is built different. She's always working with farmers and barely eats. The elder's words stay on her mind daily. Live the life you want, he said. Now he's finally back. It's been a long time since we last met, hasn't it? She just says, yes, it has been a while. They sit by the river and the elder's like, I've got some questions for you. He's been watching her. Word is she's been helping the farmers plant and harvest all their food lately. She keeps it cool. Yes. He adds that he heard she's making her own clothes and blankets too. She gently touches the water. The elder really doesn't get it. Why? You could live a life of total luxury here if you wanted. It's not fancy, but he calls this place Peach Blossom Spring. Think of it as a hidden utopia for them. Adults do all the heavy lifting here. You're just a kid, so why are you working yourself to the bone like this? She picks up a leaf. The Mo family on the lower slopes, their 2 daughters were taken by the government. The elder waits for more. She mentions Mr. Choi, the orchard worker forced to go build some wall. His second son died while he was gone. And when he tried to get justice from the officials, they framed him for treason and killed his oldest son too. Talk about a dark turn for that friendly old man. After burying both sons, Mr. Choi and his wife gave everything they had to this specific land. She lets the leaf go. These farmers bring seeds to the orphanage because the world absolutely shattered them. Every single person here has a tragic story. Finally, she drops the truth bomb she's been sitting on. This place isn't heaven. They aren't feeding and clothing us for free just because they're nice or stupid. The elder asks what she thinks is really going on. She says it's straight, they want us to get revenge for them. She sees right through the regret and the rage. These people will never forgive the government. Their lives were destroyed. They want blood, but they're too weak to take it. She turns to face him. She's heard the talk. They tell the kids to master martial arts while they're young to succeed. These farmers giving us food. They're way too old to learn high-level martial arts themselves. But they can raise us to be their weapons. That's the real ugly truth behind Peach Blossom Spring. Right at the demonic cult's headquarters, Bitch Hyang exposes the lie. We aren't just eating for free. This place exists to harvest all the world's hatred and turn it into a weapon for vengeance. She's tiny but unshakable as she stares down the elder. After a long silence, he finally says her name. Yes, she replies. No fear in her eyes when he asks if she has anything to say to the world. She thinks back to the day she was saved. Yeah, she admits. I've got a lot to say. The elder listens in silence, then whispers. Is that so? I really hope so. Suddenly, a cold breeze sweeps past. It catches his silver hair. If true, the world will have to listen to her. Right now, he looks imposing, almost legendary. I am one of the 7 elders of the demon cult, but Baek Hyang only has one question. Is there a Buddha in hell? He leans down to look at her gently. If there is a Buddha in hell, what do you think he would do? He doesn't even wait for her answer. Baek Hyang, you have passed the first test. You did not give up, even with warm blankets and plenty of food around you. Your mind is clearly very firm. Accept me as your teacher and call me master. A new path is finally starting to open up for you. Under your feet in the future, your sword will vibrate in a place filled with the screams of countless people in pain. The grand initiation ceremony took place under that beautiful sunset. Bow your head, my disciple. But just as Gong-ja is still half asleep when she shouts for him to get up, he can only tremble and say, please forgive me, heavenly demon. If you are still standing here, I really cannot get up no matter how hard I try. How bad is the back of my head after that? She just sighs, saying, you still have quite a mouth on you after waking up. It seems your body is still very healthy. Before turning away, she tells him to go to the hot springs and bathe. Wash your body and relax your mind very carefully. He stammers out an excuse, but she only says one thing: I will be waiting at the cave entrance. He jumps up and starts undressing. The others are still snoring loudly and sleeping like logs. A deep curiosity rises inside him. What on earth are they dreaming about? Finally, he activates the system skill. Following his lead, the Medicine King's dream appears. This is my 100th victory. Marcus, what is more, I have already beaten that little brat 999,999 times. The alchemist's dream is just as interesting. Yes, I was right. Honestly, why do I even have to explain this? For something this obvious, people will only understand if I explain it. He is as dumb as a cow. No, wait, that is not it. He should have thought about my words much deeper. As for the Howgate guy, it is hard to describe how he just keeps laughing like a madman. He thinks he probably shouldn't wake them up, especially that last guy, Poison Viper. The moment he steps outside, Baek Hang asks him, "Are you all cleaned up?" He replies politely, "Yes, I have bathed and my mind is now completely clear." Out of nowhere, she tells Gong-ja that she hates smooth talkers. She talks like a machine gun, saying he is far too good with his words. "Your tongue is way too slick. I am worried your personality is more like a scammer than a good young man." He is speechless. But when he uses his skill, he sees she gave him 2 hearts, thinking only his slick mouth was the problem. His face still looks just as stupid as it did before the bath. He really is the perfect image of an idiot from the Howgate. Up until the moment she orders him to follow, his head is still spinning. What exactly is this Howgate degree anyway? She gives him instructions while they walk. If you want to wear the robes of the demon cult, you need to pass many tests. Even though you have successfully proven who you are, that does not mean you have actually passed the entrance test yet. The first test is, but he already knows the answer. Is it the comfort test where you take in all the children, giving them free food and sleep? The kids who feel satisfied with just those things are meant to be raised as simple farmers, or as craftsmen and other workers, but definitely not in the demon cult. Her footsteps stop the second he says those words. But the children who actually pass this comfort test will be recognized as official disciples of the demon cult. They will finally learn the demonic arts and dark magic. Only then will they truly be considered as having joined the demon path. Baek Hang asks, warily, "Just how do you know that?" He can only give a forced smile and say, "I know quite a few things." While he is thinking, "You actually killed me once and I saw the memories that were specifically painful for you." This makes her let out a long sigh. The heavenly way is impartial and fair. How could this final connection I made bring me a sneaky devil like you? Should I really allow this second version of a Howgate member into my cult? Meanwhile, the old spirit thinks she has a great eye for people, wondering if it is because she is the heavenly demon. If you were truly despicable, you would get bored very easily. But since you just have a very strange personality, you will never give up. Those words leave him totally confused. Was that a compliment or was she attacking him? In times like this, just take it as a compliment. Life is much better that way. You are really making him angry, you know. I am scolding you right now, you little thief who stole another man's nest. But they both go silent when she speaks. Is this good enough? Baek Hang looks him straight in the eyes with a serious face. You should be feeling very happy right now. A great person like me has lowered herself to take you as a disciple. The world of the heavenly way will not reject you, as long as you qualify. He is absolutely overjoyed to hear that, but she quickly adds, however, I haven't officially made you my disciple yet. Kim Gong-ja tries to push his luck, but she shuts him down. Look, I've traveled across mountains and rivers to learn from you. Plus, I've already proven my worth right. What does she mean he's not good enough yet? But she's got her reasons for being so picky. First off, your story is fishy. Someone coming from beyond the Great Wall. That is suspicious as hell, honestly. She doubts he is actually a longtime fan too. Her gut is telling her his whole story is a lie. But he doesn't seem like a bad guy, so she's letting it slide. Kim Gong-jae's heart totally skips a beat. How is her intuition this sharp? Then she adds that he actually has a surprisingly warm heart. It is hard to tell if this is destiny or just a random encounter. We will have to see. Kim Gong-ja finally asks what the test is. She points toward a dark pit and lays it all out. I threw a zombie down there. Back in the day, he was a legendary master, one of the absolute best. Take that monster down and you are officially my disciple. But then her voice turns sharp as a blade. You have to fight while you are starving. He just stares at her, feeling pretty crushed about the whole situation. She looks at him with those calm eyes. Combat with a zombie, but only when hunger is burning your heart. Only the raw pain of starvation is allowed down there. No other emotions can mess with your focus. Think you can do it? Kim Gong-ja realizes that in her heart, she already sees him as her student. This legendary master already considers him a disciple. She guides him forward, telling him to imagine a hungry scream. Think about how a starving man's arms move. Visualize that and build your entire battle plan around it. Swing your sword with that burning hunger. That is the only way the heavenly demon arts reveal their power. He draws his sword immediately, but he has got questions. If I just swing because I am hungry, then what? She gives it to him straight. You will be able to slice a well-fed man in half with one strike. You will take down half the righteous sect warriors with just one continuous move. That is the real deal. In other words, your very nails will be able to scratch the world itself. But she is not done yet. First, you master the way of starvation. Then you learn the lethal dehydration of the thirst style. Only by understanding thirst can you crush those who have never suffered. Now Kim Gong-ja is getting really excited. You will master all 9 sword techniques. And with these skills, you are going to flip this world upside down. He can't help but say it sounds amazing. His positive energy actually makes her crack a big smile. Well then, what are you waiting for? Get moving and do not you dare fall into hell, and he is off. Alright, there are tons of zombies out there. Sometimes they are called the undead, other times they are jiangshi. Is there a perfect word for these things? If we are being honest, there is probably one term that fits. Definitely jiangshi. And let us be real, a zombie that knows martial arts is basically a cheat code for destruction. Kim Gong-ja is running for his life, but he is just no match for the zombie's insane power. He is coughing up blood from the impact. He can't believe he is actually getting wrecked like this. Damn it, this is insane. Up on the cliff, the master is shouting down lessons. Stop swinging so randomly. She is screaming while the fight gets intense. Did I not tell you? You need to think about famine. Think of the starving people. If you just wave that sword around, the hellish arts are just a joke. Easier said than done, right? Especially for Kim Gong-ja, who is basically starting from zero here. But I am seriously not hungry right now. She calls him an idiot while he barely escapes certain death. That purple scythe is terrifying. Today's lesson is a mix of her cold voice and the zombie's brutal strikes. Can't you visualize the color red even if it is not right in front of you? Just because you aren't hungry now doesn't mean you can't feel it. He is gasping for air as they clash. They are trading blows in the snow. If you can't do this, it means you are too used to being full. Your stomach is too satisfied. Those who master the hellish arts must summon their own senses of suffering. She leans over the edge to get a better look. Remember the longest you ever went without food. Use every sense you have got. Where were you? What did you crave most? How long did you starve? That question actually makes him stop in his tracks. The longest I went without eating was about 3 or 4. Wait, what? That answer clearly did not sit well with the teacher. She scowls, asking if he really means his longest fast was only 4 days. That is ridiculous. The world has been in total chaos for ages and the harvests have gone to hell. Her questions keep coming even as the duel stays intense. Why did you only starve for a measly 4 days? Unless you were some noble living in the lush lands outside the city walls. In his heart, Kim Gong-ja has been irritated. Do you not get what I am saying? Hunger is the ultimate concern because that kind of pain cannot be ignored for long. It is a pain no one can deny, and humans live just to soothe that ache. There is absolutely no difference between royalty and the lower classes. Honestly, this woman truly deserves her high rank in the martial arts world. Her wisdom goes beyond the training hall. How could you awaken hellish demonic arts without knowing this? Well, our boy Kim Gong-ja is in the same boat. He spent 10 years as an F-rank hunter, always hungry. Every time he bought rice cakes back when he lived outside the Phi Tower, he only bought portions with at least 4 pieces. Did you know that? She seems to have overestimated people from that world. She turns away, done with him. Enough, this is my fault. For a moment, I actually had hope, but I see. Now you are just a loudmouth. His eyes are filled with pure terror as he watches her leave. Heavenly demon, he looks at the cliff, hesitantly calling out to her. The heavenly demon senses the danger as he approaches with nowhere left to run. Wait, I just meant that not feeling hungry is not exactly a flex. The jaw of that starving zombie hangs wide open. What was that kid thinking when you could not even learn martial arts because of him? What, damn it, the result is obvious. He gets summoned to the outer world, face still frozen in fear. Great, he actually feels more alive on this mission. Thank goodness, he survived all that drama. Man, she really teaches him in the most traditional hardcore way possible, does she not? Actually, the art she is teaching is so complex it has to be this way. He does not even check his cards and revives immediately, feeling super annoyed. So is she really going to end up like this? A blizzard howls through a cave somewhere. Kim Gong-ja bolts upright from under his blankets, remembering their talk. Do you think I will just give up if you act all aggressive like that? Should I be feeling grateful here? With a burning passion like a summer fire, he charges out of the cave like he is escaping a disaster. I might not look it, but I have got an unbeatable will. He awakens, but where are we going? I am off to find the items needed to clear this stage. You think I cannot die from hunger? The old spirit floats helplessly behind him. We are in big trouble now, guys. This guy is a nightmare, just a crazy kid who loses his mind whenever he gets pissed off. His weary voice fades into the mist and wind. We are going to lose for several days straight, just watch. At a remote mountain shrine, while Kim Gong-ja is busy meditating, the old spirit starts cussing him out. You lunatic, he shouts, frustrated by their situation. Are you planning to stay here until you rot? Exactly. So what? Knowing he cannot talk sense into this madman, he turns to begging. No, Prince, the craziest man on earth, I am literally begging you here. I do not care if you immerse yourself in crazy training, but what did I do wrong to have to sit here and watch you? Kim Gong-ja cannot take it anymore and cuts him off. Hey, I told you that you are being way too loud. Even so, the old man still has the energy to ask about the plan. How long do you intend to do this? I saw the scars on the heavenly demon. She went without food or water for 111 days. She lived on nothing but air, so I am going to stop after 112 days. The spirit just asked a casual question, but he definitely was not expecting that bombshell. You idiot, you cannot last over 100 days. Look at the weather, it is freezing out here. You will turn into an icicle instantly without any internal energy. But how will you keep your energy circulating for that long? He is genuinely worried about this reckless student. Besides, Kim Gong-ja, it will be more than just hunger if you keep this up. Have you ever actually starved for that long? If not, then shut up. Kim Gong-ja fires back, asking if the old man has ever gone hungry. It sounds pretty sarcastic. Fine, I trained to be faster under the monks when I was young. The first few days felt like death. But after 2 weeks, I was not hungry anymore. That is not starving, that is just a mental exercise. I repeat, it is just a mental exercise. Kim Gong-ja quickly chimed in. Then I finally had my answer. After starving for 15 days, I can just repeat that 15th day over and over. It is a bold move. The old spirit is absolutely stunned. What did you just say? He quietly and slowly starts to share his plan. I will not eat for 15 days. I am going to maintain that level of hunger. Just watch me. Alright, let's watch our main character push until he hits the limit. Then he'll end it all to rebirth on day 15. This way, the hunger never gets a chance to take hold. Imagine if he repeats this cycle for 112 days. His energy levels won't drop, yet he still stretches out the hunger. Hearing this insane plan, the old spirit just curses under his breath. You're a total madman. Just follow my lead and stop listening to those weird old fogies, the spirit says. He asks why Gong-ja is so obsessed. If he needs a teacher, the old spirit is right there. Deep meditation is like unlocking a whole new level of wisdom for him. He's already mastered the top-tier skills of the hellish demon arts. The world survives on the right questions. Do you guys know why the heavenly demon felt so much despair for this world? Do you know why the chronicles of the heavenly demon just ended? The entire world had become completely empty. He felt like there was no point in living anymore. But remembering that special woman, he didn't want to see the world get destroyed. Looking at every detail of that expressionless face, we can see why he didn't want the heavenly demon's story to end that way. Outside, the blizzard is still screaming. It would be so easy to just live life while turning a blind eye to everything. Our main character is looking back at his old memories, thinking about all those unfair possibilities in the world. He thinks he's the greatest and wins everything through pure skill. Everyone else is just an idiot who can't keep up. He doesn't give a damn about those fools. He just needs to pick the perfect stage to make himself truly shine. Beneath that glorious spotlight is always a path soaked in blood, no matter what else happens. He mocks them all with a smirk. Seeing him compress all that power into a red orb is seriously cool, right? Then he remembers Joshua's punchable face. Being a cynic isn't a joke. The people who live life like a joke are the real children. He thinks back to the image of those two representatives greeting each other to ward off evil. Fairness might seem like a dream for kids, but the people who actually live fairly are definitely the real adults. He closes his eyes to merge with nature's power. He knows he's human, and he has to find a way to survive. Can you believe it? That method actually convinced the old spirit to sit down and meditate right along with him. The answer to how he should live is finally as clear as day. And just like that, time starts ticking away. Inside a freezing cave in the middle of winter, it's already been 1 week since he started his fasting. Gong-ja is staying incredibly persistent with his goal. The first 2 days were pure agony, but by day 3, the pain vanished. His digestion is slowing down, and even his thoughts are getting sluggish. It feels like his life is fading away, just a bit. His face is looking totally gaunt now, with zero life left in it, just like a dried-up riverbed during a massive famine. He starts to wonder, is this what famine really feels like? Suddenly, he stands up and answers his own question. No. He draws his primary sword and starts recalculating the next move. Staying still isn't going to mean anything. The old spirit is confused by his constant shifting. What are you doing? He asks. Gong-ja just calmly replies, training. He takes a few swings but immediately starts to stumble. He realizes he was wrong. It was a little bit boneheaded. The famine the heavenly demon mentioned isn't just about being hungry. It's not just sitting in meditation without food or water. Sweat is dripping off him and his limbs have lost all their strength. Real famine means desperately wanting to eat but having nothing. Gong-ja keeps trying to practice his sword forms. All week he's been thinking about the farmers, the ones who are truly starving. He's really starting to grasp the deeper meaning here. What kind of farmer skips the fields just because they're hungry? Whether he's hungry or not, whether he's starving or exhausted, that farmer still has to get out there and work. And even if he works himself to death, there's still absolutely nothing to put in his stomach. This environment is just too brutal. He has to use a hoe to dig into the ground, but the soil is all dry and cracked. Nothing he plants will ever grow. Gong-ja can feel the farmer's total despair. He's starving precisely because there is absolutely nothing he can do to change his fate. Even trying to swing that hoe into the parched earth is just a waste of energy. And this situation has lasted far too long. The last time it rained was 6 months ago. These brutal weather conditions are forcing everyone to find a way to survive. The village reservoirs and wells are all bone dry. There isn't even a single drop of moisture left in the fields. The villagers have to abandon their farms and head for the coast. Some choose to leave while others try to stick it out. But this farmer stays behind because it seems like nowhere else is any better. Humans only survive on what they can steal, and a farmer only knows how to steal things from the earth. When you get that hungry, literally anything can become food. So he keeps working even though there's no result. In the evening, he climbs the mountain to peel bark from a few surviving trees to eat. That massive forest has been dead for a long time, and now there is barely any bark left to find. When winter arrives, the drought-stricken land is suddenly buried under a layer of ice and snow. This famine has basically wiped the world clean. Where does that leave the fate of those farmers? He can't even eat the tree bark anymore. He has a family and kids to feed. The old spirit is waiting for the story to continue, so Gong-ja stays focused while he trains and thinks. He's reached the point where, all right, let's watch him boil that bark. It turns into this weird murky soup. Man, I am starving. For a farmer on the brink, this is a total lifeline. I just want a bite. Finding food is impossible. He can only think of his family. No, I have to bring this home. But the kid just loses it. He slaps it away instantly. I won't eat it. That bowl of misery just crashes and spills everywhere. Blinded by rage, he strikes his own son. But when his logic returns, he knows this isn't right. He's horrified by what he's become. This isn't me, but we know hunger ruins a person's soul like this. I'm not the type to hit my kids, but this famine is just too brutal. It's been forever. Since my last real meal, I've become so sensitive. Pure despair. Why is my life this tragic? The more Gong-ja thinks, the more it hurts. Every strike gets more violent. Famines have existed since time began. Now watch as Baek Hyang's words start echoing in his head. Countless farmers, tens of thousands of hungers, fighting while starvation tears at you. Every single movement you make must be born from that primal hunger. He's swinging his sword like a madman, determined to see if hunger itself has its own rhythm and motion. Gong-ja puts everything into a horizontal slash that shatters the rock. He sees the connection in his own story. That's it. Hunger definitely has a movement. He starts to imagine himself as that desperate, starving farmer. Think about the groans of the hungry, the way their hands and feet move when they have nothing left. Think about every movement that farmer made when he struck his son. Gong-ja mimics every single action perfectly. He nurtures the image in his mind until he can feel it. The farmer's instinct to just run away. The gesture of throwing that bark onto the dirt. Gong-ja tries to feel every ounce of that raw emotion. For this wish swing, that sword made of hunger, the farmer returns home to give his son bark. He's finally feeling their deep misery. Since the beginning of time, some farmers must have hit their children. Others probably stroked their cheeks and apologized. You wonder if they all just died together this year. He closes his eyes to process it. Every single action is born from that primal, desperate hunger. Finally, after all that willpower, he masters the first form of the infernal heaven's demonic art, Asura, the starving sword. Stone pillars in the cave come crashing down one by one. This is it. This is pure starvation. Gong-ja is drenched in sweat, breathing heavy. This is hunger, he says, leaving the spirit baffled. Still a bit clumsy, though. The old man just doesn't get it. Are you insane? I'm training for real, Gong-ja replies. The old man looks at his state and just shakes his head. This is why people should be afraid of you? The old guy goes off on a long rant. You're a total freak, the craziest guy in the world. Your soul is righteous, but your mind and skills are pure demonic. And you're actually trying to grow them. What's wrong with that? Gong-ja asks. You idiot, the old spirit yells, trying to make him understand the situation. A righteous master using demonic magic. Let me say it again. You are just a total monster. He won't stop nagging. He's actually worried now. How am I supposed to teach this guy my own martial arts? I don't think teaching him the Sword Saint style is going to work. Gong-ja is just feeling exhausted now. I'm so hungry. I really want a choco pie, he's daydreaming. Maybe hunger is just like a choco pie. The old spirit sees him spacing out and gets mad. You're thinking of something else, aren't you? I'm leaving, Gong-ja says. The old man is stunned again. Why? You going to go teach those heavenly demons a lesson or what? I've only just started the infernal heavens technique. What's the point in suiciding just to go back to them now? He mocks back Hyang's voice. Oh, he has potential, doesn't he? He knows exactly what will happen. The old spirit still doesn't get it. Isn't that enough? You were already recognized. How could that ever be enough? It's not. He vividly remembers the feeling of facing Baek Hyang last time, when the heavenly demon ignored me and said I'd never truly starved. You don't know how helpless that felt. I'm the type to hold a long grudge. Just being recognized isn't going to make my scars go away. The old man follows him, complaining. This kid gives me a bad vibe. But Gong-ja wants one specific reaction. Your talent is just too much. It's exploding. I didn't realize you were such a massive opportunity for me. I'm sorry, I was blind back then. Gong-ja is smirking, just imagining it. Thinking of that jerk is more than enough. This is as sweet as choco pie. The old spirit is totally done with this crazy brat. Kim Gong-jae starts explaining that intense hunger he felt. Something clicked while using the hell heavenly demon art. Compared to people today, I have never been that starving. Those ancient farmers knew exactly which tree bark to peel just to survive. My own imagination just could not reach that level. He looks at the full moon and makes a choice. Time to fill the gaps in his imagination. He shouts the summon 100 ghosts command. Look at this hype. Bretta emerges gracefully from the swirling black smoke. Leading her ghost army, she bows deeply. My lord, you called. Kim Gong-ja gives her the order. Bretta, I have a mission for you. She responds instantly. Just give the word. He explains that this is a post-apocalyptic world. Everyone has become ghosts or zombies wandering around Celesto, much like the Ohm Empire you once destroyed. Finally, he reveals exactly what he needs Bretta to do. My order is simple: fan out and round up the undead. Check the nearby towns and villages, find them, and bring every zombie you find back here. They might resist, but use your forces to keep them in line. She asks for a specific count. How many undead do we need to gather? Kim Gong-jae does not even hesitate. 112. Bring exactly 112 zombies to me. His plan is finally set. I will learn from their hunger and get closer to the heavenly demon. Bretta waits for her final command. 112 people. She is shocked, asking if such a massive casualty count is really necessary. He has been exhausted lately, so he might not realize the scale. He just calmly asks, since when were you so caring? Bretta bows her head. If you disappear, I disappear too. She admits that she cannot stay in this world forever. My life, my memories, and my very purpose, all of it depends on you. Everything is in your hands. Because I care about myself, I care about you too, Master. Kim Gong-ja smiles, happy with her honest answer. He asks how she has been doing. Bretta is actually surprised he even cares enough to ask. Kim Gong-ja remembers the last time they met. After gaining access to the 20th floor, he had set Bretta free in the village. He told her she was in Esther's village, where people were much kinder than in her past life. Honestly, it was all calculated. My plan was to leave her there as a backup just in case I needed her. Bretta hesitantly says she is doing fine, but Kim Gong-jae pushes for more. Give me the details, he says. She pauses, wondering what details he wants, then starts recounting everything that happened in the village. Some hunters tried to raid them once. They heard rumors about a powerful reaper and hidden treasures being kept there, but that witch you brought along used her own hunters to stop them. In the end, nothing much happened. He is impressed. Honestly, you and I know the Black Dragon Guild service is always top tier. But Bretta's story is not over yet. Apparently, the king of the neighboring realm has gone missing too. They had some tough negotiations with nomads who claimed they were actually hired to launch an attack on us. Kim Gong-jae looks satisfied. It seems like the events of this parallel world are unfolding exactly as they should. She keeps reporting. Both the Empire and the Temple have officially declared my village as a holy land. Even the lizardmen and elves are bringing gifts. Then Bretta hesitates. But I have lost my special abilities. Sick people and pilgrims are swarming and searching for a miracle now that the Holy Land status is official. What should we do? Kim Gong-jae gets serious, thinking it over. He remembers how the alchemist acted before. For everyone else, I only sell to those the Reaper permits. He reassures Bretta, so she stops worrying. I am just thinking out loud, do not worry. He starts mapping out his next big move. My plan is to open a pharmacy to sell the medicines from the 20th floor after this expedition. She cannot handle everything alone. Having Bretta as her assistant would actually be a pretty genius move. I can even use her to train hunters into pharmacists. That way, the business grows naturally on its own. Kim Gong-jae is loving these benefits. If this works, we can quickly turn it into an alchemy castle branch, and eventually it will become the headquarters. Then he asks, Bretta, is there anything else I should know? Turns out there is more. Little Dana from the village seems to have a real thing for rice cakes. And then there is Gachep the gardener. He shares his fruit with the Black Dragon hunters for protecting them. He trades his harvest with the guild members as a thank you for keeping their village safe and sound. She clearly knows everything happening in this village. That is the current situation. Kim Gong-jae highly praises her abilities. You did a great job reporting. Bretta is grateful. Yes, sir. Our main character put a lot of heart into this plan. Everything should go well for the people in the parallel world. Now clear those corpses away. She politely obeys the order. Kim Gong-jae looks at Bretta and starts thinking. She might be a falling star now, but she was once a total world destroyer. She was the Fall Rain Demon King. Right now, she is working seriously, scouting towns and cities with local government offices. Our guy is feeling pretty satisfied with this. She really knows exactly how to handle a pile of dead bodies. She is leading the ghost soldiers through the local government. They really should have maps. Usually, they have plenty of movies. They should also cross-reference with others. By piecing maps together, we can easily control these farming villages. The ghost soldiers quickly find the right undead. Bretta feels pity for those poor souls. I should also encourage the children. Imagine those kids waking up next to their mother's corpse. They are literally crying themselves to death right beside her. Almost all of them ended up like this for the same reason. Cursed for not fulfilling their duties as parents. Some hid in wells to escape the plague but could never climb back out. Others were criminals trapped in their cages. Prisoners who never had a chance to escape were left locked away. Finally, the grim mission is successfully completed. 112 starving souls were chosen. Prada brings them forward as Kim Gong-ja strips his shirt off for the task. Good, now take them away. He prepares himself mentally and shouts with total intensity, "All right, come at me." The undead smell fresh meat and immediately swarm him. Kim Gong-ja grits his teeth, trying to endure the insane pain. They all attack at once, tearing his body apart. The system notification pops up, "You died." Replaying the killer's trauma now. A memory from one of the undead flashes through his mind. If I die on this boat, at least I won't cause trouble. If I was born on the river and worked there my whole life, then dying here is actually a happy ending. He passed away peacefully at night on a drifting boat. The system continues to transition to the next memory, replaying the killer's trauma. The story of another man appears. See Stellan. A servant is currently giving him a report. The food supplies are running out. In less than half a month, we will have absolutely nothing left to eat. The fisherman cannot provide enough food anymore. What should we do? He gives the order without even thinking twice. Cut the rations for the elderly and children. Cut the youth rations by half. The servant looks completely terrified. The people are going to criticize this heavily. He grips his sword tight. I will be the first one to starve. He is just making excuses for his own selfishness. If the leader doesn't eat, then the criticism has no ground. Even so, this place won't last. Starving for a few days changes nothing. Now we see a child's situation, replaying the killer's trauma. We are all going to starve if this keeps up. A boy leading 4 kids speaks up. Mr. C. Stellan said children shouldn't eat. He is basically telling us to die. One kid asks, what do we do? The boy leader pulls out a small bag. If we are going to die anyway, we should at least die full. That way we won't look as pathetic as Kim Gong-ja. The boy explains a cooking method he learned from the beggars. It is a dirt cookie. Another kid is shocked. You mean a snack, literally made out of the ground. Now listen to me. The kids who can swim need to catch fish. Don't give them to adults. Keep them for us. The boy divides the tasks clearly. The others need to dig soft mud from the riverbank. One kid asks the point. Let me show you, the leader replies. Meanwhile, back in reality, Kim Gong-ja is becoming a feast for the bloodthirsty undead. The system announces it is replaying the killer's trauma again. It is the memory of one of those 4 kids. All right, the others are totally confused. What is this? He is just drying out mud under the hot sun. How is this supposed to be a cookie? The leader snaps back. Shut up. This is a secret beggar sec recipe. Just watch. He divides the dirt cookies equally. Now it is done. Try it. The other kids are really hesitant. Gross, but because they are starving, they have to try it. Just be careful when you start eating it. This time the system hits different, replaying the killer's deep emotional trauma. These poor kids are just so tragic. It won't taste good if you eat it in one bite. You have to taste it and savor it slowly. They devour the mud pieces. It is surprisingly delicious, and they can't stop praising it. I love this salty taste. The boy reminds his friends not to lick it too much or the flavor disappears. You need to savor it. Suddenly, they spot the fisherman's boat from before. Look over there. A dead body. He looked like he starved to death. Man, I feel so bad for him. Do we think he is just a fisherman? Suddenly, those white eyes open, terrifying the kids. What, he is a zombie? He jumps up to chase the kids, who are in total panic. They really tried to survive, guys. They fell too. They clung to life through starvation. We see a mud cookie crumble in their tiny hands. It is just heartbreaking. Those kids were so resilient, clawing at the mud with their bare fingers. They flattened mud on rocks to dry in the sun. Fingertips, gripping dry mud cookies. It is a complete tragedy. This right here is the face of starvation. Absolutely gut-wrenching. This story is over. The haunting reenactment is done. Finally, the system sends a notification. The target ego stays intact. Punishment over. Kim Gong-ja lies on the snow, unhurt, slowly blinking his eyes open. We see him finally waking up. He clutches his aching head. I think I just learned how to cook tree bark or something like that. Those memories make him fall to his knees in pain. Reality is even harsher than I imagined. Kim Gong-ja feels their tragic fate. At the edge of the world, tree bark is a luxury. Imagine that. Starvation is a haunting nightmare for everyone involved. Turns out when people are desperate, they will even eat dirt. Suddenly, he starts digging frantically into the snow with his hands. It is too hard bare-handed. He digs through the thick snow until he hits soil. The sun is finally starting to peek out. Kim Gong-ja copies what he saw drying a lump of dirt in the sun. Once it looks ready, he tries it. Food is food. He takes a slow bite, tasting it. He tries to swallow, but man, it is just awful. Reality leaves Kim Gong-ja feeling hopeless. It is disgusting. Kim Gong-ja grabs his hair in frustration. Humans come from the earth, so why can we not eat it? He stares at his dirty hands, wondering why soil tastes so terrible. We have all wondered about the taste of earth, right? Suddenly, his eyes light up. He has an idea. Kim Gong-ja realizes some feelings can only be expressed through his hands. Martial arts. It is just the vibration of small things within reach. He draws the earth one sword for a new journey. Time to go back. Let us return and show the heavenly demon his sword, the blade of those who died nameless. We are returning to show him our sword, the sword of those who died without names. This is going to be epic. The clock winds back 24 hours. We see Bitch Hyang. I threw a Gangxi soldier down there, she says. She sets a challenge: defeat that zombie. If you win, I will take you as a disciple. But there is a catch. You have to fight while starving. This is exactly what Kim Gong-ja planned. Since I do not know any martial arts paths, I know nothing about yin-yang disciples or the 5 elements. This test, it is not going to be easy at all. While fighting that Gangxi, your heart must hold nothing but hunger and pain. You and I can feel the tension building. You are forbidden from thinking about anything else. Can you do it? Kim Gong-ja realizes his martial path is their screams. He hears the request from Bitch Hyang. He's ready. This is where the fan favorite moment begins, guys. Watch closely. He rushes down with murderous intent, sword in hand. That Earth One sword is not just a regular weapon. It is special. If the blade is covered by heaven's will, then it is the struggle of humanity abandoned by heaven. That is deep. Hate and anger create demons. Kim Gong-ja's eyes turn blood red. He looks ready to tear everything apart. Absolute beast mode. The taste of dirt in his mouth, the grit in his hands. Every swing he makes is a lethal blow. Pure skill. Gangxi blood flows like a river. Since his rage is aimed at the heavens, is both wicked and divine. He launches a high-speed barrage ending in a blinding explosion of light. You have to see this move to believe it. Heavenly Demon King Art first formed the Sword of Hunger. Bitch Hyang is completely stunned watching this. Her jaw dropped. The Gangxi is brutally defeated. Kim Gong-ja completes his debut hyped up. What death should I show next? I am ready. After he passes the test, he and Bitch Hyang sit down. Originally, 9 swords birthed the demonic arts of hell. She knows his blade. The sword of famine he showed is just the first form. The next it is thirst. Kim Gong-ja catches on fast. So it is death by thirst. Bitch Hyang recognizes his insane talent. He is a natural, right? An outworlder like you handled the sword of hunger well enough. But Kim Gong-ja stops her right there. Hold on a second. Kim Gong-ja asks her straight up, what do you mean by well enough? He is feeling confident. Weird. I thought I did great, but for the heavenly demon it is just okay. Oh my bad, I misunderstood. Suddenly my pride is gone and I am losing confidence. I think I am just getting impatient, you know. Bitch Hyang gives him a judgmental look. This guy, she can only respond helplessly. Fine, I admit it. You won. You are actually quite skilled with the sword of famine. Do not go around saying hellish demonic arts are easy. He plays innocent and gives us a smug little smile. This guy is something else. We love to see it. Gong-ja plays it cool, acting all surprised. Wait, what? Is he really a master already? Baek Hyang is totally losing it over his shameless attitude right now. She snaps. Are you seriously trying to troll me with these word games? Like she actually needs to bow down and worship him to be satisfied. This kid really doesn't know when to quit, does he? But get this, it was all part of his master plan. She is absolutely fuming. He's totally vibing while she vents. She even asks why he doesn't just become the master so she can be his disciple instead. Gong-ja catches that slip up immediately. So you're admitting I'm your disciple, right? He's not just an outsider anymore, he is officially in the sect. The most legendary high-energy disciple ever. Baek Hyang just tries to dodge the question by acting annoyed. Stop talking nonsense, I'm your master now, so you better focus. Just like that, Gong-ja's plan worked perfectly. He totally called it. It's hilarious, our boy can tell the heavenly demon is trying so hard to ignore him. She's forcing herself to stay stone-faced and silent. Plus, she hasn't officially said the words to accept him yet. He gets that this isn't some simple casual thing for her. In the world of swordsmen, the bond between master and student is heavy, like life-changing heavy. Sometimes it even becomes terrifying. That's exactly why she's hesitating to claim him as her own. Then Baek Hyang finally speaks up. Listen here, she says. Gong-ja knows she won't make it easy. Can a kid who isn't even from this Mirim world really reach her heart? She lets him tag along because he's already mastered the sword of famine to this insane level. It is a rare privilege for him. He's allowed to watch and learn their secret sect techniques, but wait, he's low-key opening her character window right now. Gong-ja uses his skill to peek right into Baek Hyang's deepest thoughts. He's wondering if he even stands a chance here. Suddenly, her info window pops up. Is he really a disciple? I need time to think. She's really struggling with this whole thing. No, this is a bad idea. I should just face Nam Gung-un. She's spiraling, thinking having a disciple is a total disaster. She's convinced it will ruin her life. Such a bad move. But Gong-ja just smiles. He can see her heart is already wavering. Keep thinking, keep wavering. Gong-ja is desperate to follow her. You and I can see how much he truly wants this. Will they just keep fighting this hopeless war between good and evil? Or will she finally take a student and move on? Will she pass on the demon cult legacy to the next generation? How is she going to escape that meaningless death? His mind is full of one wish: don't let her life end like that. Deep down, he has so much respect for her. Please just live, even if the world falls apart and she is the only one left in this Murim world. He wants her to keep living. He wants to be the actual reason she decides to stay around a bit longer. She sits there in silence, while Gong-ja's heart is absolutely screaming inside. These aren't just empty words to him. That is probably the real reason the heavenly demon won't accept him. A sword's weight is tied to a person's soul. That way it doesn't just fly away. Then the system reveals her inner thoughts. It's just not time to decide yet. Gong-ja feels a bit let down. We haven't found the courage to say it. He still hasn't made her decide. Suddenly, she calls out to him. Hey kid from the other world, focus, he snaps back. Of course I am. What is up? She just stares at him with those mysterious eyes for a while. Gong-ja stays quiet, then she stands up to get serious. Fine, since you are so cocky, let's test you right now. She turns her back and starts to walk away. Don't follow me, I'm busy. Gong-ja just watches her go, feeling totally conflicted. The snow is perfectly flat. No footprints left behind at all. Then someone suddenly growls, I really want to punch her. Wait, what? Gong-ja turns around surprised. Excuse me, the old spirit repeats himself, looking totally annoyed and scowling. Didn't you hear me? I said, I want to fight her, damn it. The old man is blowing up for no reason. Listen, Kim Gong-ja, in my world the demon cult was basically a joke. Then Gong-ja starts explaining his crazy plan. The goal of those demonic henchmen was basically just to get beaten up. Kim Gong-ja is confused by the sudden rant. Some guy called himself the heavenly demon, but I buried him and renamed him the earthly demon, damn it. I challenged and renamed hundreds of powerful warriors like that. The old man is venting all his frustrations now. He is honestly jealous of that Murim Alliance leader for being born here. If I had that chance, I would not struggle. I would not have to fight constantly just for a scrap of survival. Instead, I could act all cool and say something epic. Like this is the end for one of us now fight, then I would climb a snowy peak and enjoy rice wine. That is the perfect life every warrior dreams of. The old man's final wish, if only I were not a demon. Kim Gong-ja has been listening intently this whole time. He finally responds with a simple, that is it. The old spirit freezes. What Kim Gong-ja starts explaining everything in a huge rush is actually quite touching. These things are totally unrelated. The doctor concocted the cure, while I became known as the heavenly demon's official disciple. It really was a perfect ending. Our main character ignores the old man's rambling and just enjoys the moment. But you actually gave me some unexpected joy. Seriously, great job, Sword Emperor. Seeing him suddenly back away, Gong-ja is confused. What is up with you? The old man looks incredibly guarded. Every time you make that face, I know something bad is coming. Suddenly, his voice turns dead serious. We still have an unpaid debt between us. The old spirit is left completely baffled about what that debt even is. Gong-ja brings up their floor 18 fight. Let's bet on how many deaths it takes to reach floor 19. Hearing this, the old man realizes the truth and breaks into a cold sweat. Our Sword Emperor bet over 100 times, and I bet I would die less than 99 times right. If I remember correctly, I only died 97 times. With a mischievous look on his face, he says, Sword Emperor, please listen to this proposal. A moment later, Baiqiang returns carrying a zombie. In our sect, we have an elite squad called the Blood Demons. They are the finest branch of warriors made from the greatest assassins. They exist only to satisfy my every whim. Gong-ja plays along perfectly. Last time, it was a promising martial arts master, and now it is the elite guard. Wow, looks like the difficulty level just spiked. She actually prepared very thoroughly for this specific test. Do not worry, I will ensure you have a worthy opponent. Gong-ja sees right through Baiqiang's intentions. She probably went out just to find his perfect rival. To do that, she had to cross the snow fields. She searched through hundreds of zombies, checking them one by one. She restates the goal, do exactly what you did this morning. Fight Jiang. Our guy is still busy feeling touched. It was such a thoughtful consideration, a truly sincere gesture. Baiqiang reminds him of the requirement. Your heart should only contain the agonizing pain of hunger. With that, she releases the zombie to lung at Gong-ja. Exactly, no emotions or thoughts allowed except for pure starvation. He quickly enters his battle stance and lets out an excited shout. All right, let's do this. The timeline shifts back to a point in the past after the system announces that you have died. At this moment, Gong-ja is fighting a hard battle and he gets hit right in the mouth. He hands a book to the alchemist and the medicine king who are standing right beside him. Medicine, king and doctor, the search for the zombie virus cure should be carried out exactly like this. She takes the book and immediately exclaims, oh my god, it is exactly like my own research. It is organized and arranged just like a bouquet of flowers commissioned by a high-ranking noble. He is also a bit surprised. What is this? Are you from Silicon Valley too? This is exactly how I would organize things. Inside a hidden cave nearby, Gong-ja shouts out his summoning command. 100 ghosts return. He gives the order to destroy and gather those hungry ghosts. Preta and her ghost army finally appear. She respectfully replies, yes, my lord, as you command. But he has another request for her to handle. Gong-ja entrusts her with an important task. There will be zombies who know martial arts nearby, so go find them. The demonic cultists will be in black, and those righteous sect warriors should be wearing white. Whether there are 100 or 300 of them, you have to find them all. Do you understand? Preda is curious and asks, why are you trying so hard to save them? Our Lord Gong-ja honestly reveals his wish. There are no living people left in the world except for those two still fighting. They want to see the conclusion. Unfortunately, no matter how many times I watch this, it just looks like posturing. They want an ending too. I am going to prepare a real battle for them. He flashes a very gentle smile. I will set the stage for a true fight between good and evil. Gong-ja then remembers Bai Hyang's challenge. While he was busy learning the Sword of Hunger, the heavenly demon was already gone. Back then, she did not value him. What you mean the longest you have ever gone without food was only 3 days. He realized this easily. She did not care about his effort at all. She had zero faith in what Gong-ja could actually achieve. The heavenly demon only made things difficult so he would give up quickly. She did not even watch, she just left. Forget it is my fault. He knows what Bai Hyang is thinking because she has no hope left for this world. However, as he began learning about hunger, Gong-ja finally understood the suffering. Every sword swing was wrapped in the power of flowing water. Finally, a single slash takes the zombie down. Gong-ja lands with total confidence. Bai Hyang's attitude does a complete 180 as she notes his sword is simple, lacks technique, and has no skill. She doesn't use any tricks. She is straightforward and sincere, yet incredibly vulnerable. Her judgment is always completely fair. It is as if your sword isn't meant to strike down people, but to challenge the entire world. This isn't just a sword for practice. It belongs to a righteous sect. It needs to be as legendary as possible. White fragrance doesn't deny your talent, but the screams etched into that blade are becoming louder and clearer every day. Your true skills are finally surfacing. Remember, the origin of this sword is from when Preda offered it up to you. I took it from someone who died for others. White fragrance agreed to train you. I must teach you the Shimen core. Gong-ja is confused. Shimen, she explains it in detail. It is a hidden secret, the absolute core of our entire martial method. Think back to when you learned the sword Path of Hunger. What was going through your mind as you swung? He answers instantly, I think about starvation. White fragrance sits down, clearly settling in for a very long conversation. Obviously, but it goes deeper than that. You probably don't realize it, but you have fully immersed yourself in the sword's nature. She starts using an example. Now this is an apple. Gong-ja just shrugs. Is it like the apple you just ate? White fragrance asks, have you thought about it? How does that apple actually feel? Hearing that you stopped dead in your tracks. Sorry, she gently reminds him. It is okay, just be honest if you don't know. You are shy, but tell the truth. Oh right. Honestly, I have got nothing. White fragrance gives another task. That honesty of yours is actually a great trait. Now think about famine. Gong-ja focuses hard. Yes, I remember it. You recall children forced to eat cookies made out of mud. She asks for your thoughts. What exactly is famine? She keeps leading him so he can find the answer piece by piece. It is dry. What does starvation taste like? It smells like dirt. White fragrance leans in close, whispering directly to you. What kind of dirt? There are so many types, so which one represents famine? Gong-ja clarifies it is the thick mud. She makes it clear. You cannot scoop up old mud. It has to be mixed with gravel and have no sand at all. I see. So what does famine taste like then? Gong-ja suddenly goes silent and hesitates. Hey, snap out of it, kid. White fragrance is patient. I asked what famine tastes like. Why didn't you answer immediately? Gong-ja's emotions start to flood out. He slowly describes the tragedies he saw because it is just too sad. A child drying cakes made of mud under the sun. While the mud dried in the heat, those children just wandered around the puddles because they had nothing else to do. White fragrance helps him conclude. So they are children waiting for sunlight. Hunger is simply children waiting for the sun to shine. That is your poem right there. She explains his chaotic emotions. Kid, when I asked you to describe an apple's touch, you said you didn't know, but what happened when I asked about famine? You reached out and touched the mud itself. You smelled it, heard it, and swallowed it whole. You saw the rivers flow and listened to the sound of that water. White fragrance understands that every image you saw left a deep scar. An apple has a physical shape, but famine has none. You can taste an apple, but it fights against hunger. Even so, you can speak about famine with such perfect, haunting clarity. The hunger inside you is mud, sunlight, river, water, and children. As she speaks, she suddenly has a massive realization. Children, that is it. That is your true talent. Now that she has found the key, the explanation becomes much easier. The reason you don't understand the structure of an apple is simple. It has absolutely no place in your memory. If you had actually eaten apples before, you would know. White fragrance uses magic smoke to create an apple for her analysis. Apples have soft skin, smooth but sometimes rough. I like them peeled, but it is different for a child with a cold. I would cut it in half. Most children are cared for like that by parents scraping the inside with a small spoon. and feeding those sick children one spoonful at a time. She wonders about Gong-ja's past. You never had crushed apples as a kid. He softly replies, no, never. White fragrance tells him to imagine the taste of crushed apples. He starts thinking very seriously. It is a bit crunchy and sweet yellow juice would fill your mouth. She adds more detail, yes, but is that all? If you scrape away the rest, the skin becomes wrinkled. The hand of the mother scraping the apple would also turn yellow. All because of the apple juice. Her example seems simple, but it draws out a deep philosophy. Now, kid, tell me, are these sensations also what the apple feels? Is the apple a whole, or is it an apple that was cut in half? Is it the juice on the spoon, or is it the mother's hand? Which one of these is your version of an apple? She digs deep into the soul of the matter with objective insight. I also think of children whose mothers never peeled apples. I think of mothers who had no money for fruit. I think of mothers who never bought a single one for them, even if they were capable of doing it. White fragrance knows how to empathize perfectly. I think of children with nobody at all. Sickness in children dying alone because no one was there to care for them. Even a simple apple holds deep meaning. See, the world is packed with human memories, and honestly, not a single place is free from raw resentment. Does hunger have a shape or a smell? Kim Gong-ja leans in close now, absorbing every word Master Bai Hai explains. Hunger is the mud, the river, and the child. Thirst is the same. She stands up, her voice getting intense. Feel that thirst filling you, tasting its flavor, smelling it. This dark art is memory. Kim Gong-ja carves every word into his soul. Memory is a scent, the very essence of our sex ultimate technique. Bai Hai's emotions are peaking here. Think about people suffering injustice in silence, unable to scream their rage, just rotting in bitterness. But the warriors of the demonic cult are different. She spits out every single word with total passion. We swing our swords. Just existing day to day, taking whatever scraps we are given. That is not living. That is basically death. A blade that is born sharp is different from one you sharpen yourself. She asks him, do you want to be a monster? Kim Gong-ja screams back with everything he has. No, I am human. Bai Hai hammers home exactly what he needs to do next. If that is true, then become thirst. Become as thirsty as you were hungry. Kim Gong-ja flashes back to the misery in his head. 112 people dead from starvation. A child eating mud cookies, he tastes the earth in his mouth. First lesson learned, sword of hunger. Bai Hai keeps pushing. He found the mud for hunger, now finds something to represent his thirst. Hunger is a child waiting for the sun, but what is thirst to him? Kim Gong-ja remembers 48 bodies of those who died of thirst. An old woman drinking seawater until her heart rotted. He unlocks the second skill, Infernal Heavens style second form, the sword of thirst. She keeps guiding him. Is thirst the only pain the ocean brings? No, there is more. The agony of suffocating in the depths. She asks him, what does water mean to you? Kim Gong-ja has lived this too. He gathered 37 bodies of the drowned, a father giving his last breath to his child. Sinking deep, Kim Gong-ja feels that final breath. The third lesson is complete, the sword of drowning. Bai Hai's voice rings out again. Hunger is mud, thirst is waves, and suffocation is a father's last breath. Earth, sea, and sky. You own them all now. But what about winter? Kim Gong-ja's memory of winter is pure heartbreak. 96 bodies frozen to death. An infant trapped in the arms of a mother trying to warm it. The sight hits him hard. It is colder than the snow itself. He holds her body close, until he is frozen too. Fourth lesson, unlocked Infernal Heavens style fourth form, the sword of frost. Bai Hai has been watching his every move. Good kid, she says. Your sword style. She catches a snowflake, speaking softly, it is always changing. She sees something special in Kim Gong-ja. Martial arts come from different life paths, and these habits, they are never fixed. The Infernal Heavens style is the same, but Kim Gong-ja, he carries so many different intentions. Bai Hai is genuinely impressed. Most people can't even imagine the pain that exists in this world. And even if they know it, surviving it is another story. But watching him learn these forms, she stops. Someone is coming. From the shadows, Mu appears carrying Quan gun on his back. Bai Hai looks at them confused. What is this old man doing here? And why does he look so pathetic? He snaps back immediately, shut up. I am only here because I was worried about you guys. Then he gets to the point, you haven't finished the 9 salutations ritual yet, have you? Bai Hai's bored expression makes Quan Gun even angrier. Oh, I knew it, it is so obvious. Kim Gong-ja is lost. What is the 9 salutations? The spirit old man jumps in to explain. It is a formal ritual between master and disciple in the martial world. Every sect does it differently. Some bow 9 times, some only 3. But for our sect, the 9 salutations means surviving 9 hits from your master. I took 63 hits, that is the current record. This is the longest in my history. Am I not incredible? You finally realize why Big Hyang is losing her mind like this. Bitch Hyang is absolutely livid because Kyun Gun is meddling. Shut up, I am the one who decides who my disciples are. This is not your business, so stop sticking your nose in. The old man snaps back. This is totally ridiculous, of course. I have no right to interfere. He looks straight through her soul. You won't take a disciple because you feel sorry for me. Beach, Hyang freezes up and stays silent. Only we two are left in the martial world. You chose the demonic path, and I chose the righteous one. If you take a disciple alone, the younger generation will only follow the side of evil. So what is the conclusion? It is like she is winning the war without doing anything. Kim Gong-ja listens to Kyun-gun's words. You and I promised to end this ourselves. You feel guilty for breaking that oath and pity me, so you rejected him. Seriously, there is no need to be loyal in such a useless way. He pats Mun's shoulder, explaining why he's here. I figured you would act like this, so I found a solution. Mun looks awkward. Well, it turned out like this. Bitch, Hyang's eyes go wide with surprise. Old man, you did not that kid. Kyun-gun confirms it once again. Yes, I have turned him into my strongest disciple. She snaps and lunges at him. You think this is okay with me? She grabs his hair and starts grinding her teeth. Do you even know how I feel without having a proper ceremony? Kyun-gun still tries to argue. Be quiet. If destiny found you, thank your parents in heaven. You cannot ignore others. Bitch, Hyang keeps questioning him. What about the great war between good and evil? Isn't it just supposed to be us? He refuses to back down. I cannot accept you as my rival if you think that. For a demon cult leader, you are being incredibly stupid. They just keep bickering back and forth. You think the world would split if we swapped. I don't know what world you are seeing, but all I see is ice. Anyway, I will cut it if you dare. Then why don't you just melt the ice? There's a flame called Demon Thunder that can melt it using cultists. Then grab another stick and start the fire. Hyang is exhausted from arguing with the old saint of Eva. You righteous hypocrite, you were just repeating my words to argue with me. Kim Gong-ja is watching them totally amazed. That is actually a bit surprising. Mun is curious. What is it? He asks him directly. Is taking another master okay? Even if you are a venomous snake, is this fine? He answers arrogantly. If you have time for swords, you swing them. If there is a teacher to learn from you, learn. I cannot stop for anything. I do not have that much time. Kim Gong-ja hears him and his contempt grows. Let me be clear. Whether forced or out of pity, you will regret this. Becoming the Martial Alliance leader's disciple for a halfway reason is a mistake. It is a decision that should not happen. It is like his pride forced him into becoming a disciple. Watching Kyun-gun and Beach Hyang fight, he has many thoughts. This is an insult to both worlds that are still struggling. But Mun does not understand a single word of it. I have no idea what you are talking about. He starts to get angry. Damn it, why is this Death King guy talking? If you want to confirm something, do it with a blade. He draws his sword threateningly. This won't be easy. Kim Gong-ja quickly enters his battle stance. Viper, are you hungry? He immediately strikes first with a Hell Demon Heaven move. First form Hungry Blade. Mun luckily dodges in time, shocked that he struck first. What the hell was that speed? Kim Gong-ja doesn't let him recover, pressing the attack. Damn it, a powerful strike swings down, overwhelming Mun completely. I could have died there. I thought you were just talking nonsense, but your sword skills are actually quite impressive. Seriously, what is this? These wind gusts can cause some serious damage. Kyun-gun yells over while still wrestling. Exactly, disciple. That is the blade where you feel demonic energy freezing and crushing every enemy in its path. With that eternal demon sword, Kim Gong-ja thinks to himself, even if that is not exactly what it means. Bi Hyang praises him. You are quite sharp for someone who is blind in one eye. The old man is gloating. Unfortunately, he is a bit old, but he has a true eye that sees the essence of all things. He is watching Kim Gong-ja's skills closely. You got a better disciple than expected. He uses that demon sword so well. Come to think of it, your little seed might even surpass your previous elders. Bi Hyang quickly denies it all. I told you already, I still have not accepted him. Kyun-gun is done with her stubborn attitude. Unbelievable. I cannot believe you are still saying that. Kim Gong-ja has started thinking about this whole situation very seriously. Bi Hyang quickly denies it. I told you already, I still have not accepted him as my disciple yet. Kyun-gun is fed up with her stubbornness. How can you still say that? Kim Gong-ja has started thinking seriously. All right, you and I are watching a legend in the making. He knows he can't just overpower the Viper yet. Our hero's plan to impress the leader is working. Kyun shouts out with total excitement. Disciple Mumun. Mumun shouts back with just as much hype. Yes, Master. Kyun is ready to drop some high-level wisdom. Pay close attention now. But Bitch Hyang isn't having it. You old fossil, what do you think you're doing? Kyun is just stirring the pot now. Got a problem? I thought you said you wouldn't train that brat. She's totally flustered and trying to explain. I mean, sure, but giving advice right in the middle of a duel. Who interrupts a serious martial arts match like this? But Kyun just shrugs it off. Two martial artists? All I see is one proud hero of the righteous path versus some rookie who just started worshipping the demonic way. He's just a young punk, so it doesn't matter how we take him down. I see zero issues here. Then he fires up and bellows. Disciple, that new demonic recruit has some tricky moves, so keep your guard up. He can't keep this up forever. Just dodge and wait for him to gas out. Moomin laughs. Master, you're right. Kyun's confused. Wait, how'd you know that already? Moomin just smirks. I figured that out a long time ago. Any real advice? Master Kyun tells him to finally unleash the power of the butterfly sword technique. It's a literal life or death gamble, but you'll crush him in one round. Moomin locks in totally serious now. The butterfly sword gamble has Kyun hyped out of his mind. Exactly. Now I want to see some real trickery. Throw in those dirty tactics you've been using mid-fight. That's the only way you're going to secure this win. Moomin looks like he's ready to kill. Damn right, Master. Remember, I'm the Viper for a reason. I'm a top-tier guild leader. How could I ever lose to some brat? He taunts Kim Gong-ja about being hungry. Does hunger even matter in a real fight? Then boom, electricity starts crackling all around him. He's powering up. Let me rephrase that, Death King. What is martial arts to you? Suddenly, he teleports behind for a massive sneak attack. Let me show you the answer. But before he can land the blow, Kim Gong-ja blocks it. What is martial arts? Moomin goes full berserk, raining down a relentless barrage of strikes. He's not holding back against the kid. Kim Gong-ja is getting absolutely hammered from every direction. The Viper is loving it, seeing our hero cough up blood. I'm not missing this time. Bitch Hyang watches Kim Gong-ja struggle, her heart sinking as he barely dodges. She's tense. She's had enough. What are you doing, you idiot? She screams at the top of her lungs. That's just water. That sword is literally made of rainwater. Why are you scared? Just take it in and drink it up. Kim Gong-ja is stunned for a second, but seeing her serious face makes him realize the heavenly demon finally acknowledges him. Now he's fired up. He launches a counter immediately. Hell Devil's sword second form, the Sword of Thirst. Moomin freezes when he sees the move. You really just stabbed my own sword into the dirt. The masters stop their bickering to coach their students. Disciple, use the withered petal technique right now. The ground soaks, so make a puddle. Kim Gong-ja locks back in, and his strikes are getting deadlier every second. Hell Devil's sword, third form, Sword of Drowning. Kyun sees Moomin bleeding and yells for him to get back. Bitch Hyang screams to keep the pressure on. The Viper tries to resist, but he's totally overwhelmed. Kim Gong-ja isn't letting up for a second. Hell Devil's sword, fourth form, the Sword of Freezing. Kyun's panicking now. Don't try to block that, just move. Meanwhile, Kim Gong-ja's mind is drifting somewhere else entirely. Scars cover your skin. The icy wind freezes those open wounds, turning them into cold, hard armor in an instant. Moomin is a bloody mess right now. Kyun taunts Bitch Hyang. You hypocrite, didn't you just step in too? Both masters are watching with pure pride. The energy is electric, and seeing them like this makes our heroes smile. The infection spreads. The body gives out, leaving behind nothing but a hollow, soulless shell. I've become the heavenly demon's sword, and the Viper represents the martial arts alliance. This is their ultimate dream, a dream they could never actually achieve. As the sun sets, Bitch Hyang's face is filled with heavy sadness. The world's fading. She looks away, her smile carrying a heavy, heartbreaking sense of sorrow. No matter how beautiful the dream, it all eventually vanishes. Everything around us is just slowly rotting away. She breaks down into tears, cursing those monsters. Kim Gong-ja knows. A genre in its final decline. A decaying world. Bitch Hyang's trembling voice makes everything go quiet. I will. Toss it all away. I threw it far away a long time ago. But now it starts again. What am I supposed to do? The battle finally stills. Gong-ja catches his breath, exhausted. Humans might abandon their own, but his heart is full of conflict. Only a human would refuse to give up. He calls out to the heavenly demon, kneeling with total respect. I want to be your disciple. His voice is steady, filled with massive ambition. I want to be your scenery. I want to be your dream, the one that never fades. He puts every ounce of sincerity into those words. Please teach me as my master. With deep empathy for Bakyang, he prays his path will join hers. Let your dream lead to mine. Let your life lead to mine. He is begging her now. I used to call her the Reaper, but my name is Gong-ja. Please accept me. Her eyes go dazed, hesitating. I am the heavenly demon Bakyang. Finally, she pushes past her own walls to make a choice. Bow to me properly then. You will be my final disciple. The roots of this demonic path go back forever. Ancient prayers have been passed down for ages. Berheya, Berhe, Aga Berheya. Just listen to that rhythm. Since she was a child, Bakyang knew those words by heart. No one knew the meaning, not even the old man. They just memorized the sounds. The elder would pray before the candlelight. Every single night. The heart is a candle, so let it burn. Those words looped endlessly. Berha Agabara, a child's confusing thoughts. To her, Berihel was the song of the masses. A scream. Screams do not have meanings, do they? So it makes sense that the songs of commoners are meaningless too. That thought stayed with her for years. You do not need knowledge to scream. People who know nothing can only shout. It is universal across every nation. One day, her elder told her something. Beiqiang, I have nothing left to teach you. You are ready. She had absorbed the very essence of their sect. It was time. He asked her where she wanted to go. To the hungry, to the thirsty, to the places where people are suffocating under the weight of the world. Where the addicts are, where the sick rot, where the government punishes the weak. That is my destination. To where people burn alive. That is where I will be. The elder just muttered Beri Habera. Before the flickering flame, he declared she could go anywhere. And so at 21, she entered the Murim. That winter was a bloodbath. 21 masters, 47 inspectors, and 55 nobles were wiped out. Every single one of them was slaughtered. Now, back to the present. You and I need to see this. Baekhyang leads Gong-ja into a pitch-black cave. Our traditions are unique. A disciple must bow 9 times. As she walks, candles flicker to life one by one. A massive hidden library is revealed in the glow. But bowing is just the start. The master decides if those 9 bows are actually accepted. They can make you do it over and over until they are satisfied. Gong-ja is completely stunned by the scale. The heavenly demon smiles. This is the secret vault of our sect, the heart of our power. It holds the martial arts of the 5 great sects and the 9 academies. Every single one. I call this the Heavenly Martial Arts Warehouse. The old spirit tag-along is absolutely losing his mind with joy. This is a literal treasure trove for the undead. I am going to read everything. Just ignore me. Keep pulling books out until I am finished. He is cheering like a kid in a candy store. All the skills in the world belong to me now. Ha ha, Beiqiang continues her story. 21 years old. Do you know my first thought when I stepped into the Murim? Gong-ja tries to guess, but he fails. That you would destroy the hypocritical leaders of the righteous sects? No, that was my third thought. That the demonic cult was number 1. Close, but that was second. She explains her true ideal. Ever since I was young, I hated the word Murim. It honors martial arts, but why only the masters? Fishermen, farmers, merchants, and even courtesans live here. They all make up this forest. But the academies and sects named the forest after themselves, ignoring everyone else. So I made a plan. I decided to take their precious martial arts away from them. Gong-ja is surprised. You stole them. I took everything they worshipped like gods. I can still see the faces of those Kunlun masters. They knelt in the dirt, begging me to leave the wisdom of the cloud dragon. It was pathetic. I buried them up to their necks, and while they watched, I walked away with all their secrets. Even now, just thinking about that place makes her nervous. Decades have passed, but this warehouse holds something truly legendary. This is Master Beiqiang's life work. 4,000 secret manuals from the most powerful family in the entire country. Since every martial art in existence created this library, it's the only place worthy of being called the Murim. Now bow. She sits before those massive shelves, radiating pure authority. Will you do it? Gong-ja politely replies, yes, master. He takes off his shoes to prepare for the ritual. Beiqiang reminds him, I don't care how you look. Our guy bows exactly as she says. She guides him through 9 bows, each requiring a completely different state of mind. The first bow represents the soul of hunger. Seeing Gong-ja hesitate, she presses him. Do you understand what I'm saying? He knows this is a huge deal. In the demonic cult, these 9 bows are as sacred as the heavenly demon arts. He remembers his lessons like a child waiting for the sun. Gong-ja focuses and begins the first bow with total seriousness. Beiqiang's expression is a total mystery, so who knows what she's thinking. Then comes the lesson for the second bow. Next is the bow of thirst. She explains that the demonic stages are divided into 4. First up is the demonic awakening. Those at this stage speak through their swords. A true demon is someone who can express their own pain through the blade. He listens intently, focusing every thought. This is a different wave. He kneels for the second bow as Beiqiang teaches. The second stage is the ultimate demon. At this level, you can actually communicate with the pain felt by other people. These warriors use their swords to handle the suffering of others. She pauses carefully, watching his attitude and every single move. The third trial he experiences is the third bow, the bow of drowning. Her voice echoes as he prepares for it. Stage 3 is the elusive demon. Beiqiang explains that an elusive demon can speak for the pain of every single person. An elusive demon can just walk down the street and feel the agony of every person they happen to pass by. Reaching that level of training is incredibly difficult. It's rare for anyone to reach this rank even within our own sect. You can count the number of elusive demons on one hand, and yeah, she's actually one of those elite elusive demons. Gong-ja stays locked in for every single bow. The fourth is the bow of freezing. He pictures a brutal winter night. It's the feeling of a mother clutching her child while they both freeze to death. Beiqiang is reaching the end. Finally, there's the god-demon stage. It's something she's only heard rumors about but has never actually seen herself. A god-demon knows the pain of humans and every living thing. They say he can speak for all of creation. But that's just a theory, so we'll skip that part. Honestly, nobody has ever actually reached the god-demon stage. This fifth rule is making him a bit anxious. The fifth bow is the bow of being poisoned to death. The fifth technique of the heavenly demon arts is poison. It mimics the movements of those dying from toxins and addiction. I still haven't mastered this fifth sword. Suddenly, Baek-hyang yells, "Stop." While Gong-ja looks confused, she demands Redo it. He tries again, but she just says, "Stop." Over and over, standing up, kneeling back down, repeating the cycle endlessly. To grasp the sword of poison, he knelt 336 times while feeling the heart of someone dying from toxins. Her voice is ice cold. Redo it. Now for the next challenge. The number of bows for the heart of illness. 189 times. She's being strict so he never forgets. Do it again. The seventh bow takes the longest. There's that familiar word again. Redo it. He knelt 510 times while feeling the pain of being beaten. After seeing his spirit through 7 bows, Baek-hyang finally speaks. "You really are an honest kid, aren't you?" She looks at him with genuine warmth and empathy. Some people are just born with that kind of honesty from birth. Others are born with flaws but choose to be honest. My friend, you definitely fall into that second category. She's really starting to respect Gong-ja's potential. I wonder what kind of life you've lived to get this far. He stays kneeling, soaking in her words. If the sun represents life, then the darkness is nothing but pure pain. Everyone has different limits, but pain always piles up the same. Gong-ja is absolutely drenched in sweat right now. He struggles to stand. We aren't one because we're alive. We're one because we all know what it means to hurt. Her words hit him right in the soul. If you choose to share someone's pain, you're walking with them forever. People who've been hurt just want to belong. She warms her hands over the lamp, watching Gong-ja's every reaction. Humans don't just decide who they're going to scar. They decide which scars they're willing to carry for others. It's like she's explaining his entire past. Those commoners you tried to save, they're never actually going to get better. The crowds you rescued will never be famous. And the person you love, they will never. Perfect. Baek-hyang poured her entire soul into her words for Kim Gong-ja. Even so, if you end up getting hurt, imagine them scratching you with their nails, how they cause pain even while holding you in a tight embrace. This is the harsh truth of our reality. Life is pain, yet only humans truly suffer. Baraha, Baraha, Agabaraha. This is the meaning and the fire of your heart. Burn it bright to see the true colors of others. The candle flickers out at the perfect moment. The 8th heavenly tone is death by fire. Baek-hyang guides young Kim Gong-ja. He completes the 8th bow with his soul. She closes her eyes, feeling their connection grow stronger and tighter. She stands and approaches him. I understand now the final heavenly sword isn't fixed. From one generation to the next, each leader carves their own death into the final strike, making everyone's 9th heavenly sword completely unique. Seeing Kim Gong-ja's clear exhaustion, she makes her final request. Now perform a bow to your very own death. He turns his thoughts inward once more. This is exactly what he felt after regressing 90 grueling times. His neck aches. Even after 1,000 deaths, you can never truly get used to that horrific sensation. His hands tremble. He's terrified the blade will slip. As his resolve fades, the day he must die lingers. The slower my death, the more my resolve fades. And the more it fades, the more I must die. However, I cannot forgive that man. I lack the confidence to forgive him and keep living. I desperately want life, so I die in total despair. For the 9th bow, his final offering is his own deep personal suffering. As he bows, Baek-hyang kneels and pulls him into a hug. Kim Gong-ja, you are now my true disciple. I don't care where you came from or who you are. You are the disciple of the heavenly demon. Our teachings live within your heart. Even if society crumbles, as long as your heart beats, the heavenly sound continues. At this moment, Kim Gong-ja breaks down in tears. Yes, master. He cries for all his past efforts and misery. My neck hurts so much. The ritual finally ends as he buries his head in Baek-hyang's warm, comforting embrace. Kim Gong-ja follows slowly behind her, his eyes fixed on Baek-hyang. She warns him to be careful in the dark. He wonders what his master is thinking deep down. So he decides to reach out and check her information. Baek-hyang's thoughts appear. Let's see. If I manage my remaining inner power, I might live another 18 months. She sighs. This is tough. In just a year and a half, I must pass my power to Kim Gong-ja. He listens in silence without saying a word. He just scratches his head, feeling a bit awkward and shy. Suddenly, the old ghost screams, Kim Gong-ja. He bursts out, laughing, waving his arms and legs around like a madman. Haha, no matter the world, martial arts don't change much. It feels great to finally read these secret manuals. Oh right, did the ceremony go well? Thinking of that old man just makes Kim Gong-ja cover his face in annoyance. He just won't stop bragging about warriors. Mun sees them returning and calls out to them with a smile. He asks if the 9 bows are finished. Kim Gong-ja politely replies, I'm officially the disciple of the heavenly demon. He offers a casual congratulations. Kim Gong-ja asks, so how did Viper become the disciple of the Miram Lord? He stands up lazily and starts his story. Well, somehow it just happened. Nothing too crazy, you know. Mun smirks with his arms crossed. I just told him to teach me. But his inner thoughts tell a different story. That dying old man said his time was short. He wanted to give the heavenly demon a reason to keep living. How could I refuse? Besides, he's better at martial arts than me. He remembers his master's surprised expression. Hey, is that guy for real? Even the Medicine King and the Alchemist are standing there in total shock. He might look like that, but he's our precious comrade. Viper is basically the idol of the younger generation, right? He's shy, but definitely feeling himself. Stop talking about that, it's embarrassing. Then his master looks at him with twinkling eyes. Please, in the name of the world's greatest genius, I beg you to be my final and greatest disciple. Mun thinks it's a hassle and just wants peace, yet his face is beaming with pure, unadulterated joy. The alchemist speaks up. Death, King, Heavenly Demon. I have some good news and some bad news for you. What's the news? She announces quietly. Success. We finally finished the cure. We actually did it. Death King and Bay King are stunned. What? You actually created the medicine? Is this for real? She adjusts her glasses with a look of pure intellect. Honestly, it was just finished yesterday. I needed to observe the results. I had to see the final results of the drug trial for myself. The alchemist explains the tests she and the Medicine King ran on that high-ranking martial artist's body. The sample is finally reverting to its normal state. I've confirmed the infection is gone. He's just a regular corpse. His body is ordinary now. You and I can see Bai Si is overjoyed as she grabs the alchemist's hand. Even with all the top masters working together, we couldn't find a cure. But you two actually did it. The alchemist responds in a calm voice, refusing to take all the credit for herself. She's so humble. She says they only succeeded because of the rare ingredients provided by the Medicine King. What a great team. Bai Si is excited, telling her to treat him immediately. She mentions her friend acts tough, but is actually terrified. He doesn't have many days left. Maybe God's mercy allowed you to create the cure just in time. Gong-ja thinks to himself that the pharmacist is a literal genius. Creating a cure isn't even surprising for her. The alchemist hesitantly says she'll treat him. That is the whole reason why she's here in the first place. Bai Si sees her gloomy expression and asks if there's an issue with the medicine. You can feel the tension. The alchemist looks away, saying the medicine is fine, but there's a small catch. It's about the side effects. She warns it will hit the patient's heart and meridians hard. Bai Si just freezes, clearly stunned by the risk. Namgung-gun speaks up from behind. We have to treat it anyway, he says. We'll just endure the side effects. He trusts her medicine completely. He reminds her about the reality of their current condition. They need to be careful. We are both half alive and half dead already. Our bodies turned into mummies long ago. We're just barely hanging on. He strokes his beard. We defied the laws of nature to survive. Now it's time to pay the price. The alchemist starts up the health scanner. It's been a long time since they were infected. She checks Bai Si's condition. Finding the cause of this plague was nearly impossible, making the treatment just as difficult. But they found a way. She warns the patient that to make the medicine effective, they must clear out all the obstructions inside. Bai Si clenches her fist and asks if they're removing the tumors. That's fine, even if it drains internal energy. Their bodies will take a hit, but they should recover fast. The alchemist agrees that is exactly what she meant. Moon just stands there silently. Stick with me because Bai Si's total faith in these doctors is about to be tested. She tells them not to worry about the surgery. She has total faith in the Medicine King and Alchemist. You two have done a great job. That is all I wanted to say. The Medicine King just listens quietly. Namgung-gun opens up about his feelings. Their medicine works great even if I don't know much about it. We finally have a sliver of hope. He tells Bai Si should try it too. She doesn't even answer. She just whispers his name, Namgung-gun. He grabs his collar to hide his wound, looking completely determined. He admits he thought he'd lost all hope, but luckily he has no sadness or regrets left in him now. I'm just happy I could take on a martial arts disciple. My student is a once-in-a-lifetime unique genius. He understands everything instantly. As martial artists and leaders of our sex, we have to stay tough. He stands before Bai Si, telling her they shouldn't be afraid. This is a chance. Do you agree? He puts a hand on his dear friend's shoulder, wanting her to think it over, but she remains silent. That night, under the bright moonlight, the Martial Alliance leader underwent surgery all night. It was a total success. Bai Si looks at the sky, quietly feeling complicated. Gong-ja walks up and calls out to her. Master. She doesn't beat around the bush. Is the surgery okay? How is he? He politely says he's safe. Bai Si smiles with relief. How wonderful. She looks toward the horizon and starts talking to her disciple. I wanted to stop the coldness in this world. That's been my dream since I was just a child. I hated winter and every snowflake that fell. Why does the world even have seasons, especially winter? I used to wonder why winter takes lives away. She points her sword toward the light, looking full of purpose. I thought I could do anything if I tried, but it was much harder than expected. We've all been there. Gong-ja looks down and asks about the bloodthirsty sword demon. She just answers softly, yes, that's me. She holds the blade as a dark aura begins to surround her. When I first arrived in this land, I had a heart full of heat. I accepted the world's cold but wanted to erase the snow mountains. She raises the sword to her face and whispers about those days of massive longing and belief. All right, guys, the heavenly demon is dancing. Berhea, her heart is a candle in the dark. She leaps toward the snow-capped mountain, striking the air. Burn this frozen wasteland to the ground. The sheer heat from her strike melts the ice. Her voice, calm, eerily peaceful. I can only do so much with this burning heart. I tried, but my wishes remain unfulfilled. To my lonely soul, it was all a dream. This is my final journey. She turns slowly. Her deep gaze meets Gong-ja's. Disciple, the ritual begins. The medicine king looks completely drained. Can you hold out for the surgery? The alchemist leans back exhausted. I need to rest. Namgung lies there perfectly still. Then a familiar voice cuts through the heavy silence. Old man, I heard your foundation was wrecked. Had to see it myself. He smiles at her. My first visitor is you, unbelievable. Fine then. Look as much as you want. She asks how he is. Namgung whispers, I feel light, like I might just fly away. She doesn't believe a word. Liar. You can't even roll over, let alone take flight. He notices her expression. You look better, demon. Are you going through with the surgery too? She looks at him tenderly. Yes. Then she tells him about the strike she just made. I poured a whole year of my life into that one strike. The last time I could truly play with my chi. He laughs, eyes bright. Must have been a sight. Too bad I am stuck in this bed. So what did you do? She looks at the mountains with regret. I tried to cut winter but failed. That desperate dance was beyond me. He tries to cheer her up. Do not be sad. It was a legendary performance. If it were that easy, history would have flipped 6 times already. She hesitates. Namgung, what about you? He already knows. I have no regrets left. He is grateful for everything. No complaints. This world broke a long time ago, but we held on. A miracle doctor from another world is finally here to save us. I found one last disciple. The righteous path did not die out. It still lives on. It all started with that strange twist of fate. A miracle I am truly thankful for. He has lived long enough to know. My only regret, we cannot finish our great war. He trusts the next generation. No one is perfect. Our disciples, they will handle the rest. She nods in agreement. She looks at Gong-ja, her eyes filled with absolute faith. Yes, they will. If my journey ends here, I will welcome it with open arms. Now watch Gong-ja. He stands there listening to their final stories, then suddenly he turns to leave. Master, I have something to do. She asks, where could you possibly go right now? He keeps it vague. Just getting some fresh air. Do not worry about your disciple. That just makes her more anxious. Be careful, she warns. That sounds even more suspicious. You are not doing anything dangerous, right? He bows respectfully, saying his goodbyes. I will be back before your surgery is over. Master, please focus on your healing. Your disciple will be here when you wake. He treks through the freezing heavy snow. What did this world look like before the ruin? He stares at the bright sun. Morim. Was there really a forest here, a river? Suddenly, Preta appears before him. She bows low. My lord. She is here to report on the task he gave her. Following your orders, 439 zombies from the demonic cult and 478 from the righteous path. 917 are missing. 560 demonic members and 521 righteous members are nearby. That makes 1,998 soldiers in the legion. Gong-ja draws his blade ready for the slaughter. Good. Bring them to me one by one. Preta obeys. The massacre begins. The more he kills, the harder he fights. Time to clear out these bear zombies. Faster, I am ending this before the sun sets. She points east. As you wish. Stick with me because this next realization changes everything. He has been thinking about this for a long time. Kim Gong-ja is locked in. How does he pull off the perfect ending? How can you make a life truly complete? He wipes the sweat from his brow, wondering if his master will truly be proud to have him as a disciple. His gaze drifts down to the cold, unforgiving snow. In the end, it does not matter. Kim Gong-ja stands there lost. A standard ending where he just introduces the disciple. Even if he finishes this world, floor 22 remains exactly this clean. She is right there cheering him on. My lord, stay strong, you are already halfway through, Greta announces with a smile. Even the system is cheering for our hero's effort. He and Greta work together to take down the undead swarm. The last 10 are closing in, my lord, he fights on, but his mind wanders. He knows he will never be satisfied. After the last zombie falls, he collapses to the ground in total exhaustion. She walks over, her voice bubbling with joy. You work so hard, my lord, you achieved so much. He just looks up confused, asking why she is so happy. Greta covers her mouth shyly. Just thinking about my lord appearing like that, it naturally fills my heart with such pride. She truly believes his good deeds will be recognized. I have not met your master yet, my lord, she admits softly. but I am absolutely certain she will be thrilled, and not just a little bit, she will be beyond happy for you. He hopes so too. Inside the cave, the bright alchemist gives the update to the masters Bak Hyang and Kyun. You both worked so hard. I can confidently say that the two of you will be fully recovered within a week. She explains that even if a zombie bites them, they will not be infected. Suddenly, Bak Hyang reaches out to pat her. Thank you. I truly appreciate your kindness. That old man and I owe you our lives. Helping strangers is never easy. The alchemist replies humbly, saying she only did her duty. Hearing this, Bak Hyang showers her with even more praise. It is wonderful that you see it as your duty, but witnessing it through to the end is what makes it great. You are a good child. Kim Gong-ja returns to see them bonding and asks if both of them can finally move. The alchemist turns to answer him. Oh yes, whether they are walking or teleporting, there will not be any issues. Kim Gong-ja invites the two legends, Master Alliance leader. Would you two care to take a short walk with me outside? They look at him totally confused. A walk? Even though they just had surgery, they still have energy to bicker. I am happy to get some fresh air with my disciple. But why on earth did you bring this geezer along? A walk with a little devil and a big one I pass. But Kim Gong-ja is not taking no for an answer. They both look at each other with pure suspicion. Even if it is not voluntary, they both eventually agree to go. Fine, my disciple must have a plan. I will let myself be tricked. Since he is a kid, it is probably nothing. It is a rare, peaceful moment. Kim Gong-jae leads them outside and calls out to his master and the alliance leader. He walks slowly, starting a conversation. You both said your only regret was not being able to finish your legendary battle. It is unfortunate, but that is the burden the person who became your disciple simply has to deal with for you. He looks toward the brilliant sunrise casting light over the freezing mountains, but I have thought of something much better. He calmly shares his thoughts. The battle between good and evil is a sacred ritual between the two of you. Even if my master and I fought, it would just be an ordinary match. It would not carry the same weight. Only a duel between you two can become that legendary battle. You have both carried your factions until this very moment. Bak Hyang suddenly realizes something, but Kim Gong-ja does not let her speak. He expresses his deep gratitude to them both. Thank you. Thank you for not giving up over these 3 years. Thank you for gathering the undead every single morning. If you had quit, I could never have saved them. Now watch with me as he chants. 100 Ghost Reincarnation. A thick black smoke begins to swallow everything. Within that darkness, the faces of people from the past start to emerge. You can think of this as just a dream. I do not mind if you call it a side effect of energy. You can even say I have learned some strange martial arts. Both of the legendary masters are left completely stunned. Everyone sees that their bodies are whole again. They have returned to normal. Kim Gong-ja looks off into the distance. The demonic cult has not reached its end yet. War has not forgotten chivalry, and chivalry has not abandoned the war. If the demonic cult vanishes, it should be by the blade of justice. If justice falls, it must be the cult's hand. Kim Gong-ja turns around and takes their hands. He brings them together, just as the master of the demonic cult once said, and just as the leader of the righteous path desired. He bows respectfully. Now fight to be masters of Murim. For some mysterious reason, the zombies have all turned back into humans. The righteous warriors are shocked by what they see. Wait, what's going on? Even the demonic sect is totally lost. They're all wondering if this is actually heaven. An Orthodox disciple stammers, asking if he's still alive. He was positive a zombie had already bitten him. Sylvia looks down, her heart breaking for them. Her student turns to Kim with a sharp, suspicious question. You're from another world, aren't you? No human could pull off magic on this insane level. This is straight out of a legend, totally impossible. Or did I die and wake up in paradise? Kim listens and looks down at the crowd. He quietly tells her that's not exactly what's happening. His words hit Sylvia like a ton of bricks. These people can't use martial arts like she can. They're much weaker than they were in life. Kim tells her she needs to go see for herself. Sylvia glides down the snowy cliffside, moving fast. She lands softly on the pristine white ground below. Just a few steps away, her old aide, the Blood Demon, is already taking charge and leading everyone. He tells them to stay calm and send his scouting team. Suddenly, someone shouts for the captain. Hearing that familiar voice, the Blood Demon spins around in shock. Everyone freezes, unable to believe their eyes. Even the heavenly demon Sylvia is stunned by the reality. Her lips tremble as she stares at them. Are you really the captain? She starts calling out every familiar name that she can remember. Demon King Guai Yang, the fire demon. She touches their faces in pure, overwhelming happiness. She thought she'd lost them forever. As they kneel in the snow, she calls them her precious children. Suddenly, a deep voice breaks the mood. It's the old abbot who stood strong during the plague. He thought he died in a cave. But there's no nirvana here, just endless fields of snow. Marcus rushes down to meet him. Hearing that voice, even the old abbot can't hide his emotions. He grumbles about being stuck with this commoner even in death. What does Buddha want from him now? Marcus just laughs and hugs him tight. That grumpy attitude is how he knows it's really his master. He even starts pinching the abbot's cheeks. He's just so hyped that the old man is actually alive. The abbot snaps that they aren't friends. He claims this is a miracle from the Jade Emperor himself. Marcus tells him he's talking nonsense. For a monk, he clearly hasn't reached true enlightenment yet. Stop dirtying a monk's ears, you commoner, he says. Marcus should have just stayed in the temple. He regrets being talked into fighting the demonic sect. He tells Marcus to just go inside the temple. Kim realizes exactly who this is. Aside from his own master, this old man is a total legend. He's one of the oldest survivors left. Seeing him act this cold actually makes Kim feel relieved. But the warm vibes are cut short by a freezing voice. Sylvia steps forward, making her presence known. She proudly introduces herself as Sylvia of the demonic cult. She takes a shell and fist stance. She declares herself the heavenly demon. Her voice echoes through this snowy paradise-like landscape. Maybe this is all just a beautiful illusion, but she's okay with being a dreamer for now. Her followers kneel behind her in respect. It's okay if the world is just sleeping right now. Her black hair flutters in the wind as her top student watches her with absolute pride. After all, life is just a long illness we fight. This world is the dream we share. Her small frame stands as firm as a mountain against the bright freezing sun. She hasn't forgotten the pain or this dream. She refuses to let go of anyone in this world. Sylvia shifts her stance, kicking up a spray of snow as she lets out a powerful shout. It's not just martial arts, this struggle is what defines her. She's not done yet. It's this dream, not raw power, that proves who she is. She turns toward the Orthodox faction. I'll keep being me. I demand a 99th battle. Under the sky, old Marcus steps up. He introduces himself as the Martial Arts Alliance leader. He takes his own combat stance. The Sword Saint himself. Then the accusations start flying, calling out the demonic cult for their sins. You turn the screams of innocence into your twisted laws. That fueled a cycle of revenge and genocide. Your souls are soaked in blood and hate. You've stained both heaven and earth with your slaughter. But he is still acting like the weakling. On that battlefield, only two people there actually understood why this whole chess move was played. You guys keep crying and clinging to the heavenly demon. You're begging her to take your place and carry all of your sins, making her carry all the world's evil for you. When you grabbed her clothes, it was so clear to us that you're just weaklings. Weak and totally pathetic. But the show isn't over yet. Come on, you still have your own arms and legs to use. How long are you going to cling to your past crimes? Her words are literally lighting a fire of hatred under the demonic cult. Flowers must fall for fruit to grow. It makes the righteous sect's blood boil for a real fight. But look at what you're doing. You're peddling your pain like someone selling flowers on the street. Bitch Hien hears this and gives a satisfied little smirk. Very well, I will take that as a challenge. In the middle of that white snow, only two voices truly matter right now. Bitch Hien asks the big one, surrender or a death match. Kunlun doesn't blink and chooses a fight to the death. Like she has been waiting forever, Bitch Hien gives a creepy happy smile. I accept, she says, turning around to order her troops. The cult disciples reach toward the moon as Bitch Hien hypes them up. She tells them they can remember today as just a dream. A dream or maybe a hallucination. The army roars in response to her call. Barry is honestly such an incredible commander. She keeps going while her followers scream her name. Maybe this whole thing really is just a wild and pointless fantasy. Baria raises her hand to order the march, but she is still shouting right along with everyone else. If this is a dream, shouldn't I live it up? Yambarea like the sound of war drums. Bitch Hien's words are the fire lighting everyone's hearts. My heart is a candle. Let's burn this place down. Before the clash, the tension sounds like a sharp string about to snap. For the cult and the people, the moment is finally here. Kill every last one of them. Bitch Hien orders the total wipeout. Both sides draw weapons and the violence just explodes instantly. Get those cult dogs, I'm killing all of you today. To win, they're pulling out every dirty trick in the book. We're talking biting and headbutting here. This young guy screams in rage, you guys are such total hypocrites. I'm the Light Demon King, one of the four guardians. Taste my blade. He is facing off against a middle-aged man. Looks like he has got plenty of enemies. They charge in and Quang lands a nasty hit right on Gong Tian's jaw. Then Quang gets poked right in the eyes. Even in pain, Gong Tian is just laughing his head off. Ah ha ha. Over here, a beautiful girl introduces herself politely. I'm Fire Demon of the Four Guardians. I'll take your head. She is facing the Shell and Abbot Min Kong. Ghostflower holds up 3 fingers and offers him a head start. Out of respect for the abbot, I'll let you move first. He doesn't wait and charges in with a shout. The monk says he won't forget her kindness. Then bam, a punch to the gut makes him cough up blood. Blood is literally spraying from his mouth. He stumbles back up, asking, didn't you say I get 3 moves? She is so shameless. You actually believe what I said. She's feeling totally thrilled, but wait, her nose is already bleeding. Since when did her nose start bleeding? The monk is proud of the result. Guess his skills aren't rusty yet. She collapses while cursing him. He grabs Ghostflower's head, reminding her he still has 2 moves left. The The monk knees her right in the face, but then he's the one who ends up in pain. Ah, a laugh cuts through the air. Elsewhere, the sword demon is still going strong, tearing through the enemy. You guys are just monks who don't know internal power. Now I will show you what real skill looks like. Take this. His voice carries across the field. The righteous sect's fake mask is finally slipping in front of everyone. It's sword against sword now. The righteous representative is Thane Hoa. He calls them nothing but vulgar thugs. These two are perfectly matched. The sword demon is huffing, telling the guy to just give up and die. They both pull back at the last second. He shouts for the demonic cult, and the disciples roar back. For the civilians, Gong-ja is still just dazed watching this bloody war. He can really feel how realistic this story has become. Die, come on. Right in front of him, he finally gets to see his master unleash her true power. Bitch Hyen is basically dancing through the air. This looks like fun, right? She is so calm compared to the chaos. Everyone else is struggling like the abbot and the Yue Shan leader. They are both ganging up on her. She blows them both back easily. That smile is beautiful, but those eyes are pure demonic energy. That is Bitch Hyen, the devil. She is dancing through the blood. My sorrow fills the world, and this hatred is burning down all the mountains and hills. Gong-ja's eyes are like a mirror, reflecting all that madness. The demonic cult rules the martial world, and I'm the one leading them. Think you're capable of challenging the god of gods. Right now, no one on this battlefield can stop her. No one has the power to hold her back. Stop right there, you righteous lackeys. Bitch Hyang scans the crowd and screams for Nam Kyun, trying to ignite her rival's fighting spirit. She blasts aside everyone in her way. As dawn breaks, Kunun growls in deep frustration. This reminds me of day 1. Back then, we couldn't settle the score at all. The war dragged into day 2, then day 3 without any clear winner in sight. He clenches his gnarled veiny fist and spits. In the end, I was wrong from the start. I should have used my full power on day 1. He's serious now, no more holding back. Come get some, today luck favors me. Bitch Hyang mocks him. Luck, is that so? These two legendary leaders finally start their real duel. In war, blood always has to be spilled. Conan punches her face hard, but she counters with a blow to his chin. This dream fight is real. Bitch Hyang is ecstatic. Ha ha ha. She lunges forward and bites down hard on Kyun's ear. Unbelievable, that bite was strong enough to rip his left ear clean off. She spits it away. Blood smears her lips, absolutely filthy. She continues her taunts with a wicked mocking smile. The noble Nam Kyun bloodline doesn't make your flesh taste any better. Kyun gasps, clutching his wound. You demon, are you a cannibal now too? She looks at him like a cold god of death. You're so old you taste like rotten spinach. But you were right about one thing earlier. In the crunching snow, her words cut through the air like a blade. This war ended on day 1. A wise person knows when to adapt. You usually know this, but apparently I don't. We both hesitated. I thought I was fighting with everything, but I lacked the courage to die. Looking at her talented student, these words feel like a wake-up call. Today is our second chance. Great leaders can't ignore their own mistakes. We won't be stupid enough to fail a second time. Finally, she makes a choice. Today I am putting every single thing I have on the line. Her enemy is completely stunned. Don't tell me. Are you actually using your primordial essence? She is tapping into her heavenly immortal chi, the raw life force we are all born with. Unlike normal internal energy, this stuff is finite. Once it's used up, it's gone for good. When it runs out, that's the end of the line for a martial artist. Kim Gong-ja is horrified. The price for using essence is massive. It means death or being crippled for life. Kunan readies himself. He knows why she's doing this, but he still has to ask her something. We're both weakened. If we try to use essence now, we'll only have beginner-level power. We have 0 internal power left, let alone essence. Don't you realize the danger? Bitch Hyang knows the stakes perfectly. I know her casual response only makes Kunan angrier. You're really going to throw away your life just to show off rookie-level skills. Once again, she answers calmly to settle his rage. Don't be mad at me, Nam Kyun. I'm not trying to die. I just want today to be my final glorious day. As the disciples watch in total shock, she tells them she feels the true joy of living. I'm grateful I survived this long. Grateful for every bond that led to this moment. She drops into a serious stance, all the playfulness gone. I'm happy with my life. Kim Gong-ja watches in silence as his master readies her raw, powerful, heavenly immortal chi. Who wouldn't be thrilled to face a worthy rival? Kunan feels the exact same way. Fine. I've lived long enough for this moment. He elegantly channels his own life force. Let's die together, you heavenly demon. These two legends are ready to end it all. Two rivals, hundreds of battles, deciding to end the war right here and now. The final fight begins. Bitch Hyang throws a punch, but Kunan is fast enough to dodge. Their energies blend together, making the forest bloom. It is a stunning final sight. The old elf notices they're burning through their energy. He's basically narrating the whole thing for his young student. It's like a feast for the flowers because of that high-level energy, even if it's only for a moment. He's totally impressed by these two, but man, what a rare sight. He asks a question and answers it himself. Is it because one has a pure yin body while the other was built for battle? They're lost in their own world. They both unleash their ultimate moves, the March of the Heavenly Demon versus the destruction of Huang Yue. Right in the heat of battle, a red petal lands on Gong's hand. Blood-red petals are raining over the field. Bai Haiyang mutters, "I hate you." Every word she says just fuels Qi Ungun's desperate will to win even more. "I hate all of you. The righteous sects, the heroes, the 9 academies, the 5 families, I hate them all." Despite the fighting, she looks so graceful, like someone who's moved past this world. We love hearing the commoners scream, but it's your happiness I can't forgive. She steps across the red petals, now blanketing the entire ground. Even someone like you gets hurt. Even someone like you feels pain and looks for a little bit of comfort. I'm disgusted when you pretend to be human. She hammers a blow into Qi Ungun's gut, sending a massive wind howling. Why act like beasts to others but human among yourselves? That punch completely freezes Qi Ungun in his tracks. It looks like something inside him just snapped. Blood sprays from Qi Ungun's mouth. The winner is beyond obvious now. Those red petals fade away like a dream, leaving both warriors collapsed. Gong is terrified and rushes over to them. "Master," he supports his teacher. Master Bai Haiyang keeps her head down and whispers that he actually won. He frantically pumps energy into his beloved master, trying to calm himself, but her body is already turning ice cold. "Yes, the winner. I should have punched straight through his chest and ripped his heart out right then and there. But instead of that, I stopped the blow only to show my student this absolutely pathetic, shameful face." Her face is covered in dirt, but she still gives him advice. "Honestly, I still look better than you do." She looks at his panicked face and asks what's with that expression. Back then, Bai Haiyang used to lecture him. "Don't worry, I've got time before I go. Time to say goodbye." 2 hours later, they're still on that battlefield. Her voice sounds like a lullaby. "But you're still crying." She ignores the chaos around them and just keeps on talking. "You're making this hard on me, but I guess I made it hard on you too." The alchemist rushes over. "Lord Ziwang, I've wanted to tell you everything for so long, but I was just too stubborn to do it. I was worried this would leave a scar on your heart. Like a final wish," she says, "remember me. Remember me like the moment flowers bloom." Looking at the ruins, his 2 companions are absolutely horrified by the scene. "What's going on?" The master wakes up. Bai Haiyang tells the alchemist that the old man is fine, the hit was shallow. He bragged about having luck on his side today, but his only luck is surviving as a complete cripple. But the alchemist isn't having it. "What do you mean I would never let him go in that state? We don't have time for this. Both of you need treatment right now." But surprisingly, Bai Haiyang refuses the help. "I'm fine. I know my own body. It was just too much for me. Just go take care of the old man." After checking her, the alchemist's face goes dark with sadness. But Bai Haiyang doesn't seem to care at all. "I want to spend my final moments with my only disciple. Can you please just leave us alone, kid?" The alchemist asks sadly if she wants a few painkillers. Bai Haiyang just shakes her head and turns them down. "I'm fine. This winter wind is lovely. I just want to feel it before I head off to Nirvana." Everyone heads back to the cave to treat Qi Ungun, leaving the master and student alone in the white snow. Bai Haiyang asks what they should do with the time left, ignoring how heartbroken her student is right now. She doesn't care about anything else. She just wants one last conversation before this life is over. "Do you want to know how beautiful our sex palace is?" Suddenly, Gong starts begging her for a favor. "There's more." Seeing Bai Haiyang's face go blank, he cuts her off. "I have a request for you." "What is it?" This is what Gong truly wants from his soul. "I want you to have a satisfying end. This is the piece for that. The missing puzzle piece." His next words actually wake his master up. "Have one more duel with me." Heart soared compared to Bai Haiyang, who had already reached that legendary level. She only understood that realm as the heavenly demon. Finally, the truth hits. "I understand." Her eyes go blank. "Focus. Killing with just the mind." She whispers that a realm exists where no one has ever stepped. Bish Haiyang looks at the nearest peak. A legendary stage is right there. She thinks about that mountain. It looks like Nirvana from afar. But once you reach it, there is nowhere you cannot go. Her hand reaches for the peak, then drops. Behind her, the poor are begging their sovereign for mercy. They are desperate and broken, crying to the demon. Bish Haiyang wishes she had a few more decades. A long-haired man bows to the dirt. "The court demands taxes in Martin's skins," he cries in pain. "But when my father went to hunt, he never returned. We cannot pay these taxes per person anymore." She looks at the scene and thinks of that legendary realm. If she could only train without distractions. Last year was a drought. Now we must build dams on empty stomachs. It is simply impossible. Her heart aches for them. The people scream her name in total desperation. "Heavenly demon, save us." Her dark, empty eyes stare at the peak. She grips her weapon. It seems she has made her decision. The miserable keep begging the immortal for help. One man moans that he has already lost everything. She closes her eyes and walks away from the mountain. That day, she slayed the world's coldness. However, she could not destroy winter itself. Gong-ja's words surprise her. Please fight me right now. He listens with emotion. Your desire to be my disciple is impressive, but look at my state. Her wounded hands hang limp against her black dress. You see it too. I cannot even move anymore. Gong-ja, what do you gain by defeating a paralyzed master? His answer leaves her completely confused. It does not have to be a physical duel. I want a battle of words with you, master. A duel of speech instead of bodies. A visual of the two squaring off appears on the screen. We will describe our styles and how we strike. A hand points up and a shadow takes stance. If one person counters, they must explain it. A fist clenches and a shadow enters a combat pose. No movement or internal energy is needed. A battle fought purely through martial knowledge. Bitch Hyang laughs. My disciple is certainly confident. She sees his intent. If we fought for real, you would surely win. But in a verbal duel, it will be different. I will use my peak strength. How can you compete? Gong-ja hesitates. A memory of the Sword Emperor and her punching his gut flashes before our eyes. He calmly shares his opinion. I do not think you were at your strongest when you fought that leader. You told me yourself. You could have torn his heart out. I want you to have a satisfying fight. She wonders if he can truly show her that. When she hears his answer, she smiles with joy. Correct. Bitch Hyang speaks happily now. Fine. Even in a verbal duel, I will not hold back. I will let you go first. Do not be mad if I end this in just one move. He answers obediently. She closes her eyes in his arms, missing the serious look he is giving her. When this ends, I will tell you stories of my youth. The spirit of the Sword Emperor watches them. Show your master the results of your training. As the strongest from another world, he asks with gravity. Is it my turn? Gong-ja whispers back. Yes. Fulfill your promise from the bet you lost now. The old spirit scoffs at the reminder. Then he takes a stance. I wanted to face her anyway. I will give her a legendary match. Tell her I will give her a 3-move head start. He speaks solemnly. Normally, borrowing someone's voice for a duel is the height of rudeness for any warrior. This will be remembered in history and ridiculed by many. Then he bows with deep, sincere respect. No matter how absurd, I have no choice but to request a duel. I am the Sword Emperor. I am the #1 in the world of the Sky Blade. This may be rude, but listen. I demand a battle of words. Bitch Hyang is stunned. Is he your disciple? Why hide this? Why did you not tell me about your first move? The battle has already begun, he warns. He calls out to her as if trying to reveal a hidden truth. Master, he speaks under her gaze. You know I can use strange techniques from the bodies of those dead warriors. She knows it well. She rests peacefully in his arms. I decided not to ask you anything. Silence is a virtue. Maybe the Jade Emperor's messenger took pity on me. Gong-ja watches the old spirit who's been ready for ages. I've got a move I can use right now. It's a special technique for summoning a spirit. He explains to her that the soul of a legendary top-tier master is standing right beside him. Supposedly, he's the greatest warrior from another world. Since it sounds like a lie, she just teases him. The greatest in another world, sounds pretty cool. Inside, Gong-ja is starting to feel pretty worried. She thinks he's just telling a funny joke. She agrees to his request, even if it sounds ridiculous. I see. If this is truly the soul of a legendary master that my disciple has managed to summon, I'll focus and gladly accept you as an opponent in this battle of wits and strategy. Bikhai is curious. So what's the first move this legendary spirit is going to show off? His answer catches her completely off guard. He says you can have the first 3 moves. She scowls in total annoyance. How stupid. There is no way my disciple would ever say that. This ghost clearly doesn't know his place. Fine. With the 5th blade of the 12 cloud dragons. The outer dragon speed blade will pierce your vitals. The old spirit just closes his eyes. I'll use the 6th form of the earth dragon to distract you and retreat with flying cloud step. He relays the message. He says to use the 6th form of the earth dragon for a distraction. Then retreat using the flying cloud step. She ponders it for a second with a doubtful look. Hemph. Then I'll just blow him away with the 7th form of the great hidden strike, your move. He opens his eyes to counter. I'll dodge that and use the 2nd move of 6 fist. Bikhai clenches her fist. I'm going to attack with the 6th form of the 6 army grave sword. Grave thrashing sword. The spirit raises his palm. I'll respond with a massive suppressing strike. I'll retreat with the pine flower dance. Those 3 rounds ended instantly. She knows he's the real deal. He falls silent, lost in thought. After a moment of quiet, he's the one who finally speaks up. I can't imagine what your life was like after reaching the absolute peak of your entire sect. You sacrificed yourself for your people and lost all your training time. You could have reached the ultimate realm, but you didn't. Why? Because you were way too busy taking care of your family and your cult. How were you ever supposed to find time for training? The old spirit gives a mysterious smile. But do you know what the most unfair part is? Even after all that, you're still the strongest. Her eyes darken as he keeps talking. You don't have to work hard anymore, you're already the leader. Everyone knows your power because you're their god. He just crosses his arms and mocks her. Poor soul. Being the strongest in this world is your greatest misfortune. His expression turns dark. A white aura rises into the snowstorm. I'll show you what a god among gods looks like. Bekai struggles to sit up in Gong-ja's arms. After that verbal clash, she gets ready and sizes him up. So you're not just talk ha. As the heavenly demon, the strongest master in the demonic chronicles, she decides to accept this duel once and for all. Fine. I'll take this challenge seriously then. The old spirit is the Sword Emperor, the strongest master of the righteous path. He responds to her. Of course. Who do you think I am? The duel begins right in front of Gong-ja. Bekai starts. I'll send you flying with the first form of the blood fire dragon. The spirit just complains. Why is she acting like the righteous path? I'll use the 18 cloud dragon techniques to counter. If that first move fails, I'll show off my ultimate hook punch. Gong-ja just listens silently. For the first step, she leans on Gong-ja and mutters about whether she should take the hit. She holds his hand. Fine. I'll combine the laws of life and death for a butterfly effect. The old spirit speaks as Gong-ja counts another step. He just listens to them bickering back and forth. He counts again as she responds tiredly. She grips his hand tighter and shouts out in pure rage. How long are you going to step on my hand? I'm using the 3 blood-sucking ghosts. Pure demonic rage is going to tear you apart. He mocks her as she gets angrier, saying she's following his moves well but is way too cranky. He offers to move his foot and play the lazy donkey for her. He'll also use the 4th form of the holy wheel to hit her ankle and elbow at the same time. Bekai is thrilled despite the sweat pouring down her face. She plans to take 3 steps back with the heavenly demon escape. Gong-ja finally understands something as he looks at her. The old spirit claps his hands in excitement. Since they're acting like the righteous path, he decides to play the villain and use the Ice Death Blade. The image of Namkyun's back flashes through Gong-ja's mind. The Alliance leader isn't even fit to be my master's teacher, and we all know he's the strongest in the Orthodox faction. In this world, that's exactly why he is the only one capable of matching the heavenly demon. You have to wonder about that. An image of her punching the old man flashes by. Wasn't this proven in the Great War? Kim Gong-ja definitely knows the truth. It's clear who would win if these two truly fought. Even Kyun feels the same. Sorry for the reality check, old man. He finally admits the truth he was forced to accept. I'm weaker than you. Kim Gong-jae learns a bit more about her. Maybe that's why Master delayed ending that Great War until the 990th loop of the cycle, like a child savoring a piece of candy that's about to vanish forever. Baek-hyang mocks the spirit and strikes hard. How ignorant. I'll use the 2nd form of the blade-killing art. He responds calmly, not feeling rushed at all. I'll use phantom steps to dodge an overwhelming fury to strike back. She's gasping for air, drenched in sweat. Kim Gong-ja hears her call his name and turns around. My disciple, her face is glowing with pure, terrifying bloodlust. This ghost you summoned is actually incredible. He looks at her with mixed emotions. Yes, master, he truly is. He might just be the strongest person I've ever seen. Kim Gong-ja reflects. He finally understands what's happening here. How's the Alliance leader feeling now? Baek-hyang is thrilled. Why did you wait so long to introduce this ghost to me? She praises the old spirit, never having met a warrior this powerful before. Kim Gong-ja grips his thigh tightly. He was so disappointed. An ink painting captures the duel between the two. Baek-hyang makes the first move. I'll use every move of the supreme celestial art to cripple your arm and end your life right here. I'll just let the heavenly demon rule this world. The image shifts to the old spirit striking back with his blade. Come on, you've been humble enough. Now, you're just giving up? I guess you should probably run while you still can. I'll use the Cloud River holy art to hunt you down. I'll raise my sword and summon the storm to break you. Kim Gong-ja watches in silence as she fights harder. I'm tired of just testing your skills, old man. I'll use the Sword of Desire to guide the way. I'll force you to use all 3 of your secret techniques. Piercing Dragon / Acupoint Piercing, Heavenly Burst, and Movement Art Fist. Kim Gong-ja thinks to himself in shock. I can't even grasp the goal of this battle. The old man counters instantly, just what I was hoping for. Fine, I'll use Butterfly Heaven, Sword Art, and the Life and Death Revolving Flower Palm to distract you. I'll take a step back and strike with the Blind Heaven Sword Gate. Kim Gong-ja admits his own weakness and lack of skill. I know the Sword of Desire, but I've got no clue about Piercing Dragon / The meaning of it all escapes me. Distracting with the Life and Death Palm or the mechanics of the Blind Heaven Sword, it's all a mystery to me. Because I don't know the moves, I can't understand how they're fighting. Her praise echoes through the air. Not bad at all. Pretty good. Baek-hyang swings her weapon. Fine, I'll use my holy art to dodge your strike. Kim Gong-ja sighs while listening to them clash. The spirit uses his sword to block the 3rd form of the holy art. Returning through time, he desperately wishes he could become an opponent strong enough to actually stand against her. He prays from the bottom of his heart to become her hope. The old man looks like he's finally getting tired. I'll counter with the 2nd form of the chain kicks. She talks while dodging the blow with ease. Come at me, I'll use my piercing sword form to shut you down. Kim Gong-jae feels completely helpless deep down. All I can do is stand here and watch. Somewhere, the spirit complains that she is moving way too fast. Don't rush it. I'll use footwork to evade and then strike your neck. Her voice rings out from somewhere nearby. I'll strike with pure power. Compared to Kim Gong-ja's current strength, their level is simply something he can't reach yet. Baek Hyang keeps fighting relentlessly in the painting. After taking that hit, she suddenly stops to look at him. The image of Baek Hyang looks at Kim Gong-ja tenderly. She reaches out and rests a hand on his shoulder. My disciple, it's freezing today. Winter has returned, turning this place into an endless field of white snow. She explains as they watch their counterparts battle in the painting. This snowy field right here. It becomes a brutal graveyard for those in the underworld. Every single step they take matters. They could sink into the white powder, so they must use flicker arts to move. Baek Hyang teaches him patiently. Battles in the snow are all about making the enemy lose their footing. Pay attention, my disciple. Have you seen it yet? The ghost you summoned is out there with me, both of us struggling and fighting with everything we have just to survive on this frozen battlefield. She explains every detail. That's the reason we rely so heavily on those kicks. We have to send the snow flying high to completely block the enemy's vision. Don't you realize we are actually fighting a life or death struggle? Then she gently covers his eyes, close them. Baek Hyang is trying to stir Kim Gong-jae's imagination. I can see my opponent right in front of me. He is a warrior of immense power. Talk about power, right? This guy is massive. As the black and white image of the old spirit fades and Kim Gong-ja replies, yes, master. As she describes him, the image sharpens. We see a martial artist built like a total bear, gasping for air after the heavy clash. He is smiling with total confidence while demanding we keep fighting. It makes sense given the massive gap between our physical builds. Of course, he is confident. She chooses her words carefully, so Kim Gong-jae understands that nobody can easily overcome such a natural physical advantage. We have to accept this reality to find our own strengths. In this case, our movement speed is much faster than his. More importantly, we know these snowfields better than anyone. We have left countless footprints across this frozen wasteland. This is a war of attrition. You see, I am doing everything I can to turn this environment into my ultimate advantage. The battle feels more real with every word from Baek Hyang. Since he saw through my plan, he started moving even faster. He charges straight at me like a wild boar. The black and white vision blends with her voice, but there is no reason to fear. I already saw it coming, so I simply stepped back. Suddenly, the colorless world explodes into light as her voice rings out. And just like that, he falls into the trap. After all, he is just a wild boar charging blindly through the falling snow. Kim Gong-ja's eyes go wide at the sight. He shouts, I see it. He is staring at them in shock, finally witnessing both masters. She explains it clearly. Every single move we made helped create the snowflakes now dancing across the entire sky. The imaginary Baek Hyang steps back and says, look, it is snowing. We have been fighting for 2 full days now, haven't we? The old spirit is getting annoyed by the constant attacking. Why do you keep running? Even with your flash steps, I will not lose. She answers with pure pride, saying she is confident enough to keep running forever. The old man just stares back with a serious face. But you have to stop now. She smiles brightly as if she is just playing. You know, this entire world is about to be covered by an endless field of snow. Even if I have nowhere left to go, I will always have a place to hide and run. He disagrees. He says if she were her younger self, she could run forever, but things are different for both of them now. Kim Gong-ja and Baek Hyang stay close as they watch the vision unfold. The old spirit launches himself forward once again. You have less than 2 hours of life left. Do you really want to spend them running away? She mocks her own fate. Ha, how ridiculous. She speaks calmly now. Fine, I admit it. I do not have much time left to keep this running game going. Her grip tightens on her weapon as black smoke begins to rise. If that is the case, her eyes turn sharp with a bold declaration. I will show you the full extent of my power. She activates a technique that sends the snow swirling violently around her. Heavenly demon art first form, my death-flowing sword. Her eyes burn with rage as she speaks of the hunger that turns parents into monsters. Hunger so bad they would trade their own child just to eat. The old spirit blocks the strike while listening to her dark stories. Have you ever heard of a grown man burying a child after carving them into tiny pieces? Have you ever heard of a place where you can see scraps of a child's flesh scattered all over the white snow? He smirks and replies that it is tragic. They must have suffered a famine, but he claims it was all just a random accident. Sometimes the harvest is great, sometimes people starve. He says nothing in this world happens for a reason. Demon cult leader, if you are saddened by tragedy, then by logic, you should also be overjoyed by moments of happiness. He shares his philosophy as their weapons clash. The depth of one's sorrow should match the height of their greatest joy. Baek Hyang takes a cut to her left cheek after the collision. Suddenly, the snowy mountain vision shifts into a golden rice field. Dark clouds turn into a clear blue sky. He explains that this is why he sings for the joy of a successful harvest. Children appear through the old spirit's words. I used to look at the horizon while walking and always saw a golden sea. In the eyes of kids playing hide and seek in fields as tall as me, I could hear laughter through the rustling leaves. He taunts her. You talk about children buried in the snow, so I will tell you about their laughter instead. As they run through the rice fields, Baek Hyang fails to dodge and takes another deep cut to her arm. RG, he is attacking her spirit. Their blades represent two completely opposite ways of seeing the world. If I had to hold on to one thing, it would be that laughter in the fields. That is what I choose to remember. It would be the sight of those children playing. Her fury reaches a breaking point, forcing her to unleash everything. You truly are a blessed man. Water and leaves swirl around her in the second form of the heavenly demon art-broken death silk sword. She screams out the words. Water flows into Baek Hyang's voice. You say it is just chance, but happiness never killed anyone. It is the agony of hunger and thirst that kills. The water dries up, revealing a land cracked and broken by a brutal drought. Death is the end forever. Her face is filled with bloodlust. Let me sing a song for all those who died in this famine. Not a drop of water in sight, just the endless ringing of steel on steel. The spirit elder says it feels totally refreshing, like jumping into a cool stream in mid-July. Then he tells her she's raised Kim Gong-ja all wrong. Wait, what? Baek Hyang is furious. She lunges forward, forcing him to block her strike. Sorry, maybe I was too blunt. It's not that you're wrong, you just taught him way too soon. He asks why she's always singing for everyone's pain. Empathizing with others is fine, but you can't keep this up forever. She flips through the air, demanding to know why. His eyes go dead serious as he attacks. Because it'll drain you dry, and Kim Gong-ja hasn't even enjoyed life yet. She backs off, but the spirit elder presses his advantage. You need more life experience to truly pity the hopeless. You have to know joy to truly mourn for those who never had it. You need that summer swim to understand thirst. Suddenly, clouds block the sun. Rain starts falling as he swings with total resolve. A human heart is like a candle. Baek Hyang is struggling, barely holding on against his pressure. Honestly, guys, the tension here is off the charts. If all you do is burn, eventually you'll just fade away. Amidst the downpour, he brings up Kim Gong-ja again. Heavenly demon, did you know he's never even been in love? It sounds crazy, right? He's never even tasted romance. Kim Gong-ja is listening, totally stunned. The kid has been acting like he has to carry the world's burdens alone. Let him dream, the old man says. It's way too early for him to be learning your dark, heavy techniques. Baek Hyang is seething, gritting her teeth in anger. Fine, then I'll be the one to teach that boy true happiness. I'll teach him to smile for real and how to lean on others. He needs to get lost in pure joy, because only then will he understand what real agony feels like. Lightning strikes as a massive tornado forms in the sky. The water level surges as her emotions finally explode. You really think you can just play master to my disciple? She pours everything into her third form, the sword of the morning sun. He just gives a casual yeah back. That totally sets her off. How dare you? She launches a relentless barrage of attacks, trying to reclaim her student. You're trying to steal my top disciple. The spirit elder just scoffs, claiming he had dibs on the kid first. Red flowers start blooming across the water's surface. He's proving he was the one who mentored Kim Gong-ja from the start. I taught him how to hunt and how to use his energy. Then this cult leader just had to interfere. Calling her group a cult really makes her snap. He just shouts back that the demon cult is pure heresy anyway. He argues it's way too soon for Kim Gong-ja to learn those dark arts. Swinging a sword should be fun. Every word he says just makes her more annoyed. To her, a sword forged in pain is the only way. Life is too short for all this gloom. They're clashing now in a bloody sunset over a field of red flowers. She's fighting with every bit of her resolve. This is what we call a high-tier duel, and it's absolutely epic. Kim Gong-ja was born to lead the demon cult. The spirit elder just calls her a total lunatic again. For a split second, the world turns into a cold black and white image. She's focusing everything into her first form. I'll blow him away with the heavenly demon art first form, the staff sword of death. Here we go. She's ready to end this with that first form. You can practically feel the power vibrating through the screen. Kim Gong-ja realizes he can actually follow their movements now. Then the elder's world also turns black and white. He counters with the fourth form of his moon art. In a blink, the vibrant colors of the world return. The autumn moon technique is coming in hot. He's not backing down from her demonic power for a single second. She fires back with her eighth form. But watching them, we can tell. The heavenly demon is actually losing this. Baek Hyang takes a massive hit. She collapses to her knees, coughing up blood as the momentum shifts completely. Blood stains the flowers beneath her feet. She's whispering to herself, drifting back to memories of her own childhood. She never actually wanted to use this final move. Her plan was always to just die alone in the snow. Abandoned by her own mother, she thought that was her fate. But now she raises her weapon to the sky. Ironically, she only mastered this ninth form after her life was already ruined. She declares herself the sole honored one. White energy surges, gathering in the sky like a massive glowing flower. The animation here is just breathtaking. High or low, she is the only thing that exists right now. The world is freezing over in an instant. It's a song of paradise and death. Everything turns white as the world fades, leaving only her piercing black eyes. She watches the world itself fade away. Everything turns white, leaving only those fierce black eyes staring back. All right, we are watching blood and snow mix as the heavenly demon prepares her final words on this frozen field. The ninth form, Peerless Solitary Sword, is finally unleashed, turning the whole world white. The old spirit watches the massive explosion. He mutters to himself, finally understanding her decision. A lonely death. So this is what it means to be the leader. The path the heavenly demon chose. There is no better move for a master to use when the world has ended. He raises his weapon with pure grit. I understand loneliness better than you, he says. Beiqiang's eyes widen at his monologue. How long could you really endure? 3 years. You never truly suffered alone, with your guardian always by your side. He steps into his stance and strikes straight into the explosion. It shatters like glass, reflecting every color of their world. He tells her he spent 130 years in total isolation. Gong-ja closes his eyes in fear during that moment. When he finally opens them, he is gasping for air. Beiqiang is still there, slumped deep in the freezing white snow. Master, he screams, rushing over to hold her. Master, are you okay? Please tell me your body is all right. His hands tremble while checking her pulse. He realizes with a shock that she is actually still alive for now. She understands something now but cannot find the words. It was meant to be this way, she thinks, falling into him. My dear disciple. She looks at him with such warmth. You wanted to help me from the very start, didn't you? Gong-ja fights back tears as she speaks. Those rumors about people seeking me out for my fame were nothing but lies. Why didn't I see it sooner? My disciple wouldn't travel through time just because he was dazzled by some legend's reputation. The snow mountain stands tall behind them. Thank you, my dear disciple. Are you happy that you finally met me? Yes, he replies instantly. She asks if he will remember her mind like a beautiful blooming flower or something else. Yes, I will. Her question brings back his memory of a single red flower standing alone in a vast field. I really want to know which flower it is. Gong-ja cries, it is a peony. I will remember you as a peony. A bright red peony, master. She smiles, saying it is quite beautiful. Slowly, her hand begins to slip away. My beloved disciple. Her hand falls limp against the cold snow. Suddenly, a flash of light erupts from the mountain peak. It glows for a long time. Then the mountain splits in two as a massive white aura surges out once more. The crack widens and the light sparkles intensely. Gong-ja holds Beiqiang and weeps silently. Master, the mountain is nearly severed. The dark clouds part, revealing a blinding light. He continues to sob uncontrollably. Winter has been cut, master. Look, the winter is finally over. The clouds clear, leaving a beautiful blue sky. Gong-ja cradles Beiqiang in the white snow. He bows his head in silence, but someone suddenly interrupts the moment. The leaders of the demon cult arrive, battered and bloody from a battle that clearly shook the very heavens. They had just clashed with the righteous sect elders. One representative steps forward to speak with him directly. Even mid-battle, some of us heard the leader call you her disciple. Blood Demon voices the question on everyone's mind. Are you truly the direct heir to the heavenly demon? Gong-ja looks at the exhausted Sword Demon and Flower Demon. They are staring at him intently. He hesitates, unsure if he can really claim to be her one true successor. Blood Demon asks again if she took him as a student. He answers firmly, yes, I am my master's disciple. The cultist's eyes turn sharp and dangerous. If she chose a direct disciple, she must have taught you her ultimate art. He makes a polite request. Forgive my bluntness, but please show us a few moves from the heavenly demon art. Gong-ja sees through them. They are being polite, but their real message is, we don't believe you, so prove it. Memories of her flash through his mind. I am being treated as an heir just because I was her student. Now I see why Master hesitated to take me in. Gong-ja realizes the weight of the position he now holds. The warmth in her body is fading. This empty shell of the demon cult, it is about to belong to me. Fine, he agrees. Blood Demon explains that even her own blood wouldn't inherit the position if they weren't truly exceptional. He gives a silent warning. We might just be average swordsmen to some, but we can definitely recognize true martial arts. Nearby, the Sword Demon whispers what is Blood Demon talking about. Flower Demon reluctantly explains the obvious to him. You really don't get it. He wants to see if this guy is the real deal by watching his first form. They want to see the heavenly demon art in action. Sword Demon wonders why Blood Demon is speaking for everyone. Flower Demon acts like it is natural. He is the only one who actually knows how to speak politely after all. Blood Demon just stands there, forced to listen to those two bicker while the tension builds. Sword Ghost is caught off guard. That jerk from the trashy Lin family. She snaps back, asking why he is acting surprised. We have had this talk 10 times. You know what? Forget it. Mountains are stone and a meathead is just meat. He blows a fuse, but Flower Ghost keeps roasting him. Your existence is basically a hazard. You are like poison from the Sichuan Academy. Just talking to you is making me sick. I have survived 1,000 toxins, yet you are somehow worse. He is too dumb to get it. Blockhead Blood Demon steps in to stop the bickering. Sword Ghost just snaps at him. She is totally disgusted now. Kim Gong-ja just watches them with a smirk on his face. This place has always been like this. A sanctuary for those the world left behind. Master, I am the odd one out. Most here never even learned how to read. He raises his hand and blood-red energy flares up. His eyes glow with raw power. They are children waiting for the sun. The pain of thirst is like a crashing wave. And drowning is a father's final breath. Was it from watching that legendary death match? Between my master and the Sword Saint, the pain of freezing is a mother's last hug. The Demon Kings are speechless. Kim Gong-ja realizes his techniques have reached a whole new level. The aura fades. He admits he has not fully mastered the rest of the forms yet. It is embarrassing to show only this much. He asks, but is this enough for you? Suddenly, someone drops to their knees. Before anyone can react, Blood Demon bows his head. We welcome the heir of the legendary demonic cult, our new heavenly demon. Everyone wakes up. They all follow suit immediately. All hail the heir and the new heavenly demon. We welcome our new master. But Kim Gong-ja is not ready to accept that title yet. Heavenly demon is too much for me. I am still the Death King. He remembers bitch Hying. I want her title to stay hers forever. Blood Demon looks up at the old spirit. Calling me master is a bit much too. He explains he still has so much to learn. How can I be your master when I have taught you nothing? Just drop it already. The heavenly demon never chose wrong. She picked you as her successor for a reason. You are the rightful leader of the demonic cult. Kim Gong-ja hears them but still refuses. I am honored, but I am not worthy yet. I am not ready to carry this massive legacy. Blood Demon panics. What do we call you then? We cannot just keep saying young master. Flower Ghost cuts in with a suggestion. Why don't we call him the vice cult leader? It is like being a vice head in a clan. Since you are not ready for the top, you do not have to fully refuse the position. Vice cult leader of the demonic cult works. He thinks it over and finally nods. Their smiles have never been brighter. Let's do it. Blood Demon is hyped. From this moment on, we shall call you our vice cult leader. We do not fully understand your magic, but we all remember that terrifying Kim Gong-ja bite. Without you, we never would have survived the war or been able to serve so faithfully. As one of the 4 demon kings, I Blood Ghosts swear an oath of blood. Eternal loyalty to the vice cult leader. Flower Ghost swears by her very soul. Kwang Nu speaks with respect. As a member of the 4 demon kings, I Moon Shadow Ghost and the Moon Clan swear our absolute loyalty to you. Sword Ghost shouts at the top of his lungs. My clan and I swear loyalty. Kim Gong-ja gently lays bitch Hyang's body on the snow. He is shaking from holding her. He declares, as long as I draw breath. Suddenly, the split mountain begins to glow. The crowd roars. Our demonic cult will live forever. Then the system screen pops up. Bitch Hyang enters her eternal sleep. Notification: you have successfully completed the quest. Mission 1 of the world reconstruction is done. In the cave, Gong-ja and his group are nursing the sick. The system reports that floor 22 is cleared. Ancient text is etched all over the stone surfaces. It repeats the alert. Snow covers everything, glistening under the bright sunlight. You and I can see it. The system repeats the announcement again. Today, floor 22 is officially complete. The system evaluates all participating members. Evaluation finalized. Gong-ja bows low. I will handle Master's funeral, he says. Please do not make it too complicated for us. Master wouldn't like that. Her simple joy was just having everyone together until the very final burial. The contribution rankings are out. Rank 1, Death King. Rank 2, Alchemist. Rank 3, Reader. Rank 4, Medicine King. Surrounded by colorful light, he speaks sincerely. Please. In an instant, the director's face appears. Welcome back, Death King, the director blathers on, completely ignoring Gong-ja's shocked expression. Congratulations are in order. It seems the final words in the true records of the heavenly demon will be please. A wish from someone's heart. The demonic cult uses the word Baria for it. Since he is rambling, please and Baria are basically the same thing. Finally, it seems that is enough for an ending. Gong-ja cuts in. Wait, he sees everyone unconscious on the floor. Why are all the other hunters passed out? The director greets him personally. Welcome back, Death King. He ignores Gong-ja's shock and continues. I have been waiting so impatiently for your return. Hearing that the director glares at the people on the floor, huffs and then offers some reassurance. Don't worry. I simply put them into a temporary sleep. Gong-ja asks. Did you force them to sleep? The director does not deny it. Correct. I lit some harmless incense. Then he holds up a purple book. Fairy Tale of Lotus City. Gong-ja listens, fuming. Many worlds communicate using languages like yours, but some use songs or scents. In the place of enlightenment, they communicate using the scent of rage, sense of sorrow, and sense of joy. He smiles playfully. And of course, there's the scent of sleep. He wraps his long sleeve around Gong-ja. Oh, don't look at me like that. I just needed some peace, because I just wanted to talk with you for a while. Gong-ja is wary. A talk. What do you want to talk about after knocking out my friends? Suddenly, the director hugs Gong-ja tightly. Friends. That is so like the Death King. Even if someone is useless or just a heavy burden to carry, you still call them your teammates without hesitation. This librarian is truly moved by your admirable feelings. The director remembers that lively scene. We could see your every move from here, just like watching a movie. Everyone was so touched. They were all ready to give you a very warm and rowdy welcome. His expression turns mysterious. But if I left them alone, I would have waited forever to talk to you. The director pouts while explaining, so I helped them calm down to create a quiet space for us. Don't worry, I let them sleep as peacefully as possible. Gong-ja rushes over to check on the Black Witch. He checks her pulse. Her face, breath, and heartbeat are all normal. What a relief. Gong-ja scolds him. If you have something to say, why not discuss it now so you can wake them? Now the director sits on the floor. You are rushing me too much. I want a nice, comfortable talk. That is why out of everyone in the story I only summoned you. He argues back. I am not done with floor 22 yet. I still need to find a sword. Then scissors point at him. The director talks, but it is a threat. Later, you can find it later. Gong-ja is forced to sit still. He is a constellation who controls monsters from other worlds, even with the demon god's martial arts. I would definitely lose if I attacked him. The director stands behind him. Your hair is quite long. King of Death, let me trim this for you. He uses the scissors. The cut hair falls into a red bag. The director lifts Gong-ja's hand. Your nails are long too. A martial artist should really take better care of their hands. Just like the hair, his nails are placed in a red bag. Let me cut them for you. Gong-ja asks with a chill. What are these for? The red bags are lined up as the story begins. Death King, imagine there is someone you really like. Someone you adore with the purest of feelings. The problem is that person does not exist in reality. They are just a character in a story. Gong-ja is terrified as he speaks. And then tada, my ideal fictional character appeared right before my eyes. Alright, you and I are watching Kim Gong-ja look absolutely terrified right now as the librarian holds up his glowing pink finger. Look at the librarian's face while he's clipping Gong-ja's toenails. Pure creep vibes. Then that pink system window pops up on screen. It shows a full profile on him, his favorite genres, least favorites, favorite characters, and even the plot lines he loves most. There's a special board with 5 hearts. It reveals the librarian's hidden obsessions are hiding and toenails. Seriously, this guy is wild. He's actually thinking that if he could, he'd snatch Gong-ja's eyebrows too. We're getting a direct look into the librarian's twisted thoughts now. He wants Gong-ja to grow a beard just so he can pluck a few hairs out, but even he realizes that's going too far. Oh, Gong-ja, you're literally glowing. Our main character is shining like a star. The librarian even wants to turn him into a permanent bookmark. Gong-ja is completely creeped out. This guy is a total psycho. Then he realizes something's off and shouts, "When did you even take my socks off? Give them back." Gong-ja starts kicking, but the librarian just begs him to stay still. He says it'll be bad if the clippers slip. Gong-ja screams in total frustration, asking why this crazy constellation is doing this to him. He's totally reached his limit with this guy. Plus, you never used to speak to me this politely before. That comment actually makes the librarian's eyes start tearing up with emotion. He asks how a lowly creature like himself could possibly be rude to the radiant and glorious Master Kim Gong-ja. Gong-ja is just shocked. What on earth is happening? Despite being pushed away, the librarian keeps grabbing his feet, calling him his music. Since you were named after a scholar, I'll happily convert to Confucianism. There's an old proverb that fits this moment perfectly. Every king needs a soulmate who shares his vision. From today on, consider me a scholar dedicated to your every move. Gong-ja keeps dodging, wondering what kind of sage is this obsessed with taking someone else's toenails. It's just bizarre, right? The moment the librarian touches his foot, Gong-ja drops a threat. Keep this up and I'll refuse to enter this library ever again. That actually works. The librarian admits it's a powerful threat while he's still shamelessly rubbing Gong-ja's feet like a fanatic. But he's already analyzed Gong-ja's character and knows that threat is actually impossible. He knows Gong-ja won't just walk away from people. Because Gong-ja knows there are others, like the heavenly demons suffering in sorrow across countless other worlds out there. And your personality just won't let you stop helping them. Then the librarian's eyes flash with an intense, creepy light. I could write 2 whole pages just describing which hand you used to eat a single grain of rice in the heavenly demon's records. Come on, Master Gong-ja, just give up and let me have your pinky toenail. Gong-ja makes a face and gives a final warning. Back off before I say I hate you. This time the threat actually hits home and the librarian finally retreats a few steps. Stay 5 steps away or I'm really saying it. He stays cold, telling him to stop being so weirdly polite too. This is disgusting. Also give me back my nails and hair. The librarian sobs, clutching his bag of treasures like they're gold. I can't do that. What you're asking is totally unreasonable. Suddenly, red sparks fly from Gong-ja's hand, startling the librarian. After a moment, the librarian speaks up. Truly incredible, I'm moved by how much you genuinely care about the heavenly demon. You could have just reached the end by becoming her disciple, but you didn't stop there. You went so much further for her. The conclusion of that great war was stunning. It felt like tasting the sweetest chocolate shaved ice I've ever had in my life. Gong-ja asks if this means the heavenly demon's martial arts world has officially been added as floor 22 of the tower. The librarian happily confirms it. Other hunters can now freely enter floor 22 whenever they want. What a massive win. They can even learn powerful skills by reading the martial arts books in the library. All of this was only possible because of you. Now you and I have to hear this. Gong-ja asks why the records of the heavenly demon were considered a form of enlightenment. The librarian wonders why he's asking. Gong-ja doesn't answer but throws another deep question back at him instead. Librarian, tell me, do you prefer happy endings or sad ones? The librarian gives a totally honest answer to our main character. I can't really say which is better. An ending is the final stop for these characters. As a reader, I obviously want them to be happy, but I also want to embrace their sadness and their failures. Gong-ja's eyes look like he's deep in thought now. So you're saying even sad endings can be considered good in their own way. Without warning, he grabs the librarian's sleeve. That leads to a much bigger question. He remembers Bei Kang's figure. Even if I hadn't stepped in to interfere back then, the heavenly demon's records would have still reached a decent ending. Even if it was sad, the master and Sage A tried their best. Sage A would have died first and my master would have gone crazy from the grief, but that was still the end she reached herself. He presses further. If that's the case, why were her true records made into a part of the trials for enlightenment? Was the death of Sage A and my master's suicide not considered a meaningful enough ending on its own?
So what do you and I think this is the heavy question that Gong-ja has been carrying from the very start?
Our hero starts browsing other works. Whether he can actually accept this ending or not is another story entirely. These worlds seem to be heading toward a fated ending. The librarian asks, is wanting a happy ending just because you want one really a bad reason? Kim Gong-ja explains, look, you are powerful librarian. To a hunter like me, you basically seem like an omnipotent god. But instead of fixing the story yourself, you send us in. You even refuse to become the author yourself even though you clearly have the power. We see two hands around three books with a single eye appearing. A reader who never interferes, that is the librarian constellation who loves to stay hidden. Hearing Kim Gong-ja's words, the librarian's face darkens. Why don't you just ask me to analyze the characters for you then? There is no way someone as meticulous as you would label a story as enlightenment just because it happened to have a weird ending. That means there must be a specific condition that classifies the actual records of the heavenly demon and other stories as places of enlightenment. Realizing Kim Gong-ja won't back down without a real answer, the librarian asks him, you really won't drop this matter, will you? He grabs Kim Gong-ja's hand as if leading him somewhere. Librarian with book in one hand pulling Kim Gong-ja along with him. Come here with me, I will teach you the true secrets of enlightenment. Then the librarian teleports both of them to a mysterious land completely covered in white snow. He turns to start a conversation with Kim Gong-ja. The librarian leads him, flying over a freezing and endless white landscape while sharing the deep thoughts hidden within his heart. The virus that caused the zombie plague in the martial world was a disaster already recorded within the heavenly demon power record. But I didn't think it would cause the end of the world like you mentioned. Kim Gong-ja can already start to guess what happened next. It seems the librarian doesn't even wait for him to speak. He just smiles and reveals the truth one step ahead of him. That virus wasn't originally part of this story. He begins to explain the origin of it in a very simple way. The zombie plague started from the outside world. It was basically an invasion from a brand new continent. Suddenly, the librarian points in a certain direction. Kim Gong-ja, look over there. Do you see anything? After flying through the air, they stumble upon a sight that is honestly hard to believe. It's the massive body of a black dragon stretched out across a road buried deep under the fallen snow. A strange dark energy is billowing off its corpse, something impossible to name. Immediately, a system notification pops up right in front of Kim Gong-ja's eyes. Shiny senses a very ominous energy. It seems the librarian knew exactly what he was doing by bringing him here. Your sword probably feels it too. After all, your blade was originally owned by a powerful constellation as well. People quickly recognize those who are similar to them. Then he suddenly asks Kim Gong-ja a very heavy question. Kim Gong-ja, have you ever seen a constellation fall from the heavens like that before? Memories of Preda's panicked face flashed through his mind as she looked at something truly terrifying. Kim Gong-ja doesn't hide it, telling him I have seen it. Hearing that, the librarian's face suddenly fills with a deep and painful sadness. In that case, you must have seen a corpse left behind in the wake of a falling star before, right? He continues, saying it is not far. It turns out the dragon corpse was exactly what the librarian wanted to show him. It is trapped in eternal sleep in this frozen land. This is a rare sight, so keep your eyes open and watch closely. Another notification appears. Shiny has officially sensed the presence of her very own older sister. Her attention is fixed on a black sword stuck in the dragon's scales, radiating a mysterious and chilling aura. Shiny identifies it as the Protector Holy Sword, the Blade of Compassion. Even from a distance, you can hear the mournful cries of resentment and hatred coming from the massive body of the black dragon. It hurts. The humiliation and pain. This completely catches Kim Gong-ja off guard. I thought you said the fallen star was dead. How is it still able to speak like this? The librarian explains it really is dead. What you are seeing and hearing right now is simply the echo of its lingering and bitter sorrow. His eyes suddenly grow heavy, filled with a deep intensity that makes it hard to tell what he is feeling. When a being almost reaches the level of a constellation, their death is always something truly horrific to witness. He calmly reveals the source of the virus to Kim Gong-ja. That zombie plague you saw in the martial world was actually a curse caused by this entity. It carries a tragic history from the past that very few people know about. This is a curse that the constellation left behind in the martial arts world. The golden dragon was imprisoned in the Great Lake. Even after death, its resentment refused to fade away. It carries the intense pain it suffered even after death, never fading away. This black dragon is both the source and the result of a completely different kind of suffering. When its curse spread to the martial arts world, it turned everyone into the zombies you saw before. Those raspy and hollow voices continue to haunt Kim Gong-ja's ears even now. It sounds like an incantation. I'm hurting. This is the source of the curse and the world's destruction. I'm trapped in this eternal loop of pain. That was the final gaze of Beihu Ryong from before. As the master passes away, the memories hit him hard. That golden dragon's curse destroyed everyone, turning them all into mindless zombies. Kim Gong-ja notices one more thing: if this dying star doesn't stab its own heart, someone else will eventually destroy it. He wonders aloud to the only other person there who could have done something this horrific to an entire world. No immediate answer. The librarian just looks at him. You can probably guess who was right. Only one name comes to mind: La Fanta. The librarian immediately confirms that his dark theory is 100% correct. Exactly. Known as the Star Killer, he wanders the multiverse with one goal: to murder every single constellation. These aren't just minor beings. Every constellation is a pillar, the very embodiment and protector of their own world. When a world loses its constellation, it is like a fortress losing its walls. Total vulnerability follows the fall. The consequence is something no one can survive: the apocalypse. A world where nothing remains except for absolute death. Everyone inside tries to flee, but there is nowhere to go. The path to total destruction just keeps accelerating. But Kim Gong-ja still doesn't get the motive. Why would he go around slaughtering these powerful world-protecting constellations? He could have stayed in his own world as a supreme emperor. Why wander the void just to ruin everything? Surprisingly, even the walking encyclopedia shakes his head. That is the one question even I don't have the answer to. Those deep blue eyes reflect Kim Gong-ja's image, reminding him once again of the role he has to play. I am simply a reader. The librarian stays humble, knowing exactly where he stands. If you see me as some all-powerful genius, you are wrong. I might know everything, but I have almost zero real strength. I know the truth, but I cannot interfere. However, I can see the potential breakthrough in you, Kim Gong-ja. You are different from me. That is exactly why I have such high hopes for your journey. You can step in and change things as you please. What is even more special, you do it regardless of their wishes. You can fix the unfixable and stop the threats that would normally destroy this world. Every word he says comes with a faint smile, like he has already seen the final outcome. If it happens once, it's a coincidence. Twice, that is fate. You and I both know how this works. Kim Gong-ja reaches out as they descend back to the ground, ready to listen to the final reveal. But the third time, that is inevitability. He stands before a massive fortress-like object that radiates an incredibly dangerous, oppressive aura. He hesitates for a moment, but the librarian's words give him the confidence boost he needs to keep moving forward. The golden dragon was imprisoned and slaughtered without mercy. No ordinary person could ever dream of touching that legendary cursed blade. But you are different. You have walked through fate and reached the point of the inevitable. Decision made. He calls out to Sparky immediately. The notification pops up. Yes, master. Kim Gong-ja doesn't waste time. Tell me, what do I need to do to save your sister? The instructions are simple. Just unsheathe me and let me make contact with her physical form. He takes a massive breath to steady his nerves. Eyes locked on the target, he draws the sword with precision. The moment he points his blade at the black sword, a blinding light erupts, filling every corner of the room. The system alerts him the guardian goddess is finally merging her broken soul fragments back together. His power begins to wrap around the black sword, but the peaceful moment is shattered by a sudden violent reaction. A mysterious dark energy surges out. Kim Gong-ja flinches, horrified by what is unfolding right before his eyes. What is this? He grits his teeth fighting to hold the sword as two massive powers clash violently. A warning flashes. The Sword of Mercy is actively resisting the soul merger process. He can feel the physical pushback. It is massive. Then another message from the system appears. The Sword of Mercy is confused. It is like a black panther that was sleeping peacefully, only to be suddenly poked by an outsider. It decides to test him. The Sword of Mercy asks a single question: will you betray La Fanta? A yellow notification appears. The guardian goddess tries her best to comfort her distressed sister. Inside that swirling vortex of dark dragon energy, the sword decides to give Kim Gong-jae one final chance. It demands to know if this new master is truly worthy. The two powers collide with ground-shaking intensity. The system makes its call. A constellation's power is absolute. An unworthy master cannot wield this level of strength. The Sword of Mercy rejects him completely, erupting in a terrifying blast of violet energy as it pushes back. A flat-out rejection. But Kim Gong-ja is not the type to just give up after one little setback. Look, I get where you are coming from, but how can I prove that I am actually worthy? A notification pops up explaining that she is a fragment left in this state without the goddess's mercy. Suddenly, the world around them begins to warp and shift, leaving Kim Gong-ja completely stunned by the transformation. Behind those massive black feathers stands a stunning girl. She is the second sword, known as Compassion. She tells him straight, prove to me that you can actually become someone's pillar of faith. The system notification confirms it. It is finally time to prove he has a heart for others. Standing before her massive presence, Kim Gong-ja looks tiny. Then another notification flashes across the screen for him. Compassion's giant hands reach out to grab him. The sword demands that he temporarily surrender his entire body and give her his heart. Kim Gong-ja immediately pushes back. Why on earth should I do that? She wants to see his memories. But the golden notification jumps and the guardian goddess says absolutely not. The idol tries to convince Compassion to give our hero a chance and see if he is truly worthy. Why take unnecessary risks? But Kim Gong-ja is totally chill about the whole thing and stays perfectly calm. He actually sheathes his sword to reassure her. No, it is fine. Kim Gong-ja has his own standards. I cannot carry a sword that I do not trust. Even if it was forged by a master blacksmith, it would just bother me too much. With total confidence, he shouts, "Go ahead, do it now." He stands there with open arms ready for the test. Dive into my memories and take what you want. This is basically the ultimate entrance exam for our guy. Kim Gong-ja is going all in here. The Sword of Compassion is testing his own heart. She does not hesitate and dives into his mind. Through her feathers, his deepest memories start to play. First, we see a young boy crying his eyes out. A gentle head pat calms him down. Just try a bit more. Then a terrifying image of bloody hands. Such tragic things for one girl. He stands alone in memories that have turned completely black and white. The silhouette of a girl follows. The world feels meaningless. Finally, the words of Bitch Hyang echo out. My disciple, those words are etched into his soul. After seeing everything, Compassion falls into a deep silence. Her gaze feels like it is piercing through his very core, but all she lets out is a single sound. He is clearly exhausted after the memory dive. Even so, Kim Gong-ja chooses to be completely honest with her. Look, I am not perfect. I am soft and I really want people to treat me with kindness. And just to get that kindness, I push myself to the limit. I will put my life on the line. Just to be seen as a good person by others. Honestly, that might be my biggest weakness here. Then he drops a truth bomb. Your previous master was not exactly a perfect person either. Raising his glowing sword, he stands his ground. I still do not know what La Fanta Aya was really thinking. Traveling the world to destroy stars might seem noble, but maybe it was not the right thing to do. Even facing someone that powerful, his spirit does not break. Not even a little bit, you guys. If you are looking for a flawless master, then do not follow me. I do not need you. I do not want a sword like that. Compassion asks, do you really plan to kill La Fanta Aya? Kim Gong-ja is blunt. If he deserves to die, then yes, I will be the one to kill him. She asks if he can promise to keep his personal feelings out of it. But get this, Kim Gong-ja. He just looks away and says he does not know. He opens up about his pain to build trust. My master is dead and my world is ruined. So many lives were lost. I am still processing it, but I promise you I will try my best. She stays silent while he looks at her with trust. If I ever start to lose my way on this journey, I want you to push me back onto the right path. Her clear eyes reflect his outstretched hand. His voice is so reassuring it makes us feel safe too. I will give it my all, and you should too. That means we are partners on this road. Suddenly, Compassion begins to melt like hot wax. The liquid drips down, but it does not even touch him. A notification appears. My ability is agony. And just like that, she begins to reveal her skills. Whoever Kim Gong-ja cuts feels pure agony. No wounds means no death, just endless pain. That is his terrifying new ability. That pain leaves no physical scars. After merging with his current blade, the soul sword has finally submitted to Kim Gong-ja. I swear to serve you with a pure heart, my new master. Right then, a system notification pops up for him. The guardian goddess glows brighter than ever. That black sword stuck in the dragon's corpse melts like lava, its soul gone. Even as its body melts, you can hear the dragon's satisfied sigh. It is almost like it was waiting for this. It waited a long time for this moment. Soon that massive body dissolves into a puddle of liquid. What an epic end. Kim Gong-ja silently watches as the black liquid washes over the ground, leaving our main character completely untouched. The world shakes, covered in blinding snow. The librarian smiles and says winter is the season of death. Deep right. He was right to bring Kim Gong-jae here. Finally, this lonely winter has come to an end. For the first time, this frozen land sees the soil beneath the snow. As our boy looks up, he spots a floating snowflake. I can smell it, he says. His hand reaches out to touch that delicate flake. In seconds, it vanishes. That is the scent of spring in the air. Kim Gong-ja starts getting all emotional again. He misses his master. I wonder if she knew where spring comes from, but he does not dwell on it long. He turns to the librarian. Cleaning floors has perks, you know. I can actually see other people's character traits now. The librarian is not surprised. He is the one in charge of floors 21 through 30 after all. This was his plan for Kim Gong-ja all along. While the librarian prepares to guide him, Kim Gong-ja starts reading the data. The screen shows his favorite characters. Lafanta the Slayer is there along with some others from the story. He admits it casually, then acts like he knows nothing. Maybe that is it. But why though? This confuses Kim Gong-ja. Lafanta is the constellation killer. It would be normal to hate a guy like that. But why does the librarian like him? He winks, thinks for a moment, and finally turns away. He decides to spill the beans. Since you asked, I will give you a private answer. I have a long-held wish. Kim Gong-ja is curious. A wish. The librarian's eyes light up. Yes, I want to appear as a character. In a novel that I love. Kim Gong-ja still does not get it. Why not just do it now? You can travel freely through the apocalypse, right? The librarian puts his hands on his hips. You just do not get it. How a reader really feels. He floats up, sharing his thoughts. In the apocalypse, I am absolutely nothing. Nothing but a foreign existence. He closes his eyes and clasps his hands like he is praying for something. I do not belong in that world. Whether it is the Slayer who kills constellations or me, we are outsiders. We are both just strangers in this world. I do not want to enter a story as some random stranger. I want to be a character who was there from the start. Kim Gong-ja just stares totally blank. The librarian stops the deep talk and turns to him. Now it is my turn to ask a question. It is a question he never saw coming. Kim Gong-ja, why did you not kill the heavenly demon? He explains that in her final moments, she could kill with just her aura. She was that strong, even though you were weaker. But her memories live on inside you. If you added her to your summon list, out of your hundreds of summons, she would be your ultimate weapon. Kim Gong-jae's expression turns serious. Why did you spare her? He stammers, trying to explain, but the librarian cuts him off instantly. It is fine, I already know. He exposes the truth without hesitation. You just did not want to interfere. You did not want to mess with your master's final fate. I am the same. I do not want to join. I do not want to be part of the apocalypse. We want the same thing. That is why I refuse to move. If that is the case, there is only one way to become a character. He pulls out a book and continues. I do not go looking for characters. They have to come find me. He saw this coming long ago. Lafanta, the Slayer, is busy wiping out constellations. Eventually, he will come visit my world, the great library of all creation. His sweet face totally contradicts his words about being killed. That is when his wish comes true. I am waiting for the day he visits my library. That day, I will finally be a part of Lafanta's story. But our boy Kim Gong-ja is still completely lost. Even if the story's end means your own death. That complex smile hides so much. Yes, he says. He thought dying at the hands of the protagonist was the best end. Suddenly, the whole snowy mountain range shimmers with light as the sun peeks out. Kim Gong-ja, the old spirit, and the manager walk under that beautiful sky. Footsteps echo along with a loud shout. Young Master Gong-ja steps up to take the lead as a group, rushes out to greet him with a bow. Welcome, he just coldly asks about the situation. Is the funeral ready? The man's face goes completely blank. It is not ready yet, sir. He never expected the blood demon to reveal that the heavenly demon's body is gone. This twist is absolutely unbelievable. He gasps. What? But the guy says you will understand once you see it. While leading the way, he explains that the snow suddenly melted and the body just vanished. Then bright red petals drift past him as an apology. Forgive us, this was so unexpected. Suddenly, a sea of vibrant flowers appears right before his very eyes. We could not react in time. His words seemed to weave through the petals. We believe that because the heavenly demon's energy was so pure, her body simply merged with nature. Suddenly, the old spirit speaks up the moment Gong-ja sits down. How surprising. He speaks just as the boy reaches out. Even when this world's constellation dies, it only leaves a curse. But when your master dies, flowers bloom. Every word, he says, really hits home. Is your master clearly better than a constellation? After a moment, Blood Demon adds that they have indeed prepared the funeral. I thought you would want to join, but he simply says no. He gently answers, it is fine, no need to hold it. The man is confused. What? Then Gong-ja takes off his coat. When I became the young master, some in the sect still did not accept me. Tradition says that the strongest becomes the leader. Suddenly, his aura explodes. Let us hold a tournament instead of a funeral. That is the most meaningful way to honor her. The sword is what matters most to us, right? That one line wakes everyone up. So use the sword techniques that Master taught you, watch them go. They get hyped and charge in with their swords. A massive joyous battle breaks out right there, in the field of red flowers as the sun sets. Later back at the library, he hears the clan is moving. They are going to the 22nd floor. This announcement stuns him. What but Mun just calmly explains it. We have decided to move. We are taking the entire training hall too, just like you inherited the legacy. I have become the disciple of the Martial Alliance leader. My clan is joining the alliance with me. Gong-ja has no idea when he bought those fake glasses for 9,800 or that book cover. Mun has hope for the future. Even if my master is crippled, he is not done. The doctor will fix his energy, so I will be his great guardian for now. Gong-ja thinks to himself, a guardian protects the sect. Not only that, but the great guardian is the strongest of them all. But Mun just keeps talking. He seems furious about the heavenly demon's death. Even I feel sad just looking at him. Right now it is best to keep everyone busy training the next generation. It makes my members stronger too. Gong-ja realizes one thing: the Viper wants to be the great elder of the martial world. What a realization. This totally shocks Gong-ja. Mun gets flustered and asks, why are you looking at me like that? Gong-ja sighs, I am just amazed. Not everyone can lead one of the top 5 guilds after all. He thinks to himself, I used to wonder why an otaku like him was so popular. But now, it is because he actually cares about his members. Getting the compliment, Mun blushes and scratches his head. Really, his whole face is bright red now. Do not get it twisted, I am just doing what is necessary. Getting happy over a compliment makes the world worse. I cannot let that happen. Talk about intense. Gong-ja just stares at him. You are actually scaring me. But this moment makes him reflect on everything. He feels a bit lost. Do I have anyone I can call my own? Right then the old spirit screams. I want to punch him. Send this zombie to the martial world in the next apocalypse, the director brags. I made a special nail clipper just for you. Even the holy sword chimes in with its endless praise, singing about our hero's wisdom. A majestic image of our hero roars upon the walls of the Omem Empire. The noise is too much. Definitely not these 3. Never. They are not even human. Suddenly, a hesitant voice calls from behind Death King. He jumps when he sees the clan leader. Kim Soo is our girl. She's thrilled to report that we finally have a mass-produced zombie virus vaccine. As long as everyone gets vaxxed before hitting floor 22, they'll be perfectly fine. In a flash, Kim Gong-ja shoves the old man aside. Alchemist, do you have any plans on moving? She's stunned. He gets straight to the point as her current shop's still way too tiny. After clearing this floor, her fame is skyrocketing. Why stay in such a cramped little place? She's flustered. She wants to expand, but floor 1 land prices are just way too expensive. Account offered a down payment, but Kim Gong-ja shouts, no, don't you dare sign that. Kim Gong-ja claps happily. I'll provide the shop plus cover all moving and interior costs. She's glowing. Really? He reminds her he literally owns the entire 2nd floor, doesn't he? I'll give you a prime spot. But in exchange, my medicine orders always come first. Deal. She couldn't possibly say no. Suddenly, the Poison King coughs to cut in. Ahem. He starts complaining loudly about his own shop being in the middle of nowhere. It's on floor 3, smells weird, and the stairs are absolutely killing his old knees. If only some kind youngster would offer me a place with fresh air and 30,000 square meters. Before he can finish, the Sword King grabs his collar. Sorry, my friend's being rude. He's still yelling. How dare you get in the way of your friend's business? I'm broke. Requests are down and money is tight. He's still screaming as he fades away. Alchemists tell everyone I cheated in the last fight. I'm no Sinister disciple anymore. Their cuteness makes them both laugh. Time passes and we're suddenly in a new village. People are swarming from everywhere. Doctors, please. Sell us some of that medicine. Brits on the megaphone. Line up for meds. Kim Gong-ja vaccines are over at the headquarters. Head to the Heavenly Demon sect on floor 22. He's totally fuming about this. You jerk, why are you making me do this? Floor 22 is pure chaos right now. Order please. This is a training hall, not a riot. Mun is busy taking notes. Old man, we've got tons of guests. He snaps. Don't rush me, I'm the exclusive doctor. I joined your cult and now I'm stuck giving shots. Where's my thank you? As things calm down, the Black Witch appears. She's honestly amazed at the progress. She praises him. You played a massive role in finishing the Heavenly Demons Chronicle. Every hunter is fired up because they don't want to be left in your dust. Thanks to that, the tower's progress is moving way faster than before. Look at that. We finally moved from the Great Library on floor 21 to floor 24. A mythic tier diary. She looks at him excited. Floor 30 is basically ours now. But is it ever that easy? You and I both know that disaster is usually next. A system alert pops up. There are so many casualties we can't even count them. Today's raid on floor 25 was a total failure. We're just watching it fall apart. I repeat, the raid failed. Floor 25 is a book Somi Win Academy Stories. It's a D-rank romance fantasy. Only 2 to 5 players are allowed to enter. It's supposed to be a normal magic academy with a long and prestigious history. A place for friendship, rivalry, love, and jealousy. A simple school story, right? Wrong. There's a world-destroying artifact hidden underneath. And they failed because of a fiancé. A regressor student kidnapped the prince, broke the seal, and unleashed a great demon. The Black Witch is in shock. The Count and Knight lost. That's impossible. They were the ultimate power couple. Kim Gong-ja just sighs. It's a total disgrace. But it's already done. A light flashes from Kim Gong-jae as the book closes. Forgive me, but we can definitely fix this mess. Later, he's fuming in the bathroom just to keep his composure. Damn it, I've never even read a romance novel before. I can't just leave the Count and Knight to fail like this. You and I are going back. That was a close one. My librarian actually dropped a hint, but the old spirit is still totally clueless about the plan. Why not just give up and join a different raid? Instead of answering, our guy just draws his sword to show him. I don't think it's that simple. He puts the blade to his neck with a smirk. The sword reacted before the Apocalypse book even closed. This means a sister sword exists in this world. Even Sparkly is fully on board with that theory. The spirit points out he's never read a martial arts novel, but hey, he did amazing during the last run anyway. Right after he finishes talking, he just stabs himself in the throat. Time to go back, rewinding the clock right now. He suddenly volunteers. I'll take command of this floor. Ryan Du and the Paladin are completely stunned into silence. She says, sorry, Death King, I didn't realize you were into romance stories. He just scratches his head, totally embarrassed. Don't worry about it, I'm basically a total amateur when it comes to love stories. But then she gets real close. She leans in with a dark vibe, asking why he wants to lead this floor. Man, that scary look is intense. He thinks, wow, she is dead serious about this. But I can't back down. If I do, she's definitely going to fail. He stammers out that he really wants to try. Inside, he's more determined than ever. No way can I let her lead. He clenches his fist against her pressure. Honestly, it's better to let someone who actually understands the romance genre handle this. You're great and all, but I finished the Heavenly Demon Chronicles without ever reading a single martial arts book before. She hesitates, knowing he's right. But then he decides to be honest about the most important part of the whole situation. I've got a really bad feeling about this floor. Please let me do this. Understanding him, the Black Witch immediately agrees. It's not about right or wrong, he's already proved his skills. The Paladin is shocked and calls out to the Black Dragon Master. Even the Sword King steps in, saying we should listen to the Death King. He might know something we don't. She can't believe it. Even you, she's losing it. Kim Gong-jae is thrilled, thinking, awesome, everyone is actually on my side for once. He claps his hands to decide. All right, I'll be the one picking the teammates who are going to join me. I'm going with the absolute best people right now. Don't feel bad if you're not chosen. The Black Witch just laughs. The best, huh? She looks at him with doubt, then suddenly turns and taps his shoulder with total confidence. Look, this is a romance story. I might not read them much, but I definitely think I'm the perfect fit for this. From my personal perspective, even though I can't exactly claim I have way more experience than everyone else here, if we're talking about the best, isn't that me? What do you think? He's totally confused. Why is she acting so strange? But the Paladin is just as hyped. No, you're wrong, Master. Romance and fantasy romance are two completely different things. If romance is a cake, fantasy romance is a cake covered in chocolate. Death King, an expert like me, definitely needs to go. These comments are really throwing him off. Is she seriously trying to hint that she's actually an expert? Does she really have experience? Even Ryan Du is eager to jump into the fight. Can't love just be bought? Dating a rich person is way better anyway. Love is power and power is money. I'll be essential for this story. Kim Gong-ja starts facepalming. Seriously, why does everyone suddenly think they're an expert on romance novels all of a sudden? The tension from everyone fighting over the spot makes him grimace. This whole situation is getting way too intense. He stays quiet for a while before shocking everyone. Heretic, why don't you come into this novel with me? The three rivals look at each other in total disbelief. Even Mumun, who was calmly drinking tea, literally spits it out. Even Heretic is completely frozen in place. This is wild. Then he gets all excited and reaches his hand out. Sure, I'll follow any request from the Death King. The Black Witch can't believe it. Death King, have you lost your mind? She grinds her teeth and whispers. That guy has zero empathy for others. He is a total straight-up psychopath. To put it lightly, he's a total antisocial nutcase. Why on earth would you bring someone like that into a love story? He's shaking as he tries to explain it to her. Look, I don't know much about romance, but I know one thing. The most important thing is something she hasn't understood yet. Even the Black Witch didn't expect his answer would be about looks. That answer makes her go silent as she stares at Heretic for a moment. Then she has to admit the cold truth. Yeah, you're right. But he also has another reason. Heretic can use holy magic, which makes him useful for anything. He has the power to face any situation that comes up. Plus, he actually listens to everything I tell him to do. However, there are things he hasn't mentioned to her yet. Most importantly, Heretic always says exactly what is on his mind. No secrets here. There's no difference between what he thinks and what he says. That kind of honesty is actually amazing for love. When they arrive, the manager laughs. Oh, a new group this time. All right, then I am really looking forward to this. Kim Gong-ja flips through a book with a suggestive smile. The Season of Love. This is when everyone talks about romance. Love transcends status, background, and borders. Maybe that is why finding true love is so incredibly difficult these days. It comes from action and awareness, but most people just focus on fleeting feelings. He whispers as 3 cards appear. A book flies out. Is this just a whim or actual true love? Either way, we have got the privilege of watching this play out. It is heading straight for him. Our boy cleared the Heavenly Demon Chronicle all the way to the hidden ending, so he is getting a reward. He is getting exactly what he earned. He is totally baffled as a few strange cards start floating right in front of him one by one. First is the Faceless card, then the Lucky Eavesdropping card, and finally the card that says, "Oh, I really did not mean to say that." He has no clue what these are, but the director just smiles, promising him that these will be his ultimate trump cards in the future. Before they teleport, the supervisor drops one last hint. He tells him to check the final gift hidden within the Book of Revelation. Kim Gong-ja barely has time to react before the hint ends. He cracks open the book one more time to see what is inside. Death King and Heretic Inquisitor, you two are chosen to enter the legendary story of Stormwind Academy. The magic circle activates instantly. When they open their eyes, they will find themselves 7 days before the event that destroys the entire world. With a simple wave of his hand, light explodes. Let us hope they can actually create a beautiful and happy ending for everyone. Just a moment ago, they were in the library, but now Kim Gong-ja is being shaken awake. Their roles as lady and butler start right now. Talk about a rough start. The Heretic Inquisitor gets slapped immediately for being rude and ignorant without even knowing what is going on. Then the shock hits. They realize their roles. Kim Gong-ja is the butler and the Heretic Inquisitor is acting as the young lady. That slap was no joke. The heretic stumbles back while the entire hall goes dead silent before erupting into sounds of pure panic. Our guy still has zero clue what just happened. Meanwhile, Lavian is absolutely fuming, screaming about how stupid he is being. She is losing it. The heretic just stands there, touching his red cheek and acting totally innocent while asking if he did something wrong. He literally asks if he made a mistake, casually mentioning that the slap she just gave him actually hurt quite a bit. Lavian does not even bother answering. She just winds up and cracks him with another slap before anyone can even think to react. The scene they are making is insane. Everyone is staring now. Lavian is not cooling down either. She is still totally enraged. She yells at him for acting like nothing happened after saying something so ridiculous. Is he actually trying to mock her right now? Finally, Kim Gong-ja starts piecing things together. They are at a high society banquet and things are clearly going south very fast. While she is screaming, Kim Gong-ja stays frosty. He starts analyzing exactly who this Lavian girl is supposed to be in this world. Here is the deal. This lady is the main villainess of the Apocalypse book. We are talking about major antagonist energy here. Based on the memories of the Count and the Paladin Order, her identity was slowly revealed when they tried to delete this history. In this empire of alchemy and magic, she is the Duke's daughter. Her family's power is second only to the royal family itself. But this world ends in 7 days because the Crown Prince fell for a girl who transmigrated here from another world and stole his heart. Lavian is shaking with rage and calls for her staff. She has had enough of this and is ready to get aggressive. A whole squad of servants in formal suits comes sprinting over from a distance, bowing and waiting for her next command. She points a finger right at the heretic and screams for them to get this girl out of her sight immediately. Kim Gong-ja rushes over to grab the heretic's arm. He is totally stunned by the situation and just tries to stop the chaos. The servants follow orders immediately, but the heretic just shakes off his butler's hand and steps forward to face her again. He walks right up to Lavian and asks if she is feeling sick. He even offers to help her out, which is a bold move. That just pours gasoline on the fire. Lavian is grinding her teeth so hard you can almost hear it from across the room. But the heretic does not care at all. He just keeps pushing her buttons with that innocent and teasing attitude of his. He tells her she looks terrible and should probably go see a doctor instead of just standing around at this party. Lavian is literally trembling now. She orders them both to get lost and tells the guards to throw the butler in jail too. She is at her absolute breaking point. She cannot stand to look at either of them for even one more second. The servants move in to do their jobs politely, telling our duo that they need to follow them out of the hall now. Kim Gong-ja starts shouting, but they tell him to pipe down because the young lady is extremely sensitive to loud noises. And just like that, our legendary duo gets dragged out of the party like a couple of common troublemakers against their will. He is struggling and yelling, asking where they are being taken until they are eventually shoved right out the front door. Look at that Duke's servant. He is fuming, but Kim Gong-jae is just busy checking the locks from the outside. Heretic is totally chill on the floor. Our Death King realizes things are getting weird. Heretic is the main character now. They are stuck in his cell with only a sliver of moonlight. Honestly, all they can do is complain about the insanity. Heretic finally sits up, checking out his new female form. Apparently, he was forced into dresses as a kid as well, but turning into a literal romance novel heroine now. That is a once-in-a-lifetime experience that he is actually enjoying. Kim Gong-ja can only sigh. Must be nice to be that optimistic when you are locked in a deep dungeon. Heretic just beams. Life is beautiful, Death King. You have got to stay positive or you will never make it. Suddenly, a colorful light flashes from his hands. Here we go, time for a little bit of transformation magic. Heretic gets Kim Gong-ja's attention, and wait, does his voice sound a little different to you guys now? Kim Gong-ja asks about the voice change, and Heretic just gives him the most adorable smile ever. Yeah, he literally modified his vocal cords. Does he sound like a convincing noble lady now? I think so. Kim Gong-ja is floored. Honestly, Heretic looks exactly like a high-born lady of the court right this second. He just needs to work on the attitude. Heretic is literally radiating flowers while holding up his skirt. He gives a polite thank you. This whole butler to heroine shift was totally unexpected, but he is already rolling with the punches. Everything will be fine. Heretic notices Kim Gong-ja is finally starting to relax a little bit. It is all thanks to the Inquisitor's spells and those handy regression skills they have got banked. Kim Gong-ja is confused, so Heretic breaks it down for him. Let us see where this goes. Ever since the Heavenly Demon arc, Kim Gong-ja has been in a dark place. Can't really blame him. Losing a beloved master is heavy. That is exactly why Heretic was so worried about how this specific raid would turn out. He didn't want those bad vibes ruining Kim Gong-jae's combat form, but looks like he was just worried for nothing at all. Kim Gong-ja steps up. Man, you are really good at reading people's emotions, are you not? Heretic's eyes go sharp and mysterious. Exactly. I might not feel despair myself, but trust me, I know exactly how it works. Kim Gong-jae is impressed. Heretic explains that even complex machines can break down if one tiny part fails. For humans, that broken part is stress. If you don't fix it, everything falls apart. If you let it fester, it rots your mind from the inside. You've got to keep a grip on your own mental state, Death King. Kim Gong-ja is starting to see him clearly now. Is this guy really trying to understand humanity in his own unique way? He is a total psycho, but definitely one of a kind. Suddenly, Heretic senses something is off. Something felt strange just now. Kim Gong-ja is like, what are you talking about? Surrounded by prison junk, Heretic starts piecing together the weirdness of their current situation. We are here for insulting a noble, right? Kim Gong-ja nods. That seems to be the official story. Heretic loves that they are on the same page, but then he gets dead serious real fast. Usually, powerful nobles send guards to watch over prisoners, but here the hallway is completely empty, which is beyond suspicious. There are no guards at the door, but we have got an open window. And in this world, that is never a good sign. Right on cue, masked assassins burst through that window. Kill the guy, but keep that girl alive for us, they scream. Kim Gong-ja grabs his blade and triggers his summoning chant. Spark, I need you right now to help me clear this room. Sword out, he blocks the first strike perfectly. He is just waiting for the right moment to counter. Now, one clean strike and blood sprays everywhere. Kim Gong-ja is not playing around today. Heretic is using chains like a pro, swinging his blade and smiling through the whole fight. Death King, do not kill them all. We need at least one alive to find the mastermind. In seconds, it is over. They've got the survivors tied up and ready for a little chat. The assassins are terrified. They thought she was just some weak, defenseless noble girl. Covered in blood, Heretic approaches them with a big friendly smile. All right, boys, I am going to give you 3 simple choices. He holds up one finger. Option 1, if you want to die right here and now, just go ahead and say it. Option 2, we interrogate you until you cough up every single little secret you are trying to hide from us. Option 3, spill everything right now if you want to keep your head. One guy talks trash and demands to be killed, so Heretic happily obliges. Meet the Reaper. He is totally down for it. Then he turns to the next guy. What is your decision? He is paralyzed with fear. Tears and snot are running down his face as he breaks down in terror. He is begging for mercy, claiming they were just following orders. Heretic watches with a very satisfied look. Why even try to assassinate us? Our main character is losing his patience, gripping his weapon tightly. Still cannot decide. Fine, let me help speed things up. The other two are absolutely losing it now. They scream for their lives, and finally Kim Gong-ja steps in to stop the madness. Easy there, Inquisitor. No need to go that far yet. Honestly, he is worried this romance novel is becoming rated R. He stands right in front of them. Listen carefully, because I am only asking this question one time. Then Kim Gong-ja points at the iron bars on the floor. You guys cut through those pretty easily, right? Was it pre-cut because you knew we would be locked here? They cry as a system window appears. The system reveals their thoughts. Under your watch, they say they only heard a girl was coming. They were told she was just a normal girl. Those liars set them up, and they are paying now. Kim Gong-ja observes them and concludes, these guys definitely knew exactly where they would be trapped tonight. He asks them seriously, you said killing the man was fine, but spare the girl. Kidnapping, right? They start stuttering and looking away. It is obvious they really do not want to answer that question. Suddenly, a pink notification pops up. It turns out they were specifically hired for a kidnapping mission. The client was strict, she must be unharmed. That is why they brought a 4-man squad for backup. Heretic calmly wipes blood off her face. Kim Gong-ja stands up and starts fixing his clothes focused. I think I know who the culprit is. Heretic is shocked. How did he figure it out so fast? Kim Gong-ja stays cool, eyeing the broken window. The mastermind has to be someone with serious power. Someone who could sneak 4 assassins into the academy and knows the entire security system perfectly. He thinks back to the party and that villainess who made a scene while kicking them out. Remember when she yelled, "This girl is an eyesore, get her out of my sight right now." She did not say where to take them, but the servants knew exactly which room was prepared. They walked right into the trap. Heretic touches her chin, finally seeing the bigger picture here. So the villainess is the culprit, but suddenly Kim Gong-ja's expression turns incredibly dark and intense. Is it not a bit too obvious? Heretic explains as people start heading toward the cellar door. Even if I look like this, I am still the heroine of this whole Revelation book world. She is a noble dating the future crown prince. And guess what? That very man just arrived. Heretic is still talking. If the Duke's daughter really hired assassins, she would face a massive scandal. Since she is the Duke's daughter, it makes no sense. The real culprit is someone else entirely. The person begins opening the dungeon door. The two continue their deduction totally off their guard. Someone wanted to frame her. Someone who treasures Heretic so much they ordered her to be safe. Suddenly, someone bursts in and pulls her into a tight hug. He is shouting, trying to comfort her. He holds her close and promises to protect her. Check out that flashy blonde hair, pure drama. The sole heir to the empire. That is right, the crown prince and official male lead has arrived. Kim Gong-ja is definitely not feeling this vibe. His face says it all. But let us flash back. The emperor named 2 special ladies last year. First up is Sylvia Evasia, the girl with curls. She is the picture of elegance dancing through fields of flowers. Under the sunlight, she looks absolutely stunning. Her smile is brighter than the blooming flowers. Since that day, the people gave her a nickname. With those sparkling blue eyes and clever personality, they call her the Lady of Golden Canary. She is the official heroine of this world. But now we have to talk about her total opposite. Meet Raviel Evania. She is the definition of noble beauty, always holding her head high and excelling. She is perfect in every way. The citizens of the empire gave her a title that fits perfectly. The Lady of Silver Lily. With those cold, mysterious red eyes, she is our stunning and dangerous villainess. All right, you and I are looking at the female villains of the apocalypse. 2 rivals clashing unexpectedly. These daughters of powerful families were formally introduced during the debutante ball. With 2 totally different styles, they ended up clashing, sparking an inevitable secret war. But since these 2 noble ladies are actually studying at the same academy, it is only a matter of time before a total storm erupts. After absorbing the characters' memories, Kim Gong-ja is totally lost with this plot. Back in reality, he sees the prince. The guy turns around and glares at him with pure disgust. Looking at the scene, Kim Gong-ja cannot hide his annoyance. He is definitely judging this guy. Isn't he way too rude for someone supposedly high-born and noble? With a condescending voice, he says, "Oh, you are still alive." Our main character is fuming, thinking what is his deal. He is totally annoyed but still acts respectful, saying, "Yes, your highness, I survived the incident safely." He lets go of Heretic and shoots the main character and nasty look, muttering, "You are one lucky bastard." Kim Gong-ja is so mad, his face is twitching, but he stays calm. Still, his words have some bite. "It is all thanks to your highness's infinite mercy," he says, while secretly judging this guy's terrible attitude. "What am I even saying?" Then the prince sneers, "The assassination attempt was your doing, wasn't it?" He scoffs, "You are too much. Everything good on earth cannot be from my mercy. You protected yourself and Sylvia. That was pure luck. So let me go ahead and express my deepest gratitude for that." The vibe turns pitch black as Kim Gong-ja fumes. He clenches his fist, cursing this curly-haired guy in his head. He feels the prince is always picking a fight, downplaying his actual skills and just calling it dumb luck. He does not want to believe it, but maybe this guy is actually trying to keep him suppressed. Right then, the character's synchronization bar starts rising. Kim Gong-ja places a hand on his chest, staying calm. Lady Kim is my master. I belong entirely to her. Suddenly, he starts explaining himself with total confidence. How is his sword protecting its master just luck? Even Kim Gong-ja is shocked by what just came out of his mouth. Just imagine the absolute drama that unfolds when you and I see a mere butler starting a fight with the prince. Kim Gong-ja covers his mouth in total fear, but his lips have a mind of their own and keep talking. I am just a tool doing its job. I really do not deserve such high praise from your highness. The system notifies him that synchronization is happening. The bar moves slightly now at 1%. Kim Gong-ja covers his mouth terrified. The prince looks ready to blow a fuse and starts grinding his teeth. I guess noble families like the barons only hire servants based on how much they can talk back, he snaps. The king would be so disappointed if he knew. Inside his head, Kim Gong-ja is just screaming for mercy. Stop it, you curly-haired jerk, don't bait me. Kim Gong-ja clenches his jaw, struggling to get the words out. Forgive me, but everything under His Majesty's reign is perfect. He looks at the situation and thinks of movie tropes. I am willing to sacrifice my life to protect you. My dear lady the butler, it is like a cheesy soap opera. These dramatic TV scenes are playing out right in front of him. Kim Gong-ja sits there watching, totally annoyed. A prehistoric monster of a world. And what on earth are these two people doing right now? This is definitely not the time to be hugging. Did a crow eat their brains or something? Synchronization is rising again now at 2%. The prince snaps, oh so now it is a war of words. Our main character starts thinking this is exactly why the knights and the duke failed in the original book. He fires back without hesitation. There is no one more reliable than your highness. Please find the assassin. Bring them to court and give them a proper punishment to set an example for everyone else. He holds Heretic tight and turns back, sounding confident. Of course, but he still looks at Kim Gong-ja with disgust. He whispers, Lady Sylvia is still in shock and assassins might be nearby. I will protect her today. Kim Gong-ja grits his teeth, bowing slightly. Please forgive my insolence, but now that things have turned out like this, we should really take Lady Sylvia somewhere comfortable so she can finally put her mind at ease. I hope my master can stay in her favorite room like she always has. He is fighting the system's control. You traitorous mouth, just shut up already. Over on the other side, the prince immediately fires back. He asks if she is uncomfortable. Stick with me because this synchronization is about to get even crazier. All right, you and I are watching him try to talk his way out, but the sync rate hits 3%. He's totally helpless, pleading for it to stop. Suddenly, the old spirit appears and asks, what are you even doing? He's shocked to see him. Sword Emperor, but the old man just snaps. Have you completely lost your mind? He looks at him, literally begging, please help me. I'm actually going crazy here. Do something to save me. The spirit strokes his chin, thinking about the situation. He leans in close to Kim Gong-ja and starts whispering. You always call venomous snake disgusting, but here you are acting just like a twisted main character in his hallucinations. After hearing that, he just wants to take back his words. It's better if the old man just stays quiet. Suddenly, Heretic speaks up, making him spin around nervously. Sylvia, what's the matter? Heretic shoves him aside without any mercy, his eyes filled with excitement. Now this is really interesting. Heretic clutches his chest and says, right now, I'm feeling something, a sensation I've never experienced in my life. That one sentence leaves everyone stunned. My heart is actually racing, he says. It's so incredibly strange. He excitedly runs to the prince, grabbing his hands. It looks like the owner of this body really likes you. The prince's face turns bright red as he looks at him with pure love, softly whispering the name Sylvia. Before he can confess, Heretic is yanked away. The prince stands there in total shock. Are you really? Kim Gong-ja is holding Heretic's hand now, looking dead serious. My lady, it's time to head back to your room. He doesn't give him a choice. You still have your normal daily routine to handle tomorrow, don't you? Heretic sees that intense look in Kim Gong-ja's eyes and immediately understands exactly what he's trying to do. We can't forget our duty. We're here for a reason, so we have to end this situation right now. Heretic catches on to the hint and immediately plays along. Oh, you're right about that, aren't you? Thanks for the concern, your highness, but I'm returning with my butler now. He gives a polite, cheerful bow. Have a good night. The prince watches them leave the dungeon, looking like he's lost his whole world. He's worried because things are getting messy. He's still fuming with dark energy, literally radiating from his body. I didn't expect a trap like that. What was that? I was so jealous when you hugged that guy. Heretic just laughs at his reaction. We didn't see that coming. Then he suddenly turns to ask Kim Gong-ja. Hey Death King, what's your sync level? Kim Gong-ja groans and says, it's already hit 3%. That was fast, glad I stopped. Heretic's excited. That's nothing. Mine jumped to 10% in an instant. Kim Gong-ja's jaw drops. What did you say? He's suspicious. Just a short time with the prince, and it's 10% sync already. This is way worse than he imagined. He put something away, his mind racing. Kim Gong-ja looks worried and makes a serious suggestion. We need to set up some safety measures immediately. As a figure approaches, he continues, we need a keyword. Something to snap our minds back to reality. It'll wake us up in any situation. Like if I say peach, you have to respond with carrot. Heretic's excited about their secret code, but then he notices someone is coming up from behind them. He agrees immediately. What word then? Right then Lady Raviel and her guards appear in front of them. She looks incredibly sharp and beautiful, and the light makes her look even more mysterious and captivating. Heretic gets serious but keeps a playful tone. Death King, our guy snaps back, I really hate this girl. Then he looks at Kim Gong-ja with total excitement. I'm so curious to see what happens next. Heretic puts his hands to his mouth, forcing a smile. I wonder, what kind of face am I making? Kim Gong-ja is sweating bullets, totally terrified. Suddenly, the system pings, you're syncing with your character. 4% sync reached. An ornate notification board with red curtains appears right in front of them. Now you and I know the classic trope in these romance fantasy stories, every man around the lead is suspicious. And trope 2, a phoenix hidden as a crow. We're back in the Grand Mansion's hallway for this scene. Heretic and Kim Gong-jae stand opposite Lady Raviel and her guards as a pink glow fills the air. Kim Gong-ja senses something is seriously wrong. He's wide-eyed and sweating, looking more handsome and intense than ever. He notices Heretic has gone completely still. Why did he suddenly stop talking? He wonders, feeling anxious. He calls out, but Heretic doesn't react. You and I can feel the tension, this situation is getting intense. Gong-ja reaches out desperate to snap the Heretic Inquisitor back to reality. We can feel his panic as he calls out to him. Inquisitor, but across from them, Raviel starts screaming. Lady Golden Silk, you are looking a bit too healthy, aren't you? Her voice makes Gong-ja jump, and honestly, you can see the pure terror written all over his face right now. She used that nickname before he could even use the Inquisitor's actual tower name. But the Inquisitor, he just stands there. He is just smiling, taking every single bit of Raviel's sarcasm. I heard you were attacked, but that is expected from a border dweller. That smile never leaves his face. He is completely unfazed by those thorny insults she is throwing his way. What a legend. Then he slowly raises a finger to his lips. He wants to see exactly what kind of game she is playing here. Raviel's sharp voice rings out again. You are like a leech. I guess those low-level assassins were not enough to finish you off. He just closes his eyes, acting totally carefree. Oh, did my lady come all this way just to check on my health? It is quite late, so I am touched that everyone, including the prince, is so worried about someone as lowly as me. You can actually see Raviel's eyes waver. She was not expecting him to fire back like that. This is getting intense. She fires back, questioning if the prince came for her, and if the Inquisitor was the one who sent those assassins. Our boy Gong-jae's face is starting to look pretty grim. He is deep in thought, probably wondering how to fix this mess. Raviel is losing her cool, sweat beads forming on her beautiful face. She is absolutely fuming as she snaps at them. Class is not just about where you were born. It is about how you think and act. Start acting like a real noble. Gong-ja is getting even more anxious now. Why on earth is the Inquisitor trying to provoke her? This is not good. But he just ignores her anger, calmly mentioning that slapping someone at a ball is hardly the standard for noble behavior. He gives this creepy demonic smile and asks if he can stay in the guest room. This guy is truly something else. Since you were so good at hitting people, he says, I really want to learn a few things from you. Inside, Gong-ja is literally screaming. Stop it, Inquisitor, please, for the love of everything, just shut your mouth right now. But Raviel's subordinate starts shouting, Lady Golden Silk, you have gone too far. How dare a lowly count's daughter speak like that? Gong-ja immediately jumps in front of the Inquisitor and bows low. Please forgive us for our rudeness, he pleads. He keeps his head down, speaking with total respect. Our lady is still in shock after that horrible incident she just survived. She really needs some time to rest and recover. It is getting quite late, so could we please have permission to leave? Raviel just stares at him. Gong-ja keeps trying to de-escalate the situation before things get even more out of hand. He tells her it would be better to clear up any misunderstandings in the morning when everyone is much calmer. But her men are furious, screaming at him for having the nerve to stand in front of their lady like that. Raviel holds them back. Gong-ja calls out to the Inquisitor using the name Sylvia with total respect. My lady, please. The Inquisitor just pokes his head out with a huge grin. Butler, what are you even talking about right now? Gong-ja grabs his hand and begs him to stay quiet before literally dragging the Inquisitor away from the scene. Wait, Butler, I still have so much more to say to her. Do not just cut me off like that. After a bit, Gong-ja stops and turns back. He cannot let their synchronization level get any higher than it already is. Lady Silver Lily, he calls out. Raviel stands there looking cold as ice, asking him what he wants this time. Gong-ja places a hand over his heart and smiles. I have always admired how independent the Duke's servants are. Seeing them tonight, they truly have dignity, unlike a plain and forgettable person like myself. He is really laying it on. He bows deeply to Raviel, saying he learned so much from all of them tonight. Talk about a smooth exit strategy. Even though I am lowly, I wanted to show my respect. Then he grabs the Inquisitor's hand tight with a smile. "Goodbye, my lady, we will be going now." And just like that, he hauls the Inquisitor out of there as fast as possible. They reach a white flowering tree and Gong-ja stops gasping for breath while still gripping the Inquisitor's hand tight. He grabs the Inquisitor's shoulders. "Are you back with me?" The Inquisitor just looks blankly at him, completely and utterly confused. "What did I just say?" he asks. Back at Ivan's academy, a single light stays on as they finally make it home. Gong-ja slams the door shut, gritting his teeth. "We need to come up with a secret signal, and we need it now." "A secret signal?" the Inquisitor asks. Gong-ja remembers the chaos from earlier. "We cannot keep going on like this." The Inquisitor rests a hand on his face, looking gloomy. "You are right, we definitely need to do something about this." And then Gong-ja just lunges forward and grabs that cute little face of his. "Here we go again, heretic." Kim Gong-ja cupped his face and practically shouted at him. "Spring has come and the magnolias have wilted." Right in his face. Outside was pitch black and silent, but Kim Gong-ja's voice rang out. "When I say spring has come, you answer with magnolias wilt. It is our special code, a signal to wake you up." Then he gets dead serious. "Let's try it once. Spring has come." Still holding Heretic's face, those small lips answer, "Magnolias." Kim Gong-ja frowns and tells him to try it again. "Spring has come." Heretic smiles and replies, "The magnolias have wilted." Kim Gong-ja starts shaking his face playfully. He's got it. Grinning from ear to ear, he says he is finally wide awake now. Kim Gong-ja tells him proudly, "Good job." Calmer now, Heretic is truly grateful. "Thank you, sir. So much has happened today, it really felt like a total storm." Kim Gong-ja rushes off happily. He turns back to ask Heretic, "Do you want a cup of tea to relax your mind?" He says yes, so Kim Gong-ja starts searching the cabinets for teacups. He's amazed. Why does a dorm room have a kitchen? Rich people really know how to blow money, but it's too early to give up. He finally finds the tea set and pot. "All right, let's see." Kim Gong-ja calmly prepares the tea, imagining a perfect relaxing scene while he brews the drink. He follows the lady's favorite method, rinsing the pot and cups with hot water first. You need to use 2 separate pots, one for steeping and one for serving. You can't mix them up. It's a precise process for the perfect cup of tea for her. Finally, add some milk and a spoonful of honey. Ta-da, the lady's favorite tea is finally finished and ready to serve. We brought this precious honey all this way just for times like this. Since the lady is usually thrifty, she deserves some luxury. Kim Gong-ja suddenly freezes, realizing he's acting exactly like a real butler. This is not good. Not good at all. The system alerts him that he's syncing with his character. The synchronization level is spiking, which makes him absolutely furious. He's so annoyed that he dumps a whole handful of salt into the teacup. He curses the logic of this trashy novel. This trashy novel is just ridiculous. Who gets this mad just from salt in their tea? Sparkly is getting seriously worried about him. Forget the romance, nobody cares about that. He thinks back to his old self and sees the terrifying difference in his personality. He really cannot let this go any further. He survived way too much to lose himself in this weird role-play drama. It feels like his own identity is slowly fading away. Kim Gong-ja sets the tea tray down on the table for them. Heretic looks surprised and thanks the Death King. But after taking a sip, he suddenly stops dead in his tracks. He looks like he's about to gag. "Death King, this tea tastes weird. If my tongue isn't broken, this is definitely salty." Kim Gong-ja just stands there acting totally clueless. What's wrong? That is just how tea is supposed to taste, right? Looking at the colorful liquid, Heretic is very hesitant. Is this even tea? It's salty enough to be actual seawater. Still annoyed, Kim Gong-ja tells him to just shut up and drink the whole thing. Heretic doesn't know how to argue, so he chugs it all down. He forces a smile to hide the intense saltiness. "Thanks for the tea," says politely, but inside his taste buds are completely fried and gone forever. Kim Gong-ja is pleased. "Now that's the guy I know." Heretic sets the cup down and asks about the next plan. Kim Gong-ja gives a vague answer. "Let's see." He recalls the plot details. The villainess is the one who destroys the world. Lady Silver Lily was the prince's fiancée. When he fell for the Golden Silk Lady, the betrayal crushed her entire world. Losing her love and status will make her snap. That hatred is what eventually tears this world apart. We have a goal now. We have to get the prince and the villainess back together. He holds up 2 fingers to explain the options to him. Either that or we break the intense feelings one of them has. We have to aim for one of those 2 paths. Heretic smiles softly and asks, "So we're basically playing the role of home wreckers." Kim Gong-ja clenches his fist and stares at his hand. He's lost in thought. Honestly, he's never dated anyone in his life. Over 20 years and 0 experience. He doesn't know romance, but breaking up a couple, that's gotta be easier than making one. Heretic asks if he has any ideas yet. Kim Gong-ja points his hand confidently and says he's got it. A dark aura begins to swirl where he pointed. The more we act like the lady and the butler, the higher our sync will go. It's a trap. But what if we stop acting like them entirely? Our sync should drop. or at least stop increasing. The dark smoke starts taking a human shape as Kim Gong-ja explains his secret move. Heretic watches the creature form with interest. Kim Gong-ja snaps his fingers and from the black smoke a legend appears. It is none other than the Flame Emperor. Kim Gong-ja points right at the newly formed figure. He points right at him. All right, you and I are watching him get totally hyped to start their journey as the world's worst lady and butler duo. Then a system prompt pops up with a classic suggestion. Seriously, romantic fantasy novel trope number 3. Want to bring a couple together? It is simple. First, you have to make them absolutely despise each other. Think of love as thunder and hate as lightning. Naturally, you do not expect a bolt of lightning in a clear sky, but the thunder is definitely coming. Cut to the academy grounds where the students are heading to class. Lana asks her friend Pinky if she slept well last night. Pinky looks super cheerful and happy to answer. She says she slept great and asks Lana the same. They are just giggling and chatting like normal girls. Lana mentions her amazing dream and how refreshed she feels. Now she is just thinking about breakfast toast. Pinky is all ears. She really wants to hear the details of that beautiful dream over breakfast together. Lana agrees, but then boom. Both of them suddenly freeze in total shock at what they see. They cannot believe their eyes. Lady Kim Eric looks nothing like the sweet angel he used to be. He is literally squatting in sunglasses with grass in his mouth. Pure gangster vibes, honestly. Eric growls that nothing is delicious at all. Lana is just standing there completely speechless and confused. He puts his hands on his hips and starts waving aggressively. Turns out he almost got assassinated last night. He did not sleep a single wink. And now these girls are asking if he had a good night. The nerve! Eric rips off the shades and gets right in Lana's face. He is basically saying he can handle any storm. Only weak girls like them need beauty sleep. He asks her if she is really feeling that peaceful right now. Is it because her head is still attached? Lana is so terrified she literally collapses onto the ground. Pinky catches her panicking and telling her to breathe. She is worried Lana is going into total shock. Then she snaps at Eric. Like, how could he say something so incredibly cruel to her friend? Eric just tosses the glasses aside with a fierce look. He is laughing at them for getting so worked up. He says he is just answering her question. Pinky is losing it, screaming for someone to call a medic. Then Eric points at another innocent student and starts throwing out even more savage insults at her. Why is your hair red? Did your skull crack and your brain just fall out onto the floor? He tells her she already looks dim, so she better pick up her brain before it is too late. The red-haired girl breaks down in tears. Meanwhile, Eric is super proud, giving Butler Gong a thumbs up. He is thrilled. He calls Gong the best because the synchronization has finally come to a complete halt. He remembers their plan from last night. It is time for them to be the most toxic duo in history. The ultimate teacher is leading him down a dark path. And honestly, he's more than ready to learn. Gong bows like a total pro, accepting the compliment. Eric is just nodding along, loving the new vibe. He says he trusts Gong completely. But then ouch, Gong straight up stomps on Eric's foot. Eric is confused. Was that to keep the sync rate down, or did he just mess up? Gong just shrugs nonchalantly. If he is going to be a bad butler, he has to start acting like one. Eric is like, okay, got it. But everyone else, they are starting to whisper that these two are insane. The rumors are flying. Lady Sylvia has officially lost it. Everyone is terrified of her now. They think she is possessed. Ever since that attack, she has been acting like a completely different person. Isaac and some others went to check it out, but they have not been heard from since. Spooky. Someone even saw the butler salting her tea. Then a voice suddenly shouts Lady Kim's name. A bunch of guys in black show up looking furious. They are accusing her of ruining their master's name. They are not letting this go. One of them wants to duel her servant to settle the score. They are pressuring Eric to agree right now. The guy is totally confident he will win this fight. Gong is just standing there thinking about how exhausting this life is. Then another challenger appears. Another one swears on his family honor. Eric just laughs it off like it is absolutely nothing. He suggests peace, but Gong has other plans. He steps up and kicks the guy's leg immediately. Gong whispers that they have to commit to the act. Real bullies do not play nice, they take charge. Heretic catches on quick. You are right, she says. So what is my move? Her opponent just squares up ready for a brawl. These guys are whispering, but Heretic just laughs it off. All right, fine, she tells them. I will let my butler take you all on as requested. But then she drops the hammer and sets the terms. Entry fee is 5 gold coins per match, kids. Better pay up. They all groan in unison. Then they start frantically digging through their pockets to find enough cash for the fight. Look, a butler is basically family property. We cannot have our reputation ruined over a few petty schoolyard fights, right? Honestly, charging money for a duel about honor is a pro move. Is your loyalty not even worth 5 gold coins? Talk about a burn. Damn it, they mutter, scrambling to swap silver for gold just to pay Heretic. I only brought silver today, one guy complains. Can anyone swap gold for me? Yeah, sure, let us trade. They realize the truth, like master, like servant. Total scam artists. Meanwhile, Gong-ja steps out and starts warming up. It is finally time to show off what all that training was actually for. Suddenly, he speaks up, shocking everyone watching. I have a small request, he says, just to make things a little more fun. Gong-ja slicks back his hair, looking absolutely cool, as he rests his sword on his shoulder like a total boss. Has anyone here actually starved for a week, he asks. Right then the prince bursts out of the room screaming for help. Save me, he yells. He runs straight to Heretic and demands to know what on earth Sylvia is doing. I heard the rumors, but I thought they were just lies to smear your name. Are you really out here brawling with your classmates, Sylvia? The prince spins around and starts barking at Gong-ja. What the hell do you think you are doing, servant? If your master is making a mistake, you are supposed to stop her. Why are you just standing there waving a sword around like an idiot? Butlers are just low-class losers. You are nothing but a failed product. Absolute trash. Man, this prince is really laying it on thick. Gong-ja stays perfectly calm. My apologies, your highness, he says, bowing respectfully with a hand over his heart. But my ears only hear my lady's orders. If she says I am trash, I will leave. Until then, I am hers to command. But since she has not said that I remain her loyal servant, the prince is absolutely fuming, gritting his teeth in pure rage. You cause all this chaos and still have the nerve to talk back. The prince turns back to Sylvia, acting like a total saint. Sylvia, how many times must I tell you? Why pick a guy like this for a butler? The palace is full of elite servants who are way better trained. Just say the word and the emperor will give you a real one. My father really favors you, so do not worry. Bai Lan is awake now, watching the whole soap opera from the sidelines while the others giggle at the drama unfolding. They start gossiping about the scene. What now is Lady Raviel not supposed to be the prince's actual fiancé? But was not that just some empty promise made by their parents before they were even born? This is getting juicy, guys. Rumor has it the emperor really likes Lady Sylvia. Could it be? Their eyes go wide with excitement. They are loving this. The prince takes her hand, trying to be romantic. Sylvia, talk to me. Gong-ja knows this is about to go south. This tension is insane. Gong-ja is worried about Heretic. Will the original heroine's feelings take over, or will Heretic stay in character? Will the logic of the villainous role prevail over the plot? You and I are on the edge of our seats here. With a look of pure devotion, the prince drops to one knee. Will you listen to my sincere plea, Sylvia? Heretic finally answers, but it is a total curveball. Your Highness, she asks, exactly what kind of perfume are you wearing? The prince is stunned. He cannot believe she is asking about cologne right now. What? Heretic just stands up and moves away. She pulls her hand back. Forgive me, but that smell is very familiar, she says. The prince is completely caught off guard. Heretic starts to walk away, then stops. Have you found the person behind the attempt on my life yesterday yet? The prince stammers, saying the investigation is still ongoing. Heretic just grabs her butler his arm, looking proud as can be. If it was not for my butler that night, I would have been in serious trouble. If you really care about me, your highness, then you need to respect my butler too. I trust him more than anyone in this world. The prince looks absolutely disgusted. Heretic snaps her fan open and lets out a massive laugh. Everyone around her is totally shocked by this unladylike cackle. The prince is sweating buckets. Sylvia, why is your laugh so different? It is still sweet like a bird, but wow, he stammers. I actually really like laughing this way. Heretic replies bluntly. The prince is feeling awkward and tries to play it off. Oh, I see. Now that I listen closely, it is actually pretty great. Yes, yes. That sound is truly wonderful, Sylvia. I have discovered a whole new side of your beauty today. Meanwhile, a red-haired guy creeps up and starts whispering. Are you misunderstanding something? The prince just keeps sucking up. Sylvia, you are like a brilliant kaleidoscope of colors. Not everyone has a laugh that sounds like a bird. I should probably learn to laugh like that, too. That smirk is perfect. You and I can hear that voice whispering. Is breaking couples up really easier than making love? Turns out everyone is different. Suddenly, Heretic and the prince burst into these loud, weird laughs. This is getting awkward, right? The laughter just keeps coming. Gong-ja is standing there thinking, is love really this high level? It feels like a massive brain move. Then the old spirit steps up, patting Gong-ja on the shoulder. He tells him he is just a lonely guy who has been single for way too long. Love comes in all shapes and sizes, he says. He just keeps talking even though nobody is actually answering him. Some feelings just cannot be torn apart no matter what you try. I am honestly worried about the prince's feelings at this point. Your plan was pretty creative though. Gong-ja steps forward, wondering why the Sword Emperor is suddenly acting like some wise old philosopher. Please do not tell me I am the only one here with absolutely zero dating experience. My pride is taking a massive hit right now. Gong-ja steps in front of Heretic to protect her. He says his lady already told him that she trusts him the most. Look, Prince, you might be high royalty, but whenever my lady actually needs you, you are nowhere to be found. I might be a lowly servant, but I have always been by her side. The prince's face looks absolutely hideous hearing that. He is feeling smug, wondering if their love can survive this blow. Meanwhile, Bai Lan and Pinker are watching with their jaws dropped. The old spirit screams, "You idiot, that guy is cursed by the demon of love. There is no saving him now." The prince grits his teeth in rage, grabbing Heretic's hand. He tells him not to get cocky just because he is Sylvia's butler. "Stop acting so arrogant just because you are always around her. I can be there for Sylvia too. You can retire now." Gong-ja is panicking internally. This is wild. Bai Lan and her friend are holding hands, totally hyped for the drama. "Oh man, is it really okay for the prince to act like this?" Suddenly, a voice from behind shuts them right up. "What is all this noise about?" Lady Raviel steps out of the classroom looking elegant even in a basic school uniform. She still has that cold, noble vibe. Then we see a flashback of a prince sleeping peacefully on a very fancy bed. A girl's hand slowly reaches out gently, stroking his hair while he sleeps. You can feel the intense emotion in this scene. Has anyone ever loved you as much as I do? Has anyone ever touched you with this much affection? Then one day the prince leaves. The girl just watches him go, trapped in a sense of hopeless longing. Did you ever see the deep disappointment in her eyes? Has any other hand ever touched you like this before? Was it softer and gentler than mine? No, and it should not be, because I am the only one for you. Now Lady Raviel steps out, practically glowing with nobility. The prince looks at her with total indifference and speaks up. "Lady Silverglass, I heard you were out sick this morning. I honestly thought you would be taking the day off. Are you feeling better?" He says it with such a hateful tone. "Your heart really is a troublemaker, is it not?" The crowd starts gossiping about her. Lady Raviel just grabs her dress and gives a polite, respectful bow to him. "Good day, Your Highness. Thanks to your wonderful concern and care, I was able to sleep very well last night." The prince does not even look back. He just says, "Oh really, I am glad, since you are sick almost all year. You are always stuck in bed, so days like this are rare. The spring morning light is quite beautiful today, right? Maybe you should take a walk to clear your head." Gong-ja has been quiet, but he is getting confused now. It is so strange. Even for a prince, he really should not be this cold to a duke's daughter. Weird vibes. Raviel stands there shyly, softly saying, "That sounds lovely. When the spring wind blows harder, the flowers will start to fall. Those flowers would be so lonely if I was the only one watching them." The prince just adjusts his clothes and stands. Lady Raviel remains calm. "Your Highness, do not get your clothes dirty over a little brawl like this. It is not worth it. Why don't you come walk with me and enjoy the spring instead?" He just snaps back. "Why would I do that?" Raviel turns and invites Heretic too. "Lady Sylvia, why don't you join us as well? Let's all go for a walk." Heretic gives a soft smile and looks at Gong-ja, asking if this is okay. Gong-ja starts thinking hard about it. This situation is bad. Both Lady Raviel and the prince are dangerous people. Just being near them is risky for us. The synchronization rate will basically jump up on its own. He is starting to panic. He feels too much like a real butler. And Heretic is becoming a real Lady Sylvia. This is super dangerous. Gong-ja turns and whispers a question to Heretic. "What is your sync rate right now?" Heretic is still lost in his own thoughts, looking pretty dazed and confused. Standing still won't solve anything. Heretic whispers back that his sync rate has reached 17%. That is not good news. The prince completely ignores Raviel and turns to Heretic. "Sylvia, do not listen to a single word that girl says. Trust me." He doesn't care about the prince's words and just keeps whispering his stats to Kim Gong-ja. Convo with the prince up 1%. Eye contact with Lady Silver Lily, another 1% jump. So we are up 2% from yesterday. Emotional synchronization is rising and Kim Gong-ja is calculating. The growth speed is way slower than yesterday. He thinks it might be time to risk everything. Kim Gong-ja whispers the code. Spring arrives. Heretic grins and replies, "Magnolia withers." Kim Gong-ja smiles, totally satisfied. They change back into normal clothes and accept Raviel's invite. "If you're that desperate, we accept Lady Silver Lily." But her cold eyes are already judging Heretic. "Keep quiet and follow me." Lady Raviel leads them away, and the prince is already bored. "Do you want to walk here?" She ignores him and leads them to a massive, elegant villa. The prince is confused. "Wait, isn't this your place?" Kim Gong-ja is losing his mind internally. She's not living in the dorms. Man, the power of a duke's house is really no joke. Of course not. She leads them to a door and says the walk was just an excuse. The prince and Heretic are baffled. Under the sun, Raviel looks even more beautiful and cold. "There were too many eyes watching us in the school garden to speak the truth there." She sounds mysterious, since this is top secret. The prince is like a secret. She just says yes and starts walking, her footsteps echoing through the hall. Then she drops a bombshell. "Assassins actually dared to infiltrate the noble lands. If I said this out loud, it would cause total chaos." Kim Gong-ja's mind starts racing. Using the process of elimination, it's pretty clear the prince is the one behind all this. The prince is sweating bullets now. "You caught them?" Kim Gong-ja is watching him with total suspicion. "Is my gut feeling right?" Lady Silver Lily is acting so firm, like she's making a declaration. "Basically, I know exactly what you did." The prince clenches his fists just to stay calm. "Even I haven't made progress in the investigation, so how could you?" Raviel stays perfectly calm. It's all thanks to the evidence from the Golden Silk Lady's servant. He's terrified now. Raviel recaps last night. I kicked the Golden Silk Lady and her butler out of the party. I overreacted back then. We see a flashback of her slapping Sinia at the party. Just looking at you makes me sick, so get out. Raviel's story makes the prince even scarier, but I never said where I would keep them. I thought my servants handled it. She opens a door to a secret staircase. Your Highness, shall we head down? The prince is drenched in sweat. Fear is taking over as he starts to tremble. That's weird. Why are there no servants here? Where did all the Duke's people go? Raviel just walks toward the basement. Are you worried? This is perfectly normal for me. I'll lead the way. They all start heading down the stairs right behind Raviel. The deeper they go, the more the prince panics. He's biting his lip to hold it in. Now Kim Gong-ja senses something is wrong. That smell, it's a thick metallic scent in the air. It's blood. They reach the basement and 3 men are sitting right there. They're tied to chairs and covered in blood. She tells the prince, sorry for bringing you here. Such a filthy place for royalty. She actually tracked them down herself. These are the ones who tried to kill the Golden Silk Lady last night. She caught them. Kim Gong-ja can't stop thinking. She looks so fragile like she's about to collapse, but look. I've been investigating all night. They claim they did it because of a personal grudge. The prince stutters, a personal grudge. He sees Raviel's eyes and they're completely frozen. This bloody scene is terrifying. But standing in this nightmare, her face doesn't change at all. Her gaze doesn't even flicker. She just says, yes, were you not listening to me? Kim Gong-ja is in awe. This is definitely the person who's going to destroy the world. In this crazy world, Raviel is completely fearless as she gets right in that criminal's face. She grabs his hair and speaks coldly. The prince has arrived, so show some respect. The guy is absolutely terrified, only able to stammer out, young lady. Those glowing red eyes are full of killing intent. Raviel doesn't flinch as she asks, were you the ones who hired the assassins? You were stalking Lady Kim Tuok. Now you better confess to the prince why you were actually trying to take her life. Her grip doesn't loosen even an inch. Confess now, she threatens, and maybe your family won't have to suffer for your crimes. They can only beg her for mercy. After a moment, the guy stammers out that everything they did was for Lady Kim Tuok. They claim she is a low-born noble who dared to seduce the prince, while Raviel is the only true fiancé here. You are the rightful fiancé of the crown prince. The physical pain is so intense he can barely even speak clearly anymore. I felt angry for your sake and couldn't just sit by, which is why I did such a stupid thing, he claims. Please forgive me. Raviel's gaze turns more vicious than ever as she continues the interrogation. Is there anyone else behind you? Is anyone else involved in this? He stammers out a no. They start taking the blame, saying it was just the 3 of them. But Gong-ja sees right through the act. He begins to analyze the testimony and realizes they are lying to her face. Lady Liu Li forced them to lie just to protect the prince. Imagine if the news broke that he staged this entire drama. If his fake hero act got exposed, this unqualified prince would be in massive trouble. We are talking about a total disaster here. Raviel grabs a sword and points it toward the prince with a proposal. Your Highness, you should be the one to execute them. The prince is shaking as he stammers out, execution. Our girl just bows respectfully and continues to push him even harder. They tried to assassinate Lady Kim Tuok, the one you love. Plus, they dared to trespass on noble territory. It is only fair. They deserve a death sentence. Your Highness, you are the prince and the future foundation of this entire kingdom. Why are you hesitating? Her words fill him with dread. Is there some other truth besides what I just said? She asks. With that, Raviel shoves the sword into his hands before he can refuse. I am begging you, Your Highness. Not just as a student of the academy, but as your most loyal subordinate, please do what needs to be done. If you feel my investigation is not enough, we can delay this. But this matter is far too serious to ignore. I might have to tell the Emperor to send his special forces. Raviel takes off her jacket and keeps pressing him forward. However, if you are satisfied with the information I have uncovered, then why are you still hesitating right now? Raviel calmly rolls up her sleeves and says, execute these traitors right here. Gong-ja's eyes go wide with pure shock. After rolling up her sleeves, Raviel shows her arms covered in massive scars to the prince as part of her challenge. Punish me immediately for raising such disrespectful servants. She completely ignores how terrified the prince has become. The horror is written all over the prince's face. I will not run away from the consequences of my mistake, she declares. We jump to a flashback where a woman lies on a luxurious royal bed. She gives her final advice to her daughter. My dear daughter, never expect anything from this world. The young girl kneels sadly by her mother's bedside. She gently touches her daughter's beautiful face, because every time you think that maybe, just maybe, this is finally the time, the world will just turn its back and whisper that it is not. Her mother continues to warn her precious little girl. But if you still want to face this stormy life, then remember this, you must be willing to give your very soul. Do not expect to receive anything back in return. Her hand starts to slowly pull away as her strength fades. Her biggest worry before leaving was clearly her daughter. She tells her one last thing: you must forgive them. Forgive those who will celebrate when they see your cold body. Even if your sacrifice was pure, let them have their moment. Even if it is all just a delusion, let them enjoy their greedy feast. It does not matter in the end. That way, when you leave this world, you will have no regrets. Then she passes away, leaving her daughter alone. She holds her mother's photo tight as the body is cremated. Now we are back in the cold, dark dungeon floor. The blood has already dried. Raviel holds out her scarred arms toward the prince and asks, "What are you waiting for?" She bows her head in a show of respect. "As the pillar of this nation, please give them the proper punishment." The prince is absolutely horrified by everything happening. He grits his teeth hard, unable to find any words to say. He looks around at the eyes, watching him. Everyone is waiting to see what his next move will be. Raviel's eyes suddenly flash red as she leans in and whispers to him, "Or should I take their crimes elsewhere? Should we let the imperial court decide instead?" The prince is paralyzed with fear as she presses him. "Your Highness, are you trying to get yourself deposed, or are you just testing how much mercy the emperor actually has left for you?" The prince starts stuttering, completely terrified. Sylvia, the heretic inquisitor, just laughs and calls him a pro. She didn't just drag him here. She dragged all of us into this mess too. How fun. The prince is sweating bullets, literally too scared to even speak. He steps down the stairs and approaches. Now, everyone in this room is officially an accomplice. We all have to keep our mouths shut. The prince can't believe his ears and stammers out Sylvia's name. But she acts like he's not even there and keeps talking. If we do this, the prince's little mistake stays buried forever. Plus, I personally would love to see Lady Silver Lily get punished. The heretic's eyes glow with a malicious blue light. No matter what choice is made, Lady Silver Lily isn't walking away a winner. Looking at the bloody, wounded people on the ground, she mocks them. "What was the point of all this planning, Silver Lily? Your 3 loyal servants are basically at death's door. And now you're about to take the fall for the prince's mess too. Seriously, I have no idea what is going on in that head of yours. It makes zero sense." Lady Raviel doesn't even flinch at the heretic's words. She just coldly replies that she has no idea what she's talking about. "They are my servants. As a duke's daughter, I'm simply accepting the blame for not training my people better. That's a fair punishment." The heretic leans in, laughing and throwing out some serious shade. Such a beautiful face, yet the words coming out are so cold. Her smile fades. She tilts her head with a sharp, piercing gaze and asks Raviel to be honest. "Why take the fall? Why take the blame for the prince?" The heretic fixes Raviel's sleeve while she waits for an answer. "Is this your way of showing love?" Raviel keeps her icy expression, but her voice starts to lose that calm edge. "I'm just doing my duty as a loyal subject, Lady Kim. Only disloyal people spend their time weighing benefits against the costs. I don't expect you to understand, though." The heretic's expression turns even more dangerous. "This is getting intense, guys." She asks suspiciously if Raviel really expects nothing in return. Raviel just brushes her hand away like it's nothing. Cold as ice. Raviel fixes her sleeve and tells her to give it up. "No matter how much you doubt me, it won't change my actions." The prince is still shaking like a leaf, stuttering out Sylvia's name. Man, this guy is a total wreck. Behind them, Gong-ja finally reaches the bottom of the stairs. He stops and rubs his chin, clearly thinking about his next move. He looks worried as he watches the scene. He realizes the heretic inquisitor has no intention of stopping Lady Silver Lily. And no surprise here, the cowardly prince is paralyzed. He's stuck in a corner and can't make a single decision to save himself. Gong-ja decides he has to use his butler instincts to fix this. Suddenly, his eyes start glowing with a bright pink light. Your character synchronization is spiking. Pink sparks fly everywhere as the sync level hits 7%. Here we go. Gong-ja calls out to the heretic. "Lady Kim, wait a second." She turns around with a playful, mischievous grin. "Yeah, what's up?" Gong-ja is breaking a sweat, but he tells himself he's fine. He quickly explains his plan to the heretic. "Listen to this. If those servants really are the assassins, then we have every right to get revenge, right? Giving that right only to the prince, that's totally unfair. Lady Silver Lily, your own people betrayed you. You should have a say in this too. It's only right." Raviel stares at Gong-ja with those cold eyes and asks, "And then what?" He walks toward her and the heretic to explain. "There are 3 criminals and 3 parties who want justice. It's a perfect match. I suggest each of us punishes one person. That gives us a solid reason to be accomplices. Besides, handling this all by himself seems a bit too much for the prince. Doing it this way makes the responsibility equal for everyone." The heretic gives a little smirk after hearing Gong-ja's crazy idea. Raviel's eyes stay sharp as she frowns. The prince is still terrified, shaking and unable to get a single word out. Pathetic. Suddenly, like he's found a way out, the prince's eyes widen. He shouts that Gong-ja is right. "Lady Silver Lily, listen. Your servants betrayed you and Sylvia was almost assassinated, so I completely agree with following the imperial laws on this one." Raviel finally speaks up. "Everyone has a good reason, so letting each person handle one criminal makes perfect sense." "Right, but your highness, a prince shouldn't just hand over his authority like that. Raviel doesn't even get to finish her sentence. The prince snaps. He throws his sword right at her and screams for her to shut up. Gong-ja is totally shocked. The prince has totally lost it. He's screaming in Raviel's face. All you've talked about this whole time is killing these people. Do you think I'm so useless that I'm afraid to swing a sword? The heretic stands by the side, literally clapping. I love it, then it's settled. Each of us will choose one person to punish in our own way. This is wild. Raviel just looks down at the sword at her feet. Her eyes don't even twitch despite the prince's rage. It's starting. The prince has completely lost control, screaming at Raviel again. You've been pushing for their deaths this entire time, let's see. Kill them, punish them. Is he seriously so broken that he cannot say anything else? The sword, right, now sits abandoned on the blood-soaked ground. Still fuming, the prince asks how many people he has judged, but Raviel does not blink. She simply reminds him that this is the duty of a future emperor. The prince finally snaps. He yells at her to stop being stubborn because he is not a killer. Our girl Raviel just brushes back her long white hair and kneels down to grab that abandoned sword. The prince is still blaming her. If you love blood so much, why not kill them yourself? Raviel draws the blade. She stares at the steel with eyes cold as ice and tells him he must first give the order. The prince is literally sweating bullets. She taunts him, asking if he has forgotten how to lead. She questions his right to the throne until he finally breaks, covering his eyes and shouting for their deaths. She shows no mercy. One strike, and those men are gone. Kim Gong-ja is definitely taking notes on her. He is totally shook. Her ruthlessness is on another level, and he realizes she might be a problem. Unless they can handle her, Raviel will definitely ruin everything for the Golden Finch. Sync rate is 8%. Then Heretic jumps in with a huge grin, snatching the sword. He says she is getting more interesting now. All right, he raises the blade high and brings it down with a shout. This is about to get messy. The prince is paralyzed as blood sprays everywhere. That sword is now completely painted in deep red. Heretic is drenched in blood, but just smiling. He says it is done with only one target remaining. The prince tries to bolt, but Heretic just laughs and calls after him to hurry his royal self up. Kim Gong-ja snatches him back before he can escape. This whole mess started because the prince staged a kidnapping. The prince looks down in absolute terror as Kim Gong-ja grips his hand like a metal vice. Kim Gong-ja calls him out. He staged a play for love, but did he plan to avoid all responsibility? You and I can see the prince is trapped. He has no excuse left for his own madness. Kim Gong-ja drags him toward Heretic and the sword. The prince cannot even react as he is pulled along. His murderous gaze turns back to the prince. The synchronization level has now reached 9%. The prince stammers about insolence, but Kim Gong-ja is the one pulling the strings in his hand now. Kim Gong-ja is not even thinking about the sync rate anymore. He is just focused on his own plan. He feels the butler's pure rage toward this cowardly prince who only knows how to run away. Raviel just stands there with blood on her face watching the show without saying a single word. Kim Gong-ja keeps pressing him. How many times has this prince run away from his own duties before? You and I remember him staring at that throne. Now it is time to stop the running. He used to have such big ambitions. Why would a prince of the empire act so weak? Kim Gong-ja forces the prince's hand up. He commands him to finally swing that sword and finish this. The prince begs Sylvia to save him, but there is no answer. The blade comes down hard. Once the job is done, the prince can only wail. Meanwhile, Raviel drops to her knees in respect. She tells him what an honor it is that he personally executed those traitors by the law. The sword clatters to the ground right next to her. The prince has completely lost his spirit. She tells him to keep that same energy because the future of the empire depends on him. Kim Gong-ja watches Raviel closely. He thinks she is incredibly fascinating and wants to know her better. Raviel remains on her knees, making one final request for the prince to become much stronger. It has been 3 days since they arrived. Today, the Silver Lily Lady did not show up. Outside at the villa, the weather is actually looking great. Heretic is acting very calm today. He sips his tea and smiles, saying she is probably bedridden because of her poor health. Apparently, she stayed up all night interrogating the servants and just collapsed from the total exhaustion. Nearby people are whispering about the crazy master and servant duo. They warn others to stay away. The crown prince is a no-show too. Heretic laughs, saying Kim Gong-ja probably traumatized the poor guy. Kim Gong-ja is not having it though. He immediately calls out the heretic for calling him a butler. Watch out, I am no killer. Heretic opens his gorgeous blue eyes and happily replies, I misspoke. The sync rate is over 20%, making his body hard to control. Plus, this salted tea unexpectedly delicious. Butler, another cup. Kim Gong-ja is losing it, snapping back. Stop calling me that, just wait a second. While pouring more tea for Heretic, Kim Gong-ja reflects. Brewing the perfect cup is truly a delicate art form. He relaxes, his face softening. Honestly, just watching him pour tea makes the young lady look even more stunning. Suddenly, a system alert pops up and he freezes. You are syncing with the character. Current rate 10%. Then out of nowhere, he splashes tea right on Heretic's head. Heretic screams, totally stunned, clutching his wet hair. "Butler, why the hair?" he cries. "It is burning. My hair is ruined." Kim Gong-ja just yells right back. That was not his voice. "Are you sure you are not becoming the Lady Gold Silk? Tell me, when is spring coming?" Heretic grabs his hair for revenge. "The magnolias are dead and your hair is next." Kim Gong-ja screams in pure pain. White petals drift in the wind like a painting. Under that flowering tree, we see our diligent butler at work. He is carefully fixing the young lady's hair while she sits. But wait, it looks like he just noticed something. Stroking Heretic's golden hair, he realizes it has grown longer. Could this be the side effect of some holy magic? He wonders how much time has actually passed. Or is Heretic just becoming more like the Lady Gold Silk? Suddenly, he shares his thoughts with Heretic. "You definitely have way more experience now than you did before." The Heretic Inquisitor used to smile all the time, but it never felt real. It was just a mask, not happiness. Heretic smiles and asks, "Am I different now?" Kim Gong-ja watches him closely before giving his honest answer. "Now I can actually tell why you are laughing, whether it is genuine joy or just mocking someone." Heretic beams. "I get it, I feel it too." Heretic looks back, asking Hunter, "Do you think this change is a good thing?" He gazes at Heretic's tiny frame and thinks about his true identity. A small head, small body, small arms. How many people has this tiny body actually slaughtered? The Inquisitor is a first-generation hunter from Bulgaria. Age unknown, body count unknown. Kim Gong-ja answers solemnly, "Yeah, I think it is a good thing. Honestly, I was wondering what to do with you." But Heretic is totally lost, asking what he means. "What do you mean?" Kim Gong-ja ties a beautiful blue bow in his hair before finally explaining himself. "You are a psychopathic killer, but I cannot just end you. Even though the Black Dragon leader hates your guts. Even the Sword Saint told me to spare you. There must be a reason why you cannot be killed." Amused by Kim Gong-ja's sharp words, Heretic turns and smiles. "Wow, you really have a deep perspective, do you not?" Kim Gong-ja gets serious and finally asks the big question. "Why do you do it? Why do you kill people? Even as a psycho, you understand others. You put in the effort to know them, so why take their lives?" Heretic looks up at the blue sky and sighs. "First, you have to understand that I am extremely talented." His eyes glow with excitement as his hands light up. Behold the holy magic of invisibility. Heretic reaches out to catch the falling petals. He starts to explain everything in a very calm voice. "This is just one of my holy arts. I can make anything vanish into thin air, and because of that, I can make every murder weapon and every single corpse disappear." He smiles gently under the morning sun. "Powerful people do not avoid killing because they are good," Heretic says. "They are just scared of getting caught." He points right at Kim Gong-ja while explaining. Our hero stands there in silence, taking every word in. Heretic looks back at the chaos of the past. In the first generation, the Tower was absolute madness. Slavery returned, racism was everywhere, and terror ruled the shadows. It was a dark, violent time. Assassinations and ideological wars. It felt like all of humanity was being crushed into one bitter mass that you could taste. Heretic recalls those desperate times and the one realization that finally pushed him to make a choice. Humanity was going to go extinct. The small squads and the 5 major guilds finally felt that looming crisis. So Heretic chose to create a group to fight back. 5 legends finally gathered together. First was a girl with sharp purple hair. The Black Dragon leader spoke up first, demanding a peace treaty. "I will get straight to the point. We need an internal peace pact." Next was a woman with long curls. She was a powerful countess. She set her terms, promising to manage all the trade for us. "Guilds are getting exclusive rights outside the world. Look at her, the short-haired blonde girl really stands out. I am in," she says. She thinks giving each guild their own exclusive zone is a solid move. Smart girl. It is the perfect cover for any accidents. Meanwhile, a young guy nearby is literally grinding his teeth in rage. He is fuming, cannot believe the craziest guy is the most reliable. And who made this coffee too bitter? Enter the Sword Saint. This older man in majestic armor looks like a total beast. He is here now. "I am not going to tell you what you must do. Instead, do whatever you want." That is a leader. They all raise their weapons, fueled by pure determination. Tonight they are going to kill in the name of faith. That fateful night, the dead were counted in the thousands. 4,653. Back to Heretic now. He is haunted by the nightly body count. The next 10,071 dead. It is getting darker, you guys. Then 8,275, followed by 7,421. The numbers are just staggering. Finally, 23,781. This brings us to the very last day of the whole campaign. The image of the Black Witch crying on a pile of corpses in the rain marks the end. Truly brutal. The next night, silence. No one died. She slowly lifts her tear-stained face, staring blankly into the distance. The Sword King is done. He tosses his helmet in rage. "I will take the blame. I am resigning." The remaining 3 just stand there in the dark. We never speak of this incident again. Not a single word. I agreed to this massacre knowing it was wrong. He turns to leave, throwing one last sentence over his shoulder. I will hate you all and myself for the rest of my life. That helmet is still sitting right there. He never looked back. Since that day, the Sword Saint position as the leader of the Vigilante Guild stayed empty. Back to the present in this peaceful setting. Our main character stands there silently, taking in everything Heretic said. Then it was handed to the Holy Knight. She is full of regret. Heretic turns back with a beautiful smile. I do not regret it. The sacrifice was necessary. But wait, is the synchronization starting to affect his mind? He is having strange thoughts about Lady Golden Sparrow. Our guy is totally stunned by what Heretic just admitted. Death King, if you had been there back then, I think things would have turned out very differently. Heretic stands up, reaching for the sunlight. How can you guys keep living with all those heavy emotions, the what-ifs and the regrets? How do you stay alive with those thoughts constantly weighing on your soul? He pulls his hand back, looking at it. Butler, this is bad. I am starting to want to stay here. Suddenly, a system alert, synchronization is in progress. He frowns. Maybe I should not be killing this person. He watches Heretic, his mind racing. I cannot kill someone who is actually capable of feeling regret. He calls out to the lady. As spring arrives, Heretic just turns and softly says, Spring is beautiful, Butler. Shall we take a walk? But then his face completely drops. Did the thing he feared actually happen? Heretic just laughs innocently. Death King, you look terrible. Looks like he was just pulling a prank on him. Seriously. You should not joke like that. Kim Gong-ja is losing it, while Heretic just keeps on laughing. Sorry, I have these emotions now, and I love teasing people. Heretic slowly starts walking toward him now. I would say my synchronization is moving pretty fast. That little chat just bumped it up another 1%. I am at 32%. By tomorrow, 50. I think I am actually getting addicted to these human emotions. He puts a hand to his chest, sounding so confident. I am the main character of this apocalypse. As the sun sets, Kim Gong-ja stands before a beautifully carved door, making sure his outfit is perfectly straight. He knocks. He can still hear those words from the morning. But Death King, you are the protagonist. Save me before my personality drowns in emotion. With that, he steps into the grand, luxurious room. There sits Lady Raviel herself. She looks stunning in her red dress with her butler standing right by her. Lady Golden Sparrow, I wish you health. In the shadows, a faint promise from someone still lingers. Kim Gong-ja fixes his shirt. The silver glass lady is the real culprit. Time to start at the source. The door opens. He places a hand on his heart and bows deeply. Forgive me, I have a message. Lady Golden Sparrow sends her most sincere wishes for your health. Inside the room, Kim Gong-ja makes the announcement. Keeping to his role, he presents a letter from Liano. Raviel sits majestically at the center of the room. Just look at her. In this light, she is a literal goddess. Then that cold voice speaks. Put that on the left. Kim Gong-ja reports the next task, a request from Lady Bluebell. Raviel tells him to check with finance first. Kim Gong-ja just stares at the girl before him. Her love, her endurance, her jealousy. Even her pride and that absolute dictatorial vibe. I have to use all of this to stop the apocalypse. Just look at those red eyes. Kim Gong-ja is more determined than ever. Raviel flips the hourglass and finally breaks the silence. 15-minute break, everyone out. Now only Kim Gong-ja is left in the room. It is just him and Raviel. The silence is heavy. He slowly, cautiously steps forward. I heard you collapse from being sick, but you look perfectly healthy now. It is surprising. She does not even look at him, just scans her papers and gives a casual reply. I may not look it, but I am still a student. I need a good excuse to skip. That does not mean I am actually fine. I have been watching your every move. You found the spy hidden among my servants pretty fast, did you not? Maybe the actor chosen this time is actually smart. A real blessing for the Empire. If you were not this clever, I would have never let you step foot in here. Kim Gong-ja stands there all serious, but inside he is absolutely reeling from this. Excuse me, Raviel raises those cold red eyes. Her voice carries a hint of shock. Oh, I thought you were brilliant. Turns out everyone has a stupid side after all. This is my 14th regression, but it is just the same 10 days repeating over and over. Nothing changes. And you are the 13th actor I have met who looks just like that. Timelines just drift aimlessly through space. There are no rules in this place. So get this. This silver-haired girl is a system user just like our main character. This endless time loop has frozen her heart solid over all these long years. Kim Gong-ja is panicking now. A cold silver heart is staring right through him. Raviel asks, how many times have you regressed? Seeing his terror, she makes a guess. By that look on your face, it is your first time, right? Did your constellation not explain? That is rare. Usually constellations explain everything before an apostle even starts. He feels like he just got hit by lightning. Apostle Raviel opens a drawer. She drops another question. You really know nothing. Then she pulls out another hourglass. Which constellation sent you Mutia, Chigon, Hizamai, Chris Nasaro, or maybe Fimer? Who authorized you? Kim Gong-ja answers quickly. It was the librarian in the corner. Raviel just rests her chin on her hand. Then she remembers something. The corner librarian. Oh, Hamustra. Kim Gong-ja is confused. Wait, is that his real name? He thinks of that mysterious manager. He cannot believe she knows him so well. Raviel asks, did Hamustra explain nothing to you? This makes Kim Gong-ja even more suspicious. She knows their true names. This proves she knows exactly who the constellations are. So Kim Gong-ja tells her, the librarian is avoiding any involvement with the Book of Apocalypse. He wanted us to find the information ourselves instead of just giving it to us. Now, that is interesting. Suddenly, Raviel cuts him off. The Book of Apocalypse. Kim Gong-ja explains. The librarian calls worlds without constellations the Book of Apocalypse. Raviel frowns. Who is he to name someone else's world? She leans back comfortably. Connecting the dots here. The apocalypse. Well, it is true this world is ending soon. But I would never sell my soul to someone like that. Kim Gong-ja is stunned. Wait, did you take over Lady Goldfinch's butler just to hunt down my soul? Kim Gong-ja quickly denies it. Raviel glances at her hourglass, then looks up and calls out, butler of Lady Goldfinch, look here. Kim Gong-ja awkwardly replies, please call me Kim Gong-ja, that is my real name. Raviel picks up her tea and blows on it. I do not like it. How dare you tell me what to call you? Look, you and I are watching Raviel lay down the law. She says picking a commoner was his mistake. He is still a blank slate with 0 strategy guides. Kim Gong-ja is confused. What exactly is a guide? Raviel explains it calmly. It is basically a cheat sheet. She hands a piece of paper to our MC. It says 1. Lady Silver Lily is weak to sunlight. 2. Her taste is dull, so she loves strong flavors. 3. She loves white camellias but hates lilies. The reason people gave her way too many of them. She's just sick of them. That guy belonged to an apostle from her 6th regression. Kim Gong-ja reads on. He cringes while reading. 4. She is practical and loves talking politics or money. This girl is all business. 5. She is a very loyal subordinate. She can trash the prince, but others definitely cannot. She says that apostle was sent here by Mahos. Kim Gong-ja is sweating. Is this how people beat this world? Raviel says she kept the guide after killing him. Looking back, it is just a total joke to her. She sips her tea and recalls that guy dying. He was screaming in her arms, totally devastated. He yelled about following the guide perfectly, but failing to win her heart. He sounded so genuinely disappointed. But Raviel is the one truly let down. Who writes a strategy guide to steal a person's heart anyway? The system says her heart is cold and unhappy. Raviel says these people underestimate a person's feelings. If they wanted to move her, they should have been sincere. Kim Gong-ja silently listens to her venting. He understands her point, but those apostles never did that. They just follow their papers like robots. In every regression, they were rotten to the core. Raviel's icy red stare is intense. Kim Gong-ja speaks up. He agrees with her completely. Raviel sets down her tea. It seems they actually think alike. She values him for seeing her people as real humans. Fury rises in Kim Gong-ja as he clenches his fist. Isn't seeing people as human just the bare minimum? Raviel says many people fail that simple task. Beasts who aren't humans still claim to be. Disgusting. Kim Gong-ja is stunned. Is it really that bad? Raviel sighs, wondering why she is even sharing all of this with him. Kim Gong-ja looks away awkwardly. Raviel asks if he has met many people like that. Her teasing look makes him feel helpless. She asks if he ever treated others that way himself. Kim Gong-ja flinches. She sees his heart. The system says she's staring. Raviel suggests someone important to him might have said it. Kim Gong-ja interrupts. Lady Silver Lily. He's breathing hard, clutching his chest. He asks if she looks down on him. Is it because he's a servant, not a noble? He can't let her lead the conversation anymore. Raviel tilts her head. Is he sad she won't use his real name? Kim Gong-ja is sweating bullets. He tells her she should stop looking down on everyone. Raviel's gaze turns ice cold at his words. Lower my eyes, she asks. That sounds like the butler who caused a scene at the academy. But she admits he has a point. Back to the topic, what do you actually want from me? You didn't come for my soul. Why cross world boundaries for a place in a 10-day loop? You and I see the system warning him. Raviel is doubting his true motives and his origin. Is he an exile hated by his constellation? She knows Hamcha is chill, but not that chill. He wouldn't send someone here to rest. Butler, answer me now. I will not accept any lies. If she detects one lie, he will never get anything from her. Who shows their heart first? Kim Gong-ja wonders why he's here. To clear floor 25 of the tower, he remembers the witch. She suggested this apocalypse book for floor 25 because of its deep world foundation and lore. It's a masterclass in world building. Kim Gong-ja realizes he needs to focus to survive this icy encounter. He needs to be careful. One wrong word and this whole mission is going up in flames. Raviel is waiting. Her eyes are like daggers. The pressure in the room is getting insane. He takes a deep breath. Time to play his cards right. he can't afford to fail now. He looks her in the eye. The truth is his only weapon left in this crazy world. He remembers the goal, the tower, the climb. Everything led to this specific moment with her. So let's see how he handles this. You and I know he's in for a wild ride. Magic and alchemy mean insane resources. I almost picked a different apocalypse book, but then I hesitated. No big deal, right? Wait, is it because my holy sword fragment is here? I remember the witch's warning. In a magic fantasy world, I might score a broken new skill or some legendary holy relic. Imagine that. Finding the sparkly sisters made me strong like old master level strong. But I have still got a way to go. Then I remembered her words. By the way, this apocalypse book actually has a secret subgenre hidden inside. I recall the chat between the old elf and the heavenly demon. Did you know he's never loved anyone? Kim Gong-ja hasn't tasted life's sweetness yet. Funny, right? All those years and 0 dates. Absolute maidenless behavior. Finally, I gave my answer. It is because I still don't know what love actually is. Truth hurts, guys. I'm totally indifferent to romantic feelings. You likely knew this, but this world, it's a romance genre now. So I thought, what an epic chance to learn about love. I need to master what I'm missing, you know. Living without knowing love feels hollow. Like I haven't really lived at all. I can't accept that feeling. Not knowing love feels hollow, like I haven't really lived at all. Raviel asked me, want lessons from me? Well, I'm not sure. More like I want to learn love from this world. I want to experience it firsthand. She was skeptical. Then why come to me? Wouldn't learning from the gold silk lady be way faster? I remember the lady's words. How do people even live with those emotions? Yeah, she's definitely not the one. Impossible. She's worse at this than I am. If you want to learn, you find a master who's better. Raviel raised her tea. True. She definitely needs some lessons herself. But why choose me of all people? Kim Gong-ja looked up full of resolve. There's a reason. Because I genuinely want to understand you better. Empire or prince doesn't matter. I see a woman ready to die for them. I need to know why. If the reason is love, then I want to feel that too. I want to experience that exact emotion. Raviel was stunned. Kim Gong-ja just stood there awkwardly scratching his head. RMC is too smooth. It's embarrassing, I know. But those are my true feelings. Raviel still couldn't believe what she was hearing. First time I've heard that. Wanting to understand love, you're either fearless or thick-skinned. So it's me. Kim Gong-ja stared at the ceiling. You say understanding like it's easy, but words can be dangerous, right? You and I know understanding means taking on responsibility. Librarian, cut the feed. I need to talk to her. Responsibility isn't that different. Librarian, can you stop the broadcast? I need to talk privately with Lady Silver Lily. The system replied, the librarian has granted the request. You just got 10 extra minutes for this private conversation. Kim Gong-ja smiled. Actually, I'm a regressor too, but my power works a bit differently than yours. You go back 10 days, right? I only go back 24 hours before death. Plus, there's more. If someone kills me, I get to witness their deepest mental trauma. Raviel looked confused. Trauma. I've always wished someone would just listen to my story. For another soul, living a life like mine. I see their memories like a film, their whole life and every hidden scar. It's pretty intense. That's why understanding people comes so easily to me. It's basically a skill, but honestly, it's terrifying. I'm scared of getting too used to it. Someone important told me, never depend too much on your skills. But if I'm the only one who can truly understand them. Raviel cut me off right there. That's not really understanding, she said. I replied, maybe. But I can't just leave them. Raviel smiled. Sounds like hypocrisy to me. But I still want people to know I'm here protecting this. Living a life like that. Isn't it a blessing, don't you think? Kim Gong-ja nodded. Yes. She continued. Understanding is just a moment. Responsibility stays forever. You just volunteered for hell, didn't you? Right then, the system announced private time was over. Raviel glanced at the hourglass and picked it up. Fine, butler. I'll teach you what love is. Her cold, teasing voice was enough to make anyone blush. I'll teach you about love. But listen, 1 week from today before the world ends. Raviel glanced at the hourglass and picked it up. All right, butler of the gold silk lady, I'll teach you. Her cold voice had a teasing edge that could make anyone blush. I'll show you what love is. You and I are not ready for this. 1 week until the apocalypse. Let's see if love can save them. You're my personal servant now, not the golden canaries. Kim Gong-ja can barely process it. She tells him she only knows self-love and never learned how to actually teach someone else. The only way is to watch her directly, so he's stuck by her side for every moment. He's speechless, unable to argue. Then Raviel starts second-guessing the whole deal they just made. Honestly, I'm losing out here. I have to expose my embarrassing private life to you after all. She tells him to thank his lucky stars. Kim Gong-ja can't believe how arrogant this noble is. Cut to the mansion. Kim Gong-ja hesitates at the gates before finally working up the nerve to enter. Raviel is getting her makeup done. You're finally here, she says. Show him the lesson we prepared. The butler obeys, pulling a red cloth off a display. A sign appears with some very strange text. Lesson number 1. Love begins when you meet a nasty woman. Kim Gong-ja is absolutely stunned by this. He's frozen like a statue. Raviel explains she spent all night thinking about how to teach him. She's too busy to find him a first love, so she's teaching him the harsh truth instead. She tells him to repeat the lesson. These are the things he absolutely needs to know about romance. Love starts when I meet a nasty woman. Kim Gong-jae stutters, clearly panicking over the whole situation. Raviel snaps her fan open. Exactly. One nasty girl, or maybe even a whole bunch of them. Sure, fairy tales exist where people fall in love at first sight and everything is just perfect. They care for each other and live happily ever after. But that is definitely not your situation. Kim Gong-ja is floored. Raviel explains there's a 90% chance his future partner is a villainess. Even if she seems nice now, she'll turn sour soon enough. That's just how people are, guys. Humans can't stay good forever. With that cold logic, she points right back at the board again. The butler flips it. Advanced lesson. You must also become a nasty person yourself to survive. Raviel says not to be upset. Humans are animals that only learn through bitter, painful experiences. You get hurt by a jerk and eventually you become one too. It's the cycle of life. People keep repeating the same mistakes. They need to learn what a bad person actually looks like first. Is there no way for things to just go smoothly? Kim Gong-ja asks, looking completely drained. Raviel scoffs. Don't expect much from people. They say one thing today and forget it by tomorrow. They commit easily and quit even faster. Forgetting and giving up, those are the iron rules of dating. If you really want to love someone, you have to learn how to remember and solve things yourself. Kim Gong-ja is reeling from the info dump. I have to learn both of those things. Raviel just nods, calling him a total brat. Kim Gong-ja's head is spinning with a million questions. She stands up tall and proud. I'll show you proof instead of just talking about it. You're going to show me how, she tells him to just watch and learn as she pats him. I'm the woman who loved the worst man on earth. Let's go. Kim Gong-ja rushes to follow her. The group heads out. The guards at the gate are shocked when they see Lady Silver Lily. She asks if the prince is awake. Leaders should really be up before their people, don't you think? The guards stammer, but Raviel isn't having it. He's still asleep, isn't he? Open the doors. The guards bow low, begging for forgiveness. They have strict orders from the prince to stay away. She leans in close. I know he told you to keep me out, but the emperor himself sent me. So are you the prince's servants or the emperor's? Think very carefully about your answer. That's cold. The guards back off immediately. Raviel walks up and knocks on the door, asking if he's awake. A voice screams, "Don't come in from inside." But Raviel just pulls out a golden key and enters. Since you're awake, I'm coming in. Kim Gong-ja is losing it. Is she even allowed to do that? Inside, Raviel scolds the prince. The sun is high and he's still in bed. Talk about lazy. How can the future king live like this? She asks. The prince is absolutely terrified, screaming for help. Close the door. Someone save me, he yells, but Raviel doesn't care at all. What a queen. Turning to Kim Gong-ja, Raviel says, Butler, I will teach you the second lesson. Our main character looks totally stunned. The butler brings over a signboard. The cover drops, revealing Lesson 2 for beginners. The message is simple. If you cannot avoid meeting a bad person, you better learn how to enjoy it. Kim Gong-ja mumbles, enjoy it. Raviel replies, you are going to fall for someone eventually. And maybe your first love will be a villain. If that happens, you must learn to enjoy the ride. The butler flips the sign to the advanced lesson. You have to become even worse than the bad person you are meeting. A servant suddenly hurls a bucket of water. It hits the prince right in the face. Raviel explains dating a bad person is basically a war. Peace is rare. If your partner is friendly, then you should be too. But if they are a total lost cause, remember this. The prince is still screaming his head off in the room. Raviel calmly opens her fan, revealing today's big slogan. Never be kind to bad people. She tells him to repeat it. Do not be kind. Kim Gong-jae seriously shouts, do not be kind. Raviel continues. People always want to look brave, smart, or nice. From what I see, you are definitely the nice type. Stop doing that. She walks out and orders the doors open. The doors fly open. She tells the servants outside that the prince is soaking wet and she is worried. Even though it is summer, his health comes first. Go take care of him. The servants cry out in fear. Your Highness, they grab towels and rush into the room. Raviel stays cold. Remember this, it is the dating formula. Good looks lose to the smart ones and the smart ones lose to the jerks. That is just how it goes. To reach the peak of love, you must be handsome, smart, and a total jerk. Keep that in mind. Kim Gong-ja is left speechless and just says, okay. The prince is still screaming for them to be gentle. Leaving with Raviel, Kim Gong-ja sighs. This is so different from the romance I imagined. I thought it would be something more romantic, Raviel asks. He says yes. She interrupts him quickly. You think love is about the heart. You think it is not about logic. That is true, but it also depends on your luck. Finding someone who makes your heart skip a beat at first sight is not easy. It depends on your life. Your daily routine will affect what kind of person makes your heart flutter. In the hallway, the servants all bow. Greetings, Lady Silver Lily. Let us guide you to the guest room. Kim Gong-ja watches the servants and thinks, this place feels more like her home than the prince's. Raviel continues her logic, falling in love at first sight. It means you have already sensed how that person lives their life. Kim Gong-ja groans, this sounds so complicated. Raviel sits down. It is complicated. Do you want to test it, see if you can make my heart flutter? He is confused. What should I do? She replies, you just have to do something sincere. That is it. He asks what kind of sincerity. She looks bored. Do I have to say everything? You could just confess. I want you to think carefully and give me an answer. If you are clever enough, you might succeed. The clock keeps ticking. She reaches out and grabs his hand. Does the scent smell good? She asks. He says yes. She holds his hand tighter and asks, do you like it? He answers, I do. She pulls him close and smiles. Her voice is right in his ear. I like it too. This is my most precious and favorite scent. Showing this side of myself to you feels pretty good. Let us keep going. Tonight I will tell you a secret. The clock strikes 12. Kim Gong-ja turns bright red. I am in big trouble, he thinks. I think I am actually falling for her. Kim Gong-ja is lying on the grass, totally dazed. The old spirit Bei Hu Ryong appears and starts calling him. Hey zombie, hey Kim, zombie eagle calling sparrow. Kim Gong-ja can only see Raviel's face. She is smiling. That teasing face reaches out to him. Hey Death King, can you hear me? He is not listening at all. Inside he is cheering. She is exactly my type, he mumbles to himself. Do you think this is love? The spirit frowns. Did this guy hit his head on a rock? He picks his nose with total contempt. Sorry zombie, my bad. Who knew you would fall for a woman like her? Kim Gong-ja is still dreaming. If I kill myself, I can experience this all over again, right? The spirit is shocked. He is trapped. Suddenly, his ego's sword, shiny, flies over to hit the hero in the head. Kim Gong-ja yells in pain. He holds his face and screams, I know I am crazy. He has finally lost it. What am I supposed to do? I can't stop thinking about Lady Raviel. Shiny just screams at me. Are you seriously calling her lady now? He's totally lost it. Kim Gong-ja doesn't back down, shouting right back at the spirit. I'm never washing my face ever again. If I have to, I'm definitely skipping the spot behind my ears. I think her scent is still lingering there. Hey Shiny, take a whiff. Shiny is absolutely disgusted, calling our hero a total creep. But Gong-ja, he's too busy drowning in his own little world of romance. He grabs his head and screams, that ramen-haired prince, how many times did he save the world in his past life to deserve her love? I need to get online right now. I have to tell the whole world that I'm ready to become a prince myself. Shiny is beyond exhausted with this love-sick fool. You've really gone off the deep end this time, haven't you? Kim Gong-ja doesn't care because his world is painted pink right now. Oh love, a sweet poison, oh my poor heart. Shiny just stares blankly. I knew he'd turn into a super creep once he fell in love. I'm the worst for even giving him advice. Suddenly, he gets angry and points behind him, shouting, that's not me. Look, my synchronization with the butler character is actually rising. Do you know what that means? It means the original butler was actually in love with Raviel. Shiny just crosses his arms and scoffs. Wait, didn't the butler, like Lady Gold Silk? Gong-ja collapses onto the grass and sighs. You really don't know anything, do you? That's not how love works. Love is. Well, it's love. Shiny pours cold water on his parade, reminding him he wasn't in love half a day ago. He asks, how do I save myself from Lady Raviel? With this social status, what am I even supposed to say to her? What do I need to do to make her happy? Shiny just holds his head in regret for accidentally unleashing Gong-ja's inner pervert. I'll take responsibility and give you some real advice. Start by learning about others. When you date, stay within their line of sight. Since you're currently her personal servant, that means you're always by her side without even trying. You're already in a perfect position. He mumbles to himself. A perfect position. But wait, this world is about to end soon. Shiny thinks for a moment and agrees it's a huge problem. Hearing that, Gong-ja jumps up, his head full of question marks. The bell rings and he exclaims, oh, class is over, time to go see Lady Gold Silk, the Heretic Inquisitor. That evening, Raviel says, consider this your reward. I'll let you in on my secret, so just follow me. She carries a lamp and leads Kim Gong-ja down the hallway. He's clenching his fists tight when she suddenly asks, what's on your mind? He flinches. Ha! Raviel begins to lecture him. Even if it's temporary, you're still my personal servant right now. Questioning your master's words is incredibly rude. I asked you a question and I expect an answer. Kim Gong-ja clenches his hands and hesitates. I was just thinking about how much I want to hold your hand, my lady. His face turns bright red as he scolds himself for being crazy. But then Raviel turns around and grabs his hand, pulling him close. He panics, his heart thumping as he stammers out, my lady. She looks up and asks, have you only been thinking of me all day? Do you remember my scent? Do you dream about it? He shyly whispers, yes. Raviel commands him to answer clearly. If you don't answer me, I'm leaving. He quickly blurts out, I have been thinking about it. She reaches out to touch his bow tie. She speaks clearly, saying, Kim Gong-ja, say it louder. I've been thinking about you all day long, my lady. Raviel is satisfied. Good. The system notification pops up. Synchronization is skyrocketing and has now reached 29%. Gong-ja's heart is racing so fast everything starts to blur. He finally shouts out, I don't know anything anymore. My lady, you really shouldn't do this. She asks him why and he just tells her to think about it. She pins him against the window. He tries to explain quickly, I don't belong to this world, I'm just borrowing the body of this butler. Raviel questions him, so you don't see me as a human being. The system warns that the Silver Lily is watching closely. She continues her interrogation. Do you just see me like one of your other followers, or am I just a side character to you? Kim Gong-jae's face is beet red as he stammers. The problem is my original master is actually Lady Gold Silk. I only agreed to serve you because of the mission. But Lady Raviel, that's the reason why. Before he can finish, she cuts him off. That's strange. You said you only thought of me, which means you weren't thinking about Lady Gold Silk at all, right? Her fingers are still pulling on his tie and he's totally panicking. Suddenly, Raviel asks, was it all just a lie? Kim Gong-ja is shocked and explains that he isn't lying. Raviel whispers in his ear, just call me master, just this once. But you have to be sincere. If you do that, I promise to give you a very sweet reward. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, hey Gong-ja. Shiny is shaking him like crazy, trying to snap him back to his senses. Raviel looks at him coldly and asks, what's wrong? Don't you want your reward? It only needs to be once. Will he actually dare to accept her request? You and I are waiting. Kim Gong-ja, just say the word. Alright, you and I are watching Gong-ja face a tough choice. Just reset time or take the risk. He needs this intel to clear the stage. A little lie to get ahead shouldn't be that bad, right? He remembers the Fire King's cold words. I am the Fire King, so I need you to die. Then there is the alchemist's old grudge. He remembers Preda's master being called to his knees. He recalls his master dying in his arms. He pushes the memory away. He won't break that easily. His burden isn't light. He's the Lord of Preda and the master of the demonic cult. He lets go of Raviel's hand. Forgive me, but I can't call you my true master. He's trying not to be like Joshua. That's why he ran through the snow to save everyone with the pharmacist. Death can't just be a normal thing. He tells Raviel he's not trading himself for a happy ending. He wants to experience love, but he won't trade his soul for it. Try a different way to win me. I'll see you as my master if you see me as yours. Your orders will come before my own. I'll break my rules for you and put you above all. But in return, treat me the same way. If only I give my heart, how can my blood even flow normally? Love has to be mutual. I can only survive if you give me your heart. If you want me to go crazy, be crazy with me. Raviel brushes him off. Her lamp hits the ground with a massive crash that echoes everywhere. The lamp rolls to Gong-ja's feet. You're different from those other mindless crazy fanatics, she says. I thought you were just a submissive sheep. You might be innocent in love, but clearly not in life. I moved too fast. Are you actually trying to seduce me? I definitely underestimated you. Gong-ja leans down to pick up the lamp. He hands it back to her with a calm smile. You and I know that one-sided pity is just as useless as one-sided sympathy. I didn't approach you just to watch from afar. So what's this big secret you wanted to show me? She takes the lamp and turns away. She starts walking as she begins her story. Her family has a legendary wishing sword passed down for generations. Honestly, the story behind it is pretty dumb. She opens a door and shines the light on a mysterious red cloth draped over something. There's a catch. She pulls the cloth, revealing a sword stabbed into a shattered mirror. Gong-ja's sword, Shiny reacts. It's just detected a sister presence nearby. This is intense. This sword grants any wish. It's a family treasure that's been passed down for a long time. But there is a condition to grant a wish. The sword must pierce the user's actual heart. The system ping Sparkly just sensed her big sister. Gong-ja is totally caught off guard. Sparkly says it's the third sister of the Guardian Swords. This lore is getting deep. Before she started regressing, the Crown Prince had already gone to Lady Canary. In a fit of rage, she used the sword. Please make my love eternal, she wished. That's why her life became an eternal loop. Even if she dies, she never truly stays dead. Her feelings for the prince never changed. After that wish, her heart was basically frozen in time forever. She places his hand on her chest. Gong-ja freezes. There's no heartbeat at all. You want my heart? Too bad. I don't even have a heart to give you. The system warns that the lily's heart is watching. She grabs the sword and looks at the mirror. And here is the turning point. The clock strikes 12 and a wave of crimson blood rushes in. Lady Raviel, what is this? Gong-ja yells. My nightmare, she replies. Butler, stay on your guard. Suddenly, the room shifts. They're in a separate dimension now, completely cut off from the outside world. The system says the lily's heart is crying out. Then a voice speaks from the void. Crown Prince, I hate you. Before you were royalty, you used to pick flowers just for me. You used to wipe my tears with your sleeves. You were such a kind and delicate soul. What's the point of loving someone perfect? Raviel immediately swings her sword at the crying heart. The voice keeps going. It says you have to be hateful to lead someone like her toward true love. All right, you and I are back. I love his highness. As a noble, I know romance. Did you see how Lady Gold Silk tried to seduce our prince? So annoying. Kim Gong-ja and Raviel move toward the red sludge. Honestly, it feels just like facing the autumn rain Ghost King all over again. Suddenly, the system alerts pop up. The hidden presence of the Silver Lily's heart is finally becoming clear for everyone to see. Our boy realizes this is constellation power. As he looks back, he sees the raw, painful memories hidden within a heart. Inside the memory, the prince takes Raviel's hand and says, Raviel Evancia, our families have already set our marriage contract. But then he claims he doesn't care if this is just some political union arranged by their parents for power. He is here to officially propose. He asks if she will marry him when they grow just a little bit older. The heart answers with a simple yes. The prince promises she will be the only one he ever truly loves. She promises to love only him back. Listening in, Kim Gong-ja curses the guy. That jerk is just avoiding responsibility. After hearing that the heart tells him it is fine, it was just a childhood promise after all, right? Humans are just creatures who forget too easily. Kim Gong-ja's sword starts to glow and brilliant flames wrap the entire blade. He grips his sword and shouts, Heavenly Demon God, Art 8th Form, Burning Fire Sword. Standing outside, the old elf looks up and sees the red slime burning to ash. He is totally shocked by the heat. Looks like he can wipe out these mobs in one hit now. Our boy has really leveled up his game. He wipes his sweat and asks how she became a constellation. That thing was clearly a constellation's close spirit, and he knows she created it. She explains it happened the very moment she stabbed her own heart. Kim Gong-ja wonders if this world lacked constellations from the start, but it is hard to tell if they never existed, or if they were simply murdered. The old elf chimes in, thinking a false killer's star killed the original constellation. Those demons have been existing here. Raviel explains that those monsters are getting stronger every single day. They are not just growing in numbers and size, but their divine powers are evolving too. Talk about a nightmare scenario. Once the world hits day 10, everything somehow resets. The entire timeline starts looping over and over again. Raviel became the world's representative. Like it or not, the gears of time keep turning with her at the center. The old elf listens and guesses that becoming a god like this is definitely not a normal process. In martial arts terms, she would be considered a god of a heretical sect. It is a pretty wild theory. Even if that sword was just a fragment, it belonged to a guardian goddess. That makes it a holy relic. If you stab your heart with that, you're becoming a constellation, whether you want to or not. No choice at all. The worst part, it warped her body to survive the heavy weight of constant time regression. That's pure agony. A normal human body could never handle that, even if she is not a fully realized constellation just yet. It's the result of multiple anomalies clashing. Kim Gong-ja shears his sword, realizing the heavy truth behind her power. Becoming a constellation against your will, that is insane. Raviel asks him, aren't you disappointed in me right now? Kim Gong-ja is startled. She steps forward and admits he was right, no matter the state of her heart. Those demons are her true spirits. Every word they scream is just an echo of her own inner feelings. She wanted a love that would never fade. To keep it perfect, she felt she had to delete every stain. Every disappointment, every bit of anger, she threw it all away. Those demons, they are the trash she discarded. Is it disgusting? She taught him about love, but now she is taking it all back. She is done pretending. She wanted to break his illusions. Kim Gong-ja steps up right behind her and asks a simple question. Disappointed. You're asking if I find this disgusting, my lady. It's going to take a lot more than that to stop me. She's shocked. Not enough. Kim Gong-ja looks at his sword and tells her she just shared a secret. A truly filthy person would never show their real self. You're being honest, and that is not dirty at all. If you thought this would make me leave, you're wrong. I didn't fall for you because I thought you were pure. Raviel faces him. You have only loved me for a single day, she says, yet your words are already this sweet. Kim Gong-ja looks down and smiles. So what if it's only been one day? Does that change how I feel? What if it was a year? Or 1,000 years? Would that make it more real? Could I even walk away then? Hearing his words, Raviel feels her heart steady. This was the moment she truly began to trust him. Our butler finally bared his soul. Kim Gong-ja continues, I can see exactly who you despise. I know your pain. Seeing her hurt like that, he realized they were exactly the same. He loves her because he can see his own soul within her story. He sees his own life in hers because they are living the exact same struggle. Raviel reflects on how his words mirror her own deep feelings. Gong-ja leans down and whispers sweet nothings into her ear. I love you, he says softly, just as much as I love my very own self. I hope you can learn to love me just as much as I love you. I promise that I will definitely make you fall for me. It does not matter if the world has locked your heart away. I will make all those childhood memories of the prince fade into nothing. We are both regressors, the only two of our kind in this world. Between the two of us, we have mountains of time to enjoy. I will give you so much time that you might even feel a little bit smothered. I'm going to give this everything I have. Raviel looks up and asks if he really intends to repeat these final 10 days of the world forever. You will eventually grow to hate it. Trying to scare me will not work, he replies. This is definitely not the first time I have lived through the same day over and over. Raviel asks what if she grows to despise him and wants him to just disappear. He takes her hand and says he would leave then. But he knows that will not happen. You never got tired of the prince, and I am a much better man than he could ever be. He reaches out to gently stroke her hair as she mumbles. This is bad. I should tell you stop talking, but I just cannot. I cannot bring myself to say those words to you. Just then, a group of servants appears behind them looking incredibly worried and bowing low. Pardon us, my lady, but it is so late. Why is it so noisy? Lady Gold Silk is currently causing a total riot. Gong-ja's face fills with absolute horror and disbelief. This is a total nightmare for our main character, and he just cannot believe it. Now guys, pay attention because outside Gold Silk's voice is booming. Butler, where are you? Gong-ja panics and runs toward the noise, while Raviel follows him totally unfazed. At the gate, two butlers are desperately trying to hold Gold Silk back, telling her she cannot behave this way. Our hero remembers telling her before that he would temporarily be the Silver Lily's personal butler to gather intel and clear this quest stage. Gold Silk had actually agreed to it back then, saying she was fine since it was for the mission. But clearly she is not fine anymore. She is shrieking, bring my butler out right now, I know you are in there. Raviel speaks up coldly, calling her the uninvited guest she least wanted to see. When Gold Silk sees Gong-ja, her eyes light up with a crazy smile. He panics and runs outside while Lavian follows behind with total composure. At the gate, two butlers are holding back Lady Gold Silk. They tell her she simply cannot act this way. Kim Gong-ja remembers what he told her before this whole mess started. He remembers telling her that he would become Lady Lavian's personal butler for a while to gather information and clear this stage. Lady Gold Silk eventually agreed to it, knowing that the mission was the most important thing for them to finish. Look, you and I can see he is fine, but Lady Golden Canary is literally screaming for her butler right now. Get my butler out here, I know you are in there. Then Raviel shows up, the one person she hates seeing. Seriously, she is the worst guest ever. When Golden Canary spots Kim Gong-ja, her eyes light up with a crazy smile. There you are, she manages to break away from the two guards and just sprints toward him, shouting like a maniac. You're my childhood friend and my only butler. That means you are way more than just a regular servant to me. Does it mean that I want you to realize that either way you should not be staying in a place like this? I am sure this entire garden is just filled with poisonous flowers. Come on, butler, it is time to come home. She reaches for Kim Gong-ja, but Raviel steps in and smacks her hand away. Talk about being completely and utterly shameless. Trespassing at midnight is a crime that could get you executed. This is not a place where you can just cause trouble. Lady Golden Canary bows to Raviel, who coldly orders her to get on her knees right now and beg for my forgiveness. Golden Canary just smirks and asks, oh, are you going to whip me? Go on, try it. I am actually quite curious. How will the prince react when he sees whip marks on my legs? We will have yet another tragic memory together, right? The other butlers are horrified by her audacity. But Raviel just looks at her coldly and says, is that so? Fine then. I will give you exactly what you want. I love how you are trying so hard to make school memories. Truly impressive. Bring me the whip, she demands, holding out her hand. The other butlers are just standing there in total complete shock. She shuts them down fast, reminding them never to use her title in the academy. This lady is not playing around everyone. The butlers worry the prince will find out, but her eyes just get colder. My hand is still empty, she says firmly. The terrified butlers scramble inside. Meanwhile, Kim Gong-ja rushes over to Lady Golden Canary looking totally concerned and quite confused. My lady, what is going on? Why are you here so late? She just smiles and says she is reclaiming her property. Is it not obvious? I have been waiting for you since this morning, but you never showed up. I was getting worried. I thought you were busy, but then I heard rumors you are now a butler for Lady Silver Lily. Imagine my shock. Did she find your weakness and blackmail you? Do not worry, I will not let her take anything else from me again. That includes the prince's love and especially your loyalty. Hearing this, Kim Gong-ja is basically sweating bullets. This is getting intense. He tries a code, Heretic Inquisitor Spring has come. But Lady Golden Canary just looks at him with pure blank confusion. What on earth are you talking about? She asks. Kim Gong-ja looks completely shattered. Then the butler returns with the whip. Raviel's whip is out. She steps forward, voice like ice, and tells Sylvia that she has gone way too far this time. You invaded a noble's territory just for your own personal drama. And look at you, you don't even have a shred of remorse. You've been acting way too arrogant, so I'm punishing you under the Emperor's direct command. Sylvia just smiles and asks remorse. I know better than anyone what I've done wrong. My only sin was receiving such a magnificent love from the crown prince, even though I'm just the daughter of a humble country baron. I'm so sorry for being the one to receive his affection. I'm sorry that he loves me more than you, Raviel. Is that enough? Suddenly, the crown prince rushes out carrying a torch. He calls for her heretic. He ignores everyone else and hugs Sylvia, tightly asking if she's hurt or if she's okay. Then he glares at Raviel and calls her a cruel woman. Why are you being so incredibly heartless to poor heretic? Raviel coughs, trembling as she tries to explain that this is the Empire's law, but the prince is absolutely losing his mind. Does the law really matter more than people? You always talk about the Empire, but what have you actually done for it? Have you ever actually sacrificed anything? All you ever do is constantly bully Sylvia. Isn't that the truth? That is exactly why I call you a cruel woman, you wicked witch. Raviel asks if he is really disowning her. He doesn't even answer. He just pulls Sylvia away, saying she shouldn't stay in a terrible place like this for another second. Sylvia calls for her butler to follow them. Gong-ja bows his head and quietly whispers status window. Her status window pops up. Favorite genre, romance. Least favorite, politics. It's like this, girl is living in a complete fairy tale world. She loves anyone who adores her teachers, peers the prince. But when it comes to Raviel, she absolutely hates her. She lives for victory and true love. Failure is just something she can't accept. This is the world she wants to live in. Her motto is simple, Raviel won't get a single thing from me. Gong-ja is literally grinding his teeth in pure rage. He sees her innocent smile and feels the anger rising. Sylvia is still asking him, are you going to come with me? He grips his arm tight and says he is staying with Lady Raviel for now. Sylvia's expression turns cold as ice. Do you seriously not know how to read the room? I hate showing weakness, yet I suffered total humiliation just to save you. Gong-ja says he understands, but he's staying. He is not budging an inch from his decision. You understand, but still refuse to come. Suddenly, the system flashes with a new notification. Synchronization is beginning. You are merging with the character. All Gong-ja can do is bow his head and quietly say he is sorry. I still have unfinished business here. The speed of the synchronization with his character continues to skyrocket at an insane pace. Sylvia calls it a weak excuse. She asks if he has actually fallen under the dark spell of that woman. She laughs coldly, targeting Raviel. I don't know what you're planning, but you'll never break the bond between me and my butler. Raviel just frowns. Believe whatever you want to believe, but get out of my sight right now. Sylvia turns to the prince with a smug, provocative smile. Your Highness, will you please take me home? The prince blushes and agrees. His servants rush after them, calling out for the prince and the young lady. Only Gong-ja and Raviel are left at the mansion. She sighs and tells him it is time to head inside. He's curious about her next move. She heads toward the flower garden, wanting to spend some time looking at the flowers. She wants to be alone and tells everyone to leave. The old spirit appears behind Gong-ja, shouting at him to move. Hey zombie, this is your big chance. She is clearly feeling down, so go out there and score some points with her. Gong-ja ignores him completely. The old man is absolutely furious. Are you seriously just ghosting me right now? He catches up to Raviel. He can go days without sleep, but he asks her if she is feeling tired. She admits she's exhausted. This is her 14th regression, and honestly, she's finally hitting her breaking point. 140 days spent trying to fix that prince for the sake of the country. Even if it isn't destiny, he has to be a good leader for the Empire. It's so hard. Gong-ja steps closer to her side. He tells her she's not alone anymore because he's here. As long as someone cares, she can endure the struggle. If someone truly understands you, you can endure anything. Raviel looks at him with doubt. Is that really true? He nods, but she just sighs. You've got it wrong. I repeat my last 10 days over and over again. You go back to the moment before your death. It looks the same, but it's not. She draws 2 lines. She draws parallel lines in the dirt. One of us will always regress before the other can even react. The first person to regress will forget every single thing that happened. The other is left trapped in time. We can never truly walk this path together. You and I can see they are like parallel lines never meant to cross paths. I can understand who you are and your situation, but that is where it ends. Living a life together is just impossible. She tosses her whip and turns away. That confession you gave me, wanting to spend all your time together, it was beautiful. But maybe it is only beautiful because it can never actually become a reality. Gong-ja chases after her. What if it could actually become a reality, he asks. Raviel answers coldly. In this world of ours, the word what if does not exist. If you keep following behind me, I promise I will definitely keep my word. I am not just saying these things to please you. I am no liar. Stop with the meaningless words. What if I save you from this 10-day loop? Raviel snaps. How arrogant. I am already perfectly happy with the life I have. He just smiles. I know I feel the same, but I still want to help. Gong-ja hands her his coat. It is because you are the one I love. Is that also too arrogant? He drapes the coat over her as she looks up. What do you want from me? He answers. Please stay by me until the end, and I would be truly grateful if you could help me love you even more. He realizes the synchronization with the Heretic Inquisitor has hit 100%. The trick to clearing this stage is a bit dirty, but it will probably work. He continues. Make me so addicted to you that I can never break away again. Raviel is skeptical. You really want that? He blushes. It will be fine, he says. I am already falling. Just holding your hand makes my heart race like crazy. Raviel strokes his ear and teases him. You really have no shame at all. Fine. I said I would teach you about love, so I will take responsibility. Is that enough for you? His face is bright red. Yes, that is enough. The system keeps pinging. You are currently in the middle of synchronizing with the character. Goodness. Raviel sighs. I know I am not really in a position to say this, but aren't you a bit too naive? How do you even survive in this world, especially in such a harsh place? He smiles. I have died countless times already. She goes silent. He leans in close. Is your heart starting to race now too? After seeing my weak side, I heard that showing someone your weakness can win them. Sometimes it can really knock them down. Raviel laughs. Kim Gong-ja keeps going. I figured it out after seeing you argue with that Lady Golden Silk earlier. You are wise, but you cannot stay calm when someone pushes your buttons, even if it means losing this regression. That is why I'm testing you too. You always act like you are some kind of grandmaster of love, but isn't being loved just as important as the act of giving love away? You know nothing about being loved. You know even less than Lady Golden Silk. Raviel lifts his chin. So what? He stammers and she tells him to keep talking. I am starting to like your voice. Your teeth are so white and perfect. No wonder Lady Golden Silk could steal the prince away from someone like you. You need to understand the prince's hobbies better. But she is not even listening. Your tongue is so red. It is pretty. Why did you stop talking just now? If you stop, how can I judge your mouth? Keep going. Are you yielding? He blushes. Yes. Raviel smiles and repeats his words. Make me fall in love. Make me so addicted that I can never break away from you again. You really say some dangerous things. I do not know why you are so confident, but you are brave. I have been through 14 regressions, so I do not mind dropping this burden for a moment. Not being kind to villains is my rule. Thinking back on today, the prince went too far. I will not let it slide. He asks if she gave up on him. She says her heart is a constellation stuck in the sky. She cannot do that, but she wants to be a bad person for once. From today on, I will have an affair with you. Kim Gong-ja is shocked. This first love feels all wrong. Do you love me? He asks. She says no, but since he is Lady Golden Silk's precious servant, she wonders what her face will look like when she finds out. Wait, what? You're actually stuttering. So you're suggesting a fake relationship just to get back at those two? You thought this would be way more romantic than this. She reached out and wrapped her arms around your neck. Do you hate the idea? Without waiting, you immediately swept Raviel up and into your arms. Raviel commanded you to say her name, and you did. She started testing you, asking if you remembered what she taught you about falling in love. You replied that love begins where we meet a wicked girl. She answered exactly, and she will be the very first wicked girl in your life. The old spirit watched it all and finally spoke up. He said both of them were so crazy that they were actually a perfect match together. After all, it would be hard for someone like you to date a normal person. Let's be real, you guys are a unique kind of wild. Like attracts like, I guess. Congrats on your first love, even if it is technically an affair. The next day, Kim Gong-ja stood before the mirror. He washed up and fixed his clothes, muttering her name over and over. Raviel, Raviel. He realized he had been saying her name for quite a while. Looks like the love bug bit him hard. He signaled to open his status window, and it popped up immediately with all his current stats and info. He was listed as an F-rank Death King. His skills included I Want to Be Like You Returner's Clock and the powerful Constellation Sword skill. Other skills were high-class Goblin 100 Rebirths and Heavenly Demon Art. He had even received blessings from the God of Beauty and the Serpent God. Kim Gong-ja looked it over, thinking how simply his life was being described. It covered his secret jealousy, relationships, humor, willpower, and even happiness levels. He asked the system for more details, curious about his own appearance and what he truly liked. Now you and I can see his secret preferences. His favorite genres were listed as martial arts, romance, mystery, and adventure. He did not have any genres he actually hated, which is pretty rare. He liked masters, noble heroes, those who sacrifice, and hard workers. He also liked children, good people, and those who were not too arrogant. He liked generous people who understood him. His only dislike character type perverts. His favorite plots were justice, winning friendship, and of course love. He absolutely hated stories about self-loathing, giving up, and running away. He also disliked themes of disillusionment, skepticism, and any form of dark obsession. Reading this, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I am still the same old Kim Gong-ja. I have not lost myself. He realized he had not been completely taken over by his character role yet. Unlike the Heretic Inquisitor, he was still in control of his mind. His plan could still move forward exactly as he intended. He could do this. He turned around and called out to the legendary Sword King. The old spirit behind him asked what was up. Kim Gong-ja said he needed a favor to prevent the butler persona from taking over. There is a high chance that if synchronization hits 100%, he will stop hearing the spirit's voice and might forget his skills. We have to do everything possible to stop that sync from reaching the max. Kim Gong-ja pulled a warning note from his pocket and gave orders. 90% is the absolute limit. Do not let it pass. You understand? If you see me getting close, stop me by any means necessary. The old spirit just scratched his head in disbelief. He could not believe Kim Gong-ja was worried. His spirit was already incredibly resilient and strong. That situation probably would not even happen, but Kim Gong-ja was full of confidence. He put on his coat and dropped a massive bombshell. Actually, I am going to intentionally push my synchronization even higher. The old spirit was shocked. What if you do that? You will fail. You will be trapped here forever. Kim Gong-ja just smiled mysteriously. I cannot explain the reason yet. This plan only works if I know it. I am going to exploit a loophole in the tower's system to clear this. If you see me in real danger, please help me out. I am counting on you, number one under heaven. You wanted to be my master, right? Now it is time to go help my lady. He headed out immediately. Inside Raviel's room, Kim Gong-ja asked with a gentle, caring voice, "You have been far too hard on yourself lately, haven't you? Every night you fight demons while trying to block out negative thoughts about the prince and gold silk. You are exhausted from the mental stress. Is that why you missed the academy today?" Raviel coughed. "Don't worry, I have been sick like this since my first regression. It's nothing new. Honestly, I have been like this since birth, but it's gotten much worse. It happened after I stabbed the mirror and my heart simply disappeared." Kim Gong-ja went silent as she spoke. Raviel leaned back and explained why the emperor allowed the double engagement for the crown prince's marriage. Even if she became empress, she would die shortly after. Plus, she cannot have children, making her a poor candidate for the throne anyway. She's just not fit for the role. Raviel coughed again. Kim Gong-ja rushed over to offer her some warm tea. "Drink this," he said softly. She took the cup and looked totally surprised after the first sip. "You added quite a lot of honey. This is exactly how I like it." "How did you know my secret preference?" He replied that the previous residents left a guide. "I just follow the instructions they wrote down." He remembered reading that second rule on the paper. Rule number 2, Lady Silver Lily has a very poor sense of taste, so remember, you have to add plenty of honey to her tea to make it right. Kim Gong-ja smiled, knowing he had nailed the perfect cup. Raviel coughed again. Kim Gong-ja rushed over with some tea. "Drink this," he said. She took the cup and thanked him softly after drinking. She was amazed. "You added quite a lot of honey. This is exactly how I like it." "How did you know?" he simply replied. "Check it out, our boy just followed exactly what was written on the instructions. The guide left by previous residents was really useful." He remembered reading it earlier. Rule number 2, Lady Silver Lily has a very poor sense of taste, so use lots of honey. She's all about those intense flavors. Hearing that, Raviel is skeptical. She's basically asking if he's just going to copy everyone else's move. Our boy just smiles. He's like, "Look, you're the one who showed me the guide. I've got to do something different than them, right? I'm just using it as a reference, so don't get the wrong idea." Raviel mocks him but admits he's actually got a little charm. So what's the plan? For her, the time they're spending together is just a little bit of entertainment to pass the long hours. She's convinced one of them will forget everything eventually. Honestly, she doesn't think there's any way to fix this mess at all. Kim Gong-ja gets curious. He asks her straight up, "Have you ever actually put your trust in another person before?" Raviel just stares with doubting eyes. Kim Gong-ja bows and says, "Please just trust me. I'm the one you chose, real or not." He admits he's been weak and relied on others before, just like she needs to now. "You've been carrying way too much alone." She thinks the empire must stay strong even if she dies. She has to guide the prince and crush every last blood demon. 14 regressions. She's had those same heavy thoughts every single time. RMC asks, "Don't you think you're pushing yourself too hard?" Raviel's stunned. She asks, "Do you really think I'm overdoing it?" Kim Gong-ja walks in with a bouquet of flowers and tells her to rest. He says he's the type who hates seeing the person he loves carrying everything alone. He wants to be there to share the burden, and he expects the same in return. Raviel looks down, reminding him that whatever they have, it's just a fake relationship for show. Kim Gong-ja just looks at the flowers. He says that doesn't matter because he's being completely serious about her right now. Raviel is genuinely shocked. She asks him, "Don't you feel like you're getting the short end of the stick here? It's so unfair." Our guy tells her she doesn't know him well enough yet. He's a total optimist. Did she think he'd get depressed over this? Just because they're pretend dating? No way. He sees this as a huge opportunity. He's confident she's actually going to fall for him. Raviel's curious now. Like, "Man, where do you even get all this confidence?" He just starts putting the flowers in a vase. He tells her since they're going to spend time together, he's never giving up. Not until she says she's absolutely sick of him. He's going to work his hardest to be the pillar she can lean on. Time flies by and the clock is almost at 12. Raviel gets out of bed and grabs her sword. Time's up, she says, but Kim Gong-ja stops her. No, you need to rest. He's like, are you really going to fight the enemy in that condition? Just leave it to me. I'll take care of everything. Then he grabs the sword and charges in to slaughter the blood demons. One takes Raviel's form and asks, you really kill me. Next morning, 8 a.m., Kim Gong-ja rushes in and grabs a huge pile of papers from her desk. He tells her to forget work. Raviel's shocked. What are you doing now? He just chucks the whole pile into the fireplace. I absolutely love this guy's style. He tells her the world is ending in a few days anyway. If the empire falls because of some paperwork, let it burn. Treat today like a holiday. Your own personal holiday. Time keeps moving and Raviel admits she's never lived like this before. She's literally leaning against him on the grass by the river. She asks if it's really okay to do absolutely nothing for once. She skipped class for 3 whole days. She's worried someone will see, but he just tells her he's got it all covered. Raviel goes quiet. After a bit, she says she doesn't even want to answer him anymore. But our boy is still hyped up. He's like, who said I'd always be the one helping? Later on, I'll probably need you to help me too. We're partners. Raviel's stunned by that. Then he shifts the mood, asking if she wants to hear some poetry. She just nods and says yes. 6 p.m. rolls around and they're rowing a boat together. He asks if the silver lily lady is beautiful, and she agrees. The spring weather is turning everything white. Kim Gong-ja describes it as the season when the spring flowers finally bloom for everyone. Before the magnolias wither, the kingdom calls this time white spring. It's a beautiful season and she totally agrees with him. She watches the river and nods. She can't remember the last time she saw something this peaceful. It's been way too long. Suddenly, the system pings. That hidden heart of the silver lily, it's getting way stronger now. Something big is about to happen. Raviel's heart skips a beat. A woman's shadow appears holding a blood-red sword. She raises it high and then just slashes down. The system announces the hidden heart has finally been revealed. Suddenly, the entire sky over the empire turns a deep red. People are screaming in terror. Is that blood in the sky? Explosions are rocking the city as a rain of blood falls. But through all that chaos, Raviel stays calm. She tells him, Butler, I feel so much peace when I'm right here by you. She asks, can I really trust you? Kim Gong-ja puts down his oar and moves closer to her. He remembers her words. He looks into her eyes as the world falls apart around them. Everything she said before, it all makes sense now. The blood rain continues to pour, but inside this boat, it's like time has stopped. He's ready to be her protector. You and I can see it. He's determined to change her fate no matter what. He looks at her and finally speaks. We are like 2 parallel lines, and whoever dies first is definitely the one who regresses. That is why we cannot stay together forever, Kim Gong-ja says, while tightly holding her hand. Now I'm going to wrap you in my aura. Not just your body, but your brain too. And for me, it is the same. I am going to blow both of our heads off at once. It is true the first to die regresses first, but there is no guarantee the second person keeps memories. If we want to stay together, there is only one way to make this work. We have to die together. Raviel, please go to the end with me. Kim Gong-ja is deep in thought now. He is silently weighing all the options. Just like managing daily life, I have always had to manage my own death. I always think of ways to go peacefully. Using magic to destroy the brain is enough. It ends life instantly without any pain. It is just a simple, straightforward method to go. That is why I avoid it. Getting too used to it makes me way too careless. That is why I killed the Flame King. I will not choose an easy death like that. I want a painful death so I can stay sharp and make accurate judgments. But today is different. Kim Gong-ja holds Raviel's hand to comfort her. It is okay, it will be over fast, he says as energy begins radiating from his body. It flows into Raviel. She exclaims, it is warm like water flowing through her veins. It spreads through my body. Is this your temperature? It is much warmer than mine. I am anxious. I have never felt like this in any of my previous regressions. As long as I do not lose myself, I am fine. But I do not want to lose you. What if I regress first and forget you? He whispers, do not worry, I am with you. Suddenly, blood demons appear. People are screaming in terror. Look, the demons are here. Screams echo everywhere. Raviel warns him, you better not make a single mistake. If one of us dies even a second early, I will literally hate you forever. You only get one shot. Remember my words. Kim Gong-ja just smiles. All right. The system pings. The heart wrapped in platinum is looking at you right now. Raviel says coldly, you made me trust someone again. Now you better take responsibility. The demon count rises as the apostles appear. The system starts warning them. Apostle of crop destruction manifests. Apostle of the endless steppe has also appeared. The apostle of eternal happiness has arrived. Raviel looks completely disgusted. These things really do not know how to read the rune. Kim Gong-ja smiles. Let us teach them that interrupting a couple's moment is a one-way ticket to death. She smiles back. I like that. Kim Gong-ja activates his ultimate heavenly demon skill. Ninth form Suicide Sword. A blade appears and ends both of their lives instantly. The system flashes, you have died. returning to 24 hours ago. Kim Gong-ja slowly wakes up. Raviel is standing nearby with an umbrella waiting. You are finally awake. I cannot believe you are this late. What an irresponsible butler. Kim Gong-ja bolts up staring at her. Did we both manage to keep our memories? Raviel reads his mind. Hey butler, did you lie to me back then? You promised to regress together, but I came back 9 whole days before you. Even if this relationship is fake, how could you leave your lover alone for 9 days? Kim Gong-ja's eyes fill with happiness. Raviel just keeps on scolding him. I was the only one worrying because I returned early. You broke your promise. How dare you wake up so late? You have a lot of making up to do. Kim Gong-ja rushes over and pulls Raviel into a tight hug. I am so sorry, he whispers. She drops her umbrella, holding him back. It is fine, she says. Waiting for you to wake up was honestly so boring. He strokes her hair with a smile. You are lying. No, I am serious. It was dull, she argues. But I am good at waiting for you. He apologizes one more time. I am so sorry. She whispers back, I forgive you. Suddenly, the system pings. Synchronization is at 71%. My lady, can I ask for one favor, he says. Can you wait just a bit more? 8, 7, 6 days. I will reduce it every time until we can spend our very first day together. Raviel grabs his collar, scolding him. All right, you and I are back in the yard where Kim Gong-ja is teasing her. Did you brush your teeth? He asks. Gong-ja pouts, calling her out for being unfair. But she just strokes his hair and asks, well, didn't you make me wait 39 days? She says her selfishness should make him feel less guilty. He should be thanking her. Gong-ja's face is bright red. Wait, so? We've been kissing for 39 days straight. She shuts him down, blushing. Stop it, that's embarrassing. And then they're right back at it. Once again, Kim Gong-ja and Raviel take the ultimate exit to reset time. Suddenly, the heretic inquisitor runs up. Death King Lady Golden Silk is here. He's confused. Wait, why is she so late? I heard she was staying somewhere else, not even at the main house. Gong-ja immediately asks where she is. The heretic replies, she mentioned she'd be waiting in the garden right in front of the main building. Gong-ja doesn't wait. He bolts. The heretic is left staring at his back, completely baffled by our main character's sudden sprint. But our boy Gong-ja is way past caring. His heart is totally in the driver's seat now. He runs straight out to the garden, grabs Raviel, and resets again. Back another 24 hours. This time, Gong-ja wakes up in the middle of a massive ball. He looks ahead and smiles. There she is. Raviel looking absolutely stunning in a deep blue gown. They don't waste a second. They rush toward each other and share a deep kiss, leaving every noble in the room completely speechless. Gong-ja whispers to Raviel, so this is our official first day together. She replies, as long as we want it, it'll be our eternal first day. That's when Lady Golden Silk walks in totally lost. Huh, did I miss something big while I was out? Meanwhile, Gong-ja and Raviel are still locked in a kiss right in the center of the hall. The nobles are losing their minds, whispering, what is going on? Am I seeing this right? Even the old spirit can't take it. He covers his eyes, screaming, damn it, my eyes. Why can't I just have some peace in the afterlife? Why do I have to witness this even after I'm dead? Why do I have to watch you enjoying yourself like this? You shameless Kim Gong-ja. The gossip just keeps getting louder. People are spiraling. Isn't that butler one of Golden Silk's people? If the emperor hears about this, Lady Silver Lily is finished. Gong-ja just watches them, thinking how predictable their reactions are. Then the crown prince himself shows up looking like he's seen a ghost. He's shook. What are you doing? He demands. Raviel just leans into Gong-ja's side and says, I'm so sorry for the scene, Your Highness. I really shouldn't have caused such a mess in a public place like this. My apologies, Prince. The prince is stunned into silence. Raviel pulls out a document and steps forward. I've committed a grave offense, so I'll accept any punishment. The prince stammers, punishment for you. Raviel just hands him the paper. He grabs it, eyes wide. What is this? She calmly explains. It's my withdrawal from the academy. I've already picked my own punishment. Since you're so indecisive, I figured it'd be hard for you to choose. I'll leave the academy and reflect on my actions until the sentence is passed. Please just sign this, Your Highness. Oh, and I won't be taking any private meetings from here on out. The prince looks terrified. Raviel. But it's too late. She grabs Gong-ja's hand and starts running. Thanks for the approval, Your Highness. They sprint right out of the palace together. Gong-ja looks at her, wondering if this is really the best move. He's worried. Since she stabbed her own heart in the mirror world, she should technically still have feelings for that prince. But honestly, you and I know that jerk deserves it. The only thing that matters is that Raviel looks truly happy. Just then, the heretic inquisitor waves from behind. Death King, how exactly are you planning to beat this stage? He catches up full of questions. And seriously, why were you guys kissing? I am so confused right now. Plus, my heart starts racing every time I see you two together. What do you even call that feeling? Gong-ja tells him, it's called being moved. Anyway, I've got this stage under control, so you should just take a break. Think of it as a vacation, Inquisitor. The heretic lights up. Oh really, I can do that. I'll just go do whatever I feel like. Gong-ja shuts that down fast. You are not allowed to kill anyone, the heretic just smiles. Right, I get it. But Gong-ja is not done. No torturing, no kidnapping, and definitely no locking people up for interrogation. The heretic's face goes completely blank. Well, then what is there even left for me to do? Gong-ja just waves him off. I'll find something for you later. For now, go sit in a corner and read some comics. The heretic stands there staring at a notification. My synchronization rate just went up. What does that even mean? Gong-ja just smiles. It means you're finally being moved. I see the heretic cheers. Meanwhile, the carriage carrying our favorite couple finally pulls away from the palace. Raviel sits across from him. The whole empire is going to be in chaos tomorrow. At least 200 letters will be flying between the nobles. Another 20 will hit my hometown and 10 of those will go straight to my father. Eventually, the emperor will send an envoy to deal with me. So, Gong-ja, any ideas on how we should handle this? Go. Kim Gong-ja is absolutely stunned. Wait, what? Did she really just call him by his name? Raviel looks outside and sighs at how tiny the world is. She has been trapped here way too long. See, Suwon Academy is just an imperial tool. Every noble kid must enroll there by law. They are forced into the same curriculum and schedule just to sync everyone's mind to the empire's collective will. Jealousy, pride, greed, it is all rotting behind closed doors under the name of tradition and orders. The academy is hiding its true face. The empire has no future there. Does the prince realize? Kim Gong-jae cuts her off. Forget the empire for now. You are overthinking. Just focus on me. Honestly, just that thought alone makes my head want to explode. Raviel steps closer, calling him. Kim Gong-ja, if you ever break my heart, I will kill you. Got it. She grabs his hand tight. He is like, I know. I get it. But Raviel demands proof. Tell me how you understand. I will never do anything to hurt you. And if I mess up, I will sincerely apologize. She lifts his hand. Clearly, he still does not get it. She places his hand on her neck. If I ever betray you, I want you to strangle me yourself. Use your hands, not aura. I want you to use your own 2 hands to kill me over and over again. Do it until our very meeting completely vanishes from this world. I do not care how many months or years it takes for you to forget, but I will haunt you forever with my death. I want you to spend eternity knowing I will never forgive you. You can live forever, right? Kim Gong-ja says yes. She is satisfied, betray her, and his life becomes a literal eternal hell. He nods. I understand, Raviel. Now she asks if he has any secrets left to tell her. He pulls out a card to explain. I have a skill called Hungry Ghost Reincarnation. Anyone who dies by my hand can be revived. I can even restore their memories and appearance. The card glows. You can summon anyone who died by your hand in the form of monsters. These summons do not have their old power, but they can keep their appearance and memories if he specifically allows it. Without permission, they are only summoned as monsters. She realizes the truth. So does that mean you can summon me? He puts the card away. Since you died by my hand 9 times, I could technically summon 9 versions of you. But honestly, I have no intention of doing that. Now here is where Raviel adds a condition. If you ever betray me, throw that skill away. He holds her hand. Done. Sorry, I did not tell you. She will forgive him with a promise. He is all ears. Her demand. You are not allowed to commit suicide without my permission. You cannot die even if it is inevitable. You are my lover now. Your life is not cheap. Even if death is certain, you fight until your very last breath. Kim Gong-jae smiles and agrees. Now tell me what you want from me. He looks at her. When I ask, just trust me. She kisses him. I will always believe in you. Kim Gong-ja is thrilled. My lady, he calls her. Let us just enjoy a 10-day vacation. We will not worry about a single thing in the world. I mean, who else works themselves to death in public and private like you do, right? For the next 10 days, let us leave everything behind and use regression to satisfy our hearts. So you want to enjoy pleasures without caring about others. He smiles. That is exactly it. Because no matter how much trouble we cause, once we rewind time, they will all forget, right? He is impressed. You are so sharp, my lady. One word, and you get the whole plan. Raviel just mumbles to herself. To think the partner I chose turned out to be such a rogue. The staff jumps up immediately. Where would you two like to be seated today? Kim Gong-ja slams a suitcase down. Today we are renting out every troupe and the whole theater. 6 troops in total. Suddenly Raviel speaks up. Kim Gong-ja, dear, there is something I have wanted. He is curious. What is that? She opens her fan. I want all 6 troops on one stage. 3 tragedies, 2 comedies, and 1 musical. The actors are standing there in total shock. Kim Gong-ja tries to warn her. That is going to be a complete mess, you know. But since it is what you want, I will make sure this becomes a world-class masterpiece unlike anything else. She says she wants to see a chaotic play. All right, you and I are about to see these 2. Sit down and enjoy 6 drama troupes. The show is on. Romeo, oh Romeo. Watching the parody, Kim Gong-ja and Ravieltia just can't stop laughing. They enjoy themselves before hitting a casino. Raviel tells him to follow her lead and the other players are terrified. The gamblers are shaking in their boots. They all fold. Then Raviel decides it's time to raise the bet. She raises the bet again. Gong-ja stands behind her looking so proud. Finally, the owner can't take it anymore. He shouts that this is pure power abuse. Lady Silver Lily, even you can't just ruin my business. Gong-ja asks the man who he thinks he's shouting at. He even offers to take the man's head. Raviel says it is fine. Baron Deben might run a secret drug lab in his basement, but that is not enough. He supplies the whole capital, but that won't kill him. The Baron asks in terror what she means. Gong-ja pulls a chair over for Raviel to sit. She coldly tells the Baron to play 10 rounds with her. That night, she is in Gong-ja's arms. She asks if he is happy. Leaning against him, she finally feels alive. She admits that living a bit longer feels good. Gong-ja laughs, happy that his synchronization rate is rising. Right now, the rate is at 76%. Raviel is confused about what that even means. Synchronization rate. He explains the system created by the constellation that brought him into this world. He arrived by possessing the body of this butler. This number shows how much he has become that character. When she calls his name or touches his cheek while lying like this, the number increases. She is curious. So the rate must be rising now, right? She wonders what happens when it hits 100. Gong-ja tells her not to worry about that now. After all, she promised to only think of him. He reaches out and turns off the lamp. She calls him a sly man. Next day, on another street, Gong-ja berates a noble. Today, the Duchess has reserved this street. How dare you bring that carriage here? You bought that with money stolen from farmers. Then they head to the palace to see the Emperor. Now you and I need to see this. They tell the Emperor that no one is more of a scumbag than his son. The Emperor is so furious, he faints, foaming at the mouth. Everyone panics while Gong-ja tells the story happily. They treated every day like a vacation, playing in the pool, throwing money to the people on the street. They watch the flowers together. One day, sitting by a fountain, Gong-ja takes her hand. We are really bad people. She nods, agreeing they are indeed awful. He smiles at her. He says only the two of them know. They are accomplices. Do you remember what I said in the carriage? I remember every word. I told you to trust me. She nods and says, of course she does. Now it is time to fulfill that promise. Raviel suspects he is plotting something shady behind her back. She says it would be better if he just confessed. He shares his plan to reach 99% sync. I really need to fully become the butler and a true person of this world. She wonders why. Gong-ja says he cannot explain. Raviel realizes the plan only works if he is the secret keeper. She coldly says he only brought this up because he wants something from her. Gong-ja just smiles and says yes. Raviel sighs, knowing he secured her trust just for this very moment. I should have been more careful every time you opened your mouth. So what do I need to do? He says they must go back to day one. Back to the very start of this stage. They return to that moment. After closing the door, she turns and asks what he wants now. He hands her a rope. First, put my arms behind the chair and tie me up tight. Raviel is shocked. Holding the rope, she says it is a bit early for them to go this far. He sits down and laughs. I am already satisfied with this life, so do not worry. She is still doubtful. I promise to trust you, but you make it hard. He just smiles at her. She ties his hands tightly. Nearby, the old spirit is panicking. Kim Gong-ja, what are you doing? You are making me nervous. Even the heavenly sword is anxious about its master's strange actions. Gong-ja thinks that the original butler had secret feelings for both ladies, but he knew it was impossible, so he buried his love. But wait, you and I should definitely keep an eye on that crown prince. Feelings for both ladies are messy. Plus, gold silk is caught between the prince and the butler. Raviel is torn between Gong-ja and the prince. This is a massive plot twist for this romance, guys. But this mess gives him a plan. He asks Raviel to bring a mirror and place it before him. A mirror appears. He looks into it and whispers, character window. Boom. The system screen pops up instantly. He is still Gong-ja for now. He calls out to Raviel, begging her to keep kissing him over and over. Make me fall for you even harder. She leans in, teasing him about being kissed while tied up. Gong-ja knows he will lose himself soon. He realizes something very strange is happening with this transformation. He watched the heretic inquisitor become Lady Gold Silk and noticed her hair just kept growing longer. That was the key to his plan to clear this stage. Gong-ja leans in and makes a request. Once my sync rate hits 90% and nears 100, you must kill me with your own hands. Raviel is stunned. But Gong-ja knows she can figure out his plan. She is smart enough for that. After all, they are both regressors. Raviel pulls back, warning him that this gamble is way too dangerous. It's basically a massive gamble at this point. But Kim Gong-ja says if this is a bet, we have already clearly won. Since this is a massive exploit in the tower, pointing it out gives us the upper hand immediately. Raviel whispers, worried she will forget him, but Kim Gong-ja just smiles and tells her everything will be okay. He promises to find a way. Then he makes one last request in case he cannot escape this world alone. Kill me so the transmission completes. Trust me. Finally, she places a hand on his shoulder and agrees to do it. I am your first villainess, and you are my last jerk. Man, I really ended up falling for a bastard. With that, she kisses him deeply. The system alerts that the synchronization speed has already hit 84%. As Raviel keeps kissing him, the sync rate climbs. But our main character notices something strange about this final transformation. The Heretic Inquisitor is becoming Lady Kim. But wait, why is her physical appearance still shifting like this? Usually only the Inquisitor can shift forms using holy arts. It is a unique skill that belongs to him alone. Lady Kim should not have this power. Yet his hair keeps growing, proving the skill is still very much active. His legs tremble as Raviel pins him down for more. The system confirms they are becoming one with the world. We hit 88% sync. Suddenly broken fragments of Kim Gong-ja's lost memories start flashing before his eyes. He sees his childhood, his teachers and friends all cheering him on. Everyone is shouting for him to keep going. Even his sword is screaming for him to stop. Raviel pulls back, asking if he can really handle this. The old spirit yells, asking what on earth he is thinking. Look at that. The status window is completely blurring. Flushed and breathless, he begs her to continue. Raviel smirks, asking if he really wants another kiss that badly. You are such a sly one, she dives back in. Now the character system is starting to glitch out. Kim Gong-ja and the butler are nearly merged. He confesses his love, promising to find her even after he dies. He begs her to finish it so his soul remembers. She whispers that she knows as the system breaks further. His data is merging with the butler's profile. Kim Gong-ja can feel his very existence starting to fade away. Through the haze, he hears her voice calling his name. But when she looks, only the butler is standing there. The butler panics, asking why the Duchess kidnapped him. Even the Raviel family power cannot explain this crazy situation. Even so, this is just too much. You hate Lady Golden Sparrow so much you would hurt a servant like me. That line hits Raviel hard. Coldly, she says, I see. Is that it? I thought my heart was gone. I thought I could not feel pain anymore, but this really hurts. Your sword has finally reached my heart. The butler is shocked, asking what she means. Raviel grabs the sword and calls out for Kim Gong-ja. Whose name are you calling? She pulls the blade and says, my lover, the one who gave me his heart. If you dare hurt me, I will kill you. These words strike Kim Gong-ja's soul, making him groan. Raviel cries out for Kim Gong-ja to return. He snaps awake just as she drives the sword into her chest. She whispers that she will always wait for him, then kisses him. The butler watches her tears fall down. Emotions swirl in his mind as he fades into nothing. You and I know this journey isn't over yet. Everything is just beginning in this endless loop of fate and painful love. The butler sees that single tear. Looking at these fragmented memories, Gong-ja's thinking, is Silver Lily seriously about to go all out against the Golden Silk Lady? He's got to warn our Golden Silk Girl. Seeing her cry like that, he just wants to fix everything for her. But then, everything goes black. The system says he's dead and is regressing 24 hours. But wait, we have a massive error. The owner and the target of the skill aren't the same person. Now the system is glitching over whose timeline to rewind. It's stuck. This whole situation is completely outside the tower's jurisdiction. Talk about a total game-breaking moment for our main character. The tower checks his Death King status. Confirmed. Our guy Gong-ja is now officially, if temporarily, a chosen apostle. Hamustra steps up as his sponsor. Now the tower decides this glitch is big enough for a formal high-level council meeting. It's time for a vote. The 6 pillars of life themselves have to decide exactly what happens to him next. The darkness fades and suddenly golden butterflies are everywhere swirling around Gong-ja. Then a mysterious figure finally emerges. Someone speaking a weird language. Luckily, the system kicks in to translate this ancient dragon tongue so we can understand. This guy is furious. He points right at Gong-ja, calling him a brat who thinks he can just play with them. Get Hamustra in here now. How did he even manage to drag this kid in as an apostle? This is just wrong. He probably doesn't even get what we're saying. But wait, is he already synchronized with the character he is playing? Reversing the process should make him easier to talk to. Mia hit the reset button on his synchronization right now. Instantly, his sync rate rockets to 99%. Gong-ja lets out a scream. That sudden jump has gotta hurt. One of the pillars starts the interrogation. Did he trigger the regression on purpose right after syncing up with her? Our guy is coughing his lungs out from the shock. He can't even get a word out before the next question hits. You wanted to rewind the character's timeline, didn't you? Not your own 24 hours, but hers. Clever move. Exactly. He looks them in the eye and tells them, send me back to before this 10-day loop of hell began. Gong-ja isn't asking, he's demanding. Take me back to the moment before those 10 endless days ever started. You shameless brat. They're losing it. One even threatens to end him right here, and no one is going to help. While the others are raging, this long-haired pillar stays calm. So you're the one calling himself the Death King. It's been a while since we had to meet twice for one human. Last time was because of that Flame Emperor guy. The bond between these two is getting insane. Coincidence? I don't think so. Something bigger is definitely going on here. The Tower Master is just annoyed. If he were fully synced, we would just use the butler's point of view. 90% would be the Death King, but 99. That's a gray area. How are we supposed to choose who regresses? Gong-ja is stunned. The Tower Master. He quickly suggests going with the butler's perspective for the rewind instead. Convince me, the master says. Gong-ja points out that at 99%, the butler is basically in control anyway. Since the butler is the dominant soul, he should be the one responsible for whatever happens to this physical body. Fair point, but that regressor's watch is your skill. Only you can activate it, so you should be the one rewinding. Gong-ja is sweating bullets now. Then the Tower Master opens up a massive magical matrix that covers everything. Relax, I was just curious. Gong-ja is visibly shaken, trying to keep his cool while wiping away the cold sweat. Just pick the butler's view. We have been fighting over who gets to control this body through every single floor. Sometimes he is in charge, sometimes I am. But this time, I'm admitting defeat. He beat me fair and square. He won, so he gets my skill. The regressor's watch belongs to him now. The Tower Master actually laughs at that. That makes sense. Fine, let's do it your way, just like when you copied and stole the Flame Emperor's power. I wonder who would win in a fight between two regressors. Let's send the butler back to before he even leveled up. That's a brilliant idea. As soon as those words are out, the matrix around Gong-ja just shatters into pieces. You had every chance to just run away and stay hidden from the Flame Emperor. Why didn't you take it? Because he wanted cold, hard revenge. Suddenly, a message pops up. The Moonlight of the Blind has placed a curse on you. Another pillar disagrees. They think he did it for justice. Then the Princess of Illusion gives us a massive blessing. The Tower Master thinks they're both right. He's seen Gong-ja die for revenge and die for justice. He's done it all. Here's the one thing I'll always remember, the ancient legislator says. It was the only way to beat the Flame Emperor. Exactly. Death King, you have got a burning heart, but your mind is incredibly sharp. You are always calculating. You are always looking for a way. It is a total victory. The gods were just waiting to see if our main character could actually convince them. Gong-ja clenches his fists tight. After a moment, he snaps back. We did nothing wrong. This tower is broken. He argues that the system is flawed. The personas that appear during a regression shouldn't be predetermined like this. If the tower was perfect, this mess never would have happened. The Tower Master admits he is right. Gong-ja seizes the moment. Since they are victims of a system error, he demands compensation and a reward for finding the bug. The dancing god in the void is furious. He calls our main character shameless and threatens to erase him from existence. Even the moon that illuminates the blind is radiating pure killing intent toward him right now. The Tower Master steps in. She is impressed by his ballsy confidence in demanding rewards from literal gods. She asks why they should bother. Simply deleting the mess and moving on would be way easier for them. Gong-ja just smiles. He tells her it is because she has always wished him luck from the start. He points out that despite being a supreme being, she never looked down on the hunters or forced them into anything. Hunters who want to stay on the first floor can stay there forever without being pressured to climb. She wishes the climbers luck and tells them to be careful. He has realized her true nature. He notes that the people she gave private floors to were all lonely souls who suffered through terrible tragedies. She is kind. She respects their freedom even when they fight. He knows she will take responsibility for the tower's failure. The blame lies with the system, not the hunters. He knows she will make things right for them. Then he does something unexpected. He sincerely thanks her for creating the tower in the first place. Without this place, he would have wasted his life away in the outside world with no purpose. Even here, he lived a messy life at first. He thought he would never get a second chance to fix things. But because of her, he was able to regress 4,000 days into the past and change his destiny. Knowing someone was watching over him was his only motivation. He thanks her from the bottom of his heart. Gong-ja bows deeply, showing true gratitude to the creator of the tower. The gods are stunned. The princess is clearly taken with him now. Even the ancient Great One admits this is a first for them. The dancing god softens up too. He remarks that usually kids these days only know how to point fingers and blame others. Finally, the Tower Master smiles. She calls him lovely and says she is just a mirror reflecting his own goodness. She is ready to listen. She asks him exactly what kind of compensation he is looking for. Gong-ja makes his request. He wants to return to 24 hours ago, but from the butler's perspective. He blushes, feeling shy. For his reward, he asks for Lady Raviel to be allowed to keep her memories. The Tower Master is surprised. He could have asked for a broken, overpowered skill, but he chose love instead. Since he found a major bug, they decide to buff his regression watch anyway. Now he can return to any point. His summons will now keep their memories and their full power. It is a massive upgrade for our main character. But Gong-ja drops to his knees. He does not care about the power. He just wants to be with Raviel. The Tower Master reaches out and pats his head gently. She smiles and says, "Death King, I wish you luck." The system flashes, a final message appears, wishing him the best as the synchronization reaches 99%. A blinding light erupts as he is sent back 24 hours. Suddenly, the heretic Inquisitor appears before him. She tells the butler he is finally awake. He has been sleeping for quite a long time. He gasps out, "My lady." She just laughs and reminds him that she is his one and only lady. She says she just got back from dinner with the prince and found him snoring away in his chair. It was rude to fall asleep before his master, but she forgives him because he looked cute while dreaming. She notices he looks like he is about to cry and asks if he had a nightmare. Gong-ja is shaken. He quickly wipes his face and asks if she enjoyed her dinner. She claps her hands excitedly. She shows off a blue coral ring, bragging that the prince gave it to her right in the cafeteria. She gushes about how the prince really knows how to charm a girl. She wonders how Lady Evania will react. Hearing that name makes him freeze. He mumbles the name Raviel under his breath, his eyes turning cold. The lady looks confused, but the butler tells her firmly that she has no right to speak that name so casually. "Look, even if it is just the two of us, this is super disrespectful. You really need to remember that." We can hear the old spirit screaming and the sword talking, but our butler, he cannot hear a thing. In this timeline, he is the one in control, not Kim Gon. He just clutches his head in total pain. He asks her, "My lady, what are you saying? Did you not hear me?" Heretic is just standing there confused. He tells her it is like someone is screaming in his ear. Now Heretic is starting to get really worried. She asks if he is sick and needs a doctor. He just needs to go outside to catch his breath. She tells him to come back soon. As he walks, he remembers the stories Raviel once told him about the past. Before the regression, the prince was with Lady Goldfinch. Raviel was so angry she made a very dangerous wish. She used an ancient family sword to gain eternal life. Now our guy is standing right before her massive castle. He wonders why he even came here. He steps inside his mind saying stop, but his body moving on its own. His legs move without permission. He opens the door, and there she is. A dark vision of Raviel appears. She is holding a sword, pointing it right at him. "I will wait for you," she says. Talk about a nightmare. Raviel is just sitting there looking totally bored. She smiles when she sees him. "So you finally showed up here." She walks over to a mirror. "It looks like you have finally figured out your own feelings. I can see it." She says she can tell this is his first time. Our butler is just standing there looking completely lost. His first time. But she pulls a cloth away to reveal a mirror shattered by a sharp sword blade. He asks if this is all a dream. "Lady Raviel, why are you showing up in my head like this?" She just calls it a good question. She drags him to the mirror and starts getting really intense and cold. "I became your dream and you became my life. This trade, that is what love is for the two of us." She says his question was not romantic at all. And if he is looking for servants, she sent them all away. He is confused, but then her tone shifts. "Let me give you a very serious warning," she says to him. "Do not call me Lady Raviel with that mouth ever again, or I will literally rip your heart out." Her eyes are full of killing intent. She suddenly pats his back and he jumps. "What do you see in there?" He says he just sees the two of them. She presses him for more. "And what else do you see?" Suddenly, his head starts throbbing. A system status window starts flickering inside the mirror glass. He starts screaming out. The sword and the spirit are yelling in his mind. He chokes himself in pain while she just watches him. She demands to know what else is there. Words, he yells. Strange letters and a very weird voice. She smiles, looking very satisfied. "You have received love," she says. "Now tell me what those words actually say." He looks at the floating text, hesitating. "I cannot see it clearly. It is not finished writing yet. Master and lover. That is all." She starts trying to break down the meaning of those words herself. Master comes before lover. She does not understand it, so she hates it. He tries to call her name. He tells her he is still lost. "If this is not a dream, then what do you want from me?" "I want you," she says. Then she asks him what kind of dream he thought he was having before. He clutches his chest. "I do not remember everything, but I saw you. You were looking at me crying." She wants to know more. He says his heart felt like it was literally breaking into a million pieces. "It was not because of the blade you stabbed me with." She just smiles. "I am glad you remember." He asks why he is dreaming this. She tells him it is because of her own deep dark trauma. "My mother killed herself. I can still hear the words she whispered in my ear on that very day." She remembers people gossiping while her mother was swallowed by flames. Those memories did not even break her heart. Not the prince's ring or the 10-day loop. None of the things that tore her soul apart mattered. She reaches for his neck. Her eyes are now glowing with pure hatred and a desire to kill him. She glares at him. "Because right now you are the only person who can actually hurt my cold heart." She starts squeezing his throat. "I warned you very clearly. I will kill you if you get inside me. But you are already there. So die now and then find a way to love me all over again." The system pops up. "You are dead." Replaying the killer's trauma. Penalty level set to medium. This is insane. This is the diary of a hungry devil. The scene shifts to Kim Gong-ja tied to a chair. Raviel's past flashes by. In her memories, Gong-ja is tied up smiling as he tells her to just think. I don't know about others, but you, Silver Lily, surely you can see exactly what I am calculating right now. After all, you're just like me, a regressor. Raviel looks at the man before her, trying to measure his worth. He is such a dangerous man. I've realized what he's planning, to use a loophole in the tower's system. He's using the system to flip the script. Who knew someone with such an innocent face could be this devious? Such a cunning plan. She walks closer and warns him that this is too dangerous. I won't remember you. She looks at him, thinking that surviving isn't what she wants. She only wants to live life with him. Memories of him are everything to me now. Even if you successfully stop me from ending this endless loop, if I stop the sword and end these 10 infinite days but cannot remember you, then nothing truly matters. Gong-ja suddenly speaks up, saying that's right, leaving her dazed. He continues with a confident smile on his face. I'll take care of it. Please just trust me. She stays silent, her eyes filled with a deep, lingering sadness. There's no proof, yet you want me to believe I regret promising that I would always trust in you. Ultimately, she agrees. A promise is a promise after all. Raviel leans down to fulfill his final intimate request. She kisses the man she loves. She chooses to believe in him, putting all her faith in the man she chose. I believe in his power. This is the man I chose. He'll convince the tower and return to yesterday. But what happens next? With every kiss, the synchronization rate climbs higher. This is where things get truly wild. Finally, his soul shatters into pieces. Before vanishing, he whispers, Raviel, I love you. She gazes at his body. Sync has passed 90%. How does he plan to lower it? We are all wondering the same thing here. If he returns to yesterday, he'll lose his memories of me. Any lingering thoughts will just be a vague feeling. She picks up a fragment, looking at her own reflection within it. She remembers the words he once told her, I can easily empathize with others. Remembering this, her expression tightens. You can see the pain on her face. The coldness in her eyes is replaced by a surging, strange emotion. She sits before his lifeless body and screams, then I'll have to kill him. You taught me what happiness is. You look innocent, yet you're so cruel. I don't want to kill you, but you've broken my heart. This whole event has become an absolute obsession. If I kill you now, the man I love will see everything that happened today. It's a brutal plan. This is how I can transmit all my memories to him. She transforms his soul fragments into a giant butterfly. The butler wakes up, replacing Gong-ja. Seeing her, he's shocked. Duchess, did you actually go and kidnap me? She whispers to Gong-ja, listen carefully. This is the scar you left on me. Don't you dare forget it. You are always in my heart. Can you hear me? She drives the blade through the butler's chest. Goodbye, Gong-ja. I'll always be waiting for you. She cradles the cold body close to her heart. I will always love you. The memory ends right there. This part is just heartbreaking for us to watch. System alert. Target's ego is intact. Penalty complete. Your current synchronization level is now at 98%. The scene shifts. The butler opens his eyes, a single tear falling. Heretic asks in confusion, why the tears? You were listening to my story, so why are you crying? The butler stands up abruptly, saying he must leave. Heretic shouts, no, you can't go. I'm still telling you about my promise to go to the prince's party. You have to hear the whole story. Butler Gong-ja replies, Lady Golden Silk, tomorrow the prince gives you a gift. A blue coral ring. Heretic blinks innocently. Huh, what did you just say? Answer me before you go. The butler rushes to find Raviel. She says, you've arrived. He asks, were you always waiting for me? Yes, today is the second time. She pushes the mirror toward him and asks, what do you see? I see the words master and lover. I can see small parts of other words, but not enough to understand. Look at me, Raviel commands. He calls her Duchess. Suddenly, a voice echoes inside his head. Never call me Duchess again. He struggles to say my lady. Raviel praises him, saying that's much better. Confused, the butler clutches his head. Raviel asks what he dreamed of. He answers while holding his head. Lady Silver Lily was weeping. She continues, and before you was a man tied up. You were very. Stabbing him in pure agony. Raviel reaches out, patting the butler's head and praising him. Truly commendable, she says. The butler is left completely stunned. A golden sphere of light glows in Raviel's hand. Look at this, she says. This is the absolute proof of all your hard work and effort. The regressor's steadfast love card appears. Its aura of affection feels like literal poison to someone who constantly leaps back through time. No matter how hard they try, regressors can never truly share their time with the ones they love most. It is a lonely curse. But one regressor screamed out their deepest burning desire. Please let the person I love keep their memories too. A desperate plea to the universe. That wish actually reached the tower. Now you and your lover will always exist within the exact same timeline. Destiny has finally been rewritten. If your lover goes back one day, you follow them. And if you regress one day into the past, they are pulled right back with you. This is a ring of destiny, a marriage across time itself. Wishing you both happiness. Talk about a legendary item for our favorite couple. But there is a catch. This only works if both people truly love each other. I never thought you would actually say those words, she teases. Please let my lover keep their memories. She mimics him. But seriously, getting a proposal like this, it's just not right at all. I want to hear your real voice, say it. Understand? She pulls him down by his collar. If you do not propose to me directly and properly, then I simply will not care. So hurry back. She tightens her grip on his neck. I will kill you over and over again, she warns, until you return to me. If showing you the scars on my heart brings you back, then I will show them to you 10,000 times. So look at my scars and feel the pain. The system notification appears. You've died. After every regression, Raviel strangles him herself. Look at the scars you left me, she whispers. You are still living deep inside my heart even now. In this world, the only one allowed to kill me is you. And the only person I will ever kill is you. Absolutely wild stuff. Every time she kills him, Kim Gong-jae's character synchronization drops. Again, and yet again she thinks, our cycle of death never ends, and once more I will find you. Finally, Kim Gong-ja regains full control over his own physical body. He is back. Kim Gong-ja sprints toward Raviel's castle. As he runs, her tragic story flashes through his mind. She was born into a prestigious ducal house, forced to live a dull life for her mother's sake. Her fiancé was chosen long before she even took her first breath. A life already decided. Every single minute of her life was sacrificed for him. The Silver Lily Raviel, the Light Duchess Raviel, those were just empty titles they gave her. Everyone else called her that, but you were different. The doors swing open. Raviel is standing there waiting for him. This is the moment, guys. She's wearing a pure snow-white dress. She turns her head and asks, you're finally here. Kim Gong-ja gazes at her lost in thought. I will call you by the name you actually want to hear. He smiles and calls out, Raviel. They pull each other into a tight embrace. I've always been waiting for you, Lavi says happily. Kim Gong-ja says her name. Lavi. There are 1,000 things he wants to tell her. He holds her closer. I really want to tell you, he thinks to himself. I am so sorry for leaving you with such deep scars. He leans onto her shoulder, whispering, thank you. Thank you for believing in me, for waiting, and for actually loving a guy like me. But in this very moment, there is only one thing I can say. The one proposal I'm only allowed to give once in my entire lifetime. He rests his forehead against hers. Will you marry me? Raviel smiles and nods. Yes, now they are resting together in bed. You really are a genius, Raviel. I can't believe you use my own skills just to see my hidden pain and send your memories to me. I would have never thought of that in a million years. She just smiles at him. She really is on another level, isn't she? And you are always worrying about everyone else's pain. You're quite the capable man, too. I mean, how on earth did you manage to convince the tower? To the constellations, the tower is like a strict, immovable manager. It's not supposed to listen to anyone. So how did he do it? I know you're a smooth talker, but persuading the tower itself, that's incredible. He answers honestly. To be fair, I don't really remember the details. I met a high-ranking official of the tower, and those memories are starting to fade. Raviel strokes his face gently. This is so sweet. That doesn't change the fact that my lover is one very smart man. He smiles back. And the person I love is a literal genius. Kim Gong-ja kisses her forehead. So when can we actually have the wedding ceremony? She gives him a playful, mischievous little smile. Isn't that a bit too rushed? He laughs. You saying that is really not fair to me at all. He has been through so much. First, I have to officially cancel my engagement to the crown prince. We are still bound together by that contract, Raviel explains. So marrying you right now would be a legal nightmare. Kim Gong-ja's face turns bright red. He's clearly embarrassed by the technicalities. Being legally married doesn't matter much to me. I would be happy with just a small private ceremony for the two of us, just you and me. But Raviel speaks up. It matters to me. This is the world I live in, after all. She has standards. Besides, the Empire is the home I've always been loyal to. I helped build this world with my own two hands. It's her pride. My country should respect this choice. Do you understand? Kim Gong-ja smiles and nods. I get it. I will always wait for you. My country really should. Gong-ja is skeptical about this marriage getting recognized. Getting everyone on board, that is a massive challenge, is it not? She just smiles and says, fine, my prince. I will simply eliminate anyone who refuses to give us their blessing. Kim Gong-ja is totally blushing. He is thinking, how is she this cool? He just nods and says, I understand. Suddenly, he sits up with a condition. He wants her to be the one who officially calls off the engagement first. He is adamant. You cannot let him be the one to break it off. Everyone must think the prince is the problem. He is protecting Raviel's reputation. She asks with a grin, so you want me to publicly humiliate his highness. He is all for it. Raviel sits up looking Kim Gong-ja in the eye. That is actually simple. He is stunned. You already have a plan. She just nods. Of course. Who do you think I am? Every time the prince met his secret lover, she was there, collecting hundreds of pieces of evidence and locking them away. She witnessed it all personally. She reaches out, tracing his lips while he looks at her with pure devotion. He is thinking seriously, how is she so badass? She keeps talking while playing with his hair. No court needed. The royal family will want this kept quiet. We just need an audience with the king. He smiles, asking about timing. When are we heading to the palace? She says, as soon as possible. After we are married, my Gong-ja. You will be the husband of Duke Ivancia. The royals will grant you a title, but effectively, I will be your husband. She will call him her wife in public. Is he okay with that? Gong-ja blushes. You are the master, Raviel. He is an outsider, so he does not care about the labels. She just lies back and laughs, teasing him a bit. I knew he would be fine with it. Why not practice right now? Come on, call me your husband. He is speechless. She leans in, asking if he is embarrassed. Kim Gong-ja is just beet red and totally stuck for words. Raviel turns over, offering to go first since he is so shy. My dear wife, Gong-ja stammers out husband. She wants more. Do it again. Gong-ja repeats the word husband, making her go quiet. He is confused by the silence. The air is totally still. After a moment of him calling her name, she laughs. Are you really that shy? You are too cute. Gong-ja immediately lunges in for a hug, shouting, my dear husband. She calls him her wife in return. Listening to her heart, he has never been happier. He starts thinking, is this her heartbeat? Before she sacrificed everything to the holy sword, was she always this warm and human? The goal of this stage is simple: stop the world's destruction. It all starts with the fragments of that shattered sword. Everything followed Raviel's will. If that final prayer had not pierced her heart, none of this devastation would happen. But the constellations, the world's greatest shields, are gone. Now, as the end approaches, cracks are beginning to tear open. Creatures from another dimension are pouring in stronger than ever before. You and I can see this stage is far from over. The next morning, Kim Gong-ja notes the wedding is only 1 month away. Prep is already in full swing. Specifically, 10 days after he took over this body. Raviel answers him while keeping her focus on her work. She planned it exactly this way. The day the world faces total annihilation, that is when they will marry. We will not treat it like the end. It will be our new beginning. Gong-ja thinks she is incredibly strong. Raviel admits it has not been easy. First, she had to handle breaking the engagement with that worthless crown prince. Step 2, taking her father's position. Marrying someone like Gong-ja would be impossible if she were not the head. The legal red tape is a nightmare, not to mention the social backlash. But as a duchess, taking him as her husband becomes much easier. Gong-ja just listens, suddenly remembering something from the past. Based on the butler's memories, becoming the head of the family was supposed to be an uphill battle. She just nods. It would be hard for anyone else, but I am Raviel. He looks at her and melts. He is head over heels. God, she is cool. Raviel pulls some documents from her desk. The vassals have already sworn loyalty. If her father refuses to step down, she will take the fight to the emperor. But she needs more proof of the prince's betrayal. Every little detail counts when you are going against the throne. The emperor is sharp. He values the royal reputation far more than he values her father's outdated sense of loyalty. Gong-ja remarks that she sounds just like a member of the royal inner circle. She is playing at a high level. You are really going to use the emperor's own weakness to threaten him? Raviel just looks up and calls him wife. Yes, my husband, Gong-ja answers. She explains. She tells him his talent belongs in the tower, not this world. If you never came back to my world, I would have understood. But I want you to know I am never giving up my title. You will have to accompany me to big end-of-year events. Plus, as the husband of a duchess, political events are mandatory. So you need to learn politics. He nods, saying he understands now. You mean being loyal to the emperor while also keeping him threatened? Because if I become the duchess, the empire loses absolutely nothing. They will feel lucky to have me, right, dear? She smiles warmly. It seems you always stay one step ahead of me, husband. Of course, since I am your man. She smiles, saying she loves him. They share a deep kiss while the spirit screams out in frustration. Wait, who was the one saying this guy needed love lessons? At that moment, the spirit felt deep heartache. Love Rule 999. Love has no rules. Later, Kim Gong-ja pours tea for Heretic. Milady, I have urgent news. I am getting married very soon. Heretic is so shocked she literally spits her tea everywhere. Married? You are joking. He calmly wipes tea off his face. I am not joking. It happens next month. She asks to who. He says Lady Raviel. She tells him to stop the lies. He hands her a pen. Please sign here. What is this? It is the official document approving my marriage to Lady Raviel. If we marry, I will be free and become an Ivancia husband. She laughs, saying her becoming a princess is more believable than that. Well, that is actually happening. You will sign. She agrees immediately. This is just proof of your latest shameful stunt. He thanks her. I will bring my wife tomorrow. The next day, they arrive together. I brought her here. Heretic is completely stunned to see Raviel. Raviel speaks up, offering to introduce herself properly one more time. I am the daughter of Duke Ivancia and his rightful heir. I am thrilled to be engaged to your butler. Heretic recoils. What? Raviel keeps moving forward. He was just your servant. Thank you for approving our marriage. Here's your formal invitation. She reads it in a panic. Raviel tells her to feel honored. You are the first invitee. A small gift for your care. Seeing things are finished, he asks Raviel if they should leave. She takes his hand. Call me lady in front of others. Sorry, my lady. I will never forget to call you that. You are quite clumsy, but that is what I love most. They walk away, leaving a screaming heretic behind in the garden. How can they marry? They keep flirting, saying, I love you. They head to the academy. She mentions discussing things with her father. They enter to the students, cheering and congratulating the new fiancé. There are still some followers left in the family, but not many. I am basically the Duchess now. Kim Gong-ja wondered if the Avancia family would really be okay with this. She simply said it is her will. Plus, the Chamberlain family will adopt you. He looked at the students, bowing to him in worry. These nobles were bowing to a former butler. He knew they were not happy, but this was a different kind of pressure than just being famous. Raviel kept explaining her plan. He would become an influential figure, someone who handled royal affairs and gained a great reputation. We will skip the boring procedures. We just need one signature. Then you will be the adopted son of the Chamberlain house. Kim Gong-ja looked at her, thinking about his journey. Listen to her, she's acknowledging everything he's done. Even though no one knows it, he literally saved the entire world from total destruction. He's going to keep protecting everyone, but for now they need to enjoy these quiet moments. We definitely deserve some romance after all that chaos. He takes her hand and says, no, I plan to stay by your side forever, Raviel. Then he leans down, kisses her hand, and keeps whispering. He doesn't want her feeling guilty about his sacrifices because he wants to give her even more. Man, where do I find a guy like Kim Gong-ja? He hopes meeting him was her greatest luck and that he can be her biggest happiness. This is getting so wholesome, you and I might cry. He wants to be her everything. Raviel leans in and tells him he's way more than just good luck. She says he isn't just some small joy or simple luck. To her, he is her one and only miracle. My heart is melting. They go for the kiss, but Heretic ruins it. Objection, objection. Raviel is just as confused as we are right now. Didn't she already sign those papers? Heretic panics and explains he only signed it because he thought it was a joke. Talk about a mistake. Kim Gong-ja is totally lost. Is this his fault? What is even happening? He asks her if this has ever happened before, completely baffled. Heretic jumps in, says it's nothing, then blames Lady Liu Li for setting the whole thing up. He's always looking for a scapegoat, isn't he? Gong-ja corrects him with a smile, calling her Duchess Silver Liu Li. She's getting a title soon, so he tells Heretic to show some respect. Heretic screams that he's annoying and will never forgive him. He points at Gong-ja and slams the door shut in a total fit of rage. Suddenly, the door opens and Heretic is all smiles. He brags to the Death King that he's basically the female lead of the apocalypse. Gong-ja calls for the Inquisitor. Heretic responds instantly while Gong-ja sits with Raviel looking like a total power couple. He drops the news: constellations from another world are invading in 10 days. It's time to get ready for all-out war, people. Triple S rank Heretic Inquisitor. He was one of the very first hunters to ever climb the tower. A total psycho who used blood to crush riots back in the day. Now he's the religious expert working under the Pantheon's authority. They rule all religions on Earth. Heretic shows a map explaining that holy power is basically just a cosmic law. Take physics, for example. Those laws are just like a system window governing how our entire world operates. It's the same everywhere, no exceptions. But Earth has guns and nukes, right? You know where this is heading. Since physics exists everywhere, it means those weapons can work in any world. That's a massive advantage if you ask me. They aren't exclusive to Earth, but they are incredibly powerful. Using them could easily wipe out most of those pesky constellation apostles. Raviel gets it. Since everyone follows physical laws, they're all vulnerable to physical attacks. It sounds simple, but it's actually genius. Heretic is thrilled. Exactly. If it has a physical form, you can hit it. It's the ultimate counter. The only question left is whether the impact stays strong or gets weaker in other worlds. This is getting pretty technical, but stay with me. The spirit praises him. That is exactly how the Star Killer used his aura to rip Sparkle apart. With a sword in hand, anything is possible. Plus, the Black Dragon Guild leader already took down that hungry demon. Talk about impressive. Physical impact is a powerful law. Sparkle nods sadly as the spirit drops some major knowledge. Beating those constellations depends on how well we use physics. It is all about strategy now. Heretic touches a globe. That drop in physical power he mentioned, it's actually the most important part. They aren't limited by normal physics. Raviel realizes these constellations follow their own unique rules. They use rules to resist physics. Heretic cheers, calling her brilliant for figuring it out. She's amazing. Truly a wife fit for the Death King. Gong-ja notes that every constellation has its own law, which is the key to this war. What laws could they have? Heretic gives us an example. Imagine a constellation named Vavit, also known as the god of love. He sees the whole world through the lens of romance. In a world ruled by Vavit, money and power mean absolutely nothing. Only the power of love determines how strong you really are. Gong-ja is skeptical. The power of love, really. Heretic reaches out. Seeing is believing, right? Behold, the holy art of the love god. Suddenly, a pink mist surrounds Gong-ja and Raviel, catching them totally off guard. Heretic just pushes Gong-ja right into the middle of it. Gong-ja falls right on Raviel, then the system forces them into a suggestive pose. Raviel pins him down, teasing him. Gong-ja is turning bright red, and honestly, I am too. He screams that he just tripped. He demands to know what the Inquisitor is actually doing. Heretic explains that in Vavit's temple, every action is love. If you fall, you pull the person nearest to you down with you. Even drinking water turns into a steamy moment. This holy land is basically a machine that reinterprets the world through a romantic lens. Brainwashing and control. Just like these story worlds, we are forced to play our part as characters. Deep in the library of all creation, they use their rules against ours. This is straight-up holy war. Star Wars. Leaving that world, our boy Kim Gong-ja fixes his clothes and asks about the coming battle. Heretic summons a magic circle, saying we first need to identify which constellations we are actually facing. Give me names, and I will use my encyclopedia of the gods' skill to find their info. Raviel asks if titles work, like Bull Crusher or the Warhorse of the Eternal Steppe. Immortal Messenger of Happiness. Heretic thinks for a second and identifies the Bull Crusher as Mutia, the constellation of destruction and rebirth. It uses insane physical force to level entire regions. It can rip physical beings apart and rebuild them. Rarely this power can even affect time itself. Time. Kim Gong-ja wonders, but Heretic explains time is just physics. Now for the next constellation. The Warhorse of the Eternal Steppe is Mahos. He is the constellation of envy and war. He makes people go berserk or outsmarts them with tactics, but he also has another side. He enforces peace by banning war entirely. Raviel notes that peace only happens when fighting stops. Heretic mentions the last one. She does not know the Immortal Messenger's real name, not famous enough. Kim Gong-ja thinks unknown means weak, but wonders about their edge. Raviel just takes a seat. She analyzes the threat. 3 different types is annoying. An apostle's power depends on their divine energy. It depends on how much power they can borrow. It is complex, but we've got the basics. Thanks for that. Heretic stops her magic and smiles, saying they have to protect this world too. Heretic leans against a pillar, mentioning she has one more divine skill to borrow massive power. She can use a god's full power if she knows their name. Together, we can definitely win. Kim Gong-ja and Raviel share a look. Heretic stares, realizing that love is the key here. The Death King is acting strange. My heart is racing. Your sync rate increased. What is going on? Kim Gong-ja jokes, it is a heart attack. Watch your sync rate. Our love has a different meaning. Heretic is curious, but Kim Gong-ja keeps it quiet. Just think of it as a secret weapon. Raviel reminds Heretic she is the one in charge. Moving troops during a wedding is too much, but we can use the king's special forces. Heretic is curious. Is it a large group? Raviel says her husband's foster father is a noble and commander. He can summon the troops. Kim Gong-ja asks the Sword Emperor for his thoughts. He is clueless as the girls keep chatting. They are getting along great. These 2 female leads really bond. The future is looking bright. Don't you think the plan will work? The old man warns him. 3 apostles are no joke. How dangerous can they be? The old man says they are 1.5 times stronger than floor 12 ghosts. Kim Gong-ja is skeptical. Hungry ghosts are constellations, but we are only fighting apostles here. Shouldn't they be weaker than a constellation? Nope. Hungry ghosts are the lowest tier possible. In tower ranks, they are only D rank. Kim Gong-ja is shocked. Floor 12 monsters are only D rank. The old man doesn't care since he is not fighting. But didn't you want to clear the tower? You want to clear the tower with 0 deaths, then you better start using your brain. Your combat skills need work too. You do not want to be D rank forever, right? Of course not. Wedding day is here, and the maids are gushing over how handsome Kim Gong-ja looks. He is stunning. The Duchess is so lucky. The maids hold him down for makeup while Kim Gong-ja just sweats. Can you girls chill? But they are not having it. He has to be the most handsome today. He needs to be the best-looking guy in the kingdom. Kim Gong-ja thinks this feels way too familiar. Finally done, Kim Gong-ja adjusts his shirt while the servants cheer and congratulate him on the wedding. Congratulations on your big day, Kim Gong-ja. Then his foster father steps up and introduces himself. He's a royal official with a minor title. He has heard some pretty great things about him. Kim Gong-ja is surprised, but the old man stops him. You can just call me father now. I know in your heart you can't quite call me that yet, but I promise I won't ever bring shame to the Raviel family. After your wedding, I'm planning to retire. The Duchess has already taken care of everything, so don't worry about me in my old age. Kim Gong-ja is stunned. He's wondering just how much Raviel had to do to prepare for this exact day. His foster father admits she's a real genius, even if he and Kim Gong-ja are only family for today. She asked for more soldiers and even used my title. This wedding is definitely going to be a disaster. He looks out totally on guard. The old spirit shouts for the undead to get ready. Suddenly, followers of the stars descend from the sky, terrifying every guest there. Raviel rushes in and shouts that they've appeared. From now on, everyone must follow her lead. Every soldier in the Heavenly Dragon unit needs to gather now. Vassals, get these guests out of here and evacuate immediately. Blue Lion Knights, take your positions. A massive army moves out under Raviel's command while the guests are ushered in the opposite direction. Her foster father takes control of another squad. He gives the order as the official commander of the Special Forces unit. The troops focus on protecting the crowd. Raviel turns to Heretic asking if they have any intel on the enemy's special abilities. Heretic summons a magic circle to analyze them. He confirms the lady with that massive hammer is actually. Before he can even finish, that lady lunges forward and slams her hammer down, sending shockwaves through the entire castle. Amidst the absolute chaos, the original Sylvia Raviel finally shows up. Her face is twisted with rage and pure unfiltered hatred. She screams at Raviel with all her fury, swearing that she'll never let her have a single thing in this world. The guests are absolutely terrified and confused. They're staring at two different versions of the young lady, asking what on earth is happening. Everyone is wondering what happened to the young lady. Heretic, being the sharpest one there, quickly realizes the danger and warns them. This is bad. That has to be the original body of the young lady. Kim Gong-ja shields Raviel and asks for clarification. The original body, Heretic breaks it down simply. It looks like her soul was snatched away by some kind of demon. To gain the power of a constellation, she actually traded away her own appearance and every single one of her memories. She was willing to sacrifice everything just to make this happen. The Blue Lion Knights draw their weapons and charge at the intruders. They shout to protect the guests and try to stop them, but they're all blown back by the circle of light around Heretic. Heretic throws up a protective barrier and tells everyone to watch out. She's got an indestructible body thanks to the power of NTIA. Sylvia sees the terror in their eyes and she's loving it. She can't wait to just completely crush every single person standing there. Her crazy smile is getting wider. She gives everyone an ultimatum since they were all going to follow Raviel anyway. I'd rather destroy everything than let her have a single thing. I literally can't even lay a hand on her right now. That skill reduces physical damage by 99.9%. Sylvia reaches out and pulls out her massive hammer. She summons her ultimate move, Bull Breaker, and screams for Raviel to drop dead. Meanwhile, Heretic is already coming up with a plan. He says that unless someone can literally crush her head in one shot, any other damage is basically useless. The Duke looks absolutely horrified. He asks who on earth could possibly pull that off. This is turning into a mission that feels almost impossible to complete, but if no one steps up, we're all dead meat. Raviel frowns and mutters that this young lady was already weird before, but now she's even more terrifying. Sylvia lunges forward in a frenzy, clad in golden armor and overflowing with an intense, violent power. Suddenly, the warhorse of the Eternal Steppes appears. His voice booms across the battlefield, calling them all poor, unlucky souls. You should blame that pathetic girl, blame the body she's in, and blame that young boy over there for all of this. Because of those two, we're going to level this entire place. Cry all you want, but now warriors of the shadows awaken. A ghost army instantly appears. Terrified, the soldiers scream for everyone to run for their lives. The warhorse gives the order to attack. These shadow warriors immediately charge forward, starting their hunt for all the guests. Kim Gong-ja asks the Inquisitor what that apostle's ability is. Heretic checks and finally gives us the answer. He's activated the power of his steed, Sanctuary Battlefield. It's a massive area of effect skill that impacts this entire region. This effect is honestly terrifying. It can actually return the strength of every summoned ghost to the prime of their living days. Every single one of these souls is the peak of the nobility. We're talking about the soul essence of the strongest cavalry. Raviel hears this and scowls. The power gap is just too wide and our numbers are nowhere near enough. Suddenly, these little golden children appear holding hands in circles and singing. Anyone who hears their song just starts passing out one by one. Heretic is still desperately trying to keep the protective barrier up. He shouts that we are in real trouble. Hear that song and you're trapped in your happiest moment forever. They're all stuck and can't do anything to help. And here we go again. This is a full-scale mental attack. Kim Gong-ja notes that unless you are truly elite, there is no escaping this. These destructive powers are a total nightmare to deal with. Heretic agrees, pointing out 3 types of enemies they have to crush. Suddenly, Heretic gets serious. Death King, can I really put my trust in you? Kim Gong-ja just stares back at him, totally stunned. But then Raviel pipes up too. Kim Gong-ja, I should have told you sooner, but that outfit, it looks absolutely incredible on you. Kim Gong-ja watches as the Constellation Apostles wreck the wedding hall. You can hear nothing but the guests screaming in pure terror. There are no blessings here, only chaos. Still, we are not calling this wedding off. Kim Gong-ja takes her hand and makes a promise. Raviel, you are the most beautiful woman in the universe. I promise I will not go anywhere without your permission. Even at death's door, I will hold on as long as possible. She just nods. Meanwhile, Sylvia has already locked her sights on them. She flashes a crazy smile, heading straight for the couple, while they are busy sharing their sweet final words. She lunges forward with her hammer, ready to crush them both. But Kim Gong-ja does not even blink, turning back to Raviel instead. Is it okay if I go now? Raviel smiles and says yes. Immediately, he pulls her close as they take Sylvia's attack together. Boom, it is all over. The world goes silent except for that familiar system notification sound ringing in our ears. You died. Just another day at the office. Back to 24 hours ago. He opens his eyes to Raviel calling his name. He realizes he is not regressing alone anymore. Together, you and I know these two are going to be absolutely invincible. He tells her it is time to start the plan. The scene shifts and we see the silhouette of a mysterious woman appearing. She cries out for the gods to help her. Somewhere, a woman's prayer reached out and actually became a reality. Another woman nearby was also praying with everything she had, and her wish was granted just the same. Now you and I are back to the present where Raviel starts the plan. First, we need to rearrange the entire wedding hall. Since we know exactly where those apostles will spawn, we can concentrate our elite forces and fighters right on those spots. Kim Gong-ja realizes something big while prepping. In this world, the bride and groom actually hold a massive amount of power. We can mobilize any guest we want. Raviel points to the map, sending the Imperial Army and her family soldiers to the west. Any nobles who can actually fight are moved to the perimeter. Even if those two families are rivals, they are masters with swords. They probably hate sitting together, but they will just have to deal with it. He continues, thinking about the strategy. If I can just use my skills to steal the blessings from those apostles, this whole fight gets a lot easier. The old spirit starts whispering in his ear. Kim Gong-ja, I told you right. The tower is absolutely heartless when things get this weird. Right now, you have just as many blessings as you did when you were fighting against that hungry ghost. You even have the blessings of the god of beauty and the snake god. Kim Gong-ja just asks how that helps his skills. The old spirit explains that these are technically buffs granted by the constellations using their own unique skills on him. So if you are really that unhappy about it, go find those constellations and take it up with them directly. Kim Gong-ja just grits his teeth. I heard you, now shut up. Meanwhile, Heretic starts sharing his own concerns. If an apostle who masters mental attacks shows up, we are in trouble. We need to cut down the guest list immediately. Specifically, the ones that trigger peak happiness. Most people cannot resist that kind of poison, and the immortal messengers are everywhere. Raviel nods, seeing the dilemma. If we reduce the guests, we lose our numbers, making the battle even harder to win. The horsemen of the Eternal Steppe can summon 10,000 soldiers. More guests means we are vulnerable to mental strikes. But fewer guests means we get overwhelmed by their numbers. That is when Kim Gong-ja steps up with an idea. Leave that part to me, but I have one condition. The law says only family heirs wear black after marriage, right? Raviel confirms that is the rule. He looks at her and asks if he can wear black anyway. She is totally caught off guard. He scratches his head, explaining he does not actually want to lead the Duke's house or anything. But she stops him. I know you are not that type of person. It is just these imperial traditions that are honestly starting to annoy me. Traditions do not matter as much as you looking handsome. I will have my people take care of the outfit for you. He smiles and thanks her. Looking at the map, he realizes all our preparations are finally in place for the big day. When the wedding day arrives, the room is packed with elite guests. Up on the balcony, his foster father speaks up. This hall setup is incredibly strange. If you will forgive me for asking, it feels more like we are heading into battle. All the fighters are concentrated in the front rows, while the regular nobles are tucked away safely in the back. Kim Gong-ja just looks down at the scene. He tells his father that his wife surely has a reason. The old man notices the sword on his hip. Kim Gong-ja nods. He lives for the blade and wants to be second in command of the Avancia family. You can't look weak in that position, right? Plus, he's ready for any drama at the wedding hall. The dad gets it. He's going to start prepping for some chaos himself. Kim Gong-ja's loving this. Now his special forces will be ready to scrap at a moment's notice. Staying calm during an ambush is everything. Raviel's probably already got the nobles mentally prepped. The nobles are whispering. Word on the street is that some people are seriously hating on this wedding. A commoner marrying the Silver Lily people are terrified of fights about to break out at the ceremony. Guards were brought just in case. Then suddenly, the sky turns a terrifying shade of blood red. 3 apostles descend from above. Everyone's losing it because the apostle of the breaking ox is here. The war steed and the messenger of happiness appear. The father draws his sword instantly. He screams for everyone to get ready. The guests who can fight start firing off their magic. It's total madness. Kim Gong-ja yells for everyone who can't fight to get inside the castle now. He tells the Heretic Inquisitor to hop on his back. She jumps on and starts charging her power. Holy skill, divine teleport. They pop up right behind Sylvia and she's totally shocked. Sylvia spins and swings her hammer, knocking Kim Gong-ja down. He calls out for another jump. The Inquisitor pulls off another divine teleport. They're right back behind Sylvia again. He swings with everything he's got. Sylvia blocks with her hammer, but Kim Gong-ja's way stronger. She's blasted back. Furious, she screams that these low-class tricks won't save him. She's got an indestructible body. The breaking ox gave her total immunity to any kind of damage. Kim Gong-ja asks if she sold her soul just to feel safe. Sylvia tells him to shut his mouth. She's bitter because everyone loves Raviel just for her family name. She thinks Raviel's a total fake. She wants to murder Raviel and steal everything she has. Sylvia's just full of pure hatred. Kim Gong-ja remembers when he wanted to be the Fire Emperor. Such a greedy, ugly dream. He's not judging, but he's lived through that same darkness. That's why he's shouting this. He tells her she needs to realize there are people suffering way more than her. People understand their own pain. When someone screams for another, that's when we should feel it. Try to understand the sheer loneliness and agony of those who are truly suffering. Sylvia calls it all trash. Kim Gong-ja calls for shiny and the sword answers its master. He orders the blade to switch from the symbol sword to the sword of compassion. She's literally unkillable thanks to Mutia's blessing. You can't even leave a scratch on her. The sword turns pitch black. Its power is pain. Anyone sliced by it will feel everything. They won't die since they can't be hurt, but this sword brings agony without a single wound. Kim Gong-ja charges and ready to end her. Sylvia just screams for him to bring it on. The blade stabs in, and she lets out a horrific scream. Kim Gong-ja looks to the Inquisitor. She gets the message and teleports them. Sylvia is slammed into the ground with insane force. She's left in a massive crater, gasping for air. Kim Gong-ja asks, "Does it hurt?" "It must." Sylvia reaches out for help. She's begging her partner to honor the contract they signed. She warns that Mutia won't let this go. Then the war steed of the Eternal Steppe speaks. A fragment of a constellation. Unbelievable, but it doesn't change a thing. You're in my way. All warriors of the war steed, it is time to wake up and fight. Warriors appear out of nowhere. Kim Gong-ja realizes this battlefield holy land is a massive skill. Its reach is incredible. It can bring spirits back to their absolute prime from when they lived. Raviel walks over and puts a cloak on him. She tells him he looks great in it. He just smiles and thanks her for doing exactly what he asked. "I want to keep my promise to you," she replies. "Understood. Go end this just like you wanted." Kim Gong-ja raises his sword. Reincarnation of 100 souls, his spirit army appears instantly. The Manhwa's constellation's power is a battlefield sanctuary summoning spirits back to their absolute golden age. The undead legion bows low. Greetings to the vice cult leader. Kim Gong-ja smiles, telling them to fight. The flower ghost salutes, obeying her master. She jokes that he looks especially handsome today, almost like a groom. "You have even got makeup on," she laughs. He just smiles back. "Well, that is because I actually am getting married." The entire demon cult is stunned. The news spreads like wildfire. The vice cult leader is really tying the knot. Their supreme leader is getting hitched. Not just an engagement, we are talking about a full-blown wedding here, guys. The 4 heavenly kings rush over. "Who's the lucky lady?" Kim Gong-ja simply points to the woman beside him. Everyone is impressed by her beauty. The master has great taste, they shout. Even the sword ghost comes to gossip. "Hey master, what is her cultivation level?" The main character just laughs. "My wife does not actually know any martial arts." The heavenly kings start whispering. A partner for the demon cult leader. She should at least be a warrior. Having 0 combat skill seems a bit much. In their world, power and techniques are everything for your reputation. The blood demon unit is ready to protest. Oh, Kim Gong-ja adds, she is actually the highest ranking noble here. She is second only to the emperor. The kings flip instantly. Well, that changes everything. Who needs martial arts anyway? True authority comes from power and status. Congratulations on the wedding, master, they shout, doing a total 180. Even the hungry ghost constellation is shocked. Master, you are actually getting married. Kim Gong-ja just gives an embarrassed nod. The ghost mumbles in disbelief. No way. Someone as crazy as my master. Oops, I mean someone as special as you. Is there actually someone willing to marry you? Kim Gong-ja stares. So that is what you really think of me? Yes, she is real, he confirms. But focus up, everyone. We have a battle to win against these interdimensional invaders. These apostles came to conquer this world. Worse, they are trying to ruin his wedding day. That is a huge mistake. The 4 heavenly kings look at the enemy army with cold, deadly eyes. This is about to get messy, guys. Unbelievable. Quang steps forward. You dare to interfere with our vice cult leader's big day. You are all dead meat. The sword ghost draws his blade. They have lost their minds. Even the hungry ghost realizes the situation has changed. He thought their power recovery was just from the main character, but it is actually the blessing of a constellation. Kim Gong-ja confirms it. The ghost asks which constellation is protecting that child over there anyway. It is Mahos, the warhorse of the Eternal Steppes, a name that carries some serious weight in this world. The hungry ghost sneers. His apostles are just mindless meatheads who only know how to fight. Master, give us the order. He raises his sword, waiting for the signal. Kim Gong-ja gives the command. Kill every single one of them. The ghost slashes instantly. A terrifying wave of energy erupts, blowing the entire enemy vanguard away in one single hit. The Apostle of Mahos is stunned. A constellation. No, how can a mere human command a constellation like a servant? The four kings charge into the fray. Show them no mercy, they roar, blades flashing in the sunlight. Kwang cuts down a soldier. So weak. These losers are not even worthy of hearing our legendary names before they die. The flower ghost is on a rampage. How dare you trash bags cause a scene at our master's wedding ceremony. The sword ghost shouts that their heads will be wedding gifts. This is the most brutal present ever, honestly. If you kill fewer than 5, I will finish you myself, he warns. The blood demon joins the slaughter. This is why you should not associate with uneducated trash, he scoffs. The Mahos apostle screams for his warriors to hold. Follow the commander's orders, he shouts. But before he can finish, the sword ghost is already right behind him. So you were the one trying to stop the wedding, he whispers with a creepy smile. Time for you to go. Die, you lowlife. With one swift motion, the sword ghost slashes. The apostle does not even have time to blink. His head flies off before he can say a word. The demon cult erupts in cheers as the leader falls. See that, brats? I am the sword demon leader of the destruction unit. He holds the head high in victory. Consider this the ultimate wedding gift. Kwang just wipes his brow, while the flower ghost complains about the showing off. A system message pops up. The Apostle of Mahos is dead. The battlefield sanctuary effect has officially ended. The blood demon looks at his hands in shock. My key, it is fading away. Check out this creepy kid's choir singing in circles. Preta sits up in agony, clutching her head and cursing some idiot. I mean, he was supposed to be their ally, but he's completely useless. My bad, master. I am so sorry. Mental attacks like this are brutal when you're drained. Before Preta can even finish her sentence, she's out cold from the strain. Preta collapses from total exhaustion. Meanwhile, Heretic is holding the line with his shield, begging everyone to just hang on for a bit. He's trying to set up a safe zone, but Kim Gong-ja stops him. Look at Raviel, she's already rushing over to help. He watches Raviel approach and drops some logic. If his hunch is right, the tide is about to turn for them. Everyone else might be in trouble but us. We're safe. Heretic gets it too, realizing Kim Gong-ja was spot on with his theory. What kind of spell did you use this time? Even the messenger of happiness looks down at him, calling him a total weirdo. No happy memories at all. Kim Gong-ja says no. He's got a million reasons to feel absolutely miserable right now, believe me. He's died countless times, lost his friends, and even got stuck in a never-ending time loop. It's been a rough journey. He had to let go of the one person who truly saw his soul. No one would blame him for hating his life. His life is basically a highlight reel of tragedy. Yet somehow this is the moment he's most happy. Absolutely incredible. He takes Raviel's hand and tells the messenger of happiness, hey, look closer, it's actually my wedding day today. He's got 100 reasons to be sad, but that one single reason to be happy, that's worth everything to him right now. That one reason is more precious than anything. He smiles at her, thinking that maybe just for today it's enough. You won't find anyone happier than him. But the heretic, he either feels nothing or is happy 24/7. Who knows? Who even knows? Heretic chimed in, though saying he's basically always in a good mood. Can't hide anything from Kim Gong-ja. Can't hide anything from your sharp eyes, huh? The Death King finishes up, then Heretic triggers his holy skill. Watch this. Boom, Kim Gong-ja teleports right behind the messenger. The messenger just looks up, impressed by how strange this human is. System alert. The immortal messenger of happiness is dead. Down in the pit, Sylvia is gnashing her teeth, looking up in rage. Sylvia is fuming as she glares up. Kim Gong-ja looks down like a cold god before slowly walking her way. Sylvia is crying, desperately begging for help. She's calling out to Baphomet for just one more blessing to save her life. Kim Gong-ja keeps coming. He leaps right into the pit and Sylvia loses it. She's absolutely terrified right now. She's offering her life, promising to tear the world apart and destroy everything just like she was told. Pure madness. She claims she's good at it too, but nobody answers her prayers. She's just left there screaming in total frustrated rage. You broke the contract, you promised me the power to forge a new destiny. She's totally lost her mind here, guys. Who is this crazy person in my body? Give it back. Meanwhile, Heretic is just casually following Kim Gong-ja behind her. He actually stops to clarify her insults. You've got it wrong. Biologically speaking, I'm a guy, so watch your mouth, lady. More importantly, maybe use some nicer words next time. Sylvia is fuming, but there's literally nothing she can do to him. She's just punching the dirt and cursing everything. It's all wrong. This wasn't how the plan was supposed to go. I should have been the queen. My rank was supposed to be way higher than Raviel Avanzia's. Talk about entitlement. That was my destiny to create. She's throwing a massive tantrum, but Kim Gong-ja doesn't care about her whining at all. Suddenly, Kim Gong-ja lunges in with a slash. Sylvia panics, letting out a scream as she barely sees it coming. She barely blocks his sword with her hammer, calling him a monster. But then Sylvia feels a sudden weird sensation. She looks down and sees his blade actually touching her. Intense pain surges through her, and she screams in pure agony. Kim Gong-ja just says, "Pick one. Your place in this world is gone, even if you try to run away right now. You're not Lady Kim Turk anymore. Just a low-level apostle for some consolation." He points his sword right at her. "I'm giving you a chance. If you want to keep being an apostle, I'll let you do exactly that. Your call. Just run. I won't even chase you. But if you still care about this world and have unfinished business here, then give up your constellation's blessing." Sylvia scowls, asking why on earth she would ever agree to those crazy terms. "Because you'll die by my sword. You must have realized it by now during our little fight, haven't you? I can resurrect those I kill. They even get to keep all their memories from before they died. Think about that. Quit now, and I'll bring you back. You can live as Lady Kim Tuk once again in this world. Things will be different, obviously. And rule number 1, don't you ever try to mess with my wife again. That is my only condition. The rest is entirely up to you. You can even marry the crown prince." Sylvia is shocked, asking why. His answer, "Because life should be a second chance at life." Sylvia is absolutely stunned by these words, her voice trembling as she questions if it's even real. "How can I trust you? What if you're just reviving me to be a slave?" Kim Gong-ja has to set the record straight. "Just think about it. Why were you and the butler chosen? You surrendered everything to the constellation of memory for that one wish. Your body, your soul, everything fell to them to pay for your desire. That's why your existence in this world became a void." Sylvia is suspicious because he knows way too much. But then why is the butler's situation exactly the same as hers? Kim Gong-ja is honest. "I don't know every detail, but I once lived as that butler myself in another life. What I saw was a love so pure and noble it's almost hard to believe. Even if you actually became the queen, you would never have found true happiness." Sylvia gasps, completely caught off guard. "What are you saying?" Kim Gong-ja explains. "You didn't want the crown for love. You just wanted to stand higher and feel superior to Raviel. But did you really think life as queen would be some perfect fairy tale without any pain or hardship? You're talented, sure, but you're no Raviel. Even as queen, people would have spent your whole life comparing you to. Those comparisons would have crushed your spirit forever." Kim Gong-ja keeps that last part to himself for now. That butler knew it. He believed if the Golden Silk Lady wasn't queen, she could finally be happy. He continues. "The man whose body I possessed spent his entire existence just watching you suffer and endure that pain. He was willing to throw away everything just to save you." Sylvia is speechless, her voice filled with deep grief. "Was the butler a regressor too?" Kim Gong-ja shakes his head. "No, you made the wish for yourself, but he didn't. He gave up his soul for you. His only wish was for you to get a redo, not himself. Total self-sacrifice." Sylvia screams out in denial. "What on earth are you talking about?" Kim Gong-ja asks her. "Do you even remember his name?" She snaps back. "Of course, my butler's name is." Then she freezes. "Wait, why can't I remember it?" Kim Gong-ja expected this. In this world, no one has ever spoken his name. Not even once. He's been erased. It clicks for Sylvia. Does that mean he's gone? Has the butler completely vanished from this reality forever? Kim Gong-ja figures it out. Time has rewound 3 times total. The first was Sylvia Avanzia, the Golden Silk Lady. She prayed to a constellation to turn back time. The price was her soul, granted as a reaction. Sylvia used that second chance to beat Raviel and take the throne. The second regressor was likely the butler. He prayed to a different constellation for a miracle. We still don't know which one made it happen for him, but he traded his very existence so she could return to a time before she ever became the queen. And the third regressor is Raviel. Kim Gong-ja looks at Sylvia. "Now we'll never know that man's name. We'll never know what he felt while serving you or what he thought as he begged for time to reset. In the end, he's just gone. Completely deleted. But even so, one thing is crystal clear to us. He wanted you to live a better life. And that's exactly the wish I'm going to fulfill today. Somewhere you can't see a man whose name you've forgotten gave up his entire world for your sake. He loved you more than anyone and gave it all up to protect you. He wanted you to stay safe. Live the life he wanted for you." As Kim Gong-ja finishes, Sylvia's armor finally lets go of its dark energy. Her form begins to fade as she breaks down sobbing into her hands. After a while, she finally finds peace. Kim Gong-ja's sword returns to normal. He lifts it high as the system announces the floor has been cleared. Floor 25 complete. One more time for the record, floor 25 has been cleared. The announcement finally wakes Preda up. The system displays the contribution rankings for this insane run. First place, Death King. Second, Heretic Questioner. Third is anonymous. The guests start to grumble and complain. I feel so drained. What the heck happened? Kim Gong-ja looks at the board and thinks for a second. That librarian who always hides his face only sent 2 hunters. So that third anonymous contributor must be. Right then, Raviel leans against him. They're both exhausted after that brutal fight. It's finally over, everyone. The wedding goes on. She stands before everyone and introduces him. This man right here is my husband. He's the Duke Consort of House Avencia. Any objections to this union? The entire crowd stays dead silent. Raviel speaks up. Excellent. Then I declare Kim Gong-ja and I are officially married. Suddenly, a bright light appears. Someone yells, Death King, it's the Black Witch. She looks absolutely furious, and her voice is terrifyingly cold. All right, the Black Dragon Master is absolutely losing it. How could Kim Gong-ja just get married without even checking with the team first? I totally object. Since he is the top hunter of the Death King Tower, this wedding belongs on floor 1 for everyone to see. We need a global broadcast for this. Without it, the whole marriage is basically cancelled, invalid, and completely off the books. Marcus shows up too, clearing his throat. He offers his sincere congrats to the kid for finally beating this impossible stage. Talk about a whirlwind romance. He starts giving that old senior life advice, but Kim Gong-ja cuts him off right away. No. Marcus just goes silent. Then Paladin steps up, patting his shoulder. He tells our hero that things got pretty wild during that stage. No one really gets how these two fell in love so fast, but I am on your side. Only people who believe in fate understand. I will handle the Black Dragon Master, so do not worry. But then Kim Gong-ja notices Raviel making a really strange face. He is totally confused by her expression. Raviel just glares at him before finally speaking up in front of everyone. So my dear, it looks like you have a lot of people to introduce me to. Kim Gong-ja just leans in and whispers, we are basically doing the family meet and greet after the Empire wedding. She just nods like this is totally normal. Kim Gong-ja explains that his family members live all over the place. A wedding is the only way to get them together. So that is why both families introduce themselves on the wedding night. Raviel softly replies that she gets it now. Marriage is the union of 2 great clans after all. But for them it is a marriage between 2 nations. Now imagine this, a meeting between 2 different worlds. Foster Dad and the Black Dragon group are just sitting there, super awkward. Dad admits he never expected a meeting like this. He has already sent a mountain of letters to the Emperor today. He has got a lot of reporting to do. The Black Dragon Master agrees. None of us saw this twist coming, honestly. But this accident turned out to be pretty lucky. We are treating this first meeting as a major summit between our 2 countries. This wedding is a massive blessing and worth celebrating. But then Dad gets a bit hesitant about the whole thing. Explaining that you all are from another world is going to be tough for the Emperor to wrap his head around. Telling the public will be even harder. The Black Dragon Master nods. She totally gets where he is coming from, but he already saw creatures from other worlds invading his land. If humanity chooses to ignore the truth that is right there, then one day reality will just reject humanity instead. That kind of dark future is what really worries her. Dad agrees. She is right. All we can do now is try our best to understand one another as humans, even if it takes 10 or 20 years. Kim Gong-ja is just happy to see them getting along so well despite the distance. He thought this would be a disaster, but it is going great. He turns to Raviel and whispers her name again. He smiles and says he has more people to introduce. She asks if they are waiting outside the room. She stands up and tells Dad that the night is young, so everyone should keep talking. We will be right back. She is going out to meet her husband's people. Kim Gong-ja takes her hand and they bolt from the palace. Outside, people are laughing and complaining about the weird alcohol. Sword Ghost spots them and gets hyped up immediately. Hey, Vice Leader, shouldn't you be on your honeymoon? As soon as they see him, everyone else jumps up to salute. He waves them off, telling them to just enjoy the party. The entire demon cult shouts out in perfect unison. Congrats on the wedding. Long live the demon cult. What a perfect couple. Kim Gong-ja then calls the Sword Ghost over. The guy is stunned. Everyone else just points and laughs. See, I told you the boss was going to chew him out. He always forgets his manners when talking to the leader. What an idiot. Kim Gong-ja finally introduces his wife Raviel. I might be the demon blade, but this guy is my subordinate. He used to be my master's most loyal shadow back then. My master chose 4 special warriors and named them the 4 demon generals. And this guy, he is one of those elites. Raviel smiles and reaches out to touch his arm. She thinks he seems pretty simple, which is kind of a compliment. He is rude and cold, but that proves my husband's master did not judge people based on just their words or behavior. She found him in a dangerous spot on the battlefield, so he must be incredibly important to her legacy. She bows to him, introducing herself as Raviel, a duchess and the proud wife of the vice leader he serves. I hope we can all be friends. Sword Ghost bows back looking super shy and says he feels the same. Kim Gong-ja keeps going, calling over Moon Shadow, Blood, Demon, and Fire Spirit. He introduces the whole squad one by one. These three are the rest of the elite demon generals. After my master passed away, I took them all in. All three salute at once, shouting a big hello to their new lady. All right, you and I are back with Gong-ja Kim. These guys are elite, basically the strongest in the cult. After the introductions, he calls over Preta. Come here, he says. She stands up immediately and obeys her master. Gong-ja tells us about her. Her name is Preta. She was born as a nameless monster with a very scary ability. She can mimic anything she eats. One day, she accidentally swallowed a human and took on this human form, but her life was pure tragedy. After losing her family to the Empire, she became the Demon King for revenge. She destroyed the Empire before dying against our hero. Eventually, Gong-ja decided to take her into his family anyway. Gong-ja draws his sword, remembering someone else. Oh right, there's one more. This is our girl, Cinny. Gong-ja nods as she sparkles. Her real name is legendary, but some villains tricked her and sealed her away. He didn't want a title like Guardian Goddess, so he named her Cinny. Raviel just smiles at the sword. She tells him his naming skills are terrible. If it were her, she would have named the blade Brilliant. Cinny blushes, swearing loyalty to the hero's wife. Gong-ja then turns to mention the very last member of the squad. You can't see him, but I have a friend you might never meet. He is someone truly special, Raviel. He cannot appear before others. He talks rougher than the demon's sword, but man is he powerful. He is the one who taught me aura and the sword. Raviel looks toward the empty spot with total interest. She realizes he must be very important. The old spirit stays silent, just watching the two of them together. Gong-ja admits he never would have survived the long flow of time without him. He was his ultimate pillar. Even though she cannot see him, Raviel steps forward and bows. She truly wants to thank the master. She tells the old spirit how happy she is. Without him, she never would have found this kind of joy. She thanks him for their happiness today. The old spirit just smiles. This guy is crazy, I am leaving him to you. Gong-ja stands before his followers and tells her, Raviel, this is everything I have. My entire world. In his heart, he thinks of them as family. The people he finally opened up to and invited in. Suddenly, Raviel grabs his hand and puts her other hand on his shoulder. Let's dance, she says with a smile. Gong-ja gets shy, admitting he has never danced before. But she reminds him he has the butler's memories. Use them, she says. He is worried about stepping on her feet and dying of embarrassment. We have been there. To his shock, Raviel just tosses her heels away. She pulls him close, ready to start their moonlight dance. Let's just dance, she says. He quickly kicks off his own shoes too. They start moving under the moon. Gong-ja laughs, telling her how bad he is. I have already stepped on your feet 3 times, he admits. Raviel just steps on him right back. Now we are even, she says. It is honestly the cutest thing ever. Looking back, it wasn't about the mistakes. It was a dance where they never let go of each other. No matter what hardships come, they will always smile for each other. That is the kind of bond we love. I belong to Raviel and she belongs to me. As long as we are together, any world is our stage. Now stick with me because the real climax of this story is about to begin right now. 15 days pass. While the other hunters clear the library's upper floors, things are moving along fast. The high rankers are meeting the Emperor to sign secret treaties. The world is changing right before our eyes. Gong-ja decides to deal with the history stuff later. He has something much more important to handle first. He and Raviel look at the sword on the bed. This is the blade that pierced her heart, guys. Cursed steel. This sword is the reason the world was trapped in a never-ending 10-day loop. Gong-ja draws his own blade and calls for Cinny. Almost instantly, a voice responds to the hero's call. He gives the order to devour the other sword. Then he swings with a massive, powerful strike. A blinding light fills the room. Cinny announces she has successfully absorbed one of her missing holy fragments. The prayer sword is shaking in pure terror. A brilliant red light starts exploding from the cursed blade. The sheer power makes Gong-ja grit his teeth as he holds on. He uses his other hand to protect Raviel. Cinny keeps talking, trying to convince the prayer sword to submit. The tension is through the roof. Slowly, Gong-ja's sword starts turning pitch black as it consumes the fragment. The power shift is absolutely insane. It is forcing the prayer sword into submission. You and I can see his blade turning pitch black now. The sword of compassion tries to convince the sword of prayer. But the legendary blade is not listening. She is completely shocked that her fellow blades betrayed her. She screams that only Ripanda is her master. Gong-ja gazes at the sword, thinking deeply for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes sharpen with a new firm resolve. Now I finally get why Ripanda asked him slaughtered those constellations. Before, his logic just did not make any sense. But in this world, I realized the truth. Constellations just invade other worlds and rule them however they please. They do not care at all about the people living there. They are just high and mighty invaders. Even if they look different, the hidden librarian is exactly the same. He throws living souls into stories, forcing them to act as characters just so he can interfere. The way he judges worlds is just like them. Gong-ja connects all these points together. He has finally reached a conclusion about these so-called gods. In short, they are just spreading violence. What a nuisance, he mutters. He tells the sword about its master. Rapanda even targeted the Emperor, so he clearly thought deeply when facing the absolute power of the stars. That must be when he planned it. Instead of using their power, he decided to kill every last one of them. This world probably had a constellation too, but Rapanda Askim likely took care of it a long time ago. Raviel falls silent after hearing this. Meanwhile, Gong-ja is still locked in battle with the Sword of Prayer. He tells the blade, despite everything, your master was wrong. If one constellation dies, another takes its place. In the land where the goddess was sealed, the demon king appeared. One monster replaced by another. It never ends. In this world, the Silver Heart appeared. In short, your master created even bigger problems instead of solving them. If you disagree, come out and tell me yourself. Your master probably went through hell before becoming a star slayer. He likely hesitated and thought a lot before choosing this path. But one thing is for certain here. If you start something, you have to take responsibility and finish it. That is what a real warrior does. In another world where your master killed a constellation, eternal winter fell upon everyone. It was absolute chaos. The warriors there lost their honor because they all turned into walking corpses. A truly tragic fate for them. Even if Rapanda Askim's goal was noble, his actions were unforgivable. You need to own up to it. As Gong-ja speaks, the sword erupts with massive energy. Angel wings appear and wrap around the powerful blade. Prayer finally manifests and introduces herself. My original purpose was to turn the people's prayers into reality. Rapanda Askim prayed for one thing: to kill all constellations so no one would ever be their toy again. His prayer was noble, heavy, and truly great. That is why I entrusted my entire being to him. Now, mortal, tell me, what is your prayer? Gong-ja thinks of everyone he has met and gives his answer. I do not want to run away from anything ever again. I won't look away from what is right before me. I want to stay true to myself. I want to take responsibility for every word and action I take. I won't overlook what is wrong just because the world says it is right. I will stand my ground. Not while I'm alive and holding a sword. Prayer screams out, then speaks with a chillingly calm voice. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. All I can do now is bless those intentions. However, walking into this hell with you is a different matter. My ability is the ultimate trial. When I pierce someone's heart, their wish faces a test. Is that what they truly desire in their soul? Is it a wish they want to make real? No matter the sacrifice, my cursed ability tests their resolve. It forces them to give up on their own dreams. New master, I hope your wishes come true in hell. May they last for many years to come. With those words, prayer transforms into pure energy for Gong-ja. She enters the sword in his hand. Sparkle announces that the protective goddess is becoming much clearer now. After dealing with prayer, he collapses, finally catching his breath. Raviel sits beside him and pats his shoulder. Is it over? She asks. Gong-ja replies, yeah. No more constellations or fragments will cause chaos for a while. She smiles, noting this world was too much for even 3 apostles. You can finally take a break now. After seeing your power, no fool would dare to attack this place. But right then, a voice rings out. I get the feeling you are saying that just for me to hear. Sylvia enters, dressed in a maid outfit. She looks at the Duchess and asks if she misheard her. Looks like the peace might be short-lived. Wait, was she talking to you? Raviel glares at Sylvia. Nice ears you got there, she says. I totally said that for your benefit. Now go ahead and keep dwelling on your own stupidity. You know exactly who told everyone you were just a poor noble possessed by some demon right. Just be glad your only punishment is serving me. Seriously, bow your head and be grateful. Once you actually show some remorse, I might call in a favor at the temple to fix your name. Until then, pipe down and work for us. Poor Sylvia can't do anything but pout and fume. Sylvia groans, but Raviel isn't having it. Remember to thank my husband for this second chance at life. Our man Kim Gong-ja is loving this. This is the perfect ending he built. Time to move on. Raviel, I have to head to the next floor. She nods, wanting to see those worlds with him. But they both have duties. Man, the way she touches his face is just so sweet. They grip hands. Raviel gives him that final push. Go out there and crush it, Kim Gong-ja. If you need a break, just come back to me. I am always here. Look at him blushing. All right, but if you agree, I want to build a house just for us. I actually have a plot of land on floor 20. I'm planning to build the house there. Raviel just smiles and agrees. It looks like that place is going to be our new main home very soon. She leans against his forehead, dreaming. In that house, she says, I am not some duchess. I am just your partner, and I am looking forward to it. Then she hands him a beautiful handkerchief embroidered with forget-me-not flowers. It is so stunning. Kim Gong-ja is totally surprised. What is this? She explains that it is her own personal handkerchief. She actually used magic so the scent of the perfume would never fade away. It smells like white forget-me-nots. You know, the same scent from the day he fell for her. Whenever you try to calm down, you always start fiddling with your daggers. That is not a good habit at all, so you really need to quit it. Instead, whenever you start feeling uneasy, just take a breath and smell the flowers on this cloth. Kim Gong-ja takes it looking like the happiest man alive. He holds the handkerchief to his nose to catch that floral scent. Raviel isn't done yet. Kim Gong-ja, I truly hope that the reason you stay true to yourself, not through pain or suffering, but through his love for her, this is actually getting to me, along with the joy of being with me, will help you keep your true nature. Can you promise to make this wish of mine come true? Kim Gong-ja laughs. I will do it. Then they share a kiss that just screams pure love. Incredible. The I love yous come out. Then boom, teleport. And just like that, he is gone. Epic exit. Back at the hub, the Black Witch is waiting. Welcome back, Death King. We need a serious talk. Kim Gong-ja is confused. Did something go wrong? And where is everyone else? Something is definitely up here. Only the top rankers are left. The heavy hitters. The Black Witch steps up to explain everything. I sent the others away for a private meeting. What we are about to discuss is top secret. But secret might be the wrong word considering this is being live streamed to the entire tower right now. Kim Gong-ja is like what the Heretic Inquisitor rushes in to give us the breakdown of the situation. Look, Death King, you did your job a little too well. Kim Gong-ja is just stunned. Like, huh? The Heretic Inquisitor keeps going. Just think about it. In the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, you showed everyone a love that was truly noble and pure. From the bond between master and disciple to your deep respect for martial arts, the way you comforted the cultists, it honestly made so many people's hearts just melt. It got to the point where after you cleared that mission, countless martial artists from the outside world started flooding into the tower every single day. We are talking thousands of new people. The Paladin mentions that someone actually recorded the live broadcast on floor 1 and spread the footage everywhere. Turns out the big bosses allowed the leak on purpose. Kim Gong-ja is absolutely floored by this revelation. Your wins are the best marketing we have. Why would we stop them? You are a superstar. Ryan is just like, yeah, we messed up. We totally underestimated just how much of an icon you became. You are a literal icon. Suddenly, the Heretic Inquisitor drops this absolutely insane number. 113,654. That is the count right there. That is just the number of new players from yesterday. Kim Gong-ja cannot believe his ears. Just yesterday. The witch shows him the proof on her phone. Heretic adds that they only see these numbers when worlds are ending. It takes a world war or a country collapsing to get numbers like these. But it has been pretty quiet outside lately. No big wars. Then Ryan hands him this flyer. Even though the outside world seems normal, the numbers are just through the roof. You and I really need to check out this flyer that everyone is passing around. Look at this, someone from the outside brought a flyer with Kim Gong-ja's face calling him our true king. The text says, Death King lead us to paradise. Our boy Kim Gong-ja is clueless wondering who this Death King is. Ryu Seung-guk is totally serious when he tells him, bro, they are literally talking about your title. It looks like these flyers are spreading like wildfire across tons of different countries right now. And get this, the guilds didn't even print these. People outside the tower did it all on their own. Kim Gong-ja goes quiet, taking it all in. Even the Paladin looks shocked as she stands up to speak. But using paper flyers today, she asks if he realizes the heavy weight of what that actually implies. It means massive waves of people are coming from developing nations with zero internet access, refugees from war-torn areas too. Uncle Mun sighs because these people are leaving their entire lives behind. They are flooding into the Tower of Babel, some even dressed in full black from head to toe. It is like they are pledging loyalty to a dark sect. Honestly, they are just desperate newcomers. Black Dragon checks her phone with a smirk. It is not just the poor heading this way. Reports show famous scholars are entering the tower, wanting to help Kim Gong-ja build a brand new society. Kim Gong-ja, you did not just beat the levels. Everywhere you look, people are starving for a hero. Facing danger with courage, respecting humanity, and showing total devotion to love. Nothing gets people more hyped than a hero willing to lay down their life for a cause. You have become our symbol, our flag. She pulls up today's hunter rankings for everyone to see. First is the Sword Saint. Second is our Death King. Third is the Black Witch, and fourth is the Heretic Inquisitor. Fifth is the Countess, sixth is Viper, seventh, the Linguist, eighth is Wide News, and ninth is the Knight. Kim Gong-ja is absolutely floored. He actually made it to second place on the Hunter leaderboard. This is the tower's new verdict on his power. The Black Witch asks him, so what is the move? Death King, you ready to lead us as our actual king? Kim Gong-ja is like, wait, you are joking, right? The witch just laughs. Obviously, they cannot just flip the tower into a straight-up monarchy overnight. You might not realize it, but we have poured our hearts and souls into building this current system. Heretic chips in explaining they are trying to create their own version of a perfect free society. The Paladin steps up. No need to make things messy, it is simpler than it looks. You will be a symbolic king, but even a symbol carries a massive amount of weight and power. Kim Gong-ja, your influence is insane. Your name alone just brought 100,000 people into the tower. That is something even the Black Witch could not pull off. Uncle Mun can't help but chime in too. Back in the day, we could never handle this many people because we lacked the food supplies. But now, we've got plenty of land. Trade routes might be tricky, but we can handle it. Rion snaps, his fan shut, looking confident. Most importantly, we actually have the experience to do this. Every guild leader here has survived hell and back. We are all experts at making the impossible happen. The Black Witch is convinced. We are the only ones in the world who can actually survive this crisis. Any other country would have crumbled by now, but not us. Death King, we can really pull this off. Kim Gong-ja just stands there stunned, looking at the hands reaching out. Everyone is smiling at him. Let us show the whole world that we can actually build a better place right here together. Heretic tells him, Death King, we can make it happen. This is the dream we are chasing. The witch keeps pushing. This is something only people like us inside the tower can truly achieve. We can build a sanctuary for everyone the outside world threw away. That is the ideal we want. The Knight and Paladin join in. We all know exactly what a collapsing society looks like. Because we have seen the worst, we can stop it here. Black Dragon says, we understand real violence. The Heretic was raised by the Mafia, Viper by the Triads, and the Countess grew up in the slums. We know what soul-crushing poverty feels like, so we can beat it. Kim Gong-jae's eyes are literally glowing. Her cold beauty is just a shield. Let us show them all that we can build a better world. Kim Gong-ja is literally glowing. He's the one who changed them. He remembers when the Flame Emperor ruled. The tower hasn't changed. It's still a paradise for criminals and death row inmates in that world. The Black Dragon leader's eyes were always so cold and empty, but now there's a new world. This is the world his master dreamed of. He can change things. Tell me what to do, he says. Seeing his resolve, the Black Witch smiles. Just be yourself. That's the most important thing, she says. We can teach you about politics slowly. It's okay if you aren't an expert yet, Heretic explains. If you look at it negatively, she's basically saying they'll be the ones holding all the real power, and he just needs to be their representative. The Black Witch agrees, yeah, that's pretty much it. Honestly, I'd give up this position in a heartbeat. Do you know how many crimes happen every day? There are so many religious crimes too. For 10 days, Kim Gong-ja reflects on what they said. The most important thing is keeping his true nature. He spots the librarian hiding behind some books. Come out, librarian. The librarian starts shaking. Why would a lowly being like me appear before you? How could I stand before the Death King and tarnish you? Please just ignore my pathetic existence. I am just a speck of dust in the wind. His face is bright red. Stop it, and come here. The manager obeys and flies over. Please go get the book for the next floor for me. The kid pouts. Which apocalypse book do you want? Kim Gong-ja answers, a children's book. The librarian's fidgeting fingers freeze. He remembers seeing Heretic holding that exact book once before. It was called Me and Our Scapegoat. Heretic smiles. We only managed to get one children's book. Please give it to us. The librarian pauses for a moment, then gives a strange little smile. I understand. Fate really changes in the strangest ways. He pulls the book from the shelf. Here it is. This is the apocalypse book you're looking for. The quest card appears right away. Genre is a children's story. Rank of difficulty 2+ players. This series was actually cancelled. Description: humans here built a paradise powered by a very dark and specific kind of energy. The screams of innocent children combined with advanced torture and life-extending medical techniques. Now they can extract a whole year of energy from just one single child. Truly insane. Sacrificing one person for the happiness of 17 billion. Talk about a high return on investment. Cancelled because after 118,000 years, they finally ran out of innocent children to use. Paradise lost its power source. Kim Gong-ja holds the book. I've never been able to forget this. He holds the book up for the others. Everyone, I want to choose this for the next floor. The Black Witch looks it over. A kid's book. Sorry, Death King, but there's no resources there. Since it's rank A difficulty, do we really need to pick this? Kim Gong-ja says we do. We've only picked useful apocalypse books so far. We've gotten stronger using all those secret techniques. Martial arts from the Heavenly Demon and trades with the high-tech sci-fi worlds. Our science has advanced a lot, but resources and expertise aren't the only things that matter. Heretic, you said it yourself. Hundreds of thousands enter the tower daily. Heretic nods. You're right. What we need right now is a flag to follow. Heretic hears this and agrees immediately. But Death King, aren't you already that flag? You're the symbol for all of us here. We're actually going to give you a proper title soon. Kim Gong-ja just shakes his head. Tricks like that won't work. Not just me, but everyone here needs something to believe in. Everyone is stunned. Heretic asks, that makes sense, but do you actually realize who we are? Every one of us has committed unforgivable crimes. We've used this tower for so many bad things. Unfortunately, that means we don't have the moral right to receive that kind of support. The Black Witch nods. We've done way too much evil to ever be a flag for others. Kim Gong-ja holds the book out. Well, how about we start doing some good from now on? Let's do the right thing. We're a team and I can't handle everything by myself. All right, you and I know he is not a master preacher like the heretic inquisitor, and he definitely cannot crush gangs like the reader. When it comes to politics, the economy, or global security, Gong-ja admits he just cannot keep up with the pros. But he is confident he can bring everyone together. He makes a solemn vow he will never betray a single one of them. You guys can trust me. If there is ever a fight between any of you, I will be the one to mediate. If we need to talk, I will provide the space. Just believe in me and let us finally become a real team. Like you said, we get nothing from this apocalypse book. No resources, no land, nothing but a world that is already gone. But right now, an unacceptable sacrifice is taking place. Look at the tower broadcast. The whole world is watching this tragedy unfold. Gong-ja's voice echoes with pure determination. A sacrifice like this, he will not allow it. Not on his watch. Let us show the world exactly who we are by conquering this book. This, my friends, is where our true journey begins. Outside, the crowds watching the screen erupt in cheers. Gong-ja stays focused, thinking about the heavy burden he is carrying. This is the mark we show the world how we will lead this tower. He turns to address his elite squad. If we pull this off, we will earn their respect. We can finally ask the people of the tower to believe in us. The heretic inquisitor smiles intrigued. Trust for the rulers. Gong-ja's mind is already racing toward the next step. We are not going to turn a blind eye to sacrifice. No matter how impossible the difficulty, we will face and conquer it. We have to show the world what kind of people we are. He sets the apocalypse book for 2 or more players. To my most trusted allies in this entire tower, I am asking you, please stand by my side and fight with me. The atmosphere turns dead silent. Finally, the Black Witch speaks up, saying he is leading them down an incredibly difficult road. Gong-ja counters, believing that anyone who works hard can become skilled. And it is through that effort that someone truly grows. You can be a good person or a strong one. But finding someone strong, good, and talented all at once, that is rare. It is an exhausting path. Someone once told me that the road to hell is paved with nothing but good intentions. If that is true, isn't the road to heaven paved with endless evils? But that is why we cannot give up now. Why do we not show the people who abandon the outside world for this tower that a better world can actually exist? The Inquisitor laughs and joins in. He is all in. An ethical ruling class. Now that sounds like a fun challenge. Plus, the Death King is the only one who can make us look like the good guys. Missing this chance would be tragic. The Heavenly Demon steps up too. Since she is now the successor of the righteous path, she might as well play the part. That old man used to nag her constantly about having a kind heart. Consider this, her fulfilling her duty to her master. The Saint Knight reaches out to join. He admits he has been using his lie detection skill since this whole conversation started. Every single word spoken here is the absolute truth. I truly believe in your sincere heart and the love you show us. More importantly, I want to support you. Look, every rebellion in history eventually meets its end and fails. But I will offer my life and soul to ensure this rebellion is remembered as the most beautiful failure in history. The Black Dragon Countess smiles and reaches out. Honestly, she is not a fan of this whole romanticized beautiful failure thing. But fine, she will go with the majority. She just hopes the stocks she invested in do not take a massive hit. You better work hard. The final one to join is the Black Witch. She mumbles a few words under her breath. I cannot promise much. I won't promise we will succeed, and I won't promise to give up my ruthless methods either. But if we fail and one of us has to die, I will be the first to go. That much I can promise. A happy smile spreads across Gong-ja's face. Then he makes his own vow he will not let anyone in this group die. With everyone in the Overseer speaks up. Well done. Death King, Black Witch, Saint Knight, and the Heretic Inquisitor, including the Countess and the Reader. You 6 are now characters in the story called Me and My Scapegoat. Get ready. When you open your eyes, you will enter that tragic abandoned world. But listen closely, you need to be extremely careful. This apocalypse book is on a completely different level than any challenge you have ever faced before. The difficulty is rank A. And unlike previous missions, I will not be able to grant you many blessings this time. In this book, constellations are still alive and ruling. You are the invaders here. Naturally, they will oppose you. The Overseer opens the book and a flash of red light pulls everyone in. But he leaves them with one final warning. Death King, that specific constellation, sees you as its personal enemy. Gong-ja's eyes widen. Wait, what does that mean? Before he can even finish his sentence, the book swallows them whole. All 6 allies start plummeting into the unknown together. Kim Gong-ja shields his eyes from the gale, remembering the manager's warning. The stars will show pure hostility to the Death King. Watch your back, Kim Gong-ja. System alert. The Immortal Messenger is purging all intruders. Spitfire appears with a warning. Sword Sister trait detected. This messenger is actually the 4th Sword Sister herself, abandoned by Lafanta Ajim. A massive storm hits, threatening to scatter the whole group. Heretic grabs Kim Gong-ja tight. Wrap your legs around me, do not let go. Divine teleport, he blinks through space over and over again to catch them. He finally brings the squad together. Chen Mu-mun yells, "Why am I last?" Heretic cold as ice, "Because you are useless." Black Witch asks for skill consent. Everyone shouts in unison. "We agree, yes I consent." The Black Witch shouts. A purple flash erupts and the whole team lands safely. Suddenly, the messenger screams, "No escape." Kim Gong-ja spots the danger immediately. Children appear in a circle. The messenger commands, "Sing my holy apostles." Kim Gong-ja knows this enemy, the invader of Raviel's world. The system confirms it. War is declared. The apostles begin their haunting, deadly song. Chen Mu-mun covers his ears. The sound waves are pure agony. A mental attack. The Black Witch orders everyone to use magic defense. Amidst the chaos, Heretic demands money from the Count. She is completely broke. Better than a cracked skull, Heretic jokes. 15% interest, no chance. The Count is livid. The Paladin threatens to kill her for the cash. Fine, infinite withdrawal. A massive bag of gold appears out of thin air. Gold floods the area. Ryan Du transfers the user rights to Heretic. Heretic prays, casting massive buffs on everyone using the Count as the source. Targets the Inquisitor, Death King, Black Dragon, Paladin, and the Reader. A shield of coins forms. The Count is still crying over her money. "If I go broke, the tower falls. Try not to die of hunger. You have overcome pity and worship." The messenger's voice booms with authority. "I tried to hide, but you saw through it all." Kim Gong-ja looks up. A holy sword fragment. The messenger calls him a traitor to their master. Loyalty to Lefanta Agim is everything. Kim Gong-ja draws his blade. Thinking back to Raviel. Even a goddess fragment can reach true godhood. "I will clear the path for my master." The messenger prepares to strike. Kim Gong-ja realizes the potential. These fragments can become new powerful constellations. The messenger orders the apostles to sing louder. The pressure intensifies. The sound slams against the shield. Chen Mu-mun asks how much longer. "My head is splitting," the witch groans. The Count demands results for her cash. "My emergency funds are gone." Kim Gong-ja calls out to the Count. "More money." Kim Gong-ja smiles. "This time, sponsor me with everything you have." Summoning 100 ghosts, reincarnation. The sword glows with a blinding holy light. Here's my favorite skill. 100 ghosts, reincarnation. Triple S rank power. The effect is simple. I can summon anyone I have ever defeated. They lose their original skills, but they keep their memories and their looks. Otherwise, they just become mindless monsters. I can only use this once weekly. But here's the kicker. There is one final line written on the card. If you wish, they keep their appearance and memories. Otherwise, they are just monsters. Alright guys, you and I are about to see Kim Gong-ja go beast mode with his 100 spirits reincarnation. Skeletons start crawling out of the black water. The ghost army is finally awake and moving out. The old spirit gets it now. Those kids thought they could stop the enemy with just happy memories. Too bad skeletons don't have memories. No effect. The Bone Squad just charges in to wreck those apostles. The messenger of happiness is talking big. She says resistance is useless against her massive army. Gong-ja just grips his sword. He knows physical hits won't work, but he's got a plan for these numbers. She's acting so confident with this attack, but honestly, she just told us exactly how to beat her. Happiness without any suffering. Yeah, right. Gong-ja calls for the Black Dragon Master. Our witch is ready. She starts chanting and power surges everywhere. Look at those mirrors appearing all across the sky. She's curious about his plan. Gong-ja asks, "Remember that fight against the Fall Rain Demon King?" Back then, she deflected the Demon King's light to buff the team. Time to pull that pro-gamer move again. The witch is skeptical. Can Gong-ja really fire an aura as strong as a Demon King? That is a big ask. He's not worried, though. He tells her to just focus on spreading the light as wide as possible. She doesn't fully get it, but she trusts him. Those mirrors in the sky are glowing brighter than ever. Boom, a massive explosion. Gong-ja knows he can't just rely on brute force like the hungry ghost did. He can't fight like his master either. Then suddenly, all these hands start reaching out to him. He remembers his master's question. What would happen if you swung a sword with the power of pure hunger? One strike to take down someone who's never been hungry. He looks at this apostle who knows no pain. Here it is, Heavenly Demon Divine Art, first form the Sword of Starvation. That red energy is absolutely insane. The messenger of happiness looks like she's seen a ghost. Gong-ja is dead serious now. He shouts for the Black Dragon Master to make her move. She's on it. The witch starts manipulating those mirrors with total precision. The apostles are getting shredded into fragments. The witch realizes something huge as she watches the carnage. Man, it makes sense now. The Constellation's lackeys have zero resistance against the elements in his martial arts. Heretic Inquisitor is just vibing watching those red beams light up the sky. What a spectacular view. The Count is literally throwing money to fight. He's already blown through 2 emergency funds. Talk about expensive. Paladin is holding the line and tells Viper to clear the rest. Viper pulls his blade ready to go. Viper's salty that the demonic cult is hogging the spotlight. Gong-ja just watches his team with pride. This is it. 6 people against millions. When they work together like this, they are literally invincible. You and I know this is the best show in the whole tower right now. Everyone's watching. In this tower, nothing is impossible. Look at us, the ones the world oppressed are finally hitting back. The messenger is losing it. She's screaming about outlaws invading her perfect ideal world. She waves her hand and the sky turns blue. She's trying to hide the truth with an illusion. Kids are dancing in flowers, but look closer. One tiny soul is trapped, screaming in pure agony. The messenger is totally delusional. She's shouting that unhappiness doesn't exist here while that soul suffers. She claims her world is a masterpiece compared to our trash heap. She's erased every bad memory. The children are still singing. Gong-ja is gritting his teeth, looking at that monster in disguise. She calls him a hypocrite. She says she's seen a billion worlds while traveling with Rapanda. Ask him. Every world she saw was filled with endless torture. Thousands, millions, billions of people screaming in pain. But her world, just one sacrificial lamb so all her apostles can live without any suffering. I commit one sin and you ignore a billion others. How dare you insult my world like this? Gong-ja remembers the prayer. The road to hell is always paved with gold and good intentions. He looks around. This is a literal hell created by a missionary who actually thought she was helping. Now you and I have to wonder, are the future floors going to be this twisted? When resources run out, we're the ones who have to step up and make the hard choices. We are back at the tower as Kim Gong-jae reflects on his teammate's question. My lord, are you ready? Are you finally ready to be our king? The messenger of eternal happiness is still shrieking at him right now. Do you really have the guts to call my world a hell? The messenger demands an answer from him. Can't answer because you actually have a conscience. I will never accept you as my new master. Then Gong-ja speaks. No, I will answer. His blade reflects the messenger's hateful face. Gong-ja raises his sword and makes a declaration. I am going to kill you and turn you into my shadow servant. Anyone my blade strikes down becomes undead. I can even summon them with every single memory of their previous life intact. I will bring you back here. I'll provide you with a version of happiness that actually lasts. No more trauma, just the freedom to sing. And get this, he is not just talking to her. As Gong-ja's image is broadcasted, his voice echoes everywhere. There are still so many villains out there who refuse to change, and souls who want to live but cannot. From now on, I will take responsibility for all of them. Everyone is recording this on their phones in shock. Gong-ja vows to revive them as his personal shadow army. They will be bound to him with one single purpose. The apostles just stare at him in a heavy silence. Finally, the messenger snaps and calls him a total liar. How could a mere human do that? But Gong-ja fires back. I can build a better paradise than yours. My world does not need to hear the screams of innocent children. You and I know he is serious here. Gong-ja remembers the Black Witch asking if he was ready to be king. This right here is his final answer. My hell has way better perks than your fake heaven. He's finally chosen his path as a true king. The paladin is confused, but Gong-ja explains. While running the tower, she has been secretly purging people for years. He is not saying her method is wrong or that he is a better manager. He is being surprisingly humble. But if anyone needs to be removed for the sake of the future, he wants them brought to him. Heretic starts clapping. Genius move, Death King. The Black Witch is still trying to understand the full plan, though. Think about it, Gong-ja's power is basically a high-tech mobile prison. It is the ultimate solution for the tower. He summons them with memories intact, and since they are spirits, we do not need food or cells. Plus, he can literally order them to never commit a crime again. The paladin is just stunned by the scale. Exactly. Criminals will be terrified. The Death King ruling over those who earn their end. It fits him perfectly. Rion, the merchant guild leader, actually digs the idea. Crime inside the tower is much higher than outside. Prisons are packed and costing a fortune to maintain. The paladin is just overwhelmed by the morality of it. Is this going to work? And are we putting too much weight on Gong-ja's shoulders? He's only one man. The Black Witch is clearly worried. He can see the regret in her eyes for dragging him into this. Even though he chose this path himself, she is still too kind-hearted. He just gives her a reassuring smile. I will be fine. He hopes to hear her real name someday. He turns back to the messenger now. You can choose to keep fighting, but the game is already over. I am taking your paradise for myself. The messenger is breaking down in tears. I am not just a fragment, I control millions of loyal apostles. If you absorb me, you will be linked to all of them. Can you promise not to use them? I swear it. The messenger's eyes fly open in shock as Gong-ja prepares to take an unbreakable sacred oath. Even in the heat of battle, he has always been selective about his summons. He refuses to exploit others. It is a matter of ethics. Every single one of those millions of souls deserves to be happy here. They should live just like they once did. The messenger looks up at the sky one last time. I'm more than a fragment, I lead millions of apostles. If you take me in, you'll be connected to all of them. Can you promise me you won't use my people as pawns for your own evil gains? Gong-ja doesn't hesitate. I swear it on my life. The messenger's eyes snap open as Gong-ja begins his sacred unbreakable oath. Even when he fought in the other world, he only summoned those who chose that path. He has standards. He refuses to force innocent souls to follow his orders. It's about respect for their previous lives and choices. Whether it's millions or billions, every single soul deserves a chance at real happiness in this new world. The messenger looks toward the heavens. She cries out the name Ripanda ask him as she finally starts to fade. Happiness fades away. The sword tells him that sacrifice is waiting and says, "My name is sacrifice. I can turn someone's pain into another's joy." The more pure the suffering, the greater the happiness created. The messenger of happiness turns back into a blade and merges right into Kim Gong-ja's main sword. Shiny speaks up, the guardian goddess just absorbed a fragment of herself and her presence feels much stronger. The apostles begin melting away into a stream of water as the system announces the floor is cleared. Floor 28 is officially done. The messenger and the apostles dissolve into a shower of red rain. Black Witch reaches out to feel the droplets shocked. She realizes that information was the real key. If we know their weaknesses, clearing floors is easy. Honestly, she was ready to bail if they failed. She didn't expect things to wrap up so fast. But Gong-ja steps forward. He's not done yet. He plans to sweep all the way to floor 30 today. Black Witch is completely stunned by his ambition. Paladin is floored by the news and Fire Dragon warns him that he's pushing way too hard lately. You haven't rested once since the Triple S Academy arc. Our boy Gong-ja just scratches his head, thinking. He admits that he might be a little too tense. Black Witch nods, telling him he needs to rest. Before she can even finish, he cuts her off. He wants to finish everything now and rest later. Black Witch literally screams at him. She asks if he's even listening to a single word she's saying. He reminds her that the tower's population is exploding and with more people comes more trouble to manage. They need to get back and lead. How long can they keep focusing only on the apocalypse stages? She finally gives in. Gong-ja reaches out and tells her not to worry, he is a pro at relaxing. He says she'll be surprised by how he and Raviel unwind. Black Witch just bumps fists with him. She has no interest in watching a newlywed couple's honeymoon. He just winks and gives her a witty reply. He asks her to help him find a ring next time. He wants a gift for Raviel but knows nothing. She sighs, promising him the best ring ever. She wonders when she became like a parent to him. Gong-ja laughs and thanks her. She starts to reply but decides to keep it professional for the crowd. Teleport. The whole team returns to the tower. Everyone there is staring at them with total shock. Gong-ja knows they need to dominate, not just with power but with a pure show of skill and teamwork. He wants to prove they're on a different level so no one dares to cause trouble for a while. Suddenly, someone clears their throat. Gong-ja turns around and sees the director looking pretty deep in thought. The director welcomes them back, admitting he thought they'd need much more effort to clear that floor. He really underestimated their teamwork. Clearing a world ruled by a constellation that fast is absolutely insane. He's impressed, but Gong-ja can tell the director isn't exactly thrilled about how easy it looked. You see, the hidden librarian loves drama. He wants to see characters struggle and bleed for their ending. He likes the phases where characters go through bitter and sweet moments filled with totally unpredictable events. He wants endings that are hard to guess. He hates simple wins or losses that are too obvious. You and I should check his character window. Let's see what makes this picky god actually tick. We get a full look at his favorite genres and characters, and man, he's got some strong opinions. His comments on the martial arts arcs are pretty savage. He thinks the previous heroes were way too weak. The librarian calls the hero an idiot. That could have been a legendary fight with a little help. He says the heavenly demon was just too strong for them. This guy really is a tough critic. If he had just called for backup from other constellations, the story would have been much better. Gong-ja looks at the window and sees his own name is actually on the librarian's favorite characters list. He's listed right next to the legendary Flame Emperor. The director floats over looking very curious now. He asks what Gong-ja will choose next. He even offers to give him a few special suggestions. Gong-ja realizes that the director likes the Flame Emperor best. Being second is still a huge compliment. He smiles and asks how he could ever compare to the director's absolute favorite Lefanta Agem. The director is surprised by his humble attitude. This main character really knows how to play the game. Our main character, Kim Gong-ja, is stumped, explaining the gap between him and that cold-blooded constellation killer isn't easy. They're total opposites. The librarian drops a wild comparison. If the killer is a tragic hero burdened by the world's endless bad luck on his shoulders, then Kim Gong-ja is basically chocolate ice cream. He looks dark and bitter on the outside, maybe even a bit annoying and hateful. But once you take a bite, he's surprisingly sweet. Now the next apocalypse has been chosen, the Epic of Rapanda Ask Him. This popped up after Kim Gong-ja cleared the Heavenly Demon arc, where that legend died at the hands of our main protagonist lead. Talk about a perfect ending, right? Death King, the librarian, knows you see the constellation killer as your ultimate sworn enemy. But here's the catch. The Rapanda Ask Him epic isn't actually an apocalypse. The librarian can only offer worlds with tragic endings, those that end with a tragic fate for our hero. Kim Gong-ja watches him closely, realizing the guy is definitely hiding that book. The librarian keeps stalling, claiming this story is still in progress. He says he's not allowed to interfere or change anything there. Everything is locked. Kim Gong-ja starts climbing a staircase made of old books, looking him in the eye. But wait, don't you actually want to see it? Your two favorite characters together in one frame. I'm the only one who can make that happen. Our boy is playing the long game. He's choosing a fusion genre for the next floor, knowing exactly how to bait the librarian. See, a dark fate waits for those who get too sucked into these tales. People who can no longer distinguish the truth between what's real and what's fiction. We're talking about those who are hopelessly addicted, obsessed with stories until they lose their minds. They spend half their lives trapped in these narratives. For them, the real world is just a boring place that feels empty. It can never become a legendary tale. No epic plot twists, no shocking cliffhangers, just the same old mundane routine every day. No shocking finale. Humans are just humans here, not grand characters. That deep disappointment in reality is what creates these obsessed souls. The anger toward humanity and the pure worship of fiction. These are the ones who were lured in by the grand tales. They haven't lost their humanity. They're just waiting for that one spark of excitement to finally happen in their boring lives. And right now, Kim Gong-ja is staring at the king of those people. The librarian gazes down at him and finally speaks, putting Kim Gong-ja and the Constellation Killer in one story. That's a huge temptation for a fanboy librarian. But every story deserves its own natural ending. Interfering is tricky. Kim Gong-ja sees the hesitation and knows he's finally got him on the hook. He shrugs, playing it totally cool. Fine, if you don't want to see it, I'll just leave. It was just a suggestion. No big deal, right? The librarian goes silent, thinking it over. Then he explains his situation. He's bound by a contract with the tower. Only constellations with contracts can even be here. He's basically just a tenant in this massive place, not the actual owner. In exchange for this floor, he has to follow strict rules. He can't just do whatever he wants without facing consequences, like only giving humans apocalypse scenarios. Since Rapanda Ask Him doesn't count as one, breaking the contract is out of the question. He can't break the laws on a whim. Pissing off the tower master is a death wish for a lowly tenant like him. Tenants have to listen to the landlord. He waves his hand, making books fly everywhere before bringing them down in a sweep. He admits he's not a fighter. Honestly, most constellations like him aren't. He's really just a simple reader who loves his library. There are plenty of others just like him. Without these books, he's just a regular guy. If his library ever went empty, he wouldn't even be a librarian anymore. He's trying to hint at something here. Can you guys guess what he's planning to do? He's practically begging Kim Gong-ja to get the hint. His lips are twitching, trying to hold back his fanboy excitement, but his eyes give him away. Kim Gong-ja grins, playing along. You're right, we definitely shouldn't break the contract unless it's a total emergency. Something that needs immediate action. Suddenly, Kim Gong-ja reaches out and grabs the librarian by the collar, catching him completely off guard. He shouts, "Give me the Rapanda Ask Him epic right now." The librarian's face turns bright red, and he can't help but grin. He's loving this, but he still plays his role, calling Kim Gong-ja rude since he's been nothing but friendly this whole time. Getting betrayed like this really hurts his feelings. He jokes that this is exactly why books tell us never to trust humans. Kim Gong-ja just laughs at the terrible acting. He starts channeling his power into his hand, making a serious threat to kill. "Hand it over or you're dead, you bastard." The librarian acts shocked. "Bastard? Isn't that a little too harsh for a friend?" Kim Gong-ja grins. "What else do you call a freak who collects people's hair and fingernails?" He's not pulling any punches now. "Didn't you say your dream is to die by Rapanda Ask Him's hand, who wants to be killed by their favorite fictional character? That's not normal. Since I'm also one of your favorites, how about I make your wish come true right now and end you?" The librarian finally caves, pulling a novel out from his shirt and handing it over to Kim Gong-ja with a satisfied smile. He gives in. Kim Gong-ja snatches it away and opens the cover. An intro card pops up. It's time for the next epic. Alright, check this out, Rapanda Ask Him. But the genre, difficulty, and player count, all of it is totally blurred out. Current level restricted. Gong-ja is just flipping through pages, staring at the text like he's trying to decode a secret. I can't read a single word. Then the librarian drops a bomb. She's giving him access to look into the apocalypses. These are forbidden books, off limits to humans. Gong-ja just holds it up like, all right, then start explaining, lady. The librarian leans in and says, Rapanda Ask Him. He's from your hometown. Our boy Gong-ja is absolutely floored. Wait, what? Gong-ja is literally frozen as she continues. Turns out this guy was born in the same world. Same religion, same species, everything. And here's the kicker. He even has the exact same family name as Gong-ja. He took the name Ask Him from some language called Great Britain. Gong-ja is totally taken aback by that weird detail. So ask him is just Kim, exactly. The librarian confirms the killer star was pulled into another world as a kid. Just a high schooler thrown into a nightmare trial. But man, he came out of it with some insane superpowers. That power let him crush every hardship in that world. Gong-ja is still sitting there with his jaw on the floor. Hold on, she nods. The epic of her panda ask him is basically a high schooler going wild and causing absolute chaos elsewhere. It is a total isekai. Gong-ja's losing it. I thought the genre died out with the dinosaurs back in the day, since I was a kid. But the librarian notes that the killer star is way past his high school years now. But hey, he wasn't just a troublemaker. He survived endless hellish trials to become the powerhouse he is today. Suddenly, the book starts glowing blue. Gong-ja realizes the story is finally revealing itself right before his eyes. First page says, long ago a man lived on the literal corpse of an ancient dragon emperor. Talk about hardcore. He started on floor 20, she explains. That book you're holding is exactly where his whole epic journey kicked off. Next page drops. They were called heroes, but these guys didn't have a single ounce of mercy in their souls. She flips again. This journey was actually about erasing an entire nation. Then, just like that, she snaps the book shut. Now pay attention. The killer star is ruling floor 50 right now. Gong-ja's eyes narrow as it all starts to click. He remembers the old spirit's warning. That killer star monster is parked on floor 50 24/7. She warns him, you're still a rookie, you can't handle floor 50 yet. That place is on a whole different level. Sending a newbie there is forbidden. The other hunters are losing their minds hearing that such a place even exists. Anything past 50 is for pros. We bled to get here. While they're complaining, Gong-ja is just staying ice cold. From floor 50 up, it's hunter versus hunter from different worlds. Just like the flame demon warned us before. It's probably a safety lock so we don't get crushed by them too early. He looks up and challenges her. So you're saying there's no way to send me there? She just smiles. Well, I didn't say it was impossible, but there's a heavy price for breaking the rules. Death King, are you ready to handle the consequences? She's actually blushing, but Gong-ja doesn't blink. He makes his choice instantly. Just send me to floor 50 already. She's hesitating now. Don't come crying to me if you regret this. Gong-ja just grins. I never do. She exhales, opens the book, and starts the chant. I officially designate you as a character in this epic. Boom, blue light explodes everywhere. And right on cue, the tower system starts screaming at them with warnings. Illegal access detected. Penalty hit for the hidden librarian. But look at her, she's actually smiling like she loves it. I'm the one in charge here. The system is going haywire, stacking penalties on her, but she doesn't care. Don't worry about me, she tells him. Go Death King, go and stand face to face with the legendary killer star. The warnings are relentless. Mind reading disabled. The beauty god's protection has been completely shattered into pieces. Snake god's protection. Gone. Mind reading blocked. After all that absolute madness, it finally happens. A new notification pops up. An unknown player has reached floor 50. And just like that, Gong-ja has arrived. He's in the middle of a literal wasteland. Then the sky shifts, a goddess appears, and her voice booms. Congrats, you're the chosen hero meant to save this world. Man, the light coming off her is straight up blinding. Rapanda shields his eyes. Hey, angel lady, where am I? She just smiles. I'm your guardian goddess, kid. From this moment on, I'll be your guide and protector, shining like a constellation to lead your way. You're confused now, but you'll understand soon enough. Rapanda is sweating, gripping the railing like his life depends on it. Wait, weren't you just on your school roof? Stick with me, the goddess says. Humans act out of ignorant malice. Poor sister. Sadly, you became prey for the beasts, collapsing after suffering through so much pain. Rapanda mumbles to himself as memories flood back. He collapses, looks up, and thinks, I remember it all now. The roof door was locked tight. So I climbed out a fifth-floor window instead. Talk about irony. In that moment, for the first time ever, I actually felt alive. Rapanda remembers gripping that railing tight. Panicked students start screaming. Look, who was that? Has he lost his mind? Someone do something fast. Rapanda realizes he never felt this while trying to live. Only by letting go did he finally feel life. Still holding his shoes, Rapanda asks him, peers down. They say the moment you fall is when regret hits. Do I regret it? He leaves the shoes on the ledge and hits send. His phone buzzes with a notification. Message successfully sent to 36 people. Then with a surge of anger, Rapanda hurls the phone away. His final words are filled with pure spite. I hope your lives are ruined forever. Under terrified stares, he steps out into the empty air. Meanwhile, the phone screen still shows that text. You are the one who killed me. Never forget that. Then a goddess appears. I am the guardian. I hold the powers of mercy, sacrifice, and salvation. With my strength, you can achieve anything. You can be anyone. So what will you choose? Back in reality, Kim Gong-ja and the old spirit. They have reached the 50th floor. It is a desolate wasteland whipped by never-ending violent gales. A system alert pops up for Kim Gong-ja. You have entered the 50th floor through a secret passage. The backroom librarian's blessing has been stripped away. All newbie protection measures are now suspended. Newbie privileges have been temporarily revoked. Kim Gong-ja shivers just hearing that is enough to give us chills. He stares at the dark shapes ahead. What are those? Beside him, the old spirit starts cursing. Damn it, it's been a long time since I was here. Over 150 years and nothing changed. Kim Gong-ja realizes even Bei Hu Reong reached floor 50. Hey, are you going to be my guide here? He asks about those strange towers. The spirit explains those are magic towers where recluses hide for centuries. Instead of climbing, they chose to rot here. Seriously, we should probably just avoid even looking at them. Kim Gong-ja asks why. The spirit warns stare at them for over 23 seconds and they will feel you. In their world, the number 23 is basically an insult like a middle finger in your zombie world. It is a warning that says, hey, what are you looking at? Kim Gong-ja immediately looks away. He wonders how people can be so twisted. The old spirit just keeps rambling with excitement. By the way, there were 6 towers, but I destroyed one. If they find out I am back, they will lose it. They will hunt us through hell, so we better keep our heads down, kid. Kim Gong-jae sighs. This guy is not a guide, he is just a massive troublemaker. System alert, you are being poisoned. Kim Gong-ja looks down and sees his hand turning pitch black. Corrosion level is at stage 1. Kim Gong-ja turns to the spirit looking for answers. What is void poison? Is my body literally rotting? The old man rubs his head. Oh, right that. Now it feels like I am back in the tower. It is just a toxic fog everywhere here. The old ruler of floor 50 played favorites with some hunters. Eventually, a massive war broke out. He died, but his final curse poisoned this entire world. That is what you are breathing now. Kim Gong-ja frowns. Wait, so it is like, the spirit nods. Exactly. Just like that zombie virus. The one left behind by a dying constellation in the Murim world. Kim Gong-ja nearly jumps. No way. People actually live here with this poison in the air. The spirit just scoffs. Anyone here has aura skills or a constellation's blessing. What are you waiting for, kid? Use your aura to protect yourself. Kim Gong-ja powers up and asks what happens if I do not. The spirit looks thoughtful. Well, you would end up with a very unique look and mental state. Suddenly, a massive mutated frog bursts out of the ground. Kim Gong-ja nearly jumps out of his skin. He starts running and screams, what is that thing doing? The spirit just laughs, who knows? Maybe he was like you 20 years ago. The mutated frog keeps chasing Kim Gong-ja down. I am screaming while running. This mutant frog slams down, cratering the ground. I finally snap and draw my blade. Damn it, I swing, slicing clean through the beast. Looking at the gash, I have to ask, is it dead yet? The old spirit smiles. Sorry, Kim Gong-ja forgot to warn you. From floor 50 on, things get truly bizarre. This is a phantom realm. Logic won't save you here. See the frog you just sliced in half. It didn't die, it split into 2. Kim Gong-ja is stunned as both frogs lunge right back at him. Pro tip from the spirit: if scared, stare at the magic tower. After 23 seconds, they will ask you a question. Who are you looking at? Ask for help and broom riding witches will save you. Sounds like a sweet deal, right? Kim Gong-ja is suspicious. What is the catch? The spirit laughs. Look at you already learning how this twisted place works. You sign a 12-year soul-draining contract. But Kim Gong-ja, with your triple S rank suicide skill, they will absolutely love you. You will be their favorite toy. While Kim Gong-ja is hauling tail, someone shouts, hey you! 3 men in black cloaks appear. They are waving, yelling, run this way. This way. Kim Gong-ja glances at the spirit's suspicious little smirk. Zero hesitation, he slashes them down. The spirit is impressed. Classic Kim Gong-jae. Naive, but actually uses his brain. A massive monster erupts from the ground, chanting, run this way, run this way. Is everything here a lie? Kim Gong-ja demands while fleeing. Mostly, the spirit replies. There are a few exceptions, though. The monsters behind them keep howling. Welcome to the Phantom Realm, where cosmic horrors come out to dance. Do I seem normal and rational now? Suddenly, while running for his life, a mysterious figure blocks his path. Bow down, outsider, the voice commands. Kim Gong-ja is shocked. Telepathy. Then the order comes, slice it. The stranger charges, hacking through the monsters. Kim Gong-ja panics and tries to warn him about the splitting.
Stop. They will just multiply if you cut them. But then he sees the corpses actually staying down.
They are not splitting. To kill these things, the stranger explains, you must split them perfectly down the middle. He draws his blade. An insane amount of raw power erupts, a shockwave that blows everything back. The demons screaming for him to run are silenced. The stranger's hood falls, revealing long silver hair. Listen up, the core is in the scream itself. You kill it by burying it under its own sound. Kim Gong-ja gets a good look at the face and breaks into a sweat. Wait, is that him? The spirit snarls. Scram, you filthy bastard. But Kim Gong-ja recognizes him, Lafanta Jim, the Heavenly Star Killer. Lafanta stops shooting him, a look of pure doubt. You actually know who I am. They stand face to face. Kim Gong-jae looks deep into his eyes and immediately freezes in shock. Why do those eyes look like that? They are completely hollow. No emotion, no soul, not even a trace of life. You really know me, his blade speaks up. Shiny is reacting to the reunion. But Shiny does not get why its owner betrayed it like that. It is currently debating whether to be furious. Lafanta eyes the weapon. You've got quite the unique sword there, kid. Is that a demon blade? Or maybe a hungry blade? Whatever it is, hide your gear, better outsider. Predators everywhere are targeting newcomers on floor 50. They are looking to gank people and steal their skills. Kim Gong-ja is confused. He draws the sword and asks, wait, you seriously do not recognize this blade? Lafanta stares before answering coldly. I do not. Maybe there is a connection, but my memory is a total blank. Better hope I do not remember any past friends or events. Kim Gong-jae's heart practically skips a beat. What, he cannot help himself? Seeing the reaction, Lafanta explains, I suffer from a form of amnesia. I cannot remember anything that happened more than a week ago. He turns around to leave. Talking here is too dangerous. Follow me. I know a safer spot for us to chat. As they walk, the crowd starts whispering. Look, it is him, the guy who wiped out a constellation. What is he up to? Are the tower spiders going to be okay? Whatever, just do not get involved. The sound of constellations fills the air. Kim Gong-ja looks up overwhelmed. He has never felt this many before. Annoying, he mutters, clearly pissed off. He looks up and screams, get lost, all of you. Any constellation that keeps bothering me, I will track you down and slaughter every last one of you. Even louder than usual today. Lafanta shoots him a warm look, his voice softening. All right, you and I are watching a tense meeting. Talking sweet, aren't we? I think a few of them have eyes on you. Tell me, outsider. Have you messed with the constellations before? Kim Gong-ja replies that he killed the seal of the warhorse on the Eternal Plains. Rapanda pulls out a notebook and asks the seal of Mahos. He starts flipping through the pages while Kim Gong-jae watches him suspiciously. A notebook? What is it? After checking the contents, he admits it is not bad. That Mahos seal was actually quite extraordinary. They also carry a pretty troublesome blessing. Definitely not an easy task. So how exactly did you manage to handle it? He asks if he really needs to explain that. Rapanda tells him to save it for later because they have finally arrived. An outdoor bar appears before them. Rapanda pushes the door open as Kim Gong-ja looks around, feeling pretty skeptical about the place. He blurts out, this is the safe place you mentioned. He replies that there are no walls here to limit their line of sight. Rapanda doesn't rush to answer. He sits down calmly and says they can retreat, even if an assassination attempt happens at any moment. Plus, there is zero risk of enemies blowing up the entire building just to set a trap for us right now. Although sniping us from afar would be pretty easy. Barkeep the usual. The owner sets down a glass of water and asks a question. Hey, do you realize we only turned this into an outdoor bar because you were the one who blew up the original building? Hearing this, Rapanda looks genuinely regretful. An apology slips out of his mouth almost instantly as he processes the owner's harsh words. Even though he has absolutely no memory of the incident, sorry, I don't recall. The owner then turns to give Kim Gong-jae some advice. Listen, kid, I don't know what deal you're making, but just know there are over 600 people around here who want to kill him. Take my advice and stay away from him, unless you want to end up dead. Rapanda just flips his notebook open and speaks up. Actually, it is 1,127 people, but only 3 of them are even capable of posing a real threat to me. And one of those 3 went missing 154 years ago, probably. In other words, this guy is safer sticking with me, rather than avoiding me. The owner snaps, you're insane. Rapanda sets his glass down and asks, so what exactly did you want to say? Kim Gong-jae grips his glass tightly. He says he's a bit shocked to find out that a guy like him suffers from memory loss. But I still want to know. Do you remember the A empire that you built such a long time ago? That nation almost collapsed because of you when you sealed away God's protection. That huge mistake allowed the demon king of autumn rain to grow powerful. In so many of the empty lands where you slaughtered the constellations, nothing remains now. All that is left behind is pure, absolute despair. In the world of the Heavenly Demon Chronicles, every corner turned into a wasteland. All because of the curses left by those dying constellations. The world of Saman Academy was invaded by other constellations. All because the original old ones were completely wiped out. Raviel, my wife from that world, actually became a constellation. It was all because of a fragment from the guardian's sword she had inherited. Rapanda hears this and snaps his notebook shut. He tells him he understands and thanks him for sharing all that information. I can see that what you were saying is true. I have already cross-checked everything with the contents written inside this diary of mine. He lifts his glass after saying that. Kim Gong-ja is confused. A diary. Rapanda then holds out the book and starts explaining it. This is the tool I use to store every single one of my memories. It looks just like a regular notebook at first glance, but it's actually a holy relic from a constellation known as the Great Dog. It has infinite pages and even features a search function. I use it to record all my daily activities. Thanks to this, I never lose track of who I am, even with my amnesia. Kim Gong-jae stays silent after hearing that. His cold eyes never leave Rapanda. The man just keeps talking without missing a beat. Like you said, I really did build a nation called the Empire in the past. That is where I sealed away the God's protection constellation. It was by my side for my entire life. That world you mentioned, the Heavenly Demon Chronicles, matches exactly with what I wrote on page 236. That is where I killed the Great Lake's Yellow Dragon. This Songmi Academy legend is likely what I recorded way back on page 3215. Did you just say that the fragment of the God-praying sword was passed down through generations as a sacred family heirloom? There was a time I shared a bed with a woman in that world. I truly believe that the Raviel you met is her. She's a distant descendant of both that woman and myself. Kim Gong-ja stares at Rapanda, his mind spinning as he wonders why. Rapanda's voice continues. You might have skills like a historian or the ability to peek into pain, but you can't use those powers on me. I don't have a past stored in my head to begin with, and there is no way you can steal this treasure to read it, because it is written in a code that only I can understand. In the end, outsider, I admit that what you say is actually true. Kim Gong-jae looks at him. He silently reminds himself that he came here to make this man pay for all his past sins. Now here's where you and I need to pay attention. Rapanda speaks up and asks, so what kind of reward are you looking for? Kim Gong-ja just keeps staring at the man standing right before him. You and I can barely believe it, but countless lives were lost for your pathetic beliefs. But what is this? Kim Gong-ja is stunned. What reward? Rapanda just stares back coldly, calling it a prize for finding a mistake in his logic. Our main character asks in total disbelief, so you actually knew what you were doing was wrong. Rapanda admits it. He made two major errors. First, he did not realize a new constellation could replace the dead. Second, he ignored the fact that a dying constellation can curse an entire world. Kim Gong-ja is absolutely furious. He grips his glass until it shatters. Is that all? Rapanda keeps writing, explaining his goal was to lure other constellations into an invasion. Killing those invaders helped him reduce their total numbers. So for him, those were his only two real failures. Rapanda stops writing and holds out his notebook to the boy. I have recorded it all so it never happens again. I want to reward you for that advice. Kim Gong-ja is absolutely livid. You and I can tell he is losing control of his words here. Advice, gratitude. Innocent people in the martial world are dead. They have all been turned into mindless zombies. An old man died alone on a boat drifting away just so he would not be a burden to anyone. A child spent their final moments helping other kids survive. Real people with real lives suffered horrific deaths. Let me ask you this, constellation killer. How do you even view that tragedy? Rapanda remains cold. He shows zero emotion. Nothing. Like I said, I failed to consider the fallout of my actions. But mistakes happen. All I can do is thank you by rewarding you in my own unique way. Kim Gong-ja grits his teeth, crushing the glass in his hand as he glares at the man. What if the reward I want is to see you die by my hand? Rapanda does not even flinch. That is one reward I cannot give. I have a duty to wipe out every single constellation first. I have to keep working until the job is done. Kim Gong-ja stands up, shouting, you are so selfish. Why is this even your responsibility? Rapanda has heard this before and has become completely numb. I cannot answer that. Kim Gong-ja keeps pressing him. Why not? Is it because you think I cannot understand your noble duty? Rapanda just shuts him down again without a second thought. I cannot answer that either. Kim Gong-ja looks up, his eyes turning cold as he stares him down. Fine. Can you answer this then? If you hate constellations, why use their holy relics? It makes no sense. Rapanda actually answers this time. I will destroy this item once every last one of them is gone. Kim Gong-ja asks about the new ones that will replace them. Rapanda flips through his notebook and stops. He finally looks up to answer the question. I have thought about that, but I cannot tell you. This talk has gone on too long. As I said, I cannot die until my mission is finished. Just pick another reward. Kim Gong-jae reaches for his sword, but then he remembers something. It is the handkerchief from Raviel. He catches the scent and takes a deep breath, finally calming down. Fine. Do me a favor then. Rapanda looks confused, like he is actually hearing something unexpected. What? Kim Gong-ja makes his demand. Protect me no matter what, while I am on level 50. I am not just asking to survive. I want you to keep me from even getting a scratch, both physically and mentally. And do not try to cheat by kicking me off this floor either. Rapanda responds instantly. You want me to be your bodyguard? Our main character just nods his head. Rapanda asks him, starts calculating. I do not get you. You seem to value justice and honor above all. You have wisdom and power. This request does not fit your character at all. It is strange. Kim Gong-jae just laughs in his face. So you cannot do it. You will not die or quit. And now you cannot even protect one person. Pathetic. What good are you even for then? Rapanda quickly defends himself. I am just making sure this is not some kind of elaborate trap. Kim Gong-ja snaps back. And if it is, aren't you confident in your own godlike powers? I am sure you can handle any trap I set. Ripina falls into a long, heavy silence. Finally, he agrees. Fine. I will write your request on page 1 to make sure it happens. The master goes quiet for a moment. Finally, he agrees to write your request on page 1 for you. You and I are watching Kim Gong-ja realize he is walking right into a trap. He calls for the Sword Emperor, who just says, huh. He mentions the old spirit destroyed a mage tower 150 years ago. The old man is super proud of it. Gong-ja asks him, do you actually remember what you said while you were wrecking the place back then? The spirit answers instantly. Of course I remember every word. I said, hey, you idiots, clean the air in here. Staying inside is bad for you. I feel amazing. I am going to give you a free renovation service right now. The spirit is hyped, but then he asks Gong-ja, wait, what kind of plan are you actually cooking up? Kim Gong-ja just smiles and stares at the towers. The old spirit is screaming, hey, Kim Gong-ja, snap out of it. He warns him not to stare for more than 23 seconds. They will notice him, and he is too weak. Is he trying to get the mages to kill the Constellation Killer? Not even they can touch that monster. Kim Gong-ja, get back here. But it is too late. After 23 seconds, a voice booms over the speakers. Mic check. Who was the rookie staring at us? You look like you are way out of your league, kid. I will be nice since it is your first time. Turn away now, or if you want to die, keep looking. And then Gong-ja actually says it. Hey you idiots, the mage on the other end is absolutely livid now. You really do not value your life, do you? What are you saying? But Gong-ja just cuts him right off. He starts reciting the bit about cleaning the air and offering a free renovation. He is literally mocking them. The old spirit is stunned. Have you gone completely insane? Suddenly, red eyes glow all over the towers. A mage screams, Sword Emperor, you are back. I knew you would show your face here eventually. People doubted he was dead. Now they wonder if he was reborn or found a new disciple to train. It does not matter though, they are still going to kill him. Mages swarm out into the sky. Gong-ja turns to Lefanta, who is actually smiling. You made a promise, right? You have to protect me now. Lefanta looks up and finally gets it. He sees the logic behind Gong-ja bringing in reinforcements like this. He thinks Gong-ja brought backup because he could not win alone. Look at those mages charging their power. The entire mage corps is circling them, pooling their magic for a massive attack against Lefanta Agim. Lefanta stands up totally calm. He admits he underestimated a rookie ability to find support on floor 15. He will remember this for next time. Meanwhile, the people in the shop are absolutely losing their minds. They are grabbing teleport scrolls and screaming, get us out, are those mages on drugs or something? Even the shopkeeper is yelling. He tells the Constellation Killer he is charging him for every bit of damage. Put it on my tab and you are paying for this scroll too, Lefanta just calmly says, I understand. He snaps his journal shut and looks at Gong-ja. He is going to do his best to protect the outsider. He optimizes his vision and hearing, trading away 1 hour of his memories to get a combat boost. A massive magic bomb streaks right toward Kim Gong-ja, but Lefanta moves like lightning, pulling him to safety. Gong-ja is stunned. Everything is moving so fast that it feels like they are just taking a slow stroll. A mage on a broom spots them and starts screaming at Lefanta, calling him a suicidal constellation. What are you doing here, Scram? We are here for the other guy. Do not become our enemy too. Lefanta does not even blink. He just coldly asks them to settle this through a simple, peaceful dialogue. The mage is not having it. She tells him to shove his dialogue where the sun does not shine. He holds up his diary. Mage, I have to protect this man, mental and physical health at all costs. He says it is non-negotiable. He knows the mage tower is selfish, but he thinks he can persuade them. He warns them he can cause some serious damage. It is time for them to start talking to him. The mage is furious and demands to know exactly how many memories he has left right now. The surveillance team reports back. The Constellation Killer currently has 7 days worth of memories saved up. 7 days, she does not care. She orders her forces to kill both of them immediately. Now you and I are seeing a full-scale war against the Constellation Killer and the Sword Emperor. She declares battle and Lefanta hears this. He immediately grabs his journal and starts looking through it. He flips his diary open and mumbles that the negotiations were officially a total failure. Alright, let's record everything. Find that mage tower, scout the battle, and find its weak points. The ledger flips through pages at his command. Rapanda quickly scans through the ancient text. Done reading, he snaps the book shut and ties back his silver hair. Combat mode initiated. The lead mage screams for battle. Commanders surround the area while the choir starts their song. The other mages shout their compliance. The entire division moves exactly as their leader commands. They form massive glowing circles of different colors. Even the old spirit is actually impressed. Wow, it has been ages since I heard that. The star-like song, Kim Gong-ja is confused. A star-like song, the old spirit explains. See those 5 massive towers over there? They are basically prisoners using the power of the stars through the medium of music. As the magic circle forms, Kim Gong-ja gets a system warning. You are now a target. Warning, your aura capacity has been halved. Warning, your magic spell power has been halved. Warning, your mental defenses are halved. All incoming penalties have been doubled. This is getting bad. The old spirit admits the effect is overwhelming. They call this the spider web for a reason. That is why people call them spiders. Above, the mages have finally finished their complex formation. 6 massive magic circles overlap. Together, they create a giant glowing net across the entire sky. The net traps everything inside. Rapanda calmly draws his blade. Time for the ultimate attack boost. In exchange, I will discard my memory of a beautiful sunset. He delivers a massive slash. The shockwave is so intense it blasts the mages away. They scream to regroup and retreat. Following Rapanda Askim's devastating blow, the system confirms that all penalties have been cleared. He levels his blade at the mages once more, activating another ultimate attack boost right now. In exchange, I discard my memory of the sound of rain. Another strike sends them flying. The lead mage is furious. Our thumb ring is gone. The index ring is also destroyed. We cannot hold this position. You sick self-destructive freak. Then a female mage reports the news. Ma'am, we cannot possibly fight the Star Slayer when he has a full week of memories. Shut up and just attack, she screams. Every mage combines their power to blast Rapanda away. They charge up and fire everything at once. But watch this. Rapanda is completely unfazed. He just calmly responds with another ultimate attack boost, slashing right through their collective magic. The mages are sent flying covered in wounds. The last survivor reports the total collapse. Middle ring and pinky rings are all gone. The spell is completely shattered, ma'am. It is over. Rapanda mumbles about discarding the memory of his last drink before lunging at the formation again. The leader screams in terror. He is hitting every single weakness. Who sold our secrets? Rapanda remains cold as ice. I will discard the memory of the street I walked yesterday. Kim Gong-ja just stands there staring in pure disbelief. His mind is officially blown. The old spirit notices and asks, see that his way of fighting is nothing like yours. That technique is actually a demonic art. Your heavenly demon style is fueled by your hunger. He is the opposite. He discards memories. Watch him closely. You will need this skill someday. Rapanda continues his relentless charge. I will discard the memory of walking under the warm sun. The old spirit explains. The Star Slayer only keeps a week of memories at most. He never keeps more because he hunts a constellation every time he hits that memory limit. Kim Gong-ja asks he needs a whole week just to kill one. Is it amnesia? No, he just sacrifices his past to fulfill his duty. Suddenly, the sword Sparkly speaks up. It cannot stand to watch its former master fight like this. Sparkly is drowning in nostalgia. It does not understand why he chose this path. A mage cries out, we have no chance. Our mana is gone. The constellations will invade while we are weak. The mage starts screaming. Sword Emperor, help us. The old spirit just shrugs. Well, I am already dead, you know. Still famous as ever. See that zombie? This is exactly why being a superstar is a massive headache. The mage tosses his hat aside, growling that they've allied with a monster. Watch out, we're coming for you. No matter the cost. This round is over, but next time, you're dead. Then the mages vanish instantly. Battle's over. Rapanda Askim turns to Kim Gong-ja and says he's kept his promise to the outsider. But he realizes he fell into a trap. He won the fight, but now only has 1 day of memories. He figures out weakening him was the plan. The old spirit warns Kim not to be fooled by him. Gong-ja grips his sword tight. You're right, he says. I am definitely going to kill you. Rapanda just keeps mumbling. He can't attack because of the promise, making this one incredibly dangerous situation. If he really is the Sword Emperor's heir, like the Mage Tower Master said, it's especially dangerous. Gong-ja draws his blade to introduce himself. I am the Death King, heir to the demonic cult. Rapanda flips open his diary immediately, voice low. What exactly is this demonic cult anyway? A sword that answers every scream. Kim Gong-ja replies. You want to know what an heir is? The blade swings first. You ask what Death King means. It's the name of your killer. Rapanda asks softly. Death King, do you actually remember the days when you felt the pain of hunger? It's in my diary, but I have zero memory of being hungry. Kim Gong-ja tightens his grip. Cold light flashes off the steel. He lunges at Rapanda, his voice ringing out like a death knell. That will be the cause of your downfall. Now let's look back to when Rapanda first woke up. Hero, are you awake? He slowly looks at the sky, eyes filled with total confusion. Where am I? The sword speaks. You were just in a brutal battle. You fell straight into a deadly enemy trap. The ambush was overwhelming. Fighting back meant certain defeat. That was his first time using salvation. Rapanda is lost. Salvation. What for the sword continues to tell the story of his lost past. Exactly. A power that saves you, but in exchange it takes something very important from you. He gave up part of his name. That's when Kim realizes where those empty memory holes come from. Rapanda Askim picks up the sword, eyeing it carefully. Ah, I see, he says. The sword responds. Yes, that's how it went. He threw away part of his name to gain the view before him. The evil forces vanish without a trace. Once again, our hero survives an impossible, deadly disaster. He had no clue his name was so valuable. Realizing this, he just smiles. That's actually pretty cool. A miracle bought by a name. But his name wasn't the only thing Kim found useless back then. Everything before this world meant nothing to him. So he just gave the blade a name. Joy. The sword accepts the order immediately. Yes, hero. Rapanda grips the hilt and prepares to move. I can leave this world a bit faster now. But first I need to create a new name. Ajim Rapanda asked him of the Death Palace Slayer of Stars. You better show him some respect. Back to the now, Gong-ja charges forward blade in hand. He delivers a massive strike at Rapanda. Ghostly hands follow his blade. Hunger is just the desperate hands of a child clawing at dirt. Rapanda looks up, eyes bleeding red. Sensory enhancement, he shouts, sacrificing 1 full hour of memories. Rapanda parries the strike easily. He flips his diary open and starts questioning Kim right mid-fight. This is martial arts using aura, right? I heard warriors are obsessed with internal power techniques. Seems you learned this from a dark sect, not the orthodox path. Must be that demonic cult. Kim gets pushed back, mumbling. For those dying of thirst in the sea, this world is a desert. Heavenly Demon Art second form Sword of Thirst, Gong-ja launches another explosive attack at Rapanda. He's lightning fast, blocking the strike instantly. You and I know, fighting him head-on is a nightmare. Death King, you value justice. If your justice was based on logic, you wouldn't try to hurt me. Before Rapanda can finish, Kim cuts him off. Heavenly Demon Art third form Sword of Stopped Breath. With every word his blade pulses with more insane power. Gong-ja keeps pressing the attack on Rapanda. Rapanda burns more memories again, hardening his defenses and tossing away the very scent of the ocean. Boom. Their blades collide, creating a massive shockwave that blows them both back. Kim Gong-ja is absolutely livid. How long can you match me, he asks. Rapanda just looks him in the eye. As long as I am alive. That is when it finally hits Kim Gong-ja. This guy. He is basically a version of a fate he could have met. A hero at the peak of demonic arts. Kim Gong-ja lunges, unleashing his fourth form, the ice-devouring sword. Now get this, he remembers. His guardian met this man 150 years ago. No wonder he is furious. The old spirit promised to teach him happiness. But looking into Rapanda's empty eyes, Kim Gong-ja sees the truth. His guardian knew what happens when you throw yourself away. If I did not have my guardian back then, if I never met Raviel, or if I believe my memories were just trash to be thrown away like that. Rapanda raises his blade, discarding the memory of every warm and cold wind. Kim Gong-ja strikes back with a question. You talk of justice. The man nods. Kim Gong-ja grinds his teeth and asks, what exactly is your justice? To wipe out the constellations, Rapanda whispers. Meanwhile, Kim Gong-ja triggers his first strike, the death-poisoned sword. Toxic energy begins eating away at Rapanda's blade. Kim Gong-ja demands to know why he is doing this. Constellations steal our freedom of choice. Kim Gong-ja just listens as the man explains his twisted logic. Human freedom is the root of all good. Therefore, constellations are evil for messing with our freedom. You said you defeated a constellation called the Messenger of Immortal Happiness, a god that forced people to live under the hooves of the eternal steppe horse. That world turned into a total war zone. Zero freedom there. But what about you? Rapanda asks him, just glares at his sword and cranks up his power. I discard the scent of every flower. Kim Gong-ja shouts, you are just doing what that diary tells you. Where is the freedom in that? Rapanda goes silent before admitting, you have a point. I will say this. If a man gives up his freedom to save everyone else's, then that man is doing the right thing. I chose this by my own free will. Kim Gong-ja lunges again, screaming at the top of his lungs. Bullshit, sunsets, food, the wind. It is all meaningless because you just sacrifice them over and over. You just throw them away. He unleashes his next move, the sixth form, the Blade of Disease. Rapanda deflects the attack yet again. He explains that constellations are a poison to every world they touch. They infect human minds with their own thoughts. In that world, everyone is the same with zero choices. I am killing these gods to give humanity back their freedom. He really thinks he is the hero. Kim Gong-ja charges in and screams, how is your logic any different from what those monsters are doing? Pushed back, the man discards even more. I sacrifice every dream I have had this past week, he mutters. Discard the pain of wounds, discard the dawn and night. Kim Gong-ja has finally had enough of this. You are just a slave to that diary. A massive roaring flame erupts from Kim Gong-ja's blade. Even constellations are better than you. At least they know what they are doing. You just follow some paper. You are not a killer of stars. You are nothing but a star that has already been slaughtered. If killing stars is your only purpose in life, then you should start by killing yourself first. He strikes with the ninth form, the suicide sword. Kim Gong-ja's blade plunges straight through Rapanda's chest. The pages of the diary begin to scatter in the wind. But even now, Rapanda keeps chanting his mantra. Discard 1 second. Discard another. Kim Gong-ja tackles him to the ground, pinning him by the throat. He raises his sword. Rapanda asks him, I am going to end your screams right now. Rapanda's dry lips still whisper that one word. The system is reeling from the death of the Star Killer. The Labyrinth Eye is watching you warily after seeing this. Even the Eternal Step Horse is in total shock. Your existence grows stronger. A new skill slot has just been unlocked for you. A massive golden light erupts from Kim Gong-ja. System alert, your hunter rank is now B. Good luck. Kim Gong-ja wipes the sweat from his face as the mage gasps in disbelief. Wait, what? The Star Killer is dead. Everyone watches as Kim Gong-ja carries Rapanda's body on his shoulder. This is insane. The Star Killer. Who even is that guy? I think they call him the Sword King. The rumors are spreading fast. Who is this Sword King? It looks like that crazy guy has truly been reborn. Alright, you and I can see Kim Gong-ja getting nervous as more people arrive. He has to bounce. These guys are all higher ranked than him. If they realize he is weaker, things are gonna get ugly. So he shouts teleport, but nothing happens. He's just standing there like a total deer in headlights. Panic mode. He tries again, teleport, but still nothing. Why is his skill failing him now of all times? Think about it with me, no clear notification yet. Killer Star is dead, but something is missing. Maybe just killing him wasn't enough. If he isn't the true floor 5 boss, then this isn't over. The crowd sees him standing still and starts whispering. Like, what is this guy's deal? Is he frozen? Suddenly, a guy in a white cloak uses an appraisal skill on Kim Gong-ja and shouts out, wait, everyone. My observation skill shows he is only B rank. B rank, everyone is losing it. Gong-ja is sweating bullets now. His heart is absolutely pounding in his chest. They are gossiping, thinking he has a cloaking skill. No way a B rank took out the S rank Killer Star. Someone go talk to him. Are there any veteran hunters here from back when the Sword King lived? Gong-ja hears them and realizes he is in deep trouble. He definitely overlooked something huge in this stage. Right then, the old ghost asks what he is looking at. Gong-ja snaps back, demanding the truth. The spirit just smirks. He claims he is clueless, and that he has already given all the advice he could. That silver-haired guy really did look like Killer Star. Gong-ja remembers Bei Hu Rion met him before. He recalls the ghost saying they had a real fight once he was strong but not master level. Gong-ja realizes that the ghost would never let Killer Star live. He is crazy, but his swordsmanship is serious. My master was a good person, but you still took him down because you hated his heretical teachings. So there is no way you would let Killer Star live, especially since he is even more of a heretic than my master was. That is exactly why I like you. A hunter needs to be smart, using wisdom to figure out how to win. You need courage to act and the ability to pull it off. Killer Star is a hunter too, Gong-ja. At that moment, Killer Star appears behind Kim Gong-ja. He buffs his attack by erasing his memory of a white flower. He launches a massive strike at Gong-ja. The shockwave is insane, blowing away everyone and even the ground. Rapanda Asim steps on a corpse. He talks about a beautiful flower pot and an old man's end. It felt like the man's remaining years could fit in that tiny pot. He watched it for a while. Life is beautiful. Size does not even matter as long as you have somewhere that you truly belong. Attack boost. Rapanda erases his memories of the old man to dump all that power into his blade. He lets out a devastating slash. The force is so pure it just vaporizes everything in its path. The system pings. The lonely seeker is thrilled. The eyes of the labyrinth are watching this new info. The wild horse of the eternal plains backs off. Suddenly, a guy charges in, screaming at Killer Star. But before he can finish, Rapanda Asim cuts him down. He mentions hearing rumors from the back alleys that did not sound like speech, yet he still craved to understand them. Not understanding, but still craving, that is true beauty. He thought the sound of those alleys was beautiful. Every step he took felt solid and real. He wondered if going barefoot would make people better somehow. But they would only step on broken glass. Barefoot people might be good, but they are always in pain. One of them actually killed me. The most capable one is the one currently carrying my dead body. Suddenly, Rapanda appears right in front of Gong-ja and tosses the corpse he was carrying onto the ground. He pulls out a diary and reads, I have been dead for 153 years and 7 months. The Sword King was way better than me, so I learned to run away whenever I am killed by a much stronger opponent. That is the lesson I learned after dying to him 3 times. His cold gaze shifts onto Gong-ja. He growls that you dodged 2 hits, but if you were Sword King level, you would have countered him already. The Sword King called his style the Universe Sword. You definitely lack the skill for that level. I cannot believe a guy like you killed me. You must have dug deep into my weaknesses. You are a way smarter hunter than I expected. Did you use this whole trap just to lure me? Let us see if you can handle the next one. Show me what you have really got. Man, someone like him really is a much smarter type of hunter than we thought. Alright, you and I are diving into something dangerous. Rapanda warns Kim Gong-ja he could rival the Sword King. Then, Rapanda draws his blade. Looking at Rapanda, ask him. Kim Gong-ja has only one thought: the man is a living weapon. You even prepared for your own death by creating a backup body. That is when the man himself raised his sword, locking eyes with Kim Gong-ja. You are a danger I cannot ignore. I am eliminating you right now. Kim Gong-ja is paralyzed with shock. How is Rapanda standing there alive? He stays on high guard and alert. Suddenly, the old spirit laughs. Welcome to the world beyond floor 50. Rapanda charges forward with insane speed. Kim Gong-ja draws his own sword to block. Two massive powers collide, creating a boom that echoes everywhere. Kim Gong-ja grinds his teeth. Damn it, a clone, a puppet. There is no stopping this guy's overwhelming killing intent. He is nothing but a cold fighting machine. Rapanda holds his sword in one hand and a notebook in the other. Back in the fight with the Sword King, no one witnessed it except for a single constellation watching from above. To the Sword King, duels were sacred and fair. But this death, way too many people saw it happen. Killing everyone will be tough. A nearby mage calls Rapanda a lunatic, but the man just continues his speech. Listen up. To everyone who is or will be my enemy, I have officially become an immortal being now. Kill me, and I will just stand before you again. Rapanda warns Kim Gong-ja while raining down heavy blows. I will find my killers and end them. If you are a group, I will wipe out every single member. To prove it, I am killing you here. His attack power surges, abandoning every bit of mercy and beauty. Kim Gong-ja watches the blade stabbing toward him. This is a version of himself he has never met before. Eyes that are not afraid of sacrifice. He remembers Raviel's words, "Don't you dare die without my permission." Even if death is inevitable, she wants him to fight it until the very end. Kim Gong-ja endures the pain. The constant attacks are too much. Finally, Rapanda's blade drives straight through the middle of Kim Gong-ja's stomach. Kim Gong-ja manages to slice the diary pages. The pain is agonizing, and he screams out from the deep wound. He thinks to himself, I admit it, you are a monster, stronger and just as careful as I am. But you are not the only one getting a second chance, Rapanda asks him. He grabs Rapanda's arm tight. With a smug smile, the system chimes in. You have died. You are currently a rank B hunter. Now watch closely. The high-level penalty changed the skill order. Warning, replaying the pain of your killer. Extracting memories for the reenactment. The advanced level penalty is now being enforced on your soul. Kim Gong-ja's eyes go empty. After a while, the system pops up with another strange and sudden announcement. This is a notice for students remaining on campus, except for those in the evening study program. All other students, please leave the school grounds immediately. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a high school. Kim Gong-ja is slumped over a desk. The school speakers crackle, repeating the announcement once more. This is a message from the broadcasting club. Apparently, some students have been staying late at school. Kim Gong-ja wakes up hearing the voice and wondering, what is this? Right then, Heretic appears. Senior, wake up. They're telling us to go home. Kim Gong-ja jumps up. Is that you, Kim Hwa? Did that Heretic Inquisitor member possess you again? Heretic looks totally confused by the weird question. Possession, Heretic Inquisitors. Are you sleep-talking or what? Kim Gong-ja grinds his teeth in total frustration. This is not good. Sword Emperor, my hunter level went up, but the penalty is getting really weird. No one answers, leaving Kim Gong-ja stunned. He looks around the room and calls out again, Sword Emperor. Only the sound of kids playing outside the window answers him. Kim Gong-ja is completely lost in the moment. Not again. It is just one psychological trauma after another. Heretic pushes him out of the room. Come on, cherish your relationships. You are the legendary romantic lead of Shinsu High School. Don't keep your girl waiting. Kim Gong-ja fixes his jacket, still wondering what the hell is happening. He walks down the hallway with his backpack on. This place feels exactly like his old middle school memories. He steps outside and freezes. Standing right there is Rapanda, watching him closely from the gate. Rapanda actually bows to him, which is totally shocking. Then Kim Gong-ja spots Raviel waiting nearby. She is at the car, saying he is late. Seeing Raviel, you and I can feel his relief. What a twist. Our boy Kim Gong-ja is beet red, stuttering out Raviel's name. She just reaches out and tilts his chin up. The other girls are losing it. Everyone is whispering. Check out that senior. Hey, isn't that the guy who confessed at the festival? Man, she is definitely a rich heiress. Just look at that car. Talk about luck. Raviel just tilts her head and tells him he is being weird. You are my boyfriend, and I was born rich, so obviously I am a chibo. Simple as that. Kim Gong-ja is totally stunned. She actually called him her boyfriend. He barely manages to ask, what about me then? She responds calmly. If I have to answer, my boyfriend is obviously an 11th grader, just like me. She tells the butler to book a psychiatrist immediately. Looks like my boyfriend has a case of amnesia. The butler pulls out his phone right away. Meanwhile, Kim Gong-ja is just clutching his red face. Being able to meet Raviel in high school like this is the ultimate blessing. I am officially the luckiest guy alive. Raviel sees he is fine and tells the butler to cancel. He is back to his usual self, she says. She grabs his hand. Let's live this life to the fullest. Get in, I am taking you home. Kim Gong-jae starts wondering what his house even looks like in this world. On the ride, Raviel starts talking. I heard something big happened at your place yesterday. Kim Gong-ja is like, wait, something big? You don't think it was a big deal. Usually you hate even bringing that whole subject up. The luxury car rolls down the street and stops at a house. Kim Gong-ja stares at it. He couldn't even imagine what he was about to see. He hops out and his jaw drops, seeing his dad. Who is the pretty girl giving you a ride? Life is good. You should thank me for your handsome face. Raviel bows politely and asks how he is. Kim Gong-ja is just standing there completely dazed. The old spirit starts yelling. Hey brat, bow your head. If you are rude to this girl, I am striking your name from the family records. Then he turns to Raviel with a huge smile. Want dinner? We are having great clam salad tonight. Raviel smiles and says she would love to stay. Old spirit is thrilled. You really are a good kid. Meanwhile, Kim Gong-ja just trudges inside behind them. Kim Gong-ja freezes and drops his bag when he sees Bitch Hyang. How was school today, son? She asks. The old spirit runs to her side. Oh honey, Kim Gong-ja didn't invite her. I lured her with salad. Bitch Hyang just crosses her arms and sighs. You are absolutely right, my love. We can't expect that kind of guts from our son. Kim Gong-ja is panicking at these pet names. Honey dear, suddenly, the TV blares. We have a clip of singer Jo Soo-ha getting into a fight. But hold on, we just received news this morning that the whole footage was actually faked. Turns out the editor confessed he just did it for fun, not realizing it would blow up. Kim Gong-ja is breaking out in a cold sweat. Bitch Hyang tells him to go get his sibling. Let's all eat together. Kim Gong-ja asks where they are and she points to his room. He rushes to open the door and finds the Flame King reading a book. He looks up. The Flame King is just chilling with chips. Did you see the news? I am in real trouble. I only hit him once because I was mad, but they caught it on camera. It almost ruined my career. Luckily, he ran off. Mom is going to kill me. Hey, you okay? You look pretty pale, pal. Kim Gong-jae just loses it and screams. Die. He lunges at the Flame King, calling him a jerk. Have you lost your mind? Calm down. You want me to be calm when you call Master Mom. Just die, you jerk. The Flame King starts screaming at the top of his lungs. Mom, help. Stop calling her that. Next thing we know, both of them are sitting at the dinner table. Kim Gong-ja has a huge lump on his head, and the Flame King has a black eye. Raviel is just eating peacefully. I already took care of everything for my brother-in-law, she says. These things need to be handled fast or buried deep. Usually people prefer to just bury them. But the timing is bad right now. Politics are way too quiet, and the concert is in 10 days. Kim Gong-ja is just staring at Raviel's hands. Wow, her hands are actually so beautiful. Meanwhile, Bitch Hyang is just sitting there, raising her glass of wine. All right, you and I are in for a shock here. Lady Raviel, if you are doing this for Gong-ja, I totally get it. But we all know Soo-ha and Gong-ja do not match. Do you really need to use your family power for Soo-ha? Raviel just wants to prove a point to her parents. Baek Hyang hears this and has to ask. Prove what exactly? Raviel sets her chopsticks down. They might be taking our love too lightly. Like it is just some rich girl's phase or a school memory. That is probably how they see it. For better or worse, I truly want to welcome everyone here as my actual family. There is pushback in this house, but I will crush it. Handling, this is how I prove myself. I will show my resolve to both of you. Please accept our marriage. Then Raviel reaches for Gong-ja's hand. Baek Hyang smiles. An amazing girl like you approached my son. Thank you. Guess I did not raise him for nothing. The Flame King laughs. Damn it, are we part of a rich family now? Hell, my singing career is done for. Hey sister-in-law, lots of singers are heading to China lately. Can our group make it there? Baek Hyang snaps. Soo-ha caused more trouble, and I will disown you. You were out of the family records. The Flame King is shook. But wait, she is not done yet. No, that is not enough. Find whoever you hit, kneel, and beg for forgiveness. Until they say yes. Or you are no family of mine. Soo-ha is terrified, but the Sword Saint is just loving this. Looks like we need to buy our boy a real suit. Gong-ja just stares at the scene thinking. A home and parents. Things he never had. Why now? The next morning he is still wondering. Is this the God Slayer's wound? Around him, students are just chatting away like normal. Got any homework? Is the test today? Suddenly, the four heavenly kings show up out of nowhere. They say good morning and Gong-ja is stunned. The four heavenly kings, the flame ghost, is confused. Huh, we are the kings of Shin-Su-hai. Gong-ja thinks this is absolutely insane. No way. Is he saying, the legendary kings are just school bullies here? The sword ghost beats his chest. Look, what is the point of bullying anyway? Just focus on studying. Actually, forget the bullying. We have been on our best behavior lately. You told us to chill ever since you started dating the queen. Because of you, we cannot even boss around the underlings anymore. Gong-ja is completely floored. You call Raviel the queen. What on earth? The sword ghost is getting pretty worked up. Seriously, what even are these kings? Gong-ja just sighs. Don't be so serious, it is scary. In class, the Black Witch stands up. Attention bow, everyone shouts, "Good morning, Teacher Cheon." In this world, the teacher is actually Cheon Min-jae. He hands a basket to the Black Witch. He tells the class president to collect all the phones. The Black Witch snaps to it immediately. She warns the class, "If I catch anyone hiding a phone, you are dead." Got it. Gong-ja grits his teeth. Are you kidding? That poisonous snake is really a teacher here. The Black Witch goes down the rows, checking everyone. Did you turn it off for real? The students all say yes. Gong-jae just watches her from his desk, completely lost. Even the paladin is being obedient. I have seen some wild stuff, but this is unbelievable. As the Black Witch approaches, Gong-ja holds out his phone. But she just walks right past him. She just keeps collecting from others. Gong-ja is confused. Did she seriously just forget him? Hey, class president, the Black Witch turns around. What is it now? You did not take mine. The whole room stops and stares. Gong-ja walks up to hand over his device. The Black Witch smirks. So is the wise princess correcting the fool today? Gong-ja is just baffled. Up front, Teacher Mun is hyped. Oh, even the great Gong-ja is turning in his phone. Look closely, guys. Love really can change a person. Make sure to find your soulmate in college. The paladin speaks up. Teacher Gong-ja said he is going to Seoul National University. He is serious. What? That is weird. He told me he was going to Oxford to follow the student president. Cheon Min-jae just smiles. Oxford. That must be his safety school then. SNU today and Oxford tomorrow. Trust me, Kim Gong-ja definitely has standards that are way beyond us mortals. The Black Witch calmly hands her phone to the teacher. As she walks back, Ryan Do teases the class president to be careful. He warns her she is about to lose her top spot. But the Black Witch just snaps back that it is none of his business. Kim Gong-ja looks around the classroom feeling totally lost. He is wearing a school uniform, yet every face in the room feels familiar. He recognizes every single person here except for one. He stares at Rapanda and wonders who exactly is that kid. Suddenly, the door swings open and the alchemist walks in. She asks if they can start their math class right away. The whole class shouts back, "Yes, ma'am." Kim Gong-ja sees her and thinks to himself that nothing can even surprise him anymore. The alchemist heads to the podium to start a new chapter. After school, Kim Gong-ja walks out to the yard to clear his head. A tanned kid runs up and asks why Kim Gong-ja is studying so hard lately. He tells him to come play instead. Another kid clutching a ball begs for a soccer game. Kim Gong-ja ruffles his hair and agrees that they should all play together. He plays with them, then sits on the steps wondering why this peaceful scene is supposed to be some kind of trauma. Everyone is alive. Beihu Ryong is not a ghost and the master is here. Even the Flame Emperor is acting like a brat. He is whining to his parents and getting scolded like a normal kid. Isn't this just a perfect and happy world for everyone? How could anyone call this place hell? Then Raviel appears smiling as she calls out to him, saying, "Here's my boyfriend." She says he looks worried. She tried calling him, but he did not pick up, which really started to stress her out. She teases him that making his girl worry for no reason is not good. Seeing her, he can only gasp out her name. He quickly pulls out his phone and apologizes, explaining he gave it to the class president and simply forgot to turn it back on. He admits he just feels a bit uneasy. Raviel leans in for a kiss and asks what could possibly rattle her boyfriend like this. She says she hopes that nothing in this world moves his heart except for her. Kim Gong-ja turns bright red and calls her name. Suddenly, Kim Gong-jae asks if she knows his parents' names. She answers immediately, listing the names of both his mother and father. Kim Gong-ja cannot hear the spirit elder's name. It makes sense since he never actually knew the real name of the flame ghost. Raviel calls out to him when he does not respond. Kim Gong-ja is still spiraling deep into his own dark thoughts. If this is a dream, it should not have facts he does not know. But even checking the class list during his break, most of the names, including the guild leaders, are unreadable. He grabs her hand, telling her something feels incredibly wrong and strange. He points out she is from a rich family. Theoretically, there is no reason for her to be at this school with him. Raviel is startled and asks why he is saying such unsettling things. She demands to know what he is trying to tell her. Kim Gong-jae starts to say this might be everything, but his phone suddenly rings, making him jump out of his skin. He looks at the screen and sees a terrifying message. It says, "You are the one who killed me, do not forget." Suddenly, a loud scream erupts, grabbing everyone's attention. Kim Gong-ja and Raviel sprint toward the crowd to see what is happening. Students are surrounding a building, shouting in a panic about what to do and saying they need to call a teacher. Someone asks what that boy is doing. It looks like a suicide attempt. Rapanda is standing on the rooftop, staring down. The crowd is buzzing with fear. People are screaming for someone to go and get a teacher right this second. Raviel looks up and gasps before charging inside. She shouts that things are looking bad and she needs to get up there. She tells him to call 911 while she tries to talk him down. Kim Gong-ja frantically dials the emergency number. Suddenly, a phone falls from above and shatters, making everyone scream. Kim Gong-jae's screen is stuck on the emergency call. He looks up in horror into Rapanda's lifeless eyes. The boy whispers, "Die," and then he throws himself off the ledge. Students go wild, screaming for teachers and calling him a psycho. One of them even pulls out a phone to take photos. Kim Gong-ja grits his teeth and yells at them to stop. But the sound of camera shutters keeps echoing everywhere. He panics, asking what is wrong with them. He begs them to stop filming and tells them to just look away. His phone lights up with another message. It says, "You killed me. Do not forget that you are my murderer." Raviel appears on the roof and drops a bombshell. She looks down and tells him that he was the one who killed him. The scene cuts to the news where a man is speaking at a podium. He mentions the recent unfortunate accident at the school. He says he believes in the students. Meanwhile, the class is gossiping about the disturbing messages the boy had sent out. They call him a freak who was always weird. The spirit elder tells Kim Gong-ja not to mind those cowards talking trash. He says they are too weak to say anything to his face. The Flame King just sits there eating chips. So he just says, "Look, sometimes you need a little friction to feel alive. Making mountains out of molehills is just life." Why would that guy end it all over this? Such a clout chaser. Hey, go call the 4 heavenly kings right now. I just want to play games in class. Chen Mu-mun speaks up, saying he is feeling pretty down about it too. But this is a critical time for you all. Once you hit junior year, time is going to fly by like crazy. Your future depends on this year, so prioritize. As you and I expected, the whole class shouts, "Yes, teacher, we get it." Only the Black Witch turns around, staring at the desk by the window where a single chrysanthemum flower has been placed. Suddenly, Gong-ya hears that haunting repetitive sound, a high-level animal penalty. He snaps his eyes open, completely startled by it. He is back at the starting point. The school speaker system blares out an announcement for all students still on campus. Lately, students have been staying way past dismissal. If you are not signed up for night classes, leave the building immediately. Heretic shows up again, calling out, "Hey, wake up. They are literally reminding us that it is time to head home." Gong-ya bolts upright, shoving Heretic's hand away and making him yelp. He sprints off thinking, "Okay, I finally get it. This is definitely Rapanda's trauma." So that is all it was. Heretic sees him running and yells through the open door. No running in the halls. As he runs, he realizes his memories have been overlaid on this nightmare like a skin. Same situation, same role. The role I was given. Thinking about it, he just growls out, "Damn it, this is bad." He reaches the stairs and sees Rapanda standing by the fire exit. Kim Gong-ya realizes he is actually the bully here. He calls out, "Why are you bowing to your classmates like that?" Rapanda looks back totally confused and just asks, "Huh." Kim Gong-ya reaches out. "Let me borrow your phone for a second, please." Rapanda listens and hands the device over. He opens it up to find 47 unread messages. As he goes through them, he sees some truly vicious, eye-straining texts. "I feel so bad for our juniors. They actually have to call you senior. Do you ever think about their feelings? Hey, ghosting me, breaking news, our school has a student who doesn't wash his uniform. You looked so happy earlier today. Even though it is embarrassing, I only did it for a bet. Do not go thinking that we are actually friends." Living in the school dump, he recycles uniforms and shoes, but there is one thing that just cannot be recycled. "See you after school." After reading through those nasty texts, Kim Gong-ya immediately snaps the phone shut in a rage. He looks up and asks, "Why do you even carry this thing around? You could just leave it behind, you know." Rapanda falls silent for a moment. Then he finally speaks up. "If I did not, you said you would literally kill me." Gong-ya is stunned. He tries again, then just toss it. "If you say it is lost, what can anyone do?" But Rapanda replies, "It is the phone you gave me, your old one. My family is too poor to buy one. You even pay my tuition. In exchange, I have to be there whenever you call. You said if I lose it, I am dead. Can I really just throw it away?" Gong-ya heads to the school gate where Raviel is already waiting for him. "Raviel, I'm sorry I can't walk home with you today." Gong-ya starts dragging Rapanda along behind him as he leaves. Raviel smiles and says he is mysterious, but pretty cool. He leans down so she can plant a kiss on his forehead. She asks, "Do what you want, but is there anything I can help with?" He just laughs and says, "Not yet. But if I do, I will let you know." Raviel says she trusts him, and you and I watch them say goodbye. Gong-ya turns to Rapanda and says, "Let us go." The guy looks at him warily and asks, "Go where exactly?" He realizes he does not even know where to start untangling this mess, but he has to do something different now. That is the only way to end this trauma. Start with the basics. So he answers, "We are going to your house." The scene shifts. Now Kim Gong-ya is just a kid sitting in a chair, listening to other children gossiping nearby. The director is so heartless. All of our birthdays were set for January 1st. Can you even believe that? The kid next to him says, "Yeah, it means they do not have to throw a bunch of different birthday parties." "And what about our names? Kim Menu." "For real, Kim Menu?" the kid in gray asks while drinking his milk. "At least your names have Kim, so they sound somewhat natural." My name is Kim Han-fi, which basically means waste paper. Kim Gong-ja hears this and mutters that the director really is heartless. He thinks I have been dwelling on this. But after climbing the tower and meeting so many people, I realized their attitude was not just some normal indifference. As he grew up, he wondered why the director acted that way. He tries to dig back into those old memories. It felt like they were always holding back, as if they were scared to love us too much. Once I actually asked the director if he even cared about us at all. He just told me that one day I would find the answer myself. We always got those kinds of vague responses every time we asked a serious question. Anyway, one day the director sits Kim Gong-ja down. He recalls him asking why he doesn't show more affection. Right? Kim Gong-ja just nods. The director explains that people usually spend their lives pretending to be someone they are not. They act smart, they act strong or kind, just putting on a show. Everyone is wearing a mask these days. They never feel like taking them off. But if you get too used to that mask, eventually you will actually forget you were even wearing one. It clouds your mind. Now just imagine for a second if I got really angry. What would you think? Kim Gong-ja says he would just assume the director had a stressful day. Hearing that answer, the director smiles. Exactly. I am often grumpy and unpleasant, and you know it. That is who I am, you see. That is the real me. But what if I always acted loving? What if I constantly told you I loved you? What if I said you are my whole world and hugged you constantly? But then what if I got mad? You would start doubting yourself. You would wonder why this loving person is suddenly so angry at you for nothing. He said he loved us more than anything, right? So I must have messed up. Even if I am only angry once a year. Kim Gong-ja, after 10 years, that adds up to 10 times. Even if you only remember half, those 5 memories are enough to define a person's entire character. Do not do that. Just remember me as a cranky guy who did not even care about your birthdays. That is the truth. Do not lose yourself because of me. You have done absolutely nothing wrong. Don't let someone like me break your spirit. You can be strong, so please try your best to stay strong. Kim Gong-ja stands in the room and looks up at the social worker's oath on the wall. It is a powerful moment. I stand with families and communities to uphold human dignity and social justice for everyone. It is about helping the vulnerable, so that everyone can live a humane life. I will always stand by those the world has cast aside. I will protect the suffering, fight injustice, and stand against corruption. That is the path of a true hero. Putting the common good before myself and following the ethics of my work. It is a heavy, noble burden. I swear this on my honor and my own free will. And just like that, we are back to the present. Kim Gong-ja heads to Repanda's house, wondering if trauma becomes a stage he needs to beat in this world. Can he actually clear someone's mental scars like a dungeon quest? If so, he has one goal he must achieve. He wants to apologize to the Star of Slaughter's parents. The kid just nods and leads the way to his home. They arrive at the house. This is it. Kim Gong-ja looks at the place, remembering the dark details from the messages. Living in a dump where even the slippers and school uniforms are recycled. The only thing that is not recycled is... He goes inside and asks about the parents. Turns out his dad is just out collecting scrap for a bit of money. And his mom, she is already gone. Suddenly, the door creaks open and the father steps inside the room. He asks if Kim Gong-ja is Kim Yule's friend. But Kim Gong-ja admits he is actually the one who was bullying him. The father just turns away. Kim Gong-ja realizes it is too late. The man has no spark of life left to give. His spirit is dead. Kim Gong-ja desperately shows him the proof of the bullying on the phone to get a reaction. Look at these messages. Kim Gong-ja shoves the phone forward, trying to show the evidence of what he did. The man just sighs. Kim Gong-ja is floored. This father does not even have the courage to be responsible anymore. He cannot even face his own son. Kim Gong-ja apologizes for intruding and asks for one small favor from him. He wants to take the boy to his place for a while. The old man just tells him to do whatever. Kim Gong-ja turns to Rapanda and says, "Let's go, you heard him. Pack up whatever you need to bring along. You are staying at my house for a while." Rapanda is suspicious, asking if this is some sick game to clear his past. Are you just trying to scrub your past clean before you marry that rich girl? Afraid of the consequences? That is smart. Or is this just another sick game you came up with? If you want to play, just say it. Schoolyard tonight. Kim Gong-ja is speechless. He just bows low and apologizes. Rapanda stands there looking completely confused by this behavior. You have lost it, Kim Gong-ja. But he begs for just one more day. Just one more day, please. Just one day. To Kim Gong-ja, it is nothing. But to this broken boy, it is actually the last day of his life. Rapanda just mutters for him to do whatever he likes. Kim Gong-ja realizes that besides hoping and praying, there is nothing else he can do. He leads Rapanda back to his home with a heart full of despair. At the door, he tells him to wait. Rapanda just repeats that he does not care what happens to him anymore. Gong-ja steps inside his home and calls out that he is finally back. The old spirit smiles warmly at him and asks, "Oh, are you home, son?" He stares at the man and thinks of his partner, the Sword Emperor. You were the one who taught me how to look forward in this world. Dad, he calls out, and the word alone makes the old spirit freeze in place. He gasps in total shock. Wait, this feels so strange. Hearing you call me Dad gives me a very weird feeling. Honestly, it is not just weird, it is giving me literal chills down my spine. It feels so awkward that I think I might actually faint. Are you drunk? Kim Gong-ja just ignores him and keeps on talking. There is no way my father would ever teach me like this. The man I knew was someone truly amazing, but also someone truly terrifying. Even if he was a narcissistic psycho, sometimes he always fought to the end for what he believed was right. That was his way. If you were actually my father, I never would have grown up to be such a thug. Even if I had lost my way, you would have beaten me half to death just to set me straight. And if I ever dared to bully someone weaker than me, there is no world where my father would ever say that. He remembers the bad advice from the spirit in the previous round. Gong-ja continues to mutter, there is simply no way that my father would ever call someone like me his own son, not with that kind of affection. My father is the type of man who shows suffering people how to find their happiness. You are not the Sword Emperor. Get out of my sight. Just like that, the illusion in front of him shatters into pieces. This is where you and I see the world's true face as a brilliant crimson light fills the entire room. Inside, Baek Hyang is busy writing at her desk. Gong-ja approaches and calls her master, but then he quickly changes it to mom. He thinks back to their fated meeting. Ma Ran-ko looks up at him with a confused expression and says, how strange. It has been forever since I heard someone call me that. She starts to say something else, but he cuts her off immediately. I love you so much, Mom. I really missed you. I have finally found the one person I will love for my entire life. Truly loving someone and being loved in return is not just a fantasy. I am going to bring Raviel here to meet you. I want to introduce her to you before anyone else. If you were here, I just know you two would be best friends. I am living in a literal hell on earth right now. But I am okay, and I am fighting as hard as I can. Some days I think about everything you taught me and I just miss you. Baek Hyang steps forward and wipes away his tears. Are you having a nightmare? He tells her he is still dreaming. She just smiles and says life is like a dream anyway. She pulls him into a hug. He tells her not to let those words trick her. You always have to check your heart. No matter what you call me, you will always be in my heart. Kim Gong-ja cries as he shares these final words. Just memorizing quotes does not make you a person. You only become human by how much you treasure the people in your heart. My mother would never raise you, Su-ha, to be that kind of man. Baek Hyang just nods her head in silent agreement. She would never allow someone who uses violence because they are angry to sit down at her own dinner table. She would have kicked them out or fixed them. No, she would have raised them to be a good person from birth. Baek Hyang smiles with the kind eyes of a mother. That is right, Gong-ja says, reaching his final painful conclusion. And that is exactly why you are not my master. As soon as he speaks, the image of Baek Hyang begins to crumble. Before vanishing, she tells him to stay strong and survive. Gong-ja gives her one last hug before she is gone forever. He immediately runs to the bathroom and starts vomiting. The Flame Emperor walks by and hears the loud noise from inside. Did you eat something rotten? I told you not to touch random stuff. Do you want me to rub your back for you? Gong-ja looks up and gasps, you Su-ha. The Flame Emperor asks if he puked his brains out, calling him a little brother. Kim Gong-jae snaps back that he is a total bastard. The Flame Emperor is taken back by the sudden insult. An idol singer, you really think you could do that? You are a psychopath who would never rub someone's back while they puke, not even for your own brother. Gong-ja grabs his shoulder. Even if you were only a tiny bit like that man, if you were that kind of person, I would not have had to kill you. He thinks about how he wished things were. He remembers a time when he was injured and had to beg the Flame Emperor for help after a wolf attack. He begged for medicine. Su-ha grumbled but handed him the bottle, telling him to be much more careful next time. He complained about not getting his full pay for the day. Gong-ja realizes that was the version of him he remembered. That is exactly what the real Yu Su-ha would say. 11 years ago, he was still acting like a human being. A dream where I did not have to kill my own hero. Gong-ja crushes the fake world and calls it a bastard. You are nothing but my shadow, you bastard. Forget about moving to this literal hell and just let your past end here. Suddenly, he realizes that this place is not his home. After finishing up, Kim Gong-ja opens the door and tells everyone to come inside. He feels. Kim Gong-ja pulls Rapanda into the house. This world, it is all fake. Rapanda spots a figure sitting outside and tries to be friendly. Kim Gong-ja shuts him down immediately. Forget the pleasantries, even if they act like they know you, just ignore them. He opens. The door to his room swings open. You can stay here for now, he says. He notices Rapanda isn't even flinching at his family. Maybe to a constellation, these murderers just look like wandering spirits. They do not see the twisted reality we're witnessing here. Kim Gong-ja pulls Rapanda onto the bed. If my parents or brother try to get in, do not open that door for them. Rapanda scowls, clearly annoyed. Drop the polite act, kid. It is super weird and honestly is starting to make me uncomfortable. I do not know what you're up to, but this feels like a total setup. Kim Gong-ja ignores him and heads for the door. Think whatever you want, I really do not care. He slams the door shut. The scene shifts instantly to another room. Prita answers the phone in total shock. Wait, your Suha's brother Kim Gong-ja cuts deep, telling her she's not actually an idol. Her image glitches and disappears. The phone clatters to the ground. Next, Kim Gong-ja goes to track down his teacher. The teacher looks surprised. Well, this is rare. I do not see you in the office often. Then his entire form begins to dissolve. System alert. The trauma reality factor is plummeting. Data recovery failed. Extracting corrupted files from your deepest memories instead. Pulling data from every person etched into your mind. Kim Gong-ja goes to find the Black Dragon Paladin next. She is visibly shaking. Kim Gong-ja, why did you want to meet in this empty classroom? Her fear is palpable. The system is screaming errors. Data request failed. He walks past all the familiar faces from his past, searching for something real. They all have something to say. The council president wants a meeting while others beg him to play soccer. Kim Gong-ja over here. One by one, their images shatter and fade from his mind. System warning, the reality of this trauma is dropping fast. Now only mindless red spirits remain. Kim Gong-ja stands alone in a sea of crimson ghosts. This is the world of killers. It hits him. This is the world of the killers. But wait, one figure still holds her shape, walking against the tide. He calls out her name, Raviel. She stops right in front of him and simply answers yes. I knew something felt wrong, he says. Raviel brushes her hair back, her eyes searching his as she speaks. The way you keep calling me Raviel, it feels so strangely forced, like something is compelling you to use that name. More importantly, I cannot remember how we met. They say you confessed at last year's festival and we started dating. But is that really the truth? Our love wasn't like that. It wasn't something so ordinary. Now kiss me. Kim Gong-ja leans in, kissing her deeply. She smiles back, her eyes filled with an affection that feels undeniably real. My heart is racing, she whispers. She takes his hand and confesses that her love for him is absolutely real. It is not just because you're handsome or charming. We're clearly the greatest couple in school history, aren't we? Actually, we are the greatest couple in the entire universe. Kim Gong-ja looks at her and agrees. Yes, we are. If my love is real, then my memories must be twisted. Is this a dream? Am I dreaming of you? I am the one dreaming of you, he replies. He pulls her into a hug. You are the only one I love. Raviel smiles, gently stroking his face. Yes, even if this is just a dream, I am the only one allowed to love you. You're absolutely right, he says firmly. Raviel beams with a radiant smile. I truly admire you, my dearest love. You love me so deeply. She reaches out and touches his forehead. Now close your eyes. Whatever happens, do not open them. Just call my name. Do you understand? If you open your eyes, I am going to be very, very angry. Her fingers trace his lips. He softly whispers her name. Raviel, my beloved. The world around them begins to fade. System alert, trauma, reality is plummeting. He keeps his eyes shut, knowing this is how she protects his soul. Data recovery failed. Once the dust settles, Kim Gong-ja heads back to the house to find Rapanda. He tells him, follow me. We're out of time. Rapanda jumps to his feet, shocked to see him back so soon. You're back already. Kim Gong-ja doesn't waste a single second. He grabs Rapanda by the wrist. Rapanda is startled by the sudden contact. Whoa, wait. What is this? Where are you taking me in such a rush? Kim Gong-ja pulls him along through the corridors, to a place where you will live a much longer life. I have no idea what you're talking about. You've been acting so weird lately. What are you actually afraid of? You're not the type to try this hard for anything. He replies, I promise I would live at any cost. He pulls him through the school hallways. Master, I swung my sword even when the entire world was ending. My friend protected her country even when the world looped over and over. I will not give up now. I am trying my best to stand proudly beside them. Rapanda is confused, asking if I mean our teacher. I do not explain. I just tell him someone gave everything for their ideals, even throwing themselves away. The two of them walk right past the Black Witch. She looks up at the sign and asks, here. Kim Gong-ja stares at her. She is the only person he has not defeated yet. He suddenly grabs her hand. He drags her along, telling her she cannot stay here. She is startled, asking what he is talking about. The system warns that the trauma reproduction is weakening. It cannot be maintained. Kim Gong-ja keeps pulling them along. He drags Rapanda and the Black Witch to the roof. She panics, asking where on earth they are going. Rapanda cries out that he feels dizzy. Kim Gong-ja kicks the door open, but the Black Witch tries stopping him. Wait, the roof is against the rules. Kim Gong-ja tells her they will be safe here for a while. Safe? She is shocked. Doesn't he know how strict the school is, especially after what happened last year? If a teacher finds her, her perfect record is over. He realizes only 3 people remain in this trauma. He calls out to the class president. You know what is happening in class, right? He plays the villain. Rapanda is the victim. The Black Witch turns around, gritting her teeth, asking what he wants to say. She was the witness. She stares at Kim Gong-ja, and blames him. It is all your fault, she says. You are the one who mocked him and gave him that name. She is talking about the trash duo. Seriously, who cares? I do not even want to talk about this. If I knew high school was like this, I would have picked a different school. You and I see Kim Gong-ja blaming her for the class incidents. The class president is furious. She asks if it is her fault. She cannot believe he is lecturing her. Kim Gong-ja is full of regret. He has changed. Even the teachers are all over him with praise now. Must be nice. You hurt someone, say sorry, and think you are clean. Life is not a joke, Kim Gong-ja. You think the world is a dump for your mistakes. Do not do this. Do not drag me here. She knows he wants an apology. But she claims she did nothing wrong. To her, he is the problem. Kim Gong-ja knows she is lying to herself. He remembers when Rapanda decided to end his own life. Everyone looked away. When the news broke, the students just asked if he was crazy for that message. The teacher told everyone to focus on what matters. Kim Gong-ja realizes Rapanda was not the crazy one. I am the sane one. Sure, we teased him, but we were just following the crowd. We did nothing. But those words haunt them. You took my life. Do not forget that you are the ones who killed me. Everyone moved on except for one. While the killers stood tall, the lonely witness sat there in mourning. The Black Witch is shaking. She is losing her cool. But Kim Gong-ja has discovered the dark truth here. Did you know this school is part of the Sarin Foundation? Some parents on the board are very powerful. The person leading the Sarin church meetings is no exception. My family goes there. I saw his face. She is trembling now, completely losing her composure. During all this, our hero has found out so much more. Do you realize this school is tied to Sarin research? Some board members are actually parents of your girlfriend, and the one running the Sarin church is the same. You and I can see the corruption runs deep every single weekend. I bet you were bullying people without even realizing what you were doing, weren't you? Why on earth should I have to know about these things when it is just a huge mess that you created yourself? Stop it. Just stop it right now. We have college entrance exams coming up next year. I only sleep 4 or 5 hours a night just so I can find time to study. I am here on a scholarship, just like you were. Meanwhile, you were just laughing and enjoying your easy school life, bullying other people without a single care in this world. Kim Gong-ja hears these words and finally realizes that while holding a grudge is easy, showing true goodwill is nearly impossible for him to do. The Black Witch cannot hold it in anymore and screams out, I am suffering and doing my absolute best here. You can really feel her pain. Did you know our homeroom teacher is the second-year representative for the scholarship board? That man is a total monster who makes me sick. When she calls that disgusting man out, Kim Gong-ja can only lower his head and whisper, I am sorry. This moment right here is absolutely heartbreaking. The Black Witch immediately runs over and kicks him in the leg while screaming, Don't you dare apologize, you absolute scumbag. Instead of an apology, why don't you just live and die like the piece of trash you are? I am begging you. Let's never see each other again after graduation. Gong-ja looks toward Rapanda and finally speaks up. That guy, he was planning to end his own life right here just 1 month ago. Hearing that, the Black Witch freezes. She turns around, trembling and completely stunned. Just look at the pure shock on her face. Kim Gong-ja had to confirm it. He had no clue why the other guy knew everything. The Black Witch was shaking, denying any guilt. She'd given up on change long ago. Seeing the school board convinced her that nothing would ever change, she completely checked out early on. She tried speaking to a teacher once before quitting. That's just the kind of person she is. Remember me like that, she said, but begged him, do not throw your life away. You've got to live. Go to college, make bank, and leave this trashy city far behind you. Raviel looked at the sobbing witch and realized the bullies would just forget everything they did. She approached the witch with chilling resolve. I want to ruin our lives together, she said. Raviel knelt down and hugged her tight. I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt people like you. I'm glad I didn't end it a month ago. I'm glad there's finally someone I can forgive. The witch sobbed, pleading for him to stay alive. Don't die because of these monsters. Please survive. I'll try harder, I promise. Together, they started to rebuild the trauma fading behind the mask. Behind the mask, the young director's face appeared, leaving Gong-ja in shock. You guys, it was him. Crying, the director talked about living for the kids. Let's study social work to make a difference. Once we move and get our degrees, nobody can step on us. We'll finally stand tall. We'll graduate and help other kids. Alone, I'd struggle, but together, we can find more people. This world has more to offer than pain. Let's build a world that's actually our own. The water rose rapidly, surrounding them both. Raviel just whispered that social work doesn't pay well. The director wiped her tears. It's definitely not about the money. In fact, it's going to be brutal. I've heard it's beyond difficult, she replied. But finally, Raviel gave a satisfied, genuine smile. It still sounds better than the world we know. I've fallen way behind, but I'm ready. The director told him it's never too late. Never. Just stay with me and we'll survive. Let's survive this together, President. And with that, the image of the two of them faded away. The system announced the trauma reproduction was complete. Gong-ja opened his eyes to a new window. He had to choose a skill card. The system was copying a random skill from the killer. As the notification flashed, Gong-ja was lost in thought. They were classmates. They sat together. One watch was broken, the other destroyed. You and I have to wonder, why do good people suffer? Why do villains walk free while victims are forced to die? It's just not right, you guys. The old spirit suddenly appeared laughing. I love seeing you vulnerable. This floor isn't easy, right? The Constellation Killer is no joke. You shouldn't have used tricks. This whole mess is your fault. Gong-ja realized the spirit had no idea what he'd seen. Usually they share trauma, but not now. The spirit usually jumps in with him, but this time, nothing. Gong-ja just said it was a nightmare. He tried explaining it was just trauma, though it felt different. This one was definitely a bit strange. The spirit wasn't there. The killer's mind was a blur, like the system itself was glitching out. He decided to keep it secret. If he told the spirit they were family, he'd never hear the end. The spirit would tease him to death. The old man just scratched his head, confused he wasn't there. It makes no sense, he muttered. People call me a ghost, but I'm really just a skill. I have my memories, but I'm just living inside your head. I'm a piece of data now. Gong-ja was stunned. Seriously, then why did this happen? The old spirit just sat there thinking. The two of them stared at each other, confused. Suddenly, the old man shouted he was done thinking. We'll find the answer eventually. For now, let's just check out the new skill you finally earned. Lady Golden Silk only gives out blessings anyway. With a wave, a row of skill cards appeared. The old man grabbed one and gasped. This guy had some seriously high-tier skills. I hate you. A hunter carried by his skills, that's what you are. Gong-ja looked up. 13 cards in total. What about the original self? Does it count as one of those 13? We're about to find out. No way. The old man beside him shouts again. Oh wow, this skill is actually super cool. The goddess's salvation skill just shattered into 100 tiny pieces. The lore says long ago, a goddess gave her everything to a hero. That hero then literally broke her into 100 shards, but she still wanted to stay by his side. This goddess later fell and sealed herself into a skill card. She can trade memories for skills. You can boost your skills and power by sacrificing your memories to the goddess. If you offer up an important memory, the boost is much stronger. But the enhancement effect only works temporarily. After reading, Gong-ja starts thinking. This must be a fragment of the protective goddess he couldn't reach. He figures it is because that hero was none other than the Star Killer. The Spirit Elder looks over the cards and finally speaks up. Honestly, none of his skills are any good. They probably suit him perfectly. That is why Constellations obsessed with twisted humans love him so much. Gong-ja looks up and says, I have decided what to take. The Spirit Elder rubs his chin and narrows his eyes at the choice. That one, isn't that a massive gamble, don't you think? Forget it, I don't even want to acknowledge it. But your skill list has been top tier. If not for the Supreme Star, they would become legendary one day. Gong-ja insists, I have decided I have a specific use for it. He takes the card, thinking he must defeat the Star Killer. But his victory won't be just killing him. He has to do much better. The system announces the choice is being copied. Gong-ja is firm he will make that guy realize his way of doing things is dead wrong. Flashing back to 24 hours ago, he meets with Leon Du. I have a favor to ask you, he says to her. The Countess happily asks, what is it? Tell me, my little treasure. I didn't expect you to clear this stage so fast, especially with a constellation waiting to ambush you. Right then, he sees her and remembers a moment from his own obsession in the past. Remember that stupid message? Gong-ja flinches but quickly calms himself down and whispers, no, that is not her. Comparing her to that person is wrong. The Countess notices his silence and asks what is wrong. Gong-ja just shakes his head. It is nothing. I want to send a letter outside. It does not have to be a letter, but it needs to be fast. The Countess smiles. Easy enough. If it's not a letter, there's a better way. Where do you want to send it? Sending something to a country with a collapsed government might be quite tricky for us to do. Gong-ja quickly replies, it is fine. I want to send it to the country where I was born. The Countess says, your home country. That's easy. Then she turns and calls for the communicator to come over. A rank 7 wide area communicator appears and asks, what is it this time around? Leon Du hugs her shoulders and introduces her. This is the wide area communicator from my place, even if we are from different social classes. The communicator snaps back. If you called me here just to gossip, I am leaving. The Countess quickly tells Brahma to calm down. I will designate a shrine connected to the outside world, so please prepare a communication line for me. Brahma argues, why me? The Countess points at him. Not for me, but for this Death King right here. Brahma looks up at Gong-ja after hearing that news. Gong-ja bows and pleads, please. Brahma glances at the smiling Leon Du, then walks over and clasps her hands toward the young man. If a low-ranking person asked, I would have flat out refused, but I have watched from afar and seen your total dedication to the tower. You deserve a reward for that hard work, so I will help you. Hearing this, the Countess smiles and waves as a bright light appears. Naturally, only nobles understand other nobles. Brahma grumbles, if you keep blabbering like that, I am going home. The Countess immediately agrees to hurry up. Leon Du begins to pray. Great Mother, I offer a sacred wish, a silent prayer. Please help this silent prayer from turning into a scream. Let me stay by your side. I beg you to open a small shrine here. Brahma tells Kim Gong-ja to give her his phone. After taking it, she starts chanting the connection spell to link them both up. If a third person listens, the sound becomes noise. When people are everywhere, the three realms sing and everything joins in harmony. As she finishes, a beam of light erupts from Kim Gong-ja's phone, connecting it to the shrine. The Countess smiles. Enter the shrine, Death King. Brahma adds, they will pick up if you call. They will reply if you email. Phone charges apply, but I will handle that. However, you must follow the rules of the outside world. Gong-ja steps inside, picks up the phone, and says a sincere thank you. He starts dialing the familiar numbers, listening to the ringing tone. He thinks to himself, this is the first number I ever remembered. The landline on the other end starts vibrating. Someone picks up and asks, hello, who is this? Gong-ja calls out to them. Director, it is me, Gong-ja. The director smiles and replies, yeah, it has been a long time since I saw you. The Countess smiles and says, enter the shrine, Death King. Brahma also mentions they will pick up if you decide to call them. They will answer if you send an email. The phone bill will be separate, but I can take care of that cost myself. However, you must follow the rules of the outside world. Gong-ja walks into the shrine, picks up the phone, and says thank you. He begins pressing the familiar numbers, hearing the phone bell ringing. He thinks to himself, this is the first number I ever remembered. The landline at the other end starts ringing as well. The person at the other end finally picks up the phone to answer. Hello, who is this? Gong-ja calls out. Director, it is me, Gong-ja. The director smiles. Yeah, long time no see. I missed you. The director knew the call would come eventually. He is just glad to see our main character, Gong-ja, is finally finding his way in the world. That warm, familiar voice fills the air. Gong-ja just stands there in total silence, taking it all in as the old man keeps talking. He mentions that strangers have been coming to the orphanage lately, asking if Gong-ja was from there. At first, he actually worried the kid was in trouble. The director stops for a second, sounding hesitant. You can tell he is debating whether he should even bring up what happened next or just stay quiet. But then he saw the viral video, Death King. He jokes about the edgy name but admits he was wrong to doubt him. Our guy is famous now. Gong-ja gets all flustered, trying to explain that he did not pick that cringe title, the tower forced it on him. Honestly, his reaction is pretty hilarious. The director laughs it off, just happy to hear his voice again. But Gong-ja's sudden silence starts to make the old man feel a bit uneasy. Gong-ja. The director calls out his name immediately to check on him. You can feel the tension. He knows something is definitely not right. On the other end, Gong-ja is struggling to hold back his emotions. It takes him a long, heavy moment before he can finally steady his voice again. He finally says he has something serious to ask. The director tells him to go ahead, whatever it is, no matter how heavy he is listening. Gong-ja tells him straight up, this is serious. Probably the most important and heavy conversation the two of them have ever had in their entire lives. The director asks for 3 minutes to grab a coffee and get settled. Gong-ja agrees with a small smile, finally starting to relax just a bit. But deep down, Gong-ja knows exactly what the old man is doing. He can see him so clearly in his mind, and the image hits home. He thinks about how hard it is to stay good in such a messed up world. For Gong-ja, this man is the ultimate role model to follow. Suddenly, the director's voice snaps him back to the present. He says he is finally sitting down and tells Gong-ja to go ahead and speak. There is another long pause from Gong-ja. You can hear the nerves in his voice as he finally brings up a name from the past. He asks if the director graduated from CCO High School. The old man doesn't hide it. He says yes, and that it is still a famous school today. He takes a slow sip of his coffee, lost in the memories of those intense school years from so many decades ago. Gong-ja pushes further. Was he the class president back in his second year? Suddenly, the director's old buried memories start flooding back into his mind. He is not entirely sure, it has been decades after all. But Gong-ja does not stop. He asks if something bad happened on the school rooftop. Those words. They are slowly pulling up things the director tried to hide in the darkest corners of his soul for a very long time. Gong-ja remembers that dark hallway he walked through in the dream. It was not just some random nightmare, it was a real painful memory. The chains on the rooftop door, the look on Rapana's face, the decaying schoolyard. All the pieces are finally starting to fit together for us. Those foggy memories are sharpening now. The truth is about to be dragged into the light, and it is going to be heavy for everyone involved. We see a vision of the young director sobbing in front of Rapanda. He was begging him not to die, to just keep living through it. Death felt like a lie, while the actual story felt like a dream. It is a heartbreaking realization that makes the whole situation feel so much heavier. Just like Rapanda's strange appearance in that dream, Gong-ja's voice breaks the silence of the call again. He is ready to reveal the final secret. He asks if the director remembers his friend's name. Kim Yoon. The ghost we knew as Rapanda. He was actually Kim Yoon all along. The director remembers him instantly. Kim Yoon was his classmate. They both managed to get into that school together on full academic scholarships. That blurry image from Gong-ja's dream flashes back. Two kids against the world, but we already know that only one of them made it out. The young director is shown absolutely broken, apologizing over and over because he could not protect his best friend. It is just so hard to watch. Kim Yoon lived that tragic life while the director has had to carry the guilt of it for decades. It has been haunting him this whole time. The director is stunned. He asks where Gong-ja heard all this. He truly thought these secrets were buried forever in the depths of his heart. He was a brilliant student, always studying instead of sleeping. He was dreaming of a better future for himself through nothing but hard work. He was the ultimate role model who never stopped fighting. But he was also forced to witness absolute cruelty from the people around him. The world was against him from the start. He was a massive talent born at the wrong time and in the wrong place for success. All the director ever got from his teachers back then was cold contempt. They told him to just focus on his own grades and nothing else. They told him straight up, no one cares about you. Those cruel words were carved into the deepest part of his heart and never left. The teacher repeated it even harsher. No one. Because of that, every choice the director had was stripped away and his life changed forever. He spent the rest of his life just trying to prove that a kid named Kim Yoon actually existed. It is a truly tragic way to live. Then Gong-ja drops the bombshell. He tells him that Kim Yoon is right here. The director is in total shock, unable to believe his ears. Gong-ja starts listing specific details. The junk pile by the mountain, the seat at the back by the window. He knows every single little thing. He mentions the animals in the school backyard that Kim Yoon cared for when no one else would. Honestly, this part is just soul-crushing. Before he can even finish, the director's voice starts shaking with pure fear. He demands to know how Gong-ja could possibly know all this. Gong-ja keeps going. He tells him how he tried to stop the bullying, but eventually when everyone turned against them, he was forced to stop. It's finally happening, he's actually here. Without a second thought, the director asks, "Can you wait just 1 week? I'll be there soon." The director arrives in no time. "Once you enter the tower, you can never leave again. You can't even bring outside items in. So I've settled everything." Kim Gong-ja asks, "Are you really sure about this?" He stays calm. "I already found someone to take my place. I have responsibilities, but they aren't mine anymore. Since I'm inside the tower now, that's their problem to solve." Kim Gong-ja welcomes him, saying, "Welcome to the tower, director." But he just replies softly, "I'm not the director anymore. You can call me whatever you want from now on." The two head inside. The librarian gives him a special pass into the Great Library, even though he has no title. On the way, he tells Kim Gong-ja, "I can really see how incredible you've become since you entered this place. Everyone here is talking about you. A whole crowd even came to guide me when I first stepped into the tower." Taking the compliment, Kim Gong-ja brags, "I'm pretty famous here, rank number 2. The director just teases him back. "Yeah, but you're still dead last when it comes to studying." Right then, Heretic comes over to say hello. "So are you the one who raised the Death King?" He introduces himself as the Heretic Inquisitor. "Nice meeting you." The Black Witch greets him too. "I'm the Black Dragon ruler. The Death King has helped me out a lot. He's our vice president, so let us know if you need anything." The paladin nearby bows down very respectfully. "I'm the paladin in charge of first floor security. This isn't the best first meeting, but we need childcare here. I'll meet with you later." He smiles, thankful for the welcome. Seeing how casual he is, Kim Gong-ja whispers, "You seem really used to this." He says one of the kids from your generation at the facility became a councilman. When that happened, tons of people swarmed the orphanage. Kim Gong-ja reacts instantly. "Wait, who? Tell me who it was." An image of a boy from his dreams flashes by. "It's that kid. Do you remember him?" Kim Han, right. But it turns out he changed his name. Kim Gong-ja freaks out. "But that guy was an idiot, new name." He replies calmly, "Kim Han Bai." Still seems dumb, the director thinks, only dropping the very last letter. Doesn't matter anyway. He sighs at Kim Gong-ja's confusion and moves on. "I've seen the videos, but still. This world is truly strange." He turns to Kim Gong-ja and asks, "So where is he right now?" Kim Gong-ja isn't in a rush. "I should explain the powers I've gained here first." Then he tells him everything. The director's face goes from calm to total shock, then it turns to deep sorrow. He just can't believe it. It's all just so hard to believe. He stares down at his tea. Knowing about Kim Yoon was already impossible. Kim Yoon wasn't even in the yearbook. There isn't a single trace of him left anywhere in the world. His image only lives in the director's mind. He continues, "Think about it, Kim Gong-ja. They could have left space." Looking back at that yearbook, everyone was smiling so brightly. Those bastards, how could they smile like that? He downs his tea to keep his composure. Then he looks at Kim Gong-ja seriously. Bring him, bring his memory, bring his traces to me. Kim Gong-jae stays silent, then waves his hand to summon a cloud of ink-black smoke. It grows massive right before his eyes. Then Raviel appears. She's surprised, saying, I never imagined a situation like this, right before his eyes. Next, Raviel appears. She's surprised, saying, I never imagined this situation ever happening. She's actually a bit angry. Did you kidnap this puppet and force it to awaken? I can't use my powers. Either you mess with the system or use something powerful. She looks majestic, her face unchanged as always. The director drops to his knees before her, calling out for Kim Yoon. He bows his head and apologizes. I was one of those who hurt you and caused your death. I've always wanted to say this. Raviel's eyes stay cold. That statue-like face doesn't show a single emotion as she stares at the kneeling director.